To prove that amniotic fluid tastes like Sprite, I started drinking amniotic fluid from the womb. Never expecting that my mother's womb didn't contain amniotic fluid, but the world's one and only heavenly source. Only because my mother was the sole empress of 8,000 desolate realms, I thought I could just coast through life. Who knew? My mother pumped source power into her belly every day, making my body constantly bathed in the source's blessing. At the same time, a system called Refuse to Coast forcibly bound itself to me. Host, as a disciple, you must achieve greatness beyond the ordinary. You are different from normal people. Please begin cultivation immediately from within the womb. Complete the task and be rewarded with supreme bone and devouring heaven devil technique. I was instantly thrilled beyond measure. Just by their names, you could tell these two rewards were incredibly powerful. But right now I didn't understand any cultivation basics. Was my first task doomed to fail? Suddenly my eyes lit up. Although I couldn't cultivate myself, I could borrow my mom's power. Mom mobilized her power every day to cleanse me. Those heavenly sources entering my body would run along a special path. That might actually be a type of technique. Thinking this, I couldn't help but laugh. I'm such a little genius. On the other side, in Xuanchuan Cave Heaven, a handsome and noble man was carefully supporting a woman of world-shaking beauty. As they walked out of the room, it was my mother, double heavenly emperor Su Qingqing, and my father Jiang Xingshu. Jiang Xingshu supported Su Qingqing as she sat down in a rocking chair. Then, completely disregarding his image as an ancestral saint, he squatted down and diligently massaged her legs. Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. This old dad was truly a devoted lapdog. Just then, having just woken up, I couldn't help but stretch, and heard my mom cry out, "Oh, the little one is acting up again." Jiang Shengshu's fierce voice immediately said, "You little brat, how dare you cause trouble in my wife's belly? Wait until you come out. Do you believe daddy will spank your butt until it's like a smashed watermelon?" But as soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped flying by my mom. Mom angrily scolded, "Jiang Xingshu, if you dare touch even one hair on my son's head, don't think about touching me for 10,000 years. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. My old dad was truly under mom's complete control. After mom and dad played around for a while, mom softly said, "Husband, help me prepare. I'm going to begin cleansing our little one's physical body." Dad, somewhat heartbroken, spoke up. "Xinger, you're really working too hard. If only this little brat didn't have such ordinary physique. You wouldn't need to use your source power every day to cleanse him." After preparations were complete, mom returned to the room and began to sit in meditation. The vast heavenly source power surged like a raging sea. But after her careful transformation, it finally became gentle and flowed into my body. Finally it came. This was the moment I'd been waiting for. Mom's heavenly power flowed, following a profoundly mysterious route, circulating within my body, continuously washing my physical body and soul. And I also began to try according to my own will to mobilize this power. But clearly I overestimated myself. With mom being a mighty heavenly emperor, I couldn't move her power even a tiny bit. But I didn't get discouraged. I quickly operated my consciousness, trying to mobilize my own power. This process was incredibly difficult. I spent a long time before finally figuring out some tricks and condensed a thread of power. Although it was just a tiny bit, I was still incredibly excited. This was, after all, my first time cultivating. Next, I carefully controlled this power, struggling to follow behind mom's source power. After much effort, I finally memorized the path of mom's power. 2.5 hours later, mom's cleansing process ended. It was time to complete the task. I silently thought. Then I followed the route I had memorized and began controlling that thread of power to move through my body to complete a perfect cycle. That should complete the task. And at this moment in the room, mom opened her eyes with a trace of fatigue in them. Even as a heavenly emperor, after using source power for an extended period, she would feel slightly tired. And when she was preparing to meditate and recover, she suddenly changed expression. The next second, her face showed extreme shock. "My goodness! How is this possible?" Mom couldn't help but exclaim. "Husband, come quick." With her call, the room's space rippled, and father's figure materialized. "What's wrong, Xinger? What happened?" Mom spoke with a terrified expression. "Husband, our son, he." Seeing mom's expression, dad became extremely anxious and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with our son?" "Husband, if I told you our son is cultivating inside my belly, would you believe it?" Hearing this, dad froze on the spot. If he didn't know his wife was a heavenly powerhouse, dad might even suspect she had lost her mind. Throughout the vast desolate realms, up and down through billions of years, such a thing was completely unheard of. Dad quickly regained his composure. Xinger, you're joking with me again. But when he reached out and placed his hand on Mom's belly, his expression became fascinating once more. My goodness. This little brat really is cultivating. I clearly sensed a power within the fetus in her womb, moving along some mysterious path. For a moment, Dad was even confused. After a long while, he smiled bitterly. It seems our son is a monster. Mom's slender fingers stroked her belly, her eyes full of love. This little guy's cultivation path follows the method I used to cleanse his bones and marrow. So, all your painstaking daily cleansing hasn't been wasted. Dad proudly laughed. Worthy of being the son of me, the saint of sacred ruins. Truly extraordinary. My son absolutely has the potential to become immortal. Mom rolled her eyes at him, then seriously said, this little guy is stumbling through his cultivation. Let me guide him a bit. After speaking, she closed her eyes again, and once more mobilized her power, entering my body. But this time, Mom no longer actively cleansed my entire body, but divided a small portion of spiritual power to guide that thread of energy within me, quickly moving through my entire body. I didn't detect this spiritual power at all, but I clearly felt that my own power circulated more and more smoothly. Not only that, more spiritual power gathered within me, making that power quickly grow stronger. I was beyond excited. It seems my idea was correct. This really worked. As I continued cultivating, a mysterious energy was born within me. This energy made me feel refreshed and full of energy. Soon I entered a state of selflessness. Without realizing it, a whole day passed. When I emerged from that wonderful state, my body had undergone earth-shattering changes. A small thread of purple energy was rapidly moving through my meridians. It was actually primordial purple chi. Primordial purple chi contained endless mysteries. It could only be born in the womb. For cultivators after birth to obtain it was harder than climbing to heaven. Now my task should be completed, right? I was about to ask the system, when a wave of fatigue suddenly swept over me, and in the blink of an eye, I fell asleep. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, "Congratulations host for completing the task. Rewards have been issued. Please check them yourself." Soon Mom had finished her meditation. She smiled at the corner of her mouth. This little thing cultivated once, and actually produced so much primordial purple chi. Even in those ancient legacies, there aren't many people with primordial purple chi. But she didn't pay too much attention to it. This time was very likely an accidental result. After all, a fetus's consciousness was still very weak. When I woke up from my beautiful dream, it was already the next day. Today Mom had already cleansed me. Though I was still sleeping at the time, I eagerly called up the system. "Host, rewards have been issued. Do you wish to merge with Supreme Bone? Do you wish to merge with Devouring Heaven Devil Technique?" I couldn't help but swallow my saliva. These two rewards are just astonishing. The Supreme Bone and the Swallowing Demon skill, even possessing just one of them, would surely allow me to touch the Saint Ancestor realm. Jian Yuxian thought to himself. In this world, cultivators have a total of 13 major realms. Bone Quenching, Meridian Channeling, Celestial Gang, Divine Will, Spirit Concealment, Soul Fusion, Law Manifestation, Divine Storage, Heaven Transformation, Void Control, Cave Profound, Saint Ancestor, and Heavenly Emperor. The Saint Ancestor level is the strongest of the strong, second only to the Heavenly Emperor. Looking across the entire Great Wasteland realm, they are few and far between. A Heavenly Emperor emerges once every several million years, while the Saint Ancestor is the pinnacle existence. Jian Yuxian was very clear about what the Supreme Bone and the Swallowing Demon skill truly meant. Even the most ordinary person, once possessing one of them, would be enough to rise suddenly and soar into the sky. And now, he was about to possess both of these things at the same time. How could one not be excited? For a moment, he found it hard to decide, unsure which one to fuse first. Then let's fuse the Swallowing Demon skill first. Jian Yuxian did not think for long before making a choice. The instant his voice fell, a flood of chaotic information, like waves of the ocean, surged wildly into his mind. It was as if an immortal sword had inscribed all this information, creating an indelible mark for eternity. Jian Yuxian's consciousness gradually became a bit hazy. Fortunately, this time did not last long. Soon, all the information was fully injected. Is this the cultivation method of the Swallowing Demon skill? Jian Yuxian began to read this information, feeling it was vast and incredibly obscure. He couldn't wait any longer. Immediately, according to the method recorded in his soul imprint, he began to try cultivating. At this moment, in the courtyard, Zhang Wushu and Su Qingxuang were sitting at a stone table. Besides them, there were two young men and women, both seeming to be just in their 20s. These two, the man was handsome as jade, and the woman appeared celestial. They were Su Qingxuang's younger brother Su Qingtian, and her younger sister Su Qingyu. This pair of siblings was equally powerful in their cultivation, not weaker than Jiang Wushu. At this moment, the few of them were discussing the yet-to-be-born Jiang Yuxian. Su Qingxuan told them about the little guy cultivating in the womb. Su Qingtian and Su Qingyu had expressions that were extremely exaggerated, their emotions shaken and unable to settle for a long time. Such a thing was truly unbelievable. My nephew, could he be the reincarnation of some great being? Su Qingtian said awkwardly. Su Qingyu was also a bit hesitant. Their hearts were filled with disbelief. Jiang Wushu was beaming with pride, as proud as could be. After all, that was his son. However, to say he was a reincarnation of a great being was a bit far-fetched. Those ancient beings who had lived for countless years, even if they were to reincarnate, would choose to be born into an ordinary family. I think this is just a coincidence, probably happens just this once. Jiang Wushu suddenly said. After saying this, he turned to look at Su Qingxuan beside him. Schwanger, when you baptized the little rascal today, he didn't make any noise, right? Su Qingxuan shook her head. Indeed, she had just finished the baptism, and the little guy in her womb was sleeping soundly. She had originally thought that the little one could refine some innate purple chi before birth. Who would have thought it was really just that once yesterday? But this was normal, so Su Qingxuan didn't feel too disappointed. However, when Jiang Wushu saw her nod, he became quite excited. You see, I told you it wasn't so easy to cultivate in the womb, right? If he could cultivate every day, would I not have to treat him like a deity after he was born? He confidently said. But at the next moment, Su Qingxuan suddenly exclaimed. She clearly felt that the fetus in her belly had stirred again. After feeling it carefully, her entire expression changed. A stunned expression. Wife, what's wrong with you? Jiang Wushu asked. Wushu, what you just said, does it really count? Su Qingxuan stared at him, revealing a mysterious smile. What did I say? Jiang Wushu was a bit dazed, not understanding. If I say, the little guy is cultivating again, what would you think? Su Qingxuan suddenly said, with a teasing look on her face. This sentence made Jiang Wushu's body suddenly stiffen, frozen in place. Chapter 6, Oh no! This kid actually created his own technique? Su Qingxuan's words shocked Jiang Wushu to the core. What? That brat is cultivating again? I just bragged, saying if he could cultivate every day, I would revere him like an ancestor after he was born. Is this kid setting me up? Let me see. Jiang Wushu still didn't believe it, reaching out to touch Su Qingxuan's belly. Sure enough, the spiritual energy was circulating within the fetus. In that instant, Jiang Wushu felt like everything was turning upside down. The slap to the face came too fast, didn't it? I am your father. How could you treat me like this? Jiang Wushu's face changed repeatedly, struggling to speak for a long time. He was extremely angry. This little brat can't be. He can't be eavesdropping on me, right? After holding it in for a long time, Jiang Wushu suddenly widened his eyes, managing to squeeze out this sentence. Su Qingxuan couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth. On the side, Su Qingtian and Su Qingyu were both shocked. They also leaned in to explore. Wow! He really is cultivating. The two stared wide-eyed at each other, their expressions filled with astonishment. Just hearing that their nephew was cultivating in the womb was already enough to shock them. Originally, they thought, based on what their brother-in-law said, that it was a fluke last time and hard to happen again. Who would have thought, now right in front of them, that little one is cultivating again? This. Is there a genius inside my sister's belly? No way. Suddenly, Su Qingyu exclaimed. All three of them turned to look at her. It seems like the little guy is cultivating an unfamiliar technique. As soon as Su Qingyu finished speaking, all their pupils shrank suddenly. Su Qingxuan had just roughly sensed it and hadn't looked closely. But now hearing her sister's words, a thread of her mind sank into the fetus's body, and she truly saw everything there. The spiritual energy within the fetus was circulating along a strange, inexplicable path. This path was not any technique she had ever encountered. How is this possible? Did the little guy create a technique himself? Is there really such an astonishing thing in this world? All four were extremely shocked. They looked at each other, seeing the disbelief in each other's eyes. This completely overturned their understanding. If you say it was a fluke, cultivating a bit in the womb could be accepted. After all, the last time the operation of spiritual energy was all according to Su Qingxuan's washing technique. But this time, it was a completely unfamiliar technique. This is too terrifying. An unborn fetus, he doesn't even have a complete consciousness yet. How can he create a technique by himself? The great wilderness world has existed for billions of years, and nothing like this has ever been heard of. Even using the words fluke cannot explain it at all. He can't really be a great being reincarnated, right? Su Qingtian said again. Other than this explanation, he really couldn't think of any other reason. For a moment, all four fell into deep thought. After a long time, Su Qingxuan shook her head. It's nearly impossible for a great being to be reincarnated. Any great being reincarnated would have a backup plan in place, they wouldn't start life again with an ordinary body. But the little guy started out with a very ordinary physique. I insisted on washing him every day, which gradually improved his condition. Hearing her words, Zhang Wushu and the others felt it made sense. If it weren't for Su Qingxuan's relentless effort. Every day, using the primordial power of the Heavenly Emperor to wash the little one's bones and marrow, he probably wouldn't have an outstanding physique even now. However, if we exclude this point, how else can we explain it? I estimate that inside this little guy, there should be a companion divine object. Su Qingxuan voiced her thoughts. Jiang Wushu, Su Qingtian, and Su Qingyu's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Companion divine objects are extremely rare. But throughout countless years in history, many such powerful figures have still appeared. For example, some are born with the primal sword map, using it for cultivation, ultimately achieving supremacy in the sword path. And some have terrifying innate killing arrays inscribed within them, with unmatched might that flattens all. If Jiang Yuxian also possesses a similar companion divine object within him, and it carries some sort of technique, then it's understandable that he was cultivating with a strange method while still in the womb. Wait until the little guy stops cultivating, and I'll carefully probe to see. Su Qingxuan said. With this thought, the four of them couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. They all wanted to know if there really is a companion divine object within the little guy. At that moment, as Jiang Wushu and the others were eagerly discussing, inside the womb, Jiang Yuxian suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. It was as if a barrier had been broken by him. It's done! Jiang Yuxian was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the sky-eating demon technique would be so easily mastered by him. It seems that directly imprinted deep within the soul has its clear benefits. And as the technique rapidly rotated, it seemed an invisible black hole appeared in Jiang Yuxian's dantian. This black hole was frantically devouring spiritual power. No matter what kind of energy, it accepted them all, ultimately refining them into his own strength. Within Jiang Yuxian's limbs and bones, immense purple energy soared infinitely. In an instant, it grew several times stronger. At the same time, a tremendous roaring sound erupted from within him. Waves of spiritual power rumbled like a mountain torrent, stirring up boundless chaos. At the first moment, Su Qingxuan realized what was happening. Her beautiful face was filled with shock and awe. This little thing, he actually succeeded in cultivation so quickly? Su Qingxuan said in astonishment. Beside her, Jiang Wushu, Su Qingtian, and Su Qingyu quickly sensed the commotion. The four exchanged glances, their expressions filled with horror. This is too frightening, right? This little guy had just messed around with an unfamiliar technique not long ago. And in the blink of an eye, he succeeded in his cultivation? Isn't it true that when others cultivate, they spend a lot of time building their foundation? How can one truly embark on a technique without careful exploration? But Jiang Yuxian was different. His cultivation was as easy as eating or drinking, it just happened naturally. This is no longer just a prodigy, could he be a freak? Su Qingyu said, her bright eyes wide open, stunned. The shock she felt today was simply too great. Originally, it was already astonishing enough that her nephew started cultivating in the womb. Who would have thought that these consecutive events would go on endlessly? While the three were in utter shock. On the other side of the stone table, Su Qingxuan couldn't afford to be more stunned. She divided some of her focus and began to work on her own technique. The little guy hadn't been born yet, so he couldn't directly draw spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. All the spiritual power he needed for cultivation had to be drawn from the womb. Since he wanted to cultivate well before birth, Su Qingxuan certainly couldn't sit idly by. Chapter 7, Continuous Breakthroughs. A new task emerges. In that mysterious space, Jiang Yuxian was immersed in the state of cultivation. The sky-eating demon technique truly lives up to its name of a demonic technique. Once it operates, it begins to crazily plunder. Endless energy was being refined by him. Before long, he even felt the surrounding energy gradually becoming thin. But quickly, even more energy surged forth, irrigating into his body. Did Mom know that I am cultivating and specially came to help me? Jiang Yuxian immediately understood the reason. Before I was even born, the source of all power was from Mom. It is obvious that Mom knew I was cultivating, so she refined her spiritual energy and let me absorb it. Having a heavenly emperor mom is great. Jiang Yuxian was extremely happy. At my current stage, the energy I absorb is insignificant to Mom. So I have no burden and can freely cultivate. As time passed, the changes in his body became more and more intense. Inside his meridians, it was like a divine dragon roaring, like a fierce tiger howling. The mighty spiritual power surged, rapidly gathering in his dantian. Outside, Su Qingxuang divided her attention and helped the little one refine the spiritual power. Jiang Wushu, Su Qingtian, and Su Qingyu also continued to monitor Jiang Yuxian's condition. Not long after, with a thunderous sound, Su Qingtian couldn't help but exclaim. He broke through. This kid broke through. He clearly sensed that Jiang Yuxian's bones and muscles were transforming inside the womb, and he had directly entered the bone-refining realm. Su Qingyu stood by, mouth agape, also praising in awe. This little one actually entered the bone-refining realm so quickly. This is his first time cultivating with the proper method, and he's still in the womb. Jiang Wushu didn't know what to say anymore. In these past 2 days, this little brat had shocked everyone too much. Cultivating in the womb, and even creating a strange cultivation method. And it was with this method that he broke through to the first big realm during his first formal cultivation. If outsiders knew about this, they would probably be too stunned to speak. The three of them were deeply shocked. However, the changes inside Jiang Yuxian's body had just begun. The spiritual power inside him was still growing wildly. Bone refining second layer. Bone refining third layer. Bone refining fourth layer. Bone refining seventh layer. Bone refining eighth layer. In less than half an hour, the little one's body had undergone an unimaginable transformation. His cultivation directly reached the bone refining eighth layer. And there were no signs of stopping. This kid is going against the heavens. Look at his momentum, is he directly aiming for the bone refining ninth layer? Su Qingtian exclaimed in shock. Before he finished speaking, there was an even louder noise. In a series of cracking sounds from the bones, Jiang Yuxian's cultivation directly stepped into the bone refining ninth layer. The three of them in the courtyard exchanged glances, unable to speak for a moment. After thinking for a long time, they didn't know what to say to express their shock. What they had witnessed today was just too exaggerated. The first time he formally cultivated, and he reached bone refining ninth layer. How does this sound so unbelievable? If outsiders knew, who knows how many people would cry from anger. People are really just too different. It's known that countless people may spend their entire lives without reaching the bone refining ninth layer. But Jiang Yuxian did it in one go. But this is not the most critical point. The most critical point is that this little brat is still in the womb. How can this be reasoned? In the perception of Jiang Wushu and the others, the changes inside Jiang Yuxian's body still hadn't stopped. It seemed like he wanted to push forward and break into the meridian opening realm. Schwanger, quickly stop the little brat. He can't just enter the meridian opening realm like this. Jiang Wushu suddenly remembered something and hurriedly spoke to Su Qingxuang. Su Qingtian and Su Qingyu nodded continuously upon hearing this. As top experts of the present age, they all knew exactly what the bone refining realm represented. This realm is the foundation for all the realms in the future. As the name suggests, bone refining is about tempering muscles, bones, and skeletons to help them transform. The goal of this realm is to continually refine the body. The amount of spiritual energy inside doesn't really matter. For ordinary cultivators, bone refining ninth layer is the highest. But if you want to pursue the highest, you must break the bone tempering extreme. The so-called bone tempering extreme, the simplest measurement standard is, with one arm shake, it's a total weight of 100,000 and 80,000 pounds. Compared to this standard, bone tempering ninth level is just a tiny fraction. As the son of a holy ancestor and a heavenly emperor, if Jiang Yuxian just jumps from bone tempering ninth level to the meridian realm, it would probably become a laughingstock for the whole world. I can't say that he will definitely break through the extreme, but at least he can't be too far off. I understand. Beside the stone table, Su Qingxuang said softly. She didn't hesitate further and channeled her spiritual power, cutting off all of Jiang Yuxian's sources of strength. Finally, the little guy quieted down. Oh my god, this little thing is too powerful. If it weren't for sister stopping him, does he want to fly directly to the sky? Su Qingxuang exclaimed. Su Qingxuang, Jiang Wushu, and Su Qingtian all felt the same overwhelming emotion. Today, they truly had their eyes opened. The few continued to talk, and every word was about the unborn little guy. In fact, everything they said was heard by Jiang Yuxian. Even Jiang Wushu's earlier exclamation fell on his ears. Bone tempering extreme, huh? Jiang Yuxian thought to himself. He then realized that there was indeed an extreme level to bone tempering. It seemed that he couldn't just focus on breaking through, he had to refine his cultivation as well. His mother is a heavenly emperor, how can he fall behind? Ding, new task issued. Cultivation is like climbing a mountain, strive to climb, only then can you see a different scenery. Please complete the task objective, break through the bone tempering extreme within half a month. Task reward, pure sword heart. Suddenly, the system's prompt tone came again. Jiang Yuxian was momentarily stunned. He really didn't expect that a new task would come so quickly. And the task objective was exactly what he had just thought in his heart. Is this dog system listening to me? Jiang Yuxian complained. However, this time the reward made him exceptionally delighted. He glanced briefly at the explanation given by the system. Pure sword heart. The so-called heart does not simply refer to the heart. More importantly, it refers to a state of mind and artistic conception. Or rather, it is the purest perception. Purity represents clarity and purity, without blemish. Having a pure sword heart allows for the truest perception and insight into the sword path, turning thought into sword, capable of striking all things invisibly. Especially when facing sword practitioners, it can even directly manipulate the opponent's sword intent, turning back for a strike. This is one of the most terrifying means in the world, no one can defend. Seeing these descriptions, Jiang Yuxian was overjoyed. The system finally gave him a good offensive method, and it was so strange and unpredictable. Especially when facing strong sword practitioners, it felt like he was cheating. Things given by the system are indeed never simple. But I need to take it slow. I should claim the rewards from the previous task before anything else. Chapter 8, Fusion of Divine Bones, Shocking the World with Phenomena. Jiang Yuxian did not forget that his previous task reward was 2. The sky-swallowing demon art had been successfully fused, enhancing his cultivation and allowing him to step into the bone-tempering 9th level. But there's still one supreme bone that hasn't been claimed. That is also a powerful object with great significance. System, fuse the supreme bone. As soon as he gave the command, suddenly, Jiang Yuxian felt a vast and indescribable power awaken within him. A fiery breath surged wildly in his chest, like a terrifying wave, stirring up a terrifying force. This force surged to all parts of his body. In an instant, it enveloped his small body entirely. A bone in his chest radiated light, releasing an overwhelming energy. His blood was boiling, creating a magnificent sound. Like the force of thunder, shaking the mountains and rivers. It was as if the Milky Way was surging, with huge waves crashing. This is the power brought by the supreme bone, and as soon as it fused, it began to transform his body. Jiang Yuxian closed his eyes, quietly waiting for this process to complete. However, such movement startled a few people outside once again. Su Qingxuan, Jiang Wushu, Su Qingtian, and Su Q all clearly sensed an extraordinary power suddenly reviving within the fetus. Under this power, that small body was undergoing terrifying changes. At the moment this commotion occurred, Su Qingxuan and Jiang Wushu clearly sensed it. But in an instant, all 4 of these powerful beings were stunned. It was as if they had been hit by some kind of immobilization spell. After a long time, Su Qingtian finally spoke hesitantly. If I'm not mistaken, this movement. It's coming from the little guy? Su Qiu looked at him, her big eyes sparkling. It seems yes. Right? She also began to doubt her own perception. Didn't the little guy just calm down? What's this commotion about? Moreover, this situation seems even more terrifying. In the void, they seem to see a horrific existence slowly reviving. What on earth is happening? What kind of trouble has the little guy gotten into again? I'll take a look. After a moment of daze, Jiang Wushu finally remembered to investigate. As his hand pressed against Su Qingxuan's abdomen, his whole body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. Divine bone. It's a companion divine bone. Jiang Wushu's eyes widened like copper bells, exclaiming. He felt it very clearly. On Jiang Yuxian's chest, there was a bone radiating divine light. The root of all the changes came from that divine bone. Not long ago, Su Qingxuan had guessed that the little guy might possess some kind of companion divine item within him. Who would have thought it would be proven true so soon? There really was a companion bone on his chest. But this was a bit too sudden, wasn't it? Especially for Su Qingxuan, who felt even more surprised. The little guy had been in her belly for 5 months, but she hadn't noticed anything unusual. Did this divine bone just appear out of nowhere? In an instant, all 4 people present were agape, astonished beyond belief. This. Jiang Wushu and the others exchanged speechless looks. The series of actions by Jiang Yuxian today really left them all bewildered. The little guy hadn't even been born yet, and the surprises just kept coming. However, it seemed they were already a bit numbed by it all. Sister, do you know what that bone is? After a moment, Su Q asked. Su Qingxuan shook her head. Even as the Empress, she truly had never seen such a divine bone. This bone is extraordinary, it can cause the little guy's bloodline to undergo transformation. In a way, it might even be better than the baptism of my Empress origin power. After all, this divine bone is born within him. Su Qingxuan said. Even with her abilities, she couldn't fully comprehend this divine bone. But from her estimation, this bone had limitless potential. In the future, it would likely possess even more wonders. Of course, that would have to wait until the little guy was born to slowly explore. Ha, they say nephews resemble their uncles. I knew it, my nephew Su Qingtian must be extraordinary just like me. Su Qingtian laughed heartily, filled with joy. The three people present rolled their eyes in unison. Su Qingtian, however, didn't seem embarrassed at all. Jian Yuxian was his real nephew, and when he was born, he would definitely be spoiled to the heavens. However, he had originally thought that if the little guy had mediocre talents, he would have to protect him well. Who would have expected, this little thing was cultivating in the womb, and then came up with a strange technique. Now, there was even a companion divine bone awakening within him. Such talent, I'm afraid, is unrivaled in the current vast wilderness. There aren't many people to be found. This little guy has truly shocked his aunt today. Now I understand why this brat could cultivate in the womb. Su Qingyu chuckled softly, her bright eyes and white teeth shining. The few people beside her nodded simultaneously, also realizing it. The little guy had just begun to cultivate, and it was a completely unfamiliar technique, leaving them completely confused. Now the result was clear, it was most likely brought by that divine bone. With this explanation, everything made sense. I took a closer look just now, and that technique is truly extraordinary. Even I find it difficult to penetrate. It's likely even more terrifying than we imagined. At this moment, Su Qingshuang concluded. The remaining three all nodded in agreement. That technique could easily allow Jian Yuxian to break through to the 9th layer of bone quenching. If it weren't for Su Qingshuang holding back, he could even directly break through to the channel realm. To say it was ordinary, they would never believe it. Oh, this little one seems to be stirring up trouble again. Suddenly, Su Qingshuang exclaimed softly. She distinctly felt a terrifying aura rapidly awakening in her abdomen. The next moment, they saw thunder booming in the sky, and endless power was born from thin air. A dreadful pressure surged like waves, sweeping in all directions. Endless divine energy pressed and collided with each other, transforming into rolling thunder, a formidable force. In the heavens beyond, it was as if a supreme being opened their eyes, gazing down at the world. This is the phenomenon caused by the divine bone. Jiang Wushu immediately understood. He blinked, his face filled with disbelief. His little brat's divine bone is actually that powerful? Did it really just awaken to cause such a phenomenon? In an instant, all four in the courtyard were profoundly shaken. Chapter 9, Discussions from All Directions. A warning from the Frost Emperor. This is a grand phenomenon. As soon as it appeared, it stirred the entire region. Not only did it shake the Xian Frost Cave, but even the outside world began to vibrate. That pressure penetrated every inch of space, encompassing millions of miles around. Countless weak creatures felt an inexplicable panic all at once. They had no idea where such power was coming from. Did a powerful person break through? Such might, it's unlikely that ordinary people could cause this. It's terrifying. I can hardly breathe. Many were astonished. Such power was rarely witnessed. Great practitioners are already scarce, and typically they set up formations in advance to suppress their own movements when they break through. But now, the situation was truly shocking. In an instant, strong practitioners from many sects nearby were all stirred. It's not someone breaking through. This should be a phenomenon caused by a special constitution. A colossal voice echoed in the void, belonging to an ancestor of a certain sect. This commotion seems to be coming from Xian Frost Cave. Could it be related to the Frost Emperor? Another ancient figure spoke up, engaging in distant communication. Meanwhile, countless powerful consciousnesses spread out in the void. They aimed to glimpse the specific source. However, as soon as these consciousnesses entered Xian Frost Cave, a ferocious force surged forth. Suddenly, it obliterated their consciousnesses, dispersing them into nothingness. Puff! An ancient figure immediately spat blood, his face pale. Frost Emperor, forgive us, we meant no offense. Please, Frost Emperor, don't hold it against us. Old man will never dare again. Some even soared into the sky, bowing and praying for forgiveness. It was clear that the one who just acted was undoubtedly the only empress of this era. She personally intervened. At such a time, they could only bow their heads and admit their wrongs. Otherwise, should the emperor rage, heads would roll, and no matter how strong the cultivator, they would meet their end. What they could do now was solely seek forgiveness. At this moment, everyone who attempted to peer into Xian Frost Cave. They were all trembling, filled with fear in their hearts. Like children who had done something wrong, they were exceedingly well behaved. Yet what responded to them was a cold snort. This time I will let you off. Dare to offend again, I will not be polite. Su Qingshuang's voice echoed in the void, heard by countless people. This was a warning from the Frost Emperor. They knew the Empress was absolutely not threatening them.
In an instant, an unknown number of powerful beings were drenched in sweat, filled with dread. Fortunately, after Su Qingxuan finished that sentence, the overwhelming imperial might also dissipated.
At the same time, the strange phenomenon in the sky quickly vanished. The Frost Emperor has used great powers to conceal the phenomenon. Everyone quickly understood.
That phenomenon disappearing without a trace must have been caused by the Frost Emperor's intervention. It was she who covered everything, preventing the outside world from peeking.
I wonder what is happening in the Xian Frost Cave. Could it be someone has been born with a special constitution?
The Emperor's residence cannot be spied upon.
If the Frost Emperor were a bloodthirsty person, we would probably lose our lives today. That's right, let's not meddle. Matters of the Emperor's family are not for us to pry into. Those old monsters each retreated.
The Emperor's residence was a taboo land for them, no one dared to spy anymore. However, everything that had happened today quickly spread. Before long, nearly everyone within millions of miles had received the news. They learned that the Xian Frost Cave likely gave birth to a person with a special constitution. I heard that the child of the Frost Emperor and the Wushu Sane ancestor will be born in less than 6 months. That previous phenomenon, could it have been caused by the yet-to-be-born fetus? There is indeed such a possibility. The child of the Saint ancestor and the Emperor must be extraordinary. It seems that yet another talented person is about to be born. Many people sighed with emotion. The Frost Emperor's pregnancy was not a huge secret. Some well-informed individuals had already known. If their guesses were correct, it was indeed terrifying. The child of the Frost Emperor, still in the womb, had already awakened a special constitution. Today, it had caused such a big commotion. One could imagine, once he is born, he would undoubtedly be a person of exceptional talent. Unable to say he will match his mother, the Frost Emperor, at the very least, he would have the chance to compete for the position of Saint Ancestor, standing at the pinnacle of the 3,000 paths. Send someone to closely watch the Xian Frost Cave, but be sure not to offend the Emperor's divine might. Also prepare a significant gift, just take out the purple spirit root that I have treasured for 10,000 years. When the Frost Emperor gives birth to the child, I will personally go to congratulate. A ruler of a dynasty spoke up, giving orders to his subordinates. Not just him, many leaders of various forces began to take action, preparing heavy gifts. They just waited for the day when the Frost Emperor gave birth to the child to go visit and offer their congratulations. Although most of them likely wouldn't even be able to enter the door of the Xian Frost Cave. But just having even the slightest chance to build a friendship with the Empress was worth it. Xian Frost Cave. Inside Su Qingxuan's womb. Jiang Yuxian had already completed the merging of the supreme bone. The strange phenomenon outside had also completely dissipated. Su Qingxuan and the others sat at the stone table, brewed another pot of tea, and leisurely sipped it. They were still chatting about the little guy. But after going through a series of events, they had gradually calmed down, no longer shocked like at the beginning. This brat really knows how to stir things up. Now everyone in the world must know that my Jiang Wushu's son is so extraordinary. Jiang Wushu said with a grin on his face. This little thing is still unborn, and has already caused quite a stir. When he grows up, won't he turn the world upside down? Su Qingtian chimed in from the side. Su Qingyu nodded her head like a little chick pecking at rice. They all felt that Jiang Yuxian would definitely be someone who could stir trouble in the future. Let's stir up a commotion in this 3,000 realms. I really hope this little one comes out soon. Su Qingyu covered her mouth and said with a smile. It won't be long now, there are still 5 months left. Su Qingxuan replied. In an instant, everyone was filled with a faint expectation. They were looking forward to the little guy entering this world. In that strange and colorful space, Jiang Yuxian was listening to their conversation. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. He never expected that his series of actions would leave his dad, mom, uncle, and aunt with an impression of a little troublemaker. How could such an honest child like me cause trouble? I was a model student back in the day, you know? Jiang Yuxian thought sadly. Well, he did indeed receive a model student award back in 2nd grade. Chapter 10, Mom, borrow your source power for a moment. Time flowed swiftly, passing quickly. Unknowingly, 5 days had gone by again. This little one, Yuxian, seems to know he needs to break through to the bone forging extreme. Jiang Wushu said with a smile. At that moment, he was tending to flowers and plants with Su Qingxuan, all of which were spiritual herbs of incredibly high grade, fragrant and vibrant. Over these past few days, the couple's mood had calmed down a lot. The little guy was displaying amazing abilities. At first, Su Qingxuan worried that the little one might jump straight from Bone Forging 9 to the Meridian Realm. Therefore, she kept a close eye on him for several days, cutting off Jiang Yuxian's source of power. But the little one had an extremely strong desire to cultivate. So, Su Qingxuan tried to let him continue his training. Clearly, her worries were unnecessary.
Jiang Yuxian didn't rush to breakthrough, instead, he was continuously refining himself.
It seemed he understood that to reach the highest peak, every realm must be tempered and refined thoroughly.
Upon realizing this, Su Qingshuang let him practice freely.
The results were very encouraging.
During these days, Jiang Yuxian practiced an unnamed technique every day.
After so long, his innate purple energy had reached an incredibly strong level. Even those at the pinnacle of cultivation probably had less than a tenth of his purple energy.
In a little over 4 months, Yuxian will be born.
I hope he can progress further. I might be able to help him break through to the bone forging extreme before he turns 2.
Su Qingshuan's melodious voice rang out.
The bone forging extreme requires repeated grinding and honing, it's impossible to achieve in one leap. After all, Jiang Yuxian hadn't been born yet, even after he did, he would just be an infant.
Achieving it before turning 2 would definitely amaze the world. With a wave of an arm, 100,000 pounds.
If such strength appeared in a 2-year-old baby, just the thought of it sends chills down your spine. In the womb, Jiang Yuxian heard his mother's words.
In an instant, he fell into silence.
A bitter smile crept onto his lips. The system wants me to reach bone forging extreme in half a month, but from Mom's words, it seems reaching it by 2 years old would be quite good.
What kind of game is this? Jiang Yuxian was extremely helpless. This extreme realm didn't seem as simple as he imagined. Looks like I must rely on Mom's Emperor Source power to practice.
Jiang Yuxian made a decision in his heart.
Mom's Emperor Source power was incredibly terrifying. It was energy refined through her Emperor cultivation, unparalleled and immense. If he could utilize it, it would definitely be far better than ordinary spiritual power.
However, Mom had been very strict lately and wouldn't summon the Emperor Source for him to cultivate. In her eyes, with his current ability, it was impossible to refine the Emperor Source power.
No way.
When Mom baptizes me today, even if I have to snatch it, I need to get a bit of Emperor Source to try and cultivate.
Jiang Yuxian made up his mind.
He was not afraid at all. He knew that he practiced the heaven-eating devil technique, which claimed to refine all origins in the world. The origin of the heavenly emperor, that was also an origin. At worst, it would just take more effort, it was not impossible to refine. Understanding this, Jiang Yuxian quietly began to wait. After a few hours, a powerful force finally surged forth. This was the heavenly emperor's origin power from his mother, ready to cleanse his bones and marrow. Because Jiang Yuxian's physique had already undergone earth-shattering changes, each time he was bathed in this power, his mother summoned at least 100 times more strength than before.
It's coming. Jiang Yuxian stood ready.
When the immense heavenly emperor's origin entered his body, he quickly mobilized his own strength, hoping to see some. However, before his strength could touch the heavenly emperor's origin, it was crushed into nothingness. His mother's power was too strong.
What to do?
Jiang Yuxian's eyes widened, feeling helpless.
If his mother's power was a mountain, then he was an ant, rushing at it would not budge it, right?
And his mother seemed to be pouring all her effort into cleansing him, not noticing her own actions.
Hey, Mom, can I borrow your power?
Jiang Yuxian shouted in his heart. At the same time, he stretched out his small arms and waved in the air, trying to get his mother's attention.
Oh? This little one, what's going on today? Sure enough, Su Qingshuang quickly noticed that the little guy was pounding on her belly. But she didn't understand what Jiang Yuxian meant. She calmed her mind and carefully watched the little guy's every move. After a moment, Su Qingshuang was surprised to discover that a devouring power surged within Jiang Yuxian, trying to wrap away her heavenly emperor's origin power. What does he want to do?
Su Qingshuang was puzzled.
But she knew that Jiang Yuxian must have something in mind.
So she simply stopped the cleansing and observed what the little guy intended to do.
Before long, Su Qingshuang realized what Jiang Yuxian was thinking. You little rascal. You actually want to use my origin power to cultivate? Do you know what consequences this could bring? Su Qingshuang glared wide-eyed, unable to hold back her anger. She was a bit upset. This little rascal was too bold. That's right. He really wanted to refine his mother's heavenly emperor's origin. This was not a simple cleansing. During cleansing, her power merely passed through Jiang Yuxian's body, leaving no residue at all. The purpose was to continually wash his bones and muscles, making him transform and strengthen. But Jiang Yuxian's intention was to directly use the heavenly emperor's origin for cultivation. This was no child's play. You must understand, Su Qingshuang was a mighty heavenly emperor. Even a trace of her origin power was beyond Jiang Yuxian's current ability to bear. To refine it was almost impossible. And a portion of this power would absolutely remain in his body. Even the slightest residual heavenly emperor's origin could cause unimaginable harm to Jiang Yuxian now. If he lost control, it could even damage his foundation. He was still too weak. He had no ability to refine the heavenly emperor's origin. Thus, Su Qingshuang could not take this risk. "You little rascal, why do you give me such a headache?" Su Qingshuang was truly exasperated by the little guy. Dealing with boldness was one thing, but this was beyond any measure. For a moment, she even lost her willingness to cleanse Jiang Yuxian, wanting to directly pull him from her womb and. "Don't follow him, this little thing is making a fuss again." Those small hands waved endlessly, really making it hard to refuse. Su Qingshuang hesitated, struggling for a long time. "Well, who told you to be my son?" After a long while, she rubbed her forehead and said. She made up her mind to only use a trace of her original power. Once there was any abnormality, she would immediately stop. Soon, in Jiang Yuxian's body, that fierce and boundless devouring power surged again. In the blink of an eye, it directly swallowed the trace of the Emperor's original power. Su Qingshuang controlled her mind, tightly following behind. If there was any unusual movement, she would instantly withdraw all her power to prevent accidents. But obviously, her worries were a bit unnecessary. Only to see in Jiang Yuxian's dantian, as if a great demon king awakened, opening a huge mouth, wanting to devour heaven and earth. Terrifying power burst forth. This great power transformed into a grinding world divine plate, seeming to be able to grind away all things in the universe. Su Qingshuang's trace of the Emperor's original power was incredibly tough. But not long after, that trace of original power gradually collapsed under the grinding world divine plate's pressure. Soon, it transformed into the purest energy. Jiang Yuxian's small body absorbed this energy entirely. At the same time, his spiritual power grew more than 10 times again. These spiritual powers washed and baptized his physical body again and again. It was even more effective than directly using the original power for baptism. How is this possible? In the room, Su Qingshuang suddenly opened her eyes wide, exclaiming in shock. She was frightened. On her breathtakingly beautiful face was filled with horror and amazement. Her eyes kept darting towards her lower abdomen. In her heart, she couldn't calm down for a long time. She couldn't imagine that her original power was actually refined by this little guy. After careful examination, there wasn't even a trace left. This shocked Su Qingshuang. That was the Emperor's original power. Let alone Jiang Yuxian, this weak chicken, even his father Jiang Wuxi would spend a huge effort to thoroughly refine it if he got even a bit. But this little thing absorbed it effortlessly? What does this mean? What kind of method does this little guy have? It's so formidable. Su Qingshuang whispered. The only explanation is that Jiang Yuxian's method is too abnormal. But does such a terrifying method really exist in this world? What level would it be? Su Qingshuang couldn't imagine. But one thing is certain, this method is definitely many times stronger than all the methods she has ever seen. Even, it is not something this world should possess. It seems I still underestimated your method. Such a divine object really makes me, your mother, quite envious. Su Qingshuang suddenly smiled brightly. Even though she was the emperor, at this moment, she couldn't help but feel deep interest in that method. It seems that after Jiang Yuxian is born, it would be necessary to force the complete method out of him. But for now, let's satisfy this little guy first. After that trace of original power was refined, the little thing seemed unsatisfied and was now tapping her belly again. This made Su Qingshuang extremely helpless. She didn't think much, continuing to urge the original power, allowing Jiang Yuxian to refine it. Jiang Yuxian was overjoyed by this. His mom finally no longer restricted him. That massive original power surged in, which he quickly refined and absorbed into his own power. Then, this power washed and transformed his body. The bone-quenching realm is a process of continuous transformation of the body. The spiritual power he cultivates is used to purify himself and develop potential. In other words, in this realm, spiritual power is a consumable. And a large part of it is wasted. But with his mom's help, the consumables he used were extremely high-end. And thus, after a few days, his cultivation could be described as a wild and rapid increase. His one-arm strength quickly broke through 70,000 pounds, and the momentum was still fierce. If this went on, reaching 108,000 pounds within half a month would not be difficult at all. This even made Su Qingshuang start to question life. She originally wanted the little guy to reach the bone-refining realm before he turned 2, but looking at this momentum, it wouldn't even take that long. It might take less than a month, right? This is too scary. However, this process was not smooth sailing. For Su Qingshuang, the consumption was still quite large. The source power is the most core strength of a cultivator. Once overused, it is very difficult to replenish in a short period. In the past, when she baptized Jiang Yuxian, those powers rotated in the little guy's body, and eventually returned to her. But now, all the source power was directly refined by Jiang Yuxian. According to her estimation, if the little guy didn't use those powers to wash his body but rather broke through all the way, then in just these few days, he could definitely break through 4 or 5 major realms. Thinking about it was terrifying. This was not training at all, it was completely looting, okay? Su Qingxuan's consumption was tremendous, and over time, even though she was a top-level existence, she was feeling a bit overwhelmed. Mom seems a bit tired. Jiang Yuxian also sensed some changes.
The devouring heaven demon art was too overbearing.
He hesitated, wondering whether to abandon this task. Mom's consumption of source power for his training was too extravagant, and he felt a little reluctant and heartbroken.
However, Su Qingxuan soon noticed his thoughts.
Little one, I don't know if you can understand what I'm saying now.
You can focus on your training, don't worry about me. This little source power consumption will only take me a few days to recover.
You just go all out and train well. Su Qingxuan's gentle voice echoed in Jiang Yuxian's ears.
He clenched his little fists, no longer having too many concerns, fully immersing himself in training. As for Su Qingxuan, she unleashed all her cultivation base and began to absorb spiritual energy on a large scale to recover herself. In this way, not only inside the Xian Frost Cave, but even the external spiritual energy was drawn towards her by the force of her cultivation. Above the Xian Frost Cave, a terrifying spiritual power vortex appeared, swirling rapidly, lasting for a long time. Such a scene made countless cultivators in the immortal domain tremble. This wide range of spiritual energy fluctuations must be the Frost Emperor constantly refining the body and soul for the fetus.
Letting an emperor exert all his strength, just how terrifying is the talent of that child? Once he is born, he might be another defiant genius. Many cultivators eagerly discussed. Not only that, but many people flocked to the vicinity of the Xian Frost Cave. The spiritual energy here was particularly rich, and many regarded it as an opportunity to soak in a little. In no time, the area outside Xian Frost Cave became extremely lively. As for Jiang Wushu and the others, they didn't bother about it. Those people soaking up some spiritual energy wouldn't affect Su Qingxuan in any way. Frost, you've worked too hard. Jiang Wushu felt heartbroken for his wife. But at the same time, he had huge expectations for his little son. Chapter 12, The Birth of the Supreme Swordmaster, 10,000 Swords Bowing to the Sky. Days passed one by one. During these days, Jiang Yuxian was constantly training. As his internal power grew stronger, his spirit and will also became increasingly powerful, to the point where he didn't feel much fatigue. Even Su Qingxuan entered a semi-closed state, fully cooperating with the little guy. With the devouring heaven demon art and his mother's emperor source power aiding him, training was almost without any bottlenecks. Everything came naturally. It's just that the time given by the system was a bit too rushed. There was only half a month in total. Breaking through the extreme realm of bone quenching is truly not easy. Can this dog system give me a bit more time? I'm still a fetus, don't I need rest? Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to do this. In the womb, Jiang Yuxian practiced while complaining. He worked hard day and night, never stopping. He watched as his strength steadily grew, gradually approaching the 90,000 gene mark. He was only over 10,000 gene away from the 100,000 gene extreme realm. But there were less than 3 days left. This means he must break through the final barrier in less than 3 days to complete the task. Because of this, Jiang Yuxian hardly slept or rested, putting in all his effort. And this made Su Qingxuan deeply moved. This little fellow's will is indeed strong. Is he trying to break through the bone-quenching extreme realm in one go? Su Qingxuan was extremely shocked in her heart. Jiang Yuxian's progress in cultivation was clearly much faster than she had expected. At first, she planned to let the little one reach the bone-quenching extreme realm before the age of 2. Later, with the help of his original cultivation, he progressed rapidly, and Su Qingxuan thought he could succeed in a month. But now, less than half a month had passed, and he was already at the final stage. Isn't this too fast? Yuxian, even your mother is starting to doubt if you are the reincarnation of some powerful figure. Your series of performances are truly hard to accept. Su Qingxuan said with a bitter smile. Then she shook her head, driving the thoughts from her mind, and continued to assist the little one. Jiang Yuxian also focused on cultivation, making a final sprint. Time was extremely tight. However, that deep night, an unexpected incident almost interrupted Jiang Yuxian's cultivation. This night, in the Tianlan domain, 3 great domains away from the unyielding domain, a towering sword radiance suddenly shot up to the sky. The heavens and earth were illuminated brightly by the sword light. Then, the void shook, and an overwhelming sword intent erupted like a mountain flood, sweeping in all directions. More than a dozen great domains were encompassed by this sword intent. On this day, the sword intent surged, vast and endless, turning everything into swords. A powerful wind swept past, causing countless plants to bow down, taking on the shape of sharp swords. Stones on the ground also transformed into sword shapes. Countless cultivators' swords buzzed incessantly, making clashing sounds, desperately struggling, and finally breaking free from their owner's control, soaring into the sky.
The spiritual energy of heaven and earth also wildly gathered, turning into an incredibly bright sword light. These sword shadows densely clustered at the top of the heavens, forming magnificent sword dragons, spanning above the divine skies, moving through the night, their divine light resplendent.
The mountains and rivers trembled. The earth shook. The void quaked. Countless sword dragons surged up from all directions, howling towards the heavens. They all surged towards one direction. The Tianlan domain. It seemed that there, a supreme swordmaster suddenly awakened, calling them to come and pay homage. 10,000 swords worshipping, this is a sign of the birth of the supreme sword body. In the 3,000 domains, has a powerful sword body emerged? This phenomenon is even more powerful than the day the emperor awakened.
It was on this night that all cultivators across more than a dozen great domains were stirred. Everyone was shocked in their hearts. Compared to the previous phenomenon of the emperor awakening a special body, this sword intent disturbance was even more shocking. Its coverage was several times larger.
This was terrifying.
Without a doubt, something big was definitely happening in the Tianlan domain.
That night, countless gazes were focused on all of this.
They watched as billions of sword dragons passed through the sky, trailing long fiery flames, like punishers of the earth. The terrifying sword energy roiled and surged, reaching the azure sky and the yellow springs, shredding everything.
Wherever they passed, anything that touched even a bit was obliterated into nothingness.
Even the gigantic whirlpool formed by the Frost Sky Emperor's cultivation technique was shaken, and even showed signs of collapse.
This was an extremely terrifying phenomenon.
More than a dozen great domains were shocked by it.
Nearly everyone was filled with guesses about the master of this phenomenon.
More than that, there was still awe. However, at the same time, many cultivators felt extremely dissatisfied, even filled with hatred. Their sword weapons were forcefully taken away, and they feared they would never find them again. Especially the sword weapons of their lives, which were connected to their souls. If lost or damaged, it would greatly affect their own cultivation.
Who on earth did this?
Return my crimson flame sword. My frost soul sword also flew away, I can sense it being shredded among countless swords.
Which disciple of the Changshengmu family was it? Is there really no one to control it? Many shouted loudly, venting their frustrations.
Some people even had blood flowing from their mouths, their life swords were destroyed, leaving them heavily injured.
However, they could only shout helplessly.
No one knew who the other party was, and there was nowhere to reason with, feeling too suffocating.
Not just them.
Moments later, a chilling female voice spread from the undying domain. This voice was not loud, yet it resonated among dozens of great domains.
Is there no one in the Changshengmu family? Do you want me to step in, to help you cover up this phenomenon? This sentence was heard by everyone, leaving them in shock.
Only one person in the world dares to call herself the Emperor, and that is the Frost Sky Emperor. Her words instantly unveiled the origins of that strongest sword body.
Changshengmu family.
A colossal entity with a legacy spanning tens of millions of years.
One of the top forces in the Tianlan domain. A terrifying existence that countless cultivators must look up to.
Its depth of heritage is beyond imagination, and strong experts have emerged through generations.
Moreover, today, they have produced a supreme sword body. Upon awakening, it brought about such a terrifying phenomenon. Upon learning this information, those whose swords were taken all fell silent, not daring to shout anymore.
After all, compared to their life swords, their lives were more important.
The Changshengmu family is an existence they cannot afford to provoke. They didn't even dare to shout anymore.
But this did not stop them from finding another excuse to vent their emotions. It seems the Frost Sky Emperor is also angry.
The Emperor is a taboo, no matter what happens, one should not offend the Emperor's majesty.
To even dare to seize the spiritual energy stirred by the Frost Sky Emperor's cultivation, that takes too much courage.
The Changshengmu family knows full well that the Emperor resides in the undying domain, yet no one stepped up to cover up the phenomenon affecting the Emperor. This is tantamount to provocation. Chapter 13, Changshengmu family, absolute spirit sword body. Is the Emperor's son lesser? This phenomenon is absolutely terrifying. However, it could never truly affect an emperor.
In the sky of Shin Frost Cave, that immensely large whirlpool of spiritual energy, just after showing some signs of collapse, quickly restored itself. Even the sword dragons roaring past were torn apart by waves of might, then erased into nothingness, returning to the purest spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This scene was witnessed by countless eyes. They had to sigh, the strength of the Emperor truly cannot be fathomed. The Frost Sky Emperor's earlier utterance was merely expressing her discontent towards the Mu family. A phenomenon still cannot halt her process of anointing an Emperor's son. The Mu family did not intend to disturb, please forgive the Frost Sky Emperor. Soon, I will personally visit to apologize. Before long, a grand voice resounded from the Tianlan domain. This was the strongman of the Mu family speaking, apologizing to the Frost Sky Emperor.
Then, they finally saw an overwhelming surge of spiritual power rushing up to the ninth heaven, covering down the huge sword body phenomenon.
The entire world fell silent as if nothing had ever happened. Yet countless withered grasses and trees, along with the injured cultivators who lost their sword weapons, were still speaking of that terrifying spectacle. At this moment, in the Xian Shuang cave world, in a room, Jian Wuxiu was talking to Su Qing about something, and then he left.
And Jian Yuxian naturally heard their conversation. Is there a genius of the sword Dao born? An extraordinary phenomenon has also appeared.
According to my father, it seems even grander than the commotion I made that day. He spoke to himself in his heart. He sensed some of the recent happenings. Even his mother's power had experienced a momentary interruption. But fortunately, his mother was strong enough. As long as she paid a little more attention, she could ignore such phenomena.
No matter, I'll just continue my cultivation. Time is too tight.
After a moment, Jian Yuxian closed his eyes and dove back into his practice.
He didn't want to care about any supreme sword Dao or extraordinary genius. As long as they didn't disturb his cultivation, that was enough. No matter who it was, whether now or later, anyone who dared to provoke him would be met with a crushing blow. My mother is the heavenly emperor, that's how domineering we are. Over here, Jian Yuxian was fully focused on his cultivation. But outside, the storm had not settled. The sword body phenomenon caused a global uproar. In the following 2 days, more than a dozen major regions were discussing this matter. Even people from other regions began to pay attention and talk about it enthusiastically. The Mu family has given birth to a prodigy.
When the sword body phenomenon appeared, it actually encompassed more than a dozen major regions.
Such a scale is rare throughout history. Yes, to awaken a sword body to cause such a phenomenon, the genius's strength is beyond imagination. Half a month ago, the Crown Prince awakened a special physique, and that phenomenon was already frightening. But this time, the Mu family's phenomenon is several times more terrifying. It's possible that this sword body is even more fearsome than the Crown Prince. Everyone was discussing. They unconsciously compared the sword body phenomenon to the previous Crown Prince's phenomenon. But clearly, against the sword body phenomenon, the Crown Prince's grand display seemed somewhat lacking. This result shocked people. Perhaps in the future, the younger generation of the Changsheng Mu family could completely suppress the Crown Prince. That is a bit terrifying. But we cannot say that, after all, the Crown Prince has yet to be born. Even if he awakened a special physique, he hasn't fully matured yet. In contrast, the Mu family's child should be much older, so they can't be compared. Some people said this. However, these voices were drowned out among the crowd. Ultimately, if they could see the Crown Prince being suppressed, that scene would still be more exciting.
Just then, a piece of news spread from who knows where. This news, like a tornado, quickly swept through over 100 major regions.
Latest news. The person in the Mu family who awakened the sword body is the current family head's grandson, 7-year-old Mu Qingqian. His physique is the extremely rare absolute spirit sword body.
Once this news came out, the crowd immediately erupted.
The buzz of discussion roared. What? It's actually the absolute spirit sword body? The absolute spirit sword body is born for the sword. They don't cultivate spirit power, nor do they train their souls, only the sword Dao. With this sword body, they can turn all things in heaven and earth into a sword. One who fully embodies the sword body only needs a sword in hand, and even facing gods and demons, they would still bow down. What's most terrifying is that the absolute spirit sword body can even take itself as the sword. Ordinary sword training and combat serve to nurture the sword. They nurture themselves as that sword. That means as they continuously practice and use the sword, not only will they soar in the sword Dao, but this sword, their own body, will grow increasingly sharp and unmatched. Only in genuine life and death battles can the absolute spirit sword body unleash its full might, using itself as the sword to attack. Countless cultivators were stunned. They could hardly imagine that a Mu family heir awakened the absolute spirit sword body. It was rumored that in the distant ancient times, someone with the absolute spirit sword body reached the realm of transformation, truly breaking through to the utmost, achieving the sword emperor's body. There were even tales of them standing alone in battle, cutting down true immortals with a single sword from beyond the 9 heavens. From the prehistoric times to the ancient ages and into the modern world, the occurrences of the absolute spirit sword body have been few and far between. And this is one of the most outstanding ones. The others, although not as good, can at least be ranked among the sword saints, capable of creating and destroying with their attacks. The world today naturally cannot compare to ancient times. But even if Mu Qingqian's absolute spirit sword body is no good, achieving the sword saint title is definitely not a problem. Now, the strong from Sangjian Mountain will probably be unable to sit still? People sighed. Whenever sword is mentioned, the people of the great wilderness world cannot avoid one power. Sangjian Mountain. A legacy left by a sword emperor. The strongest sword power in today's world. there lives a group of madmen.
They are not interested in any other cultivation methods, only holding a broken sword all day long, lost in thought.
Throughout their lives, they immerse themselves in the study of swordsmanship.
But it cannot be denied that the strength of Tsangjian Mountain shocks everyone in the cultivation world. They walk with swords, mainly focusing on attacks, good at killing, unmatched in the world. Everyone guessed correctly. Right after the phenomenon of the absolute spirit sword body appeared, a strong one from Tsangjian Mountain immediately set off to the Tianlan domain to find the Mu family. Such a swordsmanship genius is worth the entire Tsangjian Mountain pouring everything into cultivating them.
I take back what I said earlier.
Compared to the absolute spirit sword body, the Emperor's son really may not have the upper hand. The ones who previously spoke for the Emperor's son were also shaken at this moment. The 4 words absolute spirit sword body are enough to explain everything.
Compared to Mu Qingchen, the Emperor's son may have more extraordinary means.
But when it comes to attacking and killing, it is probably really difficult to compare.
The great wilderness world is going to be lively.
The Emperor's son and the absolute spirit sword body may really have a battle in the future. When that time comes, who is stronger and who is weaker will be evident.
I don't know how many people couldn't help but feel excited.
They all wanted to see that day, the magnificent spectacle that could collide between the Emperor's son and the absolute spirit sword body.
Chapter 14, This old man, is he here to show off at my home? The Chansheng Mu family is located in a grand city within the Tianlan domain. There are hundreds of millions of people living there. It is extremely prosperous.
On the day the absolute spirit sword body awakened, someone heard an exceptionally joyful laugh resonate from the Mu family, shaking the heavens. I didn't expect my grandson, Mu Ningtian, to be so extraordinary.
7 years of silence, one burst of brilliance.
I ask all the descendants of this world, born or unborn, who can compare with him?
Ha ha ha, good. This is the voice of an elder, the current head of the Mu family, Mu Ningtian.
His words are filled with endless pride.
And what he said makes people involuntarily think of the Emperor's son.
It seems even the Mu family believes that their absolute spirit sword body is definitely stronger than the unborn Emperor's son.
But regarding these external comments, Zhang Yuxian naturally does not know. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. What absolute spirit sword body? As a player with a cheat, do you dare to compare with me?
If you really provoke me, whether you are the absolute spirit sword body or the absolute soul sword body, you are just fodder, just food for my Sky Eater demon technique.
How about you try tasting my heavenly calamity light? I've finally broken through the 10,000 gene barrier.
I will absolutely break through the bone-quenching extreme realm by this time tomorrow.
In the womb.
Zhang Yuxian is excited in his heart. He truly feels his strength growing rapidly. At present, he has already broken through the 10,000 gene barrier. There is still more than a day left, enough time for him to complete the task.
This kind of speed shocks Su Qingxuang and Zhang Wushu as well. Especially Zhang Wushu, his heart is a mixture of emotions.
Both astonished and shocked, with excitement and a hint of sourness mixed in.
This brat.
In half a month, he is about to break through the bone-quenching extreme realm.
It's only been half a month.
Back in the day, it took him nearly half a year to break through the bone-quenching extreme realm. Zhang Yuxian's speed is more than 10 times faster than his. This makes Zhang Wushu feel a little struck down.
But more is happiness. The stronger my son is, the biggest credit is not mine? Who let him be my Zhang Wushu's offspring?
Time continues to pass, the sun and moon alternate. In the blink of an eye, the second day arrived. In order for Zhang Yuxian to break through to the ultimate realm in one go, Su Qingxuang cooperated wholeheartedly. Today, the little one finally reached the final moment. Outside the Xianshuang cave, the vast and boundless vortex of spiritual energy covered the entire sky and spun even more rapidly. The spiritual energy condensed into rain, flowing down like a gentle stream.
Many cultivators outside the cave, seeking chances, were all extremely excited.
Many people's cultivation soared, and their strength greatly increased. They were filled with gratitude towards the Frost Sky Emperor and the yet-to-be-born son of the Emperor.
Outside the Xianshuang cave, everything was harmonious.
There were no major events inside the cave either. Zhang Wushu, Su Qingtian, and Su Qingyu were gathered in the courtyard, quietly waiting for Zhang Yuxian to succeed. But just then, a wave of fluctuation suddenly occurred in the void, and several figures stepped out of the emptiness. From the Tianlan region, Mu family, Mu Nantian, come to ask for forgiveness from the Frost Sky Emperor. These people appeared outside the cave, standing high above the sky, bowing respectfully. Their arrival caught the attention of the nearby cultivators. Everyone knew that a few days ago, the sword body anomaly had a slight impact on the Frost Sky Emperor. Although it was not a big deal, it had offended the Emperor, making her unhappy. At that time, someone from the Mu family said they would come to apologize soon. Unexpectedly, they truly came, and so quickly.
The visitors are guests, please come in. In the courtyard, Zhang Wushu spoke.
He waved his hand gently, and the formation outside the cave opened. Immediately, several people from the Mu family flew in directly, landing outside the courtyard.
Then, they walked in.
Leading them was an old man who looked to be nearly 60, with broad brows and a prominent forehead, dressed in luxurious clothing, exuding an immense aura of authority. It was as if the great Tao surrounded him, with principles and laws intertwining.
His power was profound and immeasurable. This person was the current head of the Mu family, Mu Nantian.
A peerless strongman who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years and ranked among the holy ancestors. And yet, as this powerful man walked into the courtyard, his aura suddenly restrained. Facing a young holy ancestor like Zhang Wushu, he directly performed a grand salute.
Mu Nantian is here today to apologize to the Frost Sky Emperor and holy ancestor Wushu.
The other two middle-aged men behind him also bowed in unison. They all knew that this salute was not only for holy ancestor Wushu. The most important thing was to make amends with the Frost Sky Emperor. To this, Zhang Wushu smiled and gently raised his hand.
Mu Nantian seemed to be lifted by an invisible hand, standing up straight again.
Head of the Mu family, there's no need to be so polite, it's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. It's just that on that day, the inner disciple was affected while performing a baptism for his son, causing some anger. Since the matter has passed, there is no need to worry about it, Head Mu.
Zhang Wushu said with a smile. Since they had come to apologize, he certainly couldn't hold on to it and wouldn't really do anything to the Mu family. Moreover, Su Qingxuang hadn't been greatly affected either. Zhang Wushu waved his hand, then signaled Mu Nantian to take a seat and poured him a cup of tea. Ha ha ha.
The Frost Sky Emperor is magnanimous, and my heart can finally be at ease. Holy Ancestor Wushu even set aside past grievances to serve tea. I truly feel embarrassed.
Mu Nantian laughed heartily.
The smile on his face could not hide his pride and delight. Zhang Wushu chatted casually with him for a while.
Su Qingtian and Su Qingyu stayed by the side, without interrupting.
Soon, the conversation naturally shifted to the yet-to-be-born son of the Emperor and the Absolute Spirit sword body. I have heard that the son of the Emperor is wondrous, awakening a special physique before birth, triggering a tremendous phenomenon, astonishing the world. In my opinion, the day the son of the Emperor is born, he will certainly reach unparalleled heights, possessing no less grandeur than his mother. Mu Nantian began with grand praises. No matter how many times one praises a horse, it will not wear out. Even Zhang Wushu, upon hearing a strong man no weaker than himself praising his son like this, felt an extreme sense of pleasure within. He took a sip of tea, smiled slightly, and humbly murmured a few words.
Then, Mu Nantian suddenly sighed heavily.
To say I'm ashamed, though my grandson has awakened the Absolute Spirit sword body, he is still lacking compared to the Emperor's son. Speaking of which, I, Mu, once again apologize to the Frost Sky Emperor and the Voidless Saint Ancestor. That day, the phenomenon came so suddenly, especially since it directly covered more than a dozen major territories. My Mu family reacted too slowly, and we ended up colliding with the Emperor's might. In the end, several ancestors joined forces and, after tremendous effort, barely managed to suppress it.
Mu Nantian stroked his beard and said. Zhang Wushu listened to this and paused in his motion of raising the teacup. These words sounded so off, didn't they? Saying his grandson is not as good as my son, there's no comparison.
But implied in his words is the meaning that the sword body phenomenon was so overwhelming that your whole family nearly couldn't control it.
Goodness. First, he praises my son, then elevates his grandson even higher. This old man. You didn't come here to apologize, you came specifically to show off, didn't you? Chapter 15, The Bone Refinement Extreme. Mu Nantian was stunned.
In an instant, an unnamed fire surged in Zhang Wushu's heart.
Who is Zhang Wushu? He is the top-notch saint ancestor level power of this era. His wife is even a heavenly emperor, looking down upon all beings. How dare Mu Nantian act pompously in front of me? Can I tolerate this bad habit of yours? He suddenly turned serious, about to get angry.
At that moment, a huge rumbling sound suddenly erupted from the room behind him. Immediately after, a heart-pounding power suddenly burst forth. This power was like a raging tide, rumbling and exploding.
In the eyes of Zhang Wushu and Mu Nantian, a brilliant light appeared in the room. Invisible rules of heaven and earth broke apart under this luminous power.
It was as if a heavenly shackle had been forcefully shattered by divine might. In an instant, the disconnected order of the universe became chaotic, frightening beyond measure. This is the Bone Refinement Extreme? Someone has broken through the Bone Refinement Extreme? Mu Nantian said in shock. He was of course familiar with such a situation. Any extreme realm is an invisible shackle imposed upon all living beings by the laws of heaven and earth. To reach the pinnacle, one must break through it. But, how could there be someone who just broke through the Bone Refinement Extreme in the Frost Sky Emperor's room? This doesn't make sense. Mu Nantian was puzzled. But at that moment, a sudden realization struck him like lightning, and he froze in place. The one who broke through the bone refinement extreme, could it be?
Could it be the Emperor's son?
Mu Nantian turned in astonishment to look at Jiang Wushu, staring directly at him. Jiang Wushu immediately collected his thoughts and put on a casual smile. There's no need for Mu family head to be surprised, it's just a little commotion caused by my son.
Come, let's drink tea.
He gracefully picked up the teapot and filled Mu Nantian's cup. His demeanor was as relaxed as possible. As if breaking through the bone refinement extreme was nothing to him.
Is it really the Emperor's son? Isn't he not yet born? Mu Nantian was completely stunned, okay?
He could hardly imagine that the Emperor's son had actually broken through the bone refinement extreme.
Wasn't he still in the womb? Can someone tell me what in the world is going on? Has anything like this ever happened throughout the ages? I am truly flabbergasted. Isn't the outside world saying that the Emperor's son has a powerful physique, and the Frost Sky Emperor is just helping to refine his body?
I said, the Frost Sky Emperor refining the Emperor's son's body, how could so much energy be mobilized?
So it is. So it is. Mu Nantian suddenly realized. Now everything is clear.
The Emperor's son has been cultivating in the womb and has broken through the bone refinement extreme.
Isn't the fetal development just showing now, 5 or 6 months old? Is this even human? Is this still a human?
For a moment, Mu Nantian's thoughts whirled. It seems that my grandson's absolute spirit sword body, compared to the extraordinary feat of cultivating in the womb of the Emperor's child and breaking through the extreme bone tempering stage, doesn't seem that impressive? After all, although the absolute spirit sword body is rare, it has appeared numerous times over countless ages.
But cultivating in the womb is truly unheard of, okay?
Across from me, Jiang Wushu sat with a charming smile, calmly raising his teacup and sipping tea. He looked as calm as could be. But inside, he was bursting with excitement.
This son is making me proud.
I was just about to explode in anger, and here you are, reclaiming my honor.
You, Mu Nantian, aren't you just flaunting in my house? Didn't you think your absolute spirit sword body is stronger than my son's?
Come, let's see how my son performs.
Or should we bring out your grandson for a little showcase too?
Oh, he's already 7 years old.
Well, that doesn't matter.
He watched as Mu Nantian's face changed colors, not interrupting him at all. In the courtyard, Su Qingtian, Su Qingyu, and 2 other members of the Mu family were all shocked.
But the 2 saint ancestors didn't show it in front of everyone.
One of the members of the Mu family looked at the family head's expression and roughly understood something. He thought for a moment, then secretly transmitted a message to Mu Nantian.
Is the family head worried that our Mu family's divine child may not measure up to the Emperor's child?
Mu Nantian raised his head to look at him. The man steadied his mind and continued to transmit. I don't think the family head needs to worry about this. After all, he is the son of the Heavenly Emperor, with a powerful bloodline.
And the methods of the Heavenly Emperor are beyond our comprehension, right? Although the Emperor's child cultivating in the womb is astonishing, could it not be achieved by the Frost Heaven Emperor with great divine powers?
Moreover, just looking at the scale of the previous phenomenon, the divine child's might is several times that of the Emperor's child, they are clearly not in the same league. Besides, the sword path is known for its offensive might. No matter how strong the Emperor's child's special physique is, it really may not be able to match the divine child. Hearing these words, Mu Nantian fell into a brief contemplation.
It seemed quite reasonable.
With the abilities of the Frost Heaven Emperor, assisting a fetus to cultivate in the womb did not seem impossible after all. And the size of the phenomenon indeed represented the strength of one's physique to some extent. In that case, my grandson Mu Qingchen must be equal to the Emperor's child. Thinking of this, Mu Nantian's mind was suddenly enlightened. He was immediately filled with confidence.
He laughed heartily, took a sip of his tea.
Then, he looked at Jiang Wushu and showered him with compliments once again.
The Emperor's child is indeed extraordinary and unparalleled. Cultivating in the womb is unheard of and unimaginable. If this news spreads, I fear the 3,000 Dao domains will be shaken. Jiang Wushu smiled and did not reply.
At this moment, the door to the room was pushed open, and a graceful and refined figure stepped out. It was none other than Su Qingshuang. Jiang Wushu quickly got up to assist her. Mu Nantian also stood up, bowing deeply with the 2 people behind him, respectfully calling out, "Frost Heaven Emperor." Su Qingshuang acknowledged with a hum and signaled him to sit down. Before the Heavenly Emperor, even though Mu Nantian had lived for tens of thousands of years, he still felt constrained. It took quite a while for him to gradually calm down. I come here for 2 reasons, one is to apologize to the Frost Heaven Emperor. The second is to celebrate the birth of the Mu family's absolute spirit sword body, and to invite the Frost Heaven Emperor and Saint Ancestor Wushu to attend the banquet. I hope both of you will honor us with your presence. As Mu Nantian said this, he turned his hand and took out a gold-embossed invitation, placing it on the table in front of Su Qingxuan with both hands.
The birth of a rising star in the Mu family is indeed a joyous occasion. Su Qingxuan glanced at the invitation and then said flatly.
She really didn't care.
The absolute spirit sword body is strong, but can it guarantee the achievement of the imperial throne? If one cannot become a heavenly emperor, they are all ants in my eyes.
However, hearing her words, Mu Nantian became humble again on the spot.
Not at all, not at all.
Though my grandson Xingqian's talent is indeed rare in 10,000 years, he is still overshadowed in front of the Frost Heaven Emperor and the Emperor's child. Though he said this, looking at his demeanor, there was not a hint of "my grandson is not as good as you" in his tone.
Su Qingxuan was still indifferent.
However, Jiang Wuxiu was starting to get angry again.
Was this old man getting even more excited?
At this moment, Jiang Yuxian, still in the womb, began to ponder.
The sword genius that was born before, was his body called the absolute spirit sword body?
I wonder how it compares to my reward, the uncorrupted sword heart.
He glanced at the system.
The reward for this mission had already been issued. System, merge the uncorrupted sword heart.
Jiang Yuxian immediately said. Chapter 16, Merging the Uncorrupted Sword Heart. Expert at demolishing houses. With Jiang Yuxian's command, his heart suddenly let out a powerful beat. It was like a heavy hammer, striking fiercely on the veins of the grand path, producing a magnificent roar.
In an instant, the entire world quieted down, becoming eerily silent.
What is this?
The few people in the courtyard felt a sudden chill in their hearts. All eyes involuntarily turned toward Su Qingxuan's belly. Su Qingxuan, Jiang Wuxiu, Mu Nantian, all felt a surge of confusion.
They were chatting, so why was that little thing making a fuss again? What was happening this time?
But before they could think too much, a wave of unknown power crazily surged and silently spread. They heard a crack as Mu Nantian's teacup appeared filled with numerous cracks.
Thud.
Then came another heartbeat falling. From the void, sharp sounds of sword humming and shrieks suddenly arose. The stone table in front of them and the stone stools beneath them both cracked simultaneously.
Thud.
The flowers and grasses in the courtyard climbed up with fine cracks. The surrounding buildings and courtyard walls looked like broken eggshells. The ground beneath their feet shattered like a dried riverbed. All the cracks were smooth and flat, as if they were sliced through by a sharp sword. The people in the courtyard watched the scene in shock, momentarily unable to regain their senses. Yet, as they pondered, Jiang Yuxian's heart continued to beat powerfully.
Thud. Thud. Thud.
Each beat seemed to touch some kind of earthly rule.
An invisible force rippled in the void. Terrifying cracks spread rapidly along the ground, the sound of crack merged into one.
The mountain where the small courtyard stood was swiftly covered entirely. Whether it was the mountain rocks, the soil, the great trees or small grass, or even heavenly materials and earthly treasures, all cracked under an indescribable force.
The vitality within them was completely destroyed. Not only that.
The 8 powerful individuals in the courtyard suddenly felt a tremendous sword intent surge in their hearts. This sword intent was not only uncontrollable, but also rampaged with the intent to break through their defenses. For these few, though, as soon as they exerted their power, they suppressed it. But this left them shocked to the core.
This is sword intent. It is. Mu Nantian started to say something. However, before he could finish, there was a loud boom. In an instant, dust and debris rose, enveloping the group, concealing their figures. The next moment, they appeared in midair not far away. But where was the courtyard they had seen before? Even the mountain peak had turned to dust. Only dust floated away, transforming into an incredibly spectacular mushroom cloud. That little brat just demolished my home?
After quite some time, Jiang Wuxiu suddenly shouted angrily. He looked fiercely at Su Qingxuan's belly, his eyes filled with helplessness.
What on earth happened? How did the house just vanish?
At this moment, the sword intent had already disappeared from the world, no longer spreading. He saw a light shield appear around Su Qingxuan, with immense sword light surging and colliding within, trying to break through.
Mu Nantian looked at this scene.
He understood that it was the Frost Sky Emperor who acted, instantly covering up the anomaly. The previous strange scene was no longer visible. At this moment, Mu Nantian's eyes contained uncontrollable horror and surprise. That sword intent just now was the uncorrupted sword heart. Definitely the uncorrupted sword heart.
Only then did Mu Nantian speak in a deep voice.
He felt it extremely vividly. The sword intent just now was too terrifying, bursting forth out of nowhere. Even someone like him, a Saint Ancestor powerhouse, was invaded by the sword intent deep within his heart.
This was definitely not an ordinary phenomenon.
His Mu family had just awakened an extraordinary sword body, so Mu Nantian had specially studied sword-related knowledge these past few days. If his judgment was correct, The emperor's son, still in the womb, was awakening the legendary pure sword heart.
Pure sword heart?
Su Qingtian, Su Qingyu, and 2 others from the Mu family were confused. They were not very familiar with it. But Su Qingshuang, who was beside them, slowly spoke up and revealed everything. Yes, it is the pure sword heart. A sword body that has vanished since ancient times. The pure sword heart represents a clear and bright sword heart, flawless and immaculate, having the purest perception of the sword way. The greatest strength of the pure sword heart is turning intent into sword, slicing through everything without form. Sword intent is also intent. Therefore, the pure sword heart can even manipulate the sword intent cultivated by sword cultivators themselves to counter their opponents. Sword cultivators with similar cultivation levels, before the pure sword heart, would likely not be able to exert even half of their strength. If the extraordinary sword body reaches its peak, becoming the strongest tangible sword in the world, then the pure sword heart in the end is the most terrifying intangible sword.
Hearing these words, everyone was thoroughly horrified. Is there really such a strange sword way in this world?
Facing sword cultivators, being able to manipulate the opponent's sword intent, weakening their strength.
Isn't this like having a cheat?
It is said that in ancient times, the appearance of the pure sword heart caused great calamity. The terrifying sword intent spread far and wide, resulting in countless weak beings meeting untimely deaths.
Only powerful cultivators had the strength to resist the invasion of such phenomena. Mu Nantian added beside them. These words shocked everyone even more. Just the phenomenon at awakening brought such terrifying results.
It was hard to imagine, had it not been for the timely intervention of Empress Frost, covering up the phenomenon, how many large regions could have suffered. If that were the case, the entire Great Wild Realm would tremble in fear. This little brat almost caused a huge disaster. Why did he have to awaken the pure sword heart at such a good time? Jiang Wuxi was extremely confused.
Su Qingtian and Su Qingyu in attendance couldn't understand either. This little guy was just too surprising.
Only Su Qingshuang had a smile on her face, her lips curling up. The stronger the little guy was, the happier she naturally felt.
His many unbelievable performances were indeed endless. But Yu Xian, aren't you being a bit too ruthless? Really not leaving even a shred of chance for the other talents of this generation? Su Qingshuang couldn't help but mourn for the talents on par with Jiang Yuxian in the 3,000 realms.
Competing with such a monster in the future, it was hard to imagine how desperate those people would feel. At this moment, a member of the Mu family, who had been silent, suddenly asked a question.
Family head, how does the pure sword heart compare to the Emperor's son's extraordinary sword body?
As soon as he said this, Mu Nanshan's old face immediately darkened, stretched like a donkey's face.
But Jiang Wuxu seemed oblivious to Mu Nanshan's displeasure, eagerly answering for him. The extraordinary sword body is also a sword cultivator, what do you think?
Jiang Wuxu chuckled. At this time, the matter of the house being torn apart had already slipped from his mind.
How could mere worldly treasures, composed of heaven and earth materials, compare to his son's unparalleled sword heart?
The Mu family member who asked paused for a moment.
He understood now.
What it meant was that against other cultivators, both the extraordinary sword body and the pure sword heart were the strongest sword bodies, terrifying and unparalleled. But when the extraordinary sword body faced the pure sword heart alone, its strength would be greatly reduced.
Ah, I see.
This Mu family member nodded to himself. Then raising his eyes, he saw the family head looking at him as if he wanted to eat him.
Instantly shrank his neck, no longer daring to speak. Mu Nantian stared at him, his gaze fierce, his finger joints cracking with a pop-pop sound. The Frost Heaven Emperor said, among sword cultivators of similar cultivation, those in front of the pure sword heart cannot unleash even half their strength. You actually dared to ask such a question. Isn't that just sticking your face out for them to hit?
At this moment, Mu Nantian wished he could slap this guy's head into pieces.
Are you stupid? Ah. Chapter 17, Dual Tasks Arrive.
Thunderous martial veins. Looking at Mu Nanshan's expression, Jiang Wuxu felt an indescribable satisfaction deep down.
This old fellow, weren't you showing off your absolute spirit sword body in front of me earlier?
My son directly used the bone-refining extreme realm to suppress your arrogant spirit. Yet you were still unconvinced, murmuring secretly for a while, and then suddenly realized something and continued to show off in front of me.
Now look.
My son directly showed you the pure sword heart.
Are you satisfied? How does it compare to your absolute spirit sword body? After a while, Mu Nantian finally adjusted his emotions.
His gaze caught sight of the slightly bulging belly of the Frost Heaven Emperor.
At this moment, how could he still dare to underestimate the prince even a little? The bloodline of the Heavenly Emperor is indeed not something ordinary people can fathom. Mu Nantian sighed inwardly.
Then he forced out a stiff smile and cupped his hands to Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wuxu. The prince truly possesses extraordinary talents, Mu can only admire in heart.
He said.
And Jiang Wushu smiled deeply, complimenting the absolute spirit sword body a few times.
But that expression looked as fake as it could be, okay? Mu Nantian had no face to puncture it.
In this Xian Frost Cave, he really didn't want to stay even a moment longer.
This time disturbing the Frost Heaven Emperor and Saint Ancestor Wushu, Mu shall take my leave. Please do honor us with your presence at the banquet on the first day of next month. Before leaving, he still needed to say some formalities. After all, he had sent the invitation. However, deep inside, Mu Nantian was desperately calling out. Don't come. You mustn't come.
That banquet is for celebrating the awakening of the absolute spirit sword body, inviting many esteemed forces and saint ancestors.
If you come with the pure sword heart, won't all the limelight be stolen? Who is the main guest? Who is the secondary? How will my Mu family face all the guests then? Do we have any face left?
Of course, Mu Nantian also knew that his visit to the Xian Frost Cave was mainly to apologize.
Sending the invitation was just a courtesy.
With the status of the Frost Heaven Emperor and Saint Ancestor Wushu, his Mu family truly didn't have the face to invite them.
The head of the Mu family is too courteous. If my wife and I have time, we will certainly come to disturb. Jiang Wushu also politely replied. Then, Mu Nantian decisively left. But compared to his spirited arrival, he left looking a bit defeated. In this regard, Jiang Wushu was incredibly pleased. This old fellow, showing off in front of me? Is his face hurting?
Looking at the direction Mu Nantian and the others left, Jiang Wushu chuckled to himself.
He gently stroked Su Qingxuan's abdomen. He was growing more and more fond of Jiang Yuxian. This little brat is indeed able to bring me glory. At this moment, in the womb.
Jiang Wushu's words immediately made Jiang Yuxian laugh.
Daddy is also so scheming?
At this moment, he had successfully fused with the pure sword heart.
Understanding what was happening outside through the dialogues of a few people, Jiang Yuxian knew he almost blew the roof off. But fortunately, with Mom covering for him, he wasn't afraid. Ding, new task released. Task 1. Please complete the task objective, attend the Absolute Spirit Sword Body Celebration Banquet. Task reward, thunderous martial veins. Task 2. In the vast world, there are countless capable people and emerging strong ones. If one wishes to become a monumental figure, it is necessary to break the taboos in order to suppress the ancient ages. Please complete the task objective, create a new extreme within Bone Refining Realm in half a month. Task reward, Golden Winged Rock Talent Rune.
Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in Jiang Yuxian's ear. Another new task has arrived. And this time, it has given him 2 tasks at once.
The system actually wants me to attend a banquet?
Looking at the content of the first task, Jiang Yuxian felt surprised. Even from the womb, he knew his parents had no plans to visit the Mu family.
This is a bit tricky. Never mind, let's take a look at the next task. Create a new extreme in the Bone Refining Realm.
This sentence puzzled Jiang Yuxian for a while before he finally understood. He had just broken through the Bone Refining Extreme and with a single arm swing, he wielded a massive power of 100,000 pounds. Throughout history, only a few people have achieved such a feat. For ordinary cultivators, the Bone Refining Extreme hangs in the sky like a star, out of reach. Anyone who can touch it is extraordinarily gifted, possessing an unmatched appearance. If nothing unexpected happens, any one of them will eventually stand at the peak of the vast wilderness, overlooking all beings. He wouldn't say he could rival his parents, but at the very least, he could become a great hero, able to control the lives and deaths of millions with a single word. And this time, the system's new task is actually asking Jiang Yuxian to create a new extreme.
What does this mean? Is it trying to make me a legend for ages to come? Jiang Yuxian thought to himself. At this moment, 4 words unconsciously popped into his mind: unprecedented. If he could create a new extreme, it would definitely be a remarkable achievement. Countless ancient saints, sages, and great powers would be overshadowed by this. Just thinking about this made Jiang Yuxian's heart burn with excitement. Besides, the rewards for these 2 tasks were extremely tempting. Thunderbolt Martial Vein. Golden Winged Rock Rune. The 13 realms of cultivation in the vast wilderness: Bone Refining, Meridian Opening, Heavenly Gang, Divine Will, Spirit Nurturing, Soul Fusion, Law Phase, Divine Hiding, Heavenly Transformation, Void Control, Profound Exploration, Holy Ancestor, Heavenly Emperor. The first realm is Bone Refining, followed by Meridian Opening. In this realm, cultivators must open their martial veins, transforming their inner energy into something purer. The martial vein starts from the chi-si and spreads to all limbs and bones, just like the roots of a great tree, deeply entwined. In the Meridian Opening realm, inner energy must be tempered countless times. Unlike the explosive growth in the Bone Refining realm, pure physical strength does not surge wildly. But with inner energy, one can unleash various martial arts and divine abilities, greatly increasing combat power.
And the key to strength lies in the martial vein. Martial veins in the world are generally divided into 9 grades. But Jiang Yuxian knew that above the 9 grades, there were even more powerful special martial veins that could not be measured by grade. For example, some awaken the heavenly river martial vein, where inner energy flows like a rushing river, creating towering waves.
The momentum is so strong that it can wash away everything.
Some possess the starry sky martial vein, with inner energy shining like a galaxy, flickering, and incredibly beautiful. Even at later stages, such martial veins can continue to evolve, turning into extraordinary phenomena, like wings on a tiger, instantly doubling their strength. And the thunderbolt martial vein is one such special vein.
Jiang Yuxian knew very well what this kind of martial vein signifies. Thunder represents the highest punishment from the heavens. It is the will of the Great Way, sacred and unassailable.
When the heavens are angry, thunder strikes down, wiping out everything. If I have the thunderbolt martial vein, then the inner energy within me will be transformed by thunder. When that time comes, looking throughout the entire meridian opening realm, there will hardly be anyone who can match me.
Jiang Yuxian thought privately.
With thunder as inner energy and opening martial veins, such a miracle, once it emerges, will surely leave countless people in awe.
Chapter 18, Hitting the New Extreme. Grandfather Zheng Taihang. Jiang Yuxian resolutely made up his mind.
No matter how much effort it takes, he must obtain the thunderbolt martial vein. Following that, his attention shifted to the reward of the second task.
The talent rune of the Golden Winged Rock.
Jiang Yuxian naturally knew about the Golden Winged Rock. As for its talent, the first thing that came to his mind were 4 words: the world's fastest.
The great rock spreads its wings, soaring high into the clouds.
When the Golden Winged Rock's speed is unleashed, there is hardly anyone in the world who can match it. And the reward for this task is actually the innate rune of the Golden Winged Rock.
In other words, with this rune, wouldn't I be able to condense the great rock's wings and travel vast distances in an instant? This is indeed a rare and wonderful thing. Jiang Yuxian grinned and laughed happily. He cannot use this thing right now. But after he is born, he can ride the winds to soar high. Just thinking about that scene, isn't it incredibly beautiful? Practice, practice. As for the banquet, let's wait until I finish this task. Anyway, there's still plenty of time. When the time comes, I'll think of a way to have my mom take me there. Jiang Yuxian did not want to waste any time and immediately entered the state of cultivation again. The system gives only half a month to complete the task. Moreover, he took a look, and the requirements for the new extreme state are extremely demanding. His strength must reach 189,600 pounds to complete the task.
It is known that after reaching the bone tempering extreme, every increase in strength is incredibly difficult.
What's more, his strength is still more than 80,000 pounds away from the new extreme. This is a barrier that countless wise men have never broken through.
For Jiang Yuxian, it is also a tremendous challenge. However, with the sky-eating demon art in his possession, he still feels very confident.
Boom!
A rumble echoed from within Jiang Yuxian's body. The sky-eating demon art activated, releasing a terrifying and boundless devouring power, drawing from his mother's essence of heaven and earth. From this moment on, he officially launched an assault on the new extreme of the bone-tempering realm. Meanwhile, outside, Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu quickly sensed this commotion, feeling surprised.
This brat just broke through the bone-tempering realm. How is he cultivating again? Could it be that he wants to break through to the channeling realm? Jiang Wushu said.
Su Qingshuang also felt helpless. She had been supporting the little guy's cultivation for half a month, and was just about to take some time to recover. Unexpectedly, this little brat had just broken through the bone-tempering realm, then obtained an immaculate sword heart.
And now he's starting to cultivate again. Can't you just relax for a while? Looks like I won't be able to rest for a while. Since Yuxian wants to cultivate, I might as well go along with him. Su Qingshuang smiled. There's no way. Who told me he is my son?
Besides, their home has been demolished. Fortunately, the Xuanshuang cave is large enough, and the buildings inside are numerous, so Su Qingshuang casually found a grand hall and entered it. The biggest trouble with cultivating in the womb is that all power sources come only from the mother. Therefore, Su Qingshuang had to exert her full power to frantically absorb spiritual energy. Outside the Xuanshuang cave, the original spiritual energy vortex suddenly dissipated, leaving many cultivators who came to seek opportunities feeling a little unsatisfied. But before the crowd dispersed, they saw an even more terrifying spiritual energy vortex appear high in the sky. Its shape is so immense, it seems like an endless black hole. Spiritual energy from dozens of great domains quickly gathered towards the side. Such rich spiritual energy can probably only be found in those blessed lands. The Emperor Frost continues to baptize the fetus. This is an absolute great opportunity. We must not miss it. There were people everywhere on the rocks and in the woods. For ordinary cultivators, this opportunity is unimaginable.
Everyone devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the state of cultivation. Jiang Yuxian is no exception. Time swiftly flowed by unnoticed.
After 9 days, under his relentless efforts, his strength steadily grew.
111,800 pounds. 129,000 pounds.
136,000 pounds.
157,000 pounds.
He is now just over 30,000 pounds away from the new extreme state. And this result once again left Su Qingxuang and Jiang Wushu at a loss for words. They originally thought that Jiang Yuxian was going to break through to the channeling realm. Who would have thought that he would still be running wildly in the bone forging realm, with no intention of stopping at all?
This brat is just too amazing, isn't he? Almost 160,000 pounds of strength.
When I was forging my bones back then, I didn't reach this level.
Jiang Wushu sighed.
At this moment, Jiang Yuxian's strength had already surpassed what he accomplished back in the day.
This was something unimaginable.
Even Su Qingxuang, in the bone forging realm, only exceeded 160,000 pounds by a little.
Could this brat possibly surpass her mother too? After all, she was the heavenly emperor.
Yuxian, oh Yuxian, you really make me look forward to what's coming. While Jiang Wushu felt emotional, he was also filled with hope. Naturally, he wished for his son to surpass him, and even his mother. Yet with Jiang Yuxian's continuous performances, Jiang Wushu had somewhat gotten used to it, or perhaps he had grown numb. As the father of the emperor's son, he suddenly felt enlightened, realizing many things. As a father, I must have some composure. Being surprised all the time is simply not appropriate. From now on, no matter how defying this brat gets, I can't show too much surprise, making it seem like I've never seen the world. Outside the great hall, Jiang Wushu set up a stone table and stone chairs, sitting alone to brew tea. A mysterious smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, resembling a transcendent master, displaying extreme calmness and composure. He sat there quietly, waiting for the day when Su Qingxuang would walk out of the great hall.
The 10th day. The 11th day. The 12th day. The 13th day. The 14th day.
As each day passed, whenever he felt the tremendous progress of the power within the fetus, Jiang Wushu would only chuckle softly.
It was as if everything was under his control. But in reality, Jiang Wushu's heart was turbulent like a stormy sea. This brat's strength had actually surpassed 180,000 pounds all at once. Is he trying to ascend to the heavens?
Jiang Wushu sipped his tea, smiling at the corner of his mouth, but the hand holding the teacup trembled slightly.
On the 15th day.
Early in the morning, a figure suddenly flew in from afar. Before the person arrived, the sound came first.
A hearty laugh echoed from the arriving figure. Ha ha ha. As soon as I returned, I heard Qing Tian telling me that my grandson is practicing in the womb? And he has even broken through the limits of bone forging? Wushu, is this true?
The figure landed, revealing a man around 50 years old.
The man's features were strikingly similar to Jiang Wushu.
Even though he appeared to be in his 50s, he still looked exceptionally handsome and with extraordinary demeanor. This person was none other than Jiang Wushu's father, Zhang Taihang.
He was also Jiang Yuxian's grandfather. Father, you're back. What Qing Tian said is naturally true.
And that brat is doing more than just practicing in the womb. Jiang Wushu rose from the courtyard, grinning widely.
Chapter 19, Great Success, Shocking the World.
He told his father all about the extraordinary performances Jiang Yuxian had shown in recent days. Hearing this, Zhang Taihang was startled and amazed. Watching his father's changing expressions, Jiang Wushu felt an immense sense of comfort in his heart.
It was as if he experienced an inexplicable sense of achievement. Ha ha ha.
Good. I have long said that how could my grandson, Jiang Yuxian, have a mediocre constitution? After a long while, Zhang Taihang laughed heartily again. He was extremely excited inside. As the grandfather of the little guy, he never dared to imagine that the little one would display such extraordinary talents. Practicing in the womb, possessing innate divine bones, having derived martial arts, and awakening the pure sword heart. Today, he broke through the limits of bone forging.
As the grandfather, he was more than just proud, he was practically beaming with glory. At this moment, he wished to announce to the whole world. Look! Everyone open your eyes and see. This is my grandson, Jiang Yuxian.
Those ancient holy places, immortal sects, prosperous dynasties, and descendants of eternal families, one and all, who can compare? Beside him, Jiang Wushu watched, smiling without speaking, his expression mysterious. Seeing Zhang Taihang's face filled with a sly smile, completely immersed in some state and unable to extricate himself. Jiang Wushu spoke again in a calm tone, as if narrating something trivial.
Father, you might not believe this.
That little brat's strength has already surpassed 180,000 pounds.
In the past half-month, Schwanger has been helping him train. Upon hearing this, Zhang Taihang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise.
In his eyes, extreme shock reappeared.
What did you say? 180,000 pounds? Zhang Taihan's eyes widened in disbelief. His grandson was clearly only 5 months old in the womb.
Besides, it had only been a little over half a month since he started training.
How could he have trained to such strength so quickly?
For a moment, Zhang Taihang was stunned for a long time.
After a while, he finally stammered. Is Qing Shuang really carrying a fetus?
Zhang Taihang found it hard to accept.
How could a fetus achieve such a level? Was there really a monstrous being in his daughter-in-law's belly?
Jiang Wuxi watched him with delight, casually sitting at the stone table. He gestured for Zhang Taihang to sit down, poured him a cup of tea, and poured himself one too, leisurely sipping away. The stunned expression of his father made him feel so pleased inside.
Borrowing his son's brilliance, this feeling was truly wonderful. Jiang Wuxi began to enjoy this sensation. One father was dumbfounded, while the other remained extremely calm. And just at that moment, in another room, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted. Boom!
Roaring sounds echoed through the surrounding emptiness. A surge of spiritual energy rushed in like a mountain torrent, flooding into the room.
Then, a heart-stirring power exploded forth. It was as if an unmatched and terrifying king was awakening. Boom! In the sky, a horrifying roar suddenly resounded. The deafening sound shocked the universe, causing the entire Great Wasteland realm to tremble together. Countless people looked up in horror, gazing at the heavens. Many powerful beings witnessed the scene, their minds shaken. They saw the rules in the sky shatter, the order collapse. Invisible principles flew apart, the true meaning of the Great Path disintegrated. Endless rhythms of the Tao continuously derived and transformed, changing unpredictably. Someone has broken the chains of heaven and earth, creating a new pinnacle. An ancient figure stood in midair, exclaiming in shock. It's actually a new bone-quenching pinnacle. Someone has created a new pinnacle based on the previous one. How is this possible?
The bone-quenching pinnacle has never been advanced beyond its fundamentals.
Creating a new pinnacle is simply unimaginable. Who is this person to possess such transcendent power? Many strong individuals felt inexplicable fear.
What they discovered was hard to believe.
How many years has the bone-quenching pinnacle existed? It's impossible to verify. But one thing is undeniable.
Any genius capable of extraordinary feats could only advance a few steps on the foundation of 180,000 pounds. Even an emperor who appeared once every millions of years could not break this rule. Yet now, someone in the bone-quenching realm has broken an even stronger chain, founding a new pinnacle.
This shattered their mindset.
To know that any pinnacle represents the terrifying chains imposed by heaven and earth upon all beings.
It is the authority of the heavens. It symbolizes the will of heaven and earth, ordinary means cannot shake it in the slightest. But now, someone has broken through to a higher new pinnacle. This is an unprecedented groundbreaking achievement. It is a contribution comparable to the creation of the universe. That person's name will surely be recorded in the histories of the Great Wasteland, passed down through generations. In the future, any practitioner of the bone-quenching realm will. Everyone will know that above the bone-refining realm, there exists an even higher realm. 189,600 pounds. The new bone-refining realm is truly terrifying. Powerful beings calculated the heavenly secrets and arrived at this shocking conclusion. Simply refining the body with spiritual energy can yield such divine power, which is hard to accept. What kind of abnormal person could achieve this? On this day, the entire 3,000 Dao domain was in an uproar. Countless figures rushed to share the news. Especially among the ancient and powerful forces, some young boys and girls, extraordinary talents just beginning their cultivation journey. They finally realized that above the bone-refining realm, there is indeed a higher realm. The new realm, I too will break through. Such a remarkable person has appeared in this world, I will not lose to him. A young hero thought to himself, brimming with fighting spirit. But if someone told them that the creator of the new realm was the yet-to-be-born son of the heavenly emperor, would their confidence be shaken? In the Xian Shuang cave heaven. Outside the grand hall. Zhang Wuxu and Zhang Taihang sat like two wooden posts. Their faces looked as if they were petrified, expressions frozen. Zhang Wuxu's mind penetrated into the hall and sensed a scene that terrified him. The fetus released an overwhelming power, breaking the numerous laws of the void with a fierce force. These laws are the invisible shackles imposed on all living beings by the great Tao. At this moment, a large area was broken by Zhang Yuxian. Is this the new bone-refining realm? That little brat actually achieved this step? Sitting at the stone table, Zhang Wuxu's earlier calmness had long disappeared. Everything he sensed made his body tremble, and he couldn't even hold onto the teacup in his hand, which fell directly onto the stone table. His extraordinarily handsome face displayed an expression of peak astonishment. both stunned and invigorated.
The father and son sat like that for a long, long time.
Until all the scenes dissipated, they slowly turned their heads back.
They exchanged glances and saw the undisguised shock in each other's eyes.
Ha ha ha.
That little brat only took half a month to create a new bone refining realm.
A new realm. This is a new realm.
My Jiang Wushu seed is this outstanding.
Suddenly, Jiang Wushu stood up, laughing heartily, waving his hands, resembling a madman.
Jiang Taihong's eyes grew wider and wider. He seemed to want to pop his eyeballs out. Having just returned, he heard amazing stories about his grandson. Who would have thought that the little guy created a new bone refining realm right before his eyes? Chapter 20, The Mount Gifted by Grandfather, the ancient demon bird that swallows the sky.
Inside the room.
In Su Qingxuan's belly. Jiang Yuxian's body was surrounded by waves of mysterious energy. His tiny body glimmered with treasure light, resembling the most ultimate divine object in this world, radiating unmatched resilience.
Wow!
With a gentle wave of Jiang Yuxian's short arm, the surrounding space produced a series of booming sounds, creating ripples. He felt as if there was an ancient divine beast coiled within his body, with boundless divine power.
Is this the feeling of the new realm? Jiang Yuxian carefully savored it.
At this moment, with one arm swing, he possessed a tremendous strength of 189,600 pounds.
This is the power of the new realm. This feeling of boundless strength is truly intoxicating.
He even felt that now, if he threw a punch, he could directly explode a fierce beast.
The purple aura in my body has increased 100-fold. Jiang Yuxian discovered that with every session of cultivation, a large amount of purple energy would emerge within him.
Now he knew, this was the legendary innate purple energy.
It could almost only be born in the womb.
Although innate purple energy does not directly help fighting power much, its miraculous uses in other aspects are beyond imagination.
Thus, he also knew.
The more innate purple energy I gather, the better. If I practice a bit longer, it will not be a problem for the innate purple energy to increase a few hundred times before birth.
Jiang Yuxian thought to himself.
Suddenly, he let out a long sigh of relief.
Ha! Rushing and hurrying, I finally completed the task on the last day.
Jiang Yuxian felt much lighter in his heart. Over the past half-month, he truly wasted not a moment, always practicing. Fortunately, the results were still very pleasing. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued, please check it yourself.
When the system's voice rang in his ears, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but smile happily.
Just as he was about to claim his reward, he suddenly heard a commotion.
Grandpa is here? Hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Yuxian recognized it was his grandfather Jiang Taihang.
He knew that his grandfather had left the Xianshuan cave about 2 months ago. He said he would dig deep into the wasteland to catch a powerful spirit beast for his grandson as a mount.
Could it be that I finally have my mount? Jiang Yuxian's eyes brightened.
He was curious and wondered what kind of fierce beast his grandfather had caught for him. At this moment, his grandfather seemed to have encountered a good thing and was laughing heartily, filled with pride. His father was chiming in beside him. The father and son pair were acting like madmen, laughing one moment and crying the next. Soon, it seemed his mother also stopped absorbing spiritual energy and came out of the room. The calmest of them all was her. After all, every bit of Jiang Yuxian's progress was clearly perceived by her. Yet even so, the earlier situation still left Su Qingxuan in shock, sitting alone in the Great Hall for a long time. Qingxuan, you have truly worked hard for this little one. Outside the hall, Jiang Taihang finally calmed his emotions upon seeing Su Qingxuan. He stepped forward and spoke with concern. Consuming the source of the Heavenly Emperor to help the little one practice, one could imagine how lavish that was. Moreover, for his daughter-in-law to help without sleeping for an entire month was indeed a great burden. It was apparent that her complexion had become a bit haggard.
Su Qingxuan bowed to Jiang Taihang, saying, "It's nothing."
The old man stroked his dark beard and looked at his daughter-in-law's rounded belly, feeling immense satisfaction in his heart.
By the way. He suddenly slapped his head as if remembering something. Jiang Taihang flipped his wrist, and a silk pouch appeared in his palm.
I was just so caught up in thoughts that I forgot the important matter.
Come. Let me show you what good thing I brought back for my grandson. Jiang Taihang opened the silk pouch.
Instantly, a burst of dark light suddenly flashed out.
Gee!
Then a sharp bird call was heard. A bird, only half a person high, flew out of the pouch, unfurling its wings and trying to soar into the sky.
You demonic beast, you still want to run?
Better stay here honestly and wait for my grandson to be born to be his mount.
Jiang Taihang chuckled.
He waved his hand and struck out a light palm, directly capturing it back.
Jiang Wushu and Su Qingxuan also stepped forward to take a look.
They saw that the bird was entirely jet black, its feathers tough, like a terrifying divine metal, releasing a metallic sheen. Its eyes were extremely sharp, shining with divine light. The sky-devouring sparrow was restrained but still struggling in resistance. Its not-so-large beak slightly opened, releasing an incredibly terrifying devouring power that instantly stirred up a black whirlwind outside the hall. One glance made people feel as if that bird's beak could swallow the sky and kill the earth.
Sky-devouring sparrow. Father, you actually caught a baby sky-devouring sparrow. You found such an ancient rare breed?
Jiang Wuxiu suddenly screamed. He instantly recognized that the bird was the sky-devouring sparrow. In ancient times, the sky-devouring sparrow was renowned far and wide.
Countless people dread the wind of fear.
Even a juvenile devouring sparrow, with its beak wide open, can devour an entire city with a population of millions. But the true adult devouring sparrow possesses the power to swallow the sky and kill the earth. When that terrifying energy is unleashed, the skies change color, and the sun and moon lose their light. All things must fall into its belly, turning into bloody meals.
Thus, the devouring sparrow is also known as the ancient demonic bird.
And the bird before us, not particularly large, is a baby devouring sparrow.
It is a true ancient heir. It is a descendant of the ancient demonic bird.
At this moment, even Su Qingxuan couldn't help but feel a slight surprise.
Catching a baby of an ancient heir is not so easy. Who would have thought that the old man managed to get one?
Ha, it took me quite a bit of effort to catch this little beast.
Once my grandson is born, he will definitely like it.
Just imagining such a baby of an ancient demonic bird growing up alongside his grandson, soaring through the skies, made the old man incredibly happy.
Su Qingxuan and Jiang Wuxiu were also very satisfied. Such an ancient heir is absolutely precious.
Many major forces in the outside world would definitely be willing to pay a huge price to exchange for it.
Of course, they would never exchange it. Keeping it as a mount for their son is much better, right?
The mount that Grandpa gave seems quite good.
But my reward this time is the golden-winged rock rune.
Compared to that, the devouring sparrow seems like nothing. In Jiang Yuxian's mind, compared to the golden-winged rock, the devouring sparrow really seemed insufficient. But thinking further, being able to ride a demonic bird to soar through the skies, just imagining that scene is quite magnificent. Flying by oneself and riding fierce birds to fly, the status is naturally different.
Considering this, Jiang Yuxian gladly accepted.
Just then, a cold snort suddenly came from the far sky.
Zhang Taihang, you went deep into the heavy wilderness and caught just this kind of thing to scare people? As soon as this voice fell, Jiang Yuxian raised an eyebrow.
He recognized the owner of this voice, his mother's father, his own grandfather, Su Yunfeng. 2 months ago when his grandfather ventured deep into the wilderness to find a mount, his grandfather also left Xian Frost Cave Sky almost at the same time. He said he was also going to catch a mount for his grandson.
The posture was clearly to compete with Zhang Taihang.
Thinking of this, Jiang Yuxian suddenly laughed heartily.
Ahaha, Grandpa is back.
Now that the two old men are together, there will definitely be a good show to watch.
He couldn't help but rub his hands together.
Needless to say, when these two old men clash, it will definitely be a spectacle.
Chapter 21, with two elders at home, chaos ensues.
Outside the great hall, a similarly imposing man in his 50s revealed his figure. Isn't he Su Qingxuan's father, Jiang Wuxiu's father-in-law, and Jiang Yuxian's grandfather, Su Yunfeng? As soon as he appeared, Jiang Wuxiu's heart suddenly tightened, as if someone had squeezed him hard.
He glanced at his father and thought to himself, this is bad.
Even Su Qingxuan revealed a hint of a helpless smile. These two old men have been feuding for over 100 years. They had known each other when they were young, but neither would yield to the other. Whenever they met, there's bound to be a quarrel. But fate is so magical, after all these years of fighting, they unexpectedly became in-laws. For this matter, Su Yunfeng almost nearly uprooted the entire Jiang family back then.
Joking. His precious daughter was taken away by a kid from the Jiang family, how could that be allowed? However, under Su Qingxuan's insistence, the old man had no choice but to acquiesce. He originally thought that since they had become in-laws, there was no need to continue fighting with Zhang Taihang, they might as well shake hands and make peace. Who would have thought, just after the young couple got married, Zhang Taihang started to provoke him again. Saying things like, your precious daughter is now a part of the Jiang family. This really angered Su Yunfeng. In this way, the two fought even harder. Now, every time they met, they had to engage in a war of words. As long as they didn't fight physically, it was considered mild, and no amount of persuasion worked. Thinking of this, Su Qingxuan and Jiang Wuxiu felt extremely troubled. Over here. As soon as Su Yunfeng arrived, he glanced at Zhang Taihang and then at the swallowing sky sparrow that was bound. He sneered, revealing a look of disdain. I thought you found some divine beast for my grandson, but it turns out to be just a little sparrow? Su Yunfeng said with a face full of contempt. Jiang Wuxiu and Su Qingxuan stood by, feeling speechless. A proper descendant of the ancient demon bird, yet in this old man's mouth, it's actually just a little sparrow? The unborn Jiang Yuxian also found this hilariously amusing. Swallowing sky sparrow, is this how you show respect? Outside the great hall, Jiang Taihang exploded with anger. He raised an eyebrow, his beard twitching, and shouted loudly. Su Yunfeng, are you looking for trouble? Come, let me see what kind of divine beast you found for my grandson as a mount. He glared at Su Yunfeng, folding his arms in a provocative manner. You say what I brought is just a little sparrow? Fine. I won't argue with you. Let's see the divine beast you brought first. He. The mount I found for my grandson is naturally unmatched by yours. Just watch. With a wave of Su Yunfeng's hand. Suddenly, lightning flashed and filled the void. Accompanied by a burst of bright light, a giant flying creature appeared. Its entire size was at least 10 times that of the swallowing sky sparrow. This bird was snow white all over, its feathers as crystal clear as white jade. It was surrounded by arcs of electricity, crackling loudly. That was the power of lightning. In the backdrop of the lightning, this giant bird looked incredibly majestic. Azure Cloud Thunder Goose. Another ancient relic species juvenile. Jiang Wushu and Su Qingshuang couldn't help but exclaim softly. These two old men must have stirred up the nest of ancient relic species. First, they caught a swallowing sky sparrow, and now they brought out a juvenile Azure Cloud Thunder Goose. It is known that during ancient times, the Azure Cloud Thunder Goose was also renowned. It was said that when the Azure Cloud Thunder Goose laid its eggs, it had to choose a place ravaged by thunderstorms. Only there could the chicks successfully hatch. Because of this, the Azure Cloud Thunder Goose could harness the power of lightning. An adult Azure Cloud Thunder Goose could unleash a thunderbolt thicker than a mountain with a flap of its wings, capable of turning an ancient divine mountain into dust. It is also a terrifying divine bird. Its strength was undoubtedly not inferior to that of the swallowing sky sparrow. However, relatively speaking, the Azure Cloud Thunder Goose was much milder than the swallowing sky sparrow, with a less violent temperament. The mount Grandpa prepared seems quite good. In the womb, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but think. Swallowing sky sparrow and Azure Cloud Thunder Goose, one black and one white, one fierce and one gentle. He made up his mind. In the future, when fighting and brawling, he would take the swallowing sky sparrow out, and whoever he met would be his target. When enjoying flowers and the moon with his sister, he could ride the Azure Cloud Thunder Goose, both romantic and majestic. Truly perfect. On this side, Jiang Yuxian's little plan was clicking away. So, what do you think? Isn't the Azure Cloud Thunder Goose amazing? As a mount for my grandson, there's simply nothing more suitable. Outside, Su Yunfeng held his head high, his face full of pride. He had put in a lot of effort to obtain this juvenile Azure Cloud Thunder Goose. But Jiang Taihang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Su Yunfeng, are you trying to make me laugh to death? I thought it was some powerful divine beast. Turns out it's just a wild goose. Just this? As soon as he said this, Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. One said the swallowing sky sparrow was just a little sparrow. The other called the Azure Cloud Thunder Goose a wild goose. These are both ancient relic species. Do they not care about face? Are ancient divine birds and fierce birds so insignificant? These two old men. Their ridiculousness was unmatched. Just as they were feeling speechless, Jiang Taihang and Su Yunfeng began to argue. Su Yunfeng, Jiang Taihang, open your eyes and see clearly, this is a Qingyan Thunder Goose, not the wild goose you speak of. Jiang Taihang, is it possible that your eyesight, Su Yunfeng, is not good? Mine is a devouring sky sparrow, not the little sparrow you mentioned. Do you know what a devouring sky sparrow is? It is a fierce ancient demon bird. Su Yunfeng, my Qingyan Thunder Goose is far more powerful than your thing. What devouring sky sparrow? It's just a dark, ugly thing you dug up from a coal mine. Does it even match the status of my grandson? Jiang Taihang, my grandson, Jiang Taihong's, must certainly be majestic and awe-inspiring, reigning over all. A gentle wild goose does not match his identity. Su Yunfeng, humph. With that, majestic? I'd say it's more like a haunting wind. You should rest early, don't let that little black sparrow dirty my grandson's eyes. Jiang Taihang, you big white goose, have the nerve to say that? If I were you, I'd rather make a soup out of you, at least it could nourish my grandson's body, allowing it to serve some value. As they quarreled, the two directly glared at each other. Looking at their stance, cheeks flushed and necks thick. Jiang Wushu stood nervously on the side, wanting to say something. But the two elders completely ignored his presence, continuing their heated exchange. There was simply no chance for him to chime in, was there? Jiang Taihang, I say when it comes to my grandson's mount. He is of the Jiang family bloodline, sharing the same surname Jiang. Do you understand the surname Jiang? Hey! I'll just let him take my daughter's surname Su, let's see if your son dares to say a word. Su Yunfeng, are you deliberately stirring it up? Do you want to take a few swings at me? Come on, take a swing. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Come, come. Whoever is scared is a grandson. Watch me today as I knock you down to the ground.
In the womb, Jiang Yuxian listened to these dialogues and could not help but want to laugh out loud. Whenever these two old men meet, it truly is a scene of chaos.
However, Jiang Yuxian found it quite enjoyable. At least it could help pass the time during the monotonous life in the womb.
Jiang Yuxian suddenly sighed softly. As a bystander, in this moment, how great would it be to have a small cart in hand? Sunflower seeds, drinks, mineral water, cigarettes, beer, a treasure porridge.
Come on, make way, make way. Chapter 22, Merging the Great Peng Rune, the ancient relic turns into a quail. When Zhang Taihang and Su Yunfeng started arguing, it was simply endless. The two rolled up their sleeves, their energy surging, crashing together. It looked like they were about to fight. Jiang Wushu and Su Qingxuan felt their heads grow heavy. Jiang Wushu bravely stepped forward to mediate. But the two old men shot him fierce glares, as fierce as could be. From their looks, it was clear that if he dared to say another word, he'd be the first to get hit. Jiang Wushu felt completely cowardly. There was simply no way.
One was his own father, the other his father-in-law.
He couldn't defend either.
Jiang Wushu, the great sage ancestor with a strong cultivation, yet felt small before the two old men. No, he felt even more submissive in front of Su Qingxuan.
And that unborn little brat's status clearly exceeded his already.
In this family, he was the one with the lowest status.
With that thought, Jiang Wushu felt a deep sense of helplessness. Life truly felt as lonely as snow. Gentlemen, let's not argue anymore. Regardless of whether it's a devouring sky sparrow or a Qingyun thunder goose, which one to choose, why not wait until Yuxian is born to let him decide? At that moment, Su Qingxuan spoke up to persuade them. She directly brought up Jiang Yuxian. Hey, not to mention, the effect was immediate.
As soon as the little guy was mentioned, both elders immediately calmed down their tempers and stopped the bickering.
Haha, has my grandson's name been decided? Is it Jiang Yuxian? That name is great, perfectly fitting his demeanor and status.
Suddenly, both Zhang Taihang and Su Yunfeng's faces lit up with smiles. They were quite pleased with the name Jiang Yuxian. Jiang Wushu and Su Qingxuan exchanged glances, shaking their heads with bitter smiles.
This little guy's treatment is truly different.
Unexpectedly, just by naming him, it made two old enemies cease their hostilities.
Isn't it so?
While he is still in the womb, both grandpas are already fighting to find him a steed.
Alright. My grandson hasn't even been born yet, and he's already showing extraordinary potential. When he comes into the world, he will surely shine even brighter. Let the young swallowing sky sparrow grow up with him, to be his support.
Zhang Taihang stroked his beard and said with a smile. But as soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere outside the grand hall suddenly turned tense.
Especially Su Qingxuan and Jiang Wushu both sensed something was off. Sure enough.
Suddenly, Su Yunfeng shot a fierce glare.
Who said my grandson will choose that little sparrow? If he chooses, it will definitely be my Qingyun thunder goose. He snorted coldly. Zhang Taihang felt a surge of indignation and refused to back down. With your big white goose, I think it's better to stew it. It probably won't even fit in a pot. Zhang Taihang, say that again. Do you believe I will scatter your little sparrow's ashes right now? Su Yunfeng, dare you try it? I'm worried I might hit you so hard your own mother wouldn't recognize you. Want to fight, huh? Zhang Taihang, let's have it out. Then let's fight. Just watch how I deal with you today.
As they spoke, the two were about to throw punches again.
Jiang Wushu and Su Qingxuan's foreheads were bulging with veins, trembling uncontrollably. Just a moment ago, everything seemed fine. They had only exchanged a few words, and they were already ready to fight again. Who can handle these two old men, after all?
Both of them simultaneously rubbed their temples, feeling utterly powerless.
In Su Qingxuan's belly, Jiang Yuxian also felt surprised. Whoa! They're about to fight again. He loved watching the drama, but he didn't actually want to see them fight.
One was his grandpa. The other was his grandpa by his mother's side.
Both were dear to him. No matter how much they quarrel and yell, it wouldn't be great if it actually came to blows. Forget it, let's ignore them.
With Mom, the Celestial Emperor, present, they shouldn't be able to stir up any big trouble.
Jiang Yuxian decided to close his eyes and ignore it. He was still in the womb and couldn't persuade his grandpa and his grandpa. Since that's the case, it's better to turn a blind eye. After all, with Mom around, she should be able to persuade them down. I might as well study the rewards I received this time. System, fuse the Golden Winged Rock Talent Rune.
Jiang Yuxian stopped thinking further and directly called out the system. As soon as he gave the order,
in an instant, golden runes rose, flickering erratically.
A powerful energy entered Jiang Yuxian's body, merging with his bloodline, becoming a part of himself. These runes manifested and transformed, carrying unmatched strength. Under the influence of this power, various marvelous visions appeared in Jiang Yuxian's mind. He felt as if he was in a primordial age, where dragons roared and tigers howled, all clans shining brightly and displaying their might.
Among them, a golden-winged rock spread its wings wide, its wings touching the sky. Golden light rained down between heaven and earth. With a gentle flap of its golden wings, it soared high, instantly covering thousands of miles. One moment it was in front of him, the next, it was already above the clouds of the ninth heaven. Among the countless races in the world, there was none that could compare. At this moment, Jiang Yuxian felt as if an ancient divine bird was awakening inside his body. The golden-winged rock's talent rune fused with him, making him feel as if he too had become a rock, flying from the North Sea to the Kangwu Mountains. Its speed unmatched throughout the vast world. Caw! Invisibly, a high-pitched bird cry echoed, penetrating through layers of spatial barriers, shaking the hearts of all who heard it. Outside the grand hall, all four heard this bird's cry deep in their souls. Zhang Taihang and Su Yunfeng couldn't care less about continuing their clash. They were both deeply shaken. Four pairs of eyes instinctively turned to look at Su Qingxuan's belly. Caw! Just as they were filled with curiosity, another cry rang out. This time, the two bound ancient species, the swallowing sky sparrow and the Qingyun thunder goose, both prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling endlessly. They bowed towards the direction where Su Qingxuan was, as if there was a powerful divine bird there, bringing them terrifying suppression from the deepest bloodline. Yuxian, what is going on here? Zhang Wushu opened his mouth in shock, not knowing what to say. Su Qingxuan's expression, however, was even more wonderful. She felt it most acutely. The runes within the fetus were boiling, unpredictable, constantly evolving. Behind that small body, it was as if two invisible golden wings had sprouted. And all these abnormalities were brought about by those runes. Could this be the innate runes of the golden-winged Great Pang? Su Qingxuan said in horror. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Wushu couldn't sit still any longer and hurriedly replied. The golden-winged Great Pang has long been extinct since ancient times, hasn't it? Yuxian, how could he possess such a divine being? The golden-winged Great Pang only existed in legends. It was an incredibly powerful existence that spanned the ancient and primordial eras, one of the most terrifying divine birds. It could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the celestial phoenix. This was the ultimate life form. The Great Pang ruled the universe at high speed, unmatched by anyone. Unfortunately, like the celestial phoenix, the golden-winged Great Pang had gone extinct since ancient times, as if it had vanished from the long river of history. Yet records of its legends have always been passed down. It can't be wrong. This is definitely the runes of the golden-winged Great Pang. The sky-swallowing sparrow and the thunder goose of the azure clouds are all suppressed. Jiang Wushu looked at the void before him, where golden runes began to appear. And the ancient relics brought back by the two old men were now all kneeling on the ground. Especially the wild and unruly sky-swallowing sparrow, who was now behaving exceptionally well. Under the pressure of the golden-winged Great Pang, whatever sky-swallowing sparrow or azure cloud thunder goose, they all became as docile as quails. Chapter 23, The divine bird is too massive, can't be stewed in one pot. Outside the great hall, the four were momentarily speechless. Especially Zhang Taihang and Su Yunfeng, who had just returned, were truly shocked by the little guy. Hearing that he had performed a series of exploits in the womb was already enough to astonish people. And now, there was this incident. The innate runes of the golden-winged Great Pang. The key was that the golden-winged Great Pang had long disappeared in ancient times. It had not appeared in countless years. How could this little thing possess its innate runes? At this moment, both old men were dumbfounded. This little rascal. I increasingly feel like he is a bit strange? Jiang Wushu suddenly blurted out. Su Qingxuan shot him a glare but did not refute him. Jiang Yuxian's series of performances over the past month had indeed been quite strange. If his earlier cultivation in the womb and a tremendously powerful cultivation method could be explained by that innate divine bone, breaking through the ultimate bone-tempering realm and creating a new ultimate realm could also be attributed to his cultivation method and her heavenly emperor origin. Even the pure sword heart could barely be said to be a remarkable physique. But now, where did this golden-winged Great Pang's innate runes even come from? That was a bit hard to explain. Jiang Wushu, if you can't speak, then just shut up. What do you mean strange? My grandson is extraordinarily gifted, unparalleled through the ages. On the side, Zhang Taihang glared fiercely at his son and said in a deep voice. Su Yunfeng immediately chimed in. Do not use your shallow perspective to judge my grandson. Jiang Wushu looked aggrieved. What's wrong with me talking about my son? Do I not have any authority as a father? Can't we talk some sense? Do I Jiang Wushu really have no standing in this family? You are being too much.
Yet no matter how dissatisfied he was in his heart, Jiang Wushu did not dare to refute him. If he talked back, the two old men might really come together to beat him up. These two were way too protective of their own. At that moment, the golden runes on Su Qingxuang's lower abdomen slowly retracted. And the overwhelming pressure dissipated as well. The sky-swallowing sparrow and azure cloud thunder goose, which were lying on the ground, heaved a sigh of relief. Unsteadily, he stood up. The two ancient species regained their former majestic power. However, they occasionally glanced towards Su Qingxuang, their eyes filled with fear. With the wisdom of these two divine birds, they certainly knew that within that woman's belly was a terrifying being capable of suppressing them from the depths of their bloodline. I suddenly feel that this sky-eating sparrow is indeed a bit unworthy of my grandson. Suddenly, Zhang Taihang spoke in a weak voice. Upon hearing this, Su Yunfeng's expression also became a bit awkward. My azure cloud thunder goose really doesn't fit my grandson's status. Compared to the golden-winged great pine, the sky-eating sparrow and azure cloud thunder goose were simply lacking. Now, both old men felt that the mounts they had chosen were completely unworthy of the little guy. The two of them looked at the ancient species they had brought back. Their gazes were full of disdain. They did not care about their feud anymore, but instead huddled together and whispered. Old Jiang, how do you think I should deal with my azure cloud thunder goose? What if we follow your suggestion and stew it? I think that sounds good. Stew a soup for Qingxuang to drink, while letting my grandson supplement his body in the womb. What about your sky-eating sparrow? I honestly haven't thought this through yet. Why not stew them together? Sounds good. But these two big birds together definitely won't fit in one pot. No worries, I'll go to the Jade Cauldron Holy Land and borrow their sacred utensil. That's great, that cauldron from the Jade Cauldron Holy Land will be more than enough to stew these two birds. Then it's settled, you go borrow the cauldron, I'll sharpen the knives, and when you get back, we'll start butchering. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Wushu and Su Qingxuan felt like they had a headache. What? Just now, these two were still bragging. One said the sky-eating sparrow was unparalleled, and the other said the azure cloud thunder goose was unmatched. And to argue about who was better, they almost got into a fight. Now, they turn around and are discussing cooking them? Are you serious? As if that weren't enough. If you want to stew them, fine, but you're complaining about the pot size and need to borrow someone else's sacred utensil? That's a sacred utensil. Moreover, it is a foundational sacred utensil passed down from the founding master. It is the root of the Jade Cauldron Holy Land, the strongest backing they have. It's not a clay pot for making soup, alright? If the Lord of the Jade Cauldron heard this, it would be truly absurd if he didn't blow smoke out of his nostrils in anger. In the womb. Jiang Yuxian heard the conversation of his grandfather and granduncle, unable to help but stare blankly. Everyone was dumbfounded, okay? Oh no. I really like these two mounts. I don't want to supplement my body. How can you do this? Jiang Yuxian cried out in his heart. Although he had the golden-winged Great Pang's talents. But that, after all, required him to fly himself, consuming his own energy. Besides, traveling on ancient species would definitely be much more impressive. Using the golden-winged Great Pang's talent, he could vanish in the blink of an eye. How would he show off in front of others? Jiang Yuxian sighed deeply. Right now, he had no way to stop the two of them, only able to be speechless. That what? Grandfather, granduncle, it seems like your thinking is a bit limited. If you want to eat the sky-eating sparrow and azure cloud thunder goose, you don't necessarily need to borrow someone else's sacred utensil, right? Since one pot won't fit, can't you make 2 pots, or 3 pots? If not, one part can be stewed, another part braised, another part barbecued, or you can make some spicy and sliced dishes, and even some cured meat. Let me tell you, these cooking methods would all be delicious. Definitely make you remember it forever. Jiang Yuxian thought aimlessly in the womb. Meanwhile, outside the great hall, the sky-eating sparrow and azure cloud thunder goose lay on the ground, trembling in fear. They could understand human speech. The two ancient species did not expect that the ones who caught them actually intended to stew them for soup. This filled them with despair. Damn humans! Why so brutal? But fortunately, Su Qingxuang managed to stop Zhang Taihang and Su Yunfeng in time. They can't really let them kill the sky-devouring sparrow and the azure cloud thunder goose, right? As long as the two old men are not fighting each other, they are quite willing to listen to her. Moreover, as soon as Su Qingxuang spoke, she brought up Jiang Yuxian. Upon hearing this, the two of them immediately dismissed the idea. And Jiang Yuxian also breathed a sigh of relief. A divine bird and a fierce bird, no matter what, he must take a look after being born. Hearing the noise outside disappear, Jiang Yuxian began to feel a bit bored. My recent actions have certainly shocked my dad and mom quite a bit.
I have already created a new bone refining extreme. What should I do next? Should I continue refining the bones, advancing beyond the new extreme, or should I break through to the Meridian realm in one go?
As his cultivation progressed, his power grew stronger. This feeling of holding infinite power made Jiang Yuxian completely addicted. Since he was doing nothing in the womb, he decided to keep practicing, building the strongest foundation until birth. His ambitions were grand. Since he arrived in a fantasy world and was born into the Heavenly Emperor's family. No matter what, he must try his best to become an unassailable supreme being in the vast wilderness world. Chapter 24, Sword Hidden Mountain, the Sword Saint's Visit. Jiang Yuxian pondered for a while and finally decided to continue cultivating in the bone refining realm. He felt that perhaps he could touch even higher extremes. However, the fact proved that this thought was overly greedy. Days passed, and his mother kept cooperating with him, constantly mobilizing the Heavenly Emperor's origin to help him cultivate. But the results achieved were insignificant. His strength only increased to a little over 200,000 pounds. Compared to before, this speed was far too slow. Even after another 10 days, he only reached 210,000 pounds in one leap. This result left him feeling somewhat helpless. It seems that the new extreme has really reached its peak. Jiang Yuxian thought. He knew very well that whether it was the bone refining extreme or the new extreme he created, they were both extremes. These two extremes were two heavenly checkpoints. For countless living beings, they were invisible shackles imposed by the heavens. Throughout eternity, only a very small number of people could break the bone refining extreme. As for the new extreme, Jiang Yuxian was unprecedentedly the first person in 10,000 ages. In fact, Jiang Yuxian possessed the supreme bone, constantly refining his body and strengthening his bloodline. With the sky-devouring magic art, he could refine all powers in the world for his own use. Additionally, his mother poured everything into allowing him to crazy seize the Heavenly Emperor's origin for cultivation. If it weren't for this, breaking through the bone refining extreme would surely be extremely difficult for him. As for creating the new extreme, it was more like a dreamer talking nonsense. Yet now, even Jiang Yuxian found it hard to make further progress. It wasn't just him thinking this, his mom couldn't help but speak after learning about his situation. Little one, you must not be too greedy. In cultivation, constantly honing the foundation to make it more solid and powerful is certainly a good thing. But cultivation has never been just about refining the foundation. I wonder if you can understand my meaning? Listening to his mother's words, Jiang Yuxian fell into deep thought. He finally understood. Refining in the bone refining realm was to ensure a stable and solid foundation for later realms. But if he continued to stay in the bone refining realm without breaking through, it would be utterly meaningless. It was like building a house, the foundation naturally needs to be laid solidly. But one cannot just keep laying the foundation without building the upper structures. Such a foundation would have no purpose. This thing is fine as long as it's adequate. And Jiang Yuxian, in the bone refining realm, was already unparalleled in ancient times, the number one person from past to present. Is this just enough? Even his mother, Su Qingshuang, back in the day, was far inferior. It was likely that countless years in the future, it would be hard for anyone to surpass him. This foundation could absolutely be described as terrifying. It seems there's really no need to continue. Jiang Yuxian faintly smiled bitterly. After coming to this realization, he felt much more relaxed. He no longer had to rush to cultivate. It's just right, my mom has been tired for over a month. Let's let her rest and break through to the channeling realm in a few days. Jiang Yuxian pondered. He stopped moving. When his father Jiang Wushu learned of this, he also breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at his wife's somewhat haggard face, feeling an immense heartache. Schwaner, let me give you a massage to help you relax. Jiang Wushu returned to his puppy-like nature. He was again massaging his wife's shoulders and kneading her legs. He even found a blood ginseng that had already become spirit and caught a well-raised 8 treasures chicken to cook. After stewing a large pot of blood ginseng chicken soup, he nourished Su Qingshuang's body. After all this busy work, Su Qingshuang entered a short state of closed-door meditation. Before the fetus is born, all sources of strength come only from the mother. During this period, her origin was consumed tremendously. The source power is the essence of energy and the foundation of cultivators. Many people, faced with powerful and unbeatable enemies, would choose to burn their origin, instantly increasing their power to grasp at a glimmer of life. But the cost is very heavy. The consequences of burning the origin can result in a sharp decline in realm, falling back in strength, spending several times the time and effort to recover. In severe cases, life rapidly fades, leaving little time to live. Su Qingshuang's loss of origin was of course nowhere near this extent. However, when Jiang Yuxian is born, he will definitely take away a large portion of her origin. By then, even if she is a supreme emperor, she will enter a brief period of weakness. This is the price that must be paid to nurture life. At this point, Jiang Yuxian has been in the womb for more than 6 months.
There are still just over 3 months until his real birth.
Schwanger, the new house is already built, let's move there. A few days later, Su Qing Shuang returned to her peak state.
Jiang Wushu also had a new courtyard built, still on a high peak.
The layout of the courtyard was exactly the same as before.
It was filled with warmth and the breath of home. Stinky boy, next time you cause trouble, be careful, or at least give your mother a heads up, understand? Don't go tearing down our house again.
Jiang Wushu helped Su Qing Shuang sit down at the stone table and spoke fiercely to her abdomen.
He knew the little guy could probably understand his words already.
Inside the womb, Jiang Yuxian pouted.
Dad, you dare to threaten me? Aren't you afraid I'll have my mom deal with you? As an imperial son, isn't it fitting for me to stir up some trouble? Jiang Yuxian complained a bit.
Seeing that his mother had nearly recovered, he also began preparing to step into the channeling realm. But before he could start cultivating. One day, suddenly a few people arrived at the Xianshuan cave heaven. Jianling Tian from Sword Hidden Mountain, accompanied by 3 elders, has come to make an uninvited visit to the Frost Emperor.
This voice resonated outside the cave, loud and clear.
Every word fell like a sword streaming into the heavens, rushing into the starry night sky. Terrifying sword intent burst forth in all directions, the sky and earth resonating with sword howls. Such is the might of a supreme sword cultivator, a simple sentence can provoke a terrifying spectacle.
Why has the sword Saint Ling Tian come? Su Cheng Shuang and Jiang Wushu were instantly puzzled.
Without thinking much, Jiang Wushu directly waved his hand, opening the formation outside the cave. Immediately, 4 beams of sword light flashed from the void, condensing into the shapes of 4 individuals. The leading man wore a white long robe, with charming eyebrows and bright eyes, tall and slender, looking only a little over 30. Just by standing there, he appeared like a divine sword drawn from its sheath, exuding unparalleled sharpness. Behind him stood 3 elders. These 3 people were also surrounded by sword light, with overwhelming divine power and a chilling killing intent.
We pay our respects to the emperor.
After the 4 descended and entered the courtyard, they simultaneously bowed and saluted Su Qing Shuang.
Su Qing Shuang raised her hand, signaling them to sit down and talk. But only Jin Ling Tian sat down by the stone table. Sword Saint Ling Tian, what brings you here?
Jiang Wushu poured him a cup of tea and asked. Jian Ling Tian did not beat around the bush and immediately stated his purpose. I came from the Tianlan realm, but I heard a shocking news from the mouth of the Mu family. As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily shifted to Su Qing Shuang. In his eyes, a strong sword intention suddenly erupted, appearing very eager. I heard that the unborn emperor child has awakened the pure sword heart. I came here to consult with the Frost Emperor if, when the emperor child comes into the world, he can enter my Sangjian mountain to cultivate? Chapter 25, The Infinite Sword Fetus, The Grand Scheme of Jianling Tian. In the womb, Jiang Yuxian was stunned to hear Jianling Tian's words.
What? I still have several months before I'm born. You're so eager to invite me to Sangjian mountain? Am I really that sought after? Jiang Yuxian thought to himself. He couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Look, the pure sword heart is indeed quite popular. After all, that is Sangjian mountain. The strongest sword path inheritance in the world. The lineage of the sword emperor. In just a few days, they are eager to take me under their wing. Not just Jiang Yuxian. At this moment, Su Qingxuan and Jiang Wushu couldn't help but smile too. However, at the same time, both of them were also puzzled. The Sword Saint's news is indeed very quick. Jiang Wushu said with a smile. Listening to Jin Ling Tian, he must have heard from the Mu family's mouth that the little one awakened the pure sword heart. He knew that after the appearance of the absolute spirit sword body, Sangjian Mountain would definitely not stay put. They would want to come to the Mu family at the first opportunity to bring him under their wing. As the strongest sword path inheritance in the world, they would never let such a powerful sword body owner slip away. Only, the fact that his own little rascal's matter was known to him was what puzzled Jiang Wushu and Su Qingxuan. After all, when Jiang Yuxian awakened the pure sword heart, Su Qingxuan immediately took action to suppress the anomaly. Although it made some noise, it was limited to the cave. Besides, when Mu Nantian left, his face was as long as a horse's. Logically, he shouldn't have voluntarily told Jin Ling Tian about this. How could he care about his face? As if he knew their doubts, Jin Ling Tian did not hide anything and explained the matter's origin. When he arrived at the Mu family with 3 elders, Mu Nantian had already set off for Xuanshuan Cave. When he returned a few days later, his face was as long as a Qilins, looking in a very bad mood. So, an elder from Sangjian Mountain secretly inquired and thus learned the truth. It turned out that the unborn emperor child of the Frost Emperor had actually awakened the pure sword heart. This news left the people of Sangjian Mountain shocked. The pure sword heart is definitely not weaker than the absolute spirit sword body.
In fact, when the two are compared, the absolute spirit sword body is the one that gets suppressed. Such a powerful sword body is terrifying. At the same time, it also made Jin Lingtian and his companions even more excited. Both the absolute spirit sword body and the pure sword heart are what they desire. But if they had to choose one, it would definitely be the pure sword heart.
Sword Saint wants to take my son to Zhangjian Mountain for dedicated sword cultivation? Su Qingxuan's melodious voice sounded.
She touched her small belly, honestly feeling a bit reluctant. Sword cultivators in Zhangjian Mountain practice swords for a lifetime, leading a much tougher life than most cultivators. But at the same time, if we talk about the deepest sword path foundation in the world today, it undoubtedly belongs to Zhangjian Mountain. Even though she is the Heavenly Emperor, her sword path accomplishments are far inferior to those of Zhangjian Mountain.
If Yuxian enters Zhangjian Mountain, he will undoubtedly receive full support.
In the future, with the pure sword heart, he would definitely be able to dominate and pressure the 3,000 paths. This made Su Qingxuan feel a bit torn.
I wonder what Frost Emperor and Saint Ancestor Wushu think.
Jian Lingtian's gaze was fixed, looking at Su Qingxuan one moment and Jiang Wushu the next. The three elders of Zhangjian Mountain behind Jian Lingtian all had shining eyes, filled with eagerness. Each of their expressions seemed to wish for the emperor's child to be born immediately and take him away.
Su Qingxuan and Jiang Wusu did not reply. But Zhang Yuxian, still in the womb, suddenly got anxious. I won't go. Not even if you beat me to death. He sensed his mother's hesitation and rebelled right away. What kind of joke is this?
That cursed place of Zhangjian Mountain, he had heard his mother and others mention it before. Those people are a bunch of madmen, only knowing how to practice sword all day long.
Yes. They are indeed very powerful. After all, the way of the sword focuses on attack and is skilled in killing, unmatched in the world. Moreover, the sword cultivators with deep cultivation possess an extraordinary aura. When they strike with a sword, it feels as if they can open the heavens. They are simply awe-inspiring.
However, at the same time, Jiang Yuxian also knows that being a sword cultivator is extremely dull and monotonous. Many people spend the majority of their lives honing the way of the sword.
As for other activities, even rare events like secret realms opening or treasures appearing are seldom seen with these sword cultivators. Unless something that captures their interest appears.
But Jiang Yuxian insisted, if cultivating is not for showing off, then becoming an immortal or an ancestor is meaningless.
Who works themselves to death, if not to earn some money?
In my last life, I had enough of the 996 blessing.
But compared to sword cultivators, 996 doesn't even count as a fart.
I don't want to specialize in the way of the sword. Jiang Yuxian kept grumbling in his heart. Just thinking about the sword cultivator's repetitive daily life made him feel incredibly uncomfortable.
Isn't it better to enjoy life? Besides, my mother is the Heavenly Emperor. Do I need to exhaust myself practicing the sword? Let's consider it another way. I have a system with me. With so many methods, how could I limit myself to the pure sword heart? If I specialize in the way of the sword, wouldn't that delay the cultivation of other divine powers, thus crippling my abilities?
Thinking of this, Jiang Yuxian immediately raised his little fist and began to wave in the void.
As soon as he moved, Su Qingxuan immediately sensed it. What is this little thing doing, punching my belly again?
Su Qingxuan was puzzled. But after paying a little attention, she realized that the little guy was expressing discontent. This surprised her.
Does Yuxian want to express that he doesn't want to go to Zhangjian Mountain? A gentle smile appeared on the corner of Su Qingxuan's mouth. She looked at Jian Lingtian. Is Sword Saint Lingtian a bit too anxious?
This matter can wait a few years, let the little guy decide for himself then.
If he wants to go to Zhangjian Mountain, I certainly won't stop him.
Su Qingxuan said softly.
She did not directly refuse but left some room for consideration.
Who knows if Jiang Yuxian will change his mind later. However, for Su Qingxuan's response, Jian Lingtian and the three elders seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Jian Lingtian suddenly raised one palm and struck in the void.
Swish! A huge crack appeared in the void.
And from that crack, a cocoon of light the size of a watermelon emerged. The moment Su Qingxuan and Jiang Wusu saw this cocoon of light, their pupils contracted sharply. That ball of light was quietly suspended there.
But with their cultivation levels, they could sense the unimaginably terrifying energy within.
Vaguely, a round and harmonious sword intent erupted from it. It was as if within the cocoon of light, an ultimate life form related to the way of the sword was being nurtured.
This is the infinite sword embryo. Jiang Wusu couldn't help but exclaim in shock.
He and Su Qingxuan exchanged glances, both seeing astonishment in each other's eyes. The so-called sword embryo is a sword technique that only top sword cultivators can possess. Generally, when practitioners reach a profound level, they will nurture their soul, transform it into their primordial spirit, their consciousness communicating with the world, connecting with countless rules and principles.
But sword cultivators do not need to do so. Their souls will be ultimately restrained, constantly refined and nurtured by vast sword intent. After countless years, they can finally transform into a sword embryo. At this moment, the sword cultivator themselves. This is the strongest sword in the world. The sword embryo is the strongest spirit. Once any sword cultivator nurtures a sword embryo, their strength would surge more than 100-fold. The sword Saint Ling Tian truly has grand ambitions. Even the supreme sword embryo is willing to be taken out. Jiang Wushu exclaimed in surprise. Both he and Su Qingshuang never expected that Xingjian Mountain would actually take out such a treasure. Chapter 26, Jiang Yuxin, it's so hard to decide. In the vast wilderness realm, among the 3,000 Dao domains, many people know that Xingjian Mountain has profound foundations. Outside their mountain gate, a gigantic sword is stuck in the ground. Day and night it radiates divine light, the sword intent rushing into the 9 heavens. In the forbidden area of Xingjian Mountain, there is a sword tomb, entombing countless famous swords. Within the sword tomb stands a divine peak, named the Sword Monument. Every supreme sword master of Xingjian Mountain leaves sword intent marks on the sword monument, viewing it as an everlasting legacy for future disciples to observe. Moreover, there are rumors in the world that before the founding patriarch of Xingjian Mountain, the Supreme Sword Emperor, disappeared, he left behind a supreme sword embryo. But this is merely a rumor, and very few people know its truth. However, Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu are very clear that this is not just a rumor. The supreme sword embryo truly exists. At this moment, the light cocoon in the void is indeed that sword embryo, without a doubt. In this sword embryo, the Sword Emperor's lifelong insights and divine powers are condensed. It is the strongest foundation of Xingjian Mountain today. But for countless years, no one has ever been qualified to merge with this sword embryo. Looking at the millions of years of inheritance in Xingjian Mountain, the number of disciples is countless, and the number of outstanding talents is also numerous. Those who reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship and achieve the title of Sword Saint are countless as well. Yet none of these people qualify to inherit the supreme sword embryo. They cannot gain the recognition of the sword embryo. Because even if they merge with it, they would still find it difficult to achieve the position of sword emperor. In other words, only those with the potential to become an emperor have the qualification to receive the strongest legacy of the sword emperor. This supreme sword embryo, we at Xingjian Mountain originally intended to grant it to the absolute spirit sword body. You both understand that if this sword embryo can merge with the absolute spirit sword body, it will be seamless. Even then, the purity sword heart may not be its match. Jian Ling Tian said. Jiang Wushu nodded. He definitely understood this point. The absolute spirit sword body does not cultivate spiritual power, does not nurture the spirit, only cultivates swordsmanship. Since it does not cultivate the spirit, it cannot nurture the sword embryo. However, even so, the absolute spirit sword body can ultimately achieve greatness, becoming a sword itself, even opening the gate of heaven with one sword, reversing against the immortals. But if it has the supreme sword embryo, it can completely fill in the only shortcoming. Sword spirit. Using the body as a sword, with the sword embryo as the spirit. Such an absolute spirit sword body is unparalleled in the world. Aiming for the position of sword emperor is just around the corner. At that time, even the purity sword heart would probably not have any advantage in front of it. I, Jin, have not even had the opportunity to present the sword embryo to the Mu family before hearing that the crown prince awakened the purity sword heart. Frost Sky Emperor, Wushu Saint Ancestor, I come with utmost sincerity. As long as you agree, after the crown prince is born, the supreme sword embryo will belong to him. With the potential of the purity sword heart, he will definitely be able to gain the recognition of the sword embryo. Jian Ling Tian said. His eyes sparkled with full anticipation. The crown prince is truly extraordinary. Aside from the purity sword heart, he has a special constitution. Moreover, according to the people from the Mu family, he has even cultivated in the womb, and has shattered the limits of bone refining. All of this indicates his exceptional talent. If he can be brought into Xingjian Mountain and merge with the supreme sword embryo, it will surely be as if he has grown wings. Of course, the reason for choosing the crown prince also has a very important motive. Su Qingshuang. For millions of years, the only being who has confirmed the Tao fruit of the heavenly emperor, the strongest of the current age. If he becomes the crown prince's master, forming a deep bond with the heavenly emperor, it will bring numerous benefits to Xingjian Mountain. It would absolutely be stronger than the Mu family. In the womb. Xingjian Mountain really thinks highly of me. What to do, what to do? I'm feeling so conflicted right now. When Jiang Yuxian learned about the supreme sword embryo, suddenly, his heart became extremely hot. Such a treasure is truly rare. This is a huge temptation. Even he cannot help but be moved. But turning his head, he thought of the boring and tedious training time as a sword cultivator, and he couldn't help but tremble all over. For a moment, he was caught in a dilemma, his small face wrinkled into a ball. This is really hard to decide. So tangled, isn't it?
But in that instant, he suddenly had a bright idea.
How about I let my mom agree first? After I'm born, I can just go to Tsangjian Mountain as a nominal disciple, right?
In any case, I just need to fool the Wajixian body into my hands. When the time comes, I can act however I want. Anyway, my mom is the heavenly emperor.
Even if I don't stay at Tsangjian Mountain, those people can't do anything to me. Ha ha ha. I'm so clever. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but feel extremely excited.
He felt that he was indeed brilliant and wise.
Tsangjian Mountain is strong. But how could it be stronger than his mom?
Even if he really tricked the Wajixian body into his hands, they would probably have to accept it holding their nose. To take a step back, Jiang Yuxian was not someone who would forget his gratitude. I can still be a disciple of Tsangjian Mountain. If you encounter any trouble, I definitely won't stand by and do nothing.
If there are suitable benefits, I certainly won't forget you.
I just want to pursue freedom, to live the life I want, and don't want to practice sword all day long.
Not conflicting. Not at all conflicting. He.
At this moment, Jiang Yuxian felt triumphant.
His plan echoed loudly in his mind.
But in the next instant, a voice suddenly rang in his head.
Ding, new task released. The system forges the invincible path, why borrow the methods of others? Please complete the task goal, refuse the Wajixian body. Task reward, De Huang Prison Skyfinger. This sudden task shocked Jiang Yuxian to the core. What the hell? I'm stuck in whether I should take the Wajixian body or not. But this damn system actually wants me to refuse? So frustrating. Such a powerful divine treasure, and you actually want me to refuse? Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but complain. However, the rewards from the system are also terrifying. De Huang Prison Skyfinger.
When cultivated to perfection, one finger strikes out, breaking the world, reversing the skies, turning the great path, and collapsing the rules.
Even the strongest enemies can be crushed with a single finger. This is a terrifyingly powerful magical power.
One is the Wajixian body, the strongest legacy left by the Sword Emperor, the strongest sword path inheritance. The other is the De Huang Prison Skyfinger, definitely a peerless divine art, absolutely capable of overpowering various methods of the De Huang realm.
Which one should I choose? Now, Jiang Yuxian was even more conflicted.
According to his thoughts, he wanted both treasures.
But obviously, the system wouldn't let him take advantage of any loopholes.
It was incredibly hard to choose.
In fact, at this moment, Jiang Yuxian was not the only one feeling conflicted.
Outside, Su Qingshuang was also unsure. Glancing at the swordmaster sitting opposite her, she even thought about directly agreeing for the little guy. But after a long time, she didn't feel any movement from the little guy.
Could it be that this little creature doesn't care much for the Wajixian body? That makes sense.
Even without the Wajixian body, Yuxian will still surely rank at the top. Just his mysterious cultivation method is enough to make him rise up and dominate the world. Su Qingshuang thought to herself.
She had a deep impression of that unknown cultivation technique.
She vaguely felt that this technique hadn't yet shown its true terrifying side. In comparison, even the Wajixian body probably couldn't reach that level. The Sword Saint's act is truly enticing. Su Qingshuang smiled helplessly and spoke. At this moment, the Wajixian body floated quietly, radiating brilliant light. She took a gentle glance and felt a little regretful.
But there's no way, who told the little guy not to care? Su Qingshuang withdrew her gaze and continued to speak.
As mentioned earlier, let's wait until the little guy is born, then. Let him decide for himself.
She still didn't completely rule it out. What if the little guy changes his mind and wants to accept the boundless sword embryo once he is born? Chapter 27, Mom, I want to go to the Mu family for the feast.
Hearing Su Qingshuang's words, Jian Lingtian couldn't help but show a look of disappointment in his eyes. Even the three elders behind him were nearly furious.
Frost Emperor, Wu Su Saint Ancestor. Does the boundless sword embryo still need to be considered? Such an important matter, should we wait for the Emperor's son to decide after he's born? Are you serious?
Immediately, one of the elders from Tsangjian Mountain spoke up. To be honest, Frost Emperor, we came here today specifically for a definite answer.
If there's no clear answer, the boundless sword embryo must be given to the absolute spirit sword body.
After all, for sword cultivators, every day is used to refine their sword intent, and it cannot be delayed.
The meaning of the words was simple.
If you can't be certain, then the sword embryo must go to the absolute spirit sword body. Otherwise, if the Emperor's son decides not to take it years later after he is born, it would delay the Mu family's child's cultivation for a long time.
This made Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu fall into hesitation.
Especially Jiang Wushu, he suddenly couldn't sit still. Su Qingxuan transmitted her voice to him, and only then did he calm down. Meanwhile, watching them show hesitation, Jian Lingtian felt even more regret. The elder who had just spoken wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by him waving his hand.
Jian Lingtian shook his head helplessly. How could such a treasure from Sangjian Mountain, the sword embryo left by the Sword Emperor, still be rejected by someone? It's truly unacceptable. Frost Emperor, Wu Su Saint Ancestor, please reconsider. Jian can wait a few more days.
3 days later is the day when the Mu family holds a banquet for the absolute spirit sword body. If Frost Emperor makes a decision before the sword embryo is given out that day, you can send a message to me.
Jian Lingtian sighed lightly.
After finishing, he cupped his hands and bid farewell to the two. Then without staying any longer, he brought the 3 elders and turned into a beam of sword light, vanishing into the void. Seeing them leave with disappointment on their faces, Zhang Wushu couldn't help but feel emotional.
That is the boundless sword embryo. Frost, are we really going to refuse it?
Su Qingxuan smiled brightly. Let's respect the little guy's wishes, he doesn't seem to want the boundless sword embryo. Zhang Wushu felt helpless all of a sudden.
This little brat. You haven't even been born and you already know nothing. The treasure left by the Sword Emperor, and you just refuse it so easily?
Humph.
It's all because of your mother's pampering. Su Qingxuan didn't say much more. And inside Su Qingxuan's belly, Zhang Yuxian didn't care about his father's dissatisfaction at all. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly remembered something important. Jian Lingtian's words before leaving reminded him. In an instant, his little hands started waving nonstop, wanting to tell his mom he had something to say. This situation left Su Qingxuan taken aback. No way? Little thing, did you regret so quickly and want that boundless sword embryo? Su Qingxuan asked with confusion. But Zhang Yuxian hammered away again, clearly denying it. You don't want the boundless sword embryo? Then what do you want? Continue cultivating? After asking this, the little guy again used his actions to deny it. This left Su Qingxuan completely puzzled, not knowing what he wanted to do. Do you want to go to Zangjian Mountain? Zhang Wushu asked tentatively. Zhang Yuxian denied it while hammering on his mom's belly. I want to go to the banquet. Take me to the Mu family for the feast. I want to sit at the children's table. Inside the womb, Zhang Yuxian silently shouted, using hands and feet, waving nonstop. What he was thinking about now was the unfinished system task. That day when the 2 tasks came together, one of them was to bring him to the Qingcheng Mu family to attend the banquet. But his parents had no intention of going at all. If they didn't go, wouldn't his thunder martial vein be ruined? How could such a strong martial vein be missed? Thus, in recent days, Zhang Yuxian kept pondering. How to tell mom my thoughts? But after thinking and thinking, I could do nothing. Just before Jian Lingtian left, he casually mentioned the celebration banquet for the absolute spirit sword body. This instantly alerted Zhang Yuxian. Goodness, finally caught the chance to remind mom. But unfortunately, dad and mom still couldn't guess his thoughts. Outside, Su Qingxuan and Zhang Wusu looked at each other in confusion. What else could they do but guess? After all, this little one is their son. Are you missing grandpa? Are you missing grandma? Are you missing uncle and aunt? Then you're thinking about the swallowing sky sparrow and the Qingyan thunder goose? Want to go out to play? They both jumped in to guess wildly. But in the end, all were denied by the little guy. This left them in a panic, sweating, pacing around the yard. What on earth does this little brat want to do? No. None of that. I want to go to the Mu family. I need to go to the Mu family to have the thunder blood vessel. In the womb, Zhang Yuxian was in tears. Communicating with mom like this is just too exhausting. They guessed for half a day but didn't understand his meaning at all. There was no way out. Zhang Yuxian could only continue to punch his belly. Even Zhang Wusu and Su Qingxuan, one a sacred ancestor and the other a heavenly emperor, were quite overwhelmed at this point. This fetal heart, like a needle in the ocean, right? You little brat, so troublesome even before you're born. Do you believe that after you're born, I will beat you up? Zhang Wusu threatened sternly. But the next second, he caught sight of his wife's fierce gaze and instantly began to smile awkwardly. Just joking, just joking. Schwanger, don't hit me. Zhang Wusu unconsciously took a few steps back. He was genuinely afraid that his wife would unleash a heavy punch on him again. Su Qingxuan gave him a glare, then pondered for a moment. This little guy definitely has something to say, and it shouldn't be without reason. Wusu, think about what we just talked about. Once she calmed down, Su Qingxuan began to analyze. Hearing this, Zhang Wusu found it reasonable and began to help recall. Sure enough, when he repeated the middle part of what Jian Lingtian said before leaving, Zhang Yuxian in the womb surprisingly showed an extremely excited expression. 3 days later, it will be the day when the Mu family holds a banquet for the absolute spirit sword body. You don't really want to go to the Mu family's banquet, do you? Jiang Wusu squinted his eyes and said. This made Jiang Yuxian even more excited. After all this effort, Dad and Mom finally guessed right. Really going to the banquet? No way? You haven't even been born, you can't eat or drink, why go? Jiang Wusu scratched his head, feeling a buzzing in his brain. This little brat's thoughts are truly hard to fathom. They are having a banquet for the absolute spirit sword body, why would you want to crash the party? He couldn't understand. Besides, look at how Munan Tian acted the day he left, he obviously had no intention of inviting us, right? As an untainted sword heart, how could you show up and steal the thunder from the absolute spirit sword body? Isn't that embarrassing the Mu family? Wait. You can't really be thinking of rushing to the Mu family and agreeing to Hidden Sword Mountain to snatch the opportunity of the absolute spirit sword body, right? Jiang Wusu suddenly had a flash of inspiration, realizing this possibility. This little brat, could he be so bad? Others offered it to you, but you refuse and instead rush to the Mu family to take the almost ready Wuji sword fetal right in front of the absolute spirit sword body. Isn't that just slapping the Mu family in the face? This nature is too malicious. Since Yuxian wants to go, then we will go for a visit. Su Qingxuan's lips curled into a gentle smile. This isn't a big deal. Just participating in a banquet, if the little guy wants to go, how can they not satisfy him? Even if he really intends to seize the Wuji sword fetal face to face, so what? As for how the Mu family thinks, it doesn't matter at all. Any dissatisfaction they might have, in front of a heavenly emperor, they will have to keep it to themselves. Chapter 28, Where's the special martial vein that was promised? Now that they've understood the little guy's intention, Su Qingxuan naturally agreed to visit the Mu family. As for what he specifically wanted to do, it would become clear in due time. The Mu family was not too far from the Xuanshuang cave, separated by only 3 major regions. With Su Qingxuang's cultivation, it wouldn't take long to arrive. And there were still 3 days until the banquet began. In the womb, Jiang Yuxian also started to ponder what to do in the days left. Anyway, there's plenty of time, so why not directly break through to the channeling realm? It's just in time for the banquet in a few days, and I can absorb the thunder martial pulse right after. He made the decision and immediately began another round of cultivation. His mother had also rested for a few days, her source already recovered. If he cultivated at this moment, it would not trouble her much. Thinking of this, he acted on it. In that strange and wondrous space, Jiang Yuxian gently closed his eyes. The swallowing sky devil art was activated, and the spiritual energy inside him surged like a raging torrent, roaring through his limbs and bones. The dense innate purple qi rolled incessantly within his meridians. These forces rapidly circulated within Jiang Yuxian's body, attempting to carve out magnificent pathways within his small frame. Oh? Yuxian is finally about to break through to the channeling realm? Outside, Su Qingxuan lightly raised her brow. Then, the corners of her mouth curled slightly upwards. She didn't waste any time and quietly sat down on a stone bench. The majestic power within her body circulated, aiding the little one. Is he about to enter the channeling realm? This brat, I wonder what kind of ruckus he will stir up again. Jiang Wushu murmured to himself. During this time, this brat had been cultivating in the womb, awakening the accompanying divine bones, practicing unknown techniques, and possessing the talent runes of the golden-winged rock, the pure sword heart. Moreover, he had even shattered the bone-forging limit and created a new limit. This series of actions made people unable to help but exclaim how monstrous and abnormal he was. Today, he was finally on the verge of breaking through to the channeling realm. Logically, a brat as extraordinary as him, with so many divine items, would surely awaken a special martial pulse upon stepping into the channeling realm. I truly want to see what kind of special martial pulse can be worthy of my son. Jiang Wushu whispered, his heart growing more and more expectant. He was looking forward to the little one bringing him another huge surprise. Thinking of this, Jiang Wushu decided to sit down nearby as well, quietly feeling the changes of the fetus within Su Qingxuan's belly. The so-called channeling realm meant refining spiritual energy to an extremely pure level. Then, with that pure spiritual energy, one would impact the entire body's meridians, making them grander, like the mighty Yangtze River. The channeling realm was also divided into 9 levels. With each level, not only did the martial pulses become more numerous and powerful, but the spiritual energy within would continuously transform. As for Jiang Yuxian, he cultivated using the swallowing sky devil art, consuming his mother's heavenly emperor source power. The spiritual energy he produced had already reached an outrageous level of purity. Thus, at this moment, all he needed to do was to open his martial pulses simply. At this time, in that space, resembling the chaos giving birth, Jiang Yuxian's small body was also sitting cross-legged, adopting a meditative posture. He radiated brilliant light all over, making him appear almost divine.
The majestic spiritual energy surged forth like heavenly thunder, producing a grand rumble, fiercely impacting his entire body's meridians. In a matter of moments, the terrifying force broke through barriers like a bamboo, instantly opening a passage. Following that, a remarkably thick martial pulse rapidly took form.
So quickly entering the channeling realm? Faster than I imagined.
Outside, Jiang Wushu exclaimed upon sensing everything.
He knew Jiang Yuxian's breakthrough to the channeling realm would undoubtedly be easy.
But this speed was something he hadn't anticipated. At this rate, this brat will likely reach the 9th level of channeling in just 3 days.
Jiang Wushu thought to himself. Just as he expected. As time continued to pass.
As the sun sets and the moon rises, more and more martial veins are constantly opened up within the fetus. These martial veins extend and grow outwards from the dantian, reaching every part of the body.
Like the roots of an ancient divine tree, they intertwine and release a brilliant radiance.
At the same time, the aura around Jiang Yuxian is also growing steadily.
Martial vein 1. Martial vein 2. Martial vein 3. Martial vein 8. Martial vein 9.
9 martial veins.
So fast.
This is too fast. Early on the 3rd day, just as dawn began to break.
Amidst a tremendous commotion, Jiang Wushu suddenly stood up from his chair. He couldn't help but marvel. The little rascal's speed of cultivation is simply unbelievable.
He actually broke through to 9 martial veins in one breath.
It only took 2 days. This is terrifying. Everything seems to fall into place.
At this moment, Jiang Wushu could clearly sense the power within the fetus, surging like the waves of a vast sea, crashing towards the sky.
Boom! Endless great power erupted, causing a tremendous vibration.
Jiang Yuxian sat quietly, surrounded by endless divine light, emitting a fierce and inexplicable aura. After a long while, the commotion began to slowly subside. Jiang Yuxian's cultivation was finally stabilized firmly at 9 martial veins.
Phew!
At this moment, Su Qingxuan also opened her eyes. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The little one finally broke through to the martial vein realm, and actually reached 9 veins in one go.
Not only that.
She could clearly feel that within the small body of the fetus, there seemed to be a hidden mighty deity, incredibly terrifying.
Not bad.
Achieved this state in just 2 days.
Su Qingxuan was very satisfied with this result.
But in the blink of an eye, she saw her husband, who was staring blankly beside her. At this moment, Jiang Wushu had a look of confusion in his eyes. There was also a hint of disappointment mixed in.
Wushu, what's wrong with you? Su Qingxuan asked. Jiang Wushu opened his mouth and pointed to his wife's bulging abdomen. Could it be? Is it really over like this?
He said with some difficulty in accepting this. Su Qingxuan was puzzled.
No way.
That little rascal caused such a big stir in the bone forging stage.
Now that he has cultivated to the martial vein realm, shouldn't he at least awaken a special martial vein? Really nothing? Jiang Wushu asked in confusion.
His words even carried a sense of urgency. He leaned closer to Su Qingxuan's abdomen, as if wanting to study the little rascal more closely.
Hearing him say this, Su Qingxuan also fell into a brief silence.
Indeed, the spiritual power within Jiang Yuxian surged, with martial veins like mountain ranges lying across, vast and majestic. But he had indeed not awakened any special martial veins. The spiritual power within the fetus was still the most common type of energy. Without the support of special veins, there was no substantial transformation. This result made both of them somewhat hard to accept. You and I both have special martial veins, it's impossible for that little rascal to have none.
Could it be that the power from the bone forging realm was too strong, exhausting all his potential? Jiang Wushu said wide-eyed. Listening to his words, Su Qingxuan couldn't help but smile helplessly.
No special veins means no special veins, no matter how hard it is to accept, it's a fact they cannot change. Forget it, at worst, we can keep him at the martial vein realm before he's born. After he's born, I'll go out and find some divine treasures to forge him a special martial vein.
Besides, the little rascal is already excellent enough.
Even if he doesn't have special veins, I believe he can still rank supreme and rise above everyone. Su Qingxuan thought for a moment and said this.
Martial veins are innate, ordinary means cannot change them.
With her abilities, forging a martial vein is not difficult. But to compare it with truly top-tier special veins, perhaps there would still be some gaps.
However, for Jiang Yuxian, that should be enough. Maybe my expectations were too high. It has to be this way. Jiang Wushu nodded. The higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment.
Perhaps I shouldn't blame that little brat, but myself for thinking too much.
Jiang Wushu comforted himself this way. In the womb. After hearing these words, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but shrug. Isn't it just a special martial pulse?
Mom and Dad, just wait, when we get to the Mu family, I will give you a huge surprise. He grinned widely and thought in his heart.
Chapter 29, The Mu Family Banquet, Guests from All Directions.
The 1,000 mountains are waking, the morning clouds are coming from the mountains. In the center of the Tianlan domain, a magnificent giant city lies sprawling, as if dragons are coiling and tigers are crouching, stretching for thousands of miles.
This giant city is called Fufeng City. Its owner is one of the most powerful forces today, the Changsheng Mu family.
Centering on Fufeng City, all cultivators in the Tianlan domain regard it as a holy place.
Early in the morning, the large Fufeng City was bustling with activity.
Countless cultivators stepped onto the street, occasionally looking up at the sky or gathering towards the direction of the Mu family.
They knew that today was a big day.
Recently, the absolute spirit sword body was born, and the sword light surged into the sky, shaking more than a dozen great domains.
The Changsheng Mu family was immensely excited.
Such a glorious event naturally called for a banquet to celebrate with guests from all corners.
And today, it is the day of the Mu family banquet.
It's easy to imagine that before long, a multitude of renowned figures from all over would rush to congratulate the Mu family.
Even many saint ancestors would personally arrive.
Therefore, many cultivators stood by, hoping to catch a glimpse of a saint ancestor's extraordinary presence.
Sure enough,
as the sun just began to rise, one after another, figures appeared in the distant sky, flying into the city from all directions.
Each person carried an overwhelming presence, stirring the void. The Red Flame Sect. I see people from the Red Flame Sect. Over there, coming on swords, could it be people from the Spirit Sword Manor? And the Moonlight Valley? The crowd in the city quickly recognized one power after another.
These forces are all top sects in the Tianlan domain, ruling over a region, with a prestigious reputation.
The Changsheng Mu family held a banquet, and they naturally arrived early to congratulate.
In everyone's gaze, these figures all fell toward the direction of the Mu family. Li Changhe from the Bai Yan sect is here, congratulating the Changsheng Mu family on the birth of the absolute spirit sword body. Zhao Ji Mountain from the Shengang sect congratulates the Changsheng Mu family on the absolute spirit sword body. Yun Qingyan from the Fallen Phoenix Palace celebrates the Changsheng Mu family for bringing forth another true dragon.
One by one, strong figures loudly congratulated.
In front of the grand and imposing Mu family mansion, a middle-aged man welcomed them with a beaming smile. Looking at the stream of guests before him, he felt extremely pleased.
The appearance of the absolute spirit sword body brought glory to the entire Mu family.
Please enter the mansion and take your seats. I hope you can forgive us for any lack of hospitality. The middle-aged man said with a smile. Then, under the guidance of one servant after another, these powerful figures were led into the mansion.
However, the place they were seated was the side hall of the Changsheng Mu family.
Inside the Mu family mansion, there was also a main hall, grand and vast. In front of the main hall, thick beams made from divine wood shimmered under the sunlight, like sparkling jade. Only those top saint ancestor level experts or individuals from ancient holy lands, immortal sects, or Changsheng families were qualified to sit in here.
Many gazes from the side hall looked over longingly, filled with envy.
Everyone wants to be among the strongest, to receive the highest treatment. And just when these people's emotions were swirling, a grand sound echoed from afar.
The large Fufeng city trembled. In an instant, all cultivators in the city were stirred. Rumble.
Accompanied by a tremendous roaring sound, a luxurious chariot appeared in the high sky in the distance. This chariot was pulled by 12 robust unicorn horses. Each unicorn horse was covered in glimmering scales. Under the snow-white mane of the horse, a single horn pointed to the sky, sharp and revealing like a divine weapon. On the enormous chariot hung divine gold and precious jade, with silk ribbons woven from the fur of unknown spiritual beasts, exuding a divine aura. 12 unicorns with iron hooves stomped, pulling the chariot, crushing the void, rumbling forward. The divine gold and precious jade clashed together as the chariot moved, sounding like the music of the great Tao. That is, the snow-scaled unicorn, the chariot of the Jinghong Emperor.
Jinghong Emperor? He is the ruler of the Jinghong divine dynasty. He actually came in person? The crowd in the city suddenly erupted into excitement.
The Jinghong divine dynasty is a colossal power among the 3,000 realms, overseeing millions of miles of mountains and rivers, with countless subjects. The Jinghong Emperor himself has already reached the realm of the sacred ancestor. He is an unrivaled ruler who has reigned for over 100,000 years, at the peak of his power.
No one expected that this time, at the Mu family's banquet, the Jinghong Emperor would actually appear in person.
One can imagine how much this terrifying ruler, with supreme achievements, values the absolute spirit sword body. Unfortunately, the majestic chariot was covered by drapes, blocking the view, preventing them from seeing the face of the Jinghong Emperor and others inside the chariot.
Buzz! Buzz! Buzz!
Just when everyone was shocked, the void suddenly emitted a terrifying tremor. Like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, it stirred up vast ripples. The terrifying ripple spread, sweeping across the 9 heavens, causing the void to collapse continuously, crumbling into nothingness.
Amidst the chaos, several figures appeared, both old and young. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, broad-shouldered and stout.
He was tall and powerful, holding a blood-colored large axe, like a deity or demon, towering upright. This was a man in his 40s, with a rugged face and a body full of bulging muscles.
His pair of eyes, with their piercing gaze, resembled an eagle watching over wolves, exuding extraordinary martial prowess.
Unconsciously, an overwhelming pressure emitted from him, causing the void to tremble and hum. Countless eyes were fixed on that figure, involuntarily shuddering in fear.
The sovereign of the tyrant sect, Su Quangren, he has come too. This newly ascended sacred ancestor has also personally arrived. What a terrifying aura! The pressure from Quangren the sacred ancestor is too powerful.
The crowd buzzed with excitement.
Many people's eyes showed intense admiration. Su Quangren had only been a sacred ancestor for a few hundred years.
Yet, tales of him spread across many places in the wilderness realm. The tyrant sect, which was once just an ordinary force, has skyrocketed to prominence through Su Quangren's single-handed efforts over thousands of years. If nothing unexpected happens, the tyrant sect is expected to be among the sacred places in the future.
Clang! Clang! Amidst the discussions, the void surged continuously.
Next, one after another, figures broke through the air, stepping out from the spatial passage.
An old man appeared with several young men and women, causing bursts of gasps from the crowd.
Fu Wanjing, the head of the Taishan sect, the Wanjing sacred ancestor. He also came with his disciples.
Suddenly, boundless purple energy surged from the horizon.
A young-looking man, though with flowing white hair, walked on the waves. He wore a light-colored robe, with wide sleeves waving like a celestial being. Several young figures followed behind him.
The Faxian sacred ancestor, Chu Faxian. Even the rarely seen Wanxian sect has come? The people in the city widened their eyes.
Their gazes were irresistibly captivated by the figure filled with celestial energy. At this moment, a series of war drums sounded from the sky.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The war drums resounded, carrying a terrifying killing intent, shaking the heavy night sky. The entire world was filled with this boundless, terrifying aura. Amidst the atmosphere, several hundred armored soldiers stepped out of the void.
Each one walked on air.
The energy of all of them intertwined together, even rivaling a true sacred ancestor in strength. Under the protection of a group of armored soldiers, a gigantic black fierce tiger, 10 feet tall, gradually revealed its form. A man wearing a tall crown sat high on the tiger's back. He looked to be just over 30, but his imposing presence made it impossible to stare directly at him.
Dark Sky Tiger. Nya Long Guard. He is the brother of the emperor of the Fu Long Divine Dynasty, the War King, Emperor Wushuang. Is the War King representing the Fu Long Emperor at the banquet? That is the legendary Nya Long Guard. A combined force in battle that can rival the ancestral saints.
And the Dark Sky Tiger, rumored to soon become a sacred beast. The city of Fu Feng erupted in excitement. The arrival of these powerful figures made them thrilled. But this was not yet the end. As time passed, the sun climbed higher. By noon, more and more terrifying figures arrived. Such figures were rarely seen at all. Yet today, they had all come together. Zhang Wanli from the Lianshan sect, here to congratulate the Mu family on the birth of the absolute spirit sword body. The Holy Land of Huanshu congratulates the Mu family on producing yet another unparalleled genius. The true dragon of the Mu family has emerged. I, from the Changxingji family, will naturally come for a drink. Each voice spread through the air, all expressing congratulations to the Mu family.
And those speaking were all powerful overlords. In the city, there were even people counting, at least 10 ancestral saints had come to the Mu family. Such a grand occasion was truly rare. As these people continued to arrive, a hearty burst of laughter echoed from deep within the Mu family. Ha ha ha. You all visiting is truly an honor for my Mu family.
As the laughter echoed, the family head, Mu Nantian, soared into the sky to personally greet them.
Behind Mu Nantian, a 7 or 8-year-old little boy followed closely.
When the group of extraordinary figures saw the little boy, their gazes instinctively narrowed. They clearly saw that the still tender body stood upright, like a sharp sword drawn against the sky. Endless sword intent wrapped around him, making him look like an unparalleled sword god. In the surrounding void, clusters of laws of heaven and earth, true principles of the Tao, were all cut into chaos by the terrifying sword intent.
Chapter 30, The Current Genius, with Mu Qingchen as the respect. The little boy had a stern expression, and at such a young age, he seemed to possess a world-dominating demeanor. His brows were filled with pride, showing no sign of retreat. The moment he appeared, he attracted all the attention. Without a doubt, this boy was the holder of the recently awakened absolute spirit sword body. Mu Nantian's grandson, Mu Qingchen.
He was only 7 years old this year. But the momentum he radiated was frightening to the extreme. That unmatched sword intent surged in churned, slashing horizontally and vertically, leaving the surrounding profound truths in disarray.
This sword intent could even directly slash into a person's soul.
Among the crowd of congratulators, those young men and women with shallow cultivation felt sharp pains in their souls.
Everyone couldn't help but retreat in unison, hiding behind their stronger allies before they recovered. But the eyes looking at Mu Qingchen were filled with varying degrees of awe. Seeing their expressions, Mu Qingchen's thin chest stood even taller. He swept his gaze over the crowd, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, seemingly disdainful. The absolute spirit sword body is indeed terrifying. It has just awakened, yet possesses such might.
High in the sky, the war king from the Fulong divine dynasty spoke. Beneath him, the enormous dark sky tiger slightly crouched, letting out a low growl. Its sharp tiger eyes fixed intently on Mu Qingchen, as if preparing to pounce. Even this incredibly powerful fierce beast felt a certain degree of threat at this moment. The Changsheng Mu family truly has an endless stream of geniuses. Now that the absolute spirit sword body has emerged, it is destined to become a dragon soaring in the sky in the future.
To dominate the universe. Zhang Wanli of the Lianshan sect sighed and said.
With the strength of the absolute spirit sword body, in the future, this 3,000 realms will surely have its place. There's even a slight possibility of breaking through to the realm of the Heavenly Emperor. The absolute spirit sword body is rare throughout the ages, with few who can compare. In the future, the Changsheng Mu family, under his leadership, will undoubtedly be even more glorious. I truly envy Ji here. The people from the Changsheng Ji family also praised endlessly. He truly felt envy. In the world, a physique that can compare with the absolute spirit sword body is nearly unseen in a millennium.
Among the current generation, there is this only one, never has a second been heard of. Too much praise, everyone, too much praise. Please, come inside. Mu Nantian laughed heartily and waved his hand, inviting everyone into the main hall.
Many strong figures from the Mu family also appeared, accompanying them and hosting the gathering.
After everyone was seated, Mu Nantian could not hide the smile on his face.
In his ears, the praises from the strong were still echoing. He took a deep look at his grandson, Mu Qingchen, who sat beside him. Regarding this grandson, he felt increasingly satisfied.
The banquet was about to formally begin.
At this moment, Jianling Tian from the Sword Hiding Mountain also arrived with 4 elders. They had already reached the Mu family earlier and had discussed a major matter with Mu Nantian. Mu Qingchen would be sent to the Sword Hiding Mountain and would gain the identity of a swordmaster, receiving full support in his cultivation.
Upon hearing this news, everyone present couldn't help but feel shaken once again.
The Sword Hiding Mountain was renowned for its aggression and bloodshed, its sword path shining brightly, slashing through heaven and earth. With Mu Qingchen entering the Sword Hiding Mountain, it was like adding wings to a tiger. By then, not only would the Mu family gain a peerless swordmaster, but the Sword Hiding Mountain would also greatly benefit. The arrival of Jianling Tian elevated the banquet to a climax before it had even begun. The 5 from the Sword Hiding Mountain sat down, as representatives of the Absolute Spirit Sword Body sect, flanking Mu Nantian. They were also considered the hosts of today's banquet. I would like to thank everyone for your presence. I have prepared a modest wine, please don't mind. Soon, Qingchen will toast to everyone. He is still young and can't hold his liquor, so please be lenient, haha. Mu Nantian sat at the top position, laughing and speaking. Upon hearing his words, everyone once again showered him with compliments. Just as the Ji family had said, the Mu family produces such a true dragon, which truly makes us all envious. With the strongest sword path heritage from the Sword Hiding Mountain, the absolute spirit sword body will surely rise. In the future, when we look across the 3,000 realms, who among them can fight against the absolute spirit sword body? At that time, in the vast wildlands, who will not know the sword body, who will not know the Mu family? The Sword Hiding Mountain in the future may even become a dual imperial heritage. Hearing these words, Jianling Tian maintained a calm demeanor. But Mu Nantian's heart felt a surge of satisfaction. He stroked his beard, chuckling widely. Beside him, Mu Qingchen's expression also grew more proud. Looking around, the many young talents in the hall came from the major holy lands and aristocratic families, all being top geniuses. But at this moment, these people all looked up to him. And in the near future, they will tremble and bow under his might, submitting to him. In the hall, many people continued to praise. I still remember the day the absolute spirit sword body emerged, with extraordinary phenomena, causing a stir in the world. That spectacle was even more grand than when the son of the Frost Emperor awakened his special physique. It can be imagined that in the future, the absolute spirit sword body will not be weaker than the Emperor's son by half. Suddenly, an elder from the Overlord sect made such a statement. The meaning of his words was that the absolute spirit sword body was not weaker than the Emperor's son, but everyone present understood that he was cautious of the Frost Emperor's authority, leaving room for interpretation. If truly compared, even the unborn emperor's son would find it hard to compare with the absolute spirit sword body. To overshadow the emperor's son is an extremely high praise. However, just as these words fell, Mu Nanshan's smile suddenly stiffened.
He glanced at the elder from the Overlord sect.
Endless displeasure suddenly surged in his heart. Not long ago, he personally visited the Xianshuan cave, yet witnessed the extraordinary powers of the emperor's son with his own eyes. Cultivating since the womb, breaking through the bone-forging limits, and awakening the purity sword heart. Especially the purity sword heart, which can transform thoughts into a sword, even controlling the sword intent of other sword cultivators. In other words, any sword cultivator before him would probably struggle to unleash even half of their strength. The Mu family's absolute spirit sword body is strong, but before the purity sword heart, it would likely be severely suppressed. However, on that day, the Frost Sky Emperor quickly intervened, instantly suppressing the manifestation of the purity sword heart.
Thus, very few people knew about this matter.
But for Mu Nantian, this event felt like a stone lodged in his throat, causing him extreme discomfort. Our Mu family had finally produced an extraordinary sword body. And now, the Frost Sky Emperor directly arranged for an archenemy.
How can one live like this?
Even Jianzong's Jian Lingtian and several others, upon learning of this in private, specially made their way from Mu family to the Xianshuan cave, wanting to bring the purity sword heart into their sect. It can be imagined, if his grandson Qingchen were to train alongside the purity sword heart, it would be a significant blow. Being born with a natural counter, finding a breakthrough was nearly impossible, cruelly destroying a cultivator's heart. Fortunately, Jian Lingtian soon returned to the Mu family, only to say that the Frost Sky Emperor had rejected his proposal.
This made Mu Nantian let out a long sigh of relief. The Frost Sky Emperor actually refused.
This made him extremely thankful. Mu Nantian knew, as long as the purity sword heart did not enter the sword hidden mountain, it would be hard to interfere with Mu Qingchen's rise. Even if someone could counter him in the world, it wouldn't hinder him from achieving the world's peak.
In the hall, everyone noticed Mu Nanshan's suddenly gloomy expression, looking unhappy. This left them baffled. The Mu family set up a banquet, partly to listen to everyone praise them, right? Why, when discussing the absolute spirit sword body, does he seem unhappy?
Among all present, only Jian Lingtian and the four elders understood Mu Nanshan's thoughts.
However, these five remained silent. Bring in the wine. Mu Nantian suddenly commanded.
Of course, he wouldn't tell these people how monstrous the Frost Sky Emperor's yet-to-be-born child is.
It's fine, as long as he doesn't hinder his grandson. Let it be monstrous, all powers in the world are under the Frost Sky Emperor's might anyway. That family, one shouldn't look at with normal eyes.
Thinking of this, Mu Nantian straightened his expression, driving out the distracting thoughts from his mind.
He put on a smile again.
At the same time, a large group of attendants filed into the hall, presenting a wealth of spiritual fruits, delicacies, fine wines, and brews. In an instant, the hall was filled with the rich aroma of wine. Affected by Mu Nanshan's earlier mood, the atmosphere shifted slightly. People stopped merely praising the absolute spirit sword body and instead shifted the topic to the sword hidden mountain. The Wuji sword body of Sword Hidden Mountain has been gathering dust for many years.
With the absolute spirit sword body joining the sect, is there a chance to merge with it? Taoist Wanqing from the Taishian sect suddenly asked. This instantly attracted everyone's attention.
People at this level almost all knew that the founding Sword Emperor of Sword Hidden Mountain left behind a supreme sword body as the sect's highest legacy. But for countless years, no one has been able to gain the recognition of the Wuji sword body.
But now there is the absolute spirit sword body.
With the qualification of the absolute spirit sword body, the chance to merge with the Wuji sword body is absolutely present.
Not only people from other powers, even Mu Nantian and his grandson Mu Qingchen could not help but perk up their ears, wanting to hear Jian Lingtian's answer.
Of course.
Jian Lingtian gave a direct affirmative answer.
Then he chuckled and continued. The absolute spirit sword body definitely surpasses the generations of disciples in Sword Hidden Mountain. Jian Mo felt that he had a great chance to gain the recognition of the sword embryo and successfully merge with it. However, at this time, nothing was absolute, everything depended on fate. Jian Lingtian finished speaking, and the hall erupted in an uproar. Everyone ignored the latter half of his sentence.
Because that wasn't particularly important.
The most important thing was that Songjin Mountain would really present the Wujin sword embryo to the Zhuling sword body. It was unimaginable how terrifying the Zhuling sword body would become if the fusion was successful. Given some time, it might achieve the status of a powerful and unparalleled sword emperor.
Wujin sword embryo. Seated in the main position, Mu Nantian's heart surged with excitement.
His eyes sparkled with radiant light. If he truly obtained the Wujin sword embryo, his grandson Chengchen would undoubtedly soar like a dragon into the sky, leaping to new heights.
At that time, who could compare with him?
Even that unborn emperor's son, who possessed the immaculate sword heart, would be nothing in the face of the dual enhancement of the Juling sword body and Wujing sword embryo.
With this thought, Mu Nantian's heart burst open with infinite passion once again.
Beside him, Mu Qingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement as well. Her small hands involuntarily clenched tightly. I will definitely merge with the Wujing sword embryo. Among the talented of this world, I Mu Qingchen will lead. In the future, the great world will be dictated by my words. All the great teachings, sacred lands, and divine imperial families will worship me as their ruler. She made a firm resolution in her heart. A sense of unexplainable heroism spilled out from her youthful body.
Chapter 31, The Arrival of Emperor Frost. Isn't the Mu family really too prestigious? Mu Qingchen's gaze was blazing.
The other people in the hall also changed the way they looked at her. If this boy could rise smoothly, he would surely stir up boundless storms in the 3,000 Dao realms in the future. Among the crowd, only Jianling Tian and the four elders sighed quietly. If they could, they would prefer to take both the Juling sword body and the immaculate sword heart under their wing.
But sadly, the Frost Emperor had rejected them.
In fact, today's banquet was not just a celebration for the Juling sword body. At the same time, Sangjian Mountain would also hold a simple apprentice admission ceremony here. When that time comes, the Wujing sword embryo would finally be given to Mu Qingchen. 3 days have passed, and still, there is no news from the Frost Emperor.
Forget it.
Already having a Juling sword body, why must we force the immaculate sword heart? Jianling Tian sighed lightly in his heart, feeling immensely disappointed. But he soon gathered his emotions. He raised his wine cup and began to drink merrily with everyone. In the spacious main hall, drinks were flowing, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. All the guests were still occasionally expressing admiration for the Juling sword body and giving praises to the Mu family. Before long, Mu Nantian, feeling the effects of alcohol, was flushed with joy. A smile remained on his face.
Everyone, today, let's drink to our heart's content. Ha ha ha. Mu Nantian raised his cup again.
He tilted his head back, about to drink it all down. But at that moment, an inexplicable force suddenly descended, permeating every inch of space. Under the influence of this power, the wine in Mu Nantian's cup seemed to freeze. No matter what, he couldn't pour it into his mouth. Not only him, but everyone else in the hall also felt the strangeness. That mystical power filled the air, seemingly freezing even the laws of the universe. This is... All the supreme ancestors present felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. It was not just the wine, even the spiritual energy within their bodies came to a sudden halt. This sudden scene caught them off guard. How could there be such terrifying power in this world, able to bring absolute suppression to more than a dozen supreme ancestors at once? This situation left them utterly astonished. But soon, they understood the reason. They heard a pleasant female voice echoing from the void.
Mu family head, we are sorry for being late.
The voice seemed far away at first, but by the last word, it had already resonated within the hall.
Then they saw.
The hall emitted subtle ripples in the empty air.
Then, the figures of a young man and woman suddenly appeared out of nowhere.
The man was tall and handsome, his brows displaying authority, radiating the aura of a strong individual.
Beside him, the woman instantly captured everyone's attention.
Dressed in a simple white dress that hugged her tall figure, her ethereal beauty was accentuated, making her appear even more extraordinary. Her abdomen slightly rounded, it was evident she was carrying a child.
Yet, an invisible force emanated from her, overwhelming in its dominance.
At a glance, it seemed as if the entire universe revolved around her, swirling in attendance.
Countless laws and endless order, anything that touched her body was instantly obliterated.
In an instant, everyone present tensed up mentally.
Frost Empress.
A powerful individual swallowed hard and spoke with great difficulty.
He naturally recognized the woman before him.
This was the unparalleled figure of the current age, the only one in millions of years to attain the fruit of the Empress path.
Now, the only Empress in the 3,000 domains. Frost Empress. Su Ching Xuan.
The man beside her was none other than her husband, the ancient saint Zheng Wusu. Once this realization sank in, the ancient saint who had just spoken immediately lowered his head. His gaze dared not meet the Frost Empress's even for a moment. The dignity of the Empress is not to be gazed upon. Soon, everyone else in the hall also bowed down, clasping their hands in greeting, all together paying their respects.
Greetings, Frost Empress. We honor you, ancient Saint Wusu.
The loud sound echoed, causing the entire wind-blown city to tremble.
Countless people in the city heard this voice. In an instant, everyone displayed boundless shock, leading to continuous discussions in the city. What? The Frost Empress and ancient Saint Wusu have actually come to the Mu family? How is this possible?
That is the Frost Empress.
No way? Is she here for the Absolute Spirit Sword Body Banquet? The Mu family must have quite a bit of influence to have even invited the Frost Empress. Incredible. The Mu family is truly remarkable. If the Empress truly watches over them in the future, no one in the 3,000 domains will dare to infringe upon the Longsheng Mu family. Similar voices echoed throughout Windblown City. Everyone rushed to share the news, exclaiming in disbelief. The Frost Empress had indeed arrived at the Mu family to attend the celebration of the Absolute Spirit Sword Body. That was the Empress. The unrivaled strongest in the world. Yet such a legendary figure was actually invited by the Mu family. Incredible. In fact, it wasn't just the ordinary cultivators in the city who found it hard to believe. Even the powerful figures from various great forces attending the Mu family feast were stunned at this moment. The 3,000 domains gathered many holy places, big sects, and divine empires, but those present today all shared a deep connection with the Mu family. However, they had never heard of how deep the relationship was between the Frost Empress and the Longsheng Mu family. It was known that on the day the Absolute Spirit Sword Body awakened, a spectacular phenomenon occurred, even affecting the Xuanchuan Cave heaven slightly. At that time, the Frost Empress had even questioned the situation, clearly displeased. Afterward, Mu Nantian had personally gone to apologize. Everyone, especially the ancient saints present, knew about this incident. Surely, Mu Nantian had casually sent out an invitation then. But with the Frost Empress's status, how could she possibly attend? Even sending a congratulatory message was already a great honor for the Mu family. By the way, the Absolute Spirit Sword Body. It must be the awakening of the Absolute Spirit Sword Body that has caught the Frost Empress's immense attention. Especially since the Mu family's divine son will enter Sword Mountain, presenting a great opportunity to merge with the infinite sword embryo. Such an extraordinary constitution is undoubtedly valued by even the Frost Empress. Suddenly, many people thought of this point. Aside from this explanation, they couldn't think of any other reason. In that moment, everyone within the main hall and side hall of the Mu family felt a shocking awe in their hearts. They couldn't help but marvel that the unrivaled sword body was truly extraordinary. Even the Frost Empress regarded it with such importance. Even such a banquet. Let her true form come to the Mu family. This is really giving face to the Mu family. Everyone felt endless emotions. A group of great sages showed envy on their faces. All the people looked at the Mu family in a new light. However, there was one person present who thought otherwise. That was Mu Nantian. At this moment, his face was still flushed from drinking, but the effects of the alcohol quickly faded, leaving him extremely clear-headed. The previously excited smile on his face froze. He held a drink to his mouth, unsure whether to drink it or not. He was completely stunned. Chapter 32, The atmosphere became strange. Mu Nantian's gaze flickered. Looking at the young couple standing in the center of the hall, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. He sighed deeply in his heart. Shuang Tiandi, Wusu Shangzu, why did you suddenly come to my Mu family? When I sent out the invitation, it was just a casual gesture. I didn't really want to invite you. As dignified emperors, can't you at least maintain some poise? Mu Nantian couldn't help but complain internally. Under normal circumstances, if you, Shuang Tiandi, deign to visit, my Mu family would certainly set up an extravagant reception. But today is different. Today is a banquet specially held for the Absolute Spirit Sword Body. Your unborn emperor's son has awakened the pure sword heart. Is this just ruining the party? At this moment, Mu Nantian felt utterly helpless. He suddenly felt regretful. Why did I go to Xinshuan Cave to apologize, when a simple apology would have sufficed? Why did I even send an invitation? Was I out of my mind back then? Otherwise, Shuang Tiandi wouldn't have really come. Mu Nantian's expression changed repeatedly. The others in the hall quickly noticed this. This left everyone puzzled. Wasn't Shuang Tiandi here to be a guest? But the Mu family head seems a bit unwelcoming? What's going on? Doubt filled everyone's hearts. This situation seemed a bit mysterious. It wasn't just them who felt it. Even Jiang Yuxian, in her mother's womb, sensed that something was off with the atmosphere. Finally arrived at the Mu family banquet. Mu Nantian seems really not to welcome us. But my mom is the empress, do you dare to drive her away? I really want to see what Mu Nantian's expression looks like now. Jiang Yuxian's gossiping fire burned fiercely in her heart. Last time Mu Nantian went to the Xinshuan Cave to show off, he was slapped in the face on the spot. Today, with dad and mom bringing her along, his expression must be spectacular. I just love how you can't stand me, yet can't take me down. This feeling is simply too wonderful. In the hall, Su Qingxuan and Jiang Wushu also noticed Mu Nantian's expression, both smiling faintly. Especially Jiang Wushu, he was relishing the misfortune. Does the head of the Mu family not welcome my couple?
If so, we will take our leave and no longer disturb. He pretended to bow, then supported Su Qingshuang beside him. As they turned to leave, it seemed they really were going to go.
But Mu Nantian didn't dare. What a joke! The emperor came, would he dare not welcome them?
Even if he felt unwelcome inside, he must never say it out loud.
Looking at the whole world today, who has the audacity to let Shuang Tiandi leave empty-handed?
Immediately, Mu Nantian squeezed out an extremely stiff smile.
How could I dare? Welcome, welcome.
My Mu family is so fortunate to have Shuang Tiandi and Wu Su Shangzu deign to visit our humble abode. While speaking, he cupped his hands in salute. He no longer cared about drinking. Hastily, he offered the main seat. He even personally took action, clearing the drinks and dishes from the table, then replacing them with brand new ones. After a flurry of activity, a new table was hastily added to the hall.
Mu Nantian and Jian Lingtian were about to take their seats with Mu Qingchen. However, Mu Qingchen didn't budge from her original spot.
She didn't even shift her bottom one bit.
Qingchen, quickly give your seat to the Frost Heaven Emperor and the Wusu Saint Ancestor. Mu Nantian said. But Mu Qingchen didn't even glance at him.
The little boy's eyes were fixed tightly on the otherworldly woman, his expression blank, his gaze was extremely serious. It was as if the being before him was not an emperor, but an ordinary person. Mu Nantian was directly scared half to death when he saw this. This grandson of his was simply audacious beyond belief.
In the presence of the emperor, how could one dare to look directly?
Don't mention that you have no cultivation now. Even if you could really ascend to the position of Sword Emperor in the future, this being still wouldn't be someone you could easily offend. Mu Nantian said nothing, he walked straight forward to take his grandson down. But Mu Qingchen dodged a little. His gaze shifted to Su Qingshuang's belly.
Frost Heaven Emperor, when will the divine son be born? He asked.
Su Qingshuang smiled slightly, but did not answer.
At this, Mu Nantian's body trembled a bit. What does this mean? You little brat, are you provoking the divine son?
The child doesn't understand, please don't blame the Frost Heaven Emperor. He hurriedly said. Without further delay, he directly lifted Mu Qingchen up. The little boy's gaze was still on Su Qingshuang's belly, his mind unknown to anyone. But that gaze was like a strong and extremely stubborn ancient beast.
Until Mu Nantian finally seated him, only then did he retract his attention. Was that little brat just provoking me? It should be that absolute spirit sword body, right? He.
Anyway, don't mess with me, or I'll make you cry until you can't stop. Jiang Yuxian laughed coldly in his heart. He didn't care at all about Mu Qingchen's provocation.
Isn't it just the absolute spirit sword body? What's with the big display?
Finally, the banquet in the hall recommenced. But everything that just happened made the atmosphere very strange.
A subtle breath flowed.
The guests who came to the Mu family, each mind stirred. The situation was now very clear.
The Frost Heaven Emperor and the Wusu Saint Ancestor clearly were not here to give face to the Mu family or to celebrate the absolute spirit sword body. Instead, it seemed they were here to stir up trouble.
Everyone drank and ate, but the previous warmth was gone, almost mechanically pouring drinks for themselves.
One by one, they were like soulless puppets.
While the Frost Heaven Emperor sat at the top, saying nothing. Wusu Saint Ancestor had his eyes only on his wife, serving her food, pulling out a gleaming dagger to peel the sweet fruit.
Mu Nantian kept drinking cup after cup, feeling utterly gloomy. The unborn Jiang Yuxian couldn't see the scene.
But around him, the strange silent atmosphere allowed him to feel it clearly.
This made him extremely happy. My mom is so strong. The great emperor must suppress all who defy.
No matter how uncomfortable it is, just keep it bottled up.
Jiang Yuxian thought.
In the hall, everyone stayed silent. But as time passed, the five from the Hidden Sword Mountain, led by Jian Lingtian, could hardly sit still.
The arrival of the Frost Heaven Emperor made them extremely excited. Could it be that the Frost Heaven Emperor and the Wusu Saint Ancestor had decided that the Divine Son would enter Hidden Sword Mountain after birth? This was the biggest possibility. Otherwise, why would they specially come to the Mu family? But things did not develop as they had imagined. After the Emperor couple arrived, they said nothing and just sat there. Were they really going to agree to us? Could you just give us a clear answer?
For a moment, the five from Hidden Sword Mountain exchanged glances. They hesitated, unsure whether to broach the topic.
Actually, they couldn't blame Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wusu.
They came to the Mu family, following the little guy's wishes.
As for what he intended to do here, that was unknown. Who cares? Since they were here, they would eat, they would drink.
Frost, come, try this sacred snow spirit fruit.
This is a great thing.
Once in 300 years it blooms, once in 300 years it bears fruit, only in extreme cold places can it occasionally be seen, it's so precious.
We've come to the Mu family. Ordinarily, we can't eat such spiritual fruits.
Jiang Wushu peeled a spiritual fruit for Su Qingxuang, admiringly saying. He finished peeling one for himself and bit into it with great enthusiasm. The others looked on with wide eyes.
Is there really no concern for the image of the holy ancestor? As Jiang Wushu reached for another bunch of grape-like spiritual fruits, ready to continue his feast, Jian Lingtian could no longer hold back. He suddenly stood up.
Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to him.
Emperor Frost, holy ancestor Wushu. I wonder if the two of you have decided whether, after the emperor's child is born, to enter my Sanjian mountain?
He straightforwardly asked.
He really couldn't hold back anymore.
However, Jian Lingtian's words left everyone present, except Mu Nantian, puzzled. Even Mu Qingchen looked up at Su Qingxuang again at this moment.
Chapter 33, Do Cats and Dogs Dare to Make a Scene Above Me? Inviting the emperor's child to enter Sanjian mountain? What is going on? Everyone was completely confused.
That person has the blood of the heavenly emperor flowing in their veins, and after being born, will be personally taught by the heavenly emperor. Why would they go to Sanjian mountain? Only Mu Nantian knew the real reason in this moment. His heart skipped a beat, feeling that something was wrong. In an instant, he seemed to understand all the cause and effect. I thought, why has Emperor Frost suddenly come to my Mu family? She must be agreeing to let the Holy Sword Heart enter Sanjian mountain to cultivate.
So that's it.
At this moment, Mu Nantian could basically confirm that Emperor Frost came here to agree to let the Emperor's child enter Sanjian mountain. Thinking of this, his face suddenly turned extremely ugly.
The Holy Sword Heart entering Sanjian mountain would be a tremendous bad thing for his grandson, Mu Qingchen. Sword cultivation would be suppressed.
The nearly accessible Wuji sword embryo would likely face competition from the Emperor's child.
What should be done about this?
In that instant, Mu Nantian's mood plummeted to the bottom.
On the main seat. Hearing Jian Lingtian's words, Jiang Wushu no longer continued to nibble on the spiritual fruit.
He also turned to look at his wife's belly.
This brat who had insisted on coming to the Mu family, who knows what he wants to do? It's been so long since he arrived, there should be a conclusion by now, right? If it's to agree with Jian Lingtian, then a word should be given at this moment. Not just Jiang Wushu. Su Qingxuang also lowered her head, reaching out to touch her abdomen.
However, the fetus in her belly showed no signs of movement.
Upon careful examination, the little one wasn't even asleep now.
He was squinting his eyes and smiling, who knows what he is so happy about.
Su Qingxuang was extremely helpless. You're not asleep, but you won't give a clear answer? What exactly are you hiding?
Sword Saint Lingtian, this matter has already been made clear that day.
Whether to enter Sanjian mountain, let's wait for Yuxian to decide later.
She said with a bitter smile.
Who knows what Jian Yuxian is thinking? But since he didn't respond, it must be that he doesn't want to enter Sanjian mountain.
Upon hearing Su Qingxuang's response, Jian Lingtian was momentarily stunned.
What is happening? Are you really refusing? If so, why did you come all the way to the Mu family? Did you really come just to eat a banquet?
Even with Jian Lingtian's status as Sword Saint, this left him feeling lost.
He couldn't decipher the heavenly emperor's thoughts. Meanwhile, an elder from Sanjian mountain beside him became anxious. Emperor Frost, holy ancestor Wushu, do you really not want to reconsider? The Holy Sword Heart is extremely rare, a true sword body. It would be a great pity if the emperor's child does not cultivate the sword way. This elder spoke with heartbreak. Why couldn't the Emperor Frost couple understand? What a waste of such a miraculous Holy Sword Heart. He cried out in pain inside, completely unaware that his words, once spoken, were like thunder on a calm day. A thunderous explosion erupted in the grand hall of the Mu family. All the guests at that moment were mentally shaken. What? Pure Sword Heart? The prince actually awakened the Pure Sword Heart? How is that possible? Didn't he awaken some other special constitution? Exclamations rang out one after another.
Including the many ancestors, people from all major powers were extremely shocked.
Many knew about the Pure Sword Heart. It was an existence that absolutely surpassed the absolute spirit sword body, capable of suppressing it completely. It was unimaginable that the unborn child of the Frost Emperor had awakened such a sword Dao divine body. This was too astonishing. The earlier anomaly of the prince was definitely not the Pure Sword Heart. In other words, the prince possesses a dual constitution. The War King of the Fulong Divine Morning suddenly spoke, reaching such a conclusion. This statement shocked everyone even more. Dual constitution. What kind of monster is the child of the Frost Emperor? Not yet born, yet awakened a dual constitution. Is it really necessary to be this terrifying? At this moment, everyone understood. Everything became clear.
No wonder when the Frost Emperor and the Saint Ancestor of Nothingness arrived, Mu Nantian looked so unwelcome. It turned out that the prince awakened the pure sword heart.
That is the nemesis of the absolute spirit sword body. It makes sense why Mu Nantian couldn't show a good face.
At this moment, even deep inside Mu Qingqian's heart, a strong sense of crisis arose. He initially thought that his absolute spirit sword body was the strongest sword body of this generation. But he never expected that the prince actually possessed the pure sword heart. Suddenly, sword intent burst forth from Mu Qingqian's entire being, overwhelming sword light surged out from that small body, grand and magnificent.
Is the pure sword heart really stronger than my absolute spirit sword body? I don't believe it.
The tender voice resonated in the hall. It sounded incredibly deep, like the low roar of an ancient beast.
Countless sword lights flickered unpredictably, seeming as if they would burst forth to strike at any moment. Mu Nantian was stunned for a moment.
Then, he was so scared that his soul nearly left his body. Without thinking, he directly slapped out, extinguishing all the sword radiance into nothingness. Then he pulled up Mu Qingqian and leaned down to face Su Qingxuan. My grandchild Qingqian is young and ignorant and has offended His Majesty the Emperor. I beg the Frost Emperor to forgive him.
Mu Nantian said, trembling, wishing he could kneel before Su Qingxuan.
Other guests were also sufficiently frightened.
The Mu family's direct descendant was simply too audacious.
He actually dared to act against the unborn prince of the Frost Emperor right in front of him.
Is he tired of living?
If the emperor gets angry, even the Grand Changshang Mu family might face a river of blood.
This little one has truly immense courage.
It could be seen that the Saint Ancestor of Nothingness immediately frowned, a terrifying aura suddenly spreading.
A terrifying pressure surged like a tide, filling the entire hall. A tiny child dares to be unruly before me?
If the Mu family has no one to teach you, I will step in and discipline you properly.
In an instant, Jiang Wushu was ready to strike.
But Su Qingxuan patted his hand, causing Jiang Wushu's whole aura to suddenly collapse, all retracting. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened.
Everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
It seemed the Frost Emperor did not intend to hold a grudge against a child. But unexpectedly, just as everyone thought the situation was calming down, a towering sword intent abruptly emerged. Unmatched sharpness surged and clashed from deep within everyone's hearts, as if it intended to cut them all to pieces. Everyone gathered their spiritual power to suppress it.
However, Mu Qingqian beside Mu Nantian did not have such good fortune.
He grunted on the spot, and his face turned pale instantly. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, suffering significant injury.
Fortunately, that terrifying sword intent flickered and disappeared, not lasting long. Invisible sword. It is the Emperor's pure sword heart. It was he who manipulated the sword intent, causing Mu Qingqian to get hurt. A group of strong leaders were utterly shocked. It turns out it was not that the Frost Sky Emperor didn't care. But the prince still in the womb already understood the matters of the outside world. He personally acted, manipulating the formless sword intent to teach Mu Qingqian a lesson. This was hard to believe. The son of the heavenly emperor was actually this terrifying. In the womb. Jiang Yuxian wore a cold smile. This Mu Qingqian really is arrogant, daring to strike at me. What a bunch of stray cats and dogs that dare to run wild with me. This time, I'll just give you a lesson. If there is a next time, I won't be polite. He wouldn't spoil Mu Qingqian's bad habits. So what if he was a child? I am still in the womb, not yet born. Chapter 34, Everyone sit down, this is just basic operation. In the hall. Mu Nantian remained bent over.
His grandson was injured, making his eyelids twitch fiercely, but he didn't dare to make more movements.
Su Qingxuan looked at this scene and didn't say much.
She didn't even glance at the absolute spirit sword body, just a small child still wet behind the ears.
Even my unborn son can easily handle you, I don't need to get angry over you.
She sat there leisurely. Meanwhile, Jiang Wushu suddenly burst into hearty laughter. There was no more trace of anger on his face.
Why must the Mu family head be like this? He's just a child, full of youthful vigor, I can understand. We have lived so many years, how could we care about such trivial matters? Please get up, Mu family head, please get up quickly. As he spoke, Jiang Wushu felt incredibly pleased in his heart. His son was increasingly bringing him face. He himself had great ability but had no opportunity to show it. Jiang Wushu looked at Mu Nantian, his face full of warmth and smiles, like a spring breeze, warming the heart. But his words caused many great powers to secretly ridicule. Not caring? Who do you think you're fooling? Who was the one just now whose entire aura was boiling over? Good gracious, what a posture! If it weren't for the Frost Sky Emperor stopping him in time, wouldn't you have wanted to tear down the Mu family? This is too protective. Now it's good, your son returned the face in front of you, and you pretended to be magnanimous. What a quick change of face.
The hall was silent, everyone observed with their eyes, all were mute. At this time, Mu Nantian felt a bit relieved. His grandson was injured a bit, it wouldn't take a few days for him to fully recover. But if he truly angered Wushu Saint Ancestor or even the Frost Sky Emperor, then things would really get serious. He immediately bowed to the two again.
Thank you, Frost Sky Emperor, thank you, Wushu Saint Ancestor. The two of you are magnanimous, I, Mu, am deeply grateful.
At this moment, to not lower one's head would be truly foolish.
Mu Nantian pulled Mu Qingchen back to his seat. The small boy also lowered his head, like an eggplant hit by frost. But his small hands were firmly clenched, nails digging into his flesh.
Mu Qingchen gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with stubbornness and madness.
No one noticed this. Even if someone really saw, they would probably only treat it as a joke. In front of the Frost Sky Emperor, what could you be arrogant about? As long as you were no longer rampant and ignorant on the surface, do you think the Frost Sky Emperor and Wushu Saint Ancestor would care about you?
At this point, the recent events could be considered past. The atmosphere in the hall returned to its previous strange silence. But the elder from Hidden Sword Mountain, who spoke earlier, sighed again.
Frost Sky Emperor, Wushu Saint Ancestor.
The pure sword heart not cultivating the sword path is really a pity.
He still wanted to try, hoping to change their minds. Hearing this, people from other powers immediately echoed. Frost Sky Emperor, I feel this elder's words make sense.
The prince's talents are unbelievable, but the pure sword heart is incredibly rare. If he specializes in the sword path, he will surely shine for ages, suppressing thousands of realms for millions of years.
Such a powerful physique. This cannot be wasted.
If nurtured by Tsangjian Mountain, the future abilities of the son of the emperor may potentially surpass those of the Frost Sky Emperor.
I, Chu, also agree with this point.
When it comes to sword path cultivation, Tsangjian Mountain should be the leader, no one can surpass it. The pure sword heart is hard to come by, and it cannot be neglected.
Everyone echoed this, one after another. These are their true words.
They are not boasting about the son of the emperor, they genuinely feel it is a pity for the pure sword heart not to practice sword path. Furthermore, they all understand one thing more clearly.
Tsangjian Mountain invites the son of the emperor, certainly with the intention of merging with the supreme sword embryo. Otherwise, as the Frost Sky Emperor said, why not just wait for the son of the emperor to decide after he is born?
But if that were the case, once the supreme sword embryo is integrated with the absolute spirit sword body, the son of the emperor would likely be deeply suppressed.
This point is clear to everyone. Mu Nantian knows this even better in his heart. He suddenly became a bit anxious.
Why are you guys visiting my Mu family, trying to persuade the pure sword heart to enter Tsangjian Mountain?
What will happen to my grandson if he goes? After pondering for a moment, Mu Nantian finally spoke. He laughed lightly. You all probably underestimate the son of the emperor too much.
Not long ago in Xian Frost Cave Heaven, I was fortunate enough to witness several events that nearly shook my Dao heart. As he spoke, he raised one arm and directly extended his thumb. His face was filled with astonishment.
His behavior instantly piqued everyone's curiosity. Everyone wanted to know what kind of events could make a holy ancestor's Dao heart waver.
Mu Nantian paused for a moment, then continued.
You all probably can't even dream of it, the son of the emperor has already been cultivating in the womb and has successfully broken through the bone-refining extreme realm. What kind of achievement is this? Looking at the vast wilderness for countless years, has there ever been such a prodigy? With such divine power, even if he does not cultivate the sword path, he will still achieve the pinnacle and surpass all living beings. A stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, Mu family hall erupted into chaos. What? The son of the emperor is cultivating in the womb? How is this possible? Throughout history, how many great individuals have emerged in this vast wilderness? Even a heavenly emperor might only emerge once every few million years. But never has anyone ever cultivated in the womb, never. And you say he has cultivated in the womb and successfully broken through the bone-refining extreme realm? Are you serious? Are you sure you're not joking with us? In an instant, everyone in the hall was filled with astonishment. All of them carried strong doubts and cast their gazes toward the Frost Sky Emperor and the Saint Ancestor Wusu, hoping to get confirmation from them. Jiang Wusu exclaimed, waving his hand. My son only made a little commotion, everyone need not be surprised. His current realm is still very low, he hasn't become a holy ancestor in the womb, so there's no need to make a fuss. Jiang Wusu said with an indifferent expression, then casually picked up the uneaten snow spirit sacred fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. This was like a direct confirmation, the hall exploded again. Cultivating in the womb, he really did break through the bone-refining extreme realm. Incredible. Truly incredible. The head of the Changxing family suddenly slammed the table, his face in shock. In the future, these 3,000 Dao domains will surely be decided by the son of the emperor. The son of the emperor is terrifying, truly terrifying.
The leader of the Taishan sect, Fu Wanqing, couldn't help but exclaim loudly. The others were also stunned, and each expression was extremely exaggerated. They were truly amazed. Such matters, if it weren't for the Frost Sky Emperor and Sane Ancestor Wusu confirming in person, no one would believe them. Who would dare to believe it? At this moment, everyone from the various forces looked utterly astonished. The hall was noisy with commotion. You should know, the son of the Emperor is not just this, he also has a special physique and has awakened the pure sword heart.
All these combined have completely overturned everyone's understanding.
In an instant, all the holy ancestors and powerful beings felt a chill run down their spines. In the womb, Jiang Yuxian heard all this commotion and simply laughed.
You all praising me like this really makes me a bit embarrassed. But, can you please not be so surprised? Everyone sit down. These are all basic operations. Don't overthink it, everyone. Chapter 35, The Great Era Approaches, Talents Emerge. Not only these guests were shocked. Even the 5 from Sangjian Mountain were inexplicably alarmed at this moment. This was the first time they heard about this. Last time they went to Xuanshuang Cave, neither the Frost Sky Emperor nor the Wushu Sage mentioned it. The Imperial Son wasn't even born yet. Is this still a human?
Jian Lingtian and the 4 elders felt their hearts racing, and their breaths became hurried. Especially Jian Lingtian. He seemed to suddenly think of something and became extremely excited. The Imperial Son's talent is unprecedented. He can cultivate in the womb, and if he starts practicing the sword path from now, his future achievements will surely surpass the ages and overpower everything. If he then merges with the supreme sword embryo.
In this world, how can anything constrain him?
Suddenly, Jian Lingtian's aura soared, filled with boundless excitement. The years of cultivating the sword way had brought his mindset to the edge.
Deep inside him, it was like raging waves.
Does the sword saint mean to say? If the Imperial Son cultivates the sword path and gains the power of the supreme sword embryo, he is likely to break free from restraints, opening the heavenly gate with one sword, achieving
Sword Immortal?
Fu Longshan spoke to the King of War, Di Wushuang.
Sword Immortal.
The 2 words, once spoken, thundered through the entire venue. No one remembered how many years it had been since anyone dared to utter the word immortal in the 3,000 realms.
Because that was an unreachable desire. Everyone who cultivates wants to be supreme, wants to break the shackles of heaven and earth, forging an immortal body. After countless years of cultivation, they realized that everything was ultimately just a grand dream. In today's world, it takes millions of years for the heavenly emperor to emerge. Immortals have long since faded into the ancient great era.
But now, perhaps the Imperial Son truly has the hope to achieve that. Starting to cultivate the sword path from the womb, along with the pure sword heart and supreme sword embryo.
This is a path never before imagined. The kind of thing they wouldn't dare to dream of. If the Imperial Son succeeds, it's likely he will break the shackles of heaven and earth, achieving true immortality. Although such an opportunity is still extremely bleak. But even if he cannot succeed, he could become the closest person to a true immortal. At this very moment, everyone was shaken with emotion. Jian Lingtian, especially, was no exception. His eyes were shining with divine light, an invisible sword intent swirled madly around him. He stood up straight and bowed deeply to Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu. Please, Frost Sky Emperor, make it happen. At this point, no more words were needed. As long as the Frost Sky Emperor can help, Sangjian Mountain will spare no effort to cultivate the Imperial Son.
All for the pursuit of that almost non-existent desire to become an immortal.
Mu Nantian watched the scene, completely confused. This isn't right.
I told you all about the Imperial Son to discourage Sangjian Mountain. After all, he has been cultivating in the womb without the need for sword practice.
But now, Jian Lingtian is even more worked up, talking about a sword immortal? What is going on?
From the looks of it, it seems the Imperial Son is determined to pursue this. The Frost Sky Emperor had clearly refused before. How did it end up like this?
If I had known this, I wouldn't have said a word. Mu Nantian felt 1,000 regrets inside. At the main seat, Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu exchanged glances.
They were also a bit confused.
These people are really stretching things too much. The Sword Saint really praises too highly. Achieving true immortality is not that easy. The shackles of heaven and earth cannot be broken by ordinary means.
Even if it's the pure sword heart combined with the supreme sword embryo, there is hardly any hope. Su Qingshuang smiled helplessly as she spoke. This statement poured a bucket of cold water over Jian Lingtian. Others also fell silent. As the only emperor of the current age, Frost Sky Emperor is indeed the one closest to the true immortal. She has the most say in this matter. It seems that it is these people who are overly excited, a bit carried away. If it were in the distant ancient times, with the pure sword heart combined with the limitless sword body, it might have been able to break the shackles of the vast world. But now, after all, it is not ancient times.
Seeing Jianling Tian's disappointed face, Jiang Wusu couldn't help but speak out to comfort. Sword Saint doesn't need to worry, even if my son doesn't become a disciple at Sword Mountain, there will still be opportunities to seek guidance in the future. As for the true immortal. Jiang Wusu suddenly chuckled. My little rascal has no other abilities, but he is truly a master at stirring things up. He hasn't even been born yet he has surprised both my wife and me again and again. Everyone in the hall nodded at his words. With so many extraordinary displays from the young emperor, anyone would be shocked. This is perfectly normal. However, Jiang Wusu's next words sent shivers down their spines. That little rascal has even created a new realm of bone tempering. As for the position of true immortal, I believe there may be chances in the future. The hall fell into a deathly silence. The crowd, as if under a freezing spell, turned into wooden figures, speechless. Only pairs of big eyes widened like bronze bells. Then, sounds of swallowing echoed through the air. Wusu, are you saying? The new bone tempering realm was created by the young emperor. Chu Fei Xian, the head of the Asking Immortal sect, spoke up with great difficulty. He had a young face, with hair as white as snow, like an immortal. But at this moment, his ethereal demeanor had vanished completely. The new bone tempering realm, created by the young emperor? Chu Fei Xian couldn't believe it, doubting if he had misheard. An old man from the Huanshu sacred land couldn't help but speak up. Recently, an anomaly appeared, shaking the world, with the great Tao rumbling. Countless laws of the vast world were severed under an overwhelming divine power. At that time, our sacred land's ancestor broke through and calculated the heavenly secrets, discovering that someone had created a new bone-tempering realm. But no matter what, we couldn't determine who did it. I never expected it to be the young emperor. The old man's eyes burned with excitement, feelings boiling within. The anomaly that day was astonishing, shaking 3,000 Tao domains. Many ancient beings were shocked, hurrying to calculate the heavenly secrets themselves. Knowing that a new bone-tempering realm had been born, but unable to trace any further clues. Some began to speculate that the most likely scenario was that a supreme being risked everything to dissipate their power and recultivate, achieving an unprecedented miracle. But who would have thought it wasn't the case? The person who broke the bone-tempering realm was the young emperor. In a daze, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. A new extreme realm. A monumental achievement that opens the path for the ages. A creation that surpasses countless ancient sages. This miracle was actually created by an unborn fetus? At this moment, everyone present was buzzing with their thoughts. How could this be believable? The hall fell into dead silence again. In everyone's heart, an indescribable shock was brewing. Until a moment when this emotion reached its peak. Then, it erupted with a bang. The creator of the new extreme realm is the young emperor. Against heaven. This is too against heaven. An unprecedented divine feat was actually created by a fetus. I thought the young emperor had dual constitutions and could cultivate in the womb, which had completely overturned my understanding. Yet I never expected that even the new bone-tempering realm was created by him. Incredible. Simply incredible. The crowd was in an uproar. In the main hall and the side halls, voices erupted. Whether it was the powerful beings of various factions or the countless young disciples, all were shocked to an extreme degree. A prodigy. The young emperor is simply a freak. I understand now. A great era is coming, it must be the dawn of a great era. The appearance of the son of the emperor is certainly destined to happen. The rise of great power in the world is all due to his presence, the 3,000 realms will surely face a tremendous upheaval. An old man with white hair said, trembling. Others also felt the same surge of emotions in their hearts. Every time the world faces great times, talents emerge endlessly. The absolute spirit sword body is an unparalleled genius. At this moment, they knew that the child in Frost Sky Emperor's womb was an astonishing monster that could scare people to paralysis. It seems that soon, the 3,000 realms will truly face great times. In the womb. Zhang Yuxian listened to everyone's words. He shrugged helplessly. These guys really can brag too much, right? Always talking about monstrous genius, great times approaching. What's this? I haven't even been born yet, and I'm already scaring you like this? Then when I am born, aren't you going to be scared to death? Jiang Yuxian complained. Chapter 36, What? The son of the emperor has no special martial veins? In the hall of the Mu family. The crowd was in an uproar, continuing endlessly. Everyone's gaze couldn't help but want to look at the woman on the main seat, like a celestial being. To be precise, they were looking at her slightly rounded belly. The son of the emperor can astonish the world. No matter how exaggerated the praise, it cannot express the astonishment and shock in everyone's hearts. It is easy to imagine that once the banquet ends and this news spreads, it will inevitably cause a more terrible storm. Below. Mu Nantian was also filled with mixed emotions.
He only knew that the son of the emperor broke through to the extremity of bone tempering, but he had never heard of creating a new extremity.
Hearing Jiang Wuxu talk about it today, how could it not shock him to death?
With a glance, he looked at his grandson Mu Qingchen.
Mu Nantian couldn't help but shake his head.
His grandson is indeed gifted, but compared to the son of the emperor still in the womb, he suddenly seemed insufficient. Especially at this moment, many guests who came to the Mu family were praising the son of the emperor. A strange feeling suddenly arose in Mu Nantian's heart. This banquet held by my Mu family was clearly to celebrate the birth of the absolute spirit sword body.
How come now everyone is praising the son of the emperor? Am I to understand that this banquet is for you? A great sense of grievance suddenly surged from deep within.
It truly made one want to cry without tears. At this point, even Jian Lingtian had nothing more to say. He didn't know whether to be shocked or to sigh. Creating a brand new extremity of bone tempering has already proven that the son of the emperor's training talent is definitely not limited to the way of the sword. From a certain perspective, the pure sword heart is already nothing. Thinking of this, Jian Lingtian shook his head and returned to his seat. The atmosphere in the hall was lively and lasted a long, long time. Until everyone finally calmed down, they still occasionally praised a few words.
Not long after, the emperor of the miraculous Phoenix dynasty suddenly thought of something. He couldn't help but look at the couple on the main seat and said,
"Frost Sky Emperor, since the son of the emperor has already created a new extremity,
doesn't that mean he will soon step into the Meridian realm?"
These words drew everyone's attention back.
Indeed. If he can break through the new extremity of bone tempering, what is breaking into the Meridian realm? But he is still in the womb.
If the son of the emperor truly enters the Meridian realm before birth, that would be an unprecedented miracle. At the upper seat, Jiang Wuxu raised his glass, drank it all, and smacked his lips. Then he said casually, "It has already reached the 9th level of Meridian."
Everyone was stunned for a moment. What? Already the 9th level of Meridian? Is training for the son of the emperor like playing around? A new extremity of bone tempering was just born a few days ago, how could it reach the 9th level of Meridian so quickly? Is it really that exaggerated? However, while everyone was shocked, they were not as horrified as before. They were almost numb.
The impact they received today was too great, countless years of understanding shattered again and again. In contrast, the imperial prince easily seemed to reach the 9th level of connecting veins.
But even so, some people couldn't help but feel excited.
Suddenly, the head of the Changshengji family stood up from his seat, looking at Jiang Wuxu. The abilities of the imperial prince shake the ancient and shine through the present, gazing down upon the world. At the bone tempering realm, he already created countless wonders. Now, he has directly reached the 9th level of connecting veins. I truly can't imagine what kind of heaven-defying martial lineage the imperial prince possesses, he said with great excitement. At the same time, a pair of eyes stared intently at Jiang Wuxu, wanting to hear his response. Others also looked over together.
No need to think much.
With the extraordinary talents of Wuxu Saint Ancestor and Frost Sky Emperor, their son's martial lineage must be terrifying. Plus the series of shocking feats at the bone tempering realm, the imperial prince's martial lineage is likely to be shocking.
Thinking of this, the crowd couldn't help but tremble.
They just wanted to hear a shocking name come from the mouth of the Wuxu Saint Ancestor. However, after watching for a long time, there was no response.
Instead, Jiang Wuxu's expression seemed to freeze, no longer caring about eating and drinking.
Jiang Wuxu slowly put down his wine cup.
How should I respond to this?
That brat has indeed reached the 9th level of connecting veins, but he really doesn't have a special martial lineage. That small body does indeed hold spiritual power beyond imagination. But after all, it is still quite common spiritual power. Without a special martial lineage, there won't be a qualitative transformation. If I say this, it's likely to disappoint everyone here greatly, right? After all, the contrast is just too large. Let alone these people, even Jiang Wuxu himself found it hard to accept after learning yesterday.
Jiang Wuxu's expression was a bit awkward.
But Su Qingxuang smiled lightly.
My son hasn't awakened a special martial lineage, she said calmly.
As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly stagnated.
No?
Every pair of eyes was filled with disbelief.
The imperial prince hasn't awakened a special martial lineage? Frost Sky Emperor, you're not trying to fool us, are you? This is impossible.
The imperial prince was already so powerful at the bone tempering realm, how could he falter in the connecting veins?
Is it true or not? Su Qingxuang watched the expressions of everyone without saying much.
She unconsciously placed a hand over her abdomen, her eyes shimmering with deep affection. Let alone the little guy is already strong enough, even if his talent is average, he is still my dear child. Just a special martial lineage. If there isn't one, then so be it. In the hall, people repeatedly observed Wushu's Saint Ancestor and Frost Sky Emperor.
They truly didn't seem to be lying.
Now, they really felt disappointed. Some couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. The Imperial Prince is so against the heavens, yet doesn't have a special martial lineage.
Could it be that this is what heaven has intentionally arranged?
For a moment, the hall fell silent as a grave. Only the people from the Mu family felt a slight surprise in their hearts.
Especially Mu Qingchen.
He lowered his head, and the corners of his mouth actually curled up slightly, forming a cold arc. While Mu Nantian beside him was lost in thought. The way of heaven loses the excess to supplement the insufficient, emphasizing a principle of balance. It must be that the Imperial Prince is too against the heavens, attracting the attention of the Great Tao, thus stripping him of his special martial lineage.
Mu Nantian thought this way.
Others had similar thoughts.
Only to blame the Imperial Prince for being too outstanding.
The heavens and the Great Tao, in an invisible way, imposed restrictions on him. Otherwise, if he continued to develop as he did at the bone-tempering realm, he would surely turn the world upside down in the future.
This is the rule of heaven, the balance of laws.
No one can change it among countless beings.
While everyone's minds were turning, Jiang Yuxian in the womb grinned.
Just now, you all praised me so much, yet the moment you hear there's no special martial lineage, you all go silent?
Jiang Yuxian wanted to laugh. These people are too realistic, aren't they?
I came to the Mu family just for a special martial lineage.
Otherwise, what do you think I'm here for? A day out?
Jiang Yuxian silently complained in her heart.
Forget it.
When I receive the system rewards, I'll make sure to leave you in shock.
Chapter 37, Mu Qingchen, I feel like I can do it again.
In the Mu family's main hall, the guests sighed for a long time, feeling regret. The divine son had cultivated in the womb, creating an entirely new level of bone tempering. If he had an exceptionally powerful and extraordinary martial vein, it would surely elevate his talent to a shocking level.
However, all of this is just a luxury. His martial vein is simply ordinary. This is indeed a very regrettable matter. Cough cough, everyone. At this moment, Mu Nantian suddenly cleared his throat.
He stood up and saluted Su Qingxuan, then cupped his fists to the crowd.
This action caught everyone's attention.
Today, I am grateful for everyone coming to my Mu family, as we toast and celebrate. I, Mu, would like to take this opportunity to formally have my grandson Qingchen enter the Zhangjian Mountain School.
Just right to entertain everyone, and I also ask everyone to witness together. With a faint smile, Mu Nantian spoke boldly.
Today, Mu Nantian's mood had been fluctuating, his grandson's spotlight was completely stolen by the divine son.
This banquet surely couldn't be really for him, right? That wouldn't do. His grandson, Qingchen, is the main character today. Since he couldn't steal the spotlight anywhere else, he could only forcefully pull everyone's attention back.
After he finished speaking, the powerful figures were stunned for a moment. Ever since the arrival of the Frost Sky Emperor, they had been too busy being amazed by the divine son.
How could they have forgotten about this?
They came here to celebrate the birth of the Absolute Spirit Sword Body, and also to hold a simple apprenticeship ceremony for Zhangjian Mountain, right?
Ha, what the head of the Mu family said is right.
Let the Absolute Spirit Sword Body pay respect to a master, and let us open our eyes. I am here, and I congratulate Zhangjian Mountain for receiving a peerless sword body.
Let's start. I can hardly wait.
The hall was filled with noisy agreements.
After all, the Mu family's reputation must not be undermined.
What does the Frost Sky Emperor think?
Mu Nantian asked again.
A great emperor was sitting up there, and he had to symbolically seek her consent.
Of course, Su Qingxuan would not stop him.
After all, he was just bringing his son to the banquet, not to stir trouble in the Mu family. Today, that little guy had already caused quite a stir, the Wujing sword body had again rejected him.
Would he still want to block the Absolute Spirit sword body from entering Zhangjian Mountain?
Under the gaze of everyone, the apprenticeship ceremony quickly began.
Su Qingxuan and Jiang Wushu temporarily stepped back from the main position.
Jian Lingtian stepped forward to the table, and with a flick of his hand, a sound like a sword being drawn echoed out. Endless sword light surged up, quickly condensing in the void, forming a hazy image. Looking up, amidst the overwhelming sword intent, it gathered into a blurry silhouette of a young man. This person was tall and slender, his robes fluttering. He stood with a sword, his demeanor unparalleled. Image of Wujing Sword Emperor,
founder of Zhangjian Mountain.
The many supreme beings gazed at the image, only feeling intense pain in their eyes.
That was the Sword Emperor's grace, shocking everyone. Even though he had long vanished from the world, just a picture released an unimaginably terrifying aura.
Facing the image of the Wujing Sword Emperor, Jian Lingtian first bowed deeply.
Then, an elder from Zhangjian Mountain spoke to preside over the ceremony. Mu Qingqian faced the image of the Wujing Sword Emperor, bowing 3 times and offering incense in respect.
Entering Zhangjian Mountain with the absolute spirit sword body naturally came with exceptional treatment.
After he entered, he would be personally taught by Jian Lingtian. The one he was apprenticing to was indeed him.
Jian Lingtian moved to sit properly behind the table and handed over the prepared apprenticeship scroll. The elder of Zhangjian Mountain loudly announced the rules of the sect, and Jian Lingtian also spoke to instruct. Mu Qingqian thanked him, took the tea handed over by the servant, raised it above his head, and presented it to Jian Lingtian. At this point, the apprenticeship ceremony had come to an end. It was truly simple to the extreme. Everyone knew that Zhangjian Mountain focused on cultivation and did not care much about excessive formalities, just a simple arrangement would suffice. Yet even so, when the ceremony concluded, it still earned thunderous applause.
Good.
Congratulations to Zhangjian Mountain for acquiring a talented disciple. The absolute spirit sword body, combined with the most powerful sword path legacy of this era, is mutually beneficial. Congratulations to the Mu family and Zhangjian Mountain.
In the future, the absolute spirit sword body will surely rise and shine, making its mark on the world. Everyone was lavish with their praise. Meanwhile, people from various factions were extremely envious. In today's world, there truly had not been anything comparable to the absolute spirit sword body. If one could emerge from their own family, it would ensure prosperity for generations.
Of course, the oddball known as the son of the emperor does not count.
Thank you, Emperor Shuangtian. Once everything was over, Jian Lingtian thanked Su Qingxuang and then relinquished the main seat again. Returning to his own spot, he set his gaze on Mu Qingqian. Qingqian, since you have entered my sect, I must give you a great gift.
As he spoke, Jian Lingtian revealed a mysterious smile. All the guests perked up their ears. They were very curious about what kind of great gift the sword saint would present.
What kind of treasure could possibly match the talent of the absolute spirit sword body?
Jian Lingtian didn't waste time on idle talk, he immediately extended a finger and abruptly sliced through the void.
SSSHHH. A long, narrow spatial crack appeared. Inside the crack was utter darkness, with endless spatial chaos swirling violently.
And within it, a cocoon of light the size of a watermelon emerged. At the moment they saw this cocoon of light, everyone's breaths became rapid. One by one, they widened their eyes in shock.
This is the Wajijian Tai? It really is the Wajijian Tai. The sword saint is truly bold. The sword saint even brought the Wajijian Tai? Shocking exclamations filled the air. Everyone was stunned. That is the legendary Wajijian Tai. The strongest legacy of the Wajijian Emperor. The greatest foundation of Zhangjian Mountain. For countless years, no one has ever been qualified to obtain this matchless divine object. Is this sword embryo really to be handed over to Mu Qingqian? Just recently becoming a disciple of Zhangjian Mountain, and already able to fuse with the Wajijian Tai. Is this meant to make the absolute spirit sword body soar?
Jian Lingtian's actions completely exceeded expectations. Originally, it was thought that once Mu Qingqian entered Zhangjian Mountain, he would have a chance to fuse with the Wajijian Tai.
Who would have thought he just entered and Jian Lingtian would take it out? Such a treasure was taken out so easily.
One must admit, Jian Lingtian truly had boldness.
Indeed, this is the Wajijian Tai.
Jian Lingtian said. As he spoke, he glanced at Su Qingxuang and Zhang Wushu at the main seat with a hint of sighing. Seeing his actions, the others also understood. This sword embryo was originally feared to be meant for the son of the emperor.
But Emperor Shuangtian had repeatedly rejected Zhangjian Mountain's invitation.
And now, it was about to fall into the hands of the absolute spirit sword body.
Wonderful! This is simply amazing. In an instant, Mu Nantian was overjoyed beyond measure. This was something he had never anticipated. Prior to this, Jian Lingtian had not leaked a single hint to him.
This was truly a huge surprise. At the same time, Mu Nantian felt a wave of fear. If Emperor Shuangtian had agreed with the sword saint, his grandson might really have become unrelated to this sword embryo. Which one to focus on training, the son of the emperor or the descendant of the Changsheng family, was clear to anyone. But now, Emperor Shuangtian probably wouldn't even have the time to regret.
Ha ha ha. Good. Qingqian, hurry up and thank your master.
Mu Nantian stroked his beard, laughing heartily.
With the Wajijian Tai, his grandson would surely rise with the wind.
His strength would soon usher in an explosive increase. Moreover, the absolute spirit sword body does not cultivate the soul, making it impossible to refine its own sword embryo. This unique shortcoming was about to be remedied.
How could this not be exciting? Thank you, master. At this moment, the young face of Mu Qingqian couldn't hide his excitement.
His eyes burst with fierce light, like two blazing flames burning bright.
With the infinite sword embryo in hand, even if the divine sun defied the heavens, what was there to fear?
Chapter 38, Merging the Sword Embryo, the Sword Light opens heaven and earth.
Seeing the infinite sword embryo again, Su Qingxuang and Jiang Wushu exchanged glances.
Su Qingxuang rubbed her belly.
It's a pity that the immortal didn't want to enter Sword Mountain, otherwise the sword embryo would have been his. Qingchen, I will help you merge the sword embryo. Head of the Mu family, please activate the formation to suppress the anomalies.
Jian Lingtian said.
Everyone's expressions tensed at once.
Jian Lingtian was going to help Mu Qingchen merge the infinite sword embryo here. On the day the absolute spirit sword body awakened, it had already affected over a dozen great domains. And soon, he would merge with the infinite sword embryo. It was easy to imagine that there would soon be a terrifyingly magnificent commotion sweeping in all directions. To have Mu Nantian activate the array was to suppress the dreadful anomaly, preventing too much disturbance to the outside world.
Ha ha ha, good. Someone, activate the family protective formation. Mu Nantian laughed heartily, filled with immense pleasure.
He was also eager to see what kind of grand spectacle his grandson would create by merging with the infinite sword embryo. With his command, soon strong members of the Mu family stepped forward to activate the protective formation. A dazzling light soared into the sky, forming a vast light shield above the 9 heavens, covering the entire Mu family.
All subsequent anomalies would be confined within this light shield.
The people of Fuwen City would also see a semblance of it from the outside. And the many powerful figures present would be able to directly feel the supreme power of the absolute spirit sword body merging with the infinite sword embryo.
Let's begin.
Jian Lingtian no longer hesitated. He spread his 5 fingers and took the sword embryo into his hand. Brilliant sword light flew from his fingertips, the sound of swords whistling filled the air as they clashed inside the hall.
Qingchen, are you ready? Jian Lingtian's eyes focused, asking in a deep voice. Mu Qingchen nodded.
The little boy struggled to suppress his excitement, showing a determined expression as he gently nodded.
Then, he slowly closed his eyes.
Jian Lingtian had no more words, he held the sword embryo above Mu Qingchen's head and suddenly pressed down. Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Invisible vibrations suddenly spread out.
In an instant, a peerless storm rose within the hall. Endless sword light surged from the sword embryo, howling in all directions.
The fierce sword light cut everything apart. Quick, channel your power to resist. A saint ancestor shouted loudly.
There was no need for him to remind, everyone activated their own techniques to form a defense, resisting the onslaught of sword light. The young disciples of the great powers were also protected by their own strong figures. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the infinite sword embryo.
At that moment, the fist-sized light cocoon was slowly sinking into Mu Qingchen's skull.
With each bit that sank in, the sword light grew more intense. After a moment, Jian Lingtian and Mu Qingchen were enveloped by shimmering sword light, leaving only a blinding silhouette. The sound of vibrations around grew louder and louder.
Rumble. Powerful roars shook the 9 heavens, ripping through layers of clouds. The hall shook violently.
This tremor spread rapidly, sweeping across all the buildings of the Mu family in an instant.
It was as if an invisible hand was fiercely shaking the great Mu family.
On every building, formation patterns lit up, revealing clear trajectories. Endless divine power surged forth, resisting the invasion of the tremor.
Ah!
Under the blinding sword light, the young voice of Mu Qingchen echoed out, like a fierce beast's slow roar. Merging with the sword embryo left by the sword emperor, he also had to endure immense pain.
But Mu Qingchen gritted his teeth, going all out. The aura around him was rapidly increasing.
Until at a certain moment, the infinite sword embryo completely entered his skull. The sword light in the hall suddenly retracted. Where Jian Lingtian and Mu Qingchen stood, a black hole appeared directly.
Then, this black hole exploded with a bang. Boom!
A loud sound like a god or demon swinging a heavy hammer slammed into the ground. Even with the barrier of the Great Formation, it still caused the entire Wind Chaser city to tremble terrifyingly. Immediately after, Jian Lingtian and Mu Qingchen reappeared.
Ah! Mu Qingchen suddenly raised her head, roaring from her throat, piercing the sky.
With this roar, a sword light as thick as a tree rose from the ground, shooting skyward with lethal force.
Boom! Amidst the vast rumble, the Mu family's hall was directly blown away. The formations were instantly shattered.
The sword light was vast and overwhelmingly powerful, wanting to split the heavens and the earth. In a thunderous sound, it directly struck the protective Great Formation of the Mu family's ancestral shield.
Boom! 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 The powerful formation shook violently, as if it was about to collapse.
Where the sword light struck, a huge hole appeared.
A rain of light poured down from it, covering the sky.
Around the Mu family, the array bases released rolling spiritual power, like a roaring river, trying desperately to repair the damaged area.
So terrifying. That's a holy level formation.
A single sword light attacked, and even the holy formation sustained damage. Absolute Spirit Sword Body combined with the Supreme Sword Embryo, it's truly frightening. One by one, the powerful figures spoke in shock. They were now fully exposed to the light of day. The formerly Grand Mu family hall was already completely gone, reduced to dust. That towering sword light was so terrifying that it left people aghast. If it weren't for the holy formation, the entire world would have been cleaved open by that sword light. It worked! My grandson Cheng Shen has successfully fused with the Supreme Sword Embryo.
Mu Nantian trembled with excitement. He wished he could cry tears of joy.
That sword light was even stronger than when the Absolute Spirit Sword Body awakened.
It was beyond his imagination.
Without a doubt, Mu Qingchen had successfully fused with the Supreme Sword Embryo.
He had undergone an unimaginable transformation. This child is indeed extraordinary.
Jiang Wusu and Su Qing Shuang stood side by side, their eyes fluctuating. Even as powerful as they were genuinely shocked.
Su Qing Shuang couldn't help but touch her belly again.
This little one had even rejected such a powerful sword embryo.
It's indeed a bit regretful. In the womb, Jiang Yixian also sensed the situation outside. His pure sword heart couldn't help but throb wildly, as if wanting to break free.
The situation is really impressive, even my old man is in awe. It's all this stupid system's fault. That was the Supreme Sword Embryo, yet it made me refuse it.
He felt a bit frustrated.
But there was nothing he could do, every system task had to be completed diligently.
Otherwise, what would he do if this stupid system threw some tricks at him?
Forget it, let the Supreme Sword Embryo go to Mu Chengchen. If we really put it that way, the Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger is more suitable for me. Jiang Yuxian comforted himself like this. Just as he thought of this, he suddenly snorted coldly.
Stupid system, Mu Chengchen has already fused the Supreme Sword Embryo, so my task is completed, right? Where's my Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger? However, after a long while, the system did not respond at all. Jiang Yuxian was anxious now. The Supreme Sword Embryo was fused by Mu Chengchen, yet his reward hadn't arrived? Could it be that this stupid system was pocketing it? He still wanted his Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger. Perhaps hearing his call, the system voice finally rang out. His reward had finally come. Only, it wasn't the Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued. Would you like to fuse with the Thunder Martial Vein? In Chapter 39, even if it's heaven, what do I, Mu Chengchen, have to fear?
Above the Mu family, the protective Great Formation shook fiercely, and it lasted for a long time. The array bases shone brightly, spiritual power flowing, just to maintain it. That terrifying sword light exploded within the formation, turning into endless sword rain, surging and tumbling in the 9 heavens. At this moment, Mu Chengchen soared upward, flying high into the sky. All the swords of the Mu family flew around him, swirling and howling, trembling unceasingly.
This is the might of the Supreme Swordmaster, reinforced by the Infinite Sword Embryo, its divine power immeasurable.
Around Mu Chengchen, sword lights flourished, stirring in all directions.
Clusters of dazzling sword lights made his young body appear incredibly majestic.
At this moment, he looked like a peerless sword god, descending from the 9 heavens.
Mu Chengchen's aura is probably 1,000 times stronger than before.
His own level is likely already comparable to an ordinary spirit root realm.
So powerful. Is he even human?
One by one, the strong were stunned to speak.
They gazed at that small figure, unable to help but be astounded.
The 13 realms of cultivators in the Great Wilderness Realm. Bone tempering, channeling, heavenly gang, divine will, spirit embryo, soul fusion, dharma aspect, divine abode, heavenly change, virtual control, profound insight, holy ancestor, heavenly emperor.
The spirit root realm is already a very strong existence. Many leaders of small sects and small kingdoms in the Great Wilderness Realm, managing a territory, are only at this realm.
Many young heirs of various forces present are still at this level. And Mu Chengchen is only 7 years old, yet his combat power already rivals theirs.
This is terrifying. Ha ha ha.
I, Mu Chengchen, will certainly ride the wind and become a dragon soaring in the sky.
Mu Nantian laughed heartily.
At this moment, he is the most excited person. Successfully merging with the Infinite Sword Embryo, once again elevating the innate talent of the Absolute Spirit Sword Body to a new level.
This is just the beginning.
In the short time to come, Mu Chengchen's strength will surely experience an extremely terrifying growth. Perhaps within a year, all the outstanding talents of his generation will struggle to catch up. He will be an absolute strong presence among countless prodigies of this world.
The commotion from the Mu family quickly attracted the attention of many cultivators from Fufeng City.
They looked up, their eyes involuntarily widening, all staring in a daze at that small figure in the sky. Everyone felt dry in their mouths, shocked and horrified. They had no idea what was happening. The Mu family suddenly activated their great formation, followed by an incomparably terrifying stir. All they knew was that Mu Qingchen looked so powerful it was shocking to behold. The boy's aura had surged countless times compared to when he awakened the absolute spirit sword body. Within the light shield, Mu Qingchen stood tall above the 9 heavens, listening to his grandfather's hearty laughter and the endless admiration of the crowd.
He couldn't help but smile. Is this the power of the infinite sword embryo? He carefully felt it.
At this moment, the infinite sword embryo was floating in his mind.
Endless great power was released from it, transforming into tiny sword lights, constantly causing his body to undergo a transformation.
In addition, a wealth of sword insights was gained by him. These are the cultivation insights left by the infinite sword emperor, allowing Mu Qingchen to benefit endlessly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. High above the sky, sword lights swirled, sharp and overwhelming.
Mu Qingchen stood firm, like a god or demon. Deep in his heart, an overwhelming sense of ambition surged involuntarily.
This made him inexplicably excited, and he couldn't help but voice out. His youthful voice resounded in all directions, carrying an unmistakable sense of dominance. I, Mu Qingchen, am the strongest supreme of this world.
Of the endless talents in the 3,000 realms, who can compete with me?
One day, I will make everyone tremble and bow beneath my feet, honoring me. Mu Qingchen spread his arms, gazing down at the world, his eyes shining with divine light. At this moment, he felt his powers were peerless, shaking the ancient and modern times. With just one sword in my hand, I can devastate mountains, sever rivers, turn seas, slay immortals, pacify demons, and kill gods.
Once the sword is drawn, the heavens and earth can be opened.
The sky, the earth, the 9 heavens, the starry river, the underworld, with my sword, I can destroy them all. Surrounded by endless light, Mu Qingchen's momentum soared, igniting the heavens and overshadowing the earth.
This little brat has quite the audacity. Not far away.
Jiang Wushu suddenly shook his head and laughed.
Mu Qingchen's words made him unable to hold back his laughter.
He had seen arrogance before, but it was his first time seeing someone so young be so wildly arrogant. However, the other people present did not think that Mu Qingchen was spouting nonsense.
His talents absolutely qualified him for such arrogance.
As the crowd felt a shock in their hearts, Mu Qingchen suddenly turned his head to look at Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu's location. In his eyes, endless profound meaning emerged. I have the absolute spirit sword body and the infinite sword embryo, even the son of the emperor will bow before me in the future.
He silently thought to himself.
But such words, he dared not utter. The dignity of the Frost Heaven Emperor was still fresh in his mind, and he had not forgotten the earlier lesson. Even if he had 10 more lives, he would not dare to provoke the son of the emperor again at this moment.
Yet, just a glance was enough to convey everything.
This made the onlookers shiver. This young genius of the Mu family is still not giving up. It is foreseeable that there will surely be a battle between him and the son of the emperor in the future. But we may have to wait until then to truly witness who is stronger. Perhaps even the son of the emperor may find it hard to surpass him.
The crowd sighed within.
To fuse the absolute spirit sword body with the infinite sword embryo is something unprecedented. Even though the son of the emperor goes against the heavens, he has not awakened a special martial vein, which is the biggest regret. Who wins and who loses is really hard to say. Everyone began to feel worried for the yet-to-be-born son of the emperor. At this moment, outside the crowd, Su Qingshuang suddenly furrowed her brows. She abruptly lowered her head, looking at her abdomen. Then she suddenly looked up to the heavens. In an instant, an overwhelming and unparalleled aura swiftly spread from beyond the 9 heavens. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire world. It was as if the heavens had suddenly opened their eyes, looking down upon the world, carrying an immense dignity.
This aura.
Someone spoke, filled with confusion. But before the crowd could react, a bright beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a bolt of lightning. Then this bolt of lightning turned into 2, and then 3, instantly transforming into countless flashes of lightning. Like roots of an old tree spreading outwards in all directions. Above the vast sky, it was as if a massive net of thunder covered everything, shredding the void into pieces. Terrifying power raged in all directions, exterminating everything.
Boom! Thunder roared, like dragons traversing between layers of clouds.
The mighty divine might stirred the universe, striking the 9 heavens above, and disturbing the 9 hells below. Suddenly, with a sizzle sound, the heavy sword curtain around Mu Qingchen was instantly torn apart. Endless sword light became chaotic, vanishing into nothingness.
Why did the heavenly thunder appear all of a sudden? Could it be that Mu Qingchen is so powerful that he has attracted the thunder tribulation? How is that possible?
In the ruined hall of the Mu family, many powerful beings spoke out. They looked at this scene with shock in their eyes. Many made guesses, but it was unbelievable. Among the thousands of strong beings from the 3,000 domains, anyone trying to reach the pinnacle would experience the trial and baptism of the thunder tribulation.
Among the gathered ancestors, who hasn't been struck by lightning?
But countless other young geniuses have perished under the divine might of the thunder, losing their lives.
And at this moment, endless lightning actually appeared over wind-blown city. Could it really be that Mu Qingchen, after fusing with the infinite sword embryo, was so against the heavens that even the heavens wanted to test him? Incredible! After all, his cultivation was still very weak. How could he possibly attract the thunder tribulation? But if that were true, how terrifying would his talent be? That is the thunder tribulation. How could this be? What should we do? Mu Nantian was immediately anxious, turning around in circles. The heavenly tribulation descended, and outsiders could not intervene at all. Otherwise, they would face the most terrible heavenly punishment. But with his grandson's currently weak strength, how could he endure the harshest means from above? In an instant, Mu Nantian was drenched in sweat. Their Mu family had finally produced an extraordinary spirit sword body. If he were to die under the heavenly tribulation, it would be too heartbreaking. Qingchen! You must hold on. Mu Nantian clenched his fists tightly and shouted. The others were also extremely anxious. Looking up at the sky, heavy lightning gathered, its momentum growing even greater. The once bright sun was now hidden behind endless dark clouds, and the world was shrouded in gray. In the clouds, lightning flashed like a divine dragon moving through the air, rolling restlessly. A terrifying pressure poured down like a tide, making it hard to breathe. Standing high in the sky, Mu Qingchen also felt a moment of panic. But soon, he adjusted his emotions. In his eyes, a strong determination and unyielding spirit emerged. Even the heavens move because of me, wanting to test me? Mu Qingchen murmured softly. The corner of his youthful mouth even curled into a slight cold smile. Even the heavens, what do I, Mu Qingchen, have to fear? Come on. This vast thunder, I, Mu Qingchen, can also destroy with one sword. He shouted loudly, his aura rising continuously. Endless sword light began to gather again, rushing from all directions, soaring upwards with a fierce killing intent. The heavens roared, and the earth trembled. Countless sword shadows quickly assembled, instantly forming a sword energy as thick as 100 zhang, fiercely striking towards the skies. The bright blue sky was instantly cleaved open by this sword light. The entire world seemed to be on the verge of shattering. What terrifying sword light! Can Mu Qingchen really withstand the thunder tribulation? Everyone looked up, their gazes trembling. As they watched the terrifying sword energy spread through the heavens, it was about to strike into the sea of thunder. But just then, a sudden violent stir erupted from the layers of clouds. In the next moment, an enormous lightning pillar suddenly condensed, thicker than a mountain. As soon as it appeared, it rumbled down towards Mu Qingchen's head. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous sound that resonated through the heavens and earth, the protective array of the Mu family crumbled like paper. The deep foundation of the array detonated one after another. The momentum of the lightning pillar did not diminish at all, crashing down fiercely upon the vast sword energy that Mu Qingchen had condensed. However, before making contact, the sword energy began to crumble, exploding into a shower of light. The thunder was like 1,000 tons, ultimately falling directly onto Mu Qingchen. That small body was directly knocked down from the sky, crashing violently into the large Mu family estate along with the thunder. Boom! Another loud explosion. Rubble filled the air, dust swirling everywhere. The entire Mu family was turned upside down in an instant. Centered around the main hall, a large portion of the Mu family turned into ruins. Chapter 40, Thunderous Martial Veins. Who is the true supreme? All of this came too suddenly, exceeding everyone's expectations. No one could react in time. Just at the moment when the thunder finally struck down, an incomparably powerful force surged forth. This force enveloped all the guests present and everyone from the Mu family. After a long time, the thick dust in the sky gradually dissipated. Pairs of eyes swept over the surroundings. At this moment, the Mu family had turned into a wasteland, the previous grandeur could no longer be seen. Now, everyone stood amidst the rubble and debris. The power of thunder is so strong. It's terrifying, even the sacred array of the Mu family couldn't withstand it. Such a terrible phenomenon has actually occurred. At this moment, everyone felt their hearts tremble. A single lightning strike almost destroyed the Mu family. If it had not been for the powerful force protecting them just now, many would likely have perished here today. Fortunately, the layers of clouds in the sky gradually receded. The endless thunder also dissipated. Thank you, Frost Sky Emperor. We are grateful for the Frost Sky Emperor's timely intervention. At this point, everyone naturally understood that it was the Frost Sky Emperor who had acted just in time. Otherwise, while the many ancient ancestors might have been fine, countless young disciples could have lost their lives here. Frost, is that brat all right? Jiang Wushu turned his head to ask. He saw his wife gathering her energy, forming a radiant barrier that tightly protected the unborn child within her.
Seeing this, Jiang Wushu let out a slight sigh of relief.
The little brat is fine, that's good.
Around him, the others also stepped forward to express their concern to the empress.
Yet amid all the caring voices, Su Qingxuang revealed an expression of extreme apology. She walked to Mu Nantian's side and suddenly bowed deeply.
Mu Nantian was still in a daze, his mind buzzing.
That thunder had destroyed half of the Mu family and left him dumbfounded.
At this moment, seeing the empress act this way, Mu Nantian instantly became fully alert and even shuddered in fear.
The empress just bowed to me? What is happening?
Before him, Su Qingxuang finished her bow and, with a bitter smile, spoke up.
Mu family master, I am truly sorry. It's all because of my little brat causing such a ruckus.
Upon hearing this, Mu Nantian immediately became even more confused.
What's going on? How did it somehow involve the empress? And the empress is specifically apologizing to me?
Mu Nantian stood there like a wooden post, completely puzzled, his mouth twitching unconsciously.
Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Could someone please explain this to me?
This. Not only Mu Nantian, but everyone else was also at a loss.
If it weren't for the empress acting earlier, the Mu family would have been in even worse trouble, okay? Shouldn't it be him thanking you? How could it turn into an apology? But then, thinking it over. Did the empress say that the earlier noise was related to the young master? That's not right. Wasn't the sky full of thunder caused by Mu Qingshan's fusion with the Wajijian? Wasn't that too over the top, causing the heavenly trial? What does that have to do with the young master? Not only these people, but even Jiang Wushu didn't understand either. Su Qingxuang naturally knew the crowd's confusion.
She didn't explain much but slightly retracted her power.
In the next moment, her lower abdomen suddenly flickered with electric light.
Bolts of lightning erupted, crawling like twisted tree roots.
A terrifying pressure spread forth, rolling like a tide.
As if an ancient god was hidden within the empress, wielding thunder and commanding the heavens, enacting divine punishment.
This is. Suddenly, everyone's hearts jumped fiercely. How could there be thunder gathering around the empress?
Looking closely, it seemed to be emanating from the young master.
The thunder just now really isn't because of Mu Qingshan? Everyone finally understood.
What talent causing heavenly punishment was all their speculation?
It was all nonsense.
Everything is related to the young master.
But what is going on? How did the young master suddenly control thunder? This little brat, what trouble is he causing again?
Jiang Wushu was also stunned for a moment and said in astonishment. Su Qingxuang suddenly smiled brightly.
I apologize, everyone.
My son just awakened a special martial vein, and I didn't expect it would cause such a big fuss.
Her words once again left everyone shocked. What? The young master awakened a special martial vein? Wasn't it said that the young master didn't have a special martial vein? How did it suddenly awaken? What is going on?
The people present were both shocked and puzzled. Especially Jiang Wushu, who suddenly jumped 3 zhan high and rushed to Su Qingxuang's side.
The little brat awakened a special martial vein? Qingxuang, let me see.
One hand reached out and pressed on Su Qingxuang's lower abdomen. In the next moment, Jiang Wushu's face turned exceptionally exciting. His eyes blinked twice like brush strokes, growing wider and wider. Jiang Wushu's mouth opened in disbelief, his pupils filled with shock and confusion. Seeing his expression, the curiosity of the surrounding crowd suddenly reached its peak.
May I ask, Wushu Holy Ancestor, what kind of martial vein did the young master awaken? The head of the Changxing family couldn't help but speak up and ask.
The remaining people also gathered around, filled with immense interest.
They saw that Jiang Wushu's body actually began to tremble. The spirit power within that brat has transformed. His spirit power has completely turned into lightning. Thunder!
His martial veins are composed of thunder.
Jiang Wushu exclaimed.
He truly felt that Jiang Yuxian's small body had undergone earth-shaking changes compared to before. Originally ordinary martial veins had now transformed into thick strands of lightning, interlacing within the little brat's body, shining brightly. Fearsome power spread, releasing an overwhelming pressure invisibly. The spirit power within Jiang Yuxian, under the influence of the martial veins, transformed into endless lightning, circulating within the veins.
Originally, Jiang Yuxian's spirit power was already impressively deep.
But now, with the transformation, the aura he possessed had become terrifyingly strong.
Those strands of lightning seemed capable of destroying everything. This made Jiang Wushu's heart tremble. He couldn't help but excitedly shout again.
Thunder martial veins! The brat has awakened, the thunder martial veins. As soon as this was said, everyone standing in the ruins gasped in shock, feeling their scalps tingle. What did they just hear?
Thunder martial veins? In an instant, the place fell into a long silence.
After a long time, they heard the Skyhawk Divine Dynasty's monarch swallow hard and speak dazedly. It is said that in ancient times, there was a great being who broke through the infinite mysteries, seizing the great power of the heavens for himself, nearly becoming the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. The mighty divine power of the heavenly path intertwined with endless laws in his body, causing his martial veins to transform into thunder. All spirit power also transformed into terrifying lightning. With a wave of his hand, the thunder raged, like divine punishment from above, shaking the world and destroying all things.
The Skyhawk monarch spoke solemnly.
But that is just a legend.
The ascendancy sect's Chu Feishian also widened his eyes.
The others nodded in agreement. What the Skyhawk monarch mentioned, they had all heard of to some extent. But it was all just a legend. Whether or not the thunder martial veins truly existed in ancient times could not be verified, no one dared make a rash conclusion. Most importantly, since ancient times, no one had ever heard of a second thunder martial veins. This made the rumor even more mysterious. But right now, right before their eyes, the prince had genuinely awakened the thunder martial veins? Is there really such an unimaginable thing in the world? Is this real? A person from the holy land of Huanshu said with difficulty. Su Qingxuan, standing beside him, slightly nodded and answered his question. It is indeed the thunder martial veins. I truly never imagined that such martial veins existed in the world. As Su Qingxuan spoke, her expression also showed shock. But more than that, it was joy. However, with her final confirmation, everyone's emotions exploded in an instant. Incredible. Truly incredible. The prince's martial veins are actually this terrifying. With thunder as martial veins, I cannot even imagine what means could compare to the prince in the connecting veins realm. Shocked voices erupted one after another. Numerous holy ancestors felt utterly horrified. Thunder represents the highest punishment from the heavens. It is the majesty of the heavens, the will of the Tao, and cannot be defied. In the endless cultivating universe of the 3,000 realms, there are countless practitioners with special martial veins. Indeed, some have mastered lightning, possessing spirit power that wields the might of thunder. But it does not compare to the thunder martial veins even in a fraction. The prince's martial veins are formed from the strongest punishment of the heavens. It is unimaginable how terrifying his strength has reached within the connecting veins realm. Once the thunder martial veins are unleashed, it will surely sweep across the 8 wastelands, looking down on the world. Let alone practitioners of the same realm. Even those of the higher realm, like the Celestial Gang's realm, or even those surpassing 2 large realms of the Divine Cycle realm, may not be the prince's match.
This is simply too frightening. Judging by the recent phenomena,
one can understand the terror of the thunder martial vein. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the Frost Emperor, let alone the Qinshengmu family, I'm afraid the entire Windblow City would have been wiped out, and few would have survived.
1,000 revered ancestors couldn't help but marvel. Their eyes repeatedly swept over Jiang Wushu and Su Qingxuan, their expressions complicated.
They had previously lamented that the Emperor's son had no special martial vein. But if it were announced that he had awakened one, it wouldn't be hard to accept. After all, he is the Emperor's son, different from others is easy to understand. Moreover, he has cultivated duality, and if he were to awaken a special martial vein, it would definitely be impressive. Yet, no one expected that the martial vein he awakened was the thunder martial vein. Ancient times might have had it exist, but in the present day, it is absolutely unique.
The only one in the world. How can other talented youths of this generation survive in comparison?
No wonder he is the son of the Frost Emperor, he has continuously overturned my understanding. In my view, among the young talents of today, only the Emperor's son can be called supreme. Suddenly, the War King, Emperor Wushuang, sighed and spoke. The others all nodded in agreement. No matter how monstrous the talents of the other powerful clans are, once compared to the Emperor's son, they immediately seem dull and colorless. Even the extremely powerful absolute spirit sword body cannot compare. Even when fused with the endless sword embryo, it still falls short. At this moment, recalling not long ago, when Mu Qingchen made bold claims after merging with the endless sword embryo, it only strikes one as absurd and laughable.
You, Mu Qingchen, are the strongest supreme among the young talents of this generation? Have you asked the Emperor's son for his opinion? What a boastful and extreme arrogance. Who, in the end, is the true young supreme of this generation?
In the womb, Jiang Yuxian heard the words of the crowd and couldn't help but grin.
I've said I would astonish you to the point of losing your teeth. I wasn't bragging, was I? Jiang Yuxian thought cheerfully. However, he also didn't expect to stir up such a big commotion, nearly demolishing half of the Qinshengmu family. If it weren't for his mother's timely intervention, perhaps the entire vast Tianlan region would have suffered. As for this, I really didn't do it on purpose.
Jiang Yuxian shrugged his shoulders.
Chapter 41, How did a good banquet turn into this?
Within the ruins of the Mu family, the once lively atmosphere suddenly paused. Everyone felt as if they had forgotten something important.
Qingchen, my grandson.
Suddenly, Mu Nantian called out in alarm. The others were equally startled.
Oh no! They had completely forgotten about Mu Qingchen.
So many of them were just marveling at the shock of the Emperor's son's thunder martial vein.
And that little boy, who had just fused with the endless sword embryo, was struck by lightning and was in unknown peril. Look at the mess this has caused.
In an instant, everyone turned their gaze. They saw a huge pit forming on the ground not far away, still releasing a fierce scorching heat, with faint arcs of electricity flashing and crackling. This deep pit was created by the strike of the lightning beam.
Qingchen! Mu Nantian called out again.
Then, his figure vanished from where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared in the deep pit.
The rest of the people rushed over in a flurry.
I just intervened to shield him for a moment, he should be fine,
Su Qingshuang said.
Indeed, just as she said, in the pit, the little boy was buried in dust, only his head visible. Blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. But his vitality remained strong, he was not in mortal danger. However, his breath was significantly weaker than before.
Qingchen! Mu Nantian was anxious as he released a wave of energy. Mu Qingchen's body shook and was pulled into his embrace.
At this moment, the little body was tattered, rags hanging from him. His exceptionally handsome face was covered in dirt, looking extremely disheveled.
Luckily, he is not in any life-threatening danger.
If it weren't for the Frost Emperor's intervention, he probably wouldn't have been this fortunate,
everyone said with emotion. Mu Nantian brought Mu Qingchen back to the ground.
The little boy was not unconscious, but remained awake throughout. He had clearly heard all the conversations before. Mu Qingchen struggled a bit, barely breaking free from Mu Nantian's grip, and stood unsteadily.
Qingchen, how are you?
Quick, check if the Wuji sword fetus is harmed?
Mu Nantian said urgently. Hearing his words, Mu Qingchen slightly nodded.
Then he gathered his strength with great difficulty, activating the Wuji sword fetus. Sword lights began to condense, swirling around him. But suddenly, an intense brightness erupted from the position of his head. A powerful sword intent surged forth, striking the sky, aiming to break the heavens. Everyone could immediately recognize that it was the power of the Wuji sword fetus. At this moment, it was gradually rising, as if wanting to separate from Mu Qingchen's mind.
This is bad.
The absolute spirit sword body has been struck by thunder, its foundation is somewhat disordered.
The Wuji sword fetus wants to leave,
Jian Lingtian said in a deep voice. Without saying a word, he stretched out his hand and pressed against Mu Qingchen's head. His profound cultivation erupted, attempting to push the Wuji sword fetus back into Mu Qingchen's body. Under his constant effort, that group of light again sank little by little, returning to Mu Qingchen's mind. Then, Jian Lingtian inserted a series of restrictions into his body, stabilizing the Wuji sword fetus. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
Thank you, Sword Saint. Mu Nantian was immensely grateful.
As long as the Wuji sword fetus is still there, his grandson will remain an unparalleled genius in the world.
As long as he doesn't have to compare with the Emperor's son, that would be fine.
Mu Qingchen's breath stabilized a lot, but he was still rather weak. To fully recover, it would likely take some effort.
But with the long-standing foundation of the Mu family and the sword-concealing mountain, it was not a big deal. Under the gaze of everyone, Mu Qingchen's little face turned gray. He couldn't help but look towards Su Qingshuang's position.
Finally, his gaze fell upon her lower abdomen.
Just one glance made Mu Qingchen's body tremble involuntarily, and his steps staggered. A hint of fear unexpectedly flashed in the depths of his eyes. Mu Qingchen has always been unwilling to submit to the Emperor's son, now he finally knows fear? The Emperor's son possesses might that is unmatched, how can he be an idle threat?
The absolute spirit sword body combined with the Wuji sword fetus makes Mu Qingchen extraordinarily talented, looking down upon everything.
Now, however, he is suppressed by the Emperor's son. I see that this may not be a bad thing.
What worries me is that he is too young and may suffer a blow, causing instability in his Dao heart, and even shaking his foundation.
Several grandmasters spoke one after another. Mu Nantian fed Mu Qingchen a pill, and the boy's complexion finally reddened a bit.
Head of the Mu family, I will take Qingchen back to Sword Concealing Mountain.
The Wuji sword fetus needs some time to fully integrate,
Jian Lingtian said.
Mu Nantian nodded and didn't say much more.
Immediately, the five from Sword Concealing Mountain took Mu Qingchen and transformed into sword lights, vanishing into the void. Before leaving, Mu Qingchen took one last deep look at Su Qingshuang's belly.
Head of the Mu family, we will take our leave first.
The powerful figures from other major forces also began to say their goodbyes.
Today's banquet was supposed to go well.
But ever since the Emperor Frost arrived, it became a roller coaster of events.
The absolute spirit sword body suffered blow after blow.
Even now, the large Mu family had been torn apart, reduced to ruins. If this news spreads, it will likely create a huge uproar in the future. Right now, there was no need to stay any longer. Watching everyone leave, Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu stood in front of Mu Nantian again, expressing their apologies. Head of the Mu family, my son suddenly awakened his martial veins. No one expected this, and it was certainly not intentional. This loss for the Mu family, we will compensate.
Jiang Wushu said. Mu Nantian repeatedly said, how could we dare? How could we dare?
The Mu family's losses were indeed considerable, but only some material possessions. The true foundation had never been laid bare, and was not harmed at all. Jiang Wushu said no more and took out some heavenly materials and earthly treasures to hand to him. Then, the couple directly set off to leave. Looking at everyone leaving one by one, the Mu family quickly became desolate. A large number of clan members surrounded Mu Nantian, all looking at him with bitter eyes.
Mu Nantian felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. Sigh. How could such a good banquet end up like this? Mu Nantian sighed deeply. He looked as if he had aged several years in an instant. On the other side, Jiang Wushu and Su Qingshuang were in a spatial tunnel. Ha ha ha. Great. Today was really amazing. Jiang Wushu laughed wildly. Before coming to the Mu family, he never expected that such a series of events would happen. Especially at the end, Jiang Yuxian had given him a huge surprise. Originally, he was a bit upset that the kid had no special martial vein. But who would have thought, this little guy directly awakened a thunder martial vein? Qingshuan, tell me, how did the kid awaken such a heaven-defying martial vein? He said with enthusiasm. Even if this caused the Mu family to be destroyed, what would it matter? Just some material possessions, how could they compare to my son's powerful talent? Jiang Wushu laughed heartily, not stopping along the way. Beside him, Su Qingshuang had a shallow smile, equally delighted. This was truly unimaginable. Let's go home, son. I really want to know what big things you could do before you were born. Ha ha ha. Jiang Wushu laughed continuously. But just after his words, Su Qingshuang suddenly paused. She felt the little guy thumping her belly heavily. Dad, Mom, I don't want to go home. I want to go out and play. From the womb, Jiang Yuxian silently shouted. It wasn't that he didn't want to go home, but just now, the system had given another task. Chapter 42, The world is so big, I want to see it. Please complete the task goal, 10-day trip in the outside world. Task reward, Divine Elephant suppressing prison power. When such a voice rang in his mind, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He had just obtained the Thunder Martial Vein, already reaching a strong level in the Meridian realm. He intended to go home directly and then break through to the Celestial realm with all his might. Who would have thought that the system would suddenly give him another task? And the task content. 10-day trip in the outside world? What the heck? Is this supposed to be a little long vacation for me? How could there be such a task? This damn system is too casual. But when Jiang Yuxian saw the task reward, all his grievances instantly vanished. Divine Elephant suppressing prison power. It's actually Divine Elephant suppressing prison power. Jiang Yuxian became extremely excited. He certainly knew about Divine Elephant suppressing prison power. This was a legendary skill created by the Supreme Ruler. The human body is composed of 840 million particles. Practicing Divine Elephant suppressing prison power can gradually transform the particles into 4 forms: Giant Elephant, Dragon Elephant, Primordial Elephant, and Divine Elephant. Each form divides into 5 realms, totaling 20. Furthermore, there are 2 supreme realms above that. Once entering the path of Divine Elephant suppressing prison power, every particle in the body can be seen as a Dantian energy sea, rich in divine power. The power of the Divine Elephant can tear the sky and crack the earth, roaring at the void, shaking the stars down. Once all 840 million particles transform into the Divine Elephant, he can become the Supreme Ruler, suppressing heaven and earth, overpowering everything. This skill is simply ridiculously strong, absolutely on par with the devouring sky magic. Jiang Yuxian was filled with excitement. He couldn't help but want to roar out loud. The devouring sky magic was terrifying enough to refine all the world's origins, giving him profound spiritual power like an abyss. And Divine Elephant suppressing prison power can use this spiritual power to develop human particles, allowing the body to transform and hold more spiritual power. These 2 skills, one focuses on spiritual power and the other on physical strength, perfectly complement each other. Together, they would definitely allow Jiang Yuxian's strength to grow tremendously. Not only that. Both devouring sky magic and Divine Elephant suppressing prison power, when cultivated to a certain level, will spontaneously gain powerful divine techniques and magical powers. The Great Way's treasure bottle, the sacred art of transformation, a thought blooming, cutting the way to heaven. The spear of the underworld god, the wings of freedom, the cauldron of heaven and earth, the gate of hell. These divine powers are not just terrifying but are top-tier offensive techniques. This great elephant-suppressing prison force must be obtained at all costs. If I miss this, I'll definitely face divine retribution. Jiang Yuxian's heart was incredibly fervent. No matter what, he had to stop his mom and dad from going home right now. No matter where they went, they had to stay out for at least 10 days. Dad, Mom. I don't want to go home.
Jiang Yuxian screamed wildly in his heart and pounded hard on his mother's belly. Outside, Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wuxu were on their way, and sensing the little guy's movements, they were all puzzled.
What on earth does this brat want? Jiang Wuxu was speechless. Su Qingshuang also felt helpless. What was wrong with her little one? They had just left the Mu family. What kind of trouble was he planning now? But thankfully, they had previous experience. This time, after a simple inquiry, they received a definite response from the little guy.
Yuxian doesn't want to go home?
Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wuxu were both full of questions. Did they not come out this time to attend the Mu family banquet? Now that it was over, what was the point in not going home? The world is so big, I want to see it. In the womb, Jiang Yuxian silently responded. Jiang Wuxu and his wife exchanged silent glances. This little brat is already causing trouble before he's even born. What difference does it make if you haven't been born yet? If Yuxian doesn't want to go back, then let's not go back for now. After a moment, Su Qingshuang said this. Jiang Wuxu shrugged his shoulders and said nothing. What can they do? After all, this son was their own, they could only comply. But if they didn't go home now, where would they go? Frost, let's go to the ancient heaven sect. It's been a long time since we've been back. Jiang Wuxu said with a smile. The ancient heaven sect was the place where Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wuxu had their roots. In their youth, before their true talents were revealed, they became disciples under two elders of the ancient heaven sect. At that time, the ancient heaven sect was not strong and could not compare to many great sections. But now, it had changed immensely. After all, the ancient heaven sect was the place where they grew up, their masters and fellow disciples were like family. They had also maintained contact over the years. However, since their marriage, they had rarely returned. That's why Jiang Wuxu had this suggestion. But as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed something was off with Su Qingshuang's expression. Frost, what's wrong? Jiang Wuxu asked with concern. Wuxu, I want to visit Grandma Shi. Su Qingshuang pondered for a moment and suddenly said this. Her tone turned a bit heavy and melancholic. Jiang Wuxu was stunned for a moment, unable to help but glance at his wife and fell into a brief silence. Then he let out a sigh. I'm just afraid Grandma Shi might not want to see us. Once these words came out, Su Qingshuang's eyes actually glimmered with tears, her mood growing more desolate. Seeing this, Jiang Wuxu gently hugged her, softly comforting her. Frost, don't be sad. Let's go find Grandma Shi right now. This time, when we see her, we must bring her back to Xianshuang Cave. If she doesn't want to, we can. Jiang Wuxu said loudly, but after can, he had nothing more to say. Su Qingshuang couldn't help but chuckle, pushing him away. Her slender fingers brushed over her belly, gently speaking. Yuxian is about to be born, Grandma Shi will definitely like him. If she doesn't want to come home with us, we can bring the little guy out and let her see. Jiang Wuxu's eyes brightened at her words. This was indeed a good idea. And in the womb, Jiang Yuxian was filled with confusion. He could clearly sense his mother's emotions. What's wrong with Dad and Mom? Who is this Grandma Shi? Why does her name change the mood so drastically? Jiang Yuxian's heart was filled with doubts. This was the first time he had heard the term West Grandma. But his father and mother seemed very worried and sad because of her. It must be known that his mother was the person standing at the peak of the world. With her cultivation and state of mind, she could also be shaken and saddened by someone. It could be confirmed that this West Grandma must be a very important person to her. Jiang Yuxian's curiosity was piqued. Dad and Mom are going to visit that West Grandma this time. These matters should become clear later. He pondered in his heart. Chapter 43, Reminiscing the Past, 3 days traveling across the sky. Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wuxu quickly collected their emotions and started their journey. This trip was extremely far, needing to cross over 100 large domains. Even with their cultivation, it would take many days to arrive. Even Jiang Yuxian, who was still in the womb, felt a bit bored. Fortunately, he had already received the reward from the last mission. An unparalleled divine art. The Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger. Long ago, on the day Sword Ling Tian visited Xian Frost Cave, the system issued a mission for him to refuse the infinite sword embryo. Only when Mu Qingshan truly integrated it after the visit to the Mu family did this mission get completed. At that moment, the content of the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger had already been engraved deep within Jiang Yuxian's soul, vast and obscure. This divine art is truly terrifying. But I cannot cultivate it yet. Jiang Yuxian looked at the introduction of the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven finger in his mind, and couldn't help but exclaim.
This divine art truly deserves the word fierce. When cultivated to perfection, with a single finger strike, breaking the universe, defying the sky, the laws rotate, the rules collapse. Looking across the entire Great Wilderness world, there are probably not many such terrifying offensive methods. But what's a bit awkward is that with Jiang Yuxian's current cultivation, he couldn't even cast the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven finger at all. It must be understood that to cast any offensive divine art, one must establish a foundation first.
Spiritual power taking shape.
Or, it's also called spiritual power manifesting outward. Jiang Yuxian was still in the channeling realm, although his spiritual power was profound, he was still confined within his body and couldn't manifest it outward. Let alone such a powerful method, even ordinary martial techniques, he couldn't cultivate now.
First, I need to break through to the Celestial Gang realm.
Once I reach the Celestial Gang realm, I can manifest my spiritual power and cast the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven finger.
Jiang Yuxian thought. He had already reached the limit in the channeling realm.
Especially with the existence of the Thunder Martial Vessel, which could rival both ancient and modern times. Thus, his next goal was to break through to the Celestial Gang realm. The greatest feature of this realm is that spiritual power can break through the body and condense into various forms. When combined with various martial techniques, it can change endlessly and unleash powerful offensive power. For example, some can gather spirit to become weapons, transforming into swords, spears, halberds, sharp and unmatched. Some martial skills can turn spiritual power into flames, frost, wind blades, and other methods, unpredictable in power.
Even some can condense into fierce beast forms, rampaging and fighting with unmatched strength.
But in the Celestial Gang realm, it seems there are few reports of anyone able to cultivate a divine art. The term divine art itself shows its extraordinariness.
For ordinary Celestial Gang practitioners, let alone whether they can successfully cultivate it.
Even if they really cultivated it, the spiritual power within them would probably be exhausted before the divine art even activated, leaving them drained.
Wanting to rely on this to confront others? Don't mess around. It would be closer to suicide. However, Jiang Yuxian had refined endless spiritual power during the bone-quenching realm.
Plus, the baptism of the Thunder Martial Vessel made his strength reach a shocking level. He was confident that once he broke through to the Celestial Gang realm, he would have the opportunity to cultivate the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven finger.
Cultivation. Jiang Yuxian couldn't wait and immediately began another round of cultivation.
The system mission was an external 10-day tour, without stating he couldn't cultivate.
As long as he didn't go home, it was fine.
Thus, while his father and mother were on their way, Jiang Yuxian once again immersed himself wholeheartedly in the state of cultivation.
This situation was immediately sensed by Su Qingxuang. The little guy is cultivating again.
I wonder how many days it will take him to break through to the Tiangang realm this time, she said with a smile.
Jiang Wushu couldn't help but say, hey. This brat clearly doesn't want to go home. Why, when he turns his head, does he start cultivating by himself? Is he taking us for a walk?
Jiang Wushu said with dissatisfaction.
However, he didn't think too much about it.
He could only sigh, this brat really is working hard on cultivation, not slacking off at all. As for his breakthrough to the Tiangang realm, the young couple had no doubts.
With Jiang Yuxian's foundation, everything will come naturally.
The only thing to pay attention to is whether it will take 10 days or 8 days. Jiang Wushu and Su Qingxuang said no more, continuing on their way. Just as the family of three was on the road, a piece of news swept through hundreds of domains like a hurricane.
What? The Mu family's banquet for the Absolute Spirit Sword Body ended in embarrassment? And all of this is because of the Emperor's son? This news was like a thunderclap, causing the world to boil. What happened at the Mu family banquet was known to countless people. The Emperor's son's astonishing talent left everyone feeling scared and shocked. Cultivating in the womb. Breaking through the refined bone limit. Creating a new limit. Awakening a special constitution. Having a pure sword heart. Finally, in front of many great ancestors, awakening the thunder martial pulse, causing strange phenomena. All of this turned countless people's understanding upside down. So many miraculous events, all gathered in one person. What's even scarier is that the Emperor's son is still in his mother's womb. He hasn't even been born yet. Mu Qingchen is truly ridiculous. Who gave him the courage to provoke the Emperor's son? Many people voiced such sentiments. With Mu Qingchen's talent, he was capable of laughing proudly in this world, continuing the Mu family's glory for millions of years. Even merging with the infinite sword body, he would have a chance to reach the Sword Emperor's position. But he was endlessly arrogant, impossible to approach. He boldly declared that all the prodigy should regard him, Mu Qingchen, as the leader. All elites would crawl under his feet. He even repeatedly provoked the emperor's son with words and actions. But unexpectedly, he was put down by the emperor's son time and again. In the end, the grand banquet held by the Mu family for him was overshadowed. Even Mu Qingchen himself ended up in a sorry state. For a moment, the Mu family and Mu Qingchen became a joke in many people's mouths. But at the same time, some felt pity for Mu Qingchen. His talent would shine brightly in any era. In today's world, few could match him. It's just a pity that Mu Qingchen was born at the wrong time, encountering the emperor's son. The thunderous martial pulse that day caused a tremendous spectacle, as a bolt of lightning struck down, shaking Mu Qingchen's heart of Tao and disrupting his foundation. If he couldn't adjust himself, it would likely have a huge impact on his future cultivation. A figure like the emperor's son is far too incredible. I dare to assert that his birth will probably lead to a glorious age. Monsters will emerge, prodigies will compete, wanting to measure themselves against the emperor's son. Only then will they be worthy of the emperor's son's amazing talent. Otherwise, he will be too lonely in the future. Some older strong one side. Such opinions echoed the words of the powerful ancestors at the Mu family banquet that day. Whenever there is a grand age, prodigies will surely emerge and compete. The emperor's son's talent shines through the ages, but if no one in this world can contest with him, that might not be a good thing. Now, only 600 years have passed since the Frost Sky Emperor ascended to the summit. Is a new grand age about to arrive? I still remember that 3 days in the same sky, when Frost Sky Emperor had not yet forged her imperial body, and she, along with Wushu ancestor, and that person, were also dazzling. Many people couldn't help but recall years ago. At that time, 3 stunning juniors emerged, like 3 great suns. In the vastness above the 9 heavens, light shines upon the world. The brilliance of all the outstanding people of the same era is suppressed. These 3 individuals all possessed the demeanor of an emperor. However, now, aside from the Frost Sky Emperor and the unfathomable Saint Ancestor, the other person's divine light has long faded away. Even his name has become a taboo, something many people avoid speaking of. The appearance of the emperor's child is no accident. I must calculate and see how the future unfolds. In an instant, others began to calculate the heavenly secrets, trying to glimpse a corner of the future. They subtly felt some anticipation for the chaotic world that might come. Chapter 44, The Yen Sung Domain, West Grandmother Merciless. The Yen Sung Domain is located in the southern part of the Great Wilderness. Here, it is already close to the edge of the 3,000 realms. Crossing 2 major domains further south, you will find vast lands and towering mountains. This area is filled with insects, poisonous miasma, treacherous waters, and dangerous ravines, devoid of human habitation. The Yen Sung Domain is also sparsely populated and appears very remote compared to other bustling domains, containing a wild atmosphere. This domain is named after the Yen Sung mountain range. The Yen Sung mountain range stretches endlessly, resembling a giant dragon lying on the ground, winding from east to west. Among them, divine peaks rise, full of dangers. In a hidden part of these mountains, there is a cave dwelling. The cave is surrounded by powerful formations and prohibitions, preventing fierce beasts and other practitioners from intruding. The interior of the cave is not large, and the furnishings are simple to the extreme. Embedded in the top is a bright pearl, releasing a faint light like fireflies. There is also a stone table, a stone stool, and a stone bed. On the stone table lies a few utensils. Aside from this, there is nothing else. At this moment, an old woman sits cross-legged on the stone bed. Her head hangs down, silver hair scattered, obscuring her face. Next to her lies a walking stick, covered in a thick layer of dust. The old woman wears a simple gray robe, with skin on her hands like dry tree bark, lacking any luster. She just sits there quietly, hunching over. Time flies by quickly, yet there is no movement at all. It is uncertain if she is alive or has already passed away. In the entire cave, there flows an intense atmosphere of solitude. Here, it seems as if there is no concept of time. If nothing unexpected happens, everything will likely remain this way. But who knows how long has passed, as if it were a mere moment, yet also like 100 years in an instant. On this day, a slight wave appeared in the void of the cave. The formations outside silently crumbled entirely. Then a spatial passage appeared, and 2 young figures, one male and one female, stepped out. It was Jiang Wushu and Su Qingxuan. Grandmother. Su Qingxuan looked at the old woman on the stone bed, gently calling out. However, there was no response. Auntie West, I and Schwanger came to see you. Jiang Wushu followed up, but still heard no reply. This sudden silence made their hearts sink. Su Qingxuan's eyes quickly turned red. In her perception, she felt that the old woman before her had already collapsed to the extreme. Like a candle in the wind, she might extinguish at any moment. Grandmother. Su Qingxuan almost rushed forward, kneeling before the old woman. She grasped the old woman's hands tightly, sending surges of energy wildly into her body.
She directly used the origin of the heavenly emperor. After a long time, the old woman finally stirred. This made Su Qingxuang and Jiang Wushu feel a little bit of surprise. But in the next moment, this joy faded again, leaving only deep sorrow. The old woman slowly raised her head. From between her strands of hair revealed an extremely aged face. Her cheeks were deeply sunken, her eyes muddled, and her form frail. Time had left deep traces on her face, as if cut with precision. This appearance was entirely different from their memories. "Grandmother! How have you aged so much?" Su Qingxuang choked as she spoke. Jiang Wushu couldn't help but wipe the corner of his eye. The sight of the old woman in front of him brought an indescribable sadness to his heart. "Xiao Qingxuan, why are you here?" The old woman spoke, her voice hoarse and weak. She looked at the woman before her, her eyes struggling to gather a glimmer of light. With great effort, she raised a hand, wanting to stroke Su Qingxuan's face. A hint of happiness appeared at the corners of the old lady's mouth. Perhaps the essence of the heavenly emperor had a miraculous effect. After a long while, the old woman's condition improved significantly. Her speech became more fluid. Her vitality was more than 10 times stronger than before. "Xiao Qingxuan, do not be sad. I have lived for over 100,000 years, always alone. I never expected that as my time draws near, you would still remember me. Come, sit down quickly. Jiang boy, you sit down too. Since you are here, let's have a good chat. I haven't spoken in over 100 years. The old woman reached out, wiping away Su Qingxuang's tears. Jiang Wushu helped his wife up, and they both sat by the stone bed. The old lady was so happy to see the young couple, it was beyond words. She took the initiative to start the conversation and began chatting with the two. The topics were all about the past, about those days that would never return. Then, the old woman noticed the baby bump on Su Qingxuang. Regarding the existence of the little one, the old lady seemed a bit surprised, but mostly she was joyful. Her words were filled with endless love. The three of them talked, but they didn't notice that the baby in Su Qingxuang's belly, Jiang Yuxian, was listening intently, absorbing every word. "This is the West Granny that Mom mentioned. No wonder Mom gets so sad whenever she's mentioned, it turns out like this." Jiang Yuxian quietly listened to their chat and soon learned many things she had never known. West Granny's real name was Shi Wuqing. Nearly 100,000 years ago, she had already reached the quasi-saint realm. She was a powerful loose cultivator, always solitary and alone. When Su Qingxuan left her sect many years ago to wander through thousands of realms, she met West Granny by chance. The old woman adored this little girl. She treated her like her own granddaughter, often teasing her. At the same time, she also provided endless help to Su Qingxuang. At that time, Su Qingxuang was still very weak, and the old woman taught her the ways and guided her cultivation. Each time she found herself in a deadly situation, it was Shi Wuqing who helped her escape. She remembered a time when Su Qingxuang fought against the saint of a certain holy land, slashing through with a sword, defeating him outright. But this infuriated the guardian of that saint, a true ancestral-level powerhouse. Watching his own disciple die before him, he disregarded the rule that older generations should not intervene in the disputes of the younger generation and made a reckless move to suppress Su Qingxuang. At that time, Shi Wuqing was right there. She resisted with her half-saint body and fought fiercely. That time, she was gravely injured. At a huge cost, she managed to bring Su Qingxuang to safety. There was another time when a secret realm opened up, and Su Qingxuan, Jiang Wushu, Su Qingtian, and Su Qingyu all went to explore together. Su Qingtian obtained a supreme treasure but was targeted. Just after exiting the secret realm, they were ambushed by a group of powerhouses, life hanging by a thread. To save Su Qingtian, West Granny took out a pill. It was her savings accumulated over the years. A magical pill aimed at trying to break through the ancestral realm. Such events, one after another, Su Qingxuan kept them all in her heart. It can be said, without West Granny, there would be no Mom today. Having a half-saint protecting her side was too important for her growth. Jiang Yuxian sighed. He understood that his dad and Mom's sect back then was not very strong. The strongest one was only at the cave profound realm. But West Granny was a half-step ancestral being. Without her, perhaps there really wouldn't be today's Frost Emperor ruling over all beings. Unfortunately, this elder who has lived for over 100,000 years, has never been able to break through that step. The realm of the Holy Ancestor stands like a great chasm, blocking her firmly outside. Year after year, now Granny Shi has already reached the end of her days, growing old. The time until her true end is not far off. After Su Qingxuan became the empress, she sought many spiritual herbs and treasures, but could only barely prolong Granny Shi's life. Life and death are part of the natural cycle. Even with incredible means, it is very difficult to reverse it. This is the biggest knot in Su Qingxuan's heart now. Chapter 45, Not Agree? I'll tear down your cave. Upon learning about her mother and Granny Shi's past, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but feel a deep respect.
At the same time, endless heartache arose.
Such an elder regarded her mother as her own.
But due to limitations in talent and opportunity, she could never break through to the Holy Ancestor realm. Time is continuously wearing down her life.
Now, she is on the brink of death, with a flickering flame. Even in her mother's womb, Jiang Yuxian could feel that the elder's condition was very dire. She has truly reached the edge of her great limit.
Her mother's emperor power could temporarily rejuvenate her. But Granny Shi's body is unable to hold on to it.
It is feared that it won't be long before the elder will vanish without a trace, her soul returning to the underworld. There must be a way to prolong Granny Shi's life. As long as she breaks through to the Holy Ancestor and prolongs her life for another million years, it is not a difficult task.
Jiang Yuxian suddenly thought. Breaking through to the Holy Ancestor, that is the only way.
But with another thought, a huge sense of helplessness again swelled within Jiang Yuxian's heart.
Granny Shi has already reached the edge of depletion. What kind of treasure medicine could help her break through? After all, even her mother's methods could not achieve it. No. I have a system.
As long as I can temporarily extend Granny Shi's life, there will come a day when that dog system should provide me with a treasure medicine beyond imagination.
Jiang Yuxian's thoughts arose again. This excited her.
And at this moment, outside, the three had been chatting for a long time. The atmosphere inside the cave was indescribably warm.
Su Qingxuan, like a little girl, hugged Granny Shi's arm, nestled beside her. It truly felt like a family. Granny, please come back with us.
Su Qingxuan's eyes were moist as she suddenly raised her head and said,
Yes, Granny, Fenger and I will definitely think of a solution. Zhang Wuxiu chimed in from the side. This elder is like their close elder.
Even if they had to give everything, they would try to prolong her life. Even if it were unsuccessful, they could still do their filial duty while she was by their side.
However, regarding the proposal from the two, Granny Shi waved her hand. Xiao Qingxuan, Jiang Kid, you should go back. Just being able to see you visiting me is enough for me.
As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly began to breathe rapidly.
Su Qingxuan was alarmed and once again entered the flow of energy, which only then alleviated her breathing. I am very clear about my current condition. Even with divine medicine, I'm afraid it will be hard to cure.
Xiao Qingxuan, you don't need to bother with this any longer.
Just let me be quiet and alone. After Granny Shi finished speaking, she used her strength to push Su Qingxuan away, signaling them to leave. The elder has always been solitary, going alone without any attachments.
Years ago, Su Qingxuan wanted to take her back to Xianshuan Cave Heaven, but the elder repeatedly refused and ultimately returned to this cave where she had lived for many years. As her life draws to an end, she only wants to be away from all the noise, to be alone. Seeing her like this, Su Qingxuan's tears fell.
Granny, please come back with us.
Zhang Wuxiu said with red eyes. Both she and Su Qingxuan kept urging. However, after a long time, the elder still remained unmoved.
She only kept signaling for them to leave.
Such stubbornness made Su Qingxuan and Zhang Wuxiu feel helpless.
How could they bear to watch Granny Shi die alone here in solitude? Not just them.
Even Jiang Yuxian in her mother's womb was anxious at this moment.
Mom, you have to bring Grandma X back home.
He hurriedly pounded his mother's belly. Perhaps it was the bond between mother and son. Su Qingxuan understood his thoughts immediately.
Grandma, you should feel my belly. The little one wants you to come home with us.
This surprised the old lady. She stretched out her hand and really felt the movements in Su Qingxuan's belly.
Isn't the little one still 2 months away from being born? Does he already have such strong awareness? Grandma X was genuinely taken aback.
Clearly, the little one had just heard their conversation.
Grandma, the little guy is quite capable. He is not just aware. This little rascal started training even in the womb.
The elderly woman grew interested, and Zhang Wuxiu quickly seized the moment. He told her about all the recent wonders of Jiang Yuxian.
Pure sword heart.
Creating a new extreme bone tempering realm. Thunderous martial veins.
And so on.
With each thing he mentioned, the old lady was more shocked.
Her eyes shone brighter and brighter. This little one is actually so powerful?
Shi Wuqing was incredibly astonished. This really exceeded her understanding.
Even though Jiang Wuxiu spoke vividly, she still had doubts. Grandma doesn't believe it?
Just these days, after training, I'm only a step away from the celestial rank.
Let me show you.
In the womb, Jiang Yuxian thought this. He directly began to use the swallowing heaven demonic skill. Suddenly, terrifying roaring noises erupted from Su Qingxuan's belly. As if a wild beast from a savage land was awakening, growling constantly. Endless spiritual energy burst forth, spreading like a tide, instantly filling the entire cave. Then a blinding light suddenly erupted from Su Qingxuan's belly.
PSSST.
A robust thunder appeared out of nowhere, surging with the wind. Like a world-shattering divine knife, it fiercely slashed into the void. Inside the cave, it was as if a blazing sun had exploded.
Boom!
A deafening roar shook the valley.
The space trembled, the earth shook.
Like a towering giant, it stomped down on the ground with all its might.
The nearby mountains shook fiercely.
Inside the cave where they were, rocks tumbled down constantly.
Amidst the limitless dust, beams of light shone down from above.
Jiang Wushu pressed down with his palm, and the dust settled, restoring clarity to the once hazy cave. Looking up, the original cave had completely changed.
Above, there was a massive gap.
The radiant sunlight spilled down from the 9 heavens, shining on them.
This scene left Shi Wuching astounded. Spiritual energy releasing, transforming into thunder.
This is truly a mark of the celestial rank, Shi Wuching said excitedly. Her weathered face was filled with an expression of disbelief. But Su Qingxuang and Jiang Wushu were completely unfazed. Especially Jiang Wushu, he burst into laughter.
This little rascal has destroyed the cave. Ha ha ha. Grandma, you should believe it now, right?
He said with a smile.
After all, the little one really has a way. With Grandma's cave gone, does this mean she can come back with us?
I've lived so many years, and it's my first time seeing such a prodigy.
Xiao Qingxuang, after this little one is born. It might be even more incredible than you were back then.
After a while, Shi Wuching sighed again. At this point, she had no doubts left. Her eyes were fixed tightly on Su Qingxuang's belly. There was no longer any murkiness in her gaze.
Grandma, the little one is about to be born. He definitely wants to meet you. Please come back with us so you can hold him.
Su Qingxuang hurriedly said. The couple tried to persuade her again.
But Grandma X did not immediately agree.
She moved over to Su Qingxuang's belly and started chatting with the little one.
One hand pressed on it, carefully sensing the baby's movements. Little one, do you know who I am? Do you want your grandma to take you home? Grandma will take care of you and help you grow up, okay?
With each question, Jiang Yuxian joyfully responded, dancing with his hands. His actions made the elderly woman laugh heartily, filled with joy.
Su Qingxuang and Jiang Wushu watched this scene, both breathing a sigh of relief. This little thing. Not even born yet, and already making Grandma so fond of it.
Chapter 46, Terrifying Killings, Blood and Soul Refinement. Seeing Grandma so happy because of the little one, Jiang Wushu's eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly said,
Grandma, why don't you come back with us?
Shi Huacheng fell silent upon hearing this.
Su Qingxuang and Jiang Wushu tensed up, fearing she would refuse again.
But after a moment, they saw her let out a slight sigh.
All right.
In my lifetime, you, little Qingxuang, are the only thing I hold dear, hard to let go. If I can see the little one born, and you both safe, I can die with a smile, without regrets.
Hearing these words, Su Qingxuang and Jiang Wushu instantly burst with joy. Grandma agreed. Then let's go, Grandma. The young couple supported Shi Huacheng on either side and took her cane.
As the three stepped forward, they entered the space passage.
See, it really is because of my face.
In the womb, Jiang Yuxian felt delighted. What his parents couldn't settle, he achieved in an instant. At the same time, he began to calculate in his heart. It took 5 or 6 days to get from the Mu family to here.
Round trip, that's over 10 days. Just right, my mission can be completed. He smiled happily.
Just wait until they get home, and he can receive the Divine Elephant Town prison power. This made him a bit impatient. However, this family hadn't walked long in the void passage when Su Qingxuang suddenly frowned and stopped.
What's wrong, Xuaner? Jiang Wushu quickly noticed her strange reaction and asked immediately. Grandma also looked over with concern.
Su Qingxuang didn't speak, but her charming face gradually filled with frost. She took a step forward, leading everyone out of the space passage.
Boom!
Suddenly, a terrifying and fierce bloody aura rushed at them. Jiang Wushu and Shi Huaqing turned pale, faces filled with horror. And in the womb, Jiang Yuxian felt an incomprehensible fierce force pressing down, suffocating him. Until a burst of brilliant divine light erupted from his chest, a warm current flowing through his body, that feeling gradually faded. The supreme bone is reacting.
What's happening outside? Jiang Yuxian was shocked. He really wanted to see what was going on, to make the supreme bone react.
At this moment, outside, Su Qingxuang and the others hovered in the air. Above them, they were surrounded by a boundless bloody aura. The sky was crimson for 100,000 miles. Below their feet, the scene resembled hell. In a huge city, countless figures were darting around, overwhelming powers, shining weapons, were engaged in a bloody slaughter. Endless corpses piled up all over the city, like small mountains. Blood flowed on the ground, turning into rivers, finally merging into deep ravines.
It was an exceedingly bizarre formation, with blood surging like a tidal wave, violent and tumultuous.
It touched some bad memories of theirs. Su Qingxuan's face was filled with coldness. All her energy was flowing, brewing a terrifying killing intent. Jiang Wuxiu and Shi Wuqing were startled.
They knew Su Qingxuan was angry. In the next moment, they heard a loud boom. A wave of immense pressure suddenly descended. The world shook violently, and the great Tao echoed. The blood-red sky for 10,000 miles instantly collapsed. The mountains and rivers for billions of miles trembled. Meanwhile, within the large city, that horrifying killing calamity continued. Many quite powerful others intended to break through the blood array and escape from this place. However, groups of black-robed figures appeared, like the arrival of death, ruthlessly cutting off their heads. Deep resentment gathered and flowed towards the center of the city's formation. There, a tall altar was built. Over a dozen figures dressed in blood-red robes stood atop it. Jia jia jia. Eerie laughter echoed from their mouths. The souls and blood energy drawn from the formation made their cultivation rapidly increase. But suddenly, the enormous city shook violently. The heavens cracked. The earth rumbled. The void collapsed. Endless laws and principles became chaotic. This scene left everyone in the city utterly astonished. When they looked up again, they saw a brilliant figure. It seemed to be a woman, like a blazing sun, standing above the 9 heavens, as if a deity looking down upon the world. Her body radiated boundless divine light, instantly solidifying the vast void, halting the operation of the great Tao. The raging blood river, with its red waves, was momentarily frozen in a moment. This is... The black-robed figures could not move, only showing expressions of fear. But before they could think more, they felt an invisible giant hand tightly grasping their bodies. Then, it violently clenched. Pu. One after another, black-robed figures exploded, turning into blood mist. In just the blink of an eye, all the black-robed people in the city were killed, leaving not a single survivor. Thank you, Senior, for saving us. Those who survived looked up, eyes filled with reverence, bowing deeply. They knew a powerful being had intervened, allowing them to escape a disaster. But in the skies above, Su Qingxuan did not pay attention to these people at all. Her gaze turned, landing on the huge altar in the center of the city. These people all deserve to die. Jiang Wuxiu's killing intent surged. Before Su Qingxuan could act again, he suddenly thrust his hand into the void. A radiant long spear slowly emerged, then violently hurled downwards. Like 100,000 mountains pressing down from above, it smashed fiercely onto the altar. With a loud bang, the heavens and earth flipped. The blood river on the ground rolled back to the sky, flooding towards the heavens. The enormous altar exploded. That terrifying demonic formation also collapsed under boundless divine power. Of the over a dozen figures in blood robes on the altar, 9 were killed on the spot. Between heaven and earth, a torrential blood rain fell, trickling down. Jia jia jia. Jiang Wuxiu, Su Qingxuan. So it's you. In the crimson blood rain, the only surviving blood-robed figure soared into the air, letting out a cruel laugh. This was actually a being of the saint ancestor level. He recognized the couple. But instead of escaping, he seemed somewhat excited. Who are you little characters? Jiang Wuxiu asked in a deep voice. The blood-robed person did not respond, standing in the distant sky, speaking to himself. Su Qingxuan, you have usurped the position of the Heavenly Emperor for a long time. It is time to step down from your pedestal. Do not be anxious. When my master returns, reigning over the world, he will personally come to find you. Su Qingxuan, Jiang Wuxiu, you will wait for death. Before his words were finished, Su Qingxuan's eyes narrowed. A wave of terrifying power surged through the air. The vast sky rippled dreadfully, fiercely compressing. Bang! The red-robed figure's body exploded into a burst of bloodlight, vanishing into ashes. Chapter 47, Visitors from the Ancient Heaven Sect. Ha! I really want to see your master. What kind of divine being is this? Seeing the red-robed man being killed, Jiang Wuxiu couldn't help but sneer. But beside him, Shi Wuqing showed a hint of worry. Who could that master he mentioned be? From what the red-robed man said, his master seemed to be an extremely powerful existence. Even knowing that Su Qingxuan is the only empress of this era, there is not much fear. His background is definitely huge. Unfortunately, they couldn't see through the origin of this force, nor could they speculate. Of course, Su Qingxuan and Jiang Wuxiu didn't take this too seriously. One is an empress, the other is at the peak of the Saint Ancestor realm. Together they can conquer 3,000 realms without anyone being their match. How could they be scared by mere words from others? No matter how strong that so-called master is, can they really overturn the heavens? On the side, Su Qingxuan remained silent.
Her expression still carried a hint of loss, heavy with concerns.
Seeing this, Jiang Wushu couldn't help but sigh. Frost, about that matter. So many years have passed, don't be sad anymore.
He stepped forward to hold her jade-like hand, speaking softly.
Let's go home.
Su Qingxuang said nothing further and led the two back into the space passage. But all the way, she remained silent, her mood downcast. Jiang Wushu also sighed from time to time.
What's wrong with Dad and Mom?
In the womb, Jiang Yuxian also felt the strange atmosphere.
What on earth happened so many years ago that still troubles them, unable to let go until now?
In the midst of silence, the group finally stepped into the realm of the undying domain after several days.
Huh? It seems like Master's aura. Did he come back home?
Before exiting the space passage, Jiang Wushu suddenly said this. Su Qingxuang raised her eyes and also expanded her spiritual sense. Then a smile climbed onto her face. The gloom that had lingered in her heart for days disappeared by half in an instant. Both masters are here. And junior brother Chu and junior sister Yu as well. Su Qingxuang said with a smile. Just as her words fell, the surrounding space twisted intensely. In the next moment, their figures appeared in a grand hall within the Xianshuan cave heaven. Seeing their return, a bunch of people stood up in the hall, all surprised and delighted. Jiang Taihang, Su Yunfeng, Su Qingtian, and Su Qingyu were all present.
Besides them, there were 8 other people.
2 old men, 3 young men and women, and a young couple with a 4 or 5-year-old girl.
These people were all very familiar to Su Qingxuang and Jiang Wushu.
They all belonged to the two sect, the ancient heaven sect.
Qingxuang. Wushu.
Joyful voices rang out, and everyone gathered around. Before the young couple could speak, a hearty voice resounded through the hall.
Ha, my dear disciples, you have finally returned. It's been so many years since I last saw you, I've missed you dearly.
The one speaking was an old man, looking around 60, dressed very elegantly. A brocade robe covered his body, a jade belt around his waist, his face glowing red.
His black hair was slicked back, shining bright. If he were younger, he would definitely be worth the phrase like a jade tree in the wind.
He walked up to Jiang Wushu and patted his shoulder vigorously.
Master, how come you have time to come to Xianshuan Cave Heaven? Jiang Wushu asked with a smile.
The master and disciple hadn't seen each other for a long time, feeling extremely close.
I heard about what happened at the Mu family's banquet. As expected of my disciple, born with extraordinary talent, overshadowing the ages. That's why I and old Zhao couldn't stay still for a moment, rushing over to see my dear disciple. The disciple he spoke of course, was the unborn Jiang Yuxian. While Xiao Fui was speaking, he looked towards Su Qingxuang. At the same time, he noticed an old woman standing beside Su Qingxuang, using a cane, her back hunched, looking very old. After a moment of focus, Xiao Fui's expression suddenly became surprised. Is this Granny Shi? You're here too? He exclaimed in astonishment.
At this moment, everyone also noticed Shi Wuqing.
Everyone showed a look of surprise. Everyone present knew the existence of old lady Shi.
She was a powerful figure who became famous very early, and many years ago, her strength was already far above others. In her early years, she accompanied Su Qingxuang's growth and helped her greatly. However, now old lady Shi was nearing the end of her lifespan and had not been seen in the world for many years. In recent years, Su Qingxuang had invited her to stay at the Xian Frost Cave several times, but she had refused again and again.
But why did she suddenly come today? I've seen you, old lady Shi.
In an instant, everyone saluted old lady Shi with great respect. But old lady Shi stared straight at Xiao Fui, and suddenly snorted coldly.
What's going on? You can come to the Xian Frost Cave, but I cannot? I not only came today, but I also plan to live here from now on, so you better watch out. In the end, she slammed her cane down hard onto the ground, as if it pierced through Xiao Fui's heart, making him shiver in fear. Everyone in the hall was immediately dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did old lady Shi clash right away upon speaking? Then a thought crossed their minds, and everyone understood. Years ago, when Su Qingxuang first brought old lady Shi back to the ancient heaven sect, Xiao Fui worried that she was too innocent and might be deceived, so he secretly reminded her, be sure to be wary of that old woman, she is so good to you, there might be ulterior motives. It's no wonder Xiao Fui thought this way.
After all, old lady Shi was a rogue cultivator, with a withdrawn personality, and had always been solitary. Suddenly treating Su Qingxuang like her own and protecting her so wholeheartedly, it was hard not to raise suspicion. But unexpectedly, these words were overheard by old lady Shi, who just happened to arrive, and she was so furious that she nearly scattered Xiao Fui's ashes on the spot. Both Jiang Wushu and Su Qingxuang coaxed her for a long time before she finally gave up. Originally, they thought this matter had been put aside, but looking at this situation, it seemed old lady Shi still held a grudge. Xiao Fui stood in the hall, looking very awkward.
Not at all. If you are here, we naturally welcome you. He forced a smile and quickly said.
Yet old lady she still showed him no courtesy.
This is not the ancient heaven sect, I don't need you to welcome me.
As she spoke, she used her cane to push Xiao Fui aside and staggeringly walked straight to a chair and sat down. Xiao Fui was filled with embarrassment, unsure where to put his hands and feet.
The others also felt unable to say anything.
But just at that moment, another elder of the ancient heaven sect suddenly spoke up.
Qingxuan, why do you look so unwell?
The speaker was Zhao He, Su Qingxuan's master. He wore a simple grey robe, with a wine gourd at his waist, looking somewhat old. Yet he was full of spirit, exuding an aura of calmness. As expected of a master-student relationship lasting many years, although Su Qingxuan's emotions had recovered somewhat, Zhao He still saw through her at a glance.
But before Su Qingxuan could speak, Jiang Wushu sighed softly on the side. We encountered some things on our way back. He recounted the events they had faced. Upon hearing his description, everyone couldn't help but look serious. I know about this matter.
Before coming to the Xian Frost Cave, the ancient heaven sect received related news. That demonic force kills people and refines souls, being extremely arrogant, has already slaughtered several major cities. Those people call themselves the Eternal Blood Prison. Chapter 48, Eternal Blood Prison, new mission arrives. Eternal Blood Prison.
What an extremely domineering and arrogant name. What kind of force is this? Jiang Wushu asked.
Xiao Fui did not hide anything and conveyed all the information he knew. This was a newly emerging demonic force, very powerful and mysterious. No one knew where they came from. But recently, the Eternal Blood Prison had committed many heinous acts. In the two vast regions adjacent to the ancient heaven sect, several prosperous cities among the regions had been slaughtered completely. What's even more terrifying is that many powerful beings from the Eternal Blood Prison appeared. Just the recently revealed Saint Ancestor level powerful beings. There were about 4 or 5 of them, almost catching up to a sacred land. They roamed everywhere, killing and refining souls, increasing their power with extremely cruel methods. The way of the Eternal Blood Prison is just like the Celestial Demon sect from years ago. But compared to the Celestial Demon sect, they are even more reckless and audacious. A young disciple of the ancient heaven sect added. Upon hearing this, everyone's heart shook greatly.
Su Qingxuan and Jiang Wushu, the couple, looked worried again.
Senior brother, senior sister.
I spoke wrongly.
The young man who just spoke suddenly noticed the awkwardness and turned red. The others also stared at the young couple, remaining silent. They all knew about the Celestial Demon sect.
That was a demonic force from many years ago, powerful and rampant.
The Celestial Demon sect had a soul-devouring codex, using blood as a medium, and living souls as offerings.
With this, they trained terrifying demonic powers, evil and ferocious.
Their blood-refining and soul-devouring methods were unmatched in the 3,000 realms, making people tremble in fear. Countless cultivators and even countless ordinary people perished tragically at their hands, inciting the wrath of heaven and resentment of people.
Even some great sacred sects feared and avoided them.
However, years ago, with the rise of 3 young people, they almost simultaneously reached the pinnacle of the ancestor stage. Together, they struck, burying the wicked Celestial Demon sect in one fell swoop. Even the mountain gate of the Celestial Demon sect was leveled to the ground, turning into historical dust.
Among these 3 young people were Su Qingxuan and Jiang Wushu.
As for the third person, it was because of the Celestial Demon sect battle that led him down an irreversible path years later, with an ending that evokes sighs.
Sigh. It seems that after all these years, Wushu and Qingxuan still cannot overcome this heart knot. In the hall, several elders felt emotional.
Xiao Bai pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed again.
Let's not worry about the Eternal Blood Prison for now. Come. Qingxuan, Wushu, let's sit down and chat well. After so many years without seeing, this old man has plenty to say to you.
He quickly changed the subject. The others also woke up and rushed over, eagerly chatting with the young couple. But in the womb, Jiang Yuxian quickly seized the key point.
What exactly happened back then with the Celestial Demon sect? Why does Dad and Mom still hold on to these feelings, unable to let go?
He was full of confusion. But soon, he cast aside this question, drawn in by the external commotion.
Jiang Wushu and Su Qingxuan finally felt better. The atmosphere in the hall was incredibly warm.
For the young couple, the people of the ancient heaven sect were no different from their close relatives.
After several rounds of old reminiscing, they finally opened their hearts.
Especially among them was a little girl, only 4 or 5 years old, who was already witty and playful, often making everyone laugh heartily.
This little girl was named Xu Yanran.
Her father, Xu Xingyun, was Jiang Wushu's junior brother, both being disciples of Xiao Bai. Her mother, Yu Qiuhan, was Su Qingxuan's junior sister, both being disciples of Zhao He. I didn't expect Dad back then to pursue Mom and accidentally help the younger brothers and sisters get together.
That's really interesting. Jiang Yuxian laughed in the womb.
Chu Xingyun and Yu Qiuhan had very good relationships with Dad and Mom back then. While Dad was shamelessly wanting to pursue Mom, these two followed him around and unexpectedly matched together in the end. Look, their daughter Chu Yanran was already 4 or 5 years old, and she was practically a little chatterbox. And when she spoke, she carried an air of maturity.
Jiang Wushu and Su Qingshuang both very much liked this junior niece. But Chu Yanran's attention seemed always fixed on Su Qingshuang's protruding belly. Time and again, she asked, "Auntie, when will my little brother be born? Auntie, what is my little brother's name?"
A group of adults looked at her and couldn't help but smile knowingly.
Jiang Wushu even teased her. "Yanran, do you like your little brother that much? Why don't we do it here today? How about we arrange a marriage between the two of you? When you and your little brother grow up, you will get married?" He teased Chu Yanran as he spoke.
And surprisingly, Chu Xingyun and his wife were also egging it on, expressing their agreement.
Inside the womb, Jiang Yuxian's eyes suddenly lit up. Is there such a good thing? His heart instantly became hot. Goodness! He wasn't even born yet, and he was supposed to have a wife already?
The little girl was lively and quite charming.
Although she was a few years older than him, they were both cultivators. What did age matter? At this moment, Jiang Yuxian really wanted to climb out of the womb and see what his future bride looked like. However, Chu Yanran was unhappy. "I don't want that. He is my little brother, how could I marry him?" A burst of laughter erupted outside. Finally, Xiaofui chimed in. "Haha, Yanran is right. Your master uncle was just joking. How it goes from now on, you two figure it out, okay?" When Jiang Yuxian heard this, he became anxious. The bride he had just gotten was flying away just like that? What was said so nicely now just turned into a casual remark, a joke. Can you adults be a bit more reliable?
However, he could only protest in his heart. Forget it, I'll just practice the great wilderness captivating heaven finger. After a moment, Jiang Yuxian lost interest in his parents' conversation. He had obtained the great wilderness captivating heaven finger a long time ago.
Now he was at the heavenly gang realm and could practice this divine ability.
Moreover, studying the great wilderness captivating heaven finger did not require using his mother's heavenly emperor source. Yet, before Jiang Yuxian could start, the system's voice chimed again.
Ding, new mission issued.
Please host complete the mission objective, show divine power before others.
Mission reward, 1 ancient tea tree of enlightenment.
This time, the mission left him a bit dumbfounded.
Show divine power before others. Oh my. Wasn't I already making a scene at the Mu family? Now I have to show divine power again? How exactly do I show divine power? Jiang Yuxian was perplexed.
A few days ago, he caused quite a stir at the Mu family, even demolishing the West Granny's cave.
Now everyone knew of his terrifying talent. People at home knew even better. And now he needed to show divine power again? How was he supposed to operate this?
For a moment, he fell into deep thought, pondering how to complete this mission.
Chapter 49, The Correct Way to Open the Great Wilderness Captivating Heaven Finger. I need to think of a way. That is the Enlightenment Tea.
This system is too powerful, it must be my own flesh and blood to give such good things. Jiang Yuxian's heart was filled with enthusiasm.
This mission reward was not just a few leaves of enlightenment tea, but an entire ancient tea tree.
Of course, Jiang Yuxian knew about such a divine object.
An enlightenment ancient tea tree could only grow 108 leaves each year. Every leaf contained the essence of the Tao. Drinking the enlightenment tea would even give powerful beings a chance to comprehend the methods within. Its effect was comparable to divine medicine. Many experts in the great wilderness realm didn't know if anyone had the fortune to taste it. So no matter what, he had to get this reward. But Jiang Yuxian was in a bit of a dilemma. How exactly would he complete the task of showing divine power before others?
As he scratched his head, the people outside continued chatting.
Chu Yanran in a pure white dress with 2 pigtails.
Her little face was soft and tender, like a porcelain doll, her big eyes sparkling. But that gaze was incredibly lively. She excitedly ran to Su Qingshuang, leaning on her legs, looking up.
Master, I want to touch my little brother.
Su Qingshuang narrowed her eyes and smiled, nodding. Chu Yanran stretched out her hand to touch her belly carefully.
She kept murmuring. Yuxian little brother, I will be your sister in the future. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you well. Your sister is quite amazing. The crowd in the hall burst into laughter again. Yanran is quite the talker, isn't she? Who does she resemble? Xiaofui and Zhao He, both stroking their beards, narrowed their eyes into straight lines.
Beside them, Xu Xingyun laughed, teasing his daughter. With your skills, how can you protect your brother?
Do you know how strong your brother's talents are? Even in the womb, he was already at the Tiangang realm, just like you. It would be better if he protected you.
He was handsome, with long hair cascading naturally, extremely graceful. Xu Yanran widened her eyes, clearly upset.
I am older than him. And so what if he's at the Tiangang realm?
I have already mastered supernatural powers, of course I can protect him. The little girl huffed defiantly.
Everyone in Xianshuang cave was surprised. Yanran's talent is that strong? She has even mastered supernatural powers?
Everyone was highly astonished.
Any supernatural power is not easy to cultivate.
This is not like ordinary martial arts, the requirements for practitioners are very high. Without profound spiritual power to support, it's hard to display. Forcing cultivation might cause irreparable damage to the foundation.
Xu Yanran is only at the Tiangang realm, and yet she can cultivate successfully? If that's true, how robust must her spiritual power be?
Seeing everyone with expressions of disbelief, Xu Yanran puffed out her cheeks.
Ha, Yanran has indeed mastered a supernatural power.
As my disciple, Xiaofui, she must be this excellent. Xiaofui waved his hand, testifying for her. Clearly, he was very pleased with the little girl.
But Xu Yanran was not satisfied with this. You don't believe me, right? Looks like I have to show my real skills. You all better watch closely.
She immediately ran towards the hall entrance, while others stayed put watching. The little girl stood boldly at the door, one hand on her hip, the other striking towards the void.
Dragon capture hand. Sizzle.
Mighty spiritual power surged from her palm, shining brightly. A small palm imprint flew into the air, but it only traveled 3 meters before disintegrating into nothingness.
It hardly made a sound. Ha ha ha. Yanran, was that your dragon capture hand? Are you sure it's not a little chicken claw? Xu Xingyun laughed heartily again. Yu Qiuhan also covered her mouth laughing.
The others were amused by her as well.
It's not a chicken claw.
This is my dragon capture hand. I didn't succeed just now, I'll do it again.
This time it'll definitely work.
The little girl puffed her cheeks, looking determined. She shot a glare at her dad, then turned around. Then, she struck out towards the void once more.
Dragon capture hand. Dragon capture hand. Dragon capture hand.
A stream of palm energy shot out, swirling in the air.
However, just like before, they all dissipated a few meters away. Not a single complete dragon capture hand was successfully executed. Ha ha ha. Everyone present was laughing with squinted eyes. Every supernatural power requires profound cultivation to support it.
Xu Yanran is only at the Tiangang realm, not succeeding is a normal thing.
In the womb.
Jiang Yuxian heard the commotion outside and couldn't help but laugh inside. Little girl, with your level, how can you protect me? Just take a break. Just right, I also have a supernatural power, let me show you properly.
He laughed loudly inside.
At that moment, some mischievous thought suddenly sprang up in Jiang Yuxian's mind.
Didn't Xu Yanran say she mastered supernatural powers to protect me?
After a flurry of attempts, she ended up with nothing to show for it.
Even I, who have yet to be born, can't bear to watch.
Since that's the case, let's see how Jiang uses actions to express disdain towards you. With that thought, Jiang Yuxian immediately began to adjust his power, preparing to condense the Great Desolation Prison Skyfinger.
Outside, Xu Yanran was evidently very upset. I clearly succeeded in my cultivation. Why suddenly it's not working anymore? Her little face flushed red, clearly anxious.
She turned back, her small mouth pouting, eyes full of grievances, looking like she was about to cry.
Yanran, don't cry, you're already very impressive. Su Qingshuang gently comforted her.
Jiang Wushu also stood up, ready to bring the little girl back. But just at that moment, Su Qingshuang's expression suddenly changed, and she looked down at her abdomen.
In the next moment, a dark black fingertip burst out fiercely from within.
This fingertip swelled with the wind, instantly transforming into a size as grand as a majestic mountain, carrying a heavy momentum that could destroy everything, and fiercely crashed forward. The tables and chairs in front of everyone were directly crushed into powder. The few people in front of Su Qingshuang immediately dodged out of the way. And that domineering and fierce black fingertip slammed down towards Xu Yanran, who was not far away.
Yanran, be careful.
Everyone's faces changed dramatically at the same time. Jiang Wushu reacted extremely quickly, immediately throwing out a radiant palm to grab Xu Yanran into his arms. A group of people watched in astonishment as the fingertip crashed through the doorframe without losing any power. Immediately afterward, it continued flying fiercely and smashed hard against a distant cliff wall.
Boom!
A huge sound echoed, and the entire Xuanshuan cave seemed to shake 3 times. dust and smoke filled the air, and rocks flew around. Looking up, a deep scar larger than a yard appeared on that cliff wall. It was like a gigantic cave. From the outside, it took the shape of a fist, but it was raised with a middle finger. Chapter 50, Master, is he humiliating me? There was an eerie silence in the great hall. Another huge rock fell from the distant cliff wall and rolled to the ground with a loud crash. A group of people all widened their eyes, dumbfounded at this scene. That gigantic fingertip imprint seemed to be branded in their hearts, shocking everyone.
This is divine power?
After a long time, Su Qingtian finally spoke in shock.
His extraordinarily handsome face was filled with disbelief. Sister, was that just now, your little guy in your belly? Has he cultivated divine power?
Chu Xingyun was also immensely shocked. He turned his head, pointing at Su Qingshuan's abdomen, his eyes filled with astonishment.
As powerful cultivators, everyone present instantly recognized the path of that dark fingertip imprint.
This is not something ordinary martial skills can achieve.
This is definitely a divine power. Moreover, it was unleashed by Su Qingshuan's little one in the womb. How could anyone believe that? What's going on?
Where did that brat cultivate such divine power? Clearly, there was no sign of it before.
Jiang Wuxu was also dumbfounded.
Even Su Qingshuan felt a mix of shock and confusion in her heart. All of this happened too suddenly. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't understand how Jiang Yuxian managed to cultivate divine power.
The brat was still in the womb. Where did he learn it? Could it be from a technique or an innate divine bone?
Each time they tried to explain it this way, it became a bit too far-fetched.
My heavens! My disciple is, too abnormal, right?
Xiao Fui said with a trembling voice. He rubbed his eyes hard, wondering if he was seeing an illusion.
Isn't the little guy just at the Tiangang realm? To unleash divine power with such might? Zaiqing couldn't help but say. Any divine power is not easy to cultivate successfully. Furthermore, its power is so strong.
With one strike, it created an entire cave.
How terrifying is that?
You say you cultivated divine power at the Tiangang realm, that would be understandable. After all, possessing extraordinary talent is not incomprehensible. But achieving such a terrifying effect with such a weak cultivation is just too scary. The divine power just unleashed by the little guy probably cannot be matched by anyone in the entire 3000 Dao domain. At this moment, Su Qingshuan's voice rang out.
Hearing this, everyone else's brains buzzed.
They all agreed with what Su Qingshuan said. Undoubtedly, with such means, even looking across the entire Great Wasteland, Jiang Yuxian is an extraordinary existence. I'm afraid that even the great sacred places, holy teachings, and divine dynasty families cannot compare.
For a time, a pair of gazes all fell on Su Qingshuan's small abdomen, filled with shock and horror. This little thing.
Before it was even born, it already possessed the strongest divine powers of the present age.
And it successfully cultivated them with the cultivation level of Tiangang. This is just too frightening. Everyone's emotions surged, unable to calm down for a long time. Chu Yanran also stood by.
In her big watery eyes, there was equally a sense of disbelief. But she was still young and hadn't felt much shock. Instead, after a while, her little mouth pouted again.
Aunt, why do I feel like he is humiliating me?
Chu Yanran looked at Su Qingshuan's belly, pointing at the distant stone wall with one finger.
That huge middle finger stood straight up to the sky, towering defiantly.
It seemed to be laughing at her endlessly.
This made Chu Yanran extremely angry.
She had fiddled for a long time before and hadn't even managed to execute a single dragon-capturing hand. And now, a little one who hadn't even been born yet, demonstrated a perfect example to her face. If it weren't for Uncle John's quick hands just now, she would have been suppressed on the spot.
In the end, it even gave me the middle finger. How can you hit someone like this? However, Chu Yanran's words eased the originally serious atmosphere.
Chu Xingyun and Jiang Wuxu all burst into hearty laughter.
Your brother probably didn't mean to humiliate you. He might be looking down on you. Ha ha ha.
Chu Xingyun teased as he looked at his daughter. In the womb, Jiang Yuxian was also amused.
You little brat, what do you know? This is the correct way to open the great wilderness prisoner's finger.
Such words popped into his mind. Then, Jiang Yuxian felt a sense of dizziness.
The great wilderness prisoner's finger consumed too much energy.
Even after using it once, his internal spiritual power was completely drained. It was still due to his low cultivation level. In an instant, an extreme sense of fatigue rushed over him. Very soon, Jiang Yuxian fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, outside, everyone was sometimes staring blankly at the broken doorframe and the distant cliff. Chu Yanran wore a serious face, constantly sighing. Then she said some old-fashioned words, as if accepting her fate.
It can't be helped, It seems my brother is stronger than me. From now on, let him protect me. Sigh. Hearing this, Jiang Wushu and the others couldn't stop laughing. This incident stunned everyone from Xuanchuan Dongtian to Gyuxing sect. The little one had cultivated into divine powers. Especially for the elders like Zhang Taihang, Su Yunfeng, Xiaofui, and Zhao Yi, each of them couldn't close their mouths from smiling. This little one was their beloved descendant. The stronger he became, the happier they were. Su Qingxuang and Jiang Wushu could only smile helplessly at this. They had gradually gotten used to it. Except for the initial astonishment, they later became quite calm. Xuanchuang Dongtian was lively for a day, and Granny Shi and the people from Gyuxing sect all stayed there. And Jiang Yuxian slept for a whole day and night. When he woke up, he felt refreshed all over. But even more delightful things soon followed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Given that the host is still in the womb, the reward will be given after birth. The system's voice rang out. What the heck? Did I complete my task this time? Jiang Yuxian was astonished. He actually received a system reward? Wudao Ancient Tea Tree. But he hadn't purposely completed this task at all. Earlier, he was still racking his brains for a solution. How did he mysteriously complete it? Could it be that when I used the Great Wilderness Prisoner's Finger, I unwittingly completed the task of showing off to others? Jiang Yuxian speculated. That was the only possibility. When he cast out divine powers, wasn't it right in front of a large group of people? In the minds of his two masters, as well as his grandfather and other relatives, it must have created quite a stir. If this could be considered showing off, it didn't seem unreasonable. It was truly an unexpected gain from a chance encounter. Great! A Tao Awakening Ancient Tea Tree is like holding a treasure. When the time comes, I can share a piece with Grandpa and Grandfather, they will definitely have unexpected gains. Jiang Yuxian began to plan how to use the Tao Awakening tea in his heart. 108 leaves of tea each year is no small number. Grandpa, grandfather, uncle, aunt, they all have strong talents. With the help of Tao Awakening tea, improving a bit more is definitely not a difficult task. But this reward can only be claimed after I am born. Chapter 51, What? He created another skill? While Jiang Yuxian was studying the Tao Awakening tea, suddenly, a ding sounded in his ear again. The system brought another new task. Ding, new task released. Please complete the task objective, before birth, cultivate to the 5th layer of the Divine Elephant Town Prison Technique. Task reward, 10 drops of Primordial Divine Spring. Upon seeing this content, Jiang Yuxian became stunned. Now, all the content of the Divine Elephant Town Prison Technique was firmly etched in the depths of his soul. Jiang Yuxian also knew that this divine skill had a total of 22 layers. In addition to the last 2 highest realms, the first 20 layers could be divided into 4 stages. From the 1st to the 5th layer is the first stage, requiring 840 million human particles to all transform into giant elephant seeds. The 6th to the 10th layers represent the second stage, where giant elephant seeds transform into dragon elephant forms. The 11th to the 15th layers are the primordial forms. The 4th stage, from the 16th to the 20th layers, sees 840 million particles in the body fully transform into divine elephants. Each stage is an incredibly exaggerated leap. Once the 840 million human particles all present divine elephant forms, they can strike the universe above and churn the 9 hells below, suppressing the heavens and the earth, achieving supreme dominion. This divine skill is extremely abnormal. But correspondingly, cultivating it is also very difficult. The process is definitely long and boring. This darn system actually wants me to reach the first stage before I'm born. But there's only a little over 2 months left. Are you kidding me? Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but complain in his heart. He suspected that this darn system wanted to mess with him. But when he saw the task reward, that suspicion was instantly thrown out of his mind. Primordial Divine Spring. And there are only 10 drops. The system actually has such a good thing. Jiang Yuxian carefully looked at the reward description. Primordial Divine Spring, also known as the Fountain of Immortality. Its greatest function is to revive all things. Exaggerating a bit, it can almost bring the dead back to life. Even if heavily injured, using the Primordial Divine Spring can instantly restore one to their peak. This is an extremely rare treasure, even in the entire vast wilderness realm, it might not be found. This Primordial Divine Spring will definitely be of great use in the future. Jiang Yuxian felt excited, burning with heat. In an instant, he couldn't help but think of Grandma Shi. The old lady is one of the most important people in his mom's life. But she is about to reach the limit of life, her vitality completely fading, and she might return to the 9 hells at any moment. Many years ago, his dad and mom found many spiritual herbs to try to extend her life. But the effect was not satisfactory.
She was too old. No matter how potent the medicine was, her body could not retain it.
But the primordial divine spring is incomparable to ordinary medicines, right? Jiang Yuxian is confident that just one drop could easily extend Grandmushi's life by several decades. What am I hesitating for? Cultivate. Let's get fired up. Jiang Yuxian was filled with energy.
He immediately crossed his legs and entered a state of cultivation. In an instant, both the sky-swallowing devil art and the divine elephant town prison technique began to operate simultaneously. His mom's heavenly emperor's original power was quickly refined by him, transforming into his own power. Then, under the effect of the thunder martial vein, it fully transformed into thunder spiritual power.
Boom!
Inside Jiang Yuxian's body, there was a roar like thunder. Under the nourishment of vast spiritual power, all 840 million cells glowed at the same time. This made his small body shine like a celestial treasure, radiating divine brilliance.
This situation was quickly sensed by Su Qingxuan.
At this moment, she and Jiang Wushu were sitting in the courtyard, comforting Chu Xingyun and Yu Qiuhan while having tea and chatting, with Chu Yanran also nearby.
The little thing has created a new technique.
Su Qingxuan suddenly exclaimed, leaving everyone else stunned. All pairs of eyes turned to her.
What on earth? That brat has come up with another technique?
Jiang Wushu said, looking confused.
The Chu family of three exchanged glances. None of them understood. How did that little thing create a new technique again? Where did he get it from? Could it be that it was given by the innate divine bones? Regarding such questions, Su Qingxuan also had no answer. This is not right.
The little guy's previous technique was incomprehensible even to senior sister.
Why would he switch to another one if he's not continuing his practice? What does he want to do? Chu Xingyun wondered. Could the new technique be even stronger? If that's true, that would be terrifying. Hearing Chu Xingyun's words, Su Qingxuan could only smile bitterly.
The little thing has not changed his practice. Jiang Wushu and the others were confused by these words.
Isn't it a new technique? How come she said he hasn't changed? What is going on?
Yuxian is currently practicing two techniques at the same time. After a moment, Su Qingxuan said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wushu jumped up from his seat.
What? Practicing two techniques simultaneously? Does that little brat have such guts? Is he not afraid of going insane?
His eyes widened like brass bells, clearly anxious. He truly feared that little brat would mess things up. Any two techniques combined require extremely strict conditions. A single mistake could damage his foundation or even lead to disaster.
This is no joke.
For a moment, Jiang Wushu's heart was almost in his throat.
He quickly extended a hand and pressed it against Su Qingxuan's abdomen.
Before long, the expression on his handsome face changed, becoming more and more shocked. He clearly sensed that the little guy was indeed running two different techniques at the same time. In addition to the unknown technique from before, there was another terrifying divine art. What was even more frightening was that these two techniques operated together without any conflict whatsoever. Instead, they complemented each other perfectly.
It seems like these two techniques share the same origin? Jiang Wushu guessed. Fortunately, this little guy is not messing around. He let out a long breath, then carefully sensed again. Ha! This new technique is for refining the body? Jiang Wushu asked in astonishment.
At this moment, that small figure was seated in the void, its appearance solemn, radiating divine light. Within him, a technique was frantically devouring Su Qingxuan's emperor's essence. While another technique was like a great whale sucking in water, absorbing all spiritual energy, transforming it to every corner of his body. That little brat's body was undergoing a terrifying transformation. Such a result left Jiang Wushu dumbfounded. There's actually such a method? Where did that little brat learn this? He said in astonishment. You have to admit, the little brat practiced both techniques together without a hitch. Beside them, Su Qingxuan also felt incredulous. The little guy's methods are mysterious and unfathomable. I really have my eyes opened. She laughed helplessly and said softly. The Chu family was equally astonished. Their nephew hadn't even been born yet, and his practice methods were already beyond imagination. Isn't that too incredible? Su Qingxuan stood up, greeted the others, then walked alone into the room. Clearly, Jiang Yuxian's upcoming practice would require her to channel Emperor's essence and fully cooperate. Regarding this, Jiang Wushu and the others were already accustomed to it. The only thing to focus on now was how long the little guy would take to reach what level in his practice this time. Chapter 52. What tricks is that brat hiding? Su Qingxuan entered a state of semi-seclusion again. This time, the consumption of the Heavenly Emperor's essence was faster than when the little guy created the new bone-tempering extreme realm. She had no choice but to mobilize her power and began to devour spiritual energy on a large scale. Soon, a gigantic vortex of spiritual energy reappeared in the sky above the Xianshuan cave heaven, covering hundreds of thousands of miles of the sky.
The cultivators outside quickly discovered this scene.
They knew that the Frost Emperor had returned. Moreover, the news from the Mu family had everyone aware that the Emperor's son had already begun cultivating in the womb.
With this vortex of spiritual energy appearing again, it must be him continuing his practice. This left countless people shocked and in awe.
At the same time, more cultivators surged to the entrance of Xianshuan cave heaven. Here, the spiritual energy was rich, flowing like mist through the mountains, as if it were solid.
For many cultivators, it was a rare opportunity that was hard to come by. They wanted to share in the Emperor's fortune, each advancing further in their paths of cultivation.
Inside Xianshuan cave heaven, Jiang Wushu, Jiang Taihang, and others, as well as old lady Shi and the people of the ancient heaven sect, were all astonished. They waited quietly, anticipating the little guy's completion of his cultivation, to see the final results. However, this time they waited a bit longer. Time flew by silently and swiftly. In the womb, Jiang Yuxian continued to cultivate quietly.
Meanwhile, his physical body underwent a terrifying and extraordinary transformation.
Thunder and lightning spiritual power roiled and boiled, absorbed by every cell in his body. 84 million particles radiated boundless brilliance, with rolling thunder echoing through his meridians continuously.
Not only that. As time passed, one by one, the particles underwent metamorphosis. It was faintly visible that within these particles, a phantom emerged.
That was the shape of a giant elephant, strong and powerful, its muscles coiling, exuding explosive strength. This was the giant elephant embryo that Jiang Yuxian was nurturing. At the current speed, in about 2 months, I can transform all 84 million particles into giant elephant embryos. After that, I'll gradually awaken all the embryos into giant elephant seeds. While cultivating, Jiang Yuxian also calculated in his mind. For ordinary people cultivating the divine elephant's suppressive prison technique, they would naturally proceed step by step, nurturing a portion of the giant elephant embryos at a time, causing them to awaken, breaking through layer by layer.
But he was different. With the swallowing sky demon technique, and his mother fully supporting his cultivation with the heavenly emperor's essence. Plus the transformation of the thunder martial veins bringing forth the power of thunder, he possessed unparalleled spiritual power. And it was inexhaustible and endless. He planned to cultivate all 84 million particles into giant elephant embryos at once. Then, with all his might, push for their awakening into giant elephant seeds. In one breath, complete the first stage of the divine elephant's suppressive prison technique. Time is still too tight. I hope to complete the task before I am born. Jiang Yuxian's mind was focused and he cultivated with all his might. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed since he began cultivating the divine elephant's suppressive prison technique. Inside and outside Xianshuan cave heaven, all was peaceful. But in many places within the vast 3,000 regions, chaos erupted one after another. A mysterious force rose, as if appearing out of nowhere. This force had a tyrannical name. Eternal Blood Prison. They wreaked havoc everywhere, and in just over 10 days, dozens of major cities were slaughtered completely. Evil and fierce formations were laid out, using the sea of blood as a medium, killing people and refining souls to enhance their power. In the targeted areas, no one could escape alive. Even the strongest cultivators found it hard to evade their deadly grip. This news spread like wildfire, leaving the world in a panic recently. No one knew where the next target of the Eternal Blood Prison would be. And within Xianshuan cave heaven, Jiang Wushu had also learned of this situation. This Eternal Blood Prison is simply audacious, Jiang Wushu said in a deep voice. He also began to closely pay attention to this matter, using various means to contact many forces. However, he did not personally take action, because that little rascal was still cultivating in his mother's womb. Moreover, there wasn't much time left until his birth. At such a time, Jiang Wushu had to stay at home, guarding his wife and child. Fortunately, many sacred places and major sects had already begun to take action. Some cities under powerful forces had also been slaughtered. The actions of the Eternal Blood Prison had enraged them. If nothing unexpected happens, this audacious demonic sect won't last much longer. Thus, Jiang Wushu did not think too much about this matter. His mind was entirely focused on his wife and that little rascal. Su Qingxuang had been in a semi-secluded state. Recently, besides Jiang Wushu, no one else had been able to see her. Even Aunt Shi and the people from the ancient heavenly sect did not come to disturb her. One day, Jiang Wushu was walking in the courtyard, frowning deeply, feeling anxious. What is that little rascal doing? This time his cultivation has lasted more than a month? Is he really trying to cultivate until the day he is born? He murmured to himself. Right now, there was just a little over a month left before the little rascal would be born.
If he continued to cultivate like this, he would really be born soon.
Of course, no matter how far Jiang Yuxian cultivated, Jiang Wushu didn't care.
What he cared about was that the strength consumed by the little rascal came from Su Qingxuang's heavenly emperor origin. After all, the source of all strength for the fetus comes only from the mother. Recently, Jiang Wushu watched as his wife gradually became haggard and even somewhat thin. It felt like someone was cutting his flesh, which was too painful.
2 whole months. Su Qingxuang hadn't rested for a moment. That little rascal didn't even think to show a little concern for his mother. This little rascal. Cultivating for so long has caused such huge consumption for Schwanger, and that's fine.
But come on, at least make some decent noise.
What exactly do you want to do? Jiang Wushu vented his frustrations.
In the past, every time the little rascal cultivated, he would soon make a huge commotion.
Either creating shocking phenomena, or demolishing their own home, or tearing down the Mu family, or destroying Aunt Shi's cave.
It was clear to see that he was achieving great results, and the effects were outstanding. But this time, there was surprisingly little movement.
Even his cultivation was still at the Tiangang realm, showing no growth at all.
Except that his physical body seemed to be undergoing some transformation, but it didn't seem particularly obvious. But one must realize, he had consumed a vast amount of heavenly emperor origin.
This result made Jiang Wushu's forehead ache. So that little thing has cultivated for so long and got nothing for it? What was he doing? Is it possible that this little rascal is holding back some big move?
Suddenly, such a thought surged in Jiang Wushu's heart.
The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. There really was a possibility for that. Little rascal.
If you don't make some big noise when the time comes, I'll make you regret it.
Jiang Wushu murmured to himself. At the same time, he was also eagerly anticipating. He was looking forward to the unimaginable surprises Jiang Yuxian would bring before his birth. Chapter 53, The Destruction of Sacred Lands. The Awakening of the Giant Elephant Seed.
Time flew by, the sun rose and the moon fell. Unknowingly, nearly a month had passed again. Jiang Yuxian was still in the womb, fully cultivating without a moment's pause. Jiang Wushu's mood gradually calmed down a lot. After all, there were only about 20 days left until the little rascal would be born.
Yet, amidst the calm inside the Xianshuan cave, a terrifying storm erupted outside.
On this day, suddenly news broke out, instantly causing countless people's souls to shatter.
The Lingyu sacred land has been destroyed.
As soon as this news came out, the vast 3,000 Dao domains shook.
Countless cultivators were terrified to the bone.
The Lingyu sacred land.
It was a colossal being with a long-lasting inheritance.
After enduring countless years of storms and hardships, it still stands tall and shines brightly in the world today. But such an ancient and fierce existence was unexpectedly shattered in a single day.
Years of inheritance were buried in a moment.
The culprit was still the eternal blood prison. A total of 28 holy beings came together to launch a bloody assault. None of the 7 great ancestors of the spiritual feather sanctuary managed to escape, they were all suppressed.
Millions of disciples from the sect all met an untimely death.
Afterward, some went to investigate and found an unparalleled blood array surrounding the sanctuary. Thick blood energy surged and spread, turning the sky crimson, obscuring the view within.
Only an endless aura of resentment and malice soared into the heavens.
There were ghostly cries and tragic howls echoing throughout the surroundings.
The once magnificent sanctuary had become a hell on earth. Only the demonic laughter echoed through the void.
The destruction of a sanctuary was a matter of great importance. And in that battle, the eternal blood prison actually deployed 28 holy beings all at once.
So powerful that it was hard to imagine. In today's world, which great sanctuary or sect could have such deep foundations? Moreover, no one knew if there were even more top experts within the eternal blood prison.
Such a result made everyone in the 3,000 Dao domains feel restless. Even many great sanctuaries, academies, and divine families felt a chill down their spines.
As if a scythe of death were hanging over their heads, waiting to fall at any moment.
Now many major powers have joined forces, and numerous ancient monsters have also opened their coffins, breaking through their limits to launch a full-scale assault on the eternal blood prison. The demonic path causes havoc, not for revenge or personal grudges. Creating boundless massacres just to devour blood and refine souls, to boost their own strength.
Such rampant arrogance cannot be tolerated by anyone. But unfortunately, even when numerous great sanctuaries moved out, they couldn't even see their opponents.
The methods of the eternal blood prison are too strange. In fact, many great sanctuaries acted swiftly. But the eternal blood prison was unpredictable, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Each time they slaughtered a place, before the forces could strike back, they were already gone, leaving behind a vast sea of dried blood and mountains of bleached bones.
They vanished without a trace.
Many powerful people from various factions had tried several times but gained nothing. Such oddities undoubtedly added more mystery and made the cultivators of the Great Wasteland even more fearful.
Should we tell Xuanru about this?
I'm afraid it might disturb that brat's training. When Jiang Wushu heard this news, his eyes became extremely deep.
He paced back and forth in the yard, uncertain and hesitant.
Jiang Wushu clearly remembered the words of the blood-robed man before he died. One day, his master would come to kill him. And it won't be long before Jiang Yuxian is born. Su Qingshuang will surely experience a short period of weakness. Whether what the blood-robed man said was true or false, it mustn't be disregarded. Thinking of this, Jiang Wushu made his final decision. Just as he was about to enter the room to inform Su Qingshuang about this matter, he lifted his foot, but suddenly stopped mid-air. In Jiang Wushu's perception, a tyrannical and unparalleled power was brewing within the fetus in Su Qingshuang's womb. It was as if an unparalleled god and devil was lurking, ready to awaken and explode at any moment.
That brat, is he at a critical moment in his training?
Jiang Wushu muttered to himself, his eyelids twitching slightly. He slowly withdrew his foot and, after hesitating for a moment, returned to sit by the stone table, carefully feeling the movements he sensed.
Just as he had peered into.
At this moment, within the womb, Jiang Yuxian was radiating a brilliant light, shining like divine gold, dazzling. A vast and surging energy was crazily swirling through his limbs and bones. Every inch of flesh and bone was emitting terrifying thunderous sounds. Inside him, 84 million sparkling particles.
Reveals boundless vitality and energy.
As if within these particles, fierce and mighty ancient beasts are being nurtured. At this moment, within each tiny particle, a shimmering phantom stands tall. All of them take the form of colossal elephants.
840 million particle embryos, finally all cultivated. Next, what needs to be done is to awaken all the embryos one by one. In that space, resembling chaotic evolution, Jiang Yuxian opened his eyes.
His heart was filled with immense excitement. The first phase of the divine elephant suppressing prison technique was already over halfway completed.
What remained was a full sprint to finish the last step. To truly awaken all the colossal elephant embryos, transforming them into colossal elephant seeds. It seems like there are less than 20 days until my birth. So rushed. I hope time is enough. Jiang Yuxian thought to himself. In less than 20 days, awaken 840 million colossal elephant seeds. Calculating that, millions awaken each day.
This was a massive undertaking. Even having reached this point, Jiang Yuxian did not have enough confidence to absolutely complete the task before his birth. Who cares? Even if I can't finish, being able to practice the divine elephant suppressing prison technique to a deep level is already a great harvest. He turned this thought over in his heart. Then, without any further delay, he continued to cultivate. The sky-eating devil art rapidly operated, and the primordial power within his mother was consumed by him at an even faster speed. The first colossal elephant seed. Break for me! Jiang Yuxian shouted in his heart. In the next moment, a particle embryo within him suddenly exploded. Accompanying this was a terrifying roar of a ferocious beast, erupting suddenly from within him.
Roar! This was an incredibly fearsome elephant roar, low and mighty. Within Jiang Yuxian, a particle glowed brightly, presenting the form of a powerful ferocious beast. It resembled a giant elephant, as if it had come from the ancient wilderness, arriving in the current age. One colossal elephant seed awakened, just like that. As soon as it appeared, it brought with it waves of vast and mysterious power, spreading all over Jiang Yuxian's body. He truly felt that the awakening of a colossal elephant seed brought an undeniable boost to his own strength. And all this was just the beginning. With the successful awakening of the first colossal elephant seed, it was as if a chain reaction was triggered. One by one, the colossal elephant embryos exploded consecutively. Bang 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 bang. The sounds of explosions continued endlessly, like rolling thunder, merging into one. One after another, colossal elephant seeds emerged. Jiang Yuxian's strength surged rapidly. Each colossal elephant seed carried a part of spiritual power. As time continued to push forward, his strength grew swiftly. This state of affairs abruptly startled Su Qingshuang awake. Chapter 54, A Great Change Reappears, A Great Calamity Arises. In the room, Su Qingshuang suddenly opened her eyes, filled with shock and astonishment. What on earth is this technique of Yuxian? Why is it terrifying to such a degree? Su Qingshuang exclaimed in horror. Her haggard face was painted with disbelief. As the only empress of the current age, she already had great foresight. In the great wilderness realm, there were few cultivation methods she was unaware of. But everything happening to Jiang Yuxian right now was beyond her comprehension. Nourishing the body for 2 months, using every particle in the body as a foundation, gradually transforming. 2 months. In the end, it actually turned into the form of a colossal elephant. If every part of his body completely transforms, Yuxian, what kind of realm could he reach? Even with Su Qingshuang's cultivation, she couldn't help but feel a shiver of the spirit. The little guy cultivated for 2 months, and she still couldn't fully grasp his intent. But she never imagined that today would reveal such a terrifying scene. Inside him, countless colossal elephant particles actually appeared. In just a moment, there were thousands upon thousands. Each tiny particle. The true power of a giant elephant. The human body contains 840 million particles. If all of them were to transform completely, it is unimaginable how terrifying his strength would be. In this world, there exists such a strong divine skill. Jiang Yuxian, you truly opened my mother's eyes, Su Qingxuang said in a daze. She took a deep breath, her face showing some exhaustion. 2 months of sleepless cooperation had indeed worn her out. But it doesn't matter. As long as the little one can gain something, any effort is worth it. Su Qingxuang thought no more and closed her eyes again, channeling all her strength to assist Jiang Yuxian's training. Roar, roar, roar. Within the room, the sound of elephants roaring continually echoed. From the small body, a dazzling light burst forth, growing even more intense. Inside Jiang Yuxian's body, more and more embryos exploded, transforming into giant elephants. At the same time, each awakened seed of the giant elephant raised its long trunk and roared into the air. As more giant elephant seeds awakened, their roars intertwined, causing a terrifying rumble. This rumble initially could only resonate within the room. It didn't take long for it to expand over several miles. Then, the vast Xian frost cave had begun to shake. And it was rapidly expanding outward with unstoppable force. Roar, roar, roar. Giant elephants roared, shaking the heavens and earth. Everyone inside the Xian frost cave was stirred. They clearly saw waves of invisible ripples spreading from Su Qingxuang's room, sweeping through the void. This world seemed to transform into a vast sea. An invisible force surged in the void, raising colossal torrents. The giant waves rose one after another, as if never ending. With each roar of the giant elephant striking the skies, it grew increasingly grand. This little brat really has a big move up his sleeve? Jiang Wushu stood in the yard, staring at this scene, dumbfounded. He never expected that his guess would actually come true. Only now did Jiang Wushu realize what this little fellow's training truly meant. And just looking at this display, it seemed to have no end and no idea how long it would last. He only knew that in just a few days, half of the imperishable domain shook. Every inch of the sky trembled. The terrifying elephant roar shattered gold and broke stone, resonating like thunder that shook the clouds. The heavens and earth, mountains and rivers, all trembled. Countless living beings were alarmed. This absolutely qualifies as a divine phenomenon. In the imperishable domain, how many powerful figures were horrified? In an instant, people felt as if an ancient god awakened, slowly stepping from the other side of time towards the present. An overwhelming pressure descended, permeating every inch of space. Some weaker individual souls were trembling uncontrollably. The most terrifying thing was that this situation continued for days. For 7 or 8 days in a row, not only were there no signs of subsiding, but it grew even more intense. That dreadful elephant roar resonated throughout the heavens, its range rapidly expanding. In a few more days, the Emperor's son will be born. I wonder what level he will reach before that. It really makes one excited. Many people were discussing, shaken by the Emperor's son. But at the same time, within the 3,000 domains, the chaos caused by the eternal blood prison still showed no signs of calming down. Instead, another overwhelming upheaval occurred. The eternal blood prison extended its claws toward a long-lived family. This colossal entity that shone throughout the world, equal to the great holy lands and divine courts, was completely slaughtered without leaving a soul alive. In the place where its clan resided, corpses covered the ground, and the scene was extremely tragic. Other major forces heard the news and rushed over, but were still a step too late, as the eternal blood prison slipped away. What methods does this eternal blood prison use? Not even the great holy lands and families can do anything about them. What is going on here? Everyone was filled with questions. The eternal blood abyss has done many evil deeds, but no one can see through their methods, not even a single valuable clue. Power is not scary. The unknown is what truly terrifies people. In an instant, many cultivators became even more anxious. 3,000 Dao realms, are we about to face a great disaster? If the eternal blood abyss is not eradicated, we will never have peace. Many people had such thoughts. They truly felt that a great calamity was silently descending. The power of the eternal blood abyss exceeded imagination. And now, perhaps only one person can resolve this crisis smoothly. Pairs of eyes crossed the vast sky, all aimed at the undying domain. Perhaps only if Emperor Frost personally intervenes can this great disaster be quelled. Emperor Frost is about to give birth, she may not be able to intervene immediately. Yes. After the birth of the imperial child, she will definitely be weak for a long time. The eternal blood abyss chose this time to cause chaos. Could it be that they are waiting for this opportunity? Many people thought this. The life in this world is so magical. The power of the fetus comes solely from the mother. The stronger the talent of the new life, the more energy it will inevitably draw from the mother. Especially at the moment of birth, it will take away even more primal energy. This is the price of nurturing life. In this way, after giving birth, there will definitely be a period of weakness. Even if Su Qingxuang is the heavenly emperor, she cannot be an exception. The biggest difference is that Emperor Frost has transcendent abilities, allowing her to recover in a shorter time. Perhaps in a few hours, perhaps a day or two. Only now, everyone knows the imperial child's extraordinary talent, and he has been cultivating in the womb for more than 2 months. It is hard to imagine how tremendous the consumption of Emperor Frost will be when he is born. But the matter of the eternal blood abyss is already pressing. Let's wait a bit longer. I hope that when the imperial child is born, Emperor Frost will recover and be able to intervene, helping the 3,000 Dao realms resolve this catastrophe. At this moment, many felt the crisis. Especially those great powers, gathering many people, the very targets that the eternal blood abyss loves to hunt. They were all in a state of anxiety, eagerly awaiting Emperor Frost to give birth to the Qilin child, then personally intervene to eliminate the eternal blood abyss. Chapter 55, Sudden Attack on the Undying Domain, Ignoring the Heavenly Emperor. Everyone knows that the weak period of Emperor Frost is inevitable. Unless the imperial child in her womb is an ordinary being. But the truth is quite the opposite. That terrifying phenomenon continues. Countless giant elephants roar together, shaking the heavens and the earth. Jiang Wushu personally set up a barrier, covering the phenomenon within the realm of Xuanshuang Cave. But that magnificent sound of the elephant still shook the universe, cracking through the heavy skies, growing stronger day by day. Even as the day of Jiang Yuxian's birth gradually approaches, there is no sign of receding. Jiang Wushu has not told Su Qingxuang about the eternal blood abyss yet. At this final moment, he does not want to disturb the little one's cultivation. It's coming soon. 5 more days. Just wait a bit longer. For several days, Jiang Wushu has been pacing back and forth in the courtyard, regardless of day or night, day after day. For the little one about to arrive, he felt both nervous and excited. 2 days before Jiang Yuxian's birth, others in Xuanshuang Cave also set aside their extra affairs, gathering in the courtyard, patiently waiting. Wushu, can you sit down? You keep spinning around, it's making me dizzy. Su Yunfeng looked at Jiang Wushu and couldn't help but say. You little brat. It's clear you've never seen anything grand. It's just your wife giving birth. Look how nervous you are. Zhang Taiheng calmly picked up his tea, took a sip, and laughed. Others touched their noses upon hearing this. The great ancestor, who had never seen anything significant. He rose to power in his day, but crawled out from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Is this what it means to have never seen a big scene? I'm afraid only his own father would dare to say such a thing. However, thinking about it, after all, it's his wife who is about to give birth, how can he not be anxious? Brother, there's no need to worry. Sister is incredibly talented, and the little one is also extraordinarily gifted, there won't be any problems. Yu Qiuhan smiled and came forward to comfort him. Beside him, Zhu Xingyun laughed heartily. Why do I feel that brother is not worried about the mother and baby? Instead, he's afraid that after the little one is born, his status will drop a level? He teased from the side. Ha ha ha. Xingyun has a point. I also think Jiang Wushu is worried about his own status. The others all chimed in with playful banter. They all knew that with Su Qingxuang's strength, there wouldn't be any problems after giving birth. At most, she would need a few days to recover and could return to her peak. They really didn't understand what Jiang Wushu had to worry about. Faced with everyone's teasing, Jiang Wushu forced a dry laugh in response. He didn't tell them that deep down, he always felt a strong ominous premonition. Jiang Wushu ranked among the saint ancestors, with a celestial level of cultivation. In the dark, he could sense some heavenly secrets. The current situation was far from ordinary. I hope I'm just overthinking. Jiang Wushu thought to himself, trying hard to relax his tightly furrowed brows. He only prayed for everything to go smoothly, for Su Qingxuang and Jiang Yuxian, mother and child, to be safe. However, the sense of unease within him not only did not fade but grew even stronger. Sure enough, the next day, a major event occurred in the Wuxiu domain. A terrifying bloodthirsty aura broke through the clouds, covering the endless sky. The vast firmament was stained a blood red. Countless beings howled in agony, the heavens wept, and the earth mourned. Ethereal spirits cried out in anguish, filled with despair. Then, a piece of news spread rapidly. The Taishan sect was annihilated. Once again, it was the work of the Eternal Blood Prison. Such a grand sect, renowned alongside the major Holy Lands, also fell to the blade of demonic forces, becoming blood food. And this was already the third grand sect to be destroyed.
Some people witnessed with their own eyes as the Eternal summoned 4 to 5 dozen Saint Ancestor level powerhouses. This time, there were about 20 more than last time. Their figures danced high in the 9 heavens, weapons releasing blazing demonic light. One after another, sinister laughter echoed in the void. The figures of the Taishian sects experts continuously fell from the sky, blood spraying across the vast sky. That enormous sect was toppled in the blink of an eye, without the slightest resistance. That scene was simply too horrific. Such a situation left everyone in the Wuxio domain aghast. How many Saint Ancestor level existences does this eternal blood prison really have? Their means are strange, and they have numerous strong ones. Where did this force emerge from? Everyone's hearts were filled with such questions. The eternal blood prison is too mysterious, it truly feels like it appeared out of thin air. No one knows where they came from or why they are so powerful and unpredictable. Too bold. They are too bold. The Xianshuang Cave Heaven is in the Wuxio domain. With the Frost Emperor personally overseeing here, how dare the eternal blood prison? Many people stood in the air, gazing towards the direction of the Taishian sect. At this moment, a supreme blood array had been set up there, with a suffocating aura permeating the surroundings. They couldn't comprehend. Where did the eternal blood prison get the courage to wreak havoc here? This is the Wuxio domain. Could it be that they really don't take the Frost Emperor seriously at all? To cause chaos right under the eyes of the Xianshuang Cave Heaven, how arrogant and ruthless. Are they relying on those 4 or 5 dozen saints? I'm afraid the Frost Emperor's anger could easily wipe out even more saints with a flick of a finger. The eternal blood prison must know that the Frost Emperor cannot act for the time being, that's why they dare to be so reckless. This is truly a great calamity. Quickly leave the Wuxio domain and find a secluded place to hide for a few days. If this keeps up, who knows when we will become blood food for the eternal blood prison. The Emperor's child will be born soon. Once the Frost Sky Emperor recovers, everything will return to peace. Many cultivators were anxious and uneasy, and after casting a last glance towards the direction of the Taishian Gate, they began to flee the indestructible domain. The eternal blood abyss had arrived here, and they didn't want to stay for even a moment longer. Directly go to the Xian Frost Cave Heaven. The eternal blood abyss may be rampant, but they wouldn't dare to attack the Frost Sky Emperor's residence. That place is the safest. Many cultivators rushed toward the Xian Frost Cave Heaven. In their hearts, they were incredibly sure. Even if the eternal blood abyss had 1,000 times more courage, they would not dare to lay a hand on the Frost Sky Emperor. Soon, many nearby cultivators arrived outside the Xian Frost Cave Heaven. All their hopes were pinned on the Frost Sky Emperor. However, a sharp howl echoed through the heavens and the earth. A multitude of gazes turned towards the sound, and they saw an immense black light erupting from the deadly formation of the Taishian Gate, soaring upwards into the sky. The terrifying bloodthirsty aura broke through the sky, striking the heavens above, shaking the underworld beneath. The vast indestructible domain trembled violently. Even the roars of the ferocious beasts unleashed by the Emperor's child were instantly drowned out. That is, countless people raised their heads. They saw that terrifying black light tearing through the layers of clouds, horror and sharpness transformed into long flames, carrying the power to destroy everything, like thunder striking down. In just a few breaths, it penetrated hundreds of thousands of miles of sky. Then, it ruthlessly slammed down towards the position of the Xian Frost Cave Heaven. Boom! A massive sound resonated, like a divine being swinging a heavy hammer and smashing it hard onto the ground. In an instant, the earth flipped, and the heavens trembled. The endless void collapsed in succession, countless mountains shook and crumbled, rocks flew in all directions. Invisible ripples swept out, carrying the divine power that tore apart all things. Ah! Countless screams erupted. It was impossible to count how many figures were shredded into blood mist. Chapter 56, The Sovereign Prince appears, sword pointing to the Xian Frost Cave Heaven. Nearby the Xian Frost Cave Heaven, it was as if an unprecedented earthquake had occurred. Infinite power wildly erupted, unleashing the might to slaughter everything, mountains shook, and the earth split. As the immense vortex of spiritual energy fell with the black light, it erupted explosively. Many cultivators' figures were torn apart under this power, blood raining down. The cries of agony rose and fell in unison, forming a chorus. A terrifying space crack appeared, swallowing up large numbers of figures. Where the black light fell, it was within a deep mountain outside the Xian Frost Cave Heaven. One grand mountain after another collapsed, with all plants turning to flying ash. Nearby cultivators also met their tragic ends at the spot, with no one surviving. A vacuum zone formed here, filled only with shattered rocks and dust, permeating the 9 heavens. This was definitely a horrifying change, unexpected by everyone. As the commotion gradually settled, that falling black light finally revealed its true form. It was a giant sword. Standing 100,000 feet high, reaching almost to the heavens, towering majestically. The sword body was entirely pitch black, swirling with demonic energy, sharp beyond compare, cold and domineering. The grand and heavy sword body carried the power to devour the heavens and earth. It slashed towards the 9 skies. It exterminated the 9 hells below. Evil spirits materialized from the sword, howling continuously, trying to break free from their bindings. Wailing souls emerged, crying out in despair, making one shiver with fear. The entire world felt like it had plunged into a dark night, becoming pitch black, with visibility reduced to nothing. Only the magic flames on the giant sword danced like ghostly fire. This great sword seemed to hold a realm of hell, evoking fear in all who looked upon it. In the distance, many cultivators escaped the calamity. At this moment, figures rose into the pitch-black sky, watching from afar, their eyes filled with shock. They saw around the giant sword, clusters of heavenly laws silently collapsing, and then being entirely consumed. That demonic sword was like an endless black abyss, as if it could annihilate the heavenly pathways entirely. An incredibly potent imperial power emanated from the giant sword, infiltrating every inch of space. Everyone who looked on felt their knees go weak, almost kneeling. Some powerful individuals quickly saw the truth and were instantly terrified. Every person's eyelids began to twitch fiercely. That is. Emperor, Emperor, Emperor. Emperor weapon. That actually is an emperor weapon. Countless people were frightened to the extreme. They screamed in shock, nearly scared to death. That giant sword was actually an emperor weapon. Eternal Blood Abyss has an emperor weapon. They provoked Xian Frost Cave. Such a result shattered everyone's hearts and left them in confusion. At this moment, Jiang Wushu and others in Xian Frost Cave had also noticed everything. Every face was painted with intense shock. But soon, Jiang Wushu's face turned dark, as black as if it could drip water. What happened today was something he could never have imagined. In an instant, an indescribable anger surged from Jiang Wushu's heart. But before he could say anything, loud laughter suddenly echoed from the distant sky. Arrogant and unrestrained. Ha ha ha. 3,000 domains, countless holy lands, all are like chickens and dogs. Who can stop the rise of my eternal blood abyss? Ha ha ha. The arrogant laughter reverberated throughout the surroundings, echoing across dozens of large domains. Accompanying this sound was an overwhelming and undeniable momentum. Terrifying pressure flowed like waves, drowning everything. In this moment, countless beings felt as if they were being gripped by the throat, suffocating. Even the many ancestral beings in the undying domain trembled. Emperor. Emperor might. This is Emperor might. Some strong individuals managed to speak with difficulty, fearfully saying, this was definitely Emperor might. However, it was far weaker than the Frost Sky Emperor. Quasi-Emperor. There is still a quasi-emperor in Eternal Blood Abyss. Some old monsters exclaimed in horror, making such a deduction. Such words made the hair of everyone who heard them stand on end. The arrogant laughter continued. The owner of the voice seemed like a god standing high in the 33 heavens, looking down on the world as if all living beings were like ants. After a moment, the laughter suddenly paused and then continued, loudly proclaiming. Su Qingxuan. Jiang Wushu. At this time tomorrow, I will definitely come to take your heads. You couple, wait to die. Ha ha ha. The resounding laughter gradually faded, like the retreat of ocean waves, quickly disappearing. The giant sword outside Xian Frost Cave also emitted a humming vibration, and then demonic light burst forth, cutting through a bottomless abyss in the deep mountains and valleys. The giant sword soared into the sky, slicing through the heavens, disappearing into the void. Everything quickly settled down. But what happened today caused an unprecedented uproar in the cultivation world. A quasi-emperor appeared in the world. And they came with an emperor weapon, aiming at Xian Frost Cave. They even named names, explicitly stating they would take the heads of the Frost Sky Emperor and Wushu Saint ancestor. What kind of arrogance and confidence was this? What puzzled people most was, where did this quasi-emperor even come from? Never have I heard of such a quasi-emperor emerging in 3,000 domains. It's impossible. A quasi-emperor appearing without any warning is unlikely. Did he just appear out of thin air? Many powerful individuals were filled with confusion. How many years had it been since a quasi-emperor appeared in 3,000 domains? The major holy lands, clans, and great teachings had not heard of any quasi-emperor being alive, having not achieved enlightenment. This quasi-emperor, truly like the eternal blood abyss behind him, arrived in a manner too mysterious to comprehend. What was most terrifying was that he actually had no fear of Xian Frost Cave. Su Qingxuan possessed true emperor might, standing at the pinnacle of the current age. Yet today, she was provoked by a quasi-emperor. What an irony this was. That quasi-emperor from Eternal Blood Abyss isn't foolish. He must know the Frost Sky Emperor is about to give birth, so he chooses to sow discord in the world. The emperor's child is still cultivating in the womb, consuming an enormous amount of energy. And tomorrow is the day when the emperor's child truly arrives. At that time, the Frost Sky Emperor will inevitably fall into extreme weakness. For the Eternal Blood Abyss, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In dozens of major regions, among various great sects and sacred places, old monsters have made such predictions.
It is no longer a secret that the Emperor's child is cultivating in the womb.
The Frost Sky Emperor's period of weakness is also unavoidable, and it will be further extended and intensified because of the Emperor's child's shocking talent. Without a doubt, the Eternal Blood Abyss is going to take advantage of this moment to attack the Xian Frost Cave.
Their goal is to pull a divine emperor down from the altar.
The Eternal Blood Abyss plans to reverse and slay the Emperor. Just thinking about this, countless people trembled all over, feeling horrified.
It is not hard to imagine that tomorrow's Xian Frost Cave will face an unprecedented bloodbath. How can this be? What will the Frost Sky Emperor do?
With the Quasi-Emperor attacking, if we clash head-on, even if the Frost Sky Emperor ultimately wins, she may fall from the Divine Emperor realm.
The cost of this is too great. Countless people sighed like this. Chapter 57, A Storm is Coming.
The Eternal Blood Abyss has retreated. The terrifying formation of the Taishian sect also quickly collapsed and vanished. The Xian Frost Cave has returned to peace. Under the protection of the formation, the inside of the cave was hardly shaken, as if nothing had ever happened. However, in the courtyard at this moment, Jiang Wushu's face had turned extremely solemn. The veins on his forehead bulged and throbbed, a terrible anger rapidly growing in his heart. He clearly remembered the words said by the man in the blood robe on the way home from the Yin Tsang domain. At that time, both Su Qingxuang and Jiang Wushu did not take it to heart.
But today, upon reflection, the man's words were truly not just empty bravado.
The Eternal Blood Abyss has produced a quasi-divine emperor. That is an existence beyond the peak of the Holy Ancestor, already touching the threshold of the Divine Emperor, unfathomable. Although it cannot compare to Su Qingxuang, a true Divine Emperor, it can pose a great threat to her now. Moreover, within the Eternal Blood Abyss, there are at least 40 to 50 Holy Ancestor experts.
This is a colossal force beyond imagination.
Even if you combine over a dozen great sects and sacred places, they cannot match it. Even Jiang Wushu felt an unprecedented sense of crisis at this moment.
Unless Su Qingxuang can give birth and forcefully take action, there would be no absolute guarantee to eliminate this danger.
But the cost would be that she would have a high chance of falling from the Divine Emperor realm, her foundation destroyed, leaving hidden ailments. It is feared that she would find it difficult to return to the peak for her entire life.
Such a result, Jiang Wushu absolutely did not want to see.
He slowly turned around and looked at the closed door. The person inside is his wife, and their soon-to-be-born son. Jiang Wushu's gaze gradually softened, then his eyes suddenly burst forth with brilliant divine light, filled with endless determination.
Frost, Yu Xian, you can rest assured. Even if I risk my life, I will never let anyone harm you, not even a single hair.
He silently vowed, clenching his fists tightly. At this time, a group of people gathered around him, speaking rapidly.
Bro, what should we do?
Wushu, you should take Qingxuang away for a while, wait until she recovers and then come back. Yes, Wushu, the Xian Frost Cave can be abandoned at worst. In a few days, we can make the Eternal Blood Abyss pay a bloody price.
Jiang Kid, hurry and make a decision.
Su Qingshu, Xiaofui, Su Yinfeng, and Old Granny she spoke one after another.
But upon hearing their words, Jiang Wushu shook his head. There is no time. In one day, we cannot get far, and the enemy has a quasi-emperor watching us.
If we expose our whereabouts, the situation will only become more difficult.
Jiang Wushu said. These words left everyone silent, worry lingering in their hearts. This seems to be a deadlock. After a moment, Jiang Wushu spoke in a deep voice.
In my life, I have truly never been afraid of anything. Back then, I also chased the faint chance of becoming an emperor with Qing Shuang.
A quasi-emperor cannot scare me, Jiang. If the Eternal Blood Prison wants war, then let's fight. As he spoke, an overwhelming, fierce aura surged around him.
Great Tao revolved around him, laws resonated, and the void rippled with terrifying waves. The people beside him looked at him and seemed to return to the past, seeing once again the proud and unmatched saint ancestor, Wushu.
2 fathers, 2 masters, and Qing Tian, Qingyu. Quickly evacuate everyone in the cave, those below the saint level must retreat. Then, activate all formations. Moreover, notify nearby holy lands and great schools to bring people here as quickly as possible. Those old monsters in closed-door training for thousands of years, every single one of them, I want them to crawl here, even if I have to lift their coffin lid. Jiang Wushu's overwhelming aura rose as he spoke, his voice steady and resolute. Good. With his orders, Su Qing Tian and others showed no hesitation as they immediately dispersed, each busy with their tasks.
Only Granny she remained in the courtyard. Jiang Wushu pushed open the door and entered the room, briefly telling Su Qing Shuang about the day's events.
I already know.
A mere quasi-emperor, even if I am not at my peak, I can still slay him. Su Qingxuan said lightly. Now, there was truly no road to retreat, their only choice was to fight. The couple had risen from humble beginnings, shedding blood to achieve their current success. How could they ever feel a fraction of fear? Frost, don't worry. I will definitely protect both you and our child. After saying this, Jiang Wushu left. Watching the door close again, Su Qingxuang's beautiful eyes suddenly surged with endless killing intent. And in the womb, Jiang Yuxian also felt this clearly. Mom and Dad are in trouble? His little brows furrowed. Only just now did he learn about everything that had happened recently. Indeed. A fantastical world will never be calm. Even his parents, at their level, still face dangers. That eternal blood prison actually dares to attack during my mother's period of weakness after my birth. They are simply despicable. Jiang Yuxian's small face was filled with coldness. He wondered if he should pause his training, give up this task, and let his mother recover a day earlier. But after thinking for a moment, he abandoned that idea. When he was born, he would also take away more of his mother's original power. That kind of consumption could not be made up for by recovering a day earlier. This seemed rather troublesome. No. As long as I complete the task and obtain the Taichu Divine Spring, I can help my mother recover her peak. Suddenly, Jiang Yuxian's eyes lit up. He almost forgot that the reward this time is a rare, heaven-defying treasure. The Taichu Divine Spring can bring the dead back to life. When the time comes, giving his mother a drop will absolutely restore her to full strength in a short time. Don't say an eternal blood prison, not even a quasi-emperor. Even if a true heavenly emperor comes, what is there to fear? One battle is all it takes. I still have 50 or 60 million giant elephant embryos that have yet to awaken. There is only one day left. I will go all out. Let the storm come even fiercer. Jiang Yuxian shouted within his heart. He no longer thought twice and immediately returned to his training state. The sky-swallowing demon technique and the divine elephant subjugation technique operated frantically, their terrifying devouring power even more formidable than before. Roar, roar, roar. One by one, tiny particles of embryos exploded, turning into giant elephant seeds. The terrifying sound waves shook the heavens, and the void surged like ocean tides. Su Qingxuang felt this situation and smiled softly. Little one, even at this time, you are still working so hard. Tomorrow, we will meet properly. Your mother is truly looking forward to it. She gently stroked her belly. Then she closed her eyelids and circulated her technique to absorb the spiritual energy into the origin of the heavenly emperor, to supply the little creature for cultivation. The vortex of spiritual energy appears again above the Xian Frost Cave sky. But this time, no one has come to seize the opportunity. I thought the Xian Frost Cave sky would be a pure land, who knew it would become the target of the eternal blood prison. The Frost Heavenly Emperor is about to give birth, and at this moment, a quasi-emperor is coming. The Nohalo Saint Ancestor and the Frost Heavenly Emperor are really in danger. All cultivators felt a chill in their hearts and dispersed anxiously. A mountain storm is coming. The wind fills the building. Tomorrow, the Xian Frost Cave sky will probably become a brutally fierce battlefield. I don't know if the Frost Heavenly Emperor will cut the quasi-emperor under the sword, or if the eternal blood prison will pull the Frost Heavenly Emperor down from the altar in one blow. Perhaps, these people will witness history. Chapter 58, Movements on All Sides. Ji Tsuanyue's scheme. The quasi-emperor of the eternal blood prison has emerged, pointing his sword at the Xian Frost Cave sky, claiming to behead the Frost Heavenly Emperor and the Nohalo Saint Ancestor. This event has stirred up a tremendous wave across the 3000 Dao domain. At the same time, various holy places and major sects quickly received news from the Xian Frost Cave sky, asking them to give all their strength to assist. This is equivalent to the Frost Heavenly Emperor's command. In an instant, many forces were set in motion. The eternal blood prison commits evil everywhere, its death is not regrettable. They might as well hide. But they dared to provoke the Frost Heavenly Emperor, simply disregarding others and incredibly arrogant. This time, I want to see where these thieves can escape. Inside a holy place, a strong practitioner who had been in seclusion for many years lifted the coffin lid. 4 or 5 powerful figures soared into the sky and stepped forward to enter the space passage, disappearing from sight. The Frost Heavenly Emperor has a deep connection with our sect. She faces grave danger this time, how can we stand by idly? Follow me to the Xian Frost Cave sky. Inside the Asking Immortal sect, a young-faced but white-haired Chufei Xian spoke in a deep voice. He emanated a dazzling radiance, like an immortal descending to the dust. He slowly disappeared with 2 figures. Boom! 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 In another large domain, terrifying war drums echoed through the 9 heavens, resonating for millions of miles. On the huge square, countless armored soldiers stood in shining rows, densely packed, as far as the eye could see. At the end of the square, a tall and imposing middle-aged man stood majestically. He wore a royal robe, atop a flat crown, with eyes like lightning, high above. Next to this man was a younger figure, sitting proudly atop a gigantic black tiger. At this moment, the man in the royal robe was speaking loudly, spreading across the land. The eternal blood prison is guilty and wicked, they deserve countless deaths. In tomorrow's battle, if the Frost Heavenly Emperor makes even the slightest mistake, I fear our Fulong Divine Dynasty's countless citizens will also fall prey to the devil's blood.
Brothers! Sharpen your weapons, follow me to battle, crush the eternal blood prison, and annihilate them.
In an instant, the war drums sounded like thunder. Kill! 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 Countless soldiers raised their blades and spears, roaring loudly. The battle cry shook the heavens, as if it could pierce the universe. The young man riding the black tiger flicked his hand, and a giant flying ship appeared high in the sky.
Dense figures stepped into the air and entered it.
After a while, the massive flying ship, carrying a terrifying might, rumbled off toward the distance.
Within the vast divine dynasty, countless citizens watched the scene.
The emperor personally leads the charge, igniting everyone's blood.
Triumph! 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 The shouts echoed endlessly.
Similar scenes were unfolding in many places at this time. Many holy places, major sects, and noble families set out immediately upon hearing of the crisis at the Xian Frost Cave Sky. Unfortunately, it was too rushed this time, and only one day remained.
The 3,000 Dao domain is too vast.
The only ones who truly have the opportunity to take action are the forces within over 100 large domains near the Eternal Domain.
Other places are too far away and cannot make it in time for this battle. But even so,
there are still many powerful ancestral figures, making every effort, rushing towards the Xian Frost Cave Sky.
In the Tianlan region, the Changshan Mu family.
After a few months, the buildings destroyed in the Mu family have been completely repaired and are still impressive.
Come, summon a few ancestors to emerge from their seclusion.
Prepare to set off for the Xian Frost Cave Sky.
Mu Nantian ordered.
The Tianlan region is very close to the Eternal region. This time, with the Frost Emperor in trouble, the message from the Xian Frost Cave Sky has arrived, and he dare not delay. Soon, 3 ancestors of the Mu family broke through and gathered in the main hall. But just as they were about to set off, suddenly a servant rushed in with a middle-aged man.
Head of the Ji family, why did you come? Mu Nantian raised an eyebrow and asked the newcomer.
The middle-aged man, who had also attended a banquet at the Mu family 3 months ago, was the head of the Changsheng Ji family, Ji Tsuanyao. This made Mu Nantian very puzzled. The head of the Ji family should have received the message from the vague holy ancestor. Why is he coming to my Mu family instead of going to the Xian Frost Cave Sky?
Mu family head, are you planning to set off? Have you thought this through? Ji Tsuanyao asked eagerly upon his arrival. What do you mean, head Ji? Mu Nantian looked at him in confusion. If not setting off now, then when? Ha ha ha.
Ji Tsuanyao suddenly burst into laughter.
Mu Nantian was left in a daze. Mu family head, have you forgotten how the Frost Emperor caused such a stir at your Mu family some time ago?
Your Changsheng Mu family finally produced a peerless sword body, yet was utterly suppressed by the son of the emperor.
Are you really planning to just let this matter slip by? Ji Tsuanyao asked with a light laugh. Mu Nanshan's expression darkened instantly. Why are you bringing up old grievances? Am I happy because my Mu family lost face? What are you trying to say, head Ji? That day's matters are in the past. Do I hold a grudge against the Frost Emperor?
Besides, the eternal blood prison is a calamity, and all must be punished.
Would my Mu family stand by and do nothing?
Mu Nantian flung his sleeves and huffed coldly. The matters of that day were merely a small grievance, not worth mentioning. Even though he felt very unhappy inside, he could not use this opportunity to kick the Frost Emperor when she was down. You. Ji Tsuanyao suddenly shook his head, pointing at Mu Nantian with a look of you really don't get it. Then he continued. Have you thought about this, Mu family head? The Frost Emperor will give birth to the son of the Emperor tomorrow. She will be extremely weak. If a quasi-emperor strikes, how much chance do you think she has? Mu Nantian snorted coldly again. So what if it's a quasi-emperor? After all, she is not the true celestial emperor. No matter how weak the Frost Emperor is, once she fights desperately, anyone would perish on the spot. Upon hearing this, Ji Tsuanyao laughed loudly again. Mu family head, you have finally hit the nail on the head. He shook his sleeves, hands behind his back, walking a few steps within the hall, speaking as he walked. When the quasi-emperor attacks, Shi Su Qingxuan has only 2 choices. Either let the many powerful figures of the Holy Land stubbornly bear through the weak period, or burn her essence and forcefully strike. But no matter which choice she takes, she will ultimately be led to a dead end. As he said this, Ji Tsuanyao's mouth suddenly curved into a cold, sharp smile. Mu Nantian and others from the Mu family fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Thinking carefully, it really is the case. In a day, the number of holy ancestral level powerhouses who can reach the Xian Frost Cave sky will definitely be very few. At most, it will equal the Eternal Blood Prison. If the Frost Emperor lets other forces bear the burden, it will surely be a disaster, with countless towering figures falling on the spot. And that quasi-emperor will definitely not just watch her recover. If she burns her essence and strikes forcefully, even if she finally slays the quasi-emperor, there will be a 99% risk of ultimately falling from her realm.
Once Su Qingxuang falls from the Celestial Emperor realm, do you think there is still a place for her in the 3000 Dao domains? I can boldly assert.
Right now, I'm afraid many are already thinking, after Su Qingxuang and that mysterious quasi-emperor are both injured.
How to kill her? Ji Quni spoke coldly.
A smile spread wildly at the corner of his mouth. His words hit the hearts of Mu Nantian and the others like a heavy hammer.
Chapter 59 Mu Nanshan's Decision. Final Sprint. Mu Nanshan's heart raced violently. How could he not understand Ji Quni's words? It was clear that the Xianshuan Cave Heaven was facing a dead end. The support from various holy places was merely to buy her a little more time. But how could that stop a prospective emperor? In other words, in the end, the Emperor of Frosty Heaven only had the path of burning his origin to fight desperately. Everyone knew what burning one's origin truly meant. It was not a common expenditure that could be replenished and recovered. The power of origin was the foundation for cultivators. Once burned, there was no stopping. In most cases, it led to rapid aging and the loss of vitality. The Emperor of Frosty Heaven had extraordinary abilities, managing to control the loss of vitality, but falling from grace was almost inevitable. Just as Ji Quni said.
Su Qingxuang had risen through the ranks to become an emperor, causing inexplicable panic among countless forces of the 3000 realms. Her figure was like a deity, suppressing everyone to the point of breathlessness. If there was really a chance to pull her down from that position, many would undoubtedly be ready to take action. And tomorrow, that chance was about to appear. So, this is your plan. At this moment, Mu Nanshan's heart was racing fiercely.
He looked directly at Ji Quni. But, have you considered, head of the Ji family? What if the Eternal Blood Abyss is just boasting and does not strike tomorrow? Or perhaps after fierce battles, they simply retreat with nothing to show? Or, there is a slight chance that the Emperor of Frosty Heaven successfully kills the prospective Emperor without falling? At that time, what kind of ending would someone like you, with hidden motives, face?
He nearly finished these words with trembling voice. These two scenarios were not impossible. If that really happened, there would definitely be a bloody reckoning from the Xianshuan Cave Heaven. Anyone who dared to set their sights on the Emperor of Frosty Heaven would pay a terrible price.
Ha ha ha. Head Mu, you're really overthinking. Ji Quni laughed wildly. He continued speaking. This possibility isn't non-existent, I've thought it through. We don't have to sit idly by. We just need to go near the Xianshuan Cave Heaven, conceal ourselves, and wait for the right moment. At that time, if the Eternal Blood Abyss truly shows signs of defeat, we can immediately take action to assist the Xianshuan Cave Heaven, gaining the good name of helping in need. And if they end up severely injuring each other. At this point, Ji Quni's eyes focused, suddenly making a slitting motion across his neck.
Mu Nanshan's heart nearly jumped out of his throat.
Ji Quni hadn't finished his words, but the meaning was already clear enough.
If the Eternal Blood Abyss and Su Qingxuang both suffered heavy injuries, that would be the best time for them to strike. At that time, they could directly kill Su Qingxuang in one blow. Even if there were other forces present, after a bloody battle, they would be powerless to stop it. Moreover, those people might even turn against each other and join forces against the Emperor.
This was indeed a bold plan. Ambitions as vast as the sky, ground-shaking. It stirred the heart yet felt like stepping into an abyss. In an instant, Mu Nantian couldn't help but start trembling all over. Mu must think. Mu Nantian stuttered.
He had to clarify all the pros and cons to make the final decision. If there was even the slightest mistake, the consequences would surely lead to total destruction.
A wrathful emperor would bathe the sky in blood. Any holy place or family would be extinguished like ants with just a snap of the fingers. I have already communicated with many parties. The Jinghong Divine Dynasty, the Overlord sect, and the Lianshan sect all agree with my plan.
Besides, various forces from faraway regions are also rushing to the Xianshuan Cave Heaven with all their might. This battle will either lead to the downfall of the Eternal Blood Abyss, or they, along with the Xianshuan Cave Heaven, together,
turn to dust. Ji Quni said with a cold laugh.
And Mu Nantian was indeed somewhat tempted. He never expected that the Holy Lands and great sects like the Jinghong Divine Dynasty, the Overlord sect, and the Lianshan sect had actually joined in. To be able to arrive at Xianshuang before the Great Battle, these forces almost accounted for half. This was incredible.
Mu family master, what are you still hesitating for?
If this matter succeeds, all the treasures of Xianshuang cave will belong to us.
From now on, there will be no emperor's power pressing down on us. Your Mu family's pure spirit sword body will no longer be suppressed by the imperial prince. In the future, when he reaches the peak of his power and ascends to the sword emperor, how can the Mu family not continue its glorious legacy for millions of years? Are you willing to see the imperial prince be born smoothly, forever pressing the pure spirit sword body underfoot? Ji Quni spoke almost fiercely.
Mu Nantian was astonished. Every word felt like a needle, piercing painfully into his heart. Until a certain moment, his expression suddenly became determined, his face filled with madness.
In that case, this matter. I, Mu, will do it, he said in a deep voice.
The sky gradually darkened, and the night quietly approached. In Xianshuang Cave, the courtyard of Su Qingshuang's family was brightly lit.
The terrifying roar of the giant elephant was still ongoing. The fierce beast roared, shaking heaven and earth, an overwhelming force. At this moment in the cave, almost everyone had withdrawn. The eternal blood prison was about to arrive, and they could not help at all, instead, they would become a burden. Under Jiang Wushu's strong demand, everyone had to leave completely. Only old Granny Shi insisted on staying. No matter how they persuaded her, the elderly lady refused to leave. My only attachment in this life is to little Qing Shuang. She faces a great difficulty, and I cannot abandon her. Tomorrow, let me guard by little Qing Shuang's side, waiting for the little one to be born. Anyone who wants to harm them must first step over my dead body.
These were old Granny Shi's original words, moving everyone deeply. She and Jiang Wushu did not disturb Su Qingshuang, but quietly stood guard in the courtyard, waiting.
Waiting for the little one to be born.
Also waiting for the arrival of the eternal blood prison.
In the womb. In that strange space, Jiang Yuxian's small body floated.
He radiated immeasurable brilliance, his divine might overwhelming, his momentum soaring. Waves of chaotic divine light transformed, changing into countless splendid scenes. Endless sounds of the great Tao reverberated, like the whispers of heaven, revealing all laws. Clusters of heavenly principles and true meanings of the great Tao continuously derived and evolved. But suddenly, at a certain moment, the surrounding space began to shake slightly, and a booming sound was heard. Nearby energy also transformed into a flurry of dazzling light, surging towards Jiang Yuxian's body.
Following this, the entire space began to slowly contract. An undeniable feeling of tearing acted on Jiang Yuxian. This situation instantly jolted him awake. The fetus is moving. It won't be long before I am born. Jiang Yuxian knew this was the sign that he was about to be born. All the surrounding energy was derived from his mother's power. Soon, this energy would turn into light points and enter his body, and the space would compress to an extreme. That feeling of tearing would also become strong enough to be irresistible, bringing him forth from the womb. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Yuxian should be looking forward to this immensely. After all, he could finally see this world with his own eyes. He could also see his father and mother, along with other family members. But at this moment, Jiang Yuxian's heart was only filled with endless urgency. There are still over 20 million embryonic particles that have not awakened. Time is too rushed. He knew that his father and mother were about to face a life and death battle. If nothing unexpected happens, the result would definitely be extremely tragic. Jiang Yuxian absolutely did not want to see such a situation. The only hope at this moment was the system reward. The Taichu Divine Spring. No matter what, I must get the Taichu Divine Spring and help my father and mother. So, the 5th level of the Divine Elephant Town's prison strength, break it for me. Jiang Yuxian shouted wildly in his heart. Endless energy surged rapidly within him, like a raging mountain flood. It launched a fierce impact toward the final barrier. Chapter 60, The Son of the Emperor comes to the world, Black Thunder destroys all. Jiang Yuxian was making his final push. Time ticked away slowly. In the blink of an eye, dawn was approaching, and the night was gradually retreating. A new day had already arrived. For the entire 3000 Dao domain, this was destined to be an extraordinary day. The only son of the heavenly emperor in this world would descend to the mortal realm on this day. At the same time, an exceptionally powerful quasi-emperor would arrive with unmatched might, intending to slay the Frost Sky Emperor from the clouds. This would undoubtedly be a rare and monumental battle throughout history, with an unpredictable outcome, drawing countless eyes. It also left everyone feeling a sense of panic. However, at this moment, there was already no one lingering near the Xianshuang cave heaven. Everyone had retreated at least several thousand miles away, forming a large circle early on, gazing from afar. They held their breath, their emotions incredibly tense, waiting silently. The entire world presented a strange, eerie silence.
Even the spirit beasts in the mountains and forests seemed to sense something and all hid in their nests, not daring to peek out, nor make a sound.
An uncanny atmosphere flowed in the void, repressing to the extreme, making it hard to breathe. Time passed quietly and without a sound. At a certain moment,
suddenly, a mysterious power surged wildly in the world. As soon as it appeared, it stirred the invisible rules of the great Tao. Instantly, the vast sky above began to brew a tremendous omen. The sun was originally hanging high in the sky, with clear skies for miles. But in the next moment, dark clouds began to appear out of nowhere, quickly gathering. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fierce winds from all directions swept through, causing the towering peaks to shake violently. It was as if wanting to flip this world upside down.
What is this? Many practitioners' eyes flickered, confused.
Under the gaze of countless eyes, the dark clouds rolled and surged, instantly shrouding endless space. Then, with extreme speed, they surged toward the Xianshuang cave heaven. In the blink of an eye, the space within a radius of tens of thousands of miles plunged into darkness as if night had suddenly arrived, and one could not see their hand in front of them. Within the clouds, bursts of muffled thunder rolled, like the tides of a vast sea in motion. A terrifying momentum gradually increased and gathered.
This scene left everyone inexplicably horrified.
At the same time, within the Xianshuang cave heaven, Jiang Wushu and Granny Shi also looked up.
They stood in the darkness, their hearts trembling. An extraordinary omen is coming. Yuxian is about to be born.
Jiang Wushu whispered softly. He had anticipated this early on.
With Jiang Yuxian's talent, his birth would undoubtedly trigger a terrifying and boundless omen. And at this moment, it had already begun.
I will guard little Chong Shuang. Granny Shi hunched her body, slowly turned, opened the door, and walked into the room.
Jiang Wushu followed closely behind.
At this time, Su Qingxuan, who was sitting on the bed, had already opened her eyes. She lowered her head, and her white fingers gently stroked her abdomen, her eyes filled with love. The little one was about to come into this world, and she was filled with anticipation. But Jiang Wushu felt an overwhelming sadness in his heart when he saw this.
Shuanger, I'm sorry.
The eternal blood prison is about to arrive, and I cannot stay here with you. He reached out to stroke Su Qingxuan's cheek, his eyes red. As soon as he finished speaking, he resolutely turned around, striding away, and closed the door behind him.
Rumble. Above the 9 heavens, endless dark clouds rolled and echoed throughout the universe.
Suddenly, within that thick layer of clouds, a thunderbolt as thick as a mountain fell violently.
Like a black divine pillar reaching the heavens, it smashed down fiercely onto the endless earth. Boom! This was actually a black thunderbolt. Its momentum was fierce, shaking the heavens and the earth, like the roar of gods and demons, annihilating everything.
Outside the Xianshuang cave heaven, 100,000 feet high peak was instantly turned into ash. The terrifying noise exploded.
A chill ran through the heart.
In the distance, countless cultivators witnessed the scene, filled with dread.
Black thunder. How can there be such thunder? It's terrifying. Voices screamed in alarm. Black thunder, something unseen since ancient times, was frightening to the extreme. A divine lightning bolt struck down, carrying a momentum that could destroy everything, invincible and unbreakable. It must be because of the son of the emperor. His birth is imminent, causing unusual phenomena in heaven and earth. Many immediately thought of the reason. When the son of the emperor descends, black thunder will devastate the world. This was the sign of his impending birth. Such a scene was simply shocking, making people tremble in fear. Retreat further. If that black thunder touches us even slightly, we'll be turned to dust. Countless figures immediately retreated frantically, moving thousands of miles away. Every heart was filled with inexplicable shock and terror. At the moment of the son of the emperor's birth, it will be the time for the eternal blood abyss to act. A fierce battle is about to begin. Not long after, someone voiced this thought. Sure enough. At the instant this thought emerged, a wild, unrestrained laughter suddenly erupted in the surrounding space, impossible to discern its source. Kak. This laughter was filled with an infinite, bizarre power, like a world-dominating magic sword, piercing directly into the soul, leaving one dazzled. Countless cultivators shook deeply, filled with terror. All at once, everyone embraced their core, guarding their minds, fearful of suffering a heavy blow. It's the eternal blood abyss. They have come. Powerful cultivators exclaimed in shock. Under their gaze, a beam of light suddenly erupted in the sky above the Xian Frost Cave, a piercing crimson. Like a blood sun emerging from the pitch-black clouds. Limitless red light shone, covering the vast earth in blood color. The red glow boiled like a vast sea, rapidly withering and decaying all plants in sight, life force draining away visibly. Boom! The blood sun slowly sank, as if a world-shattering grinding wheel moved across the void, crushing everything. An overwhelming pressure came, transforming into a fierce killing intent, shaking the entire realms. The sky trembled, and all things quaked. Kak. Jiang Wushu. Su Qing Xuan. Are you two ready to die? A voice shouted, arrogant and reckless. Such words sent chills through countless cultivators, filling them with inexplicable fear, their hearts racing. The eternal blood abyss had indeed arrived, strong and imposing. They were going to strike against the Frost Sky Emperor. Everyone saw a dazzling figure slowly rise to the sky within the Xian Frost Cave. That was the figure of Sage Wushu. But before he could respond, a terrifying, sharp scream suddenly rang out from the distant sky. 7 brilliant sword lights violently sliced through the heavens, arriving in an instant. At the same moment, a grand voice echoed, spreading in all directions. The fiends of the devil path dare to act so boldly, their crimes are unforgivable. Today, I, from Sangjian Mountain, vow to eliminate evil and protect the path, to clear the universe. Each word spoken unleashed an unparalleled divine sword, breaking through the heavens, soaring into the void. Then, those 7 sword lights transformed into incomparably sharp figures, landing above the Xian Frost Cave, standing shoulder to shoulder with Sage Wushu. The leader, wearing a long robe, had sword-like brows and starry eyes. He stood tall, like a sharp sword pointing to the sky, exuding unmatched might. The people from Sangjian Mountain. It's Sword Saint Ling Tian. He has brought people to the Xian Frost Cave to help. Powerful cultivators in the distance recognized everything and exclaimed with joy. Chapter 61, The Great Enemy Approaches, Endless Killing Intent Shakes the Universe. In the distance, many powerful cultivators strained their eyes to see clearly. That leading expert was indeed the master of Sangjian Mountain, Jian Ling Tian. Behind him followed 7 powerful figures of various ages, each a sword saint. Sangjian Mountain specializes in the sword path, excelling in assault and skilled in killing. The appearance of 7 sword saints was almost equivalent to revealing their entire foundation. They devoted everything to assist Sage Wushu and slay the eternal blood abyss. Boom! At that moment of everyone's astonishment, the void suddenly trembled violently. It was as if a gigantic millstone of heaven and earth began to turn, shaking the entire world violently. In the next moment, with a loud bang, the sky trembled and the earth shook. A massive object crushed through the void, revealing its true form near the Xianshuan Cave heaven. It was an extraordinarily tall 3-legged round cauldron, as if carved from gold and jade, shining brightly and dazzling. Clusters of mystical patterns were etched on it, as the essence of the Tao flowed and the laws swirled. That is the holy gold Xian Jade Cauldron. The Jade Cauldron Holy Land has come. It's actually the Jade Cauldron Holy Master He Mangjiang, who has personally arrived. Others began to shout. They saw 6 radiant figures standing on top of the cauldron, strong and unparalleled. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, with wide sleeves fluttering and a divine light radiating from his gaze, looking down upon the world. The Jade Cauldron Holy Land was also a formidable and boundless legacy, separated from Xianshuan Cave Heaven by more than 10 large domains. And many knew that there had always been a good friendship between them and Xianshuan Cave Heaven. Eternal Blood Abyss has committed countless evils, today it must be destroyed. The Jade Cauldron Holy Master He Mangjiang proclaimed loudly, with a domineering presence. With a wave of his hand, the holy gold Xian Jade Cauldron expanded 1,000-fold, like a magnificent giant mountain blocking the way. Holy majesty surged, divine power roared. This was the strongest holy artifact of the Jade Cauldron Holy Land, the most powerful foundation to subdue the teachings. The arrival of Sangjian Mountain and the Jade Cauldron Holy Land seemed to open a spatial door. The surrounding void rippled with immense waves. Then they saw more figures emerge from within, appearing beneath the bright blood sun and the dark clouds. The Ask Immortal sect has come to assist Saint Ancestor Wusu. The young-looking but white-haired Chu Feishian stepped through the air, speaking loudly. To slay the eternal blood abyss, my Huanchu Holy Land will certainly lend a hand. 5 more elders appeared, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Wusu. Li Changha from Tianha Valley comes alone, willing to lend you all a hand. Shui Wuliang from the 7-Star Hall also comes. Though I am old and unskilled, I am willing to sacrifice myself to slay the demons. Xia Han from the Broken Sword Pavilion is here, ready to assist Saint Ancestor Wusu for a fierce battle. One voice after another rang out. In just a moment, 7 or 8 forces had arrived. Except for the Huanchu Holy Land, the other smaller sects were far less than many Holy Lands, with only 1 or 2 Saint Ancestors in their ranks. Yet even so, they were willing to risk everything and step forward. Dawn! 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 At that moment, a tremendous drumbeat resonated throughout the heavens. Kill! At the same time, terrifying battle cries shook the sky, sending chills down everyone's spine. With the rumbling sound echoing, all saw a massive flying vessel crossing the void, arriving above the Xianshuan Cave heaven. Countless armored soldiers soared into the air, densely packed, their weapons gleaming, exuding a fierce killing spirit. Then, 2 incredibly powerful men stepped into the air, accompanied by a small mountain-like dark sky tiger, growling at the blood sun of the eternal blood abyss. Behind them followed hundreds of soldiers, their immense aura intertwining, surprisingly not much weaker than a true Saint Ancestor.
The Empire of the Dragon support comes, led by Emperor Batian and Emperor Wushuang, bringing millions of troops to stand shoulder to shoulder with Saint Ancestor Wusu. The leading middle-aged man spoke loudly. He wore an imperial robe, adorned with a crown, radiating the might of a ruler. The Emperor of the Dragon support was personally leading the expedition, with the War King Emperor Wushuang by his side. Jiang Wusu watched all of this closely. At this time, his side had already gathered more than 30 powerful Saint Ancestors. In addition, there was the Nirvana Dragon Guard created by the War King and millions of troops from the Dragon Support Empire. These soldiers were divided into several groups, led by powerful generals, forming battle formations that could withstand the might of 4 or 5 Saint Ancestors.
This was definitely a terrifying force.
Jiang Wusu silently nodded to everyone, not uttering a word. However, facing so many strong beings, the blood sun within the
one after another, the strange laughter not only showed no sign of retreat but grew even more arrogant. He. Jiang Wushu, is this the best you could gather?
A bunch of country bumpkins dares to challenge me, the eternal blood prison.
Today, let's bury you all along with the Xian Frost Cave.
Above, the blood sun rapidly descended, shaking fiercely against the heavens and the earth.
Until, at a certain moment, the entire blood sun exploded with a loud bang. Boom!
Red light surged in all directions, carrying unparalleled might, tearing the dark clouds to shreds.
After a long while, the heavenly anomaly finally regathered. Rumble! Muffled thunder echoed, shaking the sky.
The blood light gradually dispersed, and the true appearances of the eternal blood prison's people finally revealed to everyone. They were powerful figures standing mid-air.
Each person wore a blood-red robe, covering their faces. Demonic flames surged, and a fierce aura surged. 5, 10, 30, 50. 81 figures in red robes stood tall in the sky.
They carried boundless bloodthirsty ferocity, sweeping in all directions, spreading into the 9 heavens. Around them, flowers and trees withered in an instant, losing all vitality. These 81 people had an aura vast as the sea, deep as a gorge, incomprehensible.
A terrifying Tao rhythm surrounded them, the laws collapsed silently.
Seeing these figures emerge, Jiang Wushu, Jian Lingtian, Deepening, He Mengchang, and others were all stunned. Even from a distance, many onlooking cultivators felt their hearts contract sharply, as if someone had squeezed them hard.
Holy Ancestors! They are all Holy Ancestors! Someone spoke, trembling as if they might die. What did they see? These 81 red-robed figures were all at the Holy Ancestor level. Even from afar, that unmatched power made everyone's knees weaken, and they trembled in panic, wanting to kneel. Those red-robed figures were frighteningly powerful. They were all at the Holy Ancestor level.
In an instant, all cultivators felt a bone-chilling fear, their hairs standing on end.
No one dared to believe what they saw. This was too terrifying. How is this possible? This can't be. Someone shouted in horror, unable to accept it.
The power of the eternal blood prison was shockingly strong. Even 10 major holy sites combined wouldn't match them.
This was simply unimaginable.
81 holy ancestors, their robes swirling like they were dyed in blood, glaringly red. Their powerful aura intertwined, killing intent surged, sweeping across the heavens and the earth.
Rumble! High above the sky, the anomalies triggered by the Emperor's actions resumed again.
One after another, black thunderbolts struck horizontally and vertically, tearing apart the sky, destroying everything. But this could not shake half a point of those 81 powerful figures.
Chapter 62, Lord Demon Servant. The battle unfolds. All the cultivators watching from afar were scared half to death. That overwhelming killing intent made the world tremble, causing chaos. In an instant, Jiang Wushu, Jian Lingtian, and others turned pale. No one expected the eternal blood prison to be so powerful. This was simply unbelievable. Yesterday, the Taishan sect was destroyed, and they sent 4 to 5 dozen holy ancestors, terrifying the world. But today, 81 appeared. That's a whole 30 to 40 more. This was terrifying. Since ancient times, there had never been a power in the 3,000 realms that was this formidable. It completely surpassed understanding and was unimaginable. In contrast, Xian Frost Cave only had over 30 holy ancestors. The gap was simply too huge. Jiang Wushu looked at all this, his face turning as dark as if he were about to drip water. The Chanshengmu family, the Chanshengji family, the Ginghong Divine Dynasty, and the Overlord sect, the Lotus Mountain sect. Why have they not appeared yet? What are they playing at? Jiang Wushu pondered.
These families, dynasties, and sects had plenty of time to reach Xian Frost Cave. Yet until now, they had not shown themselves. In an instant, Jiang Wushu thought of a certain possibility that filled him with rage. But before he could ponder deeply, he saw an unmatched devil sword descending from the sky, its dark light flowing like water, its edge unparalleled. It was the imperial weapon that had fallen outside the Xianshuang cave heaven yesterday.
Jiang Wushu. This lord has come to take your head.
A familiar voice rang out. It was the quasi-emperor of the eternal blood prison. He had not yet truly revealed himself, yet he struck directly. The fierce sword light and devil flames surged like 10,000 mountains, violently slashing down towards Jiang Wushu.
Sure up.
The terrifying sword light rolled like a heavenly river, piercing through heaven and earth. The dreadful pressure boiled, and the killing intent filled the sky.
Wushu, holy ancestor, be careful. Someone shouted loudly.
Jiang Wushu's eyes darkened, his palm suddenly reached into the void, pulling out a long spear radiating cold light. His aura surged, the spear in his hand seemed alive, roaring like a dragon and tiger.
Jiang Wushu slightly retreated, stepping firmly as the spear flicked up.
A shocking spear light shot upwards, like a divine dragon soaring, roaring and shaking the heavens, colliding fiercely with the sword light.
Boom!
The terrifying sound shook the world. The void shimmered with terrifying wrinkles, collapsing and shattering continuously. The two shocking attacks exploded, and the shattered energy rose like the tides of the ocean, turbulent waves striking the sky. In the boundless storm, Jiang Wushu let out a muffled grunt, his figure retreating continuously, his complexion suddenly turning quite pale. And above the firmament, amidst the raging black thunder, a figure in a silver robe slowly descended, like a deity coming to the mortal realm.
He looked like a man in his 30s, extraordinarily handsome.
But he had two petals of blood-red lips, his eyes also marked with red, slanting into his temples, devilishly enchanting to the extreme. His eyes were filled with a dazzling light.
We welcome the Lord Devil Servant.
As soon as this man appeared, all 81 holy ancestors of the eternal blood prison bowed in greeting. Swordling Tian, Diba Tian, and the others felt a chill run down their spines upon witnessing this scene. This was a quasi-emperor, who had already touched the threshold of an emperor. With just one more step, he could become a half-step emperor, more powerful than all of them. That previous strike had already caused Wushu holy ancestors' blood to stir, and his aura appeared slightly chaotic.
This was definitely an extremely formidable enemy. Is the master of the eternal blood prison him?
Eyes glinted coldly. Everyone stared at the devilishly enchanting man, their hearts heavy. Only Jiang Wushu's brows suddenly furrowed tightly, his expression filled with confusion.
I feel a familiar aura on you. Who exactly are you? He asked coldly. This discovery shocked Jiang Wushu's heart.
He had hardly interacted with the eternal blood prison. Yet the other party provocatively showed blatant hostility toward him and his wife. This matter was already very strange. Now, that familiar feeling made it even more shrouded in mystery. But unfortunately, that sense of familiarity was too vague to discern its specific origin.
You can refer to me like them, calling me Lord Devil Servant.
The devilishly enchanting man did not answer Jiang Wushu's concerned question. He curled the corner of his mouth, and as he spoke, he extended his hand, and the magic sword imperial weapon buzzed, flying into his palm. As the man descended, it was as if he walked down a staircase in the sky. With each step he took, his aura grew fiercer.
Devil Servant? Could there be a Devil Master as well?
Everyone was puzzled.
But the Devil Servant did not answer. What are we waiting for? Flatten the Xianshuang cave heaven, kill them all.
The Devil Servant suddenly shouted, giving the order. The firmament trembled, and the great road roared. One after another, the magic artifacts shone, dark flames blazed, scorching the surroundings, like black ribbons flashing in the air. They were too powerful, numerous, making Jiang Wushu, Diba Tian, Mengchang, and others' gazes cold. A strong sense of oppression surged towards them. We have cultivated for many years, facing countless enemies, when have we ever felt a moment of fear?
If there was any cowardice, how could we have come this far?
No matter how strong the eternal blood abyss is, this old man will fight to the end. Kill. Shui Wuliang from the Seven-Star Palace spoke in a deep voice, unleashing boundless energy.
He charged directly towards a man in a red robe. The magic way is rampant, see this saint coming to battle you.
Today, I will suppress evil and subdue demons. Kill. An elder from the Jade Cauldron sacred land also roared loudly. Other strong figures from various sacred lands and sects also launched their attacks, rushing towards the people of the eternal blood abyss. Combined, the two forces totaled over 100 saints.
In just a blink, they collided with each other. In an instant, an unprecedented, ancient battle began.
Imperial weapons roared, sacred artifacts howled, tearing through the heavens and earth, making all things lose color. Jiang Wushu, Jian Lingtian, Mengchang, and Diba Tian formed a fan shape, charging towards the demon servants. The enormous sacred golden Xian Jade Cauldron shone brightly, its divine might overwhelming, transforming into a mountain size, crushing through the void. Jian Lingtian held what seemed to be an ordinary iron sword, but with a gentle swing, it pierced through the void, striking towards the demon servant's chest. Deepening wielded a square seal, ancient yet magnificent, releasing waves of golden light, unmatched dignity, like a force of 10,000 tons. The imperial dragon aura rolled, urging that square seal down. Jiang Wushu held a spear, like a true dragon emerging, his divine power unrivaled, dazzling light swiftly attacking. A group of clowns, overestimating themselves. My power, how can you stop it? The demon servant sneered repeatedly, swinging the sword in his hand. The black sword light shot out, as if wanting to split this world in two. The vast edge was incomparably sharp, opening the heavens and shattering everything. A terrible offensive collided in an instant, followed by several deafening booms, energy roaring in the void, striking the heavens above, stirring the hell below. The sacred golden Xian jade cauldron shot back, crashing into a distant mountain peak, stones rolling, dust flying. Deepenings's square seal also buzzed, its light instantly dimming significantly. Jian Lingtian's sword remained intact, but he was forced back, every step crushing the void, his face pale as a sheet in an instant. Jiang Wushu clutched the spear, trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 63 The Sacred Array opens. Does the little one not want to be born? The demon servant wielded the imperial weapon, standing in the void. Rolling demonic energy surrounded him, making him appear like a god or demon, dominating the world. With just one strike, he sent Jiang Wushu, Jian Lingtian, He Mengchang, and Deepening reeling. This strength was simply at its peak. Let it be known, Jiang Wushu was at the peak of the Saint Ancestor level, only a thin line away from the Quasi-Emperor realm, and the other three were not much different. Jian Lingtian even held an imperial weapon. Yet despite this, they still could not defeat the demon servant. The might of a Quasi-Emperor was so fierce, it was unbeatable. The four people's eyes were extremely deep, their hearts heavy. Looking elsewhere, the situation was equally grim. The offensive of the strong figures from various sacred lands was instantly shattered by 81 saints from the eternal blood abyss. The gap between the two sides was too great. Their overall combat power was not even half of the eternal blood abyss. If they were to match each other head-on, it was like striking a rock with an egg, seeking their own death. Seeing this scene, Jiang Wushu shouted loudly. Everyone, follow me into the array. He raised his hand, and in his palm appeared a small disc the size of a palm. It was engraved with complex and obscure patterns, as if inscribed with the laws of heaven and the true meanings of the Great Path. In an invisible way, it seemed to connect with some kind of grand heavenly trend. Without a word, Jiang Wushu's internal energy surged, flooding into the disc. Booming thunder. The void emitted a terrifying roaring sound, the mountains trembled, and the space twisted. Thick fog rose out of nowhere, blocking the sky and sun, shrouding the vision, and cutting off the divine thoughts. Enter the formation. Jian Lingtian, He Mengchang, and others did not hesitate, following Jiang Wushu, rushing into the thick fog one after another. The dragon god rose in brilliance on the countless armored soldiers, the chi intertwined, and in an instant, vanished into the void, disappearing from sight. This was the strongest protective formation of the Xian Frost Cave Heaven. It was meticulously arranged by many ancestors skilled in formations after Su Qingxuan became the empress. Within it lay countless murderous traps. Currently, the gap between the two sides was too great. Retreating into the formation was the only way to have a chance to fight back. But the ones from the Eternal Blood Prison saw this and couldn't help but sneer incessantly. Break the formation. Follow me to eliminate Jiang Wushu and capture Su Qingxuan. The demon servants wore strange smiles on their faces. Under their command, the 81 ancestors of the Eternal Blood Prison moved swiftly. Each of them radiated terrifying demonic flames, their chi condensing, launching a frenzied assault on that great formation, risking everything. In an instant, the sound of loud booming echoed endlessly, vast energy surged, crashing in all directions. Such a commotion could be clearly felt even by Jiang Yuxian, who was still in his mother's womb. Has the great battle already begun? He opened his eyes a crack, pondering deeply. At this moment, the space around him had compressed to less than half a meter, almost covering his entire body. His mother's source power transformed into specks of light, rushing into his body. Invisibly, that terrible tearing force was growing stronger, making it hard for him to resist. This force carried his body, slowly moving toward a certain direction, trying to take him out of the womb. There's no time. I'm about to be born. Jiang Yuxian understood that he was on the verge of being born. However, at this moment, there were still hundreds of thousands of tiny particles in his body that had not yet awakened into giant elephant seeds. This made Jiang Yuxian extremely anxious. At this rate, he would definitely not be able to complete his task before birth, unable to obtain the primordial divine spring. Time was too tight. No. I must hold on a little longer. Only by obtaining the primordial divine spring can my mother exert all her strength to crush those from the eternal blood prison. Jiang Yuxian gritted his teeth, his heart hardened. His whole body's spiritual power surged outwards, desperately resisting that huge tearing force and preventing the external space from collapsing. The swallowing sky devil art and the divine elephant suppressing prison technique were pushed to the limit.
Jiang Yuxian did not dare to slack off for even a moment. In this situation, if he were to be born, all of his efforts would go to waste. His movements quickly drew attention from Su Qingxuan.
Even grandmother she sensed that something was off.
What's going on? The little one can be born now, why is there still no significant movement?
Grandmother she asked in confusion. Su Qingxuan opened her eyes, her expression puzzled.
The little one. It seems he doesn't want to be born?
Su Qingxuan spoke softly.
Jiang Yuxian's every action was within her perception.
She truly could not understand the meaning of the little one's behavior. At this moment, he was still wholeheartedly cultivating, unwilling to leave the womb.
Is Yuxian trying to use my heavenly emperor source to fully transform all the tiny particles?
After a moment, Su Qingxuan figured this out.
It appeared that the little one was calculating like this. What should we do?
Grandmother she spoke with worry. Her gaze penetrated through the tightly closed door, looking toward the outside. The eternal blood prison had already made its move, and the battle was fierce. Only after the little one was born, and Su Qingxuan recovered a bit, could she have the strength to act. The longer it dragged on, the more unfavorable the situation became.
Su Qingxuan's face turned pale.
After continuously cultivating with the little one for 2 to 3 months, she had grown much weary. Hearing Grandmother Shi's words, she couldn't help but shake her head, smiling bitterly.
Let it be with the little one, he is about to break through. Yuxian, this time, your mother is going all out for you. No matter the outcome today, I hope you can surpass the ages and shine in the world in the future. Su Qingxuan stopped thinking and closed her eyes again.
At the same time, she divided a part of her consciousness to temporarily hold up the shrinking space. Jiang Yuxian immediately felt a great relief, knowing that his mother was helping him.
Don't worry, Mom. I will never let you down. Titan embryo, break for me. Jiang Yuxian roared in his heart with all his might.
His small body shone like divine gold and jade, releasing a terrifying sense of power. Every strand of spiritual power was boiling, frantically devouring his mother's celestial origin. Particle after particle of embryos continued to explode.
His own aura also grew stronger, astonishing everyone.
At this moment, the outside world was reaching a new climax of battle.
The vast Qian frost cave was shrouded in thick mist.
The 81 red-robed people from the eternal blood prison had already entered the formation, attacking with all their might.
Powerful sacred artifacts shone, demonic flames blazed, and fierce power surged, continually battering the formation.
This sacred formation was incredibly strong, misty and filled with illusions, with a killing intent lurking everywhere. The psychic powers of the 81 ancestors were isolated, and everyone scattered. Even so, as true ancestor-level existences, they would not be annihilated in an instant by the formation. Jiang Wushu split up with the strong men from various holy places, constantly moving, unleashing astonishing divine brilliance, targeting the isolated red-robed figures. Before long, more than 10 ancestors were successfully suppressed.
This barely delayed the enemy's offensive.
But at that moment, the voice of the demon attendant unexpectedly pierced through the formation's barriers, reaching everyone's ears.
Ha ha ha. Jiang Wushu, do you think a mere sacred formation can stop my steps? Simply a delusion. Let's see how I break it. He laughed loudly.
Then, a huge sound resonated. Within the mist, brilliant light suddenly lit up, blinding the eyes. Then the entire formation shook violently, energy surged, and the patterns became chaotic, showing signs of collapse.
He destroyed a foundation of the formation.
Jiang Wushu felt all of this and said with a grim face.
Chapter 64, The battle formation is breached, Ancestor falls. Jiang Wushu's expression was serious.
He held the formation plate, and a vast array of runes silently crumbled. Currently, this great formation was set up by many holy-level formation masters from 3,000 domains, encompassing the entire Qian Frost Cave.
In fact, neither Jiang Wushu nor Su Qingxuan were proficient in formations.
In their eyes, any formation could be broken with sheer force.
The same was true for the demon attendant. He was powerful and had just entered the formation, destroying a foundation. Block him.
Jiang Wushu coldly shouted while controlling the formation's operation, as terrifying power turned into a vast river, crashing forward. At the same time, he struck alongside Jian Lingtian and the others to stop the demon attendant.
An ant shaking a tree, not knowing its own strength. With just you, do you think you can block me?
The demon attendant's blood-red lips parted, coldly laughing. His eyes carried thick disdain, full of contempt and mockery. With a furious swing of his demon sword, the pitch-black blade released overwhelming ghostly flames, instantly burning through the thick mist. With another strike, he knocked Jiang Wushu and the others back, escaping from their ambush. Then, the demon attendant directly tore apart a large number of runes, charging in another direction. This formation could not impede his steps at all. Such a scene sent chills down everyone's spines. Jiang Wushu and the others attacked again, but were repeatedly evaded by him. The demon attendant did not engage them in direct combat, focusing only on moving through the mist, searching for the foundations of the formation.
Before long, the second foundation exploded thunderously. Following was the third, fourth. No one could catch up with his footsteps. Every time he struck, he could only delay time for a moment. Even Jiang Wushu, holding the formation plate, felt somewhat powerless at this moment. He wants to leave, we can't stop him at all. Wushu's Saint Ancestor, what should we do now? Deepening asked heavily. The demon servant possessed the power of a quasi-emperor and held an imperial weapon. With absolute strength, he broke through the formation forcefully, completely unstoppable. As Deepening spoke, another explosive sound echoed out. The fifth formation base was destroyed. The entire grand formation weakened considerably in momentum instantly. Everyone realized that the situation was somewhat serious. This large formation won't last much longer. In that case, let's kill a few more of them before the formation breaks. Jiang Wushu spoke coldly. He directly focused on a red-robed figure in the mist. His long spear transformed into a rainbow light, as if a true dragon was emerging, dragon roars shaking the heavens. The red-robed figure fought desperately to defend, but after several exchanges, was pierced through the body by a spear. Kill. Demon path thieves, for everyone we kill, there's one less.
Zhen Lingtian, He Mengchang, Deepening, and others showed no hesitation. The imperial sword hummed, causing the universe to tremble, killing everything in its path. The holy gold mysterious jade cauldron glowed, like a great mountain pressing down. The imperial dragon seal also shone brilliantly, powerful and forceful. They unfolded their final attack, holding nothing back. Before the formation was broken, kill one is one.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
Terrifying forces collided with each other, holy might spreading. More than 30 saints moved at the same time, those slightly weaker formed groups to launch bloody attacks against the isolated red-robed saints. In just a moment, several strong warriors from Eternal Blood Prison were suppressed.
Strong attacks took away their vitality.
However, after those people died, their bodies immediately shriveled up and turned into a pool of thick blood. The bright red blood moved like a red serpent, seeping into the void, disappearing without a trace, its destination unknown. Jiang Wushu furrowed his brows, faintly sensing something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint what the issue was.
He had no time to think too much. At this critical moment, killing one more enemy meant slightly less pressure later on.
Everyone was engaged in a fierce battle, the void shook, the skies tore apart, and the scene was intimidating. At the same time, the entire grand formation also trembled violently.
Boom! Another loud sound echoed, accompanied by the demon servant's arrogant laughter.
He found another formation base and destroyed it in one blow.
Ha ha ha!
Jiang Wushu, the formation will break, you can wait to die.
The demon servant shouted madly. Boom! Boom! Boom!
One formation base after another exploded, boundless light rushed into the mist, blinding the eyes. Soon after, with a thunderous bang that shook the universe, the entire formation trembled terrifyingly.
Voom voom voom.
The grand vibration spread, causing both the bodies and souls of the crowd to shake together.
The earth cracked, and the mountains shook. The entire grand formation began to collapse, dense runes rising into the sky, chaotic and disordered. Invisible forces spread, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. Boom! In a nerve-tingling explosion, the vast holy formation shattered in an instant.
The erupting energy scattered, rippling through the long sky, breaking through the 9 heavens. The thick mist also retreated rapidly in the blink of an eye. The true scene gradually revealed itself. Above the sky, dark clouds rolled, with bolts of black lightning striking down, divine might overwhelming, the power of destruction rampant.
Kick. Ha 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 ha. In the chaos, laughter rang out. Dozens of red-robed figures charged into the sky, coldly sneering.
The demon servant held the imperial weapon, the demon sword, flickering with dark light, killing intent chilling.
Ha 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 ha. The formation has broken. Jiang Wushu, let's see what other tricks you have. The demon servant shouted, pointing his sword at Jiang Wushu.
The expressions of everyone in the Xianshuan cave turned grim, filled with tension.
Just like that, a sacred formation was broken. And within the formation, they had only killed less than 20 red-robed figures.
Right now, the enemy still had nearly 60 saints, plus that quasi-emperor demon servant. There will be no safety left, only a most direct, bloody confrontation.
Kill for me! The demon warrior roared. The people of the eternal blood abyss also laughed strangely, launching a new round of attacks.
The terrible battle began. Sacred artifacts and imperial weapons unleashed terrifying roars, waves of assault shook all directions, the skies collapsed and the earth shattered.
Kill! The mighty shout of killing echoed endlessly.
The Fulong God dynasty faced off against millions of armored soldiers, alongside hundreds of the Nielong guards, forming a battle formation, their overwhelming energy intertwining, transforming into gigantic blades of light that fiercely struck down.
Kick! Several individuals in red robes chuckled sinisterly, swinging their demon blades.
Together, they struck, and within mere hits, broke through a powerful battle formation. The shocking blade light turned into the Grim Reaper's sickle, cutting down 2 to 3 million armored soldiers in the blink of an eye, meeting their untimely deaths. Torrents of blood flowed like a river, spreading through the void, becoming a rain of blood drifting down.
Kick!
So much blood from powerful beings, truly delicious.
One red-robed figure raised their head, enjoying the nourishment of the blood rain, demonic energy rippling around him.
Someone took out a blood banner, and instantly, the souls of countless soldiers were drawn away, attaching themselves to it, howling in anguish.
This scene made the brothers Deepening and Wushwan's eyes bloodshot.
Those were the soldiers of their Fulong God dynasty, each with powerful cultivation, like dragons.
Millions of armored soldiers combined could match a single holy ancestor.
But at this moment, they had become the blood food for the demon path, not even able to escape with their souls. This filled them with great sorrow, igniting their fury.
Demon path scoundrels!
I shall not rest until we are at war. Deepening roared in anger, his imperial seal glowing, royal dragon energy like mountains and seas, divine power surging, attacking madly.
This was definitely an incredibly brutal battle. Among other holy ancestor level experts, soon some were injured. Faced with double the enemies, they could only defend, unable to fight back. I'll fight you to the end.
The holy ancestor of the Seven Stars Temple, Shui Wuliang, had one arm severed, his robe stained with blood, hair in disarray. He gritted his teeth and continued to charge forward. But soon, he was surrounded by 3 blood-robed figures, struck down from the skies, his vitality extinguished, his body destroyed.
A holy ancestor was thus lost. Such a scene made everyone's hearts tremble with fear. Chapter 65, Skull, Immortal Demon Body. A true holy ancestor fell, heaven and earth mourned, the great path lamented.
Jiang Wushu, Deepening, Himeng Chang, and others had blazing anger in their eyes, killing intent overflowing. And just when their hearts were heavy, another scream echoed from not far away. Looking ahead, they saw 3 red-robed figures standing in 3 directions, each wielding a Grim Reaper's sickle, hooking onto an old man's body. With a gentle pull, he was torn apart, holy blood splattering. The holy ancestor Li Changhe from the heavenly river valley thus fell.
Demon path rabble, even if I die, I'll take a few with me.
In another direction, the ancestor of the broken sword pavilion, Xia Han, had a twisted face, crying out loudly. Then, his holy body explosively shattered, bursting into countless sword lights, sweeping through the heavens. The 4 red-robed figures around him were instantly pierced through, meeting their demise. From Jiang Wushu's chest, it exploded open. A bronze furnace shot out, carrying with it multicolored glowing light, quickly expanding into a mountain-like size, standing in the void. The furnace lid silently opened, and the furnace body tilted. Terrifying flames poured down, transforming into a fiery curtain, covering a large space.
Li Hua Divine Furnace.
Upon seeing this bronze furnace, people from the Eternal Blood Prison screamed out loud.
Li Hua Divine Furnace, a tremendously powerful divine treasure.
In terms of level, although it doesn't compare to the spear in Jiang Wushu's hand, this divine furnace can continuously breed Li Hua. This is an extremely terrifying flame, the most young of all things, able to burn through the heavens and earth, destroying everything. Especially for people like those in the Eternal Blood Prison, who follow the demonic path, killing and refining blood, devouring souls and seizing souls. Their methods are sinister, and they fear this kind of terrifying flame the most.
Who?
The Li Hua Divine Furnace, like a small sun, poured out scorching flames, sweeping through the void like a tidal wave, radiating the most intense and yang energy. Flames shot out, like a giant dragon soaring into the sky, instantly swallowing several red-robed people.
A sizzling sound filled the void, with wailing souls screaming, and the bloodthirsty aura burned fiercely.
In just a moment, the bodies of those red-robed people were burned with holes, black blood flowing, their breath fading.
Kill!
Jiang Wushu shouted loudly, charging forward with his spear.
He was truly enraged.
Facing ordinary Saint Ancestor powerhouses, Jiang Wushu was like a tiger among sheep, fierce and unstoppable. His figure flashed several times, one red-robed person after another was slain by him, turning into thick blood, seeping into the void.
Well killed.
The other powerhouses cheered loudly, releasing their suppressed anger. Jian Lingtian, Himeng Chang, and Di Baotian tightly surrounded the demonic servant. The imperial seal hung in the air, the jade cauldron crushed down, and the imperial sword trembled. The 3 of them used all their strength, even if injured, they did not retreat a single step, determined to hold him back. If Jiang Wushu could truly slay all the saint ancestors of the eternal blood prison, the pressure on the demonic servant would be greatly reduced when combining their powers to deal with him.
For a moment, everyone seemed to see hope.
Jiang Wushu, I advise you not to waste your efforts.
Ha ha ha. The demonic servant laughed loudly, completely unmoved by the deaths of the red-robed people.
He suddenly swung his sword, sending Jian Lingtian and the others spitting blood, their bodies violently retreating.
But he did not stop Jian Wushu, who was rampaging and killing.
Instead, he retreated even further.
Ha ha, you bunch of ants. Our demonic bodies are immortal, even if you Jiang Wushu slay them all, what does it matter?
Today, I will let you see the true power of my eternal blood prison.
The demonic servant's blood-red lips parted wide, laughing towards the sky.
In his strange eyes, there was nothing but disdain. While speaking, the demonic servant suddenly waved his hand, tossing out an object the size of a watermelon, releasing a crystal-clear white light. When the object appeared, Jian Lingtian, Di Baotian, and the others immediately froze with a shock. It was a skull, shimmering with treasure light, as if carved from warm jade, carrying a mysterious aura, nothing like a demonic treasure. But the next moment, everyone's eyes widened in shock. They saw that from the hollow eye sockets and nostrils of the skull, bright red blood began to flow. This blood turned into large snakes, crawling everywhere, roaming in the void, gathering into pools of thick blood.
Kak.
A chilling, eerie laughter spread. The pools of thick blood began to wriggle and change, becoming more and more three-dimensional. In the dazzling bloodlight, they transformed into the figures of red-robed people, their auras powerful, all in the Saint Ancestor realm.
What? How can this be? Exclamations rang out. Everyone was stunned.
Even Jiang Wushu's killing actions involuntarily stopped.
Every eye was filled with undeniable shock. What did they just see? Those red-robed people, they actually reformed?
And not just any number, the number was exactly the same as the red-robed people that had been slain.
Immortal demonic bodies?
The eternal blood prison.
What kind of method is this? Once a person is dead, they cannot come back to life.
This is the heavenly principle, the law of nature, and no one can go against it.
How is this possible? A strong person panicked, their words trembling. All the red-robed people who had been killed were brought back to life. And they all were in their prime.
At this moment, in the eternal blood prison, there were still 81 saint ancestors present.
This was terrifying. It overturned everyone's understanding.
This went against the principles of the universe, and no one could comprehend what was happening.
What kind of magical device is that skull?
A strong person said, shaking. Until now, everyone remembered that the red-robed people who had been killed had all turned into thick blood, seeping into the void, vanishing without a trace.
Now they finally realized that this thick blood must have silently returned to the skull, allowing them to regain their vitality.
It was not hard to imagine that this skull was definitely an unimaginable magical treasure.
As a result, the situation became even worse.
In fact, at this moment, it was not just Jiang Wushu, Emperor Badian, and others who felt fear.
In a distant, hidden void, there were nearly 20 saint ancestors quietly watching this scene.
They were from the Changshengji family, the Chanshengmu family, the Jinghong divine dynasty, the Overlord sect, and the Lianshan sect, among others. At this moment, faces of Ji Kanya, Munantian, and Ginghong Emperor were filled with horror and shock, being completely stunned.
Chapter 66, Has Ji ever tricked you all? The Changshengji family, the Changshengmu family, and the others from major holy places had hidden themselves here long before the war started.
They came here with the idea of watching the tiger fight from the mountain, seeking opportunities to act. If the eternal blood prison proved to be weak, they would appear in time, ruthlessly attacking the drowning dog, wiping it out in one swoop. Afterwards, they would find an appropriate excuse to explain to the Frost Emperor. But if the people of Xian Frost Cave suffered heavy losses, once Su Qingxuang and that quasi-emperor were to fight until both sides were exhausted, they would instantly strike, delivering a thunderous blow, fiercely biting into the Frost Emperor. At that moment, if successful, the divine treasures and spirit roots accumulated by Xian Frost Cave for many years would fall into their hands.
This was a bold and audacious plan. But it also made people incredibly excited.
Ji Kanya, Munantian, and Jinghong Emperor had already predicted that today's battle would be a brutal bloodbath. And indeed, as it turned out, one saint ancestor after another fell, with more than 20 red-robed saint ancestors slaughtered.
But no one ever expected that those fallen blood-robed people would all return again. Their auras were as strong as in the beginning, without any weakening, all in their prime. This was terrifying, making people's scalps tingle. The methods of the eternal blood prison are too strange. The head of Lianshan sect, Zhang Wanli, suddenly spoke, his tone trembling slightly. Jinghong Emperor, Overlord sect leader Su Quangren, Munantian, Ji Kanya, and others also wore expressions of fear, silently nodding. That skull can actually nurture magical path saint ancestors. If I'm not mistaken, those blood-robed people aren't real flesh and blood. They're not living people,
they must have condensed from magical powers, taking form.
Ji Kunya's eyes glimmered as he made this deduction. This conclusion instantly shocked everyone else. To have condensed 81 Saint Ancestor level beings using magical methods was completely beyond comprehension. Those are all Saint Ancestors. Not something made out of clay.
For ordinary people to become Saint Ancestors is exceedingly difficult. Throughout history, many exceptionally talented individuals have been blocked by that heavenly barrier, unable to gain entry. But now, within a magical treasure of the eternal blood prison, so many powerful beings have emerged.
How could this not make one feel a chill down their spine?
I finally understand why the eternal blood prison can wreak havoc everywhere, yet no one has ever seen their true form.
The Skyward Emperor took up the conversation and spoke. Under his reminder, everyone present suddenly understood.
For months, the eternal blood prison had caused endless slaughter. The sacred feather, sacred ground, and the Taishian sect, such strong inheritances, were all annihilated in their hands. In the 3,000 realms, countless sacred lands and major sects, gathering numerous powerful beings, launched encirclements, attempting to eliminate them in one fell swoop.
But each time, they returned empty-handed.
Every time they slaughtered a land, set up a blood array, and refined souls with blood, they vanished without a trace, never to be found again.
No one knew where they went.
But now, seeing that crystal-clear skull, the Skyward Emperor and the others suddenly felt enlightened as if awakened from a dream. After the eternal blood prison refines blood and devours souls, it must have taken all the strong beings who attacked and hidden them within the skull, retreating calmly.
This truth finally surfaced. One couldn't help but marvel at the devilish means, so treacherous. What kind of extraordinary person could forge such a demonic treasure? Unimaginable. Patriarch Ji, I'm lucky to have listened to you, otherwise.
At this moment, Mu Nantian suddenly turned his head awkwardly and looked at Ji Kunihiko.
Yes. If it weren't for Patriarch Ji, we would have been in big trouble. Zhang Wanli, Su Quangren, and others also spoke up one after another.
They felt a wave of dread in their hearts, lingering fears. If it weren't for Ji Kunihiko pulling them together, planning that shocking act, they would probably be on the battlefield now, battling the eternal blood prison. But it wasn't hard to guess that the situation wouldn't be much better than now. The eternal blood prison was too strong. As the great battle progressed, powerful beings would surely fall. And the opponent's forces would rise from the ashes, their combat power unchanged.
This was definitely an unimaginable test. No one could guarantee they would last until the end and return alive. But thankfully, they listened to Ji Kunyeko's words and did not act. That decision proved to be incredibly correct, worthy of gratitude. Ji Kunihiko, hearing the praises, had a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Have I ever deceived you all? He laughed ominously, feeling a wave of relief in his heart. He. Jiang Wushu, Jin Lingtian, Di Batian, He Mengchang. These people will have big troubles next. A powerful ancestor of the Ji family sneered. If this continues, it won't take long before we have a final conclusion. Let's get ready. As long as Su Qingxuan strikes forcibly, both she and that silver-robed quasi-emperor of the eternal blood prison will suffer. Then it will be our turn to make a strong appearance, striking with thunderous force, delivering a deadly blow. All the divine treasures and spiritual roots of the Xianshuan cave heaven will belong to us. The Skyward Emperor spoke in a somber tone. Let's continue to watch the good show. Ji Kunihiko said. He began to brew surging hot blood throughout his body, his energy silently roaring, feeling extremely excited and full of anticipation. Mu Nantian and others felt the same. Everything was progressing even more smoothly than they had imagined. They could almost picture Su Qingxuan forcefully attacking, fighting against the quasi-emperor, and later suffering a great drop in cultivation. At this moment, everyone's thoughts started to stir again, their eyes fixed tightly on the Xianshuan cave heaven direction. In the distance, Jiang Wushu, Jin Lingtian, He Mengchang, and others were all in shock, mixed with immense hatred. Jiang Wushu, the good show has only just begun. Looking at the shocked expressions of the group, the demon servant laughed mischievously. Then, his expression changed, and he shouted in a deep voice, killing intent overflowing. Kill them! 81 red-robed ancestors roared and launched a full-scale assault, surrounding Jiang Chufei-sen, Di Batian, He Mengchang, and others. Jiang Wushu, I shall send you on your way. Jiang Wushu suddenly yelled. He fought fiercely against the devil servant, while Di Baotian and He Mengchang also exerted all their strength to activate the holy artifacts, trying to break through the encirclement of the red-robed people to assist him. Upon hearing his words, Jin Lingtian did not hesitate for a moment. The skull still hovered in the void, releasing a crystal-like brilliance that resembled jade. Jin Lingtian understood that as long as he could destroy it, after the 81 red-robed people were killed, there would be no chance for them to recover again. Thinking of this, Jin Lingtian let out a roar like thunder. Kill! The divine light of the imperial sword in his hand surged, like the galaxy rolling and a long rainbow spanning the sky.
In an instant, he split a blood-robed person in two, opening up a gap. Then, the dazzling sword light reappeared, fiercely falling towards that skull.
Chapter 67 The Eternal Lord. Jian Yuxian who dances with joy.
Jian Lingtian was the strongest sword saint of the present age, exceptionally skilled in the way of killing, wielding imperial weapons, like a tiger with wings. With one swing of his sword, it was as if a divine being had descended to the world, intending to cleave the entire universe in two. However, seeing him attack like this, the devil's servants paid no mind. The red-robed saints laughed coldly, as if mocking his actions. Under the gaze of dozens of eyes, that shining sword light directly struck the skull.
The unmatched sharpness destroyed heaven and earth, unbreakable and extraordinarily fierce. With a loud bang, the small skull exploded, turning into shards that flew everywhere, still carrying a warm light.
Wonderful!
The Lord of Huanshu couldn't help but shout, nearly applauding in celebration.
Others were also filled with joy. That devil treasure had finally been destroyed. This way, they would surely be able to break the eternal blood prison's immortal devil body.
However,
just as the excitement in everyone's hearts had just begun to rise, in the next moment, each person's eyelids began to fiercely twitch. They saw the brilliance from the shattered skull's fragments gradually dimming. Then, it actually transformed into drops of black blood that flowed in the void, quickly gathering into a mass.
This mass of black blood changed shape unpredictably, quickly morphing into the shape of a skull.
At the moment of taking shape, it emitted a flash of strong light, then gradually converged and returned to its original form.
How could this be?
The Lord of Huanshu's eyes widened, forcing back two red-robed people with one blow, speaking in disbelief. But the only response he received was the cold, disdainful laughter of the eternal blood prison's people. The rest were also filled with disbelief.
Jian Lingtian, don't waste your effort.
This treasure was crafted with my lord's lifelong cultivation, combined with countless divine treasures, infused with Taishir divine crystal to refine it. It is something you cannot destroy. The devil servant swung his long sword, a brutal flame surging, directly charging at Jiang Wushu. As he said this, Jian Lingtian and the others were horrified to death.
Taishir divine crystal.
This was an unimaginable divine object, used for crafting. It almost only existed in legends. According to legend, before the ancient times, when the world was first opened, when everything first arose, vibrant and full of life, yin and yang rotated, countless miraculous objects were born, with infinite uses.
And Taishir divine crystal was one of them. The divine treasures forged with it do not possess strong offensive power, but they allow the soul to carry within, transforming into a second body. At the same time, Taishir divine crystal could not be broken. Even if destroyed, it could quickly restore to its original state. This was equivalent to possessing an immortal body. Compared to Taishir divine crystal, the many rare materials of today are like broken copper and rotten iron, utterly unremarkable. What was most difficult to accept was that after enduring the upheaval of the ancient and pre-ancient eras, Taishir divine crystal had become extremely rare. In today's world, it is rumored that someone obtained it billions of years ago, but ultimately, its whereabouts are unknown.
Aside from that, there is no other relevant information. It is evident that the amount of Taishir divine crystal mixed into that skull would not be much, but it was enough to be terrifying. No one knew how the eternal blood prison had found it.
This is truly terrifying. However, Jiang Wushu noticed another important piece of information.
His spear transformed into a divine dragon, roaring with rage, using all his strength to block a sword light from the demon servant.
Who is your master, after all? He asked in a deep voice. This question pulled the others back to reality.
The people from the Primordial Sacred Land, Sword Hidden Mountain, Fulong Divine Dynasty, and Jade Cauldron Sacred Land finally remembered that the demon servant just mentioned a key term, master. Behind a quasi-emperor, there is actually a more mysterious master.
How could anyone believe this? Ha ha ha.
You can call my master the Eternal Lord. The demon servant laughed loudly. At this moment, He Mengchang and Di Badian also escaped the surrounding attack of the blood-robed people. Each of them pushed their sacred weapons to the limit, divine light shining brightly, crushing the void, fiercely suppressing the demon servant.
Could it be that a second heavenly emperor has appeared in the world? Someone exclaimed nearby, unable to believe it.
If this were true, it would surely be a world-shocking event. But Jiang Wushu immediately denied this guess.
Impossible. In today's world, there cannot be a second heavenly emperor. He denied it again.
Su Qingxuang is the only heavenly emperor. If a second one were to achieve that status, it absolutely would not escape her notice.
There would be no accidents at all.
It's precisely for this reason that Jiang Wushu dared to make this assertion. However, the demon servant had no further response to this matter.
Jiang Wushu, I advise you not to struggle anymore. Any more resistance is futile. That pitch-black magic sword unleashed a shocking sword light.
Its unmatched sharpness seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth, forcing Di Badian and He Mengchang back 100 miles, both spitting blood, their faces pale. Even the brilliance of the sacred golden Xian jade cauldron and the imperial seal had dimmed considerably. The demon servant did not get entangled with them and pressed directly towards Jiang Wushu, determined to slay him first. The fierce battle continued, shaking heaven and earth, making the sky tremble, and laws collapse. Above everyone, that boundless black cloud still lingered. The thunder rolled on, never ceasing. But suddenly, an extraordinarily terrifying roar echoed, shaking the universe. Roar, roar, roar. It was as if countless wild elephants stood tall in the sky, all raising their heads and roaring towards the heavens. Even the rolling thunder seemed to be suppressed beneath them. Many holy ancestors present felt a moment of dizziness. That little brat's technique, has it been perfected? Hearing that voice, Jiang Wushu's heart instantly sprang this thought. The little guy had been practicing that divine skill for months. Even before being born, he showed no sign of stopping. And at this crucial moment, he actually perfected it? In fact, Jiang Wushu's guess was correct. At this moment, Jiang Yuxian had indeed mastered the divine elephant prison technique to a great extent. Finally reached the 5th level, mission accomplished. In the womb, Jiang Yuxian felt an incredible joy inside, wanting to jump 3 feet high. At this time, his small body shimmered with divine light, all 840 million particles glowing at once. Within each particle, a giant elephant perched, all roaring towards the sky, as if they could tear apart heaven and earth. At this moment, Jiang Yuxian felt his body filled with unstoppable power. The first stage of the divine elephant prison technique is complete. My strength has definitely increased 1,000-fold. 840 million particles, each particle equivalent to a small dantian, storing vast amounts of spiritual energy. One can imagine how terrifying it would be when so many giant elephant particles exert their strength simultaneously. Jiang Yuxian felt that, with just his physical strength, he might be able to leap over 1 or 2 major realms and overpower his opponent. This made him excited and thrilled, dancing with joy, overly happy. Thanks to my mom. Jiang Yuxian thought to himself. If it weren't for his mom adjusting her strength at the last moment to help him withstand the pressure, this mission reward would have certainly gone down the drain. And now, the surrounding space had been compressed to the extreme, almost touching his body. This indicates that he is about to be born, there is no time left. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards have been issued, please check for yourself. At this moment, the system's voice rang out just in time. Chapter 68, Mom, go ahead and deal with them fiercely. With the system's voice, Jiang Yuxian's mood became even more excited. He happily opened the system space. Inside, there was indeed a small droplet of liquid, suspended like a large water droplet. Even with the barrier of space, he could feel a powerful and unrivaled life force emanating from it. Is this the primordial divine spring? Jiang Yuxian looked at the droplet with fiery eyes. This is a good thing. The primordial divine spring possesses an unimaginable vitality. It is said to have the power to bring the dead back to life. Even if one is seriously injured, as long as they can still breathe, using just a drop can almost instantly restore them. The effect is simply terrifying. This is definitely the ultimate treasure. It is unlikely to be found anywhere in the vast wasteland world. Even Jiang Yuxian only has 10 drops in his hands. Such a good thing, I need to save it for later. Jiang Yuxian thought to himself. In the future, as long as I don't suffer a broken skin and bleed, I will definitely not use the primordial divine spring. In the room, Su Qingshuang opened her eyes once again. This little guy has finally succeeded in cultivating? Look at how happy you are. Feeling the little one's excitement, a loving smile appeared in her eyes. Grandma Shi beside her was also amazed. At the same time, both of them felt a deep sense of emotion. This little thing, Yuxian. He refused to leave the womb until he successfully mastered that divine skill. They never expected that the little one could transform all tiny particles in his body into a giant elephant form before being born. This is incredible. Now, can he be born with peace of mind? Thinking of this, Su Qingshuang and Grandma Shi both couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Xia Qingshuang, don't delay. Once the little guy is born, you have to hurry and recover. Grandma Shi brought over a colorful quilt, unable to help but urge her. Su Qingshuang's delicate brows also showed a hint of urgency. At this moment, the terrifying sounds of battle from the outside continued to reach their ears. Scenes of brutality also fell under the coverage of their divine senses. Jiang Wushu and the great figures from various holy places could not hold on much longer. In the womb. Hearing the words of Mom and Grandma Shi, Jiang Yuxian's excited expression suddenly froze. That terrifying war, even though he was in the womb, he could feel how shocking it was. Eternal blood prison, is it? You dare to act against my parents, you must not know how to write the word death. Jiang Yuxian said deep in his heart. His small face became serious, filled with killing intent. This eternal blood prison came to stir up trouble on the day of my birth.
And even arrogantly claimed to sever my parents' heads. This is intolerable. Next, they will surely be disappointed. Isn't it just a period of weakness? With the primordial divine spring in hand, what am I afraid of?
As long as mom strikes at full strength, even if it's an eternal blood prison, it's nothing.
Not to mention some quasi-emperor. Even if a deceased heavenly emperor suddenly revived, what is there to fear?
Zhang Yuxian coldly smiled to himself. While he was thinking about this, the surrounding space had already compressed to an extreme, pressing against his body surface.
The time to be born has come. The energy in the space all rushed into his body.
And the force of tearing became stronger, pulling his body in a certain direction. Zhang Yuxian felt as if an intense light was rushing towards him, and everything in front of him became invisible.
He is about to be born. Time waits for no one. Zhang Yuxian quickly opened the system space, waved his hand, and a drop of liquid separated out. It was the primordial divine spring.
With another wave of his hand, this drop of liquid flew directly away.
He was getting farther and farther away. This drop of divine spring was left inside his mother's body. Mom, give them a good beating for me. Zhang Yuxian waved his hands and feet, silently shouting.
Suddenly, a great sense of pressure hit him, and his head began to buzz, like countless bees buzzing around his ears. In the next moment, all consciousness faded into chaos, and he lost all perception.
Outside world. The battle between both sides was still ongoing.
Sacred artifacts roared, imperial weapons shook the sky, and the attacks were like a war between gods and demons.
Terrifying energy wreaked havoc, destroying everything.
The 81 holy ancestors of the eternal blood abyss laughed wickedly, and evil spirits began to appear on their magical blades, wailing mournfully.
They were too strong.
Before long, another elder from the Jade Cauldron Holy Land fell. That aged figure fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. But even in midair, he was dismembered by several blood-robed figures, and the thick sacred blood flowed, which they refined and absorbed. The others watching this scene were almost wide-eyed in shock. On the other side, Jiang Wushu, Deepening, He Mengchang, and Jian Lingtian were also heavily injured. Each person's face was pale, with blood at the corners of their mouths, and their breaths significantly declined.
Especially for Jiang Wushu, a deep wound appeared on his lower abdomen, blood gushing out.
Thick demonic energy swirled around the wound, preventing it from healing.
The demonic servant launched a fierce attack, paying no attention to Deepening and the others. He focused entirely on Jiang Wushu, wanting to behead him first. Jiang Wushu, let's see how much longer you can hold on. Today, you will be the first soul under my sword. Ha ha ha. The demonic servant laughed wildly. With his cultivation and the imperial weapon in hand, he was crushing everything in his path. He wanted to kill Jiang Wushu before Su Qingxuan made her move.
And just when the demonic servant was feeling extremely pleased, a horrifying phenomenon suddenly gathered in the sky above everyone. Heavy dark clouds above the 9 heavens began to surge wildly. Like the tide rising in a vast sea, waves crashing against the shore, each wave taller than the last. A destructive force was rapidly brewing, releasing a breath that could annihilate everything. Many strong ones present suddenly shivered, their hearts filled with alarm.
That is...
Everyone stopped and looked up at the sky, their expressions shaken. Under their gaze, moments later, a bolt of black lightning, 100 times thicker than before, suddenly struck down from the sky. The sight was like an ancient god standing beyond the firmament, wielding a pillar that supports the heavens, striking fiercely at the ground.
Boom! A terrifyingly vast sound spread out, deafening.
Instantly, many holy ancestors had their scalps nearly explode, their minds turned to mush.
Only a loud buzzing sound echoed. In that moment, everyone briefly lost consciousness.
That terrible black lightning crashed into the towering mountains, shattering peaks and flattening endless land. When the thunder dissipated, it transformed into fierce bolts of lightning, rampaging through the void, striking towards the heavens above and sweeping through the underworld below.
Infinite energy danced and killed everything. Near the Xuanchuan cave, an area of hundreds of miles was completely flattened. As far as the eye could see, stones were scattered, the ground was level, and the scene was horrifying.
After a long while, this scene gradually calmed down.
This is...
The demonic servant shook his head vigorously, the power within him circulating, finally regaining consciousness. He looked at this scene, his expression filled with shock. Others were also filled with extreme terror. That bolt of black lightning was too terrifying. If not for the high cultivation of the holy ancestors, managing to dodge quickly, many would have lost their lives in an instant.
The terrifying black lightning, radiant in its divine might, could destroy the heavens and the earth. The demonic servant gazed tremulously at all of this.
But suddenly, he burst into laughter again, arrogant and wild.
Chapter 69, A Person in Another World, Just Born, What Process to Follow? Ha 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 ha. I understand now. Su Qingxuan's child has been born. The words of the demonic servant. Let everyone come back to their senses. The sky was filled with dark thunder, an omen brought by the imminent birth of the emperor's child. And this most terrifying thunder was the true sign of his arrival. At this moment, a new life must have already come into this world. In an instant, Jiang Wushu's face suddenly became excited. A hint of warm smile couldn't help but appear on the corner of his mouth. The brat was born. In this moment, he longed to be by his wife's side and say, "You've worked hard." To hold Jiang Yuxian in his arms, and together with Su Qingxuang, to see what the little one looked like, enjoying family bliss as three. But at this moment, the mad laughter of the dark servant echoed in his ears, resounding endlessly. Su Qingxuang has finally reached her weakest moment. Jiang Wushu, I will first take Su Qingxuang's head, but I'll allow you to live a moment longer. The dark servant said coldly. He gripped a sword of dark light, and as soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed like a rainbow through the sky, rushing towards that small courtyard with furious speed. He was actually going straight for Su Qingxuang. Seeing this scene, Jiang Wushu's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. The hearts of others also began to race wildly. Everyone understood that the moment the Frost Heaven Emperor gave birth to the Emperor's child was indeed the weakest time. A realm master suddenly making a move, she might truly not withstand it. In just an instant, Jiang Wushu's eyes were filled with a deep red. You dare, thief! He roared fiercely, like a wounded beast, howling with all his strength. Zzz. A terrifying sound wave ripped through the long sky, revealing a narrow space crack. Jiang Wushu's black hair danced wildly. Su Qingxuang and Jiang Yuxian were his loves and kin. Jiang Wushu would never allow anyone to inflict any harm upon them. Even if he died, he must prevent the dark servant from entering the small courtyard. Jiang Wushu moved in an instant. He held a spear and charged madly towards the dark servant. However, at that moment, a dozen red-robed figures nearby all struck out together, rushing towards him with deadly intent. Magical blades erupted with bloodlight, surrounding him tightly, blocking his path to interfere. Endless demonic aura surged, turning the space into chaos, terrifying spatial cracks intersected like ghastly wounds, extremely frightening. Jiang Wushu's eyes bulged with fury, his hair standing on end, murderous intent shaking the heavens. Those who block me shall die. He roared long and loud. With a wave of his hand, the fire god furnace roared in response, pouring out boundless blazing flames, scaring the red-robed figures to retreat in fear. Then, his spear suddenly struck a figure in front of him, instantly shattering their body. Jiang Wushu carved out a path of blood, charging towards the dark servant. Besides him, the three others, Deepening, Himengchang, and Jian Lingtian, also broke free from their entanglements in a short time, rushing to assault the dark servant. Kill! Powerful imperial weapons and sacred artifacts released terrifying divine might, like splitting the heavens and earth, fiercely attacking the dark servant, forcing him to pause and respond. Seizing this opportunity, the four figures surged forward, blocking his path. Ha ha ha! With just you, how can you stop me? The dark servant laughed loudly, raising his dark sword, and struck swiftly. The pitch-black sword light struck out, simultaneously hitting the sacred golden jade cauldron and the dragon-emblazoned imperial seal. The two sacred artifacts trembled and cracked slightly, as if struck by thunder, then flew back, crashing into two mountains thousands of miles away. Zzz. The dark servant's sword momentum surged again, instantly pushing back Jiang Wushu and Jian Lingtian. The two spat out blood, their energies in disarray, and their auras plummeted sharply. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Wushu, don't rush to die. I will surely make it complete, sending you and your family underground to reunite. The dark servant laughed maniacally, full of arrogance, embodying an invincible pose. Jian Lingtian, Himengchang, and Deepening gritted their teeth, enduring their injuries, attacking repeatedly. Jiang Wushu's hair flowed wildly, his eyes blood red, fighting like a madman. The fire god furnace zigzagged through the void, continuously pushing back the desperately charging red-robed figures. The battle at this moment has reached a critical juncture. As long as Su Qingxuang is unharmed, once she regains even a fraction of her strength, there may be a turnaround. Therefore, they gave it their all, determined to stop the demon servant at all costs. However, this alliance of four immensely powerful holy ancestors could not truly block his steps. The figure in the silver robe stepped through the void, like ascending a heavenly staircase, taking one step down after another, continuously approaching the small courtyard. Jiang Wushu and the others were like moths drawn to fire, repeatedly struck by the light of the demon servant, yet they charged forward recklessly time after time. Each of them was seriously injured, their blood soaking through their long robes. The battles in other places were equally fierce. Everyone from the various sacred lands wanted to break through the blockade and rush to help. However, the formation of the 81 holy ancestors of the eternal blood abyss was far too terrifying, sealing them off completely. Before long, among the people from the Huanchu sacred land and the Wenixian sect, another holy ancestor fell, torn to pieces by the blood-robed man, their death tragic.
Under the War King's command in the Fulong Divine Dynasty, the massive black tiger, like a small mountain, was also swept by the battle's energy, letting out a mournful cry, falling into the ravine, uncertain of its fate. In a distant, hidden space, Ji Quni, the Emperor Ginghong, and Mu Nantian watched all this, their eyes filled with shock. This battle was too cruel, touching everyone's hearts.
It's almost time.
Jiang Wushu and the others can't stop the eternal blood abyss at all.
That quasi-emperor is about to break into Su Qingxuan's residence. It won't be long before there will be a conclusion.
Mu Nantian muttered softly to himself.
Beside him, Ji Quni's eyes reflected endless waves. The developments were indeed all expected by him.
The Shen Frost Cave Heaven could not withstand the assault of the eternal blood abyss, let alone eliminate it.
Everyone, be prepared to move.
Once Su Qingxuan fights with that quasi-emperor to the death, we must seize the opportunity firmly.
Ji Quni's voice was cold and sharp.
The others present also readied themselves, prepared to take action at any moment.
At this moment within the Shen Frost Cave Heaven,
Grandma Shi Wuqing's excited voice echoed in the room.
It's born, it's born.
She stretched out her slightly trembling hands and pulled out a smooth baby from the bedding. This baby was naturally Jiang Yuxian. At this moment, the glaring light before him had vanished. Upon opening his eyes, he saw a thin figure, but with a kind smile, holding him in her arms.
Needless to say, this old woman must be Grandma Shi. I just came into the world, should I cry a few times? Jiang Yuxian blinked his eyes, rolling over curiously, unsure in his heart. What's this? I'm just a newbie. It's my first time being born with complete awareness, I don't understand the rules. Should I just let it go, or should I go through the motions and cry a few times to make it seem proper? Sorry, I'm making everyone laugh.
In the room, Grandma Shi Wuqing carefully cradled the baby, her eyes turned into slits from joy.
The wrinkles on her face seemed to dance with happiness, full of delight. Hee, this little guy is really handsome, with thick brows and big eyes. And he's so well behaved, just born, not a bit noisy.
She held Jiang Yuxian, absolutely enamored, constantly looking him over.
In an instant, she took in Jiang Yuxian completely. Whoa! It's embarrassing.
Jiang Yuxian panicked, quickly extending his tiny hands to tightly cover his own weapon.
What a joke!
I just came out of my mother's womb, still bare.
And I'm being held by Grandma Shi, who's staring at me intently. If she keeps looking, the fame of Jiang Yuxian in this life will be ruined.
He felt extremely embarrassed, and his little face instantly turned bright red.
His tiny hands desperately covered the critical parts. So ugly, it's simply dreadful. Looking at his appearance, Shi Wuqing laughed even more joyfully. Oh? Is the little one blushing? Ha ha ha. Did you already know how to be shy at such a young age?
Shi Wuqing laughed heartily, surprised.
This little one even knew to cover its face. Isn't that just astonishing? Auntie Shi, let me see the little one.
Su Qingxuan sat up straight in bed, extending her hands. At this moment, her expression was extremely tired. The little one's birth had taken away a huge amount of her original strength. But when Su Qingxuan held Jiang Yuxian in her arms, this tiredness transformed into extreme satisfaction and happiness.
Little one, let mommy take a good look at you.
Su Qingxuan spoke softly, looking at Jiang Yuxian with a face full of love. At this moment, Jiang Yuxian was also observing her.
Wow, my mom is so beautiful.
His little mouth formed a round shape. Even though he had seen countless online beauties in his past life, none of them could compare to his mom. This was not an ordinary woman, but more like a fairy descended from heaven. Especially those watery eyes, filled with love that made Jiang Yuxian's heart melt, swelling with warmth. This woman was indeed his mom in this life.
Mom! Mom!
At this moment, Jiang Yuxian's vocal cords had not fully developed. When he opened his mouth, he could only produce a few simple syllables.
He waved his arms and legs, reaching out for his mom's embrace.
Su Qingxuan's gaze softened even more, holding the little one tightly in her arms, unwilling to let go. Even Shi Wuqing, who stood beside her, had a kind gaze, not wanting to interrupt.
However, after a moment, the old woman still reminded them. Shao Qingxuan, they can't hold off the enemies outside any longer. Let me take care of the little one, you need to focus on recovering.
They could both sense the situation outside. The fierce battle was raging, the quasi-emperor from the eternal blood abyss was pushing forward, about to reach the door.
Jiang Wushu and others fought desperately, bathed in blood, but they simply couldn't hold him back.
In front of several sacred ancestors, a quasi-emperor possessed the strength to defeat thousands.
Upon hearing Shi Wuqing's words, Su Qingxuan's expression turned serious.
The little one had just been born, it should have been the best time for family reunion. But who could have predicted that the eternal blood abyss would suddenly come knocking at the door?
This was a fight to the death. Whoever survives will be the ultimate victor. Grandma, I'm counting on you. Just give me a stick of incense worth of time. Su Qingxuan gently handed Jiang Yuxian over to Grandma Shi's hands.
Then she prepared to recover her strength. There was not enough time to return to peak condition. The situation outside was too urgent. It wasn't long before a holy ancestor fell, losing their life.
Su Qingxuan could only make a slight adjustment before going out to fight. Sigh. Grandma Shi sighed softly.
With the great enemy at hand, Su Qingxuan's desire to fight would inevitably require burning her origins to resolve today's crisis. But doing so would surely come at an unimaginable cost.
That kind of result, Grandma Shi couldn't even bring herself to think about. She lowered her head, looking at the baby in her arms. In her murky eyes, filled with endless sadness and sighs. If Su Qingxuan and Jiang Wushu encountered any mishaps today, what would happen to this little one? I hope we can get through today safely. Grandma Shi said in a barely audible voice. On the bed, Su Qingxuan looked reluctantly at Jiang Yuxian.
Then she gently closed her eyes, preparing to enter a state of recovery.
But just at that moment, a tremendous shock suddenly appeared on her beautiful face.
At the same time, an incredible energy within her body began to unfurl, like ice and snow melting away.
This energy spread rapidly, filling her entire body in an instant. Then, Su Qingxuan felt the original strength within her was recovering at an unimaginable speed. In just a blink of an eye. Back to the peak. What is? Su Qingxuan widened her eyes and spoke in shock. She had no idea where this power came from. It seemed to be born out of thin air. But the result was extraordinarily shocking. In the past few months' consumption, plus the source power taken away by the little one's birth, it actually replenished completely in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the energy within her surged, like countless stars shining, the heavens spinning, and the great paths resonating. Such a strong effect was simply unbelievable. Even in the entire vast wilderness realm, it would be hard to find any spirit herb or treasure with such miraculous effects. Xiao Qingxuan, you. Not only Su Qingxuan herself.
Granny Shi, holding Jiang Yuxian, had just wrapped him in swaddling clothes and was also stunned at this moment. She clearly felt the tremendous change occurring in Su Qingxuan. That Grand Emperor's majesty was everywhere. Granny Shi stood aside, unable to help but tremble. It was obvious that Su Qingxuan had returned to her peak state. At this moment, she possessed the full battle power of an emperor. Where does that power come from? Could it be? Su Qingxuan thought for a long time. But she could not figure out the exact source of that power. Soon, her gaze suddenly turned, landing on Jiang Yuxian in Granny Shi's arms. At this time, the little one was turning his head and grinning at her. Yuxian, could it really be because of you? Once she thought of this possibility, Su Qingxuan's inner shock deepened. Aside from Jiang Yuxian, she couldn't think of any other possibility. Combining everything that had happened in the past 6 months. This little thing had shown many extraordinary feats since cultivating in the womb. Accompanying divine bones, 2 powerful and unmatched techniques, creating a new bone refining extreme, awakening the thunder martial vein, achieving divine powers with celestial realm cultivation. One after another, not a single event failed to astonish. This series of events made one unable to avoid attributing all the wonders to him. Little one, it seems you really are mother's lucky star. Su Qingxuan beamed, reaching out to pat the little guy's bottom. She was highly confident that her changes were absolutely connected to the little guy. Su Qingxuan had no intention of digging deeper. But standing aside, Shi Wuqing was in a daze. Xiao Qingxuan, what's going on? Shi Wuqing asked in confusion. She was truly mystified now. Xiao Qingxuan had just given birth, and she should be very weak, needing some time to recover. Moreover, indeed, she had just been very weak, her cultivation probably could not exert half of its potential. But now, how did she suddenly return to her peak? Facing Shi Wuqing's confusion, Su Qingxuan only shook her head. Granny, I will explain this later, please help me take care of Yuxian first. She slowly got off the bed. Suddenly, Su Qingxuan seemed to have transformed into another person. From a loving mother, she became a great figure wielding the sun and moon to pluck the stars. An extremely terrifying aura burst forth from her. This aura was vast as the sea, deep as a chasm, with great paths revolving and laws vanishing around her. At a glance, Su Qingxuan looked like a celestial demon descending to the earthly realm, suppressing everything. I will go out to deal with the eternal blood prison. Since they dare to invade my Xian Frost Cave, they must be prepared to perish. Su Qingxuan's gaze was sharp, like divine flames flickering. But before she could act, she heard a loud bang. A shocking sword light instantly destroyed this small courtyard, turning it into nothingness. Chapter 71, Surprised? Unexpected? The sudden huge commotion startled Jiang Yuxian. He was full of excitement, wanting to see his mother display her powers. Who would have thought that suddenly someone would demolish their house? Seeing such a big scene for the first time, his soul was scared away. Okay? I curse your grandfather's fourth uncle's grandmother. In the arms of the old lady, Jiang Yuxian waved his hands and feet, shouting angrily. But to the ears of outsiders, it sounded only like a series of childish voices, expressing strong dissatisfaction. At this moment, everyone in the fierce battle couldn't help but look over. They saw that the originally intact courtyard had become a pile of ruins. Two figures were standing there. A baby in a swaddling blanket was being held by an old woman, appearing fierce and aggressive. That is, the emperor child. Suddenly, the people from all the sacred places understood that the noisy little guy was the newly born emperor child. But in the next moment, everyone's heart was raised to their throats. Emperor Shuangtian, retreat quickly! The Lord of Huanshu shouted in panic. In the eyes of the crowd, the demon servant had already broken through the blockade, destroying that little courtyard. Jiang Wushu, Zhen Lingtian, He Mengchang, and Di Batian were all severely wounded by his sword, staggering a short distance away, their clothes stained with blood. And between the demon servant and Emperor Shuangtian, there were only 10 feet left. He held the demon sword, with boundless energy surging into it. The blade radiated a dark light like a tide, and evil spirits appeared, howling tragically as if wanting to break free from the sword to attack. Terrifying killing intent brewed madly, the long sword hummed, and demonic energy rolled. Ha ha ha! Su Qingxuan, watch me come to kill you! The demon servant laughed wildly. He moved like a silver rainbow piercing the sky and stabbed his sword directly at Su Qingxuan. On the blade, dazzling sword rays emerged, fierce flames unmatched, directly piercing the void to create a black hole. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Su Qingxuan. This scene made everyone stop fighting and look over. Everyone's expressions were tense to the utmost. This battle had unexpectedly reached the worst moment. Emperor Shuangtian had just given birth to the emperor child and was about to face the demon servant, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts like a great mountain. Damn it, so fierce. Mom, take care of him. If we don't smash his dog's head, how can we pay back for his huge audacity? Only the swaddled Jiang Yuxian waved his little fists fiercely. He wished he could rush over and smack that silver-robed man into a pig's head. But no one understood what he was shouting. At this moment, not far away, Jiang Wushu suddenly roared with a grim voice. Demon scum! Dare to harm my wife and child even a bit, Jiang will make you utterly perish even if I die. His long hair danced wildly, and his eyes turned blood red, nearly popping out of their sockets. The origin of the holy ancestor within him began to burn fiercely. In an instant, Jiang Wushu's aura surged, like an unbounded tide crashing through the heavens. Boom! A loud sound echoed at the peak of the sky. Terrifying power steamed in the void, with great paths revolving, laws emerging, and true meanings evolving. Jiang Wushu's aura surged, like a vast ocean heaving, giant waves crashing, directly hitting the ninth heaven. His aura instantly surpassed the peak state. At this moment, he charged out like a madman. Jiang Wushu's face twisted in rage, madness on his face. This scene made the strong people from all the sacred places tremble with fear. Everyone could see that the holy ancestor Wushu was burning his origin. He was fighting desperately, vowing to protect his dearest and beloved at all costs. Absolutely not allowing anyone to harm them even a bit. Holy ancestor Wushu! A strong warrior shouted from a distance, heartbroken. Everyone understood what burning the origin truly meant. It meant overdrawing one's life to gain a momentary boost in fighting power. But in the end, the consequences could be severe, drastically lowering his realm, falling back in strength, and almost losing hope of returning to his peak for the rest of his life. If it were severe, life would quickly fade, and death would come soon. All the holy ancestors felt deep hatred in their hearts. That quasi-emperor from the eternal blood prison had actually pushed the holy ancestor Wushu to this step. They saw that figure breaking through space, instantly appearing before Su Qingxuan. Granny Shi and Jiang Yuxian stood before the three of them. This is my old dad. In Granny Shi's arms, Jiang Yuxian seemed to see an ancient divine mountain soaring into the sky, ready to shield him from the wind and rain. Looking at the blood-soaked figure, he felt a strange emotion in his heart, a deep pain. At that moment, the silver-robed quasi-emperor's sword aura had already surged close. He heard a long, continuous laugh. Jiang Wushu, since you are so eager to seek death, then I shall fulfill your wish. The demon servant's face was full of coldness, and the sword light was directly aimed at Jiang Wushu's chest. So what if he's a quasi-emperor? Die for me! Jiang Wushu said fiercely. He raised his long spear and was ready to fight to the death with his opponent. But at that moment, a hand as white as jade suddenly heavily slapped his shoulder. In an instant, the boundless power within Jiang Wushu felt as if a divine mountain had collapsed, crumbling for thousands of miles. The blazing source energy burned like it was doused with a bucket of cold water, extinguishing instantly. The boost in strength also retreated like a savage tidal wave. In just a short moment, all his strength was exhausted, his body went weak, and he nearly toppled into the void. Such a sudden change left Zhang Wushu in shock. He saw the demon servant's sword light rushing towards him, but before he could think any further, he saw a jade hand stretching out from behind him, without any power fluctuations. He saw that hand reaching forward, fingers slightly spread, flicking gently. A finger as pure as green onion lightly tapped on the violent sword light that was rushing towards him. At that moment, time seemed to pause for a brief moment. Then came a sound like a great bell, resonating through the world. Boom! The sky turned upside down, the great ways collapsed, and the universe shattered. That crystalline finger, seemingly possessing the power to overturn a great chaos, struck out. The sword light unleashed by the demon servant was instantly shattered. Energy surged in the void, creating a wave of destruction that swept outwards in all directions. All the holy ancestors nearby were sent flying. The vast world was torn apart, like a piece of cloth ripped into shreds. Terrifying cracks in space spread, like a giant mouth of a demon king wide open, devouring heaven and earth. Ah! Not far away, the demon servant suddenly screamed mournfully. His figure rolled uncontrollably in the world, crashing into the void. The imperial weapon demon sword in his hand cut through the sky like a shooting star, tracing a straight line, piercing into a grand mountain 100,000 miles away. Wow! My mom is invincible. This is too strong. So awesome. In the swaddling, Jian Yuxian clapped his hands in excitement, cheering in delight. He looked at the stunning figure of the beautiful woman beside him, his eyes filled with little stars. He had been in this magical world for a few months. But today, for the first time, he witnessed this world with his own eyes. He never imagined that right after being born, he could see such a spectacular battle and see his mom showcasing her powers. At this moment, Jian Yuxian really wanted to run far away and ask those in the eternal blood prison. My mom is back at full strength. Surprised? Unexpected? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 72, Lady, she is just blustering. Jian Yuxian truly broadened his horizons. His mom's strength far exceeded his expectations. A true heavenly emperor was indeed far more terrifying than he imagined. Not just him, the many holy ancestors blown away by the shattered energy waves were equally horrified. They struggled to stop themselves from a distance, trembling as they looked in the direction of the Frost Sky Cave. The Frost Emperor she is not weak? Chu Feixian from the Asking Immortal sect said uncertainly. The others were equally puzzled. The force of the Frost Emperor's gentle strike just now did not resemble someone who had just given birth to an emperor, whose source was depleted. Just as they thought, the people in the eternal blood prison were also terrified. This is impossible. Never has anyone been able to recover after birthing new life. Immediately be able to return to peak. The way of heaven and law cannot be opposed. Even the heavenly emperor cannot change this. No matter how strong the divine medicine, it is impossible. In the distant sky, a figure in blood robes cried out. Everyone understood this point. To nurture new life, one must pay a price. Especially as new life becomes stronger, the mother will inevitably be weaker after giving birth. Among all living beings, no one can defy this. And the talent and horror of the prince are known to all in the world. In such a situation, even if Su Qingxuang is a heavenly emperor, with abilities that transcend creation, looking down at all beings, she could not possibly return to her full power in such a short time after giving birth. This is against heavenly principles. However, the reality is in front of them, leaving no room for doubt. In the original position of that courtyard, the tall figure of the woman stood still, her beauty unmatched, captivating the nation. She was surrounded by imperial might, a terrifying pressure pervading everywhere. Everyone couldn't help but feel their bodies tremble. This was an absolute suppression from a higher realm, representing the supreme dignity of a heavenly emperor that cannot be desecrated. It is simply not a pretense. And from the Frost Heavenly Emperor, there was not a hint of her burning her source to exchange for battle power. How could this be? Su Qingxuang. In the distant place, the demon servant finally stopped rolling. He knelt halfway in the void, his right hand, which originally held the magic sword, trembled sharply, black blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, his internal energy fluctuating. That pale face, which had no color, now turned even more ashen. In his eyes, disbelief was written all over. My lord! At this moment, a blood-robed figure suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse and deep. He said to the demon servant, "Do not be fooled by Su Qingxuang, my lord. She just gave birth, this time she must be using force to attack, but it is just too well hidden." Hearing this voice, everyone was momentarily stunned. This inference indeed makes sense. Just then, another hoarse voice sounded. Indeed. Su Qingxuan's bluster is likely to scare us away with her heavenly emperor might. My lord, there is no need to worry. Just hold her off, it won't be long before Su Qingxuang reveals her true form. At that time, suppressing her will not just be empty words. Such words made the hearts of those from various holy lands and major sects sink. The Frost Heavenly Emperor used great supernatural powers to conceal the fact of burning her source, wanting to intimidate the Eternal Blood Prison, to make them retreat.
This indeed is the greatest possibility.
On the other side, the demon servant's eyes also slowly brightened.
Whether it is bluster or not, we will know by trying.
The demon servant suddenly shouted coldly. With a stretch of his hand, one could hear the distant mountains explode, a loud sword cry resounding. That imperial weapon magic sword, carrying unparalleled might, shot through the air and was grasped by him.
Su Qingxuan, are you brave enough to fight me? The demon servant moved into the air, his internal spiritual power surging.
Terrifying demonic energy swirled around him, evil spirits roared, blood and malice surged into the sky, the energy was terrifying.
Rolling black light flickered, making him appear like an ancient giant demon.
His figure instantly traversed the deep blue sky, killing back into the realm of Xian Frost Cave. The magic sword howled, transforming into a towering swordlight, fiercely slashing down. This world seemed about to be split open by this sword.
Be careful, Frost.
Beside her, Jiang Wushu shouted anxiously.
Although at this moment his spiritual power was exhausted, he still raised the long spear, intending to block in front of Su Qingxuan.
But soon, he heard the gentle and pleasant familiar voice softly ring in his ear.
Wushu, you can rest easy. Next, just leave it to me.
Su Qingxuan said with a light smile. As she watched that sword energy coming down to kill, she extended her hand once more and slammed it down fiercely. With her movement, the laws of the universe resonated, order danced, and divine light burst forth. In the heavens above, it seemed to condense into an invisible giant hand, encompassing the endless sky, covering both the demon knight and that sword light.
Then, it struck down ferociously.
Like an overwhelming force of 100,000, it brutally pressed onto that sword barrier.
Boom!
The vast sword barrier instantly shattered into a mass of black light, and the broken energy scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, the figure of the demon knight became as tiny as an ant before a giant mountain, forcefully smashed into the vast earth.
Rumble, rumble.
The terrifying roar shook the heavens. The boundless earth cracked open, with bottomless chasms crisscrossing, appearing like divine abysses.
Where the immense power fell, a giant palm-shaped pit appeared. The surrounding rime of the Tao collapsed, the laws flew chaotically, all in disarray.
Everyone watched the scene, their hearts racing. They saw at the bottom of the pit, the body of the demon knight was crumpled into a ball, lying there. His silver robe had long been torn apart, his hair in disarray, breathing chaotic, utterly wretched. His bones twisted and deformed, his face looked as if it had been flattened by a shovel, all features wrinkled together. The previously unstoppable might of a quasi-emperor had vanished without a trace.
This.
A strong warrior was shocked, feeling extremely puzzled. Frost Sky Emperor had just given birth to the Emperor's child, consuming enormous energy. Under such circumstances, even if burning her essence to fight back, it shouldn't have such a terrifying might. Yet at this moment, she had completely suppressed that quasi-emperor from the Eternal Blood Prison.
This is too terrifying. Among the most shocked was Jiang Wushu. Frost.
He turned his head in astonishment. But Su Qingxuan did not look at him. Jiang Wushu's gaze fell back on the old granny beside him, wanting an answer. However, the old granny only revealed a smile and then shook her head. Clearly, she too did not know what was happening.
But Jiang Wushu could confirm one thing.
Frost had already returned to her peak state. But immediately, more questions grew in Jiang Wushu's heart.
What is happening? He was utterly perplexed. But soon, Jiang Wushu caught sight of Jiang Yuxian in the old granny's arms.
At this moment, that little one was waving its small arms and legs, cheering with immense energy.
It kept shouting loudly, as if cheering for Su Qingxuan, full of excitement.
This situation suddenly made Jiang Wushu's mind enlighten. Could it be because of this little brat?
Chapter 73, The Emperor's Might Unparalleled, Slaying the Quasi-Emperor Like Slaughtering Chickens.
Just as Jiang Wushu had this thought. But before he could ponder more, he saw a figure suddenly soar from the huge pit below, standing not far in the void.
It was the demon knight.
With a series of crackling sounds, his twisted bones and face gradually reverted to their original positions.
But the aura around him fluctuated violently, demon blood soaked his clothes, severely injured.
His standing body was slightly hunched, his face extremely pale.
My lord! Seeing his condition, dozens of blood-robed saints from the Eternal Blood Prison were shocked and quickly surrounded him. A quasi-emperor was actually injured like this.
Perhaps he no longer had even 1/10 of his initial combat power.
How could this be? Su Qingxuan really hasn't weakened. The many blood-robed people couldn't believe their eyes.
Su Qingxuan had just given birth to the Emperor's child, yet she was still so terrifying. This was incomprehensible. As events unfolded to this point, they could confirm one thing: it seemed Su Qingxuan had truly returned to her full strength. At this moment, she possessed complete heavenly emperor combat power. For the demon knight, this result was the hardest to accept.
His eyes glared bitterly at Su Qingxuan, filled with intense hatred and resentment. Su Qingxuan,
I don't know how you avoided the period of weakness, but don't be too proud too soon. One day, my lord will return in person to take your head.
You have usurped the heavenly emperor's position for hundreds of years, it's time to give it back. My lord.
He should truly be the one destined by fate.
The demon servant gritted his teeth and said coldly.
His eyes seemed to wish they could swallow Su Qingxuan whole.
Hearing his words, Jian Yuxian in the swaddling blanket began to flail and scream. This grandson is too arrogant.
If you are capable, come here and see if I won't smash your brains out.
Jian Yuxian screeched. He could no longer hold back.
This would-be emperor was clearly being suppressed by his mother, yet he dared to be so arrogant.
A gentleman can endure, but how much can one endure? However, no one could understand what Jian Yuxian was saying.
Under everyone's gaze, just as the demon servant finished speaking, the skull floating not far away began to tremble violently. It emitted a bright light, vanished into nothingness, and then manifested before the demon servant.
Go!
The demon servant suddenly shouted an order. No need for him to say more, dozens of blood-robed figures moved at once. Each of them transformed into a stream of crimson light, following him and entering the jade-like skull. They all understood very well that today's mission was destined to end in failure. The truth was right in front of them, no one could change it. In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures all entered the skull and vanished from sight.
These bastards are trying to escape. Quick, kill them! Jian Yuxian shouted again, extremely anxious.
There was no need for his reminder, the people from various sects immediately reacted.
Block them! These demonic scum! We absolutely cannot let them leave. Thieving rascals, return my junior's life. Kill!
In an instant, the ancestors shouted in unison. In today's battle, they had lost many companions, dying at the hands of the eternal blood prison. At this moment, as the enemy lost their strength, no one would allow these people to leave easily. Suddenly, more than 20 sacred artifacts glowed, their divine power daunting, launching a fierce attack at the skull.
Boom!
The void emitted a terrifying tremor, shaking violently. The sacred might surged, filling every inch of space, ready to annihilate everything. However, upon the skull, a rolling demonic energy suddenly surged. A fearsome wave appeared in the void as if a demon god was grinning hideously. A thick black fog rose and shrouded the skull.
Boom, boom, boom.
With a series of loud explosions, the world shook. Dozens of sacred artifacts seemed to pierce through the heavens, and a massive black hole erupted where the skull once was, devouring everything. The shattered energy surged like a tidal wave, rushing toward the heavens.
Yet, at that moment, the hearts of the ancestors all sank. Everyone realized that their attacks had landed in empty space.
They had inflicted no damage whatsoever on the people of the eternal blood prison.
Under everyone's watch, the skull was now nowhere to be seen.
It had already vanished into the void, taking the demon servant and dozens of powerful ancestors away to the distance.
Damn! Let them escape!
Strong warriors cursed loudly, filled with frustration.
But at that moment, a woman's voice echoed through the void. Do you think my Xianshuan cave is just any place? You think you can come and go as you please?
These words were cold and domineering, carrying supreme majesty. It was spoken by the Frost Heaven Empress. She stood suspended in the air, like an immortal descending from the heavens, as if about to ride the winds.
Tianshuang.
Then, she stretched out her hand, and a long sword condensed in the void. This long sword was entirely pure white, surpassing frost and snow. As soon as it appeared, it brought with it a terrifying wave of cold, freezing the entire region. It was as if the entire world would turn to ice sculptures because of this heaven frost sword. The powerful figures from various sects all shivered in that instant, trembling uncontrollably.
Su Qingxuan raised the heaven frost sword and slashed fiercely at the void. Sizzle!
Accompanied by a horrific sound akin to tearing silk, the heavens and earth were cleaved apart. A narrow space crack formed, connecting the 9 heavens above and the yellow springs below.
Stars fell from the 9 heavens, cut down.
And within that pitch-black space passage, a shimmering light as pure as jade flickered, racing away at high speed. Isn't that the magical treasure from the eternal blood prison?
In front of this emperor, how can you escape? With such domineering words, Su Qingxuan extended a delicate hand into the air.
This hand, looking incredibly slender and soft as if boneless, directly pierced through a rift in the void, crossing tens of thousands of miles. With a gentle grab, she caught the skull in her hand. With a slight tug, she brought it back to the Xian Frost Cave heaven. This scene made the many powerful beings present feel their scalps tingle, their bodies tremble, and a chill run through them.
My mom is just too strong.
In Granny's arms, Jiang Yuxian's eyes were as wide as copper bells. He truly witnessed the terrifying might of an empress. The sword pierced the heavens, slashing down great stars. One hand reached out, grabbing an imperial weapon from hundreds of thousands of miles away. Such divine power made people panic and tremble. Under the watchful, horrified gazes, Su Qingshuang did not stop her actions. She brought the skull closer and placed it before her.
One finger extended, gently tapping it. Dong! Like a demon's drum, the sound echoed through the world. Ah ah ah.
With a chorus of chaotic cries, the skull burst forth with a blood-red light, bathing the entire void in scarlet. Then, one by one, figures in blood robes fell from the skull.
Each person exuded fluctuating energy, standing unsteadily.
Upon seeing Su Qingshuang in front of them, they fled in panic to the distance. Moments later, a disheveled figure in a silver robe tumbled out. Before he could react, Su Qingshuang seized him in her hand.
Since you've come, how can you not leave your life behind? Su Qingshuang's chilling words rang out once more.
Her other hand held the long sword, Tian Shuang.
Ah ah ah.
The demon servant cried out, fear evident on his face.
Under the overwhelming power of the Empress, he couldn't move at all. Su Qingshuang, you dare to kill me? My master will never let you go.
He shouted in panic.
Master?
Su Qingshuang sneered at his words.
Don't say you are just a dog.
Even if your master were here, would they dare offend this emperor's dignity? Her voice was icy as she gripped the demon servant's hair, like holding a little chick. With her other hand, she held the Tian Shuang sword. The sharp blade ruthlessly sliced through the demon servant's throat.
Chapter 74, A Stunning Turnaround, the crowd erupts.
The Tian Shuang sword is one of the most powerful imperial weapons of this age. It is Su Qingshuang's life treasure, crafted from rare divine materials, nurtured with Emperor's divine source for many years, possessing unmatched sharpness. With a gentle swipe, it severed the demon servant's head.
Puff! Demon blood splattered violently.
The blood of a quasi-emperor contained endless life force, fiery and overwhelming, burning through the vast sky. At this moment, Su Qingshuang held the Tian Shuang sword in one hand and the bloodied head in the other. She looked like a death god emerging from the depths of hell, incredibly terrifying. Yet, simultaneously, she was spotless, her form ethereal, her simple clothes fluttering as if she were a celestial being. These two completely opposite images combined into one, creating a massive visual impact. Zhang Yuxian watched his mother's appearance with admiration filling his heart.
My mom is unrivaled in power, invincible in the world. Majestic and dominating.
He excitedly clapped his little hands, shouting aloud. Such a mom perfectly matched the image of a mighty giant in his mind. Usually, she kept a low profile, modest and friendly. But in critical moments, her brilliance shone through, revealing a thunderous presence, showcasing supreme divine authority.
A quasi-emperor was decapitated just like that. As if killing a little chick.
The multitude of powerful beings present witnessed the scene.
Each person's eyes were dancing wildly.
Deep within their hearts, there was a strong urge to shout out. The quasi-emperor of the Eternal Blood Prison was slain by the Frost Empress. This left them both excited and thrilled, a mixture of joy and astonishment.
Ah ah ah.
The remaining head of the demon servant.
A heartbreaking howl echoed. Su Qingshuang did not sever his life.
But all of his power was sealed, and he could never escape.
My lord! The dozens of blood-robed figures were despondent, as if dead.
Even a quasi-empire was slain, and the magic treasure fell into Su Qingshuang's hands. Today's plan had already announced failure, and the tide had turned, with no hope of reversal.
Quickly escape!
After a moment of shock, figures soared into the sky, fleeing in all directions.
They couldn't care less about the demon attendants. Filled with panic, they just wanted to flee.
The powerful figures from each holy place grew anxious. But before they could shout, countless runes flickered into being in the surrounding void. These runes enveloped the entire realm. The endless runes morphed, like the most terrifying world barrier, vividly manifesting. 81 blood-robed figures collided with it, as if slamming into an unyielding divine wall.
Boom!
The figures were suddenly bounced back. The 10 or so at the front instantly dissolved into a mist of blood. The rest were shaken, suffering severe injuries.
Heavenly Emperor's domain!
A powerful figure exclaimed in shock. The Heavenly Emperor, in tune with the Great Way, resonating with heaven and earth, grasping the essence of the laws. Able to enact rebirth, wield creation, mastering life and death.
Wherever they stood, they could create their own domain, possessing independent rules and order, ever-changing. This was the Heavenly Emperor's domain.
Under this domain, Su Qingshuang was a god, controlling everything.
Humph. With the Heavenly Emperor present, how can you escape?
An elder from the Huanshu Holy Land suddenly scoffed. The rest also chuckled coldly. The people of the Eternal Blood Prison had all become fish in a barrel.
This realm of heaven and earth was a blood-soaked prison. They could not break out. They could not escape. This let many powerful figures release their pent-up feelings. They had been stifled for too long. At this moment, they finally vented their frustration. And far in the distance, countless onlooking cultivators also witnessed this scene. Every heart was shaken to an unprecedented level. The crowd fell into a brief state of stupor. But soon after, they erupted into thunderous cheers. We have won. The Xian Frost Cave Sky has triumphed. The quasi-empire of the Eternal Blood Prison has been slain by the Frost Heavenly Emperor. 81 saints have become meat on the chopping board. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Everyone was overwhelmed with excitement, cheering with raised arms. The Eternal Blood Prison committed too many sins, with debts of blood and heinous crimes. They were mysterious yet powerful, unsettling countless cultivators in the 3,000 Dao realms, like a thorn in their sides. They even dared to provoke the Frost Heavenly Emperor. They intended to strike while the Emperor's son was born, attempting to challenge the Emperor. The world believed that this time, the Frost Heavenly Emperor was truly in danger. A quasi-empire brought imperial weapons to attack, along with 81 saints sweeping through, a scene utterly shocking, crushing all. This was an unimaginable disaster of life and death. But who would have thought, this battle would undergo a monumental reversal? The Frost Heavenly Emperor returned powerfully, invincible. In just 3 strikes, the mighty Eternal Blood Prison fell apart like a collapsing mountain. That silver-robed quasi-empire was even beheaded by her single sword. This energized many cultivators, their blood surging. The Frost Heavenly Emperor is unmatched, who can rival her? Frost Heavenly Emperor! Frost Heavenly Emperor! Frost Heavenly Emperor! Countless voices roared, singing praises of the Heavenly Emperor's name. Everyone's expressions were explosive, feelings soared, and the surroundings boiled. The horrifying sound waves surged like a raging sea, shaking the sky and quaking the heavens. At this moment, countless spectators were at the peak of excitement. However, in a concealed space, a group of people were restless. They were from the Jinghong Divine Dynasty, the Chanshengji family, the Chanshengmu family, the Lianshan sect, and the Overlord sect. They had witnessed every moment of this fierce battle. Originally, these people had prepared themselves, ready to strike at any time. They only waited for Su Qing Shuang and the Eternal Blood Prison semi-emperor to both suffer serious wounds, then strike with thunderous force to pull one semi-emperor off the pedestal. But reality gave them a heavy blow. The development of events completely exceeded their expectations. The power of the Frost Sky Emperor was like that of a god, invincible. As soon as he appeared, he used an extremely dominant method to calm everything down. This made Gcunyi, Munan Tian, and the others shiver with fear, their souls almost fleeing their bodies. What should we do? Should we still step in and clean up the mess? An elder behind Munan Tian asked, trembling. No one answered. But in fact, everyone had the answer in their hearts. Act now? Go die? Do they really think the Saint Ancestor of No Void and the Frost Sky Emperor are fools? For a moment, Emperor Jinghong, Zhang Wanli, Su Kuangren, and others all trembled, cold sweat pouring down their backs. Especially Gcunyi. The corners of his mouth kept twitching, not knowing how deep his fear had gone. In his original plan, if the Eternal Blood Prison was no match, showing even a hint of defeat, they would surely appear at the most critical moment to clean up the mess. At that time, they would come up with some reason to explain things to the Frost Sky Emperor, and at most receive a few scoldings. But who could have expected? As soon as the Frost Sky Emperor appeared, he showed supreme authority and quickly suppressed everything. No one could react in time. Now, it's too late to act. How could this happen? Impossible. There's no way this is right. Gcunyi muttered in panic, finding it hard to believe. The others also had the same question in their minds. They couldn't figure it out. Why could the Frost Sky Emperor, after just giving birth to an emperor's son, immediately recover? This is completely inexplicable. Chapter 75, The Blood Demon Transformation. Welcome, our Lord's arrival. At this moment, the Changshengji family, the Chanshengmu family, the Jinghong Divine Dynasty, and others were filled with fear. Meanwhile, far away, countless cultivators were still cheering and shouting. Their voices rose like waves, louder and louder. Inside the Xianshuan cave heaven, Zhang Wusu and old lady Shi both breathed a sigh of relief. The demon servant was slain, and dozens of blood-robed people became trapped beasts, unable to escape. A killing calamity was finally resolved. At this point, the fall of the Eternal Blood Prison was no longer in doubt. They would never stir up any more waves. Zhang Wusu's face was pale, but he couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Su Qing Shuang, then turned his head and glanced at the little one in the swaddle, whose eyes were full of stars. Now that his wife and child were safe, everything was well. So good. Su Qing Shuang, don't get too proud. Our Lord will never let you go.
In Su Qing Shuang's hand, the demon servant's head was still shouting angrily. And his words made everyone laugh coldly. Even Jiang Yuxian, who was in the swaddle, began to bare his teeth again.
This dog.
It's the worst time, and he's still talking nonsense.
He must be out of his mind. Mom, kill him. Jiang Yuxian shouted in a babyish voice. Jiang Wusu also coldly snorted. At this point, you still dare to shout. Don't even talk about your master. Even if the King of Heaven came today, he couldn't save you. Frost, search his soul. See what kind of rat this so-called Eternal Lord really is. He said.
Once these words were spoken, the strong men of every Holy Land and major sect all looked over. In today's battle, the demon servant had mentioned his master more than once. A being who stood behind the semi-emperor and commanded 81 saint ancestors. Who was that person? At this moment, everyone was filled with curiosity. But Su Qing Shuang did not search the demon servant's soul. She gently raised the demon servant's head and suddenly let out a light laugh. Master? If I'm not mistaken, you people together are the Eternal Lord, right? Su Qing Shuang said indifferently.
She scanned the many blood-robed saint ancestors not far away. Everyone froze in place. What did Frost Sky Emperor mean by this? All the people of the Eternal Blood Prison together were the Eternal Lord? The crowd stood still.
But in the next moment, the saint ancestors suddenly seemed enlightened, as if they had been struck by a bolt of wisdom.
I understand. An old man from Yuting Sacred Land patted his thigh.
The remaining people also began to speak. I have long seen that these people are not flesh and blood, but rather evolved from demonic forces.
But I never expected that they are all incarnations of the same person. So that's how it is. With Su Qingxuan's hint, everyone quickly understood.
They had fought in the Eternal Blood Prison and had already seen through many things. After the death of the 81 blood-robed saints, they all transformed into thick blood, seeping into the void and disappearing. But immediately after, they were reborn from that magical treasure.
At that time, everyone's jaws dropped.
They had already known that all the blood-robed saints of the Eternal Blood Prison were not living independent beings. And now, everyone finally saw through all the secrets.
When their powers merge into one, it is the Eternal Lord.
If the Eternal Lord's true body is undying, then these people are immortal. The so-called immortal demonic body is precisely this principle.
He Meng exclaimed. In the swaddling, Jiang Yuxian also understood.
But inside, he felt extremely astonished.
Is there really such a thing?
The methods of the demonic way are truly strange.
He sighed to himself.
The blood demon transformation method could split one person into so many powerful beings.
And each person possessed independent will. It was simply terrifying.
At this moment, however, Jian Lingtian, Deepening, and the others' expressions gradually became serious. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the floating skull.
It was clear. That fiercely inexplicable existence was right here. The greatest possibility lay in that skull. Will you show yourself, or do you want me to make a move to bring you out? Su Qingxuan spoke again.
Her tone was like a piece of ancient ice, eternally unchanging. This Eternal Lord attacked while she was giving birth.
Such an arrogant person, even Su Qingxuan wanted to meet. If I don't make you pay in blood, how can it justify such audacity?
As soon as Su Qingxuan's voice fell,
suddenly, a creepy laughter echoed in the void. Kak. Su Qingxuan, I didn't expect you to see through my blood demon transformation method.
In midair, the skull's jaw moved as it spoke these words. The moment this voice fell, the expression of the demonic servant suddenly became extremely respectful. The group of blood-robed people also paused for a moment. Then, everyone knelt down in the void, facing the skull, with utmost respect.
We welcome our Lord's arrival. The loud shout rang through the heavens. That skull suddenly released a brilliant, dazzling light.
From its deep eye sockets, 2 beams of light shot out like substance.
It was as if 2 death's eyes pierced through the void. This situation shocked the hearts of all the saints and teachings. They knew the Eternal Lord was coming. Such a show. Jiang Wushu's gaze was like cold lightning, tightly locked onto that skull. Silently, the figures of all the blood-robed people from the Eternal Blood Prison gradually twisted and transformed into thick blood. The demonic servant's body that fell to the ground exploded into a burst of bloodlight. Even the head held by Su Qingxuan also generated violent fluctuations, wanting to slip away and return to pure energy. Interesting. Su Qingxuan's mouth curved into a cold smile and did not intervene.
Instead, she loosened her grip, releasing the demonic servant's confinement.
She wanted to see who this Eternal Lord really was. In everyone's perception, the heavens began to shake violently. Buzz. Buzz.
A terrible tremor echoed around.
In the void, there was no longer any sign of the demonic servants.
Suddenly, it turned into a sea of crimson. The demonic flames erupted, burning fiercely, scorching the void, and destroying everything. The blood-colored light surged to the 9 heavens, and the terrifying aura of violence and bloodlust spread, sweeping both the heavens and the earth.
Kick. The skull's teeth clicked open and closed, like the sinister laugh of a demon. Under the gaze of countless eyes, pieces of flesh slowly formed, constantly writhing, covering the entire skull. Below the head, the scarlet light rapidly condensed into the neck, torso, and limbs. A complete body gradually took shape. Within the dazzling radiance, one could faintly see the figure of a man. At the moment of his appearance, an overwhelming and boundless power spread out in an instant. Boom! An unmatched pressure spread like a tidal wave, shaking the heavens and earth, and a great rumble echoed across the universe.
Terrifying demonic energy surged, destroying the heavens and the earth, devouring everything.
It was like an ancient giant demon had arrived in the world today.
Carrying unmatched majesty, the bloodshed spread in all directions. Chapter 76, The Hero of the Past, 600 Years of Forbidden Fate.
This commotion instantly drew the attention of countless people.
The cheers of the onlookers from afar abruptly stopped. In a hidden space, Ji Kuni, Munantian, and the others were also stunned, staring at the scene. They knew that another new change had occurred. The combined power of everyone in the Eternal Blood Prison condensed together, returning to the true form of the Eternal Lord. His arrival was like an ancient giant demon, standing tall between heaven and earth. His fierce might was terrifying, and the demonic flames surged. His aura, so powerful. Staring at the blurry figure, every pair of eyes twitched in response. The man's aura was even more ferocious than the previous demon servant, at least 10 times stronger. Half step. Emperor of Heaven. In the Xuanshuang Cave Heaven, an elder from the Huanshu sacred ground exclaimed in shock. The others were equally stunned, their minds in turmoil.
Half-step Emperor of Heaven. This meant that the young man had already 1 foot in the threshold of the Emperor of Heaven. He possessed the true majesty of the Emperor of Heaven.
Although he was still far from comparing with the Frost Emperor, he was already terrifying enough.
He was far more powerful than a mere quasi-emperor.
In the 3,000 Dao domains today, there was no other being equal to him.
This was terrifying.
The Eternal Lord was, in fact, a half-emperor. Around him, it was as if 3,000 hells were swirling, with evil ghosts howling, the river of the underworld rushing, and black waves smashing the sky. But this was not even the most shocking part. When the light around the man faded, his face finally became clearly visible to the crowd.
It was the face of a young man, extraordinarily handsome.
He had a tall, slender figure, his white robes fluttering in the wind, his demeanor transcendent. His purple hair was spread behind him, his face was chiseled, with sharp angles, and he exuded an air of nobility. His eyes were like 2 blood-red suns, glowing with a fierce, demonic light. The purple hair and red eyes made him appear extremely eerie. However, just when everyone saw his face clearly, they couldn't help but feel a sudden stir in their hearts, their scalps tingling.
Especially Jiang Wushu and Su Qingfeng. The two of them changed expressions drastically, their bodies uncontrollably shaking.
Big Brother Shui. Jiang Wushu's pupils suddenly widened, and Su Qingfeng's face turned pale, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable.
The people from Xingjian Mountain, Fulong Divine Dynasty, Yuding Sacred Ground, and Huanshu Sacred Ground were also shocked, their hearts trembling. It's him! How could it be him?
The crowd erupted in an uproar, their shock beyond words.
From a faraway distance, countless cultivators were also staring blankly at this scene.
Some of the more experienced cultivators even saw everything clearly.
Their emotions today were in turmoil. The fierce battle earlier had left them in awe. The might of the Frost Emperor was astonishing. But none of these shocks could compare to what they were witnessing now.
The moment the young man, the Eternal Lord, appeared, it instantly caused many elder figures in the crowd to lose their minds, filled with panic.
Him. It really is him. That person, he's back. An elder cried out in astonishment.
The body trembled, hard to believe.
In the cave.
Zhenling Tian, Himeng Chang, Diba Tian, Diwu Shuang, and Chufei Xian all stood like wooden sticks, stunned for a long time. Su Qing Shuang and Jiang Wusu's eyes turned red all of a sudden.
Their expressions were extremely complicated. Surprise, joy, sorrow, various emotions intertwined. Who is this person? Why did everyone freeze when they saw him? In the swaddling blanket, Jiang Yuxian didn't understand.
He tugged at Granny Shi's collar with one hand and pointed at the man with the other, babbling in curiosity. The old woman finally came back to her senses from her daze.
Little one, do you want to know his background? Sigh.
Granny Shi couldn't help but let out a long sigh as soon as she opened her mouth. Strange colors appeared in her murky eyes.
In fact, this was not only Jiang Yuxian's confusion. Many onlookers were equally curious. Who exactly is he? Faced with the crowd's inquiry, some elders couldn't help but sigh deeply.
I can't believe it's already been over 600 years in the blink of an eye. His name has been buried in the 3000 Dao for so long.
This is a taboo. Someone spoke with a sigh.
And these words further piqued the curiosity of others.
What kind of name could make the vast 3000 Dao so tongue-tied? Many elders shook their heads repeatedly, both shocked and regretful.
They looked toward the direction of Xianshuang Cave, gazing at the eternal master who stood in the void.
After all, since this person has reappeared today, there is no taboo left to speak of. A strong person spoke softly, slowly elaborating.
He was a genius from hundreds of years ago, the true incarnation of the Holy Sun, the one who was closest to the position of the Heavenly Emperor.
His name is Xuehong Lu.
As soon as the name Xuehong Lu was spoken, it was like a thunderclap in the clear sky, shocking the world.
What? Xuehong Lu. He is Xuehong Lu. He is actually still alive. Many people shouted immediately.
These people, at the very least, were old cultivators who had lived for hundreds of years.
They had never seen Xuehong Lu.
But those three characters were like the deepest imprint, etched in the depths of their souls.
In an instant, many people's minds were flooded with countless legends and secrets from many years ago.
Over 1,000 years ago, there existed an unmatched colossal force in the world, the true Yin Holy Land.
Xuehong Lu was the holy son of that time.
His talent was beyond compare, rare in history. After hundreds of years of cultivation, he reached the highest point, competing for the peak of the Holy Ancestor.
He became the first person in the history of the true Yin Holy Land.
At the same time, there were two other young people who shone brightly alongside Xuehong Lu.
Jiang Wusu, Su Cheng Shuang. Three top geniuses were like three blazing suns in the sky, shining brightly for miles. Their brilliance left all their peers gasping for breath. No peer could surpass them. All three had the potential to become emperors. They dominated an entire era. Even many elders appeared dim in comparison to them. Three suns in the same sky, a magnificent world, vast and extraordinary. Countless people worshipped them, revering them like gods, admired by all.
Moreover, Xuehong Lu, Jiang Wusu, and Su Cheng Shuang shared a close friendship, being dear friends to each other.
Because he was slightly older, Xuehong Lu always regarded Jiang and Su as his younger siblings, caring for them a lot.
The three walked side by side through the 3000 Dao, exploring mysteries, venturing into dangerous places, discussing profound truths, and laughing at the world. In the end, they almost stood at the peak of their realm at the same time. Together they launched an attack toward the Heavenly Emperor realm, which hung in the void for nearly 10,000 years.
Three suns, side by side in the ninth heaven, competing fiercely, refining themselves for the way.
And this was then told as a beautiful story.
So, he was an old friend of Dad and Mom, a genius from the same era. In the swaddling blanket, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but feel emotional. From Granny Shi's few words, he could imagine what a brilliant and splendid era that was. In such a glorious era, one cannot help but yearn. Father and mother, along with the saint son of true evolution, looked down upon the world, making countless heroes bow in submission. In the distance, many young cultivators also trembled inexplicably. Before their eyes, the long-lost charm of the snow-red tower seemed to reappear. But when the image of such a remarkable figure overlapped with the sight of the purple-haired man surrounded by red and emitting demonic flames, it caused an overwhelming shock. A supreme being who once dominated the ages had actually fallen to such a state. He had become the eternal lord of blood slaughter, feasting on souls. Even his name had turned into a taboo that could not be mentioned for the past 600 years. Many in the younger generation were astonished. What on earth had happened back then? Chapter 77, The Tao of Heaven is lacking, and two emperors cannot coexist. Few in the younger generation knew the past of the snow-red tower. But those who came from that era were like thunder in people's ears. The snow-red tower was once the pride of the true evolution Holy Land. A grand holy place, existing for tens of millions of years, poured everything into cultivating it. But who could have thought? Over 600 years ago, the Frost Heaven Emperor stole yin and yang and seized creation, being the first to unravel the mysteries of the Tao. He successfully condensed the fruit of the Heavenly Emperor's Tao, forging an immortal body to reach the pinnacle. Right after that, the snow-red tower suddenly went mad. In one night, it fell into the devil's path. He wielded the slaughter knife and killed everyone in the true evolution Holy Land that had nurtured him. Hundreds of thousands of people died unjustly. Everyone was swallowed soul and blood drained. Millions of disciples in true evolution, from the Holy Ancestor to ordinary students, were brutally massacred, leaving not a single soul alive. In her crib, Jiang Yuxian listened to the elder's words, her heart filled with astonishment. Such a strange event, if not witnessed, is simply unbelievable. A holy place with a lineage of tens of millions of years, killed entirely by the saint son they took pride in. Transformed into a bloody hellish inferno.
From that moment on, there was no true evolution Saint's son left in the world. Replaced by a bloodthirsty demon, killing at will. If it weren't for that one incident with the 10 demon sect, perhaps he wouldn't have taken this irreversible path. The elder gently murmured, her wrinkled face showing deep bitterness.
The 10 demon sect. Jiang Yuxian instantly grasped this phrase.
On the day she accompanied the elder back to the Xuanchuang cave, they had encountered a city massacre by the eternal blood abyss, and the elder had mentioned these 3 words. Because of this, father and mother's mindset suddenly darkened, and their emotions fell low. Unexpectedly, the 10 demon sect was actually related to the Snow Red Tower. As Su Qingxuan's closest person, the elder knew many details unknown to others. The 10 demon sect once wreaked havoc in the world, killing people and refining souls, committing numerous evils. They possessed a horrific soul-devouring codex, using blood as a medium and living souls as offerings, mastering terrifying demonic powers that were both wicked and brutal. Countless people died at the hands of the 10 demon sect. Many holy lands and sects united to eliminate them but could not kill them all. In the end, it was the Snow Red Tower that, with Jiang Wushu and Su Qingxuang, went through great efforts and paid various costs to find the 10 demon sect's mountain gate.
They eradicated them entirely. The soul-devouring codex also fell into the hands of the 3.
Before burning it, the Snow Red Tower took a look, hoping to see if it had any reference value. But who would have thought that a few years later, he would use the demonic method himself, slaughtering all his fellow disciples. In the end, countless people from the 3,000 Dao realms chased him to the ends of the earth. Until he fled into the forbidden land of death, did it finally stop. Because that was a forbidden zone even the Frost Heaven Emperor did not dare to tread lightly upon, treacherous and extremely strange. Everyone thought the Snow Red Tower was doomed.
And because of his actions, he had lost all morals.
Plus, both the Frost Heaven Emperor and the Wushu Holy Ancestor were heartbroken because of him. The entire 3,000 Dao realm tacitly decided, in public, no one would mention the name Snow Red Tower again.
Fearing that a careless word would touching the heart wounds of 2 supreme beings.
Time swiftly passed, over 600 years. Never would have thought that today, he has returned again. And, it is right as Emperor Frost prepares to give birth, manifesting 81 holy ancestors, 1 quasi-emperor, raising the slaughter knife at her. Shui Honglu himself has also stepped from the quasi-emperor realm of that year to now half-stepped to the heavenly emperor realm.
No one knows why this is. He went mad for the heavenly emperor position.
In the end, old lady she gave such a summary.
Heavenly emperor position? Jiang Yuxian furrowed his brows.
This statement made it hard for him to understand. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out.
Jiang Wushu, Su Qingxuan, why are you both in a daze? Are you surprised to see me?
The people from Sangjian Mountain, Yuding Sacred Land, Fulong Divine Dynasty, Huanshu Sacred Land, and Wenxian sect were originally still standing in place. But after this voice fell, they were pulled back to reality.
The speaker was none other than Shui Honglu.
Or should it be called, the Lord of Eternity? His voice was deep, a wicked smile on his lips. A pair of eyes shining like a blood sun quietly focused on Su Qingxuang and Jiang Wushu.
Brother Shui.
The couple's expressions were full of sorrow, their eyes bright red. The person before them was once their dearest friend.
Just like an elder brother. But now, he has become this way.
Jiang Wushu wanted to say something, but an elder from Sangjian Mountain suddenly seized the chance to speak, angrily scolding.
Shui Honglu. You bloodthirsty, insane devil. How dare you still appear?
As the old man spoke, an endless sword intent surged from his whole body, turning into a terrifying sword light and rushing towards Shui Honglu. The aura of killing shook the heavens. As if wanting to tear apart the entire world, along with Shui Honglu. However, Shui Honglu merely gave a light snort.
Bang! A sound like a silver bottle shattering echoed.
The skyful sword light instantly dissipated and collapsed, the vast sword intent also crumbled into nothing in an instant. That elder from Sangjian Mountain suddenly let out a muffled grunt, his body repeatedly retreating, his steps cracking the void. His aura was wildly shaking, his face turned pale in an instant.
Holy ancestors facing half-step heavenly emperor, was like an ant shaking a tree.
Until Zhen Lingtian, Emperor Badian and others all took action, only then did they dissolve that power. Shui Honglu looked at them, his face full of disdain and contempt. He opened his mouth softly.
Why would I not dare to appear?
I came today to kill Su Qingxuang and take back my rightful heavenly emperor position. As he spoke the last sentence, Shui Honglu's voice became extremely deep, like an injured beast roaring, his purple hair moving without wind. These words made Su Qingxuang and Jiang Wushu's expressions darken once again.
And the others were once again filled with fury. Shui Honglu, you are simply ridiculous.
The heavenly emperor position is right there, if you really have the ability, gather Dao fruits yourself.
Do you think dragging Emperor Frost down will allow you to sit in that position? Is this your reason for massacring your own sect back then and being so violent now? whether over 600 years ago or now. Shui Honlu has always been filled with evil deeds, committing tremendous sins. Because of him, far too many innocent lives perished. This made the strong ones from various holy lands eager to kill him quickly. And what they said were the doubts in Jiang Yuxian's heart. You, Shui Honlu, want to become emperor, then just go. What does it have to do with my mother? What connection does it have to you falling into the demonic path? A bunch of ignorant ants. What do you understand?
To everyone's angry questions, Shui Honlu let out a grim laugh from his throat.
He raised the corner of his mouth, fully displaying disdain and mockery. He didn't explain anything.
However, Jian Lingtian took over the conversation and revealed the truth.
The way of heaven has its flaws, one lifetime cannot accommodate two emperors.
In today's great wilderness realm, it is impossible to have two heavenly emperors at the same time.
He shook his head and said, What? The way of heaven has flaws? One lifetime cannot accommodate two emperors? In an instant, the audience was in an uproar. Most of the people present came from the holy ancestors' lineage.
Only the hidden Sword Mountain was personally established by the Sword Emperor of Infinity.
They hold many secrets that most people do not know. And this is one of them. Chapter 78, 600 Years of Obsession. If not an emperor, then a demon. 3,000 realms of inheritance run deep through history. Everyone knows, a heavenly emperor is born at least every few million years.
Now, nearly 10 million years have passed since the last heavenly emperor disappeared.
In such a long time, even the ancient ancestors have passed away several generations.
Therefore, very few know that this world does not allow two emperors to coexist. Upon careful reflection, throughout the long history, apart from extremely ancient times, it indeed seems there has never been a period with two heavenly emperors. All of this is because, the Tao is incomplete, the heavenly Tao has flaws. Such news sent shockwaves through the hearts of the people from the Fulong Divine Dynasty, Jade Cauldron Sacred Land, Primordial Sacred Land, and the Ask the Immortal sect. They exchanged glances, all overwhelmed by a feeling of shock. This hidden truth was something they were hearing for the first time. Indeed, without reaching that level, some things are difficult to know. Among the countless talents in the 3,000 realms, the truly qualified to contend for the position of Heavenly Emperor are just too few.
In several million years, it's rare to see one.
Otherwise, that position wouldn't have remained vacant for nearly 10 million years, where no one can step in.
It's no wonder.
Clearly, back in the day when the three suns hung in the same sky, all three had the aura of becoming emperors. But the one who truly could ascend to the pinnacle was only the Frost Heavenly Emperor.
So that's how it is.
This world simply cannot accommodate a second Heavenly Emperor. With my mother here, Snow Red Building could never successfully condense the fruit of the Heavenly Emperor Tao. In his cradle, Jiang Yuxian's eyes widened. He finally understood why Snow Red Building went to such lengths to kill his mother. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuxian suddenly couldn't help but feel endless rage. This brat is really something. My mother has already become an emperor ahead of time. He has no abilities, yet blames others? Jiang Yuxian shouted loudly. He stared fixedly at Snow Red Building, his small fists waving fiercely.
However, Snow Red Building didn't even glance at him. Brother Snow. So many years have passed, can't you let go of your obsession?
In the crowd, Jiang Wushu spoke again. He covered his face in pain, his voice turning a bit choked. Hearing this, Snow Red Building suddenly let out a cold laugh. His gaze flickered, like two red beams of light moving horizontally in the void, making the air tremble and hum. He roared angrily, filled with rage.
Obsession?
Jiang Wushu, everything is your fault. If it weren't for you secretly cutting off your own Tao and giving it to Su Qingxuan back in the day,
how could the Heavenly Emperor position have landed on her? I become like this today because of you. When these words came out, the crowd was shocked. Countless eyes widened like bells. Is there such a thing? Wushu ancestor cut off his own condensed portion of the Tao to help the Frost Heavenly Emperor forge an immortal body?
Each strong person had a changed expression.
This matter was utterly unknown to outsiders. How could Wushu ancestor be willing? That was the key to the supreme realm, painstakingly cultivated. He just gave it away. Gave it to Frost Heavenly Emperor. This was unimaginable. My father.
At this moment, Jiang Yuxian's heart was also stirred like a storm. He could only sigh, his father deeply loved his mother.
In an instant, all gazes wandered between Su Qingxuan and Jiang Wushu.
Su Qingxuan lowered her head in silence, her eyes red. But Jiang Wushu shook his head, crying out in pain.
Brother Snow, you are wrong.
Back then, Frost was already so close to becoming a heavenly emperor. Even if I didn't help her, she would still be the first among the three of us to attain Tao. In fact, both of us are not as good as her. Listening to these words, Snow Red Building wore a cold smile. His hair flew wildly, like the purple willows swaying in the wind.
Gritting his teeth again,
The savage voice growled.
Jiang Wushu, you don't need to explain. No matter what, the throne of the Heavenly Emperor must be mine. Mine.
If the heavenly Tao does not allow two emperors, then I will carve my own path. If the common way does not work, then I will take the path of demons, using the power of countless living beings, forcefully breaking through that shackling barrier.
If the heavens and earth block me, then I will overturn the heavens and earth. Snow Honlo's body was surrounded by demonic flames, radiating a mysterious aura. It was domineering and fierce, filled with heroic spirit. But to everyone's eyes, all they saw was sheer madness.
Brother Shui,
please wake up.
Jiang Wushu also roared, filled with sorrow, helplessness, and a deep sense of despair.
Jiang Wushu, are you still pretending here?
Snow Honlu suddenly shouted coldly. At this moment, Su Qingxuan slowly raised her head and looked at him.
Brother Shui, it's not too late to turn back.
If you can put everything down, cut off your demonic origins, and repent and apologize to the souls that died by your hands, I can guarantee your life. For the rest of your life, Wushu and I are willing to give everything to promote virtue and accumulate good deeds for the human race of the 3,000 Tao domains, to cleanse your sins. Su Qingxuan spoke slowly, her tone calm. But as she spoke, tears were already streaming down her face.
Ha 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 ha.
Snow Honlu suddenly burst into a wild, long laugh. Suddenly, the laughter came to an abrupt halt.
Cleanse my sins? A joke. He looked at Su Qingxuan as if she were a fool. His eyes flickered, and terrifying scenes manifested in the void. It was a hellish sight. There were evil spirits weeping. There were souls crying out in agony. There were mountains of corpses and seas of blood, endlessly turning. In that moment, the entire world seemed to have turned into a hellish abyss. The terrifying stench of blood spread out, sending chills down everyone's spine. Even the distant onlookers felt as if they were suffocating, as though death itself had seized their throats. He glared at Su Qingxuan with malice. As long as I can become an emperor, not to mention killing a few ants. Even if I have to kill all the living beings in the world, what does it matter? The terrifying killing intent surrounded Snow Honlu, swirling endlessly.
As soon as his words fell, all the saint ancestors present, more than 20 in total, felt their scalps go numb.
Madman. He's a complete lunatic. Even now, he remains stubborn and unyielding.
The crowd trembled with anger. Snow Honlo's words shocked and enraged them.
600 years of obsession. If he doesn't become emperor, he will become a demon. For the sake of becoming emperor, what does it matter if he slaughters all of humanity? Looking at the vast river of history across the 3,000 Tao domains, who would dare to be this reckless? This bastard is too arrogant.
In the cradle, Zhang Yuxian's mood gradually calmed. His eyes were cold. Clearly, Snow Honlu had already been consumed by the demon's nature, and there was no turning back. It was just that his parents still couldn't let go of the past.
They hoped he would turn back.
But unfortunately, Snow Honlu had let them down.
Emperor Frost, Saint Ancestor Wushu. At that moment, Jin Lingtian spoke.
Everyone's gaze turned to him.
Stop trying to persuade him.
He is already deeply rooted in demonic nature, no longer the true saint son of the past.
Kill him.
The others around them thought for a moment, then all shouted in unison.
That's right.
Snow Honlu is headstrong, stubborn, and unrepentant.
Kill him.
Eradicate the disaster for the 3,000 Tao domains, and avenge those lost souls. If we spare his life, who knows how many more will die in his hands.
He is a disaster, the common enemy of the human race.
If Snow Honlu doesn't die, the 3,000 Tao domains will never know peace.
One after another, voices filled with boundless fury roared toward Snow Honlu. Each person released a terrifying aura. The void trembled, and the universe roared. As long as Emperor Frost nodded, they would immediately use saint weapons and imperial weapons to attack without hesitation. Chapter 79, The Deadly Land, the Blood Demon Escapes the World. The killing intent of the people from the Great Holy Land surged like a tidal wave, smashing toward the sky. After the birth of the Emperor's son, Emperor Frost returned in full glory. The mighty and eternal blood prison was instantly crushed. Even though Snow Honlu before them was only a half-emperor. In front of her, the storm could not be stirred up either, the Frost Emperor could suppress it with just a flip of his hand. But opposite, that purple-haired, red-eyed man stood in midair, unmoving and unyielding. His demeanor was disdainful, showing not a trace of fear. Su Qingxuan and Jiang Wushu felt nothing but helplessness. They knew the truth in what the crowd was saying. Brother Shui really cannot turn back. Brother Shui, surrender yourself. Do not force me to take action. Su Qingxuan's lips parted slightly as she spoke. Yet this provoked Shui Honlu to laugh once again, looking up at the sky. Ha 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 ha. Su Qingxuan, you think too highly of yourself. Even the Sea of Death couldn't bury me, and you think you can kill me?
His words made everyone shiver.
The Sea of Death. That is one of the most terrifying life-forbidden zones in the wild region. Don't mention ordinary cultivators. Even the Emperor-level powers wouldn't dare to easily tread in. They're like countless heinous beasts and dangers, where every step is a peril. Who knows how many have perished there? It is told that many years ago a being at the Emperor level ventured deep into the Sea of Death, seeking to uncover its mysteries. But in the end, they never came out again. Back when Xue Honlu was hunted down, he too entered the Sea of Death. But not only did he survive, he has now returned alive. What had Xue Honlu experienced over these hundreds of years? As the crowd trembled, an immense scarlet glow suddenly burst forth from Xue Honlu's body. The smell of blood spread. Terrifying power transformed into an unparalleled dark evil dragon, a hellish blood phoenix, long singing and shrieking, shaking the heavens. Su Qingxuan, today you escaped a calamity. But one day, I will return, and take back my emperor position from you. Xue Honlu's words were domineering, his expression arrogant. As he spoke, a destructive power surged from him. In front of him, a narrow space crack appeared. Xue Honlu stepped forward, about to cross into it. He wants to escape. Frost Emperor, make a decision. We can no longer hesitate. Sword Ling Tian, Emperor Ba Tian, Himeng Chang, and Xu Feixian all shouted in unison. Today, they could not let Xue Honlu leave calmly. Otherwise, the entire 3,000 domains will have no peace in the future. Countless lives will face disaster. Su Qingxuan of course understood this principle. Without needing the crowd's reminder, she had already acted. Su Qingxuan's figure swayed, soaring straight up like a sacred phoenix from the heavens. The fierce emperor's majesty descended like a weight of 100,000 mountains, violently crushing this world. The vast sky was covered by the emperor's domain, turning into the most terrifying copper wall and iron bastion. Brother Xue, do not blame me. Su Qingxuan's voice rang out. The frost sword in her hand trembled violently, emitting a shrill sound, and a terrifying chill suddenly spread across the surroundings. At this moment, everything between heaven and earth was covered in thick frost, pristine and flawless. Even the blazing sun overhead reflected a cold light. Even the many ancestors felt their lips, noses, eyelids, and hair tips covered with ice crystals. The space crack in front of Xue Honlu was also filled with frost, solidifying there. The cold seeped into their bodies, almost turning everyone into ice sculptures. Frost fills the heavens. This is one of the strongest divine abilities of the Frost Emperor. She has used all her strength. Everyone was astounded. Faced with a half-step emperor, the Frost Emperor went all out. It was evident she did not wish for Xue Honlu to succeed in escaping. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Qingxuan took a step forward, arriving close to Xue Honlu. She raised her long sword and lightly swung it towards Xue Honlu. There were no intense fluctuations, everything appeared so simple and unadorned. But in the eyes of many strong beings, they clearly saw the laws of heaven and earth being violently cleaved under the sword's edge. Xue Honlu was pinned down by vast power, unable to move. With all his might, he conjured a thick blood-red light shield, blocking in front of him. Boom! As the long sword came crashing down, a colossal roar echoed throughout the world. Endless long days, boundless sky, as if a gigantic jade piece suddenly shattered into fragments. Even from thousands of miles away, all cultivators were knocked to the ground. I don't know how many people spewed blood, their faces pale and gray. And in the Xian Frost Cave, a terrifying energy storm crazily shot out, intending to pierce through everything. A breath of death descended upon everyone. My God! I was just born today, it can't be that I'm going to die so soon, right? Zhang Yuxian was terrified by his mother's sword strike. The Supreme Bone released a dazzling light, wanting to protect him. But the power unleashed by his mother was something that the current Supreme Bone could not resolve at all. Amidst the terrifying might, Su Qingxuan raised a hand and gently pressed in the void. The terrible aura of death immediately settled down, dispersing in the blink of an eye. The rolling waves of energy also stopped in an instant. Only then did a group of people breathe a sigh of relief. Ah! The howls of Xue Honlu erupted. That blood-colored light shield had long since shattered into nothingness. His figure kept rolling, collapsing one void after another. Then, he crashed into the boundary of the Heavenly Emperor's realm, spitting out a large mouthful of black blood. A deep wound appeared on his chest, exposing his beating organs, bone shards grim. Xue Honlu's face was twisted, glaring fiercely at Su Qingxuan. Su Qingxuan, you can't leave me behind. Xue Honlu roared. Brother Xue, are you still unrepentant? Su Qingxuan said. She stepped forward again, chasing after Xue Honlu. But suddenly, Xue Honlu shouted again. Blood demon escape. Break for me. His whole body unleashed a wild aura.
Essence blood burned, demonic energy steamed.
A fierce, overwhelming might burst forth. Not good. He used escape technique. He wants to flee. A group of holy ancestors were alarmed. If a half-step Heavenly Emperor wanted to escape, even the Heavenly Emperor might not be able to keep him. While everyone was speaking, Shui Hongluo's immense power surged, the scarlet light rippling, wrapping him entirely within. In an instant, he seemed to transform into a blood-colored, unmatched divine spear, carrying the aura to annihilate everything, sharp and unstoppable. The blood spear shot out like a bolt, stabbing forth as if a demon god raised an army. Sizzle! This realm was pierced with one strike. The Heavenly Emperor's domain also created a hole under the terrifying aura. The blood spear fled, carrying Shui Hongluo's figure, breaking through the void, vanishing in an instant. And between heaven and earth, there were still faint words. Su Qingxuan, wait for me. As long as I don't enter the Heavenly Emperor, one day, I will come back to kill you. As this voice faded, there was no longer Shui Hongluo's presence in the surrounding atmosphere. That huge hole quickly closed up. Chapter 80, everyone, have you seen enough of the show? Su Qingxuan held the Skyfrost sword, a sword ray struck into the empty place. The blood escape technique allowed Shui Hongluo to escape from danger. At this moment, even Su Qingxuan could no longer sense his fluctuations. Damn it! He still managed to escape. The powerful practitioners of the Holy Lands were furious. Shui Hongluo's evil doings must be suppressed, it should be forever eradicated. But unfortunately, he still successfully escaped. Sigh. Old woman, she sighed softly. Jiang Wushu stood there in a daze. Su Qingxuan stood in place, looking into the distance, not moving for a long time, not knowing what she was thinking. Shui Hongluo escaped, burning his essence blood, he will definitely suffer serious injuries. In a short time, he will definitely not be able to recover half-emperor strength. In the 3,000 domains, there should be peace for a while. Huanchu Holy Master lightly sighed. Only then did everyone breathe a slight sigh of relief. The eternal blood abyss will not appear in the short term, this great calamity can be considered temporarily settled. But the Lord of Eternity has not died after all. Perhaps one day in the future, he will appear again, bringing calamity to the world, slaughtering billions of lives. This is like a sword of death, always hanging over everyone's head. After some time, I will visit the land of death. In the distance, Su Qingxuan finally regained her senses and walked back. She suddenly said this. Shuang'er. Jiang Wushu immediately showed a worried expression. That place is a land of death. It once buried the Heavenly Emperor. He did not want Su Qingxuan to put herself in danger. Don't worry, I will be careful. Su Qingxuan said softly. After the incident at Xiehang House, everyone present became disinterested. Especially Jiang Wushu and Su Qingxuan. Xiehang House was their close friend. They treated them like brother and sister. But who would have thought that just because of the Heavenly Emperor's position, he turned to the demonic way and killed so many people? More than 600 years ago, there was already an incident. Now old matters are reignited, and trouble arises again. He even wielded the knife against the two of them. This was hard for the couple to accept, and their mood was extremely low. Jiang Yuxian saw all of this. He could understand his parents' feelings. But they couldn't remain in this state just because of one Xiehang House. Dad, Mom, don't be sad. Jiang Yuxian suddenly sprang up from the arms of Grandma Shi, breaking free from the swaddling. With his smooth body, he jumped up, and the spiritual energy on his small body lit up, covering the critical areas. He darted straight into Su Qingxuan's arms, one small hand hanging around his mom's neck. With the other hand, he gently brushed over her slightly swollen eye corner. Mom, you look bad when you cry. Jiang Yuxian said in a tender voice. Although she couldn't understand his words. Seeing his expression finally made Su Qingxuan's gloomy look fade away. Yes, little Qingxuan. Grandma Shi also trembled over to them at this time. She then looked at Jiang Wushu. And Jiang boy, after so many years, you should let go too. Just think, the Xiehang House back then is already dead. The person now is the Eternal Lord, not him. Grandma Shi comforted gently. The people from Sangjian Mountain, Yuding Sacred Land and others also spoke up. That's right. Empress Shuang, Ancestor Wushu, don't take it too hard. Xiehang House is Xiehang House, and the Eternal Lord is the Eternal Lord. The friendship back then is just a memory. Now it is no longer just ordinary grievances, but related to the greater good of humanity. The Eternal Lord is not worth your worries. The many older generation figures persuaded them. In terms of seniority, they were all exceptionally high elders, qualified to say these things. Still, these old monsters have a way with words. Jiang Yuxian silently muttered to himself. He approached his mother, his little face pressed against Su Qingxuan's cheek, sharing a moment of intimacy.
At the same time, he waved his hand toward his father's direction.
Dad, come over. I'll give you a hug too. Jiang Wuxi was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but smile.
The family of three stood together, quietly embracing. Jiang Yushan wrapped one hand around his dad and the other around his mom, gently patting their shoulders.
This scene made everyone laugh. This little guy had just been born for a while and already knew how to cheer people up. For a moment, Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wuxiu's moods also improved significantly. The family of three enjoyed the warmth.
Today they experienced so much, making everything look hard to come by. With a warm smile, Su Qingshuang carefully felt the little guy's breath, her face filled with happiness. No one noticed that when she sensed something stirring again, her brow furrowed slightly.
In the distance, all the onlookers were now sighing deeply. Today's battle had completely come to a close.
But the impact of this event might not calm down for a long time. After a long time, the crowd's hearts slowly returned to calmness. In that hidden space, the Emperor Dinghong, Ji Quni, Mu Nantian and others all felt much emotion as well.
But suddenly, the leader of the Overlord sect, Su Quangren, abruptly spoke up. What he said startled everyone. Master Ji, have you thought of a way yet?
His words pulled everyone back to the most pressing issue. The crisis of the Xian Frost Cave had been safely passed.
But what they had to face was only just beginning. These people today, with all their schemes, wanted to take risks and go against the Heavenly Emperor. They thought they were foolproof, but now, how should they explain this to the Frost Sky Emperor?
Ji Kunya's forehead was once again covered in a cold sweat, and he remained silent for a long time.
Clearly, he could not come up with a perfect plan.
The others looked at him, each brewing with thunderous rage.
Until a moment came when these emotions suddenly erupted. Ji Kunya, my Changsheng Mu family has been ruined by you. Mu Nantian shouted loudly, furious like thunder. He pointed at Ji Kunya, his teeth grinding with rage. Ji Kunya, you are truly harming yourself and others. Once the Heavenly Emperor is angry, we will all be unable to escape. I am truly foolish. I actually believed your nonsense. The rest of the people also spoke in anger, furious. They came here today, all lured by Ji Kunya's words, believing his enticing promises. Who would have thought that things would come to this point?
The Emperor of the Stunning Phoenix snorted coldly and suddenly waved his sleeve, preparing to leave with everyone.
The others glared fiercely at Ji Kunya, ready to retreat. Staying here was not as good as leaving early, going back to think carefully about how to face the anger of a Heavenly Emperor. But at that moment, a cold and emotionless voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Everyone's hearts jolted, their hearts racing, and their steps suddenly stopped. It was as if they had been struck by a spell binding them. Each of their expressions changed, as if they had heard some great terror, their bodies trembling, cold sweat pouring down. Master Ji, Emperor of Stunning Phoenix, Master Mu, are you all leaving so soon? You've watched such a good show for so long, you must be a bit tired, right? Why not come to my Xian Frost Cave for a moment, and enjoy a cup of coarse tea? Chapter 81, You all have truly great audacity. This was the voice of a woman, cold and devoid of any emotion. Ji Kunya, the Emperor of Stunning Phoenix, Zhang Wanli, and the others immediately felt their hair stand on end, their souls trembling. Frost Sky Emperor. She has discovered us. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, their hearts chilling completely. They came today, led by Ji Kunya, to invoke the long-standing sacred artifact of the Changxing Ji clan, the Thousand Machines Tower. This sacred artifact had the power to resonate with heaven and earth, dissolving all laws, capable of covering celestial secrets and extinguishing all fluctuations of energy. The Ji family's successive heads had devoted their lives to refining it, making it powerful to an unbelievable extent. They thought hiding within it would allow them to go undetected. But unexpectedly, just as they were about to leave, they were seen through by the Frost Sky Emperor. Everyone could clearly feel that the gaze of the Frost Sky Emperor was like two sharp swords, piercing through the void, carrying unmatched majesty that stabbed into their hearts, making them tremble in fear. What do we do now? Do we have to meet the Frost Sky Emperor right now? Emperor of Stunning Phoenix, Master Mu, please make a swift decision. Zhang Wanli said anxiously. The Frost Sky Emperor said she was inviting them for tea, but who would dare take that seriously? The Xian Frost Cave was almost annihilated in battle, what tea could they drink? She was here to demand accountability. For a moment, the crowd was as anxious as ants on a hot stove. Going to meet the Emperor was akin to walking into a trap. There would be no way to escape. Everyone gritted their teeth, wanting to pretend they hadn't heard and hastily leave. But facing the Emperor, how could they have even a shred of luck left? To escape now would be tantamount to confessing, clearly indicating they were guilty. Ji Kunya's face changed unpredictably, his thoughts racing. After a moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he steeled his heart. Everyone, let's act according to the situation. If you don't want to die, keep your mouth shut, and don't let out a hint of anything. Is that clear to everyone? He transmitted his voice sternly. The crowd was full of fear, not speaking a word. Ji Kunya no longer hesitated and immediately put away the 1,000 Machines Tower. More than 20 figures suddenly revealed themselves in the void. Seeing their appearance, countless onlookers far away were momentarily stunned. Everyone shook off the shock brought by Siehong building earlier and looked at it all in confusion. It's the people from the Changsheng Ji family, Changsheng Mu family, Jinghong Divine Dynasty, and several other big sects. When did they arrive? This battle is already over, why did they only come now? The crowd was filled with questions. Under their watchful eyes, Ji Kuning and others flew towards Shen Xuan Dongtian like stray dogs, taking a long time to arrive. The people from Sangjian Mountain, Yuding Holy Land, and Huanshu Holy Land looked at each other, all momentarily stunned. Needless to say, the Ji family and Mu family must have received news from the saint ancestor of Wushu yesterday. But why did they appear only now? So it's this bunch of people. They actually arrived early? The Jiang Yuxian family of 3 separated, and he hung on his mother's neck, raising his eyebrows. He clearly remembered that at the Absolute Spirit Sword Body Banquet, there were already people like Ji Kuni and Zhang Wanli. But strangely, they were hiding in the shadows today. If it weren't for his mother pointing it out, they might not have appeared. What kind of trick are they trying to pull? Thinking of this, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but frown. Before the crowd could ask, Ji Kuni, Mu Nantian, and the Dinghong monarch forced smiles on their faces, bowing to Su Qingxuan and Jiang Wushu. Greetings to the Frost Heaven Emperor. We have seen the saint ancestor of Wushu. Congratulations to the Frost Heaven Emperor for suppressing the eternal blood abyss and eradicating evil. Congratulations on the birth of the Emperor's son and immortal presence descending to earth. The crowd spoke in a chaotic manner. Each of them lowered their heads, trembling in fear, wishing they could press their faces to the ground, not daring to meet Jiang Wushu and Su Qingxuan's gaze. As soon as they finished speaking, Sword Exploding Heaven suddenly stepped forward, speaking in a deep voice. Let's set aside the congratulations for now. This saint wants to ask, since you all arrived early, why did you delay in revealing yourselves to assist in the battle? If it weren't for the Frost Heaven Emperor discovering you, how long do you plan to hide? As he spoke, divine light radiated from him, an intense sword intent brewed wildly, the imperial sword in his hand buzzing incessantly. It seemed he would ruthlessly kill at the slightest disagreement. We. A group of people bent over, cold sweat trickling down, stammering for a long time without finding a reason. But soon after, Ji Kuni suddenly gritted his teeth. We are afraid of death. So? He said in sheer terror. Such words left everyone present speechless, each one frozen in shock. Even the Ginghong monarch and Mu Nantian were stunned at the scene. The place was so silent that a needle drop could be heard. What did Ji Kuni just say? Afraid of death? Are they afraid of dying? Everyone doubted if they had heard incorrectly. Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but dig in his ears. Deathly silence. Until after a long while, an indescribable fury surged in the hearts of people from Huanshu Holy Land, Yuding Holy Land, and others. Yuding Holy Lord He Mingchan's face was terrifyingly cold. The many holy lands and families of the 3,000 domains are pillars of humanity. In times of danger, we are united, upholding righteousness, and seeking to survive together. And you, are actually afraid of death? He pointed like a sword, pointing sternly at the crowd. The eyes of the other strong figures also shot fire as they suddenly yelled angrily. I never expected that among humans, there would be such cowardly people like you. Do you deserve to be called a family? Do you deserve to be called a divine dynasty? Simply shameful to be associated with. Today, we fought bloodily against evil forces, countless saints fell. You actually chose to watch from the sidelines, enjoying yourselves outside. Utterly shameless. Infuriating to the extreme. Voices roared, harsh words filled with immense anger. The 3,000 domains have existed for countless years, facing numerous calamities. There have even been times when the entire human race faced the risk of collapse. But every time a great calamity struck, the ancestral strongmen of each family would set aside all grudges, advance and retreat together, fighting side by side. Compose a battle song with passion. With iron bones, we stand against the heavens. Blood and fire intertwine, fighting for our lives. Mighty figures crash down like collapsing mountains in battle. As long as life endures, the war shall not cease. Time and again, we rescue humanity from the depths of despair. These forces are the backbone of humanity. They are the spine of the race, the support for the bloodline to continue. But the group before us knows that today, the eternal blood prison attacks the Xian Frost Cave. Even the eternal ruler has revealed his true form. Yet they actually chose to hide? What a colossal joke. More than 20 people, almost matching the number of those who are fighting. These are all dignified ancestors. Are they really afraid of death? It's simply a disgrace to their ancestors. These old fools. They've truly lost all face. Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but feel some anger. As beings of the ancestor level, who hasn't endured countless trials? Who hasn't walked through seas of corpses and rivers of blood? I've never heard of such high-level beings fearing death like this. Don't they fear that if the eternal blood prison wins today, it will turn its blade against them? I really don't know what kind of mindset this is. They can't even understand such a simple principle. People who have lived tens of thousands of years, have they all lived like dogs? Jiang Yuxian's face was cold, staring directly at those people. Amidst a chorus of accusations and scoldings, Ji Quni and others kept their heads down. But Mu Nantian, the Emperor of the Phoenix, and the others finally came to their senses. They finally realized Ji Quni's intention. Coming late like this, they needed a reason to explain to the Frost Emperor. Regarding the calculation against the Emperor, even if it meant death, they must never speak. In comparison, fearing for their lives doesn't even count as a thing. No matter how furious the Frost Emperor is, he can't possibly kill them all because of this. Listening to the waves of scolding, Ji Quni and the others did not feel shame. Instead, each of them felt a great sense of relief in their hearts. As long as they firmly held on to this, braving the anger of others, they had a high probability of avoiding death. This gave them hope. Fearing for their lives? Perhaps that's not the case. Suddenly, Jiang Wushu spoke meaningfully. The scolding began to subside, and Jian Lingtian, Emperor Badian, and others were puzzled and turned to look. Why is Wushu speaking for these people? Jiang Wushu's face was pale. He burned his essence, though extinguished, he was heavily injured. But no matter what, it couldn't hide the chilling aura on his face. If they truly feared death, why would they hide in their homes like turtles instead of running here from distant regions? What was the point of coming all this way? Jiang Wushu sneered. Beside him, Granny Shi also picked up the conversation. In my opinion, these people must be harboring ill intentions. His gaze was sharp, piercing through the truth. Upon hearing this, Ji Quni and others trembled in panic, feeling cold beneath their feet. All motives were exposed by the old woman. Seeing their expressions, He Mengchang, Emperor Badian, Zhu Feixian, and others' faces turned ugly instantly. It seemed that Wushu and Granny Shi really hit the nail on the head. Mu Nantian. Ji Quni. Confess your truths. Jian Lingtian suddenly shouted angrily, his sword ringing fiercely, killing intent soaring. The imperial sword in his hand radiated light, pointing at the group, his gaze dark. Speak. This word struck like a celestial sword, fiercely piercing the hearts of the gathered people. Ji Quni, Mu Nantian, and the Emperor of the Phoenix were nearly scared to collapse, their legs giving way. They stood there, unable to speak for a long time. If you don't speak, then I'll look myself. Jian Lingtian couldn't wait any longer. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed immense energy, wrapping the leader of the Lian Mountain sect, Zhang Wanli, within, pulling him close. Then, a surge of soul power manifested as a swordlight, roaring forth from his brow. In Zhang Wanli's terrified eyes, it struck directly at his forehead. The terrifying power broke his soul defenses in an instant, penetrating the sea of consciousness. This was the method of soul searching. With Zhang Wanli's cultivation level. Unstoppable. In an instant, all kinds of images were captured by Jian Lingtian one by one. His expression changed repeatedly, his chest rose and fell, more and more violently. Endless rage surged until, at a certain moment, it erupted suddenly. Gcunyi, Mu Nantian, Su Kuangren. You, truly have the audacity of a dog. Jian Lingtian shouted wildly, his whole body filled with sword energy, his anger soaring to the heavens. Chapter 82, Suicide on the Spot to Atten one for my crimes. Jian Lingtian was furiously angry, his endless sword intent transforming into unmatched killing intent. He Mengchang, Di Batian, and the others exchanged glances. What exactly did Gcunyi and the others do? Jian Lingtian did not hide, his fierce eyes staring at the group, revealing what he had learned through soul searching one by one. The people from the great sacred places participating in the battle listened, their hearts racing with fear, their eyelids twitching wildly. Su Qing Shuang, Zhang Wusu, and old Granny Shi's gazes were as dark as could be. Jiang Yuxian's expression changed, his eyes growing wider. Deep inside, an unnamed fury rose rapidly. When the clam and the heron fight, the fisherman benefits. This isn't about fearing life and death or not daring to fight. They are indeed quite bold. An elder from Yuding sacred land gritted his teeth and said. No one could have imagined that the Ji family, Mu family, the Jinghong divine dynasty, Lianshan sect, and the Ba Wang sect actually aimed to strike at the Frost Sky Emperor. Their ambitions were laid bare. Boom! Suddenly, the people from the great sacred places erupted with energy. Fierce killing intent shook the heavens and the earth. You dare to target even the Frost Sky Emperor?
Your hearts are truly worthy of punishment, your deaths are not worth pity. He Meng Chang roared, his blood boiling, bursting through the heavens, his anger magnificent. He held the holy golden black jade tripod in one hand, its massive body radiating divine light, killing intent surging. You despicable scoundrels, your wickedness knows no bounds.
Starting today, my Huanshu sacred land will not coexist with you.
The master of Huanshu had a fierce expression, his anger reaching the heavens. You dog thieves, disrespectful to the emperor, despising all saints, your crimes are unforgivable. Tomorrow, I will lead millions of troops, personally march against you, and crush your mountain gates. Diba Tian's chest heaved, roaring angrily, his royal dragon energy transforming into a towering golden dragon soaring, shaking the skies.
Even Jiang Yuxian, who was still cradled and swaddling, could no longer endure. A bunch of old dogs. You actually want to take advantage when my mother and others are mutually injured, snatching away in deceit. Mother, what use is it to keep such dog-like beings alive? Cut them all down.
Jiang Yuxian bared his teeth, waving his hands and feet. Terrifying thunderous spiritual power surged, forming heavy blades of energy. He wished he could run up and let the blood of these old dogs splash everywhere, killing them all.
Boom!
Everyone's killing intent intertwined, like a surging torrent, like an ancient divine mountain, sweeping through the heavens, suppressing everything, fiercely pressing down on Gcunyi, Jinghong Emperor, and others. Dozens of sacred ancestors were nearly driven to soul flight, filled with fear. Every person felt as though they were carrying a world on their shoulders, making it hard for them to breathe, threatening to suffocate. At this moment, Jianling Tian suddenly spoke again, his tone terrifyingly calm.
Why wait until tomorrow?
Today, I, Jian, will start a killing spree right here. He suddenly raised his sword and directly slashed down.
Chop!
The brilliant sword light hung like a divine rainbow in the sky, seemingly ending the world. Puff, the holy blood sprayed across the heavens, scorching the void. Zhang Wanli's body was cleaved from top to bottom, his corpse falling. In his pupils remained a deep fear.
Ah!
Seeing Zhang Wanli instantly killed, Gcunyi, Jinghong Emperor, Munan Tian, and others screamed in horror.
An ancestral saint, just like that, was slain.
Jianling Tian stood in midair, his hair dancing wildly. His gaze swept across, killing intent shocking the heavens, like a god or demon.
Well done!
Jiang Yuxian shouted, clapping for Jianling Tian. If the Ji family, Mu family, Jinghong divine dynasty, and others were afraid of the eternal blood hell and dared not fight. Although unforgivable, their crimes did not deserve death. But they, nonetheless, aimed far beyond, even daring to plot against his own mother.
Totally ungrateful.
Even if 1,000 deaths could not wash away their sins. At this moment, Jianling Tian was enraged to the extreme. Before Su Qingxuang and Jiang Wushu could speak, they heard him open his mouth again. The imperial sword in hand was raised, its sharp edge daunting, pointing far at Munan Tian.
Well, you Munan Tian. A fine long-living Mu family.
How can I imagine that because of the banquet back then, you harbor hatred against the imperial son, trying to use this opportunity to eliminate him? Your family, with its deceitful heart hidden behind a smiling face, no longer deserves to exist. I, the sword, together with Tsangjian Mountain, are willing to serve the Frost Sky Emperor, to uproot your long-living Mu family, allowing no wicked people like you to remain in this world. Even your grandson, who bears the rare spirit sword body, I will kill him too. He would rather slay the disciple with the ancient and rare spirit sword body than tolerate the existence of the long-living Mu family any longer. Frost Sky Emperor, have mercy. Mu Nuntian immediately collapsed, kneeling in the void, facing Su Qingxuang. On his aged face, tears blurred his vision. Today I, Mu, was deceived by Ji Kunya, clouded in my mind, I acted wrongly, and truly deserve death. But please, Frost Sky Emperor, consider the meager contributions my Mu family has made over many years for the human race of the Great Wilderness, and grant them a reprieve, sparing the lives of my family descendants. This is all my fault alone, I dare not offer a single word of defense. I am willing to take my own life, to apologize. I beg you, Frost Sky Emperor, show mercy beyond the law.
Mu Nuntian cried out, bowing deeply to Su Qingxuang.
Then he suddenly raised a hand and struck his own head hard, blood spilling from his mouth and nose. The powerful life force of the ancestral existence was extinguished in an instant. An endless stream of energy swept out like a storm, quickly vanishing into nothingness. Head of the family. Several elders of the long-living Mu family caught his corpse, crying out in grief. Mu Nuntian committed suicide on the spot, and no one reacted in time. The spirit sword body was the hope for the entire Mu family to soar to great heights.
He chose to die to exchange for a path of survival for Mu Qingchen.
Jianling Tian's eyes were cold and void of words. Meanwhile, Ji Kunya, the Jinghong Emperor, Su Crazy, and others watched the scene in silence for a long time. In just this short moment, 2 ancestors had fallen, shaking their hearts deeply.
Especially Ji Kunya. He was, after all, the chief villain behind this event.
With Zhang Wanli and Mu Nuntian dead, he had no reason to continue living.
But Ji Kunya did not want to die. He copied their actions, suddenly wailing and kneeling to Su Qingxuan. Frost Sky Emperor. Ji. I have something to say.
Jiang Wushu and his wife's gazes were serious as they looked on. Old Granny in West's arms suddenly laughed coldly.
Is this a pity party? Indeed, he hit the nail on the head.
Ji Kunya was a complete mess of tears and snot, truly emotional. We acted foolishly for a moment, to have done such outrageous things. But as the head of the Mu family said, our long-living Ji family, long-living Mu family, and Jinghong divine dynasty, whose ancestors have all made great contributions to the great wilderness.
Each family is a pillar of the human race.
Not long ago, the Spirit Feather Sanctuary, long-living Du family, and Taishian sect have been destroyed. In today's battle, Tianhao Valley, Seven Stars Palace, and Broken Sword Pavilion also suffered heavy losses.
If our families follow suit, it will be an unbearable loss for the 3,000 domains. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Jiang Yuxian became furious. This old fox. Using moral kidnapping now, right?
He cursed angrily in muffled tones that were hard to hear. Divine light erupted within him, and thunder rumbled.
Jiang Yuxian stared fiercely at Ji Kunya. This old dog. How dare he say such things as the principal culprit? When he opens his mouth, it's family, and when he closes his mouth, it's ancestors.
He even used the Spirit Feather Sanctuary, long-living Du family, Taishian sect, Broken Sword Pavilion, Seven Stars Palace, and Tianhao Valley as shields.
Fine then. You're worried about the great loss of the 3,000 domains? Then let's just wipe out your Ji family. Chapter 83, Offering Treasures, Spending Wealth to Save Lives. Is this it? Ji Kunya's thickness of skin made Jiang Yuxian furious beyond endurance.
On the other side, He Mengchang, Di Badian, and Huanshu Shengju also had veins popping on their foreheads. But at the same time, they all fell into a brief silence.
Without uttering a word. Mu Nantian and Ji Kuni are not wrong at all. The few houses before our eyes were indeed the pillars of humanity. The vast 3,000 realms are endless, but many places are desolate, sparsely populated. Just like the desolate Yensong realm where old lady Shi hides away.
The Undying realm is already in a prosperous place, but such places are not many. Even so, among the more than 100 great domains nearby, only a few holy places and great teachings have gathered. Since the disaster of the Eternal Blood Prison and today's battle, 6 colossal giants have already fallen, suffering heavy losses. If the Ji family, Mu family, Jinghong divine dynasty, Lianshan sect, and the Overlord sect are wiped out, it may not shake the foundation of humanity, but it would indeed be a burden hard to bear. If Emperor Shuangtian is willful and kills them, he is likely to face a lot of scorn from the world. For a moment, everyone in the field was in a dilemma, wishing they could kill Ji Kuni with their eyes.
Seeing everyone hesitate, Ji Kuni felt secretly pleased. There is hope now.
But whether he could survive still mainly depends on the expressions of Emperor Shuangtian and Saint Ancestor Wushu. He began to wail again, as if suffering a tremendous grievance.
Emperor Shuangtian. Saint Ancestor Wushu.
We had ulterior motives and deeply know our sins, but fortunately under the overwhelming might of Emperor Shuangtian, we have not truly committed a great error.
Please spare us a dog's life. Ji is willing to compensate.
While speaking, he continuously sent sound transmissions to the Emperor of Jinghong, Su Quangren, and others, crazily signaling with his eyes.
These people also knelt down, loudly pleading for mercy.
Then Ji Kuni waved his hand, and with shining brilliance, a few objects appeared in front of him.
Ji Kuni picked up a jade bottle filled with milky white liquid.
Even with the jade bottle as a barrier, waves of fragrant aroma rushed toward them, stirring their souls and making them feel refreshed all over. This is Earth Spirit sacred milk, born within the supreme spiritual vein, a rare essence of heaven and earth, taking 100 years to obtain a single drop. This bottle is what my Ji family has accumulated over many years, to be offered to the young emperor, cleansing bones and refining the spirit.
Ji Kuni said painfully. It's actually Earth Spirit sacred milk. People from the Yuding Sacred Land, Sangjian Mountain, and others had their eyelids twitching upon seeing this. Earth Spirit sacred milk is an incredibly rare sacred object.
Even for Saint Ancestor strong ones, it is a highly coveted treasure.
Ordinary cultivators who obtain even a single drop can undergo a transformation, their cultivation soaring up.
Some strong ones approaching the Saint Ancestor realm have a great chance of crossing the chasm, breaking through in one fell swoop.
In addition, it also contains extremely strong life energy. Saint Ancestor strong ones use it for healing, with effects that are immediate. It's truly hard to imagine.
Such a precious milk, Ji family accumulated a whole bottle. If the young emperor takes it, there will surely be unexpected gains.
And this? Purple Flame Phoenix Blood Herb. I obtained it after much difficulty when I ventured deep into the wilderness.
I shall also gift it to the young emperor.
Ji Quni picked up another precious herb, a blood-red treasure herb the size of a basin, with complete stalk and stem. Faintly, it seemed that purple flames were burning brightly, releasing intense heat. The strong medicinal fragrance filled the surroundings, taking a gentle whiff felt as if the blood within one's body would boil. Seeing this, everyone from all sacred places opened their eyes wide. It's actually the purple flame phoenix blood herb. It can only grow in the land of true phoenix bloodshed, after being burned for hundreds of thousands of miles by purple flames. In ancient times, the true phoenix was already extinct. In today's world, let alone the land of true phoenix bloodshed, even a single feather is hard to come by. This kind of precious herb is countless times more valuable than Earth Spirit's sacred milk, and can be met but not sought. To be able to acquire such a divine object, it truly shows great fortune. Under the astonished gazes, Ji Quni once again presented a few holy weapons and precious armors, all powerful artifacts he had accumulated over the years. Each sword carried unmatched sacred might. These sacred items, I believe the Imperial Prince finds them quite suitable for playing. Ji Quni forced a hideous smile on his tear-stained face. The things he presented, for the Frost Sky Emperor and the Wushu Sage Ancestor, were not that tempting, merely non-essentials. But for the Imperial Prince, they were absolutely useful. Thus, with each item he took, he directly handed it over to the prince. Seeing so many treasures laid out, even some elder figures couldn't help but feel a stir in their hearts. Each item, if taken out, would be astonishing beyond belief. In the outside world, it would surely cause a frightful storm of blood and violence. Is this to spend money to buy a life? I want to see if these things can really be worth your dog's life. Jiang Yuxian's eyes flickered, a cold smile forming in his heart. He shouted loudly, raising his hand to cast a light screen. Being in the celestial realm, Jiang Yuxian could already project his spirit power and grab things from afar. A flash of light swept across, capturing all the various items before Ji Quni. The Imperial Prince. Sword Ling Tian, He Mengchang, Debatian, and the Huanshu Sage Lord exchanged looks. Jiang Yuxian's actions left them puzzled. That small fellow had been shouting loudly, although they couldn't understand what he was saying. But his demeanor was more fierce than anyone's. If it weren't for his shallow cultivation, they feared they would have jumped out of the swaddle and given Ji Quni and others a spanking. But now, on seeing those treasures, he didn't even think and directly grabbed them into his embrace. This little brat, why is he so obsessed with wealth? Jiang Wushu's forehead was covered in black lines, unable to help but complain. Su Qingshuang also frowned. She never agreed to Ji Quni's request. But once the little fellow acted, it really made it hard for her to back down. Under the gaze of everyone, treasures surrounded Jiang Yuxian, power swirling, and the scent of medicine wafting. He didn't notice the expressions of his parents. With his small arms, he held up the purple flame phoenix blood herb and stuffed it into his mouth. This. In the surrounding air, strong figures watched this scene, all astonished. The Imperial Prince actually started chewing on the sacred medicine directly. Does he not value his life anymore? The medicinal power within is something he can refine now? Jiang Wushu and Su Qingshuang both had surprised expressions. But they knew the little fellow possessed extraordinary skills and could refine even the essence of the heavens and earth. Common sacred medicine was nothing to him. They did not stop him. Jiang Yuxian's lips emitted a force, his spirit power bursting out. He still had no teeth, but on the corners of his mouth, he formed a blade-like aura, as if a divine knife. Crunch, he bit off a small piece of the purple flame phoenix blood herb. Ji Quni felt like his heart was bleeding upon witnessing this. The Imperial Prince biting down was like biting off a piece of his own flesh, the pain was unbearable. Simply a waste of precious resources. But there was no other way. To survive, he must endure the pain of loss. But thankfully, the Imperial Prince seemed to love those items. Now, his life should be secure. Prince, you are truly my saving grace. Ji Quni felt excited inside, a faint smile appearing on his face. But before this smile fully emerged, in the next moment, it froze completely. Pa! What the hell is this thing? Why is it so bitter? It's called sacred medicine, is it fake? Jiang Yuxian cursed loudly, directly spitting out the small piece of precious medicine, even spewing saliva. He violently threw the large purple flame phoenix blood herb to the ground. His little face was filled with utmost disdain. Chapter 84, Sacred Medicine Spirit Milk, perfect for fertilizing. Seeing the Imperial Prince toss the purple flame phoenix blood herb away like trash, a whole crowd of sages twitched at the corners of their mouths. That kind of precious medicine actually could not catch his eye? What a useless thing. Jiang Yuxian cursed. If we talk about the purple flame phoenix blood herb, its medicinal power is indeed strong. But compared to his mother's heavenly emperor essence, it fell far too short. The most important thing is, the taste was simply indescribable, not only bitter but also overwhelming. My forehead is about to burst, okay? Jiang Yuxian was exceptionally dissatisfied.
He turned around and picked up the small jade bottle again. This is the Earth Spirit's sacred milk. It is the essence of heaven and earth, born from the Supreme Spirit veins, a holy medicine for healing, with powerful effects, capable of transforming a person and dramatically increasing their cultivation. Without a second thought, Jiang Yuxian uncorked the bottle and took a sip, smacking his lips. Moments later, his small, delicate brows furrowed tightly, and he became furious.
Is this the so-called essence of heaven and earth, the holy medicine for healing? Who do you think you're fooling? Jiang Yuxian's anger was blazing.
He raised his small hand and hurled the Earth Spirit's sacred milk at Ji Quni, using his spiritual power.
The jade bottle struck Ji Quni on the forehead with a loud bang. He didn't even dare to resist, not wanting to use his protective aura.
Emperor Ba Tian and Huan Chu Shang Master stared blankly.
The Earth Spirit's sacred milk, not even the young master wanted it? Ji Quni's face turned as pale as a sheet. He was a sage ancestor. One of the top figures in 3,000 realms, an unparalleled powerhouse.
A newborn child actually dared to treat him like this. This was slapping him in the face. But who told him that the other party was the son of the Frost Sky Emperor? No matter how much resentment he felt, he could only swallow it down. Instead, he fumbled and caught the Earth Spirit's sacred milk. Fortunately, the jade bottle was sealed, and not much sacred milk spilled out.
Your Highness, why don't you look at other treasures? Ji Quni forced out an ugly smile, trying to please him.
Before the young master, a few pieces of holy artifacts and armor floated, radiating divine light, their power spreading. Perhaps this little guy might like these things, who knows? But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Jiang Yuxian baring his fangs and claws again.
A prestigious family of longevity, and this is all you bring out?
You dare to call this stuff treasures?
Jiang Yuxian laughed coldly.
He suddenly raised one small hand and slowly opened it. Then, a dazzling green light radiated from it.
Vibrant life surged forth, full of vitality.
A thick aura of life surrounded the area, as if a rhythm of the Tao was flowing. In an instant, this green light attracted everyone's attention.
What is this? The hearts of the sage ancestors shook inexplicably. This kind of aura contained the charm of the great Tao, making them horrified. Today, let you all see what a true treasure really looks like. Jiang Yuxian laughed coldly.
With a shake of his little hand, he tossed the glowing green object out toward the ground.
Everyone quickly saw what it was, a small tree. As soon as it hit the ground, it began to grow rapidly. In just a few moments, it had grown to over a foot tall. The small tree didn't look very strong, nor was it lush. It had only 108 emerald leaves fluttering in the wind, sparkling with a hazy light. Each leaf seemed to have inherent Tao patterns, covered with mysterious marks, naturally formed yet each unique. The laws of the universe and the lingering Tao rhythm surrounded the entire small tree, continually coiling and evolving, as if it was birthing some profound principle of heaven and earth. At the same time, a faint fragrance began to spread. Just a whiff made one feel completely relaxed, as if some kind of shackles within their body had been broken. I feel an urge to enter a state of enlightenment. What kind of plant is this? It seems to be making my realm start to stir. There's an invisible power guiding me to comprehend the profound truths of heaven and earth, the true meanings of the Tao. Emperor Ba Tian, Jin Ling Tian, Himeng Chang, Chu Feixian, and others all spoke in shock. Pairs of eyes gazed at that small tree, filled with astonishment. Xuan'er, what is this thing? Do you recognize it? Jiang Wuxu was equally astonished. He looked at the little kid and then at the small tree, utterly perplexed. This little thing, wasn't it just born? How did it suddenly plant such a tree? Where did it come from? Don't tell me it was formed from within his body. I don't believe it. The thoughts of Su Qingxuang's heart were. Even he was not far off from it. At this moment, that small tree stood quietly in the ruins destroyed by the Great War, rooted among the debris, releasing light and flowing with the essence of the Tao. As it gently swayed, it seemed to connect heaven and earth, resonating with the heavenly principles. In Su Qingxuang's beautiful eyes, the brilliance flickered unpredictably. She carefully experienced it, and after watching for a while, her stunningly beautiful face suddenly changed dramatically. The ancient tea tree of enlightenment. This is the ancient tea tree of enlightenment. Su Qingxuang exclaimed in shock. What? Jiang Wuxu, Granny Shi, Jin Lingtian, and others trembled, shocked to an unimaginable extent. The ancient tea tree of enlightenment. This kind of divine tea recorded in ancient texts actually exists. And it was even brought out by the imperial son from the womb. How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. The ancient tea tree of enlightenment had never appeared in the wildlands. But there were related records in ancient texts. It was said that in ancient times, such divine objects grew, and their numbers were extremely rare. Even those who could penetrate the heavens and the earth fought fiercely over them. Gulp.
Experts from the Huan Initial Holy Land, the Qa Immortal Sect, and the Jade Cauldron Holy Land could not help but swallow hard. One by one, they stretched their necks, staring intently at that small tea tree. Those 108 leaves, each one was tea of enlightenment. Every tea leaf had heavenly patterns formed naturally, nurturing a unique Tao. Even the great ancestors, and even the heavenly emperor, would have a chance to comprehend the Tao within if they drank tea brewed from it.
This was a divine object. How could people not be greedy for it? Seeing their expressions, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but grin. Not bad, this ancient tea tree of enlightenment was actually recognized by Mom. This tea tree was the reward he received after showing off in front of Chu Yenran last time. However, he hadn't been born yet at that time and couldn't collect it. And today, seeing Ji Kunya using some shabby items to fool people, Jiang Yuxian naturally had to take out the ancient tea tree of enlightenment and give his old face a hard slap. Just as he thought.
At this moment, Ji Kunya felt mixed emotions.
Earlier, he was very indignant because the imperial sun looked down on the purple flame phoenix bloodgrass and the earth spirit sacred milk. Now, seeing the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, he couldn't help but feel a hint of resentment.
The imperial sun casually took out a treasure, enough to crush a pile of his.
How could that be compared? In an instant, Ji Kunya's old face was filled with bitterness. Jiang Yuxian glared at him and said nothing.
He fell into deep thought again. This ancient tea tree of enlightenment produces 108 tea leaves each year.
But right now, it's clear that it's not mature yet. Looks like I'll have to wait a while longer. He thought to himself.
But the next moment, Jiang Yuxian suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and his eyes brightened.
That's right. How could I not think of that just now? I'm so foolish.
Jiang Yuxian suddenly broke free from his mother's embrace, kicked his legs, and landed next to the discarded purple flame phoenix bloodgrass, picking it up. Then he stretched out his little hand, coldly facing Ji Kunya.
Give it to me. Ji Kunya's face froze, utterly bewildered. After staring at Jiang Yuxian for a moment, he finally understood that he was asking for the Earth Spirit sacred milk. Your Highness, as long as you like it.
He thought the imperial son had changed his mind and was interested in his precious medicine, which excited him greatly.
What does this brat want to do?
Looking at that little guy who wasn't wearing a stitch, Su Qingxuan, Jiang Wushu, Granny Shi, and Jian Lingtian all wore puzzled expressions.
And soon, they saw the answer. This brat wants to use the sacred medicine as fertilizer? Jiang Wushu suddenly shouted out. Chapter 85, No calculation left unaccounted for, neglected the imperial son. Although Jiang Yuxian had just been born, he possessed unparalleled divine power. With a single arm swing, he exerted at least 1,000,000 pounds of strength. With a gentle rub of his little hands, he turned the purple flame phoenix bloodgrass into powder, scattering it at the base of the tea tree. Then he pulled out the cork of the earth spirit sacred milk and poured it out. The sword mount, Jade Cauldron Holy Land. The powerful beings of the Fulong divine dynasty were filled with shock and fear. Everyone's heart was crying out endlessly. That is a sacred medicine. How could the prince use it as fertilizer? Is there no justice left? It's simply too wasteful. It's like calling down lightning from the heavens. A crowd of elders wished they could go berserk right there. In the crowd, Ji Kuny's face twitched uncontrollably. The wealth he had accumulated over the years, treated like treasure, was actually used for fertilizing trees? This truly felt like cutting flesh and bleeding in his heart. This brat. Wushu, you have to hold me back, I fear I won't be able to stop myself from hitting him. At this moment, even Su Qingxuan felt the urge to smack him. Jiang Wushu didn't hear her words, he just stared at Jiang Yuxian, his chest heaving rapidly, hands cracking with tension. This little rascal. Those 2 rare sacred medicines could at least add 10 years to Granny's life. And you wasted them like this? Jiang Wushu roared inside, the veins on his forehead bulging thicker than green beans. He was furious. But soon after, his anger quickly dissipated. Jiang Wushu's eyes shifted slightly. He saw the powder of Xian Phoenix blood herb and the divine milk of Earth Spirit glowing, disappearing at a visible speed. The medicinal energy was being absorbed by the Dao understanding ancient tea tree. On its branches, 108 leaves shone brightly, growing robustly, becoming even more emerald green and dewy. The engravings on them became clearer, with mysterious power flowing along the veins. Each trace seemed to correspond to some invisible order. Stacked together, they sparked the emergence of a formidable Dao rhythm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound spread out. The tea tree released divine light, splendid colors covering half the mountain, hazy and dreamy. In the surrounding heavens, it was as if the voice of the Dao was resonating, causing the world to echo. Jiang Wushu, Su Qingxuan, Granny Shi, and others felt dazzled and intoxicated. Boom! Even the others not far away felt their inner power surge uncontrollably, producing a rumble. That small tea tree seemed capable of drawing their Dao. This is the terrifying divine tea recorded in ancient texts? Just standing next to the tea tree produces such an effect. If we were to pick some leaves and brew a cup, how astonishing would that be? Chu Faxian swallowed hard, saying this. Others shared the same thought, deeply tempted. If they could obtain a single tea leaf, it would be a tremendous fortune. Perhaps the gathered elders could realize some Tao from it. Reaching new heights from this peak. No one could resist this temptation. But that was the prince's possession, and they all felt embarrassed to shamelessly ask for it. Jiang Yuxian didn't see everyone's gazes, he was solely focused on the tea tree. This is it. Those two kinds of sacred medicines may be nothing special, but if utilized well, their effects are decent. It won't be long before the Tao Understanding Tea can be harvested. Under the stimulation of the two sacred medicines, the Tao Understanding Tea was growing rapidly. Next, he just needed to wait quietly. Jiang Yuxian nodded in satisfaction, then with a push of his legs, soared into the air. He hung back on his mother's neck again, casting a glance of disdain at Ji Quni in the crowd. That look made Ji Quni's heart skip a beat. Before he could react further, an elder from the Wanchu sacred land suddenly sneered. Ji Quni. The divine milk of earth spirit, Xian phoenix blood herb, and all that pile of junk you brought are your life-saving items? Is your worthless life so cheap? As these words fell, others also burst into cold laughter. The treasures Ji Quni presented were indeed extraordinary. But it all depended on whom it was compared to. It was clear that the prince was not impressed. How could mere sacred objects enter his eyes? Knowing very well that the Frost Sky Emperor and Wushu Holy Ancestor likely looked down on them. Yet he wanted to deceive the Emperor's son. Unexpectedly, in the end, it backfired, and he hit himself hard in the face. Simply ridiculous. Faced with the mockery and disdain of everyone, Ji Quni's face turned green. Beside him, the Emperor of the Stunning Hongs, Su the Madman, and several elders of the Changshengmu family, all looked uneasy, their faces revealing embarrassment. They originally planned to imitate Ji Quni and trade treasures for their lives. Now it seems that doing so would only lead to humiliation. Each of them possessed some extraordinary items, but put together, they would probably still fall far short of that ancient tea tree of comprehension. This left the Emperor of the Stunning Hongs and others bitterly smiling, feeling hopeless. I fear today, it will really be hard to explain. Looking at their expressions, Jian Lingtian spoke again in a deep voice. Everyone, stop wasting your efforts. You have disregarded the havoc of the demonic path and even attempted to assassinate the Celestial Emperor. This is a heinous crime that must pay a bloody price. Daibation, He Mengchang, and others also had terrifying murderous intent shining back in their eyes. Still dreaming of using ancestral achievements, waving the banner of human righteousness, trying to suppress us with grandeur. People as deranged as you are a plague to the 3,000 realms, with countless future troubles. Frost Celestial Emperor, without Shuheng's sacred ancestor, why not today here, eliminate this group of thieves, and end it all? One strong figure after another spoke in succession. At this moment, everyone also understood. They had almost been led into the pit by that old dog Ji Quni. In an instant, a vast murderous intent surged, rolling layers upon layers, all crushing down on the Ji family, Mu family, Emperor of the Stunning Hongs, and others. Emperor of the Stunning Hongs, Ji Quni, Su the Madman, and others began to tremble violently. One by one, they fell to the ground, continuously knocking their heads, crying out uncontrollably. Frost Celestial Emperor, spare my life. We really know we were wrong. As long as you can spare this dog's life, I will set up a lasting memorial for you and the Shuheng sacred ancestor, worshipping you for the rest of my life. By the way, there is also the Emperor's son. Jiang Wushu and Su Qingshuan looked at them with cold eyes, as if viewing a group of clowns. Only now do you know to plead for mercy. Do you not know that you have brought this upon yourselves? Jiang Wushu's face was pale, turning to look at his wife holding Jiang Yuxian, his gaze softened slightly. But his mouth still continued its cold sneer. If it weren't for my son Yuxian, letting his mother avoid the fragile period, we might truly have been at the mercy of you old dogs today. At this moment, everyone around had different expressions. But upon hearing Jiang Wushu's words, they all stunned for a moment, then spoke out. Every pair of eyes couldn't help but turn to him. What is this? The Frost Celestial Emperor didn't enter a fragile period, actually because of the Emperor's son? What is going on? In an instant, everyone present was dumbfounded, feeling puzzled. No one could understand Jiang Wushu's words. Only Ji Quni. He was still continuously knocking his head, crying out to the heavens, but his voice suddenly stopped. His gaze became blank, raising his head in confusion. Looking at the infant in the Frost Celestial Emperor's arms, glowing with divine light, Ji Quni's thoughts raced. At a certain moment, he seemed to be struck by a thunderbolt, coming to his senses. So that's it. I, an old man who always has perfect strategies, have taken a huge stumble today. Never would I have thought,
no matter how much I calculated, I actually overlooked the Emperor's son.
Ji Qunyi's heart cried out in despair.
At this moment, Ji Qunyi felt as if he had been enlightened, awakening to realization.
Yes.
The Emperor's son, even before his birth, had already surpassed creation, extraordinary beyond compare. Practicing in the womb, creating new refinement realms, thunderous martial veins, pure sword hearts.
Not to mention that ancient tea tree of comprehension, growing vigorously.
One by one, each was astounding, each was shocking. If he did something unexpected at birth that enabled the Frost Celestial Emperor to avoid a fragile period.
Even though it's shocking. But it is not unacceptable. In this way, everything makes sense. It's fate. This is fate. Ji Qunyi shouted loudly, painfully holding his head.
He was always full of wisdom, cunning and calculated. But this time, he made a crucial mistake, overlooking the greatest variable, the son of the Emperor.
Including Xiehong building, it was the same. No one had anticipated this. Otherwise, don't say Xiehong building only has half the Emperor's cultivation. Even if he were 10 times stronger, what could he do?
No matter how deep his obsession with becoming an emperor, he would never dare to challenge a fully powerful heavenly emperor.
It actually has to do with the son of the Emperor?
In the arena, people from Sangjian Mountain, Yuding Holy Land, Changshengmu family, and the Overlord sect all widened their eyes. Their gazes shifted from the son of the emperor to Jiang Wushu and Su Qingxuan, seeking confirmation.
Dad is quite smart. In Su Qingxuan's arms, Jiang Yuxian smirked.
He didn't expect that his father would uncover the truth so quickly.
Jiang Wushu ignored everyone's inquiries. He just stared coldly at Ji Qunyi and the Emperor of the Phoenix, a chilling smile on his face, rage burning in his heart. Frost, let's kill these dogs first, cough cough.
Jiang Wushu's voice was cold. But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly erupted into a violent cough.
Wushu sane ancestor. Jiang kid. Shi Wang and He Mengchang couldn't help but cry out urgently. Dad. Wushu. Jiang Yuxian and Su Qingxuan became anxious as well.
Su Qingxuan grasped Jiang Wushu's hand tightly, the mighty heavenly emperor's aura flowing into him. After a long while, Jiang Wushu finally calmed down.
I'm fine. He breathed heavily, waved his hand weakly, and said.
But at that moment, Jiang Wushu's face was even more haggard than before, pale as paper, devoid of color.
A trace of glaring blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Dad's origin damage seems to be quite serious.
In the swaddle, Jiang Yuxian looked at him and felt a pang of pain. He had no doubts about his father's strength. But he faced a demon servant on the verge of becoming an emperor, and the other side had imperial weapons. Dad exhausted everything, burning his origin, just to protect him and his mother. It's not hard to imagine that he nearly walked through the gates of hell this time. In the future, he would certainly need a lot of time to recover to his peak state. This filled Jiang Yuxian's heart with warmth and emotion.
Dad, this is for you.
He didn't think too much and immediately stretched out his little hand, striving to extend it toward his dad.
Jiang Wushu was slightly taken aback. You little brat, what do you want to give me? He said lightly with a smile.
Jiang Yuxian beamed, just looking at his dad, signaling him to reach out. Jiang Wushu did not know what the little guy was up to, but didn't think too much and opened his palm in cooperation. But right after that, he saw a drop of crystal liquid flowing out from Jiang Yuxian's fingers, landing in his palm. As soon as this drop of liquid appeared, it burst forth with a brilliant glow, infinite radiance spreading in all directions. Rich life essence steamed away, transforming into mist, swirling and shimmering in the void.
In an instant, green shoots broke through the earth on the battlefield, thriving and growing.
The ancient tea tree of enlightenment also erupted with an even more brilliant green light, its branches and leaves gently swaying, making rustling sounds.
As if the heavens were whispering, revealing the myriad principles, transforming into the rhythm of the Tao. What is this? Jiang Wushu's eyes went wide, shocked beyond belief.
He stared blankly at the drop of liquid in his palm, his gaze trembling. The intense vitality, unimaginable in its richness, was like the blazing sun, like the dew, illuminating the world and nourishing all things. It seemed to possess the power to turn decay into the miraculous, bursting with life, revitalizing all. Beside him, Shi Wang reacted even more strongly. She was hopelessly old, but under the embrace of that colorful radiance, she felt every cell in her body come alive, pulsating with energy.
Her spirit was greatly uplifted.
Even her murky eyes sparkled with rays of light.
Such powerful medicine. What kind of divine object is this?
Jian Lingtian, Di Badian, and others couldn't help but exclaim, their expressions trembling with excitement. Everyone began to breathe deeply, greedily absorbing the rich essence of life, feeling that the exhaustion from the previous battle was significantly replenished.
Pairs of eyes widened in shock. They could clearly feel the energy contained in that tiny droplet, heart-stopping.
In an instant, everyone realized that droplet-like liquid was a priceless treasure.
Absolutely a priceless treasure. Su Qingxuan's gaze flickered incessantly. So that's what this is. She clearly felt that the reason she could instantly recover after giving birth to Jiang Yuxian was because of that droplet of liquid. The exact same aura. Su Qingxuan's eyes were fixated on the little guy. Yuxian actually pulled out another heart-shocking miraculous medicine. At this moment, all the strong individuals present looked at that little thing with changed expressions. But Jiang Yuxian's focus was on his father, anxious and impatient. Dad, hurry up and refine it. All the essence is running out. You wasteful old man. Watching his father dazed, he desperately waved his arms and legs to urge him. That's the Taichu divine spring. Every drop of essence lost is a tremendous loss. In fact, he didn't need to remind him at all. Jiang Wushu, after a brief moment of daze, began to refine the Taichu divine spring. In the next moment, his entire aura started to rise rapidly. Boom! A terrifying holy might spread outwards, stirring heaven and earth, laws dancing, righteousness intertwining, all things resonating. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his peak state. Jiang Wushu was enveloped in divine light, standing tall, his hair flying. His eyes shone bright, seeming to contain the might of a dragon, gazing around, both divine and demonic. Wushu Saint Ancestor. Not only has the damaged origin instantly recovered, but even his cultivation seems to have improved. What kind of divine medicine is this, so powerful? The War King Di Wushuan couldn't help but exclaim, extremely shocked. The others felt immeasurable terror and disbelief. One must know, Wushu Saint Ancestor had burned his origin. The damage to the foundation of his path was immeasurable. But in just a few breaths, he recovered. Moreover, his aura was even stronger than before. Ah, this little guy has such divine medicine, truly worthy of being my Jiang Wushu's son. Absolutely. Absolutely. Jiang Wushu suddenly laughed heartily, feeling incredibly joyful. Schwanger, quickly give me that smelly little guy. He reached out and snatched Jiang Yuxian from Su Qingxuan's arms, laughing at the little guy. His mouth almost stretched to his ears, winking and grinning. You little brat, quickly honestly tell me, how much of that divine medicine do you have left? Hand it all over. Hearing his father's words, Jiang Yuxian's little face instantly stiffened. Chapter 87, Withered Tree Blossoming in Spring, Reversing Destiny. Jiang Wushu's words immediately drew everyone's attention. Everyone turned to Jiang Yuxian. They all wanted to know, just how much of that little droplet did the emperor child still possess. But Jiang Yuxian's face instantly stiffened, puffing up his cheeks. Dad, what do you want to do? You actually covet my treasure? Can this father-son relationship still continue? Ha! Jiang Yuxian waved his arms and legs, shouting angrily at his father. So mad. His father actually had designs on his things, wanting the Taichu divine spring. Jiang Yuxian rolled his eyes dramatically, crossing his arms and glaring at his father. Seeing his expression, Jiang Wushu was taken aback. Just that one drop? Really gone? Su Qingxuan also looked at the little guy with hope. What do you think that is? Isn't there plenty? It's gone. Not even a single drop left. Jiang Yuxian turned his head away, extremely dissatisfied. But right after, he was suddenly grabbed by his father and held up in front of him. Jiang Wushu's expression suddenly changed, erupting in anger. You little brat. Why didn't you say it earlier? His expression changed faster than flipping a book, turning Jiang Yuxian over. A big hand struck down hard on its bottom, making a loud sound. Wow, Dad, you dare to hit me. You better stop. Jiang Yuxian cried out in pain, tears almost flowing out. Dad is really hitting hard. One slap after another, hitting extremely heavy, with no sign of joking. This made Jiang Yuxian extremely angry. Goodness. I helped you recover your origin, and you immediately come to hit me? You repay kindness with hatred. I warn you, stop now, or I'll let my mom deal with you, do you believe it? Wow, Mom, save me. Jiang Yuxian shouted, feeling severe pain on the bottom. No, Su. Jiang kid, why are you hitting him seriously? Su Qingxuan and old granny she quickly stopped, stepping forward to snatch Jiang Yuxian away. Every hit from Jiang Wushu caused pain in the little guy, and even more pain in their hearts. Su Qingxuan's eyes were brewing with anger, staring fiercely at Jiang Wushu. If it weren't in front of powerful figures from all the sacred lands, she would have wanted to hit Jiang Wushu hard. Meanwhile, many powerful figures in the distance were all dumbfounded. The holy ancestor of Wushu is. He was just praising the emperor's son. Why is he suddenly hitting? Is it just because he no longer has that divine medicine? It can't be, right? That divine object, it's normal for the emperor's son to have little of it. Divine medicine is a rare treasure, hard to find in ages. For the emperor's son to take out 2 portions is already very frightening.
Jian Tian and others thought to themselves.
Such an extraordinary thing, how can it be as common as cabbage? Holy ancestor Wushu. Are you a bit greedy?
But Jiang Wushu ignored this, his anger still unresolved.
You brat! Why didn't you tell me earlier that the divine medicine was the last drop? Ah!
I burned my origin, at most it would take a few years to recover.
But if it was given to old Granny Shi, it could be very useful.
Jiang Wushu pounded his chest and stomped his feet, heartbroken. Hearing this, everyone understood why he wanted to hit the little guy. Old Granny Shi's vitality was fading, nearing the end of her life, not much time left. Even the strongest treasure in the world could hardly extend her life by a few years. It could be said she was now counting down her days. And if that drop of divine medicine were used on old Granny Shi, it might extend her life by several decades or even 100 years. But this was instead refined by Jiang Wushu.
Gone.
For a moment, Su Qingxuang's face also showed a hint of sadness. Instead, old Granny Shi herself smiled kindly, revealing her toothless gums. She hugged Jiang Yuxian, with her dry hands continuously rubbing the little guy's bottom, circulating a weak aura within her body to heal his injuries.
Little guy, don't take it to heart like your dad. Being able to see your birth, Granny is very satisfied. Granny is fine, Granny still wants to accompany you to grow up.
Old Granny Shi spoke gently, her face full of kindness. Jiang Yuxian understood at this moment, but still felt very wronged in his heart. He shouted loudly at his dad.
Isn't it just wanting to give it to Granny? You thought of it, do you think I wouldn't know? I can tell you that I was already prepared. Jiang Yuxian bared his teeth and showed aggression.
He snorted heavily through his nose. Then, under the gaze of incredulous eyes, he raised his little hand once more. A drop of sparkling spiritual liquid appeared, falling into old Granny Shi's mouth.
Buzz! An invisible wave spread out.
Old Granny Shi was instantly stunned.
Go Granny!
Jiang Yuxian pushed hard with his legs, jumping back into his mom's embrace. Then, with a loud boom, a brilliant light burst out from old Granny Shi's body. That old and hunched body was tightly enveloped within, vanishing from sight.
Endless mist and divine brilliance shone, blinding to the eyes.
This. All the powerful figures present were shocked. Su Qingxuang and her husband exchanged glances, their eyes filled with horror. Even in Jiang Wushu's eyes, there was a hint of confusion.
This damn kid. Isn't it gone? How did you get another drop out? Are you trying to mess with me? As everyone looked on in confusion, the light around old lady Shi suddenly became even more dazzling. Rumble. A loud sound spread out, like thunder descending, shaking the heavens and the earth.
Between heaven and earth, an incomprehensible vast atmosphere was born, accompanied by overwhelming pressure, descending into the mortal world.
What is this?
All the powerful ancestors present felt a tremor in their eyes. But before they could think further, everything seemed to retreat like a tide. The brilliant light, like a rainbow, also dissipated. Old Lady Shi's figure became clear. When they saw her appearance, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes.
How is this possible? This is just too horrifying, right? Each voice said in shock. Jiang Yuxian's little mouth was also rounded in disbelief.
At this moment, Old Lady Shi had completely changed. That always hunched body was now standing much straighter. The previously withered flesh had become plump. The wrinkles on her face were much shallower, and her skin had a touch of radiant brightness. Her silver hair had turned gray.
Those murky eyes were now sparkling with brilliance, full of spirit.
She was still old, but compared to before, she seemed to have suddenly become tens of thousands of years younger.
My heavens! Is that divine liquid the Emperor's item really a miracle medicine? Rebirth, withered trees blossom again, this is reversing fate. That kind of miracle medicine is so terrifying. Everyone was stunned and spoke out in shock.
Even Su Qingxuang and Jiang Wushu's gazes changed. You see, Old Lady Shi had lived for over 100,000 years, already at the brink of death. Relying on countless heavenly treasures to prolong her life, she had barely lived to this day. No one could predict when she would vanish, her soul returning to the netherworld. Life, aging, illness, and death, the cycle of heaven.
Even someone as powerful as Su Qingxuang couldn't change it.
But today, just relying on that little guy's drop of divine liquid, Old Lady Shi could blossom again, renewing her vitality.
This is truly rewriting destiny. So terrifying. Chapter 88, Breaking the Chains of Divine Power, a New Saint to Stand.
Old Lady Shi stood in the center, her aura had strengthened countless times compared to before.
She seemed like a different person. Not only that, all the ancestors present even felt that her old body had some rise in cultivation.
This situation left everyone shaken, intensely astonished.
Grandma!
Su Qingxuang stood by, suddenly calling out softly. 2 lines of tears silently slid down from the corners of her eyes, out of extreme joy. She stepped forward, grabbed Grandma's hand, and kept looking her up and down.
This, it's so great. So great.
Jiang Wuxu was also overwhelmed with excitement, his eyes red, continuously shouting.
For them as a couple, Grandma was as close as blood relatives. She was one of the most important people in Su Qingxuan's life. Without her, there would be no current Frost Emperor, looking down on the 3,000 paths and invincible in the world. It's just a pity that all these years, Grandma had been stuck at the semi-saint ancestor realm. Time wore down her life, leaving her on the brink of death, facing her limit. The couple tried every method, but nothing worked. They could not truly change fate. But now, Su Qingxuan could confirm that with Grandma's current state, she could live at least another 100 years, without question. This thrilled both her and Jiang Wuxu beyond measure. Little Qingxuan, don't cry, I feel so good now. Thanks to my dear grandson, I never expected to be able to be reborn.
Old lady, she wiped away Su Qingxuan's tears, then looked lovingly at the little one in her arms. In her old eyes, a glimmer of tears also sparkled. That drop of divine liquid possessed miraculous effects, allowing her to sprout again like an old tree, blossoming anew.
Jiang Yuxian grinned widely, smiling very happily.
The effects of the Taichu divine spring truly did not let me down. Bringing the dead back to life, flesh to white bones.
It's really not a joke. Before, when it was used on my parents, the effect wasn't so obvious. Now seeing Auntie Shi's appearance, it's as if she has changed into a different person. Suddenly, she looks many years younger. Such an effect makes Jiang Yuxian extremely satisfied. Congratulations, Empress Frost.
Congratulations, Auntie Shi. At this moment, people from all the holy places and sects also began to express their congratulations.
Everyone felt an immense sense of emotion in their hearts. They knew that Auntie Shi had come back to life. This amazed everyone.
At the same time, they felt happiness for the old woman. Su Qingxuan, Jiang Wuxu, and Auntie Shi were excited for a long time before finally calming down.
This brat. You still have more, why didn't you say it earlier? You made me hit you once, and now my hand hurts.
Jiang Wuxu suddenly said with a grin. But as soon as these words came out, he instantly met Su Qingxuan's ferocious gaze, scaring him so much that he took a step back, laughing awkwardly. Jiang Yuxian got angry at once, waving her little fist and loudly protesting.
Your hand hurts? I'm about to bloom with peach blossoms all over, okay? Is this how you act as a father? I'm telling you, I'm angry.
Jiang Yuxian folded her arms, snorted coldly, and said with a pout. At this moment, Jade Cauldron Holy Master He Mengchang spoke with emotion.
The Emperor's spiritual liquid is simply a miraculous medicine.
Not only did it rejuvenate the old lady's body and extend her life, but just now, I even felt her boundary barrier starting to loosen.
It's just a pity.
At the end, he couldn't help but sigh softly. The others nodded in agreement. Just now, Auntie Shi's entire body was covered in light, followed by a loud rumble. A sinister and fierce aura spread through the heavens and earth. The great saints were very certain.
That was holy might.
Although it was just a trace, it showed that at that moment, Auntie Shi had indeed touched the ultimate threshold. Just one step away from truly entering the ancestral saint realm and breaking the shackles. However, that kind of commotion lasted only the blink of an eye before retreating like a tide. The chance to become a saint disappeared just like that. It's truly regrettable. Even Su Qingxuan and Jiang Wuxu couldn't help but feel disappointed. The ancestral saint barrier is as formidable as a chasm. The chance to become a saint is even more elusive. Missing this opportunity will make it hard to grasp again.
An old man from the Asking Immortals sect sighed as he spoke.
Everyone knew that the laws of the universe and the order of the Great Path were the foundation of life's growth. But at the same time, they were also the invisible shackles imposed by the heavens on all living beings. The cultivation of beings is to constantly strengthen oneself, thus breaking away from the constraints of heaven and breaking the shackles to escape the cage.
Undoubtedly, the barrier of the ancestral saint realm is an extremely strong shackle. To forcefully break free, how easy can that be?
Auntie Shi has cultivated for many years but has never succeeded in ascending. This is not only because her lifespan is short, but more importantly, she is limited by her talents. Even though she has been reborn, common holy medicines may not allow her to ultimately break through that step.
However, Auntie Shi herself didn't care at all.
She smiled gently, leaned towards the little one, and patted his head.
My dear grandson. Now, Grandma can really grow up with you.
And when Jiang Yuxian heard everyone's words, he fell into deep thought.
Is it really this hard to achieve the ancestral saint realm?
He felt surprised. Grandma is already a half-step ancestral saint, and now she still has at least 100 years of lifespan, yet reaching sainthood still isn't easy. It seems that the path of cultivation is really not as simple as he imagined.
Jiang Yuxian kept pondering in his heart.
His round eyes suddenly rolled around and blinked a few times.
A drop of Taichu divine spring not only transformed Grandma's body but also made the ancestral saint barrier shake. If I had another drop.
Jiang Yuxian suddenly grinned and raised his little hand again.
Between his 5 fingers, radiance burst forth, dazzling and brilliant. That powerful life essence once again appeared before everyone. In an instant, Su Qingxuan, Zhang Wushu, He Mengchang, Jin Lingtian, and others all widened their eyes. Again, it's happening. How does he still have more? Everyone was shocked. The little guy actually took out that divine liquid again.
This kind of treasure, just one drop is enough to cause endless shock.
He actually took out another drop.
It must be remembered that with the drop used by Frost Emperor, this is already the 4th drop.
How many does this little thing have left? The powerful ones present were all in stunned silence.
In their astonished gaze, Jiang Yuxian flicked his finger, and that drop of divine liquid flew out, falling once again into Granny Shi's mouth. The old woman was momentarily frozen. Then the medicinal power diffused, transforming into a terrifying and immense energy, like a mountain flood, like a vast ocean, waves crashing to the sky, turbulent waves roaring.
In an instant, Granny Shi's body seemed to explode with a blazing sun. Boom!
The momentum of heaven and earth was immense, divine energy surged, thunderous roars continued. Endless heavenly laws, vast orders, and supreme principles manifested at this moment. It was as if a divine being held a pen, brushing wildly, sketching out countless mysterious patterns, intertwining intricately. Seemingly chaotic and obscure, yet extraordinarily marvelous. At the same time, it could be clearly seen that thick laws tightly surrounded Granny Shi, like one terrifying shackle after another, firmly imprisoning her within. This was the great way of heaven and earth, a bondage imposed upon infinite living beings. It was also the barrier of the sacred realm that Granny Shi faced. But soon, an overwhelmingly powerful force gradually erupted from Granny Shi's body, divine light soaring. She looked as if she had turned into an unparalleled divine furnace, terrifying energy burning fiercely, dominating the heavens and scorching all. Hiss! A large area of law and order broke apart under this divine power.
The sacred ancestor barrier is shaking again. The chance to become sacred has reappeared. Granny Shi is about to become sacred. Many powerful ancestors gasped in astonishment.
They were all too familiar with this situation.
Everyone had walked this path before. And what was happening to Granny Shi now was the omen before achieving the status of sacred ancestor. She was about to break through, to stand in the sacred realm, to challenge the ultimate strength. Sure enough. Just as everyone was in utter shock, an immense light suddenly erupted from Granny Shi. Accompanied by boundless divine power surging out, crushing everything. With a loud bang, it abruptly spread out. Boom! The sky flipped, and the universe shattered, the great way roared. The laws and principles in the air were completely shattered, turning into a chaotic mess. Inside Granny Shi, a terrifying shackle was forcefully broken. Following it was an extreme pressure, as if a mountain flood had erupted, permeating every inch of space, crashing against the heavens, sending chills down everyone's spine. This scene made everyone collectively gasp in shock. Granny Shi had broken the shackles of heaven and earth, successfully ascending to become a sacred ancestor. Jiang Yuxian was held in his mother's arms, retreating to a distance, tightly clenching his little fists, shouting. It worked, it worked! Granny is amazing. Granny Shi broke through the barrier, instantly becoming sacred. The old woman was wrapped in divine light, her body slowly floated up, arriving among the 9 heavens. The principles of the law were by her side, the rhythm of the way accompanied her, turning into endless brilliant colors swirling and flying, like flowers falling from the sky. In an instant, a grand celestial sound resounded from beyond the sky, as if the heavens were teaching, expressing the true meaning. Splashing. From the distant horizon, purple light filled the sky, like clouds and mist, rushing forth. Heavenly anomalies descended. Purple chi came from the east. On the ground beneath, divine springs gushed forth, and spiritual energy boiled. Countless golden lotus flowers erupted, silently blooming, their divine light dazzling. The spectacular anomaly rolled in like a tide, encompassing hundreds of great domains in just a moment. Countless beings witnessed this scene. The sound of the great way sang in their ears, making people entranced. Countless cultivators were stirred. Everyone wanted to know what had happened. Someone has comprehended the true meaning of the great way and ascended to become a sacred ancestor. Soon, those with profound cultivation began to speak, revealing the truth. A new saint has descended, aiming for the highest. In this world, there is now another existence at the saint ancestor level. This made the entire cultivation realm boil with excitement. And far away from Xian Shuangdong Tian, the many spectators were completely shocked. The sounds of heavenly music echoed, divine voices filled the air, purple light flooded everywhere, and sacred springs flowed continuously, with golden lotus rising from the earth. All these extraordinary signs were right in front of their eyes.
In the void, the saint's might was vast and overwhelming, permeating every inch of space, making people unable to help but bow and worship. In the distance, the figure of the old woman stood in the vast sky, looking plain and unadorned. But around her, auspicious colors rose, turning into true dragons and celestial phoenixes, dancing gracefully. The grand scene around her gave her an indescribable air of mystery. And those present, such as Jin Ling Tian, Himeng Chang, and Di Ba Tian, were the most terrified, their gazes trembling immensely. The old woman's momentum is still rising. Someone exclaimed in shock. Under their watch, the divine light on the old woman became more and more powerful. After breaking through to the Saint Ancestor realm, this momentum did not stop, rather, it intensified. That terrifying power surged wave after wave, each stronger than the last. Her cultivation was still increasing rapidly. Saint Ancestor first level. Saint Ancestor second level. Saint Ancestor third level. The eyes of the strong trembled violently. The heavens and earth showed extraordinary signs, stirring the world, and this continued for a long time. Finally, with a loud thud, like heaven striking a hammer, it echoed decisively. Buzzing. The energy of the old woman finally reached its peak. At this moment, the signs in the sky began to show signs of subsiding. Saint Ancestor. Fourth level. Everyone from Jade Cauldron Sacred Land, Huanshu Sacred Land, Fulong Divine Dynasty, Sangjian Mountain, and others wished their eyes would pop out. Every one of them was filled with fear, unable to believe what they were seeing. The old woman actually jumped straight to the fourth level of Saint Ancestor. This was the mid-level of the Saint Ancestor realm. It was simply unbelievable. Horrifying. No way? Granny is so powerful? Jian Yuxian was stunned himself. He was filled with pride when his grandmother successfully broke through. Indeed, everything was as he expected. The second drop of the primordial divine spring truly broke through the barriers, allowing her to grasp the opportunity to become a saint once again. It was truly worthy of him. A man of unparalleled charm and wisdom, orchestrating everything. But he truly did not expect that the old woman would leap through several levels to reach the fourth level of Saint Ancestor. That was just too terrifying. The power of the primordial divine spring was incredibly fierce to this extent. Hard to imagine. Everyone tilted their heads, gazing up at the figure of the old woman in the sky. At this moment, her cultivation was deeper than many present. This filled everyone with incomparable astonishment. As their gazes remained fixed on her, the extraordinary signs gradually dissipated. The unmatched saintly might was also gathered by the old woman. She returned to her original simple and plain appearance, descending from the high sky. But in the eyes of everyone, this old woman had become unfathomable. Her energy was subtle, deep as an abyss. It made people feel inexplicably fearful. Granny! Su Qing Shuang and Jiang Wusu were the first to react, eagerly rushing forward. The couple was extremely excited. Granny not only successfully promoted but also broke through to the fourth level. Not only had her strength multiplied countless times. Most importantly, for at least over 100,000 years, she no longer needed to worry about lifespan issues. Seeing the couple's mix of surprise and joy, the old woman also couldn't help but feel incredibly excited. The Saint Ancestor realm is indeed extraordinarily profound. I have lived for over 100,000 years and could never comprehend it, unexpectedly. At the end, Shi Wuqing's face was streaked with old tears, filled with boundless emotion. The countless years of effort, always limited by talent, unable to reach the highest point. This was her greatest regret. In recent years, with little time left, she had long since let go of her obsession, or perhaps accepted her fate. But who would have thought that because of two unknown divine liquids, not only had she revived but also suddenly broke through to the saint realm. This left her feeling deeply moved, and... Little guy, you really are my lucky star. Old Granny Shi was moved, her eyes filled with tears, gently stroking the little one's head. All of this was given by this little creature. It was because of him that she came to Xian Frost Cave Heaven. It seems everything was destined. This little one is the greatest blessing in Shi Wuqing's life. At this moment, the other powerful figures finally regained their composure and spoke up one after another. Congratulations to old Granny Shi for her promotion to Saint Ancestor. So joyous. Truly joyous. The Emperor Child is truly a divine being. A single drop of divine liquid allows old Granny Shi to be reborn, rejuvenating her. Another drop of divine liquid actually created a Saint Ancestor strongman on the spot. And it's mid-stage. Incredible. Unbelievable. In this vast world, does such a divine object really exist? They shouted and clamored, a chaotic scene. Not only congratulating old Granny Shi on her promotion, but mainly, they were shocked by the divine liquid presented by the Emperor Child, feeling a chill. Each looked at the baby in Frost Sky Emperor's arms, enveloped in a faint divine glow, their expressions stirred. This little being continually refreshed their understanding. No one dared to imagine that such divine liquid existed in the world. It only took 2 drops. Surely, a treasure-level spirit medicine that is hard to find in countless years wouldn't have such an effect? What confused them most was that the emperor child was just born. Where did this come from? It couldn't possibly be something born with him in the womb, right? And looking at his posture, he probably hasn't used them all, there must be more. How could this not make people gasp in admiration? How could it not make them envious? Even Jiang Wushu leaned in closer to Jiang Yuxian. You really have it, you little brat. Honestly tell me, how much of that divine liquid do you still have? He looked deeply at his son, filled with warmth and hope. Jiang Yuxian shivered for a moment. It's all gone. This time it's really gone. He cautiously stared at his father. Goodness. He's still trying to grab my Taichu divine spring. I only have 10 drops in total. After today, I've already used 4 drops. This consumption is way too fast. I warn you, father, don't stare at me like that. When I truly need it, I will definitely take it out. But usually, don't ask. Ask and there will be nothing at all. Jiang Yuxian held both hands tightly against his father's face. Seeing this, Su Qingshuan couldn't help but laugh softly. This little guy really protects his treasures. Jiang Wushu felt helpless. There's nothing he could do. If the little guy doesn't want to say, he can't force it, right? I, Jiang Wushu, a peak saint ancestor and a father, can't do such a thing? Seeing his father finally give up, Jiang Yuxian snorted coldly and gave him a backhanded look. Half of the Taichu divine spring was consumed today, but he didn't feel a hint of pity. It was all used on his loved ones, resulting in a killing disaster, restoring his father's essence, and even earning a saint ancestor. It couldn't be more worth it. Just as everyone was excited, a voice suddenly rose from not far away, instantly silencing the crowd. Is the emperor child still human? Such a voice echoed in the gathering. The speaker was Su Quangren, the leader of the Bawang sect. When old Granny Shi broke through, he had retreated to a distance with Jitsu and Yue, Jinghong Emperor, and others. They witnessed everything, unable to suppress their amazement, shaken to an unimaginable extent. Su Quangren's thoughts escaped his lips directly. The moment his voice fell, he realized something was wrong. Beside him, Jitsu and Yue wished he could jump 3 heights to strike him. What are you saying at this moment? Frost Sky Emperor and Wushu Saint Ancestor are in high spirits. What if in their good mood, they spare our lives? Wouldn't that be wonderful? Is it not better to be a cautious turtle? The moment you opened your mouth, you instantly broke the lively atmosphere. Isn't this asking for trouble? Are you stupid? In an instant, Ji Quni's mind was racing, and he felt like he wanted to die. Sure enough. As soon as Su Quangren spoke, Jiang Wushu and the others immediately fell silent. Pairs of eyes suddenly turned to look at them. Everyone had been excited, filled with joy. But in an instant, their faces turned dark, looking as if they wanted to eat people. Especially the Emperor Z, whose small face lost its smile, filled with hostility, and the intent to kill was chilling. After not speaking for so long, I almost forgot about you bunch of dogs. Jiang Yuxian pointed at the group and shouted incessantly. Ji Quni felt helpless, forcing out an ugly smile. Unexpectedly, the little guy became even angrier. You old dog can still laugh? Even if the King of Heaven himself came today, you would still not escape death. Jiang Yuxian clawed the air, wishing to rush forward and shred Ji Quni's old face. Even my old mom dared to scheme against me. If you don't pay a bloody price, how can I calm the rage in my heart? Ji Quni, the Emperor of the Sky, and Su Quangren trembled in fear, feeling extremely terrified. They knew that the Frost Emperor definitely would not let them go easily. But next, they heard her suddenly change her tone. But considering that your ancestors once shed blood and sacrificed themselves for the 3,000 Dao domains, I can let you go this time, and spare you from death. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned in place. The people from Sungjian Mountain, Yuding Holy Land, and Wuxian sect were suddenly anxious. Frost Emperor, you cannot. These people are audacious, they must not be lightly spared. If you let them go, how will you explain to the people of the world? How can the many ancestors who fell today rest in peace in the afterlife? They shouted angrily, their fury blazing, unwilling to easily forgive these people. But on the other side, Ji Quni, the Emperor of the Sky, and Su Quangren were like wooden dolls. They never expected that the Frost Emperor would truly spare their lives. What was originally a certain death situation had turned around. What a huge surprise. Everyone knew that their lives were saved. Once the Frost Emperor spoke, there was absolutely no turning back. But before their joy could spread, they heard that clear female voice sound again. But Su Qingshuang spoke coldly, waving her hand to signal Jin Lingtian and others to calm down.
Her gaze swept through the crowd. Finally, it landed on Ji Quni. Ji Quni, as the main culprit, you plotted against me. Before this, you even tried every possible way to confuse the truth, using the righteousness of humanity to threaten. With my dignity at stake, there is absolutely no reason to spare you. Upon hearing this, Ji Quni's expression froze in place. He felt like he was falling into an abyss. In an instant, he dropped to his knees in the void, continuously knocking his head. Frost Emperor, spare my life. As long as you give me a way to live, I, Ji, will serve the Xuanchuan cave heaven as a dog or horse from now on, not hesitating to die 1,000 times. He cried out loudly, snot and tears covering his face. But Su Qingxuan remained cold and unmoved. Those who do much evil will certainly perish. Cleverness can be counterproductive. You will pay the price for your actions. As soon as her words fell, an unmatched fierce aura surged in the void. It was as if a grinding divine will had appeared in the world, slowly turning. Buzz buzz. Accompanied by a deafening roar that made one's teeth ache. The sound of crying suddenly stopped. Ji Quni's figure resembled a grain of yellow soy in a millstone. In just an instant, he was ground into powder, turning into wisps of blue smoke. With a gentle breeze, he dissipated between heaven and earth, his form and spirit completely vanished. Head of the family. The members of the Eternal Life Ji family wanted to cry out in anguish. But as they opened their mouths, only a dry, hoarse voice emerged. The members of the Jinghong Divine Dynasty, the Eternal Life Mu family, and the Overlord sect were also trembling in fear at this scene. The methods of the Frost Sky Emperor were tyrannical and decisive, powerful enough to make people shiver. A mighty being of the 9th rank Sane ancestor was killed just like that, dying invisibly, with not even a corpse left behind. At that moment, Su Qingxuan's gaze returned to these people. The remaining ones among you can escape the death penalty, but the suffering will be inevitable. You have 3 days to hand over the family's sacred artifacts, and in the next 300 years, the ancestors of each family must not step outside half a step. If there is even the slightest disobedience, this emperor will show no mercy. Su Qingxuan said coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, she gently waved her finger in the void. Shoo! One by one, objects appeared from the space cracks, including the sacred artifacts and items left by Ji Quni. Among them was the Ji family's sacred artifact, the 1000 Machine Tower. Su Qingxuan extended her hand, the dark little tower spun, radiating light, landing in her palm. All the other sacred artifacts and precious medicines were also collected by her. The hearts of the Jinghong monarch, Su Quangren, and others were filled with despair. Handing over the family sacred artifacts meant every family would lose their strongest foundation. In 300 years, without saints walking outside, any great opportunities that arose in the wasteland would no longer have anything to do with them. The talented juniors at home would also be unable to receive protection from the ancestors. The dangers they would face then were self-evident. This punishment was too ruthless. It was even more painful than killing them. But at this moment, who would dare to say even a single word of dissent? The Emperor's majesty was unassailable. Thank you, Frost Sky Emperor, for your merciful leniency. We will respectfully comply with the Emperor's decree. Everyone forced a bitter smile and said in unison. Jiang Yuxian looked at them and couldn't help but snort coldly. A group of worthless dogs, you truly have it easy. But this is not the end. When I walk through the 3,000 domains in the future, I will definitely pay your families a good visit. He said with a cold expression. For such a result, the people from Xangjian Mountain, the Primordial Sacred Land, and the Fulong Divine Dynasty were all somewhat satisfied. They said no more. Watching the Jinghong monarch, Su Quangren, members of the Mu family, and the Ji family turn to leave. At that moment, a green divine radiance suddenly spread out, with treasures glistening and a fragrant aroma wafting through the air, intoxicating to the senses. Jiang Yuxian immediately noticed the movement. He was instantly filled with joy. Great! The Enlightenment tea has matured. Chapter 91, As a Saint Ancestor, where is your demeanor? The Enlightenment tea has matured. Jiang Yuxian's gaze suddenly brightened. Not just him. Everyone present also noticed the commotion in an instant. Including the Jinghong monarch, Su Quangren, the Eternal Life Ji family, and the Eternal Life Mu family, all unconsciously paused and turned back to look. Pairs of eyes were all focused on the little tree rooted in the ruins. At this moment, the ancient Enlightenment tea tree had grown taller than a person and was over a foot in diameter. The trunk twisted and knotted, with old bark cracking open, resembling scales of a dragon hanging above. The entire little tree was enveloped in a hazy glow. In the void, invisible waves spread out. A peaceful and tranquil atmosphere enveloped the place, intoxicating the mind and igniting an urge to attain enlightenment on the spot. It is said that meditating and cultivating under the ancient Enlightenment tea tree can yield the results of 10 days' effort in just one day. I honestly didn't quite believe it before. But now. An elder from the Primordial Sacred Land said with parched lips.
The others also nodded in agreement.
The ancient enlightenment tea tree is an immortal divine root, rare and hard to come by since antiquity. It is only recorded in ancient texts that appeared during the ancient era.
In today's world, it has been unheard of. But right now, there stood before them a tree of life, surprising and shaking their hearts. The small tree was not tall or sturdy, with only 108 leaves, but it did not appear barren. This was because each leaf was radiating brilliant light, swaying and shining in a myriad of colors, their crystal-like beauty enchanting. The 108 tea leaves were all different in shape and color. Some resembled a true dragon, strong and vigorous, full of power. Some looked like heavenly phoenixes, soaring and flapping their wings, breathing divine flames. Others took the forms of bagwas, divine tripods, bronze bells, clouds, and mountains, vividly alive. There was an array of peculiar shapes, endlessly varied.
And this was the sign that the enlightenment tea had matured.
It seems that those two holy medicines from old Dog G really are quite useful. So quickly, they've caused the enlightenment tea to mature.
Jian Yuxian smiled, very satisfied.
But before he could act, a leaf on the tea tree suddenly burst forth with dazzling brilliance. Then, this leaf shot up into the air, instantly vanishing into thin air, disappearing without a trace.
Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Jian Yuxian was stunned too.
But soon he understood. After the enlightenment tea matures each year, if not harvested in time, it will leave the branch. The profound truths contained within it would also return to the heavens and earth, leaving no trace behind.
After a brief moment of daze, Jian Yuxian immediately tugged at his mother's sleeve, anxiously shouting, "Mom, hurry, and pick them. Don't let them run away." He was truly in a rush. What a disaster. It was not easy to use the two sacred medicines to stimulate the enlightenment tea. If they all ran away, wouldn't that be a huge loss? But at that moment, Jian Yuxian himself could not control the enlightenment tea. "No worries, I have Mom." Without needing his reminder, Su Qingshuang acted immediately.
She raised her delicate hand, her 5 fingers slightly spread, and a wondrous force burst forth. Soon after, more than 100 pieces of enlightenment tea detached from the branches, transforming into streaks of light and flying into her palms. Under the restraints, all the tea leaves quietly presented themselves. Held in her hand, they formed a thick stack. A rich and fragrant aroma wafted towards them. Jian Yuxian narrowed his big eyes, taking a deep breath, and instantly felt his soul lift, nearly floating away.
"Shuanger, let me take a look."
Jiang Wushu and Granny Shi also immediately leaned in, each picking up a leaf to study closely. Zhen Lingtian, He Mengchang, Di Batian, Di Wushuan, and Huan Shusheng also quickly gathered around. Everyone was diligently inhaling the fragrance emanating from the tea leaves.
The tea scent was overwhelming, the tea's essence spreading, making one feel completely relaxed, almost as if transcending the body, as if gaining sudden insight into profound laws. It truly sent their hearts and minds into a whirlwind. This is the enlightenment tea? Every single tea leaf actually bears the laws of heaven and earth, the profound truths of the Great Way. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Heaven and earth are mysterious, the Great Way magnificent, and the creations marvelous. Such divine items really exist in this world. Except for the one that fled, the remaining 107 tea leaves represent 107 paths. The crowd gasped in astonishment, speaking one after another. If this mystical tea could be sipped, it would certainly yield unexpected rewards. In an instant, everyone's eyes were filled with fervor. They stood there, their throats rolling, just short of drooling. And not far away, the stunned Honghuan Emperor, Su Quangren, and about 20 others were also craning their necks, eager to see the truth. But they did not dare to step forward. The Emperor is truly a god, with such divine items. It has just been born, where did the ancient enlightenment tea tree come from? Gulp! Yuding Shengzhu He Mengchang exclaimed in shock. At the end, he actually swallowed his saliva. This swallow was not insignificant, drawing Di Batian, Di Wushuan, Huan Shusheng, and others to follow suit. Gulp! Gulp! Instantly, the sound of swallowing filled the air. Every pair of eyes seemed as if they were about to spew fire, extremely greedy. Seeing their expressions, Jiang Yuxian almost burst out laughing. These guys. Each one was staring with wide, greedy eyes. Is it that hard to just write longing on your face? You are all saints, after all. The strongest beings in the great wilderness realm. What happened to your extraordinary and unfazed image, like mountains collapsing in front of you? Can you at least show some grace? Gulp. At this moment, even Jin Lingtian couldn't remain calm. He struggled to swallow in his throat. The enlightenment tea nurtures the Tao, an unimaginable treasure, especially for powerful cultivators. Just by drinking a cup, there is a chance to understand its true meaning, bringing endless benefits. Even though they were saints, no one could resist such temptation. If this were found somewhere else, they would have already jumped in to snatch it.
But after all, this was the property of the imperial son. A group of old geezers, with ages in the tens of thousands, felt embarrassed to openly ask for it. They all found themselves in a difficult and awkward situation.
Jiang Yuxian smiled at them mischievously.
He suddenly stretched out his hand and took all the tea leaves from his mother. Then he took out 2 leaves and handed them to an elder from the Jade Cauldron Sacred Land. The elder, with gray hair, was immediately stunned. The greedy expression on his face froze.
"Is this for me?" he asked in disbelief. It was hard to easily believe this. This is enlightenment tea, and it's 2 leaves. Such a treasure, and the imperial son just gave it to himself? Is it true or not?
The rest of the people also gasped, glancing at each other.
The imperial son, is he serious? Seeing everyone's reactions, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Of course it's for you, take it quickly."
He forcefully put the 2 leaves into the elder's hand. Then, he distributed to the remaining people one by one.
Come, everyone gets a share, 2 leaves each. Those who want it come forward to take it, or else it will be gone." Jiang Yuxian shouted with his youthful voice.
Miraculously, at that moment, everyone understood what he meant. One by one, the powerful beings stood frozen, still not reacting even when they held the enlightenment tea in their hands.
Chapter 92, The Final Curtain. 10 divine wheels pressing down on eternity.
More than 20 saints were stunned for a long time, all dumbfounded.
This. Is it really for us? Their eyes, wide open, stared at Jiang Yuxian, still not daring to believe. Until the little one in swaddling blanket nodded again for confirmation, they gradually came back to their senses.
A group of people exchanged glances.
Then, an unmatched joy surged in their hearts.
The faces of the old geezers instantly turned bright red, filled with excitement, shouting loudly.
"Enlightenment tea! This is truly enlightenment tea! The imperial son really bestowed me enlightenment tea. What a rare fortune, to receive this ancient divine tea. I, as a saint, never dared to imagine such luck." A group of saints spat words of excitement, wanting to jump up.
They held their hands like they were treasures, thrilled like children.
Is it really that exciting?
Seeing them like this, Jiang Yuxian felt a bit helpless.
But not to say.
These old geezers who have lived countless years looked quite adorable at this moment. Nearby, Su Qingxuan, Zhang Wushu, an old lady, she also couldn't help but laugh.
Zhang Wushu reached out, rubbing Jiang Yuxian's head. "Naughty boy, you really know how to treat people," he said with a laugh. This little one, as soon as he started, sent out nearly half of the tea leaves without blinking.
And not far away, the Jinghong Divine Dynasty, Overlord Sect, Mu Clan, Ji Clan, and others also witnessed all of this. These 20 or so people felt bitter in their hearts. Enlightenment tea was beyond extraordinary, a treasure more fearsome than saint medicine, making one long for it.
But they had no share in it. One wrong move, and it's all lost.
The Emperor of Jinghong sighed with a bitter smile. The rest also felt an indescribable sourness in their hearts, hard to express. If they had followed the Frost Sky Emperor's command and boldly fought against the Eternal Blood Prison, the Enlightenment tea would surely have been theirs. Now, not only could they not obtain this treasure, but they couldn't even protect their own family's sacred artifact. Still under house arrest for 300 years.
If I had known this would happen, why did I act in the first place? Su Madman let out a long sigh.
It's really a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers.
If it weren't for their hidden motives, intending to harm the Frost Emperor, how could it have come to this?
At this moment, several strong figures truly felt regret for their past actions. 1,000 times wrong, 10,000 times wrong, they should not have believed Ji Kunya's deceitful words.
"Let's go."
Moments later, a group of people, filled with deep disappointment, stepped into the void and quietly retreated. Back at the original place, Su Qingxuan, Jiang Yuxian, and others merely took a light glance and didn't pay much attention. After a long while, experts from Sangjian Mountain, Huanshu Holy Land, and Yuding Holy Land gradually recovered from their excitement.
"Thank you for the tea, Emperor's child. We are extremely grateful." They all expressed countless thanks, bowing in respect.
With 2 pieces of enlightenment tea each, there's a great chance for them to advance a step further in their cultivation.
This is a tremendous blessing. But Su Qingxuan held Jiang Yuxian and sidestepped the crowd's formalities. Zhang Wushu even stepped forward and bowed deeply to them. Today's crisis at Xuanshuan Cave Heaven was largely thanks to their strong support, holding back the Eternal Blood Prison until Su Qingxuan acted, finally stabilizing through this disaster. The couple was immensely grateful to these holy lands and sections.
It could even be said that they were profoundly indebted. How could just 2 pieces of enlightenment tea ever repay that? After all, each of them was now carrying serious injuries. In each family, a holy ancestor had fallen. This was an extremely heavy price to pay. 6 or 7 holy ancestors died in one battle, causing the heavens and earth to mourn. especially for the weaker sects like Broken Sword Pavilion, Seven Star Palace, and Heavenly River Valley. Xia Han, Li Changhe, and Shui Wuliang were each the only holy ancestors of their respective sects. Their extinction was like the collapse of a pillar holding up the mountains for their sects. Wait for me to grow a bit older in a few years, then I will personally come to repay you. Jiang Yuxian quietly remembered those major sections. In the future, he would definitely look for a chance to visit them. Not long after, Zhen Lingtian, He Mengchang, Zhu Feixian, Di Badian, and others bid farewell and left. They needed to return to heal their injuries. I just got born, and my home is gone. In the cradle, Jiang Yuxian looked at the completely changed Xuanchuan cave heaven and felt helpless. Originally, as the emperor's child, people with status from the 3,000 domains would come to congratulate and present great gifts. But after today's battle, several holy ancestors fell. Holding a grand banquet at this time would truly be inappropriate. Moreover, the reconstruction of Xuanchuan cave heaven would take some time. Let's go to ancient sky sect. After a moment, Jiang Wushu said this. Su Qingxuan also nodded. Ancient sky sect was their teacher's sect, equivalent to a second home. Before the renovation of Xuanchuan cave heaven was completed, it was indeed a good place to rest. The family no longer delayed and, after sending messages to Zhang Taihang, Su Qingtian, and others, stepped into the spatial passage and vanished. Today's great battle has completely come to a close. But for the 3,000 domains, it might take a long time for this storm to calm down. The birth of the Emperor's child. The downfall of the Eternal Blood Prison. The return of the Snow Red House. The schemes of several great families and divine dynasties. Shi Wuqing's ascension to Holy Ancestor. All these events will continue to ferment, shaking countless people. Jiang Yuxian's family also left Xuanchuan cave heaven. A battle has completely transformed their home, needing a rebuild before they could move in again. Su Qingxuan, Jiang Wushu, taking Jiang Yuxian and old lady Shi, headed towards ancient sky sect. Originally, the birth of the emperor's child meant that notable figures from the 3,000 domains would come to celebrate and present great gifts. But now, with several holy ancestors fallen, it was indeed inappropriate to hold a grand banquet at this time, so they had to give up. Ancient Sky Sect is located in the northeastern part of the 3,000 domains, separated by more than a dozen large regions from the Eternal Domain. The family traveled slowly, taking their time without rushing, taking 5 or 6 days to finally arrive. During this time, a shocking event occurred in the 3,000 Dao domains that attracted everyone's attention. On this day, in the distant Changheng domain, countless people gathered and looked up to the sky. There, 9 massive golden wheels rose slowly, arriving in the sky. Each wheel was gigantic, dazzling, and released an unimaginable divine energy. Endless pressure surged, permeating every inch of space. The divine brightness of the blazing sun in the sky was completely suppressed. These were the 9 divine wheels of the cultivators, representing the 9th level of the divine wheel realm. But not long after, a terrible booming sound suddenly erupted between heaven and earth. Boom! It was as if the end of the world had come, the sky shook, and the earth trembled. It felt like an invisible giant hand was gripping this world tightly and shaking it violently. Hundreds of great domains around the Changheng domain felt the intense vibrations, the void almost twisted and deformed. Countless cultivators were shaken, filled with horror. Everyone looked toward the source of the commotion. There stood a magnificent palace, the location of the Changheng domain's ruler, the Hantian Palace. This was also the site of an ancient supreme sect. Before the crowd could be amazed, amidst the endless booming, suddenly another magnificent golden wheel shot up from the palace. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if a world-splitting divine will had appeared, crushing the heavens and the earth, emitting a most terrifying tremor. That final golden wheel ascended into the 9th heaven, hanging alongside the other 9 divine wheels, suspended in the azure sky. 10 suns shone in the sky, floating and sinking, illuminating the world. Dozens of great domains around felt this horrifying scene. Countless cultivators were deeply moved. The 10 divine wheels. How could someone unlock the 10 divine wheels? How is this possible? Isn't that just a rumor from ancient times? How could anyone achieve this? Throughout history, even the strongest heavenly emperors could not reach such a level. Is this real? Countless people were shocked, filled with horror, trembling with fear. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. So terrifying. Someone actually unlocked the legendary 10 divine wheels. That was a legend only found in ancient times. For countless years, in the 3,000 Dao domains, no one had ever achieved this. Even the past heavenly emperors could not reach it. But today, they witnessed it with their own eyes. It was simply unimaginable. It is the commotion from Hantian Palace. It must be the young palace master Dai Wangyang. 5 years ago, he was already at the 9th level of the divine will realm, but he vowed to walk the path of invincibility, to open the 10 divine wheels. He stayed in the divine will realm for 5 whole years.
Who would have thought he actually succeeded? All who witnessed the scene were dumbfounded, astonished, and speechless. Dai Wangyang, the young palace master of Hantian Palace, possessed extraordinary talent. In the vicinity of Changhong Domain, many rumors about him circulated. 5 years ago, at just 5 years old, he opened the 9 divine wheels. But he did not attempt to break through to a higher realm. Instead, he remained at this level for 5 entire years. Because he had great ambitions and vowed to become the greatest person throughout eternity, breaking free from shackles, opening the 10th divine wheel. Almost no one had faith in him. The 10 divine wheels, unparalleled throughout eternity, transcending the ultimate, looking down on everything. If he achieved this level, he could become the supreme one, standing alongside ancient sages. This was a path of invincibility. Even among many in Hantian Palace, there were quite a few who had doubts. But who would have thought that today, he truly succeeded? In an instant, this news spread rapidly like a storm. The vast 3,000 Dao domains were shaken. I thought the young emperor, before birth, creating a new bone-tempering realm was already scary enough. I didn't expect Dai Wanyang to refine his skills for 5 years and suddenly gain enlightenment, forging a path of invincibility himself. These two can be called the two extremes of monsters in this generation, rare throughout eternity. Too terrifying. Out of nowhere, all cultivators felt an inexplicable chill of horror. At the beginning, a supreme sword body ignited the world. And as the imperial sun revealed his extraordinary abilities, people believed that the future of the 3,000 domains would likely belong to him alone. But now it seems. This young master of the shaking heaven palace, Dai Wanyang, might have a chance to compete with the imperial sun in the future. You have to know, he is only 10 years old now. Chapter 93, The Evil Dog is released. The first task after birth. Ancient Heaven Sect. Located in the northern part of the eastern region of the 3,000 domains, the Liyang region is separated from the Eternal region by dozens of vast domains. Once, the Ancient Heaven Sect ranked just outside the top 10 in the Liyang region. In the 3,000 domains, similar forces are as numerous as the stars. Compared to many great holy lands, it was like dust to gold. But now, the Ancient Heaven Sect is no longer what it used to be. You have to understand that behind it stands the only heavenly emperor of this generation. After hundreds of years, the gate of the Ancient Heaven Sect has expanded 100-fold, occupying a range of thousands of miles, gathering many great dragon veins of the earth. The aura within the gate is rich, precious plants are numerous, and spiritual springs are everywhere. Back then, it didn't even have a single holy ancestor, but now there are 2 elder figures, successfully promoted with the assistance of Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu. What it lacks now is the accumulation of countless years of foundation. But this is just a matter of time. Wangyue Peak. It is one of the 108 peaks of the Ancient Heaven Sect, shaped like a crescent moon from a distance. When approached, it resembles a soaring dragon, exuding an imposing spirit, with an unparalleled oppressive feeling sweeping over. At the mountainside, large white clouds swirl and float, making the peak look like a fairyland. Su Qingshuang's residence back in the day was at the summit, with only a few simple houses. The back mountain is filled with ancient trees and old forests, with small springs tinkling, and spiritual monkeys jumping around, jade rabbits appearing, and white cranes dancing. Everything exudes tranquility and peace. This time, Jiang Yuxian and his family came to the Ancient Heaven Sect and stayed on Wangyue Peak. Their arrival was not widely announced. Only some high-ranking members of the sect and close acquaintances came to visit and then did not disturb them. The family was cheerful and harmonious. But Jiang Yuxian was a bit of a headache. He was not an ordinary baby and didn't need to be held. Once dressed, it was like he donned a divine outfit, never pausing even for a moment, jumping up and down on Wangyue Peak all day long. It was like a dragon swimming in the sea and a tiger entering the deep mountains. With a kick of his little legs, the mountain rocks split apart, and his small body hopped back and forth among the little hills. The spiritual monkeys in the back mountain were exhausted, foaming at the mouth, from his chase. A group of white cranes, once they flew up to the sky, refused to come down regardless. Many little jade rabbits feared to show their heads, huddled in their burrows, shivering in terror. Aunt Sheepa watched the scene with indulgence and occasionally shouted, "Yuxian, be careful, don't bump into something." Su Qingshuang rubbed her forehead, feeling helpless. Jiang Wushu's face twitched, with 2 black lines hanging down his face. What do you mean about a dragon swimming in the sea and a tiger entering the mountains? This was clearly a vicious dog unleashed, okay? Since this little one called Yuxian arrived, the spiritual beasts on Wangyue Peak have never known a moment of peace. It's still good to be born, being in the womb for so long nearly suffocated me. Jiang Yuxian was incredibly happy. Everything in the cultivation world was so new to him. Now that he had finally seen it in person, of course, he wanted to expand his horizons. By the way, he could also carefully experience his current strength. Let's see how powerful the 9th level of Tiangang is. Of course, Jiang Yuxian wouldn't be able to frolic for many days like this.
A few days later, Zhang Taihang, Su Yunfeng, Su Qingyu, and others rushed over, and the family finally reunited completely here. And Jiang Yuxian faced his first life and death blow in life.
Ha ha, truly my nephew. Just like me. With a loud laugh, Su Qingtian grabbed the little guy and pulled off his little clothes. Let me go. Jiang Yuxian wailed, but she couldn't escape her uncle's grasp no matter what.
In the end, when there was truly no way out, a silver line shot out, almost hitting Su Qingtian in the face. Only then did she break free, and with a whoosh, she ran away without a trace.
Watching the wet spot on Su Qingtian's chest, Zhang Taihang, Su Yunfeng, and others laughed until they couldn't close their mouths. The family was harmonious and joyful for a few days. At the same time, news from the outside world was quickly conveyed in. The Hantian Palace actually has a 10 divine wheel, unbelievable. Old Granny Shi, Su Qingtian, Zhang Taihang, and others all expressed such amazement.
Even Su Qingxuang and Jiang Wushu felt somewhat incredulous. Every level of cultivation is a heavenly shackles, how can it be so easy to break? With their talents back then, they couldn't do it either. 10 divine wheels. This is truly an unprecedented event. The last time it appeared was long ago, recorded in ancient texts. This cannot help but astonish people. Perhaps, the appearance of the 10 divine wheels is just the beginning. Su Qingxuang said after pondering for a long time. Jiang Wushu raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. Naturally, Jiang Yuxian heard these words as well.
Are you saying that a more complex and turbulent era is about to arrive?
At this moment, he sat at the table like an adult, chewing on a spirit fruit. Jiang Yuxian was indeed a bit looking forward to what this so-called great era would be like. One day, she could meet that 10 divine will practitioner. Speaking of which, it's time for me to break through to the divine will realm.
Jiang Yuxian thought to herself. Just then, the system's voice rang out again. Ding, new mission released.
10 divine will practitioner, the only one in 10,000 years, with outstanding talent. As the child of an emperor, you must not be weaker than others. Please, complete the mission objective, within 6 months, reach the 10th level of the divine will realm.
Mission reward, walking character secret.
Jiang Yuxian's eyes widened in shock right on the spot. The system actually wants him to cultivate to the 10 divine wheel. Of course, this is not the point, the most important thing is that there is only 6 months, half a year.
Are you serious?
Jiang Yuxian shouted furiously, babbling loudly. That person from Hantian Palace spent a full 5 years. And that does not even count the time spent on the previous 9 levels. For me, it's been shrunk down by more than 10 times. My body had been forged 1,000 times before birth, already reborn, I can definitely surpass countless ancestors.
Moreover, there's also the heavenly devouring magic and divine elephant suppression. The 10 divine wheels I am not completely unconfident, but to succeed in half a year. This damn system. Is this a joke? However, upon seeing the reward, Jiang Yuxian put away all his complaints. Walking character secret. One of the 9 secrets. This is an unparalleled secret method. It represents the ultimate of all walking in the world. It can not only possess the speed of the world but can also go anywhere from the highest heavens to the lowest hells. Even if you set up 10 directional killing formations, they would have no effect. Once the secret method is mastered, anywhere becomes a place without people. Reaching the extreme of speed, it transforms into the evolution of time. Of course, cultivating the walking character secret is not easy. But Jiang Yuxian still really wanted it. Half a year is half a year. This walking character secret, I must have it.
Jiang Yuxian's small face suddenly became serious as he slapped down with his palm. With a loud bang, the table in front of him turned into powder. Immediately after, he saw his father, with his eyes widened, looking over.
Chapter 94. I can finally stand up in this family. At this moment, Jiang Wushu was on baby duty, just not far from Jiang Yuxian. Hearing the noise, Jiang Wushu immediately glared his eyes. You little brat, what mischief are you up to again? Just now, he clearly heard Jiang Yuxian making a ruckus, as if he was yelling and cursing. Suddenly smashing the table to pieces again. Can't you be quiet for a while? While speaking, Jiang Wushu stepped forward with big strides. One hand picked up Jiang Yuxian, and he raised his hand to spank his bottom. This little guy is too mischievous, he needs to be taught a good lesson. Let him know what it means to feel a father's authority. However, before he could act, Jiang Yuxian turned his head and shouted towards the house behind him. Mom, Dad is hitting me. Even now, his voice was still childish and unclear. But a few simple words, his relatives could somewhat understand. This shout was no small matter. It was like poking a hornet's nest. With a swoosh, Su Qingxuan's figure condensed into view before him. She actually tapped into her cultivation, arriving in a flash. But before Su Qingxuan could speak, 2 booming voices came from 2 different directions. Jiang Wushu, what do you want to do? Put my grandson down. As these two voices fell, two figures simultaneously landed down. It was the two elders, Su Yunfeng and Jiang Taihang. Each raised a big hand, shining like divine metal. They looked ready to strike. Jiang Wushu shuddered all over, scared and retreating several steps, his face frozen for a moment. Then looking at his wife and his two fathers, he revealed a sheepish smile. What did Yuxian do? Are you going to hit him again? Su Qingshuang snatched Jiang Yuxian from his hands, holding him tightly with immense love. No. Not at all. How could I hit Yuxian? He just broke the table, and I just wanted to see if his hand hurts. Jiang Wushu exposed a bright smile, trying to please the three of them. Hearing this, Jiang Yuxian giggled, looking like a little rooster that just laid an egg. His little eyes teased his dad, as if to say, Dad, you are so cowardly? This was enough to infuriate Jiang Wushu. He glared back fiercely. Little brat, what kind of eyes are those? Seeing Jiang Wushu like this, Jiang Taihang and Su Yunfeng both heavily exclaimed, which startled him to pull back his neck. His heart full of anger was quickly replaced by deep loneliness. Jiang Wushu cried out inside. I can't even scold my own son? He shifted his gaze to his father. When I was young, I received plenty of your beatings. Why is it different now that I am a father? What kind of world is this? How unfair. When can I, Jiang Wushu, stand tall in this family? One moment angry, the next resentful. But Su Qingshuang and the others didn't even spare him a glance, turning to tease the little guy instead. Mom, I am going to start closed-door training now. After a bit of commotion, Jiang Yuxian proclaimed with his tender voice. Meanwhile, within his small body, immense power began to surge. A majestic energy rolled continuously, spiritual power transforming into thunder, cutting through his martial veins, unleashing terrifying waves. The spiritual energy from Moon Viewing Peak poured in like a tide, and he absorbed it all into his body. 800 million giant elephant seeds roared together, causing his tiny body to shine with divine light, exuding great power. Jiang Yuxian was mindful of the newly arrived task. He only had half a year to reach the 10th level of the Divine Will realm. This was an extremely difficult challenge that allowed no delays. Why did he suddenly start training? Is Yuxian preparing to break through to the Divine Will realm? The few people present were all surprised. It was clear that this little one was about to begin his cultivation again. But it made sense. A few months ago, Yuxian had already reached the 9th level of the Heavenly Gang realm. Later on, he even developed a body tempering technique, causing every cell in his body to undergo transformation, accumulating boundless spiritual energy. His strength had risen to an incredibly terrifying level. Perhaps even those in the ordinary spiritual essence realm were no match for him. And now, it was indeed time to break through to the Divine Will realm. Breaking through the Divine Will realm is no easy feat. This little guy's cultivation will likely take some time. The commotion that will arise is surely not small. Let's find him a place and set up some restrictions, otherwise, we might end up destroying Wanyue Peak again. Jiang Wushu suddenly said in a leisurely manner. Hearing this, Su Qingshuang and Jiang Taihang all nodded their heads in agreement. They all remembered the dark history of that little brat, Yuxian. In the womb for a few months of cultivation, he had already wrecked his own home, the Mu family's home, and the Shipopo's home. They definitely did not want to see the ancient heaven sect follow in those footsteps. Soon, Su Qingshuang took Jiang Yuxian to a cave dwelling on Wanyue Peak. This was her place for closed-door cultivation many years ago, and it was more than enough for the little brat. At the same time, she personally set up a powerful restriction to prevent too much noise later on. From this day on, Jiang Yuxian officially entered a state of closed-door cultivation. The family suddenly felt a lot quieter. But for the spirit beasts on the back mountain, it was like being granted amnesty, almost to the point of tears. Finally, no one was chasing them around all day long. For the sake of the spiritual art, I'll sacrifice half a year. In the cave, Jiang Yuxian sat with his eyes closed, speaking to himself in his heart. There was no way, this time, the reward from the system was just too tempting to miss. Even if time was tight, he had to cultivate 10 divine wheels within half a year. At present, Jiang Yuxian had already grasped a lot of knowledge about the Divine Will realm. The so-called Divine Will realm is the connection between oneself and the heavens and earth. Divine wheels extend from the cultivator's body, rooting themselves in the formless void, constantly absorbing the essence of the universe. Their efficiency is at least 100 times faster than absorbing spiritual energy. And that's just the effect of one divine wheel. Ordinary cultivators can open up to 9 divine wheels in total. The 9 levels of divine wheels are stacked 9 times over. And if one opens the 10th divine wheel, no one knows what kind of changes the 10th divine wheel will bring. Because it only exists in ancient legends. In today's world, only Dai Wanyang, the deputy master of the Hantian Palace who recently broke through, knows. The so-called divine wheel is a bridge between the cultivator and the heavens and earth.
This realm is also the first formidable barrier among the 13 major realms, very difficult to surpass, much harder than the first 3 realms. Not only does it depend on one's physique, but it also requires strong comprehension. But once mastered, not only does one's strength multiply, but one can also fight using divine wheels.
Moreover, one can fly using the wheels, soaring into the clouds.
Little Jiang Yuxian sat cross-legged, carefully comprehending, wanting to grasp that thread of mystery. His inner spiritual power surged like the Yangtze River, endlessly rushing.
Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days went by. Jiang Yuxian occasionally entered a state of clarity.
At other times, he would open his eyes, furrow his brows, and ponder carefully. During this period, Su Qingshuan came to visit several times, bringing him many precious medicines. Chapter 95, Fully Charged, Breaking Through 9 Levels.
On Wanyue Peak, the family was quietly waiting.
They knew the little brat had an extraordinary physique, and the mere divine will realm could not pose much of a challenge for him.
What they needed to pay attention to was how long it would take. However, no one was in a hurry.
Instead, Xiaofui, Zhou He, and the Chu family all gathered around. They originally intended to visit the little brat, but upon learning Jiang Yuxian was in closed-door cultivation, they all stayed instead. Everyone wanted to see just how terrifying the little one's overall strength would be after this breakthrough.
Jiang Yuxian did not keep them waiting long.
On the 10th day of his closed-door cultivation, a tremendous commotion suddenly resonated from that cave dwelling.
What is this? Everyone turned their heads in unison to look. It's Yuxian. He is about to break into the divine wheel realm.
Su Qingshuan said softly, her expression slightly astonished. Throughout these days, her mind had always been on the little brat, worrying that something unexpected might happen. Therefore, at the first moment, she sensed the cause of the matter. And such words left everyone present in great shock.
It had only been the 10th day. That little guy was about to enter the divine wheel realm? Is that too fast? Each face became extremely exaggerated, unable to believe.
At this moment, within the cave, Jiang Yuxian sat quietly, as if an old monk in meditation. This space, transformed by his mother, was like a small world. But at this time, it was filled with vast divine energy. Thunder raged, divine light surged, turning the surrounding void into a sea of thunder. Although Jiang Yuxian was just a baby, under the boundless power, he appeared like a small deity, majestic and imposing. In his chest, a dazzling will took shape. It looked like a brilliant sun, radiating intense and resplendent light. Every inch of his flesh and blood was lit up, appearing like crystal-clear jade, flawless and immaculate. This will was the divine will that Jiang Yuxian condensed, closely connected to his body. Next, he just needed to root the other end into the world to successfully open the first divine wheel.
Divine wheel realm, open for me. Suddenly, Jiang Yuxian let out a long roar.
His voice was young but contained a strong and fierce spirit.
Roar, roar, roar.
Inside his body, 800 million giant elephant particles roared to the sky together, light rippling. These particles shimmered, rolling out endless spiritual energy, surging. The thunder martial vein trembled, like the veins of heaven and earth, continuously delivering energy, flowing into the light of his chest, lifting that wheel, slowly rising.
Boom! A massive rumbling sound echoed, the void shaking continuously.
As the light ball in his chest rose endlessly, it resembled a grinding mill of heaven and earth moving across the sky, its destructive energy rushing out in all directions, aiming to annihilate everything.
Break for me!
Jiang Yuxian gave it his all, striking wildly.
Until a certain moment. Then came a tremendous sound.
That golden light divine will burst out from his body, rising in the sky behind him, like the sun rising, divine light brilliant, bright and overwhelming.
The enormous divine wheel was dazzling, carrying the power to destroy everything, swelling fiercely. It was as if a blazing sun was slowly ascending, hanging in the ninth heaven, shining brilliantly.
In an instant, a fierce energy surged out, causing this space to begin to tremble violently.
Crash!
In the distance, countless runes appeared in the void, revealing a mysterious trajectory.
That was the power of restraints laid down by Su Qingshuan.
Otherwise, with this blow, this space would likely turn upside down. Yet still, the nearby void rippled with terrifying folds, the sight monstrous.
It worked! It worked! When everyone outside sensed this situation, they erupted in cheers. That little guy really broke through to the divine will realm. He only used 10 days. That's just too fast. Ha ha ha. My grandson Jiang Taihang is indeed extraordinary. No wonder he's my grandson Su Yunfeng. The bloodline of Su family should be this strong.
The two old men were extremely pleased, laughing heartily. But as soon as Su Yunfeng's words came out, Jiang Taihang instinctively stiffened his neck.
What do you mean your Su family's bloodline is strong? Is my Jiang family worse than yours? Besides, that's my grandson Jiang Yuxian. He's a Jiang, do you understand? Zhang Taihang rolled up his sleeves, ready to argue properly.
Su Qingshuang hurriedly stopped him. To think that such a matter could lead to a fight, it was simply unbelievable.
You little brat, you are really amazing. Jiang Wushu also marveled in praise. Back then, he had spent over 20 days to break through from the peak of the Tiangang realm to the Divine Will realm.
But Yuxian did it in just 10 days.
This son is amazing. Better than his old man. No wonder he is my Jiang Wushu's offspring. He was filled with joy.
Outside, the commotion of the crowd was naturally unknown to Jiang Yuxian. At this moment, he had already opened his eyes, raised his head, looking at the radiant wheel above. He could clearly feel that the divine will seemed to be a part of his own body. At the same time, it was rooted in the universe, crazily absorbing powerful vitality. With a name like the Divine Wheel, the effect of absorbing the world's energy is simply terrifying. Without Jiang Yuxian urging, the Divine Will would automatically draw in energy and merge into itself, endlessly. If the human body is compared to a great tree, then the universe is the soil in which it grows. The Divine Wheel is the strong root of the tree, firmly anchored underground. Only then can it provide an endless stream of divine power, ceaseless and robust.
Reaching the Divine Will realm means truly taking a giant step in cultivation. Not only that, but the Divine Will realm can also be used in battle, allowing me to fly. Jiang Yuxian thought to himself.
He wanted to give it a try, but after thinking, he decided against it. I'll wait until after I break through to test its true power.
First, I need to cultivate 9 divine wheels. He didn't have time to waste right now.
He must reach the 10th divine wheel realm within 6 months. Especially the 10th divine wheel, it was definitely a terrifying challenge. The young master of the Shock Sky Palace was truly extraordinary, unmatched in the world. Even so, the 10th divine wheel had trapped him for 5 long years. Jiang Yuxian no longer hesitated and re-entered the state of cultivation. His mother again sent many precious medicines. Jiang Yuxian was not afraid of wasting them, grabbing them and stuffing them into his mouth. However, these high-quality medicines, while incredibly potent, had tastes that were truly hard to commend. Some were bitter, some were astringent, and they were quite overwhelming. Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but scrunch up his face. But in order to save time for the breakthrough, he had no better choice. With the sky-swallowing demon art, he wasn't afraid of failing to refine them. This little brat, is he treating precious medicines as meals? Outside, Jiang Wushu couldn't help but complain. Over the past few days, if the precious medicines consumed by this little guy were used by other Divine Will practitioners, they wouldn't finish them in years. But he finished them off completely as if it were nothing.
If the family didn't have some foundation, they might have been eaten poor by him. Of course, as much as he complained, Jiang Wushu didn't feel sorry at all.
Instead, he was looking forward to Jiang Yuxian reaching full circle at the 9th level of the Divine Will realm, which required plenty of energy. A group of people continued to watch closely. They knew that since Jiang Yuxian had already opened the first Divine Wheel, the next 8 would definitely come easily for him.
Sure enough.
In the next few days, continuous sounds echoed from the cave.
A series of huge noises followed one after another. Boom! Boom! To everyone's perception, a Divine Will after Divine Will condensed from that tiny body, rising into the sky. 3 Divine Wheels. 6 Divine Wheels. 9 Divine Wheels. In just 5 days, 9 dazzling divine wheels of golden light appeared in that space, hanging in the sky, swaying unsteadily. A majestic wave of energy surged forth, resembling 9 suns rising together, blazing and unmatched, a terrifying sight. Ha ha ha. I told you. My grandson Yuxian's talents are unparalleled throughout the ages, unmatched by anyone.
In less than half a month, he cultivated the Divine Will realm to perfection.
Zhang Taihang laughed heartily.
When these words came out, everyone couldn't help but nod, but then suddenly paused.
Zhang Taihang's words were not wrong, but they were also not entirely accurate.
You have to know that in the current 3,000 domains, there was a 10 Divine Will practitioner looming over the ages.
Chapter 96, Breaking the Taboo. Overturning the Only One.
Jiang Yuxian's displayed talents can absolutely be said to crush the ages.
However, that 10 Divine Will practitioner was certainly not an ordinary person. The path they walked was also one of invincibility. Who cares? The way of my grandson is the strongest.
Su Yunfeng suddenly waved his hand, setting the tone.
The family said no more, all their gazes turned toward Jiang Yuxian's retreating place.
Having broken through to the 9th level of the Divine Wheel, the little guy could come out now.
But unexpectedly, several days passed, and Jiang Yuxian had no intention of leaving the cave. On the contrary, the small body continued to operate with spiritual power, crazily gathering. Hasn't the cultivation ended? Why is he still not out? What's going on?
The others were puzzled.
Yuxian wants to condense the 10th Divine Wheel too.
Su Qingshuang suddenly froze for a moment and said in a daze.
No way? Hearing this, everyone else was shocked. For many years in the great wilderness realm, many had tried. But without exception, all ended in failure. It could be said that this was almost a road that led nowhere. Even with the talents of Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu, they failed to cultivate it back then. Since ancient times, only the 10-year-old Dai Wangyang had recently succeeded, dominating the current world. After 5 years, countless resources from the Tremor Palace had been consumed, causing many to feel extremely dissatisfied. Now that the 10th divine will had emerged, it was unique in 10,000 years. Not only did it silence countless voices, the entire 3,000 Dao domain was also boiling endlessly. The shock caused was just as intense as the series of wonders before Jiang Yuxian was born. It's easy to imagine how difficult this road really was. But now, our Yuxian actually wants to cultivate the 10th divine wheel. Yuxian's ambitions are indeed quite grand. After a moment of shock, Su Qingshuang revealed a smile. Jiang Wushu and the others also felt it was unbelievable. But at the same time, they felt even more excited. Since the little guy wanted to challenge the unmatched path of 10,000 years, then let's give it a try. They could just wait quietly. However, waiting took a long time. In the blink of an eye, 4 months had passed. For Jiang Yuxian to achieve the 10th divine wheel, whether successful or not, it would take years. But no one knew if he would stay in seclusion the entire time. In the end, Jiang Taihang and Su Yunfeng directly took a few pieces of enlightenment tea and went into seclusion. By the time I emerge, my grandson will surely have achieved the 10th divine wheel. My grandson, Su Yunfeng's, must be unprecedented, unmatched. Not only them. Su Qingtian and Su Qingshu's siblings also left the ancient heaven sect. Xianshuang Cave Heaven was being rebuilt, and they went back to check the progress. In addition, the people of the ancient heaven sect had recently not shown themselves. Because in a while, it would be the sect's once-in-a-century disciple selection. This was not an ordinary recruitment but an opening of the mountain gates, allowing all aspirants from the 3000 Dao domain to have a chance to be tested. The allure of a sect led by a heavenly emperor was enormous. At that time, countless young talents would flock from all directions. But only those truly outstanding individuals could ultimately pass the test. Xiaobai, Zhou Chu Xingyun, and others had been busy preparing for this matter recently. In the cave, Jiang Yuxian, who was in seclusion, faced difficulties. After months, his body had grown significantly, with a round little face. At first glance, he looked more robust than a typical 1-year-old child, with muscles strong like a calf. He could now speak clearly, though it still sounded a bit childish. The 10th divine wheel is hard for the heavens and earth to accommodate. Otherwise, no one would have succeeded for 10,000 years. This point may be somewhat similar to the saying that one lifetime cannot have 2 emperors. Jiang Yuxian pulled away from his cultivation state, pondering to himself. In fact, he had long condensed the initial form of the 10th divine wheel within his body. However, he could clearly feel that there were invisible rules of heaven and earth suppressing him. They sealed that divine will tightly within him, making it impossible to root it in the void space. Time is running out. Jiang Yuxian felt a bit anxious. There was just over a month left until the deadline for the task. He no longer simply sat in meditation but started moving around in the small space, constantly exploring. It was on this day that his mother came to visit him again. A large number of precious herbs were also brought. Yuxian, your father and I need to go out for a while. You stay here and focus on your training. If you want to go out, just look for Auntie Shi, and don't wander off. Su Qingshuang picked up the little guy and affectionately pressed her cheek against his, softly saying. Jiang Yuxian raised his eyebrows slightly. He could probably guess that his mom was likely heading into a deadly place to check on the situation at Xiehong building. Got it, Mom. Jiang Yuxian nodded and said. What mom? Call me mother. Su Qingshuang couldn't help but pinch his nose. All right, Mom. Jiang Yuxian nodded again, speaking cheerfully. Su Qingshuang felt quite helpless. Ever since he was born, the little guy had always called her mom. Shouldn't he be calling her mother? But she couldn't really argue with him, so she let it go. Then, Su Qingshuang took out a small jade pendant, shaped like frost flowers, and put it around Jiang Yuxian's neck. Inside it was a trace of her law body. Even if a group of holy ancestors came, they wouldn't be able to harm a single hair of the little guy. Even if a heavenly emperor-level expert wanted to break in, it would take a lot of effort, enough to last until she arrived in person. Not only that, but she also reinforced the restrictions of this cave dwelling significantly. The little guy could go out once his training was done, but no one from the outside could get in. After doing all this, Su Qingshuang finally turned to leave. Goodbye, Mom. Jiang Yuxian waved his hand but saw Mom smiling wryly and rubbing her forehead. Su Qingshuang departed. Jiang Wushu accompanied her because the deadly place was too terrifying. He simply couldn't feel at ease.
Even though he couldn't deeply venture in himself, he still had to go take a look.
For a time, Wang Yue Peak fell silent.
Apart from the seclusion-bound Jiang Yuxian, only Auntie Shi remained here.
Time flowed slowly.
The deadline for the mission drew closer. Only a little over 20 days were left. Jiang Yuxian gradually became somewhat frustrated. He had tried several times to open the 10th divine wheel, but each time ended in failure. If others can do it, then as the son of the emperor, with the supreme bone, thunder martial veins, devouring heaven demon art, and divine elephant suppressing prison strength. The innate purple energy condensed before birth is like an immense sea. I can't believe I can't even reach the 10th level of the divine wheel. To hell with the path of taboos. To hell with the eternal uniqueness. Suddenly, an overwhelming spirit of defiance surged in Jiang Yuxian's heart.
Heaven and earth taboos? As the son of the emperor, I must break this taboo. What uniqueness? I, Jiang Yuxian, vow to overturn this uniqueness. In a world without an unbeatable path, how can I be missing one? 10th divine wheel, open for me.
Jiang Yuxian sat cross-legged, shouting loudly. Precious herbs were constantly stuffed into his mouth. On his forehead, a full 10 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves were pasted. The terrifying medicinal power erupted, transforming into a torrent within his body, roaring and shaking the heavens. The enlightenment tea flowed out mysterious rhythms, morphing into various profound rule marks, which he absorbed. Jiang Yuxian even took out a drop of primordial divine spring, swallowing it directly.
Boom! All the power wildly gathered within him.
The baby's body erupted like continuous spring thunder, with sounds of dragon roaring and tiger howling escaping from within.
This power kept gathering. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Until 7 days later, an extraordinary explosion arrived. At Jiang Yuxian's chest, the 10th divine wheel's rudiment emitted light. Then, amidst a deafening roar, it soared into the sky. A golden light-bright divine wheel flew up from Jiang Yuxian's body. In an instant, it exploded with an incredibly terrifying aura. Like the heavens opening up, the moment when chaos was born, that streak of divine light from above. Rolling powers surged and swept through the 9 heavens, shaking the universe. The small space issued a fierce and overwhelming shake. In the void, countless prohibition runes reappeared, extremely dazzling. The power therein flowed, fiercely resisting the energy tide that seemed capable of destroying everything. Boom, boom, boom. The sky shakes, the earth trembles, and the void churns like ocean waves, stirring infinite ripples. Above Jiang Yuxian, 9 divine wheels hover, like 9 suns shining in the sky. The 10th divine wheel appears behind him, slowly revealing its complete form. This divine wheel is even larger than the combined size of the first 9. As it crushes through the void, it lets out an unstoppable, mighty roar. It seems to want to grind this space to dust. A terrifying aura stirs the heavens. But if Su Qingxuang and others were here, they would be utterly shocked. Because in that emptiness, groups of the laws of heaven and earth, invisible orders, resemble thick unbreakable chains, tightly binding around the 10th divine wheel. It wants to forcefully push it back into Jiang Yuxian's body. This is the suppressive power from heaven and earth. 10 divine wheels, the great road cannot contain them. Even the vast worlds do not wish to see a 10th divine wheel bearer come into existence. Open for me. Jiang Yuxian's tender voice roars, pouring all his strength into a surge. The supreme bone in his chest is glowing. The sky-devouring demon technique and the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique are operating simultaneously. Unmatched power gathers, crazily erupting from his seemingly weak body, pouring into the 10th divine wheel. Jiang Yuxian grits his teeth, stuffing more precious pills into his mouth, swallowing them whole, holding on tight. As time passes, finally, a loud bang is heard. A chain of the great road suddenly snaps. The 10th divine wheel rises 3 inches again. This seems to trigger a chain reaction. Bang bang bang. One by one, chains break apart. Each loud noise causes the space to tremble violently, as if the sky and earth were about to turn upside down. In such circumstances, the 10th divine wheel gradually ascends higher. One by one, the shackles of heaven and earth are completely broken. In an instant, the brilliance of the remaining 9 divine wheels is completely overshadowed. So tired. Jiang Yuxian suddenly collapses to the ground. The 10 divine wheels in the sky also slowly fade away. He has exhausted all his power, and his 840 million giant elephant cells are also all shriveled. Not a single trace of spiritual power is left. However, a smile that cannot be concealed appears at the corner of his mouth. I finally succeeded. Jiang Yuxian feels relieved. Months of hard work did not go to waste. The 10th divine wheel has finally been successfully opened. Moments later, he feels a continuous flow of energy surging towards him. That is the effect of the 10 divine wheels. Even when he collects them, they still madly devour the essence of heaven and earth. Like a mountain flood irrigating down, nourishing his body.
His strength is rapidly recovering. At this moment, outside, Granny Shi is sitting cross-legged in front of the cave, looking inward in confusion. Due to the strengthening of the restrictions, she can no longer clearly sense Jiang Yuxian's specific situation, and even the sounds are not very clear.
What is this little guy doing to cause such a commotion again? Could it be that he is testing the power of the 9 divine wheels? Granny Shi chuckles to herself.
She certainly does not believe that Jiang Yuxian has quickly advanced to the 10th level of Divine Will Realm.
It has not even been half a year yet. He must be a bit bored from being in seclusion for too long and needs a break.
Granny Shi originally wanted to go in and take a look at the little guy, but after thinking for a moment, she decided against it.
Let him have some fun on his own.
Maybe he will continue his training. If he doesn't want to, he can just walk out of the cave himself. After all, with the jade pendant left by Su Qingshuang, even if the little guy's training goes awry, he will still be safe. Thinking of this, Granny Shi closes her eyelids again and sits quietly. Inside the cave, Jiang Yuxian lays on the ground for a long time before recovering. Ding, congratulations host for completing the task.
The reward has been given. Do you want to fuse the walking character technique?
When such a voice rings in his ears, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but show a knowing smile.
This time, the task is finally completed. The walking character technique is in hand. Fuse.
He does not need to think much and chooses to fuse the walking character technique.
This is one of the 9 secrets. It represents the pinnacle of practice in the world. He already possessed the golden winged rock rune on his body, faster than anything in the universe.
But no matter how fast the golden winged rock was, it could not match the power of the Xing character secret technique. The greatest mystery of this secret method is not speed, but rather the ability to break through countless obstacles, unbound by peerless killing formations, and unable to be obstructed by any mystical gates. In the end, it can even become the evolution of time, making everything pause for a moment. In the duels of the strong, a moment's change can determine life or death.
In an instant, a flood of information surged into Jiang Yuxian's mind.
The essence of the Xing character technique was completely engraved in the depths of his soul.
However, Jiang Yuxian did not rush to cultivate.
His thoughts drifted, and he instead thought of something else.
The 10 divine wheels, is it really the pinnacle of this world? Jiang Yuxian recalled many images in his mind. 9 is the extreme number.
Therefore, cultivators in this world can only open 9 divine wheels.
10 represents perfection.
Thus, Dai Wangyang broke through strong barriers, created 10 divine wheels, becoming the only one in all ages.
But Jiang Yuxian did not believe that this was the ultimate realm that cultivation could reach.
9 is the extreme number, 10 is perfection, but ultimately lacks change. It is just like the vast world.
Yin and Yang transform, and all things begin. The path of living beings' cultivation is merely seeking the trajectory of the Great Way's evolution, defying fate.
So true ultimate realms cannot be perfection, but instead have limitless change. Like the Great Way emerging, Yin and Yang beginning, 1 giving birth to 2, 2 giving birth to 3, and 3 giving birth to all things.
This is the true Great Way. This is the ultimate path of invincibility.
Suddenly, Jiang Yuxian seemed to have a profound realization, as if enlightenment had struck him.
10 divine wheels are not the ultimate realm. Even if he is the only one in all ages, it was still not rare in ancient times. In today's world, there are also those who succeed ahead of him. That is someone else's path of invincibility. Jiang Yuxian, however, disdainfully refused to walk it. Since that is the case, I will personally carve out a path of invincibility that belongs solely to me.
Thinking of this, Jiang Yuxian immediately sat down again, his small face showing a serious expression. With a thought, he initiated the process again.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The 10 divine wheels surged into the sky once more, releasing an undying light.
The 10th divine wheel firmly occupied the center, while the other 9 divine wheels surrounded it like stars encircling the moon.
Under Jiang Yuxian's command, the 10 divine wheels violently collided and pressed against each other.
Crack! Crack! Crack!
In the blink of an eye, there were sounds like precious jade shattering.
On one divine wheel, countless cracks appeared, resembling something about to explode.
In just a brief moment, the other divine wheels also began to crack one after another.
Frightening energy erupted, sweeping across the heavens and earth.
Jiang Yuxian's physical body also shook violently, skin tearing and blood flowing.
Chapter 98, Recruit Disciple Ceremony, Array Conference. Jiang Yuxian's physique was incredibly powerful. Endless innate purple energy transformed him, remaking his body.
Cultivating the divine elephant suppression prison technique made his physical body reach a terrifying level. Yet, at this moment, the pain is beyond imagination.
But he is unrelenting.
Instead, he drives his power to the limit, making the 10 divine wheels crush and shatter.
Boom! 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 Crack! Crack!
Crack! The collision of the 10 divine wheels emits a terrifying roar. A colossal force surges out, the earth cracks, and the sky trembles. The void there is crushed into powder. Jian Yuxian's small body trembles, soon covered in blood from head to toe. Such a sight is too horrifying. But his eyes are incredibly determined, holding on tight. Is the path to invincibility so easy to walk? Without enduring the storm, how can one break the cocoon and become a butterfly? If you want to forge your own path, you must break before you rebuild, changing the world. Jian Yuxian is firm in his thoughts. The unique divine wheel is the ultimate in this vast realm. He integrates all 10 divine wheels he has cultivated into himself. His body is the only divine wheel. He does not need any bridges between himself and the world. This is the utmost law. This is the ultimate path. As long as he succeeds, what are the 10 divine wheels? They are nonsense. Jian Yuxian believes that this path is absolutely feasible. But he also knows it is fraught with great danger. A single misstep could cost him his life. In such a world, what is the meaning of not being invincible? Jian Yuxian thinks to himself. Suddenly, his small figure rushes into the sky, directly into the center of the 10 divine wheels. The vast, boundless power crazily crushes toward his body. Just as Jian Yuxian wholeheartedly practices and heads toward his invincible path, the ancient heaven sect gradually becomes lively. Among the several major cities around the Liyang domain, people are everywhere, and the voices are deafening. Outside the mountain gate, countless cultivators stand and watch. Boom! 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 Massive carriages crush through the void, carrying many young boys and girls. There are ferocious beasts stepping in the void, and with every step, they leave a glowing rune in the sky. There are also strong individuals breaking through the void, leading a group of junior disciples. These people come from some prominent forces, making quite a scene. The ancient heaven sect's once-in-a-century recruitment ceremony must not be missed. Many capable individuals murmur to themselves. People familiar with each other meet and chat happily. This is a grand event. The ancient heaven sect opens its gates wide, welcoming disciples. For many big clans and sects, this is a rare opportunity. It must be known that a heavenly emperor and a peak sage ancestor have emerged from the ancient heaven sect. This is an enormous allure. Aside from those holy places in godly dynasties, few can resist being drawn in. Countless people wish to enter the heavenly emperor's school to cultivate. In a few days, the entry assessment will begin. So many people. A strong individual looks around, seeing shadows everywhere in the void. On the ground, it's even more packed, clusters and piles everywhere, the atmosphere lively. This time, perhaps nearly 10 million people will come, but in the end, there will be less than 10,000 who can truly enter the ancient heaven sect. Truly a needle in a haystack. Someone exclaims with emotion. This is no ordinary needle in a haystack. Those who dare come here for the assessment are not of mediocre talent. Those who are dull will only embarrass themselves and suffer humiliation here. 3 days later, the Dragon Battle Secret Realm will open, and all participants in the assessment will enter. At this moment, a grand voice echoes through heaven and earth, and everyone hears it. The Dragon Battle Secret Realm. The ancient heaven sect is actually opening the Dragon Battle Secret Realm. A strong individual exclaims in shock. Many have heard rumors about the Dragon Battle Secret Realm. It was discovered by the Frost Heavenly Emperor hundreds of years ago. Later, she became emperor and used her immense power to bring it back to the ancient heaven sect. It is said that the Dragon Battle Secret Realm is filled with countless divine treasures and spirit plants everywhere. Within it seems to lie a tomb, burying an ancient figure of immense power. In addition, there seemed to be a broken battlefield. More specific details are known only to outsiders. Because now, the War Dragon Secret Realm belongs to the ancient heavenly sect. Don't think too much. The ancient heavenly sect allows young disciples to enter the assessment, and it must have been carefully arranged inside, with many important places that cannot be trodden. Someone sighed deeply, really wanting to enter and explore. The things brought back by the Frost Sky Emperor are surely rare in this world. If they could dig deeply, there would definitely be unexpected gains. Unfortunately, the ancient heavenly sect has surely set up formations and restrictions in many places, only opening a small area for numerous young men and women to be assessed. Others have no chance to enter. Even if it's just a small piece opened, there will definitely be significant opportunities within. Little ones, you must seize this opportunity well. Strong experts from big families began to stir with interest. The ancient heavenly sect using the War Dragon Secret Realm surely will not be stingy, they will leave some treasures for many disciples to search. Whoever can obtain them will depend on their own fortune and chance. In such circumstances, everyone quietly waited. In addition, some people were preparing for something else. After the disciple recruitment celebration, it will be the formation convention. Let this old man see how the formations of those old fellows have progressed over the years. An elderly man dressed in a brocade robe soared into the sky. His clothes were engraved with mysterious patterns, resembling evolving formations, making anyone who looked at them feel lost in thought. Behind the old man, a large group of disciples followed closely, flying into the ancient heavenly sect and receiving polite reception. Some recognized that these people came from the Xian formation sect,
another supreme major sect.
They were not here to attend the disciple recruitment ceremony, but for another grand event, the formation convention. Apart from the Xian formation sect, most of the 3,000 domain masters who cultivate formation techniques or who are deeply skilled in them had also arrived.
In an instant, the place became even more lively. At the same time, in seclusion, Jiang Yuxian also entered a crucial moment. Chapter 99, The Unique Divine Wheel. Reaching the extreme realm again.
Inside the cave, Jiang Yuxian stood in the air. At this moment, he had reached the most critical juncture. 10 divine wheels hung in the air around him, roaring incessantly, squeezing against each other, exploding into fragments, turning into light rain and sweeping in all directions.
Each divine wheel had deformed, becoming unrecognizable.
9 smaller divine wheels had missing parts, which he successfully fused into his body.
Boom, boom, boom.
In the long sky, terrifying energy shot out, penetrating the sky, shattering the void. An endless storm swept over the land, causing huge cracks to burst open, spreading like a spider web.
For Jiang Yuxian, this was an extremely painful process.
He was in the very center, bearing the most ferocious forces attacking him.
Despite the unimaginable pain, Jiang Yuxian's consciousness became somewhat hazy. Since we have started, there is no turning back. Unique divine wheel, gather for me.
Jiang Yuxian dared not let himself fall into a deep sleep, struggling hard to hold on. Then, he let out a juvenile roar from his mouth. The swallowing demon skill reached its peak, his body atomized into a giant elephant trumpeting at the sky. All the power drew upon the 10 divine wheels to burst forth with even more terrifying strength. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The heavens trembled, the earth rumbled, and the void quivered. Inch by inch, the divine wheels slowly sank into his body. The golden light gradually weakened.
This process lasted a whole day.
The connection between the divine wheels and the heavens and earth resembled tiny roots, absorbed into Jiang Yuxian's body, thriving within his flesh and blood.
On the second day, suddenly, the last trace of golden light fiercely withdrew.
In the realm of heaven and earth, only Jiang Yuxian's figure remained, no longer seeing the 10 divine wheels shining brilliantly.
But right after that, boom!
A tremendous pressure suddenly descended upon the heavens and earth. The terrifying aura surged like a tidal wave from Jiang Yuxian, stirring up an overwhelming storm, producing monstrous waves.
Rumbling!
A pitch-black opening suddenly appeared behind Jiang Yuxian. It was like a giant mouth of a demon king, incredibly intimidating and chilling to the heart.
This black hole was tens of thousands of feet tall.
As soon as it appeared, it collapsed into the endless sea like an ancient divine mountain, unleashing a destructive power that swept away everything.
The void within the cave stirred up endless waves, rolling away. Jiang Yuxian floated in midair.
The terrifying black hole behind him made him look like an ancient demon lord. A fiercely powerful devouring force erupted, and a storm sprang up in the heavens and earth. In an instant, it seemed to want to suck away all the spiritual energy within this space. At the same time, endless energy surged into Jiang Yuxian's body. His flesh and muscles made crunch, crunch, crunch sounds, quickly writhing and healing. In a while, his entire body was repaired, becoming robust again like a young tiger.
Even stronger than before. Jiang Yuxian's small face was pale, resembling a porcelain doll.
But his body gave off an inexplicable strong feeling, his muscles like coiled dragons, rippling with a metallic surge.
I did it!
After carefully sensing it, he couldn't help but shout with joy.
Sure enough, his idea was not wrong. The unique divine will can truly be cultivated successfully.
The 10 divine wheels converged as one, like the great Tao returning to its origin. In the future, countless changes must derive from this. What surprised Jiang Yuxian was that the unique divine will he cultivated was not hidden within his body. Instead, it transformed into a massive black hole spanning tens of thousands of feet. It was completely different from the previously shining golden wheels.
This seems even better. The unique divine will can manifest, providing one more method during battle. Jiang Yuxian murmured softly. He could clearly feel the ferocity of this unique divine wheel.
Just by hanging there, the space around the opening produced terrifying distortions. One can imagine how horrifying the power would be if it swept out.
In the future, if anyone displeased him, he would hit them hard. Half a year.
Not only did I reach the 10th layer of the divine will realm, I went a step further and cultivated the unique divine wheel.
I really am a little genius. At this moment, Jiang Yuxian was extremely proud. As the common folks, today I'm truly happy, really, really happy. He happily hummed a little tune.
Although the task was completed and there were other gains, he did not rush to leave his closed-door cultivation.
Let's first cultivate the walking symbols technique.
Jian Yuxian retracted the unique divine wheel, descended from the void, sat down, and began to practice the walking symbols technique.
This closed-door cultivation truly yielded a bountiful harvest.
And just as he felt delighted in his heart,
the outside world was in an uproar.
On this day, the great path rotated, the sky turned upside down, and the universe shook.
Rolling thunder echoed from beyond the heavens. In every place of the 3,000 realms, it was clearly audible. Those old monsters with profound cultivation were all awakened. Pair after pair of eyes looked on in horror, gazing into the distant clouds.
They saw boundless rules bursting apart, the principles of the great path collapsing.
It was as if a terrifying and peerless supreme being had descended upon this world. Wherever it passed, the shackles of heaven and earth shattered with a bang, and infinite order was thrown into chaos. This was a terrifying omen, striking fear into everyone. Once again, we witness a phenomenon of heaven and earth. What on earth is happening? Someone has broken through to a new extreme. It seems to be the divine will realm.
A powerful figure calculated the secrets of heaven, saying these words, sending chills down everyone's spine. Almost a year ago, the prince had created a new bone-tempering extreme while still in his mother's womb, stirring a worldwide uproar. And now, someone has actually broken through to the extreme of the divine will realm.
This is too terrifying. Is it that person from the Shaking Heaven Palace? He only developed the one and only 10 divine wills 6 months ago. Could it be that he has progressed even further today? Countless gazes turned towards the distant Chanhong realm. People's first thought was of the young man named Dai Wangyang. The 10 divine wheels, the one and only in the world, exerting overwhelming pressure like none before. If there is anyone who could advance further on this path, it must be him. When the 10 divine wheels emerged, it also triggered a huge phenomenon, but it was not as fierce as today's. One can hardly imagine just how powerful he has become at this moment. But what no one anticipated was that, soon after, news broke out that the Shaking Heaven Palace denied this matter. The new extreme of the divine will was not created by Dai Wangyang. This left many people even more anxious, while also inevitably raising doubts. Could the calculations be wrong? It's not impossible. The great path is hard to predict, and the secrets of heaven are hard to seek. Perhaps somewhere, a mistake occurred. In an instant, many old monsters began to recalibrate. Chapter 100, Secret Methods Perfected, Joy Turns to Sorrow. The terrifying omen caused a great upheaval in the 3,000 realms. The most horrifying part was that all this was not caused by Dai Wangyang, but by another person. This left countless people in panic. Has another extraordinary figure emerged in the world? However, many old monsters took action and not only failed to figure out who that person was. They couldn't even grasp the specific form of the new extreme. Thus, many people couldn't help but start speculating. Just judging from the phenomenon, it seemed this new extreme was even more fierce than the 10 divine wheels. Could it be the 11 divine wheels? It can't be that simple. Someone spoke that way. This made many people fall silent. At the same time, several insightful individuals had even more guesses. But until the truth emerges, nobody dared to jump to conclusions. This storm made countless cultivators tremble. The ancient heavenly sect was no different. Many young boys and girls who had come to participate were gossiping non-stop. Most of these people were already in the divine will realm or spirit-gathering realm. Yet for them, the 10 divine wheels were already terrifying to the extreme. Now another extreme has emerged? What kind of deity is this? What kind of freak could achieve this? A very small number of juniors who aspired to compete with the strongest prodigies had a momentary urge to vomit blood. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the ancient heavenly sect were also greatly shaken. Among them, old lady Shi in Wanyue Peak stood up from her meditation. Could it be that little guy? She suddenly raised her eyes, looking towards the cave of the young one in seclusion. Unfortunately, the fierce restrictions laid by Su Qingxuan blocked her consciousness. Old lady Shi pondered for a moment, then leaned on her cane and slowly walked into the cave. With just one glance, she saw Jian Yuxian sitting cross-legged there, diligently cultivating. The matters outside were. It seemed to have nothing to do with him at all. Looks like I was overthinking. Even if Yuxian closed himself off for half a year, it would probably take years to reach the 10 divine wheels. How could he possibly break through into the new extreme realm? Old lady She shook her head and chuckled. She had truly been overthinking things. No wonder. Yuxian had shown so many miraculous traits before he was even born. Once the divine will extreme appeared, she immediately thought of him. But there's something strange about this little one's aura? Old lady She suddenly raised her eyebrow. Now she was a saint ancestor, her perception was naturally powerful.
She could clearly sense that Zhang Yuxian's figure seemed to contain a mysterious charm, deep as the sea and vast as the abyss. At a glance, it seemed that there were 9 divine wheels within that small body. Looking again, it appeared to be 10. When she blinked and looked again, it seemed to change to 3, 6, 8, sometimes seeming to have none at all. It was unpredictable and elusive. What was going on? For a moment, old lady, she was a bit dazed. If Zhang Yuxian knew of her confusion, he would probably laugh. This was the marvelous aspect of being the only divine wheel. What he wanted was this endless transformation, without any fixed nature. Could it be that this little guy learned some technique to conceal his aura? Did Xiao Qingxuan teach it to him before she left? Old lady, she suddenly smiled. This was the only explanation. She didn't think much more about it and left directly. The little guy was still cultivating, so she wouldn't disturb him. Once again, she sat cross-legged outside, quietly waiting for the little guy to emerge from his seclusion. But the next day, a figure of a man in his 30s suddenly materialized before her. The man wore wide sleeves and had a dignified appearance, exuding a dominating aura. Upon seeing Shi Wuqing, he deeply bowed. "Yizong, you have arrived." Old lady, she nodded and spoke gently. The visitor was none other than the current leader of the ancient heavenly sect, Zhang Yizong. He was of the same generation as Su Qingxuang and Zhang Wushu, but slightly older. Old lady Shi, the array conference in a few days will be held at the ancient heavenly sect. There are still arrangements that need to be completed, and it requires the cooperation of several sane ancestors, so I can only trouble old lady Shi. Zhang Yizong said with a smile. Old lady Shi nodded. This matter had been mentioned by Zhang Yizong a few months ago. All right, let's go. Shi Wuqing waved her cane and said. However, Zhang Yizong's gaze lingered for a moment on the cave dwelling full of restrictions. Is the little disciple going to be all right? He was slightly uneasy. Once old lady Shi left, there would be no one guarding the moon-watching peak. He was worried that something unexpected would happen to the little guy while cultivating. Hearing this, old lady Shi chuckled softly. It's fine, I went to visit him yesterday, he was meditating and cultivating. With the Dharma body left by Xiao Qingxuan, there won't be any problems. He won't come out in the short term. Besides, I'll be back in 1 or 2 days at most. Old lady, she said. Zhang Yizong then said no more, and the two left the moon-watching peak together. Just a short while after they left, Zhang Yuxian suddenly opened his eyes, his small figure leaping up. His feet kept stepping in the void. Mystical patterns appeared beneath his feet, illuminating with brilliance. With his figure, he whizzed through the heavens and earth, reaching an extreme speed. Ha ha, the walking character technique is indeed marvelous. Zhang Yuxian laughed heartily. He had mastered the basics of the walking character technique. This mysterious footwork made his movements become elusive. With each step taken, it felt as if he was treading the path of the great Tao. At this moment, Zhang Yuxian felt that from the heavens above to the earth below, there was nowhere he could not go. No array, no forbidden zone could trap him. Not only that, his speed had reached an incredible limit, so fast it was astonishing. With the walking character technique and my golden-winged rock runes, don't even mention 86, even a rock can't catch up to me. Zhang Yuxian grinned, extremely delighted. As he unleashed the walking character technique, brilliant golden runes began to emanate from his body. Caw! A cry of the rock resounded, and a pair of wings made of light appeared on his back. With a gentle shake, he vanished in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he appeared miles away, at the end of a cave, and then there was a loud crash. A whoa! A wolf's howl echoed. A dense array of restriction runes appeared in the void, sending Zhang Yuxian flying, rolling on the ground. He sat up with a thud, a large bump forming on his forehead. Turning his head, he looked at the dazzling restriction lights, an expression of resentment on his face. Using the character formula with the ability of the golden-winged rock, his speed was too fast, he couldn't stop in time. He crashed into the edge of the cave, triggering the restriction. Mom's restrictions are too solid. Ouch. Zhang Yuxian gritted his teeth, taking quick breaths. This was truly the joy turning to sorrow. After a long time, Zhang Yuxian finally sighed and got up. After half a year of closed-door training, it's time to go out for a stroll. Little treasures in the back mountain, have you missed me? Zhang Yuxian suddenly shouted, darting out of the cave. Chapter 101, The Little Demon King Comes Out. Examination Task. Zhang Yuxian finally broke through the barrier. But he searched for quite a while on Wangyue Peak, and not a single person was in sight. Grandpa, uncle, auntie were all gone, mom and dad were probably not back yet. Even old granny, she was nowhere to be found. They actually left me all alone here. Do these adults even know how to take care of a child? Zhang Yuxian complained a bit. He thought granny she would be back soon, but after waiting for several hours, there was still no sign. Zhang Yuxian gradually felt a bit bored.
But just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ear. Ding, new mission issued. Please complete the mission objective, attend the Ancient Tian Sects Recruitment Festival. Mission reward, basic array overview. Another new task. And when he saw the mission content, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The Ancient Tian Sects Recruitment Festival? It seems to be happening soon.
He suddenly remembered that before he went into seclusion, Mom and Dad mentioned this event, probably around this time.
But he didn't know the exact timing. After thinking, Jiang Yuxian opened the system and immediately jolted. Good grief! There was actually a countdown. There was less than an hour left. I don't even know where this festival is being held, how can I attend? The Ancient Tian sect is so vast.
And at this moment, Wang Yue Peak had only him, with no one to ask.
No matter, I need to go out and find someone to ask. Jiang Yuxian immediately took action, prepared to rush down the mountain.
But suddenly remembering something, he paused, his eyes shining. He glanced toward the back mountain, and his figure flashed as he dashed over. Then, the back mountain of Wang Yue Peak was in chaos. A small figure rushed in, startling the many spirit beasts residing there. Isn't that the little demon king who had been quiet for half a year?
He actually came back.
After a brief shock, a group of little jade rabbits trembled all over, dropping the half-eaten spiritual herb, turning to dash back into their cave.
The spirit monkeys seeing Jiang Yuxian all ran for their lives.
A group of white cranes leisurely drinking by the lake flapped their wings and soared into the air. But this time, even these flying birds couldn't escape.
Because this little guy, he could fly now. Oh no! Don't run, let me ride you for a bit.
Jiang Yuxian shouted, his unique divine will appearing in the air, taking him upwards.
He quickly caught up to a white crane and landed on its back. This white crane let out a mournful cry, its insides shaking. Am I really that scary? Jiang Yuxian forced a smile. Is it necessary to be scared like this? Do you know where the recruitment festival is held? Take me there. If you don't know, that's fine, just find me a place with people, I can ask myself. Jiang Yuxian hurriedly said.
These white cranes were already spirit sensitive and could understand human speech.
Moreover, they had lived in the Ancient Tian sect for many years.
This place must be very familiar.
Finding a guide should be right.
And this white crane really did not disappoint him, trembling as it flapped its wings to fly. Carrying him for quite a long time, they finally saw a distant crowd, thick as a swarm of mosquitoes, countless beyond measure.
This must be the place. Jiang Yuxian smiled broadly. With his keen eyesight, he could see that those people were almost all teenagers, from 7 or 8 to 17 or 18 years old, filling the ground and the vast sky. He had never seen so many people. No need to think much, they must be here for the assessment. And in the void ahead of the crowd, a divine light transformed into a portal, occupying half of the sky, vast beyond measure. Mysterious runes swirled above, releasing a heart-pounding aura. Finally made it. Jiang Yuxian thought to himself. Although the white crane he rode was a spiritual bird, its rank was not high, and it did not fly very fast. By the time they arrived, there wasn't much time left before the grand ceremony truly began. Jiang Yuxian did not hesitate, directly commanding the white crane to descend, landing not far from the crowd. Thank you, you can go back yourself. Jiang Yuxian turned to thank it. But before he finished speaking, the white crane flew away as if escaping for its life. This left him feeling speechless. Am I really that unlikable? Jiang Yuxian shook his head, pushed off with his legs, and after a few jumps, he arrived in the crowd. His arrival also caught the attention of many nearby. Hey, whose child is this? So small and running out alone, is he also here for the assessment? No way. He's not even as big as a bean, what is he assessing? He must be lost, right? Suddenly, many people looked over. And some bolder girls had their eyes light up. What a cute baby, whose are you? Your little face is so cute, let me pinch it. Are you 3 years old yet? Your body is so strong, amazing. Why are you here alone? Where are the adults at home? Jiang Yuxian's small face looked like a porcelain doll, but his body was very sturdy, like a young calf. To those who didn't know him, he looked like he was more than 2 years old. Seeing his cuteness, those girls rushed up, wanting to pinch his face. Jiang Yuxian subtly dodged them. This face is not something anyone can pinch. But to be honest, these girls truly lived up to being cultivators, each one more vibrant than the last. Surrounded in the center, a fragrant aroma filled the air. It's just a pity that most of them were still young, precociously budding without much substance. Jiang Yuxian smiled broadly. He pretended to nod at the group of girls and calmly spoke. Hello, sisters, I'm here for the assessment. His youthful voice instantly stirred a commotion among the nearby crowd. Ha, you're so small and you're here for the assessment? It's not easy to get into the ancient heaven sect. Does your family know you're here? Little guy, you should go back, come when you're older. To this, Jiang Yuxian naturally wouldn't explain anything. After all, most people were very kind and spoke with a smile. However, there were also slightly discordant voices. Heh, do you really think the ancient heaven sex assessment is a joke? Entering the war dragon's secret realm at such a young age, you might not even know how you died? This was a boy around 14, dressed in a golden robe, with an arrogant expression, exceptionally imposing. He sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by an overwhelming aura, and his voice carried a slight fierce sound, causing people's souls to tremble. A group of spirited boys and girls stood behind him, each one full of vigor. Others around kept their distance, too afraid to approach, glancing at these individuals with deep apprehension in their eyes. Clearly, these people were of extraordinary background and strong power, no one dared to provoke them. But Jiang Yuxian was not among them. Hearing the words from the other party, he narrowed his eyes and looked over at the boy who had spoken. When their gazes met, the boy on the opposite side suddenly trembled inside, as if his heart had been ruthlessly squeezed. It felt like facing the gaze of an ancient god king. Chapter 102, I really came for the assessment. The boy opposite was greatly alarmed. But the others around did not share the same feeling. They only saw that the small fellow, no bigger than a bean, had a fierce gaze and spoke with overwhelming power. He actually showed no fear at all, directly glaring back. This really frightened many people half to death. One girl in a purple dress was especially anxious and quickly sent a message to Jiang Yuxian. Baby, you go elsewhere quickly. That's the young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Aoran from the Lingxiao domain. He's already at the 7th level of the spirit gathering realm, a designated disciple of the ancient heaven sect. Don't provoke him. The girl kindly reminded. Others also broke into a cold sweat. The Xiao family is a major clan in the Lingxiao domain, its status comparable to the ancient heaven sect before its transformation, very formidable. Xiao Aoran before them is the current top genius of the Xiao family, possessing an incredibly powerful physique. In the future, he might even be able to compete with some of the sun-level figures. This is an extremely terrifying young man. But that little fellow who looked only about 2 years old had a fierce look in his eyes. Everyone truly feared that he might accidentally offend Xiao Aoran and provoke his anger. That would be quite a spectacle. In an instant, the girl in the purple dress grabbed Jiang Yuxian's small hand, wanting to take him to another place. Jiang Yuxian dodged effortlessly, feeling a bit amused inside. Sure enough, when there are more people, all sorts of freaks come out. I came to participate in the assessment, yet there are people pointing fingers. Am I someone you can point and criticize? What Xiao family? Never heard of it. What designated disciple of the ancient heaven sect, competing with sun-level figures? How strong are they? If you dare to speak disrespectfully again, I don't mind giving you a little knife to slice your backside, so you can open your eyes. I have been cultivating for so long, yet still don't know how strong I really am. It's just right to find someone to practice on. Jiang Yuxian glanced indifferently at Xiao Aoran before retracting his gaze. But Xiao Aoran was not so calm inside. He suddenly stood up, his gaze becoming incredibly deep. Special physique. It must be a special physique. Xiao Aoran was extremely certain that this little brat absolutely had a terrifyingly unique physique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt such a moment of fear. But at the same time, he felt immense shame. He had just been scared by a little brat. It was simply ridiculous. In an instant, an unnamed fury rose in his heart. Xiao Aoran's expression shifted slightly, and he was going to shout at him. But suddenly, a girl's voice rang out, pleasant to hear yet filled with mockery. Xiao Aoran, it's been a few years, and you've made quite some progress. Now you've learned to show off in front of such a small child. As soon as her words fell, a girl in a flowing skirt, around 13 or 14, floated gracefully toward them. She was slender and graceful, moving with charm, her skin as smooth and white as jade. Her entire being radiated a unique aura, like a dazzling pearl, resembling a blooming divine lotus. It's her. Qin Yushi. The princess of the Qin family from the Lingxiao domain. As soon as the girl arrived, there was a stir in the crowd, with discussions arising. Many recognized her identity. This girl came from the Qin family, rivaling the Xiao family from the Lingxiao domain, and they had been competing for years without a clear winner. But in this generation, Qin Yushi's talent surpassed Xiao Aoran's by a head. It was said that 3 years ago, the two had a battle, and Qin Yushi held the advantage. Seeing her appear, Xiao Aoran's face suddenly darkened, becoming a bit ugly. Qin Yushi, you underestimate me. I'm not so petty as to argue with a little child. Since you're here too, then you and I must have a battle. I'll be waiting for you in the Battle Dragon's secret realm. He snorted coldly and said. Sit down again, eyes slightly closed. Qin Yushi, surrounded by a group of young boys and girls, arrived here. She glanced at Xiao Aoran, the corner of her mouth curling into a sneer.
Turning around, she fell in front of Jiang Yuxian, swirling up a wave of fragrant air. She squatted down, wanting to pinch Jiang Yuxian's face.
At the same time, Jiang Yuxian's eyes brightened. This big sister is really beautiful. Most importantly, although she was young, she already had quite a figure. He. Unfortunately, I am still small, I want to grow up quickly. Little guy, did you come here by yourself? Do you know what this place is for? Where are your adults?
Seeing Jiang Yuxian dodge her hand, Qin Yushi shifted to pat his head.
Her mouth kept asking questions. Hello, sister, I also came to participate in the assessment. Jiang Yuxian dodged again, responding to her questions. Qin Yushi smirked lightly. If you came for the assessment, where is your talisman? She asked. Jiang Yuxian was instantly stunned. Talisman? What talisman? I don't know. I don't have one. Is this thing necessary for the assessment? What should I do? The dog system didn't mention this to me. Seeing his changing expression, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but chuckle. This little guy really thought he came for the assessment, and he sounded quite serious. But in the end, he didn't even have a talisman. You must have sneaked out, right? It's very dangerous inside. Without a talisman, you can't teleport to save your life, you know?
Qin Yushi laughed in disbelief, her big eyes squinting into a line. She was amused by this little guy.
Hearing her explanation, Jiang Yuxian also breathed a sigh of relief. The function of the talisman is just to save one's life.
Probably, the ancient heaven sect and the major families don't want to see a large-scale bloodshed, so every disciple participating in the assessment would carry a talisman into the Dragon War secret realm.
In a critical moment, one can activate it and teleport away. Thank goodness. As long as it doesn't represent qualification for the assessment, that's fine. As for saving lives, what talisman can compare to my mom's technique?
The Dragon War secret realm is open, everyone prepare to enter. At this moment, a grand voice resonated throughout the area. Meanwhile, above, that enormous void portal began to spin rapidly, with runes flowing, evolving into endless divine charm.
Boom! It sounded like a gate to the universe opening, producing a terrifying roar.
Along with it, there came an extremely powerful tearing force, pulling at everyone's bodies towards that portal.
The Dragon War secret realm is open, the assessment has begun. The crowd, near and far, erupted.
Under the pull of that powerful force, numerous figures flew into the air, diving into the portal.
It's very dangerous in there. Little guy, you shouldn't go. You should go back and drink your milk. After Qin Yushi spoke, a resplendent divine wheel suddenly appeared behind her. Within the divine wheel, a divine bird's phantom formed, its actual shape unclear.
Just as Jiang Yuxian was distracted looking up, this divine wheel gently lifted him up, instantly breaking through the air. In an instant, it took Jiang Yuxian 10 miles away, only to have Qin Yushi pull him back.
Jiang Yuxian stood on a rock, somewhat dumbfounded. I was sent out? What's going on? I said I came for the assessment, why did you send me so far away? Well, I have to run back myself. He let out a bitter laugh and instantly stepped into the air, racing close to the ground. Before long, he arrived once again at the entrance of the Dragon War secret realm. By now, more than half of the figures had vanished, disappearing behind the portal. Qin Yushi and the others were already in mid-air, about to enter. But at that moment, she saw a small figure running swiftly below. Why are you back again? This place is not for you, hurry back! She shouted loudly, but was drowned out by the terrifying roar. That little guy didn't hear at all. There were simply too many people around, and he couldn't see himself. He saw that little figure gathering all its strength, leaping into the air, afraid of not catching up. This made Qin Yushi extremely anxious. What a headache this child is. Without a second thought, she directly urged her power, resisting the pulling force of the void portal while unleashing the divine wheel. This time, she used 3 divine wheels. Jiang Yuxian didn't notice this situation at all, he was finally relaxing, still not recovering when he was enveloped by an overwhelming force. In one go, he was sent out 30 miles. Chapter 103, Sacred Artifact Shocks the World. Encountering a robbery. Jiang Yuxian stood at the top of a big tree, his head spinning. Why was he sent out again? What do you really want, big sister? Damn it! I really came to take the exam. Jiang Yuxian was on the verge of tears, almost jumping up and down. He had been too careless. Too careless indeed. Seeing the figures in the distance growing fewer, the portal to the Battle Dragon secret realm was slowly closing. It wouldn't be long before it completely shut down. If he didn't hurry, it would really be too late.
Jiang Yuxian sighed softly, no longer hesitating, and directly used the movement technique. His small figure drew a straight line, flying away at an incredible speed. Finally, just before the portal closed, he charged in. And his actions were spotted by many people in the distance. These people were all elders escorting their own youngsters, as well as some stewards from the ancient heavenly sect.
Oh? How did a little baby pop up? He actually went in? Is he also here for the exam? Which family does this child belong to? Their elders are too reckless. The ancient heavenly sect's exam is no joke, aren't they afraid he will get into trouble in there? Everyone was astonished. Though the Battle Dragon secret realm was set up, it still harbored dangers, and conflicts among many candidates were inevitable. Even with a token on them, it was impossible to guarantee safety. The stewards from the ancient heavenly sect were also wide-eyed. There had been many apprentice selection ceremonies before, but it was truly the first time to see someone so young sign up. That child is not simple. His movement technique is terrifying, he must have a significant background. This is definitely a genius. I hope he clears the challenges honestly and doesn't venture into the wild areas. Otherwise, it could really lead to trouble. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s said solemnly. Such a gifted child, the ancient heavenly sect would definitely want to cultivate him greatly. It would be a shame if he fell during the exam. On the other side, Jiang Yuxian plunged into the Battle Dragon secret realm, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Finally made it just in time. But as soon as he entered, an unmatched fierce power struck down, directly knocking him from the sky to the ground. This was a vast and endless plain, with countless figures struggling through. To the left of the plain were towering mountains and deep forests, with faint sounds of savage beasts roaring in the distance. To the right was a great river, surging and roaring, its muddy waves crashing with an overwhelming force. And above the sky, a divine tower floated, as if cast from celestial gold, radiating an unquenchable light, like a brilliant sun hanging high in the sky. Thousands of principles and endless meanings swirled around it, divine might surging, suffusing heaven and earth. A terrifying pressure swept out, penetrating every inch of space and suppressing everyone. This is outrageous. This is only the first round of the test, and the ancient heavenly sect has already used a sacred artifact. It's too difficult. I can barely hold on. Many people were grimacing, wailing in despair. This was indeed the first round of the ancient heavenly sect's test. Under the pressure of the sacred artifact, crossing the plain beneath their feet and reaching the distant mountains counted as passing. If they succeeded, they could become official disciples of the ancient heavenly sect and begin their training. There was also a second round, but that was reserved for a select few prodigies, and ordinary people could only wish for it. I don't feel anything at all. Jiang Yuxian stood at the back of the crowd, mumbling to himself. Besides not being able to fly, he didn't feel any other differences on his body. It was clear that the holy artifact was sealed. The terrifying pressure targeted everyone's cultivation talent, unrelated to their cultivation level. The stronger the talent, the less pressure one felt. In fact, this plane was already at the edge of the holy artifact's pressure zone. The further left you went, the greater the pressure. As for the right side, a barrier was set up along the riverbank, forbidding anyone from crossing. This was the best area, but for countless people, it was still an insurmountable barrier and divine mountain. From time to time, someone would collapse and had to activate a talisman to teleport out. This is boring. Jiang Yuxian shook his head, feeling extremely uninterested. Although he was just here to pass the time, he didn't expect there to be no challenge at all. Thus, he put his hands behind his back, strolling casually towards the distance. This scene left countless people dumbfounded. What did they see? A little kid, not even weaned yet, actually walked so fast under the pressure of the holy artifact. It was as easy and relaxing as strolling in his own backyard. This was too discouraging, right? Those talented elites have long gone deep into the wilderness. The ancient Tiangong left opportunities there, just for them. Soon, Jiang Yuxian heard these words again. He fell into contemplation. As far as he knew, the first trial lasted for 3 days, and the second trial would not start until 3 days later. With his speed, he could pass the first trial in less than a day. In this regard, Jiang Yuxian thought for a moment. He didn't know what these people's so-called opportunities were specifically. Since he had nothing to do anyway, it would be good to broaden his horizons. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yuxian lightly kicked with his short legs and soared into the air, rushing towards the deep mountains in the distance. After a few ups and downs, he disappeared from sight, leaving behind pairs of terrified eyes in place, lost in stun. The ancient Tiangong indeed left some opportunities among the mountains. Shortly after Jiang Yuxian entered, he found a precious herb on a steep cliff. However, the ancient Tiangong obviously would not let anyone easily pick it. Where the precious herb grew, a low-level formation was set up. Ordinary gods and spirit seekers would definitely have to work hard to break it. But this was not a problem for Jiang Yuxian. With the movement technique, he easily passed through and picked a bright red spirit fruit.
In his hand, a refreshing fragrance came out.
Jiang Yuxian didn't recognize it, but after looking for a moment, he suddenly began to complain. Just a 7th grade spirit fruit, not that great.
He understood that in this world, precious herbs corresponded with cultivation realms, divided into 13 grades. The 1st to 9th grades were called spirit herbs, and above them were king grade, emperor grade, saint grade, and emperor grade. Emperor grade was almost unseen, as rare as a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse, already spiritually linked, could soar into the sky, hard to catch. Saint grade was also rare, even among major holy places and families, it was not easy to produce a few. In such forces, emperor grade herbs were also quite precious, and unless the younger generation was exceptionally talented, they might never eat one in their lifetime.
But Jiang Yuxian was different.
He didn't know how many emperor grade herbs he had eaten during his closed-door training, even more king grades.
At least it's a spirit fruit, it will do for a snack. Jiang Yuxian mumbled.
He had eaten too many precious herbs and was quite experienced. Most precious herbs smelled fragrant, but the taste was terrible, hard to swallow. For example, the purple flame phoenix blood mushroom he once ate was both bitter and astringent, and it hit hard on the forehead. Compared to those high-grade precious herbs, Jiang Yuxian preferred to eat spirit fruits, it was fine if they were a little lower in grade. While he was thinking, he jumped down from the cliff. Just as he was about to continue wandering, he unexpectedly bumped into a 5 or 6-year-old little boy. Seeing the spirit fruit in Jiang Yuxian's hand, the little boy was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes suddenly focused, and he smacked his lips a few times. After spending a lot of effort to organize his expression, he showed a fierce look.
Hey, little guy. Hand over the spirit fruit, or I'll hit you. Chapter 104, serious?
I'll beat you until you can't stop crying. Jiang Yuxian was stunned for a moment, then his heart filled with joy.
Goodness. Encountering a robbery? And the other side is just a 5 or 6-year-old little kid. After all that effort, this kid managed to put on a fierce face, it was just too funny. Are you trying to scare a 3-year-old? He couldn't help but laugh out loud, then he simply hardened his face and coldly spoke. Dare to rob me? I'll give you a chance too, hand over all your precious medicine. Otherwise, I'll beat you until you can't stop crying. As Jiang Yuxian spoke, he waved his fist, looking a lot fiercer than the boy. The little boy across from him was obviously stunned for a moment, blinking his eyes. His mind was buzzing. This little guy in front of him was shorter than himself, and he actually turned around to rob him? Is that childish voice serious? Is this a joke? He paused for a moment, then made himself appear a bit more fierce. Then I'll just come to steal it myself, don't say I'm bullying you. The little boy suddenly stepped forward, moving confidently like a dragon, instantly reaching Jiang Yuxian's side. One hand reached out, a powerful spirit energy wrapped around it, carrying an extremely domineering toughness, and lunged towards the spirit fruit in Jiang Yuxian's hand. Are you really going to do it? Jiang Yuxian raised an eyebrow. He also raised a small fist and fiercely punched out, colliding with the little boy's hand. Boom! A loud sound echoed, and a strong light burst forth between the hand and fist. A mighty sharp energy discharged, cutting through and leaving a deep gash on the nearby cliff. Thud, thud, thud. The little boy quickly stepped back, retreating 7 or 8 steps before stabilizing himself. So painful. How is your body so strong? The little boy winced, pain shooting through his right hand. On the other hand, the little guy opposite stood still without moving, showing no signs of injury at all. This shocked him greatly. Hey, little guy, you really have some skill. But I didn't even use half my power just now, you definitely can't be my opponent. Quickly hand over the spirit fruit, or I will have to get serious. The little boy again spoke in a fierce tone. Hearing this, Jiang Yuxian immediately got excited. Getting serious is great. Come on, come on. I haven't fought anyone yet, I'll practice on you first today. Anyone daring to enter this wilderness is definitely not simple. Although this little boy is young, his cultivation surely isn't bad. Perfect, I will use him to test my strength. As he spoke, Jiang Yuxian's blood surged violently within him, unleashing a terrifying sound like mountains calling and seas roaring. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An unmatched fierce aura surged forth, causing the void to tremble violently. His body was like divine gold, muscles bulging, resembling a wild beast, exuding a ferocious breath. On the nearby cliff, some loose stones began to roll and crash down under his powerful aura. The little boy's heart shook. He had never seen such powerful physical strength before, the surging blood energy actually resonating with the void. Without saying a word, Jiang Yuxian kicked the ground and flew towards the little boy. Without much thought, the little boy also moved. With a bang, boundless spirit power erupted from his body, instantly surging outward. This area seemed to transform into a battlefield.
He suddenly shaped a seal with both hands, infinite spirit power turning into a ferocious tiger form. This was actually a powerful magical skill. Tiger kill seal, the little boy shouted lightly. Suddenly unleashed the divine power. Roar! The spiritual energy turned into a fierce tiger, roaring to the heavens. With 4 hooves stomping the void, it charged toward a small figure ahead.
It does have some style. But still far from enough. Jian Yuxian softly murmured.
His right hand formed a fist, and with sheer physical strength, he smashed down heavily towards the fierce tiger's phantom.
Aoo! Accompanied by a mournful howl.
The fierce tiger phantom instantly exploded, scattering into a mess of shining shards, flying in all directions. Terrible shattered energy surged out, creating monstrous waves in the void.
Unmatched sharpness pierced through everything, turning the surrounding grass and trees into fragments. Chunks of stone from the cliff shattered and crashed down. In this endless torrent, the little boy was directly tossed away, rolling over 10 zhang on the ground. When he finally stopped, he lay on the ground, tasting dirt in his mouth. What the hell is this body? Why is it so freakish? The little boy cursed. He could never imagine that someone much smaller than him could have such a fierce body, able to clash even with divine powers. And still, nothing had happened to him. Look, he's raising his little fist again, charging at him like a wild bull. Come again! Jian Yuxian shouted, rushing toward the little boy like a sharp arrow. He raised his hand and smashed down. I don't believe I can't overpower even you little runt. 9 divine wheels, rise up! The little boy yelled. Boom! Suddenly, 9 enormous divine wheels soared up behind him. Blazing golden light filled the sky, turning everything nearby into a sea of gold. This mountainous field had already surpassed the range covered by sacred artifacts. He could use all his strength. In an instant, a divine wheel struck down towards the charging Jian Yuxian, roaring with speed. Then came the second, third, fourth. Each divine wheel seemed to contain the power to destroy everything, rumbling through the void like thunder. Its momentum was fierce, shaking the heavens and the earth. In contrast, Jian Yuxian appeared remarkably small. Your strength is pretty good. But still far from enough. Jian Yuxian chuckled. With a push of his legs, he leapt forward madly. Then he unleashed a punch, crashing heavily into the first divine wheel. Boom! Another huge sound echoed. This divine wheel shot backward at an even faster speed, like a mountain sweeping across, crushing a nearby hill to the ground, dust and rubble flying everywhere. Time to show your true strength. Otherwise, I'm coming to hit you. Jian Yuxian laughed, his childish voice ringing out. He was unmatched in his bravery, his little fists pounding out, one after another. Each strike sent a divine wheel crashing away. Nearby, the sound echoed, rocks flying up, the ground shaking dramatically. Before long, Jian Yuxian stood once more before the little boy. Is your body made of divine iron? Monster! Freak! No more fighting, no more fighting. If we keep this up, I'll have to use my trump card. The little boy screamed, rolling over and running away, his mouth constantly flapping. He truly could not believe it. A tiny guy, and his body could be this terrifying, was truly unimaginable. So strong. What are we even fighting for? Better run away quickly. You want to run? I said I'd beat you until you cry. Jian Yuxian smiled and said. He slightly activated the movement technique, swiftly catching the little boy by the collar. One little. Unmatched in resilience, its strength was astonishing, making the little boy scream loudly. After a long time, Jian Yuxian finally stopped. Then, he thoroughly searched the little boy. But unfortunately, he only found a precious herb, a 7th-grade spiritual grass. The little boy looked resentful. He had just entered this place not long ago and had finally found a valuable herb, but before he could warm it in his hands, it was snatched away. What is your name? Jian Yuxian suddenly glared at him and asked. The little boy shrank his neck, fearing that this wild and reckless kid would hit him again. Hui Xiaotao. He trembled, still haunted by fear. Jian Yuxian's mouth twitched violently. Retaliate? Once the ghost knife is out, it's invisible. What a weird name. He muttered to himself. Then he turned his head and ignored Hui Xiaotao, heading off into the distance. Watching Jian Yuxian's back as he walked away, Hui Xiaotao sighed. Why did he have to provoke such a little brat? This was too brutal. Stealing a chicken and losing the rice. My precious herb. No, I must find someone to get it back. He muttered angrily to himself, and with a flash, he also left the place. Jian Yuxian came here purely to wander around. He wasn't too interested in the precious herbs here, he only robbed Hui Xiaotao because he wanted to rob himself. How could he not pay a price? At the same time, he gained a rough understanding of his current level of strength. That retaliation. Hui Shoutao has strong talent and is not weak in cultivation.
It's just that he is too young, and his methods are not that great, he can't take a hit at all.
Jiang Yuxian thought to himself. At the age of 5 or 6, reaching the 9th level of the Divine Will realm is absolutely terrifying. But Hui Shoutao's supernatural powers were cultivated quite normally and did not show overwhelming strength.
Otherwise, relying solely on his physical body, it wouldn't be so easy to suppress him. There should be quite a few people coming into this wilderness, and many of them are probably in their teens. If I run into those people, it might take a bit more effort.
Jiang Yuxian thought of Qin Yushi and Xiao Aoran. These people were all high-level beings in the spiritual essence realm and had solid cultivation.
Taking advantage of their older age, their methods would definitely be much richer. Estimating cautiously, to completely crush them, he would probably have to use about 30 to 40% of his strength. Jiang Yuxian, feeling bored, took out the spiritual fruit he found and started munching on it. Just then, a sudden scream reached his ears, accompanied by the frantic roar of a beast. Not far away on a mountain, several young figures were flying down, running wildly. Behind them, a giant 3-meter-tall barbarian bear was chasing relentlessly. The bear was pitch black like ink, with red eyes like blood, exuding a terrible murderous aura, and its sharp fangs hung down like swords. As they ran, the 4 huge bear paws crushed the rocks, causing the ground to shake, resembling a small earthquake. "This is a 5th-level ferocious beast, the red-eyed barbarian bear, run!" one of the fleeing individuals shouted. Several figures suddenly activated their divine wheels and shot into the sky, trying to escape the pursuit. Roar! Suddenly, the barbarian bear roared, its powerful hind paws leaping into the sky, instantly catching up to one of the boys. The huge bear paw came crashing down like a thick door panel. Bang! 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 The 3 divine wheels behind the boy were like paper, instantly exploding into countless energy fragments, scattering everywhere. Puff! The boy spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. The divine wheels were connected to his body, when the 3 divine wheels shattered simultaneously. The companion above turned around, his face pale with horror, and shouted a warning. But it was already too late. The boy named Lu Qing looked terrified, having just taken the talisman in his hand, but without the time to activate it, he saw a giant bear paw coming down. With a thud, it hit the ground. When the bear paw lifted, all that remained on the ground was a pile of flesh, with blood pooling everywhere. Damn it! There were still 4 people left above, riding their divine wheels as they flew far away, cursing angrily. Roar! The red-eyed fierce bear on the mountain roared again, then turned and walked back into the forest. Has the ancient heaven sect gone mad? How can they let a 5th-level beast guard this place? They haven't gone mad. The treasure herb on the mountain is a 9th grade. Letting a 5th-level beast guard it is to allow the most outstanding individuals to get it. We don't have that strength, it's better not to go and die. We finally found a 9th grade treasure herb, and yet we can't get our hands on it, it's too hateful. The boy gritted his teeth in anger. They were all in the Divine Will realm, with decent talent, but there was still a huge gap to the top tier. A 5th-level beast was equivalent to a human cultivator at the spirit-gathering realm. However, many beasts would only be able to truly fly after reaching the 6th level due to their innate limits. Otherwise, these people would probably not survive today. The world of cultivators is indeed cruel. Jiang Yuxian, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel a slight pang of emotion. He had long heard that the ancient heaven sect's assessment would be dangerous, but he never expected to witness it so soon. A living boy had just died in vain, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. So tragic. A 5th-level beast guarding a 9th grade treasure herb, this is interesting. Let's take a look. Jiang Yuxian thought for a moment, then took a step up the mountain, heading in the direction the fierce bear had left. A 9th grade treasure herb is pretty good, let's see what kind it is. What if it tastes nice? Of course, his figure also caught the attention of those few boys above. There's a little brat over there. What is he going to do? Is he preparing to deal with the red-eyed fierce bear and take the 9th grade treasure herb? They were stunned. Their eyes bulged, as if they could pop out like copper bells. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Such a tiny child, actually going up the mountain alone. My God! Is he even 2 years old? This is truly crazy. The red-eyed fierce bear could probably crush him with a single finger. The boys exclaimed in surprise. But moments later, they suddenly realized, and began to sneer. What does it matter? That little thing isn't even enough to be a snack for the red-eyed fierce bear. Let's go find those true talents and let them deal with this 5th-level beast. Even if we can't get the 9th grade treasure herb, trading this news for an 8th grade treasure herb is worth it. After some discussion, they flew away. Not long after, as Jiang Yuxian crossed an old forest, he saw a huge cave appear ahead. A hazy treasure light emitted from within, with a few green leaves shaking, continuously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth and sending it into their roots.
A spirit ginseng? This is a nice item.
Jiang Yuxian's eyes lit up, planning to pick the spirit ginseng for himself. However, deep inside the cave, a pair of blood-red glowing eyes were now fixed on him.
Chapter 106, even if you gnaw it, you still spit out the skin?
Watching Jiang Yuxian approach step by step, the red-eyed fierce bear inside the cave growled ominously.
It wanted to intimidate him. You better not move, big bear, or I'll kill you.
Jiang Yuxian said lightly, his steps never faltering as he gradually moved closer to the cave. At that moment, the fierce bear suddenly roared and lunged at him with its 3-meter-high body. Each step it took caused the earth to tremble violently. The fierce bear's giant mouth opened wide, roaring non-stop, with a foul wind rushing towards him. Its body resembled a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of menace. At the same time, a massive bear paw was raised. The surface shimmered with bursts of blood-red light, radiating a rich and unmatched aura. Suddenly, it came crashing down on the tiny body of Jiang Yuxian. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void rippled, constantly distorting. That terrifying bear paw seemed capable of turning a mountain into dust, incredibly fearsome. The momentum of the red Qingshan bear made Jiang Yuxian slightly narrow his eyes. A 5th-tier ferocious beast is equivalent to a human in the spirit-gathering realm. Then let me see just how strong the spirit-gathering realm really is. Divine Elephant Suppression Skill. He suddenly shouted loudly. Boom! The power within surged like a boiling sea. 840 million particles lit up at the same time, the giant elephant seed roared and shook the heavens. That vast momentum spread through the 9 skies, causing the heavens to tremble. Jiang Yuxian radiated light, his precious body was crystal clear, like primordial divine gold, like refined hell iron. In an instant, his legs exerted force, and his tiny body emitted an incredibly mighty power. Just when the red Qingshan bear charged towards him, he fiercely collided with it. Boom! It was as if 2 great mountains had crashed into one another. A wave of invisible ripples instantly spread out, transforming into sharp blades, swirling and annihilating all in their path. Amidst a series of sound, countless trees around them were horizontally cut down. The rocks above the cave cracked open, creating a deep fissure. Aoo! The red Qingshan bear let out a mournful howl, its tall body rolling like a gourd, then crashing against the mountain wall, causing a huge tremor. Blocks of stone fell from the mountaintop, smashing deep pits into the ground, blocking half of the cave's entrance. This power seems just SOSO? Jiang Yuxian didn't take a step back. He was slightly surprised. This red Qingshan bear was known for its strength but was not skilled in other attacks. Yet before his divine elephant suppression skill, it still seemed insufficient. That's true, after all, this is just an ordinary ferocious beast, similar to the early stages of the spirit-gathering realm. If it were a ferocious beast with a strong bloodline, it might take a bit more effort. Jiang Yuxian suddenly thought about this. Among the supreme talents of human cultivators, with the cultivation of the spirit-gathering realm, one could definitely fight across a great realm. If dealing with such a barbaric bear, it would be effortless. Sigh, how lonely it is to be invincible. Jiang Yuxian sighed. At this rate, let alone ordinary spirit-gathering realm, even against an existence in the soul fusion realm, he could also fight without trouble. He stopped thinking and stepped back into the cave. But the red Qingshan bear would not let him enter. Aoo! The bear struggled to get back up, gathering its strength once more, lunging at him. I won't waste time with you. Jiang Yuxian said lightly. The moment his voice fell, a vast intent of the sword emerged out of nowhere. The red Qingshan bear trembled violently. Several brilliant sword lights burst forth from its body, smashing through its chest, slicing open flesh and blood. Boom! Its massive body fell with a crash, motionless, only blood gushed out incessantly. Jiang Yuxian activated the pure sword heart and instantly killed it. He no longer glanced at the bear and immediately stepped into the cave, digging out that spirit ginseng. This spirit ginseng was quite sizable, about 2 inches long, pure white throughout, warm like jade, exuding a sweet fragrance, glowing with treasure light. Barely enough for a meal. Jiang Yuxian smiled, holding the spirit ginseng and heading down the mountain. Then he found a pool of clear spring water to wash it clean. He sat down on a nearby large rock, lifted the spirit ginseng, and prepared to put it in his mouth. But suddenly, a cry of surprise. Your spirit ginseng is not bad, where did you pick it? The boy organized his thoughts, putting on a calm expression, and came before Jiang Yuxian, smiling as he asked. Jiang Yuxian glanced at him, responding very bluntly. None of your business. The boy's expression stiffened immediately. He was actually confronted by a little brat. But after a moment of thought, he restored his previous calm demeanor. He pointed to the spirit ginseng in Jiang Yuxian's hand. Hello, little brother, my name is Feng Wuchang. Your spirit ginseng is nice, I want to trade it for another precious herb, how about it? With a flip of his wrist, another spirit ginseng appeared in his hand. And this one was extremely large, like a huge mallet, about 3 feet long.
Sticking to the ground, it was even taller than Jian Yuxian.
Look, little brother, although my spirit ginseng is of a slightly lower grade, it's much bigger than yours.
If you like it, we can trade, and you won't lose out.
Feng Wuchang had a graceful demeanor, wearing a smile.
But his words made 2 black lines instantly appear on Jian Yuxian's forehead. What the heck?
Is this your so-called spirit ginseng? Even the white radishes grown in the field can't reach such a size, right?
And it's a grade similar to mine. You really think I don't know treasure?
That is clearly a 3rd grade spirit herb.
And you want to trade it for my 9th grade spirit ginseng? Are you out of your mind? Do you really think I'm a child easy to fool? This scammer.
His small face immediately darkened, and he coldly said,
No trade. Feng Wuchang was not angry, still looking cheerful.
Jian Yuxian ignored him completely, biting into the outer skin of the spirit ginseng first and spitting it out, then took a big bite.
Feng Wuchang's expression stiffened again, and he suddenly felt unwell. Ninth grade spirit herb, you just chew on it like that? You chewing on it is one thing, but you even spit out the skin? It's like a cow chewing peonies. Such a waste.
He was about to explode, wishing he could jump up and curse.
Is spirit ginseng eaten like this? Where did this little child come from? Why is he so infuriating? Don't you think you're very noisy?
Jian Yuxian's small face was cold as he looked at Feng Wuchang.
He didn't want to deal with this scammer, leaping off the boulder and turning to walk away.
But before he took 2 steps, he suddenly heard a rush of wind behind his head, accompanied by a howling gale.
At the same time, Feng Wuchang's voice sounded. You little brat are wasting things too much. Since that's the case, I'll take it. Give it back.
Unbeknownst to Wen, Feng Wuchang had picked up a thick wooden stick, like a pillar, and swung it toward the back of Jian Yuxian's head.
Chapter 107, It's Not Rude to Return a Favor. Today's Feast.
The large stick in Feng Wuchang's hand was just an ordinary spiritual wood, but he had used a bit of spiritual power, swinging it with the might of a tiger. He only sought to hit the little brat in front of him, knocking him unconscious. Then he would take away that snow jade ginseng. Unfortunately, even if the little brat took a bite, it was still a 9th grade treasure and had great value.
However,
with a loud bang, a dazzling light of spiritual power exploded from the back of the child's head, forming a thick shield of light. The wooden stick smashed against it, shattering into a cloud of powder. Then the little guy slowly turned around, looking deeply at him.
Is that all you got? Feng Wuchang was astonished. A little one who looked like he was not even 2 years old had such potent spiritual power within? He was in the spirit-gathering realm. How could his strength be so immense? Even if he used very little spiritual power, it shouldn't be something such a small child could endure. But unexpectedly, that little brat was completely unharmed and, instead, turned around and took another bite of the spirit ginseng. Feng Wuchang's mouth twitched.
What kind of strange person did he encounter?
Did you ambush me? Jian Yuxian frowned, chewing as he spoke. His inner spiritual power suddenly erupted with a thunderous roar, and then he pointed out. A pitch-black finger mark rose high into the air, swelling against the wind. In an instant, it transformed into a peak-like size, carrying an unmatched heavy might, and ruthlessly shot forth into the sky. In Feng Wuchang's eyes, it was as if a towering pillar was crashing down, violently striking against him. Boom! That finger mark, along with Feng Wuchang's body, smashed directly into a great mountain behind him. Dust and debris flew, rocks soared through the air, and countless plants were crushed into nothingness. The void seemed to be gripped by a hand, shaking violently, trembling endlessly. When everything calmed down, a deep pit several feet wide appeared on the mountainside. Feng Wuchang was embedded tightly against the stone wall. His breath shook, his robe shredded, and he looked incredibly disheveled, as if his bones had shattered into countless pieces, experiencing immense pain. Jian Yuxian rushed forward, prying him out from the stone and tossing him onto the ground. If you hadn't only intended to knock me out just now, holding back a bit, you would already be dead. Jian Yuxian said coldly. He certainly knew that Feng Wuchang did not want to kill him. Otherwise, with his own unrestrained blow of the great wilderness capturing Haben Finger, he wouldn't be awake right now. At the very least, he would have lost half his life. Hearing Jian Yuxian's words, Feng Wuchang's expression fell, feeling extremely depressed. Where did this ruthless kid come from? How is he so strong? That move just now, so terrifying. He was, after all, a cultivator at the 8th layer of spirit cultivation, yet he was taken down by a mere child. How unfortunate. But thankfully, after carefully feeling around, he realized he wasn't too heavily injured, and it wasn't a big deal. However, Jian Yuxian clearly did not plan to let him off easily. Tit for tat. Since you ambushed me, I will definitely return the favor. Jian Yuxian said this. He flipped Feng Wuchang over, face down, back up. Then he picked up a flat stone from the ground, wrapping it in spirit power, and heavily slapped it on the back of Feng Wuchang's head. Feng Wuchang cried out in pain, but he did not pass out. Jian Yuxian glanced down and slapped again. With a loud ouch, Feng Wuchang rolled his eyes back and finally fell into a daze. All even now. Jian Yuxian was satisfied and tossed the stone away, clapping his small hands. More than 10 meters away from this place, a group of 5 youths walked side by side. They were all initial stage strong cultivators, and in this wild land, although they could not compete with the few top talents, when united, they could roughly handle the surroundings. They had not been here long, but their gains were not insignificant. Just now, a terrifying black finger mark had burst forth in the mountains ahead, causing an earth-shattering explosion that greatly shook them. Someone is fighting. Look at that momentum, it must be one of the top talents. Using such a terrifying divine ability, it must be an epic battle. Let's go. Maybe we can pick up some bargains. The leading youth, appearing 16, was tall and strong, holding a great halberd. He charged ahead, leading the others toward that direction. Inside the stone pit where the finger mark struck, Jian Yuxian rummaged through Feng Wuchang's belongings, finding a storage bag. Inside were many spiritual herbs, over 100 in total, but most of the grades were low. The only ones worth mentioning were 2 8-grade herbs and 1 9-grade. But what displeased Jian Yuxian was that these treasured herbs did not taste good, he didn't like eating them. Besides that, there were some weapons, also of low grade. After all, normally speaking, a cultivator's main weapon would be placed in the divine wheel, nurturing it at all times. Jian Yuxian poured everything out, tossing them onto the ground like trash. Except for a few herbs with slightly better taste, he found nothing else of interest. Not even a decent food item. Life is too hard. Every day is just gnawing on herbs, it really has no flavor. Jian Yuxian sighed heavily. Gnawing on the spirit ginseng in his hand, he strolled outside. Suddenly, his steps paused, and a flash of inspiration struck his mind. The barbed bear I killed before, can it be eaten? He slapped his forehead and hurried back up the mountain. The corpse of the red-eyed bear was still there. Jian Yuxian immediately grinned, his smile filled with joy. This giant bear paw has 4 of them. This is definitely a good thing. And there are bear kidneys, definitely a great tonic. I'm so foolish. How come I only thought of eating meat today? Without a second thought, Jian Yuxian's small figure began dragging the 3-story bear corpse down the mountain. He returned to the spirit spring to clean the bear properly. Jian Yuxian was extremely excited. It really has been a long time since he ate meat. Over the past year, he had been continuously cultivating, and it was truly exhausting. Today, he had to prepare a big delicious meal to reward his little belly. I need a knife. Jian Yuxian tossed the bear to the side, jumped a few times, and returned to Feng Wuchang. The small figure crouched in the garbage pile, searching for something. At this moment, 5 figures suddenly rushed in from afar. As they approached, their expressions were filled with shock and fear as they looked around this area. They saw a giant pit on the mountainside, created by a powerful divine technique. Closer in, they spotted the corpse of a red-eyed bear lying on the ground, silent and lifeless. What a terrifying battle! It must have taken a top genius to create such power. The red-eyed bear is a 5th-tier beast, its body is as tough as iron, and its strength is immense, killing it is not easy. The bear must have been a guardian beast for a high-tier spirit herb, but now it's dead. I wonder what kind of spirit herb it was and who got it. The 5 were filled with astonishment but also a sense of loss. They had initially hoped to pick up something cheap but never thought the battle was already over. Wait. Look inside the pit. As they truly stepped into the battlefield, they saw an even more astonishing scene. Inside the pit, a young boy lay on the ground, unconscious. Beside him lay a pile of treasures scattered on the ground, including magical artifacts and precious herbs. There were shining treasures, immense powers, and fragrant aromas filling the air, making it mesmerizing. At this time, a small child, looking about 2 years old, was squatting among the treasures, searching for something. Chapter 108, Persuade with Virtue, all taken down. The 5 youths were instantly astounded. What did they see? It was a pile of magical artifacts and precious herbs. 2 8th-tier herbs, 1 9th-tier, 10 above 7th-tier, and over 100 combined. There were also 7 or 8th-tier magical artifacts, knives, swords, and cauldrons, all piled together. The person lying on the ground must be the young genius who just killed the red-eyed bear. He exhausted himself and fainted. Look at the bump on the back of his head. It must have been a careless hit from the red-eyed bear. This person is so strong. He survived a strike from a 5th-tier beast and still managed to turn the tables. The group was taken aback, their minds racing with countless scenarios. The young genius battling the 5th-tier beast, shaking the heavens and earth.
In the end, the young genius excelled, using a divine technique to create a terrifying pit in the mountainside. He killed the beast but fainted in the process. Then a little child, no bigger than a bean, passed by here and picked up an enormous fortune. He looted everything from that genius. All the things in the storage bag spilled out and lay on the ground. So tempting. We come from small families, getting a 6th-tier weapon is extremely difficult, and 7th-tier herbs are even less imaginable. But here there are so many along with 8th and 9th-tier treasures. The 5 youths were filled with envy. If they could get their hands on so many treasures, they would be set for life. But they were one step too late. A little kid got to it first. Let's take him down. Suddenly, a boy in purple spoke up. The others were quite tempted by his words. But at the same time, they hesitated a bit. He's just a kid, isn't it a bit unfair to do this? People will laugh at us. The tall boy at the front furrowed his brows and said, "What's wrong with that? This world is all about the strong eating the weak, you have to fight for everything. Besides, that little kid is robbing others too, right?" The boy with the big spear nodded after hearing this. The treasures and healing pills were so tempting, they couldn't miss out. Then let's take down this little kid. Be gentle when you attack, don't kill him. This little one managed to get in here, so he must be talented, he might come from a big family or even be picked by the ancient heaven sect. We just need to take the stuff, and we mustn't stir up trouble. The tall boy with the spear cautioned. The others no longer hesitated and marched boldly towards the finger-shaped pit. At this moment, Jiang Yuxian had found a pretty good short knife from a pile of junk. Just as he was getting ready to go out and tidy up the savage bear, he suddenly saw 5 figures surrounding him from all directions. The leading boy thrust his spear hard against the ground. With a loud boom, stones rolled down the stone wall, and dust shot up 5 feet high. The spear blade flashed with dazzling cold light, looking extremely intimidating. "Little guy, drop what you have and leave here immediately," the boy shouted fiercely. The other 4 also wore fierce expressions. Jiang Yuxian twitched his mouth. Was he being robbed again? Why were all these cultivators he met so odd? Either robbing or cheating. Can't you do something proper? He remained calm and spoke in a baby voice. Sure. But I have a condition. The group in front seemed stunned. They never expected that this little kid would negotiate terms with them. What condition? The boy in purple raised an eyebrow and asked. You all need to hand over your healing pills, and I'll leave right away. As soon as he said this, all 5 boys were dumbfounded. What was going on? This little kid must have gotten things mixed up. We are robbing you, not the other way around. Several black lines appeared on their foreheads, and their mouths twitched. In an instant, they all burst into laughter. This little kid is quite gutsy. No time for chit-chat, hurry and leave. Otherwise, we'll beat you up first and then throw you out. The boy in purple suddenly stepped forward, and a divine wheel burst forth behind him, radiating golden light. Inside this divine wheel, a purple divine flame danced, releasing an extremely fierce temperature. The surrounding void twisted and contorted under its scorching heat. The divine wheel contained true spirit. It was the sign of the spirit condensation realm. Han Xian, throw him away far, but be careful not to let the purple underworld flame hurt him. Seeing him prepare to make a move, the tall spear boy quickly reminded. Don't worry. Dealing with a little kid like this is within my grasp. Han Xian said. He kept his eyes fixed on Jiang Yuxian and continued in a deep voice. Little guy, are you leaving or not? If not, I might just hit you. The purple underworld flame burst forth, turning into a fire dragon several meters long, sweeping and dancing in the void, as if it could burn everything and annihilate all things, an incredibly intimidating presence. The terrifying power surged, surrounding stone walls turned red and began to melt. Jiang Yuxian quietly watched the scene. He didn't feel afraid at all, he had dealt with spirit condensation realm before. Wasn't there one lying at his feet? That wind wucho was at the 8th level of the spirit condensation realm. The 5 boys in front of him were evidently far inferior. I'm such a kind-hearted child, always believing in winning people over with kindness. You all are being too much. Jiang Yuxian pouted and said calmly. A few young warriors from the big halberd were all amused by his words. So small, yet such a smooth talker, they truly had never seen one like him before. Talking about virtue. What virtue can a little brat like you have? One of them asked with a laugh. Jiang Yuxian responded to him with a serious face. Martial virtue. As these 2 words leaped from his mouth, his small body suddenly jumped up. A pair of small feet stepped in the air, revealing a complex and profound array of runes. The action maneuver activated, turning Jiang Yuxian's figure into something incredibly enigmatic. Taking a few steps, he bypassed the coverage of the purple inferno flame and charged directly in front of Han Xian. This
The 5 young warriors turned pale in horror. But before they could react further, they saw that little brat raise his fist and strike. Boom! A small fist smashed directly onto Han Xian. With a loud ah, Han Xian instantly shot back like a strong arrow, flying out for more than 10 miles in an instant. The purple inferno flame dissipated on the spot. The boys from the big halberd opened their mouths wide in shock. Looking at the direction Han Xian flew out, then back at the little brat in front of them, they felt unspeakable astonishment. A powerful warrior at the 3rd level of the spirit storage realm was actually knocked back by this tiny thing with one punch. Is this a joke? What are you all standing there for? Come, let me tell you what it means to win people over with virtue. Jiang Yuxian did not stop. His small figure rushed in like a true dragon out of the gorge, fierce and unmatched. Rushing into the group of big halberd boys, he moved swiftly, his little hands waving continuously. Fists struck out, shaking the air, sharp howls echoing above. Before long, all the boys from the big halberd were knocked down, lying on the ground, wailing. Chapter 109, Such a heavy burden, it's yours alone. The 4 boys lay on the ground, rolling back and forth, crying out in pain. They felt as if their internal organs were shattering, waves of agony washing over them. Is this really just a little kid? The 5 of them, at the early stage of the spirit storage realm, didn't even last a round against him. One punch brought them down. This was simply too easy. What kind of monster did they provoke? After Jiang Yuxian rummaged through them and found several decent medicinal herbs, he no longer paid attention to them and stepped over their bodies, carrying his short knife out of the pit. He needed to prepare for cooking. After a busy time, he finally cut off a bear paw, cleaning it thoroughly. Then he gathered quite a few branches and firewood, skewered the huge bear paw on them, sharp knife in hand, and started roasting meat. Barbecue. The taste from my memories. Jiang Yuxian drooled constantly while grilling. He was becoming increasingly impatient. But what he didn't expect was that after grilling the bear paw for so long, it was still devoid of any delicious aroma. Even the skin and flesh only slightly curled, without a hint of burnt flavor. Is the meat of a ferocious beast this hard to roast? Jiang Yuxian stared wide-eyed in anxiety. At this rate, he wouldn't get to eat meat until tomorrow. This was too frustrating. So vexing. He gradually became a bit restless. The red sunny barbarian bear was a 5th-grade ferocious beast. Even if it stood there to be burned by these flames when alive, it wouldn't even get its skin hurt. Now, with the bear paw cut off, it certainly wasn't easy to cook through. This truly distressed Jiang Yuxian. After being so busy, still unable to eat a single bite of meat was just too pitiful. His little face drooped down, feeling terribly upset inside. But at a certain moment, he suddenly had a bright idea. I got it. Jiang Yuxian's eyes grew brighter, and a smile resurfaced on his face. He instantly leaped back into the pit, dragging the big halberd boys out and bringing them to the roasting rack. You 4 stay here, I'll be right back, and you mustn't let anyone touch my barbecue. If you dare to run away, I'll beat you once every time I see you next. Jiang Yuxian said fiercely. Then he vanished in a flash. The 4 young men of the great halberd squad were both confused and bitter. What kind of karma have we created? It would have been fine if we were just beaten by a little kid who looked to be only 2 years old, but now we've been drafted into service. This is really a year of bad luck. The person inside, and this wild bear, could it all have been done by him? One of the young men suddenly thought of something and spoke these words. The other 3 were shocked, their eyes as wide as wild oxen. It's not impossible. That little guy was so strong, and the 5 of us didn't even have time to properly resist before we were knocked down. When did such a brutal little guy appear in the 3000 Dao domains? Why have we never heard of him before? This is too terrifying. If we had known that little thing was so fierce, we wouldn't have dared to steal anything, not even thought about it. That's no child. He's basically a little demon king, okay? The 4 of them struggled internally for a long time, and indeed considered running away, but once they thought of the little demon king's words before leaving, they all shivered in unison. Better stay here. Fortunately, we won't face the death penalty. Poor Han Xian still doesn't know if he's alive or dead. Another young man said with a bitter smile. The little demon king didn't kill him, so he should be fine. The great halberd youth shook his head and said. And just as they were talking, they heard a whoosh sound, and a figure appeared. That little brat had returned. And in his hand, he was dragging another person like a dead dog. It was none other than Han Xian, who had been blasted away. At this moment, he too had a pale face, looking utterly limp and listless. No need to say, he must have received an unimaginable blow to his heart. When he saw the great halberd youth and the others, his expression finally recovered a bit. The others, seeing that he was not seriously hurt, also breathed a sigh of relief. Little demon, no, wait. Little brother, we were blind and offended you.
Now that you've taken the treasure pill, if you're magnanimous, please let us go. One of the young men forced a smile and said. Yes, yes, yes. You're magnanimous, don't hold it against us. The others kept nodding, but their faces were full of shame. These 5 teenage boys were actually apologizing and begging for mercy from a little runt. If this got out, people would definitely laugh their teeth out. But helplessly, when you're under the eaves, you have to bow your head. Even Han Xian, who was thrown on the ground, forced himself to soften his expression, showing a smile, hoping the fierce little kid would show mercy. Jiang Yuxian gave him a cold glance and ignored him. He dragged Han Xian and threw him in front of the roasting rack, pointing at the huge bear paw.
Don't you have some purple nether flame of burning heaven?
Roast this bear paw for me.
Jiang Yuxian commanded. Han Xian's smile instantly froze.
The 4 great halberd youth were also dumbfounded at the same time.
What did the little demon king just say? Roast meat? And he wants me to use the purple nether flame of burning heaven? Especially Han Xian, whose face instantly turned green.
I painstakingly found the purple nether flame's fire spiritual root, nurtured it into the divine wheel, and turned it into a true spirit.
Originally, it was an extremely powerful tool for dealing with enemies.
But now you want me to use it for roasting meat.
Are you trying to humiliate me on purpose? What? Not willing? Fine. I have a way to make you willing. Jiang Yuxian sneered, raising his small fist. Han Xian suddenly shrank his neck.
The fierce aura of this little brat was still fresh in his mind, and he didn't want to endure another hit.
The situation is stronger than the person. There's no way out. Isn't it just roasting meat? Fine, I'll roast it.
He unwillingly walked to the roasting rack, his divine will booming into the air, the purple nether flame of burning heaven appearing, releasing an unbelievably terrifying heat, scorching intensely.
Good, good, good. This is how it should be. Roasting meat is a task that only someone like you can handle.
Jiang Yuxian was clapping his little hands, so happy he could barely contain himself.
Finally, he could roast bear paws. He urged them on.
Han Xian didn't dare to go against this little demon king's wishes, and his inner spiritual power surged like a river, pouring into the divine wheel.
Whoosh! A plume of purple underworld flames burst forth, wrapping the large bear paw inside in an instant.
A rich meat fragrance wafted out. Jiang Yuxian rubbed his hands together, feeling even more excited.
Finally, he could eat meat.
But within the space of a breath, a sharp burnt smell hit his nose.
It's overcooked. Stop now! He shouted urgently. Han Xian quickly retracted the purple underworld flames. But it was already too late. The giant bear paw on the grill was now charred black and shrunk by half. Under everyone's watchful eyes, there was a crisp crack, and the entire bear paw fell to the ground, shattering into a pile of charcoal. Jiang Yuxian stood frozen for a long time, his little face growing longer and longer. Chapter 110, tears uncontrollably flow from the corners of his mouth.
Jiang Yuxian's little face was darker than the broken charcoal on the ground.
Such a good bear paw, and it ended up looking like this. Control the heat. Do you understand heat management? You are a strong one in the spirit gathering realm, can't you handle this? He raged, shouting loudly. Han Xian shrank his neck, feeling an indescribable grievance in his heart. The purple underworld flames were meant for fighting, did he really think they were for barbecuing? And heat management. But this was something he could never say out loud. The 4 big spear boys also dared not to speak, looking at the little demon king in fear. Jiang Yuxian glared at them fiercely. What are you waiting for? Roast it again. Do you want me to do it myself?
Jiang Yuxian pointed at the fallen bear paw, growling fiercely. The 5 of them shuddered at the same time, their hearts filled with anger. We are all exceptionally talented young geniuses, everywhere we go we are admired and hailed except in the grand sanctuaries. Are you just going to command us to do your chores? Anger. But when they met the little demon king's gaze, their grievances disappeared in an instant. They were afraid this little fellow would lecture them on martial ethics again. Feeling unwilling and helpless, they got busy. Before long, the second bear paw was ready. This time, Han Xian was careful, meticulously controlling the flames. The big spear boy named Yang Xiao was in charge of turning the grill. Jiang Yuxian appointed himself as the chief examiner. He sat grandly on a rock, swinging his legs and pointing, seriously supervising the roasting. Finally, the bear paw began to sizzle, glistening with oil, with waves of meat fragrance wafting out. Jiang Yuxian kept twitching his nose, his face full of enjoyment. Before the meat was even cooked, he couldn't wait, bouncing over and circling the grill. When it was fully cooked, he couldn't hold back any longer, tearing a large piece of meat from the bear paw and tossing it into his mouth, not caring at all about the heat. Wow! So delicious!
Jiang Yuxian chewed the meat with big bites, squinting his eyes in happiness.
It was indeed the bear paw from a fifth-tier wild bear, simply too fragrant.
With each bite, the meat burst open, bouncy and sticky, not greasy at all.
It's getting closer to the taste in my memory, but it's still missing a bit of soul.
Jiang Yuxian sighed while eating. Without cumin, pepper, and chili powder, it's not a proper barbecue. But now, where could he find those things?
While Jiang Yuxian happily munched away, suddenly a light bulb went off in his head, and he rapidly rolled his eyes a few times.
A treasure medicine can be used as seasoning, right? With so many kinds, there must be one that fits.
He suddenly had this idea. Wasting no time, he dropped the meat in his hand and jumped in front of Yang Xiao and the others, asking them for spiritual medicines. These few had already been searched once, but the uneatable treasure medicines that Jiang Yuxian didn't take were still on them. Seeing that Jiang Yuxian was actually going back on his word, once again demanding, each one instinctively covered their storage bags.
Just some low-grade spirit herbs, look at how stingy you all are.
Jiang Yuxian jumped up and pressed them all down to the ground, taking away all the precious herbs. Not only that, even the pile of garbage thrown down by Feng Wuchou was swept away by him. Then, he began to categorize everything.
What's this grass?
It smells a bit like herbal leaves, keep it.
Wow, isn't this star anise? Spirit herbs can look like this? What's this branch? It can barely be used as cinnamon. What about cumin? What about Sichuan pepper?
After a busy time, he gathered quite a bit of spices. Among them, one type of fruit seed had a flavor somewhat similar to cumin, which delighted Jiang Yuxian. Without thinking about the grade, he simply used spiritual power to steam it dry, then ground it into a powder and sprinkled it on the bear paw. He had Han Xian roasted lightly, allowing the bear paw to absorb the flavor. Then, a cloud of smoke rose, and an incredibly rich aroma spread out, filling the surroundings. Nearby, the area was completely filled with this fragrance.
This is the correct way to cook meat. Jiang Yuxian's fingers moved eagerly, feasting with delight.
With all the various spices, the flavor of the roasted meat suddenly became rich. Surprisingly, the precious herbs made into spices smelled much better than regular cumin and Sichuan pepper.
It's really so fragrant.
Han Xian and Yang Xiao, along with 3 others, swallowed hard, constantly licking their lips.
This fragrance was too tempting. It almost brought tears to their eyes. Tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of their mouths.
As cultivators, who hasn't eaten precious herbs and fierce beast meat, but to eat like this, never.
Even they couldn't help but want to taste it. But, to snatch food from the little demon king's hands? Not a chance. Do you want to eat? Jiang Yuxian looked at them, raising an eyebrow.
The few of them fell silent, only licking their lips.
If you want to eat, you have to get it yourself. Do you want me to teach you? Jiang Yuxian threatened fiercely.
The bear paw was so large that he couldn't finish it alone, sharing a bit with them was no big deal. After saying that, he tore off another piece himself, biting into it, mouthful of oil.
Couldn't stop, could he? Han Xian and Yang Xiao pondered for a moment, then couldn't resist any longer. Each took action, starting to eat the meat. As soon as the bear paw entered their mouths, they were stunned. How could something so delicious exist in this world? It's so good. Whoa whoa. What kind of beast meat did I eat before? Such deliciousness exists in the world. I wasted the past 10 years of my life. Whoa whoa. Seeing their expressions, Jiang Yuxian was momentarily stunned. They really cried, huh? Is it necessary? Yang Xiao and Han Xian and the 5 of them ate for a while, realizing that the little demon king didn't seem so ruthless, gradually becoming much bolder, starting to wrestle for food with Jiang Yuxian. Everyone put it down. If you want to eat, keep roasting it. Jiang Yuxian slapped their hands away, looking very fierce. The smoke rose again, as 5 gigantic roasting racks were set up in a row. Not only was the bear paw roasted, but at Jiang Yuxian's command, even the bear's waist, the size of a basin, was placed on top. At this point, he didn't need to push. Han Xian happily busied himself, executing the purple underworld flame to roast the meat. The other 4 helped out, mimicking Jiang Yuxian, properly sprinkling on the spices. The intense aroma of meat drifted through the air. In the pit created by the great wilderness prison Skyfinger, Feng Wuchou's nose twitched a few times, waking up leisurely. Opening his eyes, he glanced to see his storage bag turned upside down, a pile of precious artifacts scattered around him. But all the precious herbs were left without a single strand. That damned ruthless kid. How could he rob me of all my precious herbs? My 9th grade precious herb. He wailed in despair, collecting all his belongings with a heavy heart. Why does it smell so good? Feng Wuchou was incredibly puzzled, following the fragrance out of the pit. Moments later, he witnessed a shocking scene. That little rascal who robbed him was making barbecue with others, even using a cultivated flame to roast it. What kind of operation is this? Is that how fierce flames are used? And the seasoning on the barbecue, why does it look so much like a magic potion? He quickly realized. What do you mean looks like? That's definitely a magic potion. Feng Wuchang's eyes went wide. Using a treasure medicine as seasoning for barbecue, is there an even more extravagant way to eat in the 3,000 realms? What has this brutal child done? If this gets out, it will definitely anger heaven and people.
But speaking of which, it does smell really good.
So tempting. Chapter 111, Feng Wuchang's Unspoken Secrets. The Little Demon King's Name.
Jiang Yuxian had a small belly like a bottomless pit, devouring over half a bear paw by himself, his belly round and full, yet still not satisfied.
It would be great to have a box of beer right now. A bowl of soup would do.
While thinking about this, his eyes caught sight of Feng Wuchang's figure. He instantly felt happy, disappearing from the spot in a flash, rushing to Feng Wuchang's side. As soon as Feng Wuchang saw the fierce child charging towards him, he instinctively took a few steps back.
Then he turned and ran. If not now, then when? This little thing is too fierce, I can't provoke it.
Losing so many treasure medicines is a heartache, but it's better than getting beaten up again.
Don't run.
I just want to borrow something.
Jiang Yuxian shouted from behind. Not lending. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuchang felt a headache coming on.
He reached back to touch his head. Goodness, there's a huge bump at the back of his head, shaking it lightly causes it to wobble.
That little brat is too ruthless. While he was pondering, Feng Wuchang soared into the sky, quickly dashing away.
But he hadn't flown more than a few miles before his body involuntarily trembled.
Suddenly, above his head, a pitch-black fingerprint formed in an instant, as if a mountain of 100,000 was pressing down, divine power like the sea, the void trembling.
The fingerprint aimed at him and pressed down.
Roar, roar, roar.
Without thinking, Feng Wuchang's body suddenly burst out with 8 fierce beast shadows.
These are his nurtured true spirits.
The 8 beasts soared through the sky, the fierce birds and beasts roar like thunder, emitting terrifying power that could shatter mountains, charging towards the fingerprint. But as soon as they made contact, the 8 beast shadows shrieked in agony and collapsed one after the other. Then the fingerprint, with unstoppable force, slammed him down from the sky heavily, crashing into the earth.
I told you not to run, you had to make me move.
Jiang Yuxian jumped a few times and reached Feng Wuchang's side. Like dragging a dead dog, he pulled him to the fire pit. Yang Xiao, Han Xian, and the others stared blankly at everything, completely stunned. Earlier, they guessed that the Scarlet Qing barbarian bear and that boy might have been taken down by this little guy.
But they didn't expect it to be so straightforward. An 8th-layer spirit-gathering realm being pinned down by a single finger. So brutal. Little brat, what do you want? How unlucky am I? Why did I provoke such a little monster?
Feng Wuchang wanted to cry but had no tears, feeling like he wanted to die. When did such a little monster appear in the 3,000 realms? He racked his brain but couldn't remember where it came from. Even if the imperial offspring, still in swaddling clothes after half a year, shouldn't be this powerful at 2 years old, right? I remember you have a cauldron, let me use it. Jiang Yuxian looked at him, extending a small hand. Though he said borrow, the posture showed no hint of seeking help. Seeing he wasn't moving, Jiang Yuxian acted first, taking out a shining large cauldron from his storage bag, clearly a 6th-grade treasure, quite powerful. You guys take care of the barbarian bear, we're going to make some broth.
Jiang Yuxian commanded.
Han Xian and the others nodded like little chickens pecking at rice, taking the large bones to place in the treasure cauldron, starting to brew soup.
Feng Wuchang's mouth twitched fiercely. His 6th-grade treasure was actually reduced to a big pot for soup? He sat dejectedly on the side. Without saying a word. Not bad. You are getting better.
Looking at Han Xian and Yang Zhao's increasingly skilled operations, Jiang Yuxian felt extremely gratified. He pondered whether to take these few people in as his own cooking team.
Others can be replaced, but Han Xian must be kept.
There probably aren't many cultivators nurturing flame-true spirits, most people have ferocious beasts in their divine wheels. After a long time, the bear bone soup finally came to a boil, and the bear paw, bear meat, and bear kidney were also grilled to perfection. Yang Xiao even used a weapon to carve a few stones into the shape of bowls. Jiang Yuxian led the way, holding meat in one hand and soup in the other, eating with Han Xian and the others, feeling utterly refreshed.
Want some? He cut off a large piece of bear kidney, signaling to Feng Wuchou. Feng Wuchou's expression was indifferent, and the veins on his forehead throbbed a few times. With a gritted teeth, he took it. Eat is eat. There are even his own precious medicines on it. Must get it back. Feng Wuchou thought fiercely. By the end, more than half of the bear kidney had gone into his belly.
If Jiang Yuxian hadn't stopped him, he probably wouldn't have left a bit.
So comfortable. I've never eaten such delicious food. Too satisfying. I didn't know grilled meat could be made like this. Can't take it anymore. I feel like I'm about to break through. I need to refine it.
Yang Xiao and the 5 others shouted with excitement, each one radiating a glow. The flesh of a 5th-tier ferocious beast contains rich spiritual power, a great supplement for them. Moreover, the grilled meat and soup were filled with precious medicines. Eating like this, they definitely had to refine it well. The sky gradually darkened. But in this area, light burst forth, divine brilliance soaring. As the few people's spiritual power circulated, they produced a tremendous rumbling sound, with extraordinary might. Feng Wuchou was somewhat better, but with so much power gathered in his body, he also needed to refine it well. He found a corner to sit down and closed his eyes to meditate. But a long time passed, and he sat with unease, his brows tightly furrowed.
What's wrong? You won't go mad, will you? Jiang Yuxian was carefree. He lay on a large stone, picking at the few teeth he had left, and asked out loud. Uncomfortable.
Feng Wuchou replied gloomily, his face turning red, his body squirming. He didn't know where to place his hands.
Jiang Yuxian blinked a few times, then couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha. That big kidney is almost eaten all by you alone. I told you not to be greedy. Now you've overheated, right? Serves you right. Jiang Yuxian laughed until he held his belly. He didn't pay attention to Feng Wuchou anymore, instead, he began to plan. There's not much cumin left. Pepper and chile are also running low. What should we do for tomorrow's meal?
Looks like we need to search more. If it really doesn't work, just borrow a bit from others.
Jiang Yuxian thought this way.
A meal of gluttony seemed to open the door to a new world for him.
To be honest,
ferocious beast meat mixed with precious medicine and spices is much tastier than anything he had eaten before.
But gathering the spices might not be easy.
After a while, Jiang Yuxian felt he had digested enough, so he went forward and kicked awake each of Yang Xiao and Han Xian.
Stop cultivating. This is an assessment, refine at home. Get up and come with me to look for precious medicines. The few were unwilling, but terrified by Jiang Yuxian's fierce might, they didn't dare to defy. Even Feng Wuchou called out.
He hadn't recovered yet, so Jiang Yuxian simply pushed him into the spring water to wake him up a bit.
The 7 of them set out. That night, this wild land echoed with ghostly cries and wolf howls from time to time.
A tiny little child, followed by 6 youths, looted a dozen caravans, including both lone travelers and those in pairs.
They didn't want anything else, only precious medicines. They repeatedly claimed to be borrowing. Wherever they went, not a single hair of medicine was left for them. Moreover, these few were exceptionally fierce, anyone with the slightest unwillingness would receive a good beating. Especially that little brat. It was simply like a little demon king, smashing everything into chaos, his physical body strong to the point of being abnormal. Even an 8-year-old prodigy from a great clan, in the 3rd stage of the spirit-gathering realm, was knocked down by just a few punches from him. That night, the name of the little demon king spread like wildfire. Everyone knew that a little guy who looked like he was only 2 years old had entered this place. Whenever encountered, they would be robbed clean. Chapter 112, The Nightmare of Hui Xiaotao. I want to be friends with you. By the time dawn broke, many talented youths in the wilderness had heard the news. The most surprising thing was that a group of 7 was led by a seemingly 2-year-old little kid. There were also 5 in the initial stage of the spirit-gathering realm, and 1 masked boy who had never struck. This made many people become cautious. If we run into them, we must avoid them. It took us so long to collect a few precious herbs, I don't want to lose them before they even get warm. Many from the divine will realm and initial stage of the spirit-gathering realm were on high alert. But at the same time, a few deeply skilled individuals began to stir with thought. That little demon king's talent is indeed terrifying. Even those in the 3rd stage of the spirit-gathering realm were taken down. But after robbing so many precious herbs, aren't they afraid of getting burned? Let's go. As long as we find them, those precious herbs will be ours. Wealth stirs the heart. Soon, several groups began to take action. Among them were those in the high stages of the spirit-gathering realm, teaming up, which was undoubtedly an extremely frightening force. In a valley, Xin Yushi, along with a young girl from her clan, had just fought hard and slain a fierce beast, obtaining a 9th-grade precious herb. Upon hearing the rumor of the little demon king, her beautiful eyes involuntarily widened. A little kid around 2 years old? Did such a small person really enter this test? Could it be the one I saw? She couldn't quite believe it. Before entering the Dragon War's secret realm, hadn't she sent him dozens of miles away? It shouldn't be possible for him to come in. But besides him, could there be another little guy of similar age? Let's go take a look. Xin Yushi's figure flickered and she quickly disappeared with the girl from her clan. In another place, a massive beast's corpse lay sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, another group was engaged in a fierce battle.
Xiao Aoran's entire body surged with divine energy, like the rising tide of a vast sea, waves crashing into the sky. 7 ferocious beast spirits roared, transforming into incredibly terrifying phantom figures that trampled the void, rampaging wildly, unleashing a mad assault. Alongside him were 2 young men from the Xiao clan. On the opposite side, there were a total of 5 people, all in the initial stage of the spirit-gathering realm. After a short while, with a long howl from Xiao Aoran, he manifested a true spirit of divine birds, its wings flapping and soaring out. 2 feathered wings slashed through the air like divine swords. Puff! Puff! The 5 opponents cried out in pain one after another, their chests slashed open, blood gushing out.
Activating their talisman, they finally teleported away before Xiao Aoran charged in again. Well, you escaped quickly.
Xiao Aoran snorted coldly, the light in the sky suddenly retracting. He strode over to a nearby bush, breaking through a not-so-strong restriction, and picked a 9th-grade precious herb.
Got the fire gold vine.
A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. This fire gold vine is not just a precious herb, it's a rare spiritual object, resistant to gold and iron, impervious to heavenly fire. It can be placed in the divine wheel to nurture it into a true spirit. With it, I, Xiao Aoran, will surely make another leap and enter the 8th stage of the spirit-gathering realm, greatly enhancing my strength.
A Xiao clan boy said. Xiao Aoran shook his head. Just a 9th-grade spiritual vine.
Taking it as a precious herb is fine, but nurturing it into a true spirit is far from enough. I, Xiao Aoran, am not at the level to raise such mundane items into the divine wheel.
He suddenly turned and walked in a certain direction.
I've heard a little brat came, leading a few people around robbing everywhere, gathering a lot of precious herbs.
Let's go see. The things on them, I will graciously accept.
As his voice fell, the figures of the 3 quickly disappeared from this area.
Once again, in a mountain forest.
A 5 or 6-year-old boy was walking while sighing and lamenting. I've searched almost an entire day and only found a 6th-grade treasure herb.
I am so unlucky.
I heard that cruel child actually robbed over a dozen people. This little boy is Hui Shadao, and at this moment, he felt extremely troubled. He searched for so long and only discovered 2 treasure herbs, one 7th grade and one 6th grade. That 7th grade spiritual herb was snatched away by that cruel child.
He was originally thinking about finding someone to steal it back.
But those who entered this mountain wilderness were all older than him, and their cultivation was mostly deeper than his. With his strength, he couldn't possibly steal it back, it was difficult to achieve anything.
Ah, life is truly full of ups and downs.
Then he thought of that cruel child, who was simply his idol. Stealing so many treasure herbs, making everyone envious.
I don't believe it, I can't find anyone weaker than me.
Hui Shadao clenched his fists and made a firm decision. Just as he encouraged himself, his eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile.
Heaven bless Hui Shadao. It truly is as one wishes. Weaker than myself? Isn't there one just ahead? He chuckled, rearranged his expression to look fierce, as much as possible. Then, with a leap, he jumped onto the grass 10 meters away and intercepted a figure. Robbery! Little brat! Quickly give me all your treasures, or I will kill you.
Hui Shadao frowned and said harshly. In front of him stood a boy who looked to be about a year younger, skinny and small. At a glance, it was clear he had low cultivation. Hui Shadao was very sure of this. In this world, at this age, few could match his level of cultivation. Under his shout, the little boy in front looked expressionless, as if frozen in fear.
Don't just stand there. I'll say it again, robbery. Hand over all your treasures. Hui Shadao shouted again. He reached out to grab the boy, preparing to search him. However, before he could touch the boy's body, he suddenly heard a boom, and a fierce energy exploded from the boy, rushing forth in all directions. Whoa! Like a dark sky, it surged up from his body. In the blink of an eye, it hung high in the sky, merging with the stars. Within a radius of several dozen miles, it was as if night had suddenly arrived, pitch black, with no visibility. This darkness arrived without warning. In the dark, Hui Shadao's eyes sparkled with astonishment. He saw the stars suddenly appear high above, magnificent and dazzling. In this enveloping darkness, a terrifying pressure surged in, fiercely oppressing his soul, instilling fear. You want to rob me? The little boy's voice pulled him back to reality. Abnormal phenomenon. You have a special physique. Hui Shadao swallowed hard and said with difficulty. It was clear that the boy in front was not an ordinary person. He actually possessed a special physique. When activated, it covered a vast expanse of the cosmos, shocking everyone. The overwhelming pressure was extremely terrifying, and as the stars revolved, they released a power so horrifying that it seemed capable of obliterating everything. And no. You heard wrong just now, you're so cute, how could I rob you? I just wanted to be your friend.
Hui Shoudao forced a smile and withdrew his hand.
Then he turned around and ran away. Chapter 113, The Mystic Star Technique and the Sunlight Star Body. Jiang Yuxian and his group had raided two groups again and rested atop a mountain peak.
After a night, they harvested quite a lot, obtaining more than 400 treasure herbs in total. The most valuable was a 9th grade herb, along with 3 8th grade herbs, and even more 7th grade herbs. He didn't care about the specific grade, as long as it could be used as seasoning, it was picked out, and a few could even be used for stir-frying or as soup ingredients. The rest of the majority, all thrown to others to share, each took dozens of plants.
This made them extremely happy.
Han Xian and Yang Xiao, along with 5 people, were so joyful they were about to faint, each grinning widely, full of surprise.
Ha ha ha.
We searched for so long before and could barely find one 7th grade treasure herb. Now we have so many all at once, indeed, robbing is faster. Han Xian laughed loudly, his eyes squinting into slits. The others nodded their heads in agreement. Jiang Yuxian, hearing their words, immediately shouted loudly.
What do you mean by robbing? This is borrowing. Do you understand borrowing?
One by one nodded in agreement.
You are the big brother, whatever you say goes. It doesn't matter if it's robbing or borrowing, as long as we can eat well and gain benefits, that's what matters. Beside them, Feng Wuchou couldn't help but smile. It really is childlike innocence. So many precious treasure herbs, just like that they're shared.
He returned to his original gentle appearance, wearing white, with an elegant demeanor, emanating an otherworldly aura. That 9th grade treasure herb in his hand not only compensated for the losses but was truly a huge profit. At that moment, Jiang Yuxian suddenly turned his head and glared at Feng Wuchou.
What are you covering your face for? During last night's mission, Feng Wuchou had not made a move.
Instead, he wrapped his head tightly, exposing only his eyes, fearing being recognized.
For face. Feng Wuchou replied. Jiang Yuxian immediately scoffed. You're even deceiving a child like me. You still care about face?
Feng Wuchou remained unmoved, glancing at him lightly.
If I can't deceive a child, can I deceive you? Jiang Yuxian was choked into silence.
What you said makes so much sense, I am truly at a loss for words. He jumped up and kicked Feng Wuchou on the butt, causing him to stumble.
What are you doing just standing there in a daze? Go find a few fierce beasts back. Do you really think you can just enjoy the benefits here? You must have a big misunderstanding. Feng Wuchou's face stiffened.
He clenched his fists, feeling so frustrated inside. But thinking it over, he couldn't beat this little brat, so he had to give up.
As for running away was impossible. Where could he find so many treasure herbs alone? For now, it was better to just follow this little demon king. Feng Wuchou sulkily went off.
Han Xian and Yang Zhao's 5 people were extremely excited, no need for Jiang Yuxian to instruct, they began to set up a roasting area.
One person even took out a big pot from their storage bag.
Seeing this, Jiang Yuxian's eyes widened again.
Why do you have a pot on you?
That person smiled in response.
Little Demon King brother, this is not a pot. This is a 4th grade treasure weapon, a treasure shield made of black jade and mysterious gold. I thought it could be used to fry a few dishes.
Jiang Yuxian said oh, suddenly realizing. Then suddenly jumped next to that person and kicked him to the ground.
What little Demon King brother? Call me big brother.
That person rubbed his bottom and stood up, still smiling mischievously.
Alright, little Demon King big brother. Yang Xiao and Han Xian covered their faces. Jiang Yuxian's forehead was covered in black lines. Did I actually pass this on to you?
Feng Wuchou, worthy of being in existence at the 8th level of the spirit-nurturing realm, had few rivals in this wilderness, just a few older than him. Not long after, he dragged back a 4th-level ferocious bird and even casually picked a 8th grade treasure herb.
This was a black eagle, its feathers as strong as iron armor, and its strength was naturally impressive.
But it was destined to become a source of food for Jiang Yuxian and his group. Smoke began to rise gradually from the mountaintop. In the big pot made of black jade and mysterious gold, the flames flared up more than 2 feet high, and the oil smoke blackened the nearby stone walls. The aroma of meat began to waft out. Jiang Yuxian and the others indulged in gluttony, feeling extremely comfortable.
And just as everyone was enjoying their feast, a distant battle soon caught their attention.
Under the night sky, a wide expanse was moving.
Like a small world, it enveloped dozens of miles of sky. In the night, light shone brightly as the stars shifted.
One by one, stars moved, tracing marvelous paths, creating an endless, terrifying pressure that suffocated people. Wherever the night passed, it seemed to transform into a cage. A 6-year-old boy, riding on 9 divine wheels, was trapped inside. Besides him, another boy, looking even younger, stood slender. But that small body seemed like a divine being, standing under the starry sky, becoming the ruler, controlling everything. With a wave of his small hand, infinite starlight intertwined, forming a mysterious light seal, like a sacred mountain above, pressing down on that 6-year-old boy.
Boom!
Amidst the terrifying loud sound, it slammed that 6-year-old boy, along with his 9 divine wheels, into the mountains.
At the mountain peak, Jiang Yuxian and others witnessed this scene.
Feng Wucheng, Han Xian, Yang Xiao, and others all showed boundless astonishment on their faces.
What a terrifying phenomenon! That little boy actually has such a powerful physique. So strong. He is only a few years old, yet already so dreadful. The 9th level of divine will realm in his hands is like bullying the weak. The few were filled with wonder. In this world, special physiques are extremely rare. Each one is a terrifying existence. As long as they can fully awaken and cultivate completely, they can become the top talents of the generation. When facing ordinary cultivators, they can easily cross an entire major realm to fight. For example, the absolute spirit sword body. For example, the pure sword heart and thunder martial vein of the imperial sun.
If it weren't for the assessment of the ancient heavenly sect, gathering countless immensely talented individuals from 3,000 domains.
Such characters are rarely seen in normal times.
If I had known that this assessment would bring 2 special physiques, I didn't expect another one to appear.
This is the Sunlight Star Body. The one from the 7-star hall. Feng Wucheng exclaimed, holding a stone bowl. Jiang Yuxian's eyes moved upon hearing this.
The 3 words 7-star hall drew his attention.
Han Xian and Yang Xiao looked surprised. 7-star hall? Isn't that also a supreme major sect? Why would their disciple be sent to the ancient heavenly sect? And it's the Sunlight Star Body.
The 7-star hall's cosmic star technique is practically tailor-made for him.
But why is he appearing here?
The few were puzzled. Everyone knows that the 7-star hall has a solid foundation and deep roots. Though it cannot compare to those sacred family sects, it is still an extremely powerful supreme major sect, undoubtedly a giant among the 3,000 domains. The Sunlight Star Body is difficult to see since ancient times. Compared with the absolute spirit sword body of the Changshengmu family, it may not be weaker at all. But what is perplexing is that such a powerful physique, which is most suitable for cultivating the cosmic star technique, why does the 7-star hall not cultivate it carefully, but send it to the ancient heavenly sect instead? And this is also the confusion in Jiang Yuxian's heart. He could not forget the name of the 7-star hall. On the day he was born, a great battle involved dozens of powerful figures from the sacred family sections. Among them was the 7-star hall's ancestor, Shui Wuliang. That solitary holy ancestor in the sect tragically fell during the bloody battle at the hands of the Eternal Blood Prison.
Chapter 114, Heavenly Dragon Battle Body. You should persuade them.
The special physique from the 7-star hall made Jiang Yuxian pay particular attention to the battle in the distance. Soon, the little boy who had been smashed into the mountains by the starlight seal surprisingly flew up again. His clothes were tattered, his small face dusty, looking very disheveled. However, the 9 divine wheels behind him still emitted an indomitable light, helping him escape quickly. It seemed that he was not seriously injured. Behind him, the Sunlight Star Body pursued closely, like a god king standing tall, fiercely attacking. The 2 5- or 6-year-old boys were chasing and fleeing, getting closer to the mountain peak. When Jiang Yuxian saw the figure in front clearly, his expression shifted.
Couldn't help but gasp. Oh? Isn't that the little boy who had, that handbag steal?
He recognized the other party. It was the little boy who had robbed him not long after he entered the wilderness.
Unexpectedly, at this moment, that guy was being beaten up by someone. Jiang Yuxian felt secretly amused. Why did I say again? He took a bite of the eagle leg and laughed, he. The little guy ahead is quite powerful. His physique is definitely strong.
Under the suppression of the Sunlight Star Body, he can still run so fast. But that's all there is to it.
I guess it won't be long before he gets suppressed.
Beside him, Feng Wucheng nibbled on an eagle leg and spoke softly. At this moment, a childish shout came from the distance, filled with rage.
You little brat, you're still chasing me. You've been chasing me for 500 miles.
It was indeed the voice of Hui Shoutao. Before he could finish, a light mark from behind suddenly condensed into form and blasted him down from the void. Along with him, a small mountain was reduced to powder.
You little brat, you have really angered me. Amidst a pile of rubble, Hui Shoutao's voice suddenly became deeper. Then a fierce, boundless aura suddenly spread across the world. As if an ancient god awakened, coming to this world, causing great roars and shaking the earth. Jiang Yuxian and Feng Wucheng couldn't help but raise their brows sharply. Roar! A terrifying roar pierced into everyone's souls. An overwhelming pressure swept through the heavens and earth like a roaring tide, spreading everywhere. Countless fierce beasts instantly collapsed to the ground under this roar, trembling uncontrollably, terrified as if facing death.
Han Xian, Yang Xiao, and the five of them directly slumped down, trembling with fear. Feng Wuchang's expression changed drastically, his powers were working madly within him, barely keeping him standing. Jiang Yuxian's heart was also shaken violently.
Dragon roar. This is the sound of the dragon roar.
Feng Wuchang said blankly, greatly surprised. Under their watchful eyes, they saw Hui Shoudao's figure once again soar into the air. But this time, he was no longer relying on the 9 divine wheels. At this moment, his chest was glowing, and a golden, radiant dragon phantom appeared, twisting and roaring with its head held high. It seemed like he wanted to break free from the shackles and fly into the sky. At this moment, Hui Shatao looked like a different person. Terrifying battle intent radiated from him, rolling out in waves. He faced the sunlight star body directly, as if transforming into a mighty war god, advancing instead of retreating, charging into the range of the strange phenomenon.
You little brat, watch how I deal with you. Hui Shotao shouted.
His hands wildly condensed spiritual power, forming the dragon fist law seal, and suddenly smashed towards the night sky.
Boom! A loud sound shook the world, the heavens and earth trembling.
Brilliant divine light burst forth, mountains shivered, and the void rolled.
The entire space seemed like a curtain, being violently shaken.
Hui Shatao was incredibly brave, battling against the sunlight star body, landing heavy punches that shattered numerous starry light seals.
The entire night sky phenomenon trembled, rippling with folds.
The little boy from the 7-star hall remained unshaken, but his expression became much more serious, battling against him. The power of the stars evolved, shining brilliantly, forming mysterious trajectories, trying to suppress the opponent. These two fought fiercely, divine energy surged through heaven and earth, a mighty momentum striking the sky, making it difficult to distinguish who was superior. Such a scene left Jiang Yuxian and the others dumbfounded. They really did not expect Hui Shotao to suddenly unleash such fierce power.
Heavenly Dragon Battle Body.
Feng Wuchang slowly spoke, filled with disbelief.
Han Xian, Yang Xiao, and the others stared in shock. Is this another special physique? Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but murmur. Special physiques are extremely rare and hard to come across.
Originally, seeing a sunlight star body here today was already scary enough.
Who would have thought that now another heavenly dragon battle body appeared?
This was too surprising. And the heavenly dragon battle body that Hui Shatao possessed. It is also a powerful and boundless talent.
The heavenly dragon battle body is born for battle. It is a natural warrior saint.
It is said that this physique originates from the ancient heavenly dragon bloodline. Once it grows, it can possess true heavenly dragon power. The heavenly dragon grows stronger with each battle, undergoing transformation through numerous great wars, a total of 9 times.
With each successful transformation, talent, bloodline, and strength will receive unimaginable enhancement and transformation. This process is called the 9 transformations of the heavenly dragon. His heavenly dragon battle body has not truly awakened yet. Right now, he is just forcibly activating it, only sparking a tiny bit of power. It is still far from the first transformation of the heavenly dragon.
Feng Wuchang said again. His words shocked Han Xian and the others greatly.
If he is already this formidable without awakening, what terrifying sight would emerge when he cultivates to the first transformation of the heavenly dragon?
Feng Wuchang ignored their reactions and continued speaking.
The solar star body isn't much better.
If the complete solar star body shows its phenomenon, in an instant, it could change heaven and earth.
Golden sun and bright moon, shining together, millions of stars, embellishing the universe.
Under the rotation of the sun, moon, and stars, everything will be obliterated.
Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but nod upon hearing this.
Those 2 little boys were exceptional talents, truly impressive.
He thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask. Who do you think would win?
This question was, of course, directed at Feng Wuchang. But Feng Wuchang shook his head. The heavenly dragon battle body is forcibly activated, and the solar star body is only in its initial awakening. If they were to determine a winner right now, the result would only be both sides suffering injuries. If they push too hard, their physiques and foundations might get damaged.
Feng Wuchang said.
Jiang Yuxian raised his eyebrows. If that is the result, then he would have to intervene. The only holy ancestor of the 7-star palace fought bloodily for the Xuanchuan cave and ultimately sacrificed his life. Just for this reason, since Jiang Yuxian encountered this matter today, he could not stand by and do nothing. Thinking of this, he turned to Feng Wuchang again.
You go advise them. Tell them to stop fighting.
Feng Wuchang rolled his eyes.
Not going.
Their fight has nothing to do with me.
Isn't it wonderful for us to sit here and watch a show?
But in a blink, he saw Jiang Yuxian raise a little finger at him. Feng Wuchang jumped up like he had been burned.
These 2 little rascals are too much trouble. What are they fighting for without properly assessing themselves? Watch me teach them a lesson.
Feng Wuchang chuckled awkwardly, glancing fearfully at Jiang Yuxian, and rushed towards the place where the two were fighting. The little demon king's great wilderness capturing Skyfinger had truly left him with a shadow.
Chapter 115, Big Changes in the Religion. Found the little demon king.
The heavenly dragon battle body and the solar star body were in fierce battle, and it was difficult to determine a victor. But soon, a being at the 8th level of the spirit essence realm joined the battlefield. It was Feng Wuchang. He didn't say a word and began attacking the two. After a significant effort, he finally managed to separate them. But to be honest, if it weren't for the fact that both little guys' physiques hadn't truly awakened, Feng Wuchang might not have been able to stop them. After the two were separated, they still faced each other from a distance, their fighting spirit high. Especially Hui Shaodao, whose small chest heaved up and down, clearly still filled with a belly full of anger. Since entering the wilderness, he had only robbed 2 people. Who would have thought that both times he would hit a wall? The first time he got beaten was one thing, but this time he was being chased relentlessly. The little brat before him showed no signs of letting him go. With no choice, he could only forcibly activate his heavenly dragon battle body to compete with him. I have meat and soup here, do you want some? At that moment, a childish voice interrupted their focus. Both looked in the direction of the sound and saw a little toddler on a mountaintop, holding a bowl and waving at them. Hui Shaotao was taken aback at first. Then his face suddenly turned extremely excited. The figure swayed and rushed over. While shouting, he exclaimed, "Idol! I finally see you again. From today on, you are my boss. I will follow you from now on. Boss, you must take care of me. When the time comes, we brothers will combine forces, sweeping the world, no one can stop us." Hui Shaodao cried out and landed right in front of Jiang Yuxian, his face full of excitement. If someone didn't know better, they would really think they were long-lost brothers. But Jiang Yuxian's face darkened upon hearing his words. What the hell? I don't need to rob anything. I've always borrowed. Why did you fight with him? Jiang Yuxian asked. Hui Shaotao smiled shyly and then explained everything. Hearing his explanation, Jiang Yuxian was speechless. This guy, why does he always engage in robbery? And he got chased after failing a robbery, having nowhere to run. Is he really the dragon war body? He doesn't look like it at all. Boss, I've heard all about your great achievements. Anyway, since I've met you this time, I definitely won't leave, I will follow you. Hui Shaotao grinned and said. Jiang Yuxian slapped him aside and ignored him. He took a sip of soup and glanced at the thin little boy still in the air. At this moment, that little boy was also looking at Jiang Yuxian. Last night, he heard about a little kid who robbed over a dozen people, he was aware of it. Looking at the little boy's age, it had to be him. What's your name? Dogu Jiao. The little boy answered blandly. Jiang Yuxian nodded, this name was much more serious than Hui Shaodao. I know you are a disciple of the 7 Stars Palace. But why did you come to the Ancient Heaven sect? Jiang Yuxian asked again. This was the common question in everyone's mind. Dogu Jiao remained expressionless and did not answer. But Jiang Yuxian clearly saw him tightly grip his hands and then release them. Jiang Yuxian frowned. Could it be that something happened in the 7 Stars Palace? That shouldn't be the case. Although the ancestor of the 7 Stars Palace died in battle, and the pillar fell, greatly weakening their strength. But they have received kindness from the Xuanshuan Cave Heaven, who would dare to risk offending the Heavenly Emperor against them. Jiang Yuxian looked at Dogu for a while, but he still did not make a statement, clearly not wanting to say more. After pondering for a moment, he asked again. I have some connections with the 7 Stars Palace, do you want to come with me? The others were surprised. They didn't expect this little demon king to have connections with the 7 Stars Palace. Dogu also looked at him deeply and then shook his head. No, thank you. I prefer being alone. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. If you need anything, you can come find me. Jiang Yuxian said this in the end. He wanted to take care of Dogu, but since the other party was unwilling, he wouldn't force it. Dogu thought for a moment, said nothing, and transformed into a long rainbow, disappearing in an instant. Watching his back, Jiang Yuxian's gaze flickered, thought swirling. He originally planned to wait a few years until he grew a bit older to visit the 7 Stars Palace, Heavenly River Valley, Broken Sword Pavilion, and a few other major sections. Now it seems that this time needs to be moved up. Just half a year has passed, and it seems the 7 Stars Palace has encountered some unexpected changes. Just as Jiang Yuxian was lost in thought, a sudden urgent cry came from behind him. That eagle claw is mine. Put it down. It was Han Xian's voice. Turning his head, he saw Hui Shaodao holding a plump roasted eagle claw, gnawing away energetically. While eating, he praised loudly. So delicious. How could there be such tasty roasted meat?
It even has treasure spices sprinkled on it. My heavens! This taste is simply wonderful. Boss, I admire you so much. You even thought of such a method.
Hui Xiaotao was beaming, his mouth full of grease, unable to stop.
His gaze shifted towards Jiang Yuxian. Boss, you stole so many precious medicines, are you planning to eat them? This is just too wonderful.
At the same time, a giant eagle claw almost reached his stomach. Seeing this, the others were not slow either, gobbling up their food like someone had a sword to their throat.
If they didn't eat quickly, this kid would sweep it all away.
After a long while, the group was full and leaned against the stone wall, rubbing their bellies. The ground was scattered with a pile of bones, and Feng Wuchou's large cauldron was tilted to the side, with not a scrap left inside. Jiang Yuxian lay on a large rock, his small hands resting behind his head, legs crossed, humming a disjointed tune.
The bread is so expensive, chicken dung chewed up.
Setting up a barbecue in the bathroom, one can get drunk alone, that works, just listen to the sound of a bang.
Heartless.
He was leisurely enjoying himself when suddenly he heard Hui Xiaotao exclaiming in surprise.
The guy from the 7 Stars Hall is amazing. My grandfather said my heavenly dragon battle body hasn't truly awakened yet, and I shouldn't use it lightly. What kind of divine ability should I cultivate in this situation to defeat him? Hui Xiaotao asked seriously.
After being chased and beaten by Dugajio for so long, he still felt a bit sulky, thinking about how to fight back.
Feng Wuchou glanced at him with indifference and spoke quietly. Nonsense. You definitely need to cultivate an ability that can defeat him.
Hui Xiaotao, Han Xian, Yang Xiao, and the others were all stunned.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuxian instantly admired him.
He couldn't help but raise his head, casting a worshipful gaze at Feng Wuchou, applauding passionately.
Truly, hearing what you said is like hearing a truth. One word, absolute.
Just as the 8 of them were enjoying themselves, they saw several figures flying from afar, getting closer. Upon seeing Jiang Yuxian's appearance, they suddenly shouted out loud, their voices shaking the heavens.
Found that little demon king. They are here.
Soon, several groups of people appeared from all directions, rising into the sky and closing in on them. Before Jiang Yuxian could react, he saw Hui Xiaotao jump 3 meters high, his hands rubbing together producing sparks.
They are coming. Someone is bringing precious medicine. Boss, let's take action. Let's rob them clean. Hui Xiaotao's eyes lit up. Chapter 116, Rude Words, a slap to turn over. Watching the figures from all directions closing in, Hui Xiaotao was incredibly excited. Now he was no longer fighting alone, he could finally rob others. But when he saw the specific situation of those people, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Dozens of figures were almost all flying in the air, with only a few using divine wheels to come. Clearly, most of them were at the spirit gathering realm. Moreover, there were several high-level spirit gathering realm ones among them. Hui Xiaotao was instantly dumbfounded, his excited expression frozen on his face as he stammered. Boss, let's run quickly. These people are too strong. At least 30 of them are at the spirit gathering realm. We probably can't win. After saying that, he acted as if he would flee down the mountain. Jiang Yuxian sent out a gust of palm wind, slapping him down like a dog eating poop, crashing to the ground. You are still a heavenly dragon battle body. Is this all you amount to? Jiang Yuxian scoffed. Han Xian, Yang Xiao, and the others remained completely calm, smiling, their gazes inadvertently drifting toward Feng Wuchou. A spirit gathering realm 8th level being was easily pressed down in the void by the big brother with just a finger. What were these people even worth? Feng Wuchou maintained a serious face, silent, and once again covered his face. But Hui Xiaotao was unaware, only feeling extremely anxious. My grandfather said as long as one's strength is strong enough, there is no treasure in the world that cannot be robbed. But one must assess the situation and act within their abilities. Jiang Yuxian shot him a casual glance. Is this your reason for targeting me and Dugajio? Just then, the crowd around them had already approached. Dozens of figures brought with them an incomparably powerful aura, pressing forward. All eyes were focused on Jiang Yuxian. Is he the little demon king? Truly just a child. Such a small thing, and had managed to take down someone at the 3rd level of the spirit nourishing realm? This can't be right. It's no mistake. In this dragon battle secret realm, there won't be another little guy like this. After a round of recognition, everyone finally confirmed the target. Immediately, a young boy stepped out, walking on air. Little brat, you stole so many people's precious medicines, hand them all over quickly, or we might have to take action. He shouted loudly, saying this. Hui Xiaotao trembled in fear, completely scared. He had finally found a support, and now he was surrounded by a group of strong individuals. How could he be so unlucky? Jiang Yuxian jumped down from the boulder, stretching his muscles. What if I don't hand them over? he asked lightly.
Before the previous speaker could respond, another voice rang out, coming closer.
That is not up to you.
The voice was deep, approaching from the distance.
Hearing this, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows.
A glance caught his eye, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly.
He ran into someone familiar. 3 young figures flew quickly from afar, soon landing on the mountain peak.
The leading boy was about 14 years old, dressed in bright golden robes. His demeanor was proud, radiating a powerful aura, standing tall and impressive.
Jiang Yuxian certainly recognized this person. Wasn't he the Xiaoyoran he met before entering the Dragon Battle Secret Realm?
At that time, he had pointed at himself.
Under everyone's gaze, Xiaoyoran walked towards Jiang Yuxian with 2 other boys.
He came from the Xiao clan, with a deep background and powerful strength. Few dared to provoke him. As the 3 approached, a boy about 15 or 16 raised the corner of his mouth.
He recognized Jiang Yuxian too. I wondered who that little demon king was. Isn't that the little brat we met before entering? He really came to take the assessment. Not even a token, isn't he afraid of dying here? The speaker was named Xiao Aochuan, the clan brother of Xiaoyoran, with respectable cultivation, having reached the 4th level of the spirit-nourishing realm.
His tone was mocking, full of ridicule. The others were astonished, all gazing at Jiang Yuxian.
This little guy came for the assessment, and he even had no token? This could be deadly at a critical moment. Ignoring their doubts, Jiang Yuxian didn't care at all.
His gaze suddenly sharpened, coldly staring at Xiao Aochuan. If you can't speak properly, I don't mind tearing your mouth apart.
Jiang Yuxian said in a deep voice. This Xiao clan person made him a bit angry.
First meeting, he had pointed at him, now he was speaking rudely again.
Did he think just because he had some talent, he could act recklessly? Did he really take himself seriously?
Under Jiang Yuxian's gaze, the 3 from the Xiao clan all shivered, as if locked on by a terrifying ancient beast, cold sweat dripping down their backs.
That feeling again.
What kind of special constitution is this, that has such might?
Xiaoyoran thought to himself.
Xiao Aochuan was even more flustered, unable to help but step back, yet he could not believe this kind of power came from a little brat.
Even taking 1,000 steps back. How could a little baby who hasn't even weaned be anything? Before he grew up, he would still be like an ant. Thinking this, Xiao Aochuan sneered. Little brat, do you think you can scare me with your eyes?
He tilted his chin, looking at Jiang Yuxian with disdain, the provocation extremely obvious. At the same time, his mouth kept spewing mocking words.
A little puppy that hasn't even grown its teeth wants to bite? How could it be?
But before he finished speaking, Jiang Yuxian's figure flickered. A mess of complex and profound runes spread rapidly at his feet. He jumped out in one step, appearing like a ghost, instantly in front of Xiao Aochuan.
Since you can't speak properly, then that mouth of yours is just useless. Jiang Yuxian's chilling voice echoed. He raised a small palm and suddenly slapped Xiao Aochuan in the face. Puff. A muffled sound echoed out.
Xiao Ao's whole body instantly drew a straight line, crashing into a nearby mountain rock with a loud bang, then falling to the ground.
Cracks appeared on the mountain. Xiao Ao lay on the ground like a dead dog, letting out a mournful howl from his throat.
At this moment, the right side of his cheek was completely rotting, blood and flesh blurred, and the bone had shattered and collapsed.
Hiss. A gasp of cold air sounded in the crowd. This scene happened too quickly, no one could react. Only then did they realize one thing. That little demon king is too strong. The face of someone at the 4th stage of the Spirit Foundation was crushed just like that. Among so many young elites present, few dared to say they could accomplish this so easily. Boss, so strong. Hui Shatao couldn't help but gawk with his mouth wide open.
He never expected that he had underestimated Jiang Yuxian so much.
No wonder he showed no fear when so many people surrounded him. It turned out his strength was this formidable.
Beside him, Xiaoyoran's expression changed, first shocked, then gradually darkened.
You little brat, are you seeking death? How dare you harm my Xiao clan's people in front of me, truly looking down on me?
Xiaoyoran said coldly, his eyes revealing a fierce light.
Jiang Yuxian scoffed, firmly locking eyes with him. Slowly, he spat out a few words. What are you even? A single sentence instantly ignited Xiaoyoran's boundless rage. His face turned as dark as it could get. A terrifying aura surged madly from within him. Behind him, a divine will unfolded, and a radiant golden bell shot out, expanding with the wind. In an instant, it transformed into a mountain-sized figure, releasing infinite power, as if capable of suppressing this entire space. 7th grade treasure. Someone outside exclaimed. That was a 7th grade treasure, something ordinary Spirit Foundation practitioners could hardly possess. Just that aura made many people's hearts tremble. You little brat. I know you have a special physique, quite powerful. But so what? You don't even have an assessment token on you, you could never be an inner disciple of the ancient sky sect. Even if you have a notable background, once you enter the battle dragon secret realm, dying is just dying. Xiao Aoran sneered repeatedly. The overwhelming aura within him was wildly channeled into the bell. Dawn. A tremendous sound echoed through heaven and earth, like celestial music spreading, shaking souls. Retreat. Some onlookers, terrified, quickly stepped back. It was obvious, Xiao Aoran was about to make a move. Even the aftermath of the battle would likely be unbearable for some weaker practitioners. Rumble. As Xiao Aoran spoke, the great bell moved in response, like a piece of heaven and earth shifting. The dazzling divine energy enveloped everything, transforming into blinding light, as if the Milky Way was pouring down, annihilating everything. A terrifying force suddenly pressed down towards Jiang Yuxian. But just then, a soft shout suddenly rang out. Xiao Aoran, you truly are powerful beyond measure, dominating the ages. How dare you attack such a small child? As the voice fell, a brilliant silver light shot over. It was a silver carving, spinning rapidly, carrying the power to shatter mountains and break boulders. In an instant, it violently collided with that great bell. Dawn. A deafening sound shook the world, its celestial music resonating. Terrifying sound waves surged like a flood, crashing across the wild. With a loud crash, the nearby mountain wall instantly exploded, and loose stones flew through the air. Ah! Someone in the distance screamed, caught in the shockwave. Feng Wuqiu, Han Xian, Yang Xiao, Hui Xiaodao, and others stood closer, using all their strength to withstand the sound waves. Several weaker practitioners felt their blood surge, their spirits swaying, turning visibly pale. Under the gaze of everyone, the great bell rolled far away in the void before Xiao Aoran could regain control. Qin Yushi. You want to stop me? Xiao Aoran shouted immediately. He waved his hand, and the bell flew back, supported in his grip. At this moment, a figure of a girl has already landed in the arena. Her flowing dress fluttered, her figure graceful, with a charming poise and extraordinary temperament. Like a pearl releasing its brilliance, like a divine lotus blooming for the first time. The arrival of this girl made everyone present involuntarily change their expressions. Jiang Yuxian also raised his eyebrows. This woman is none other than the Qin Yushi he met outside the secret realm. At that time, she had worried about Jiang Yuxian entering and sent him far away twice. Little baby, is it really you? Qin Yushi did not answer Xiao Aoran. Seeing Jiang Yuxian, her bright face was filled with a bitter smile. She clearly had sent this little thing away. She even sent him away twice. How did he end up back here? And this time, he ran into Xiao Aoran again. What in the world is going on? Sister, hello, we meet again. Jiang Yuxian nodded and greeted her. He still had a good impression of Qin Yushi. Little baby, you are really too naughty. Seeing his calm demeanor, Qin Yushi was extremely helpless. But on the mountaintop, Feng Wuchang, Han Xian, and others couldn't help but touch their noses, wanting to laugh. This girl actually called her big brother little baby? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? He is the little demon king. Ferocious and fierce to the extreme. You actually call him baby? For this, Feng Wuchang feels it the most. Did you not see how Xiao Aoran attacked just now? He stood there without moving his butt. A person of the 7th level of spirit gathering was easily crushed by that little guy. As an 8th level spirit gathering, he wouldn't even have a chance to attack. Qin Yushi. I warn you, get out of the way. This little brat injured my clan brother, today even the Heavenly King cannot protect him. Xiao Aoran shouted again, his face long and cold. He stared hard at Jiang Yuxian, his anger rising. Hearing this, Qin Yushi immediately put away all her helpless feelings. She flipped her wrist, took out a jade talisman, and placed it in Jiang Yuxian's hand, softly reminding him. Baby, take this. If you encounter danger later, immediately use your spirit power to activate it, and you can get out of here. Got it? Jiang Yuxian held the talisman, genuinely a bit moved. In this secret realm, this is a life-saving item. He did not expect Qin Yushi would give it to him just like that. He smiled slightly and shoved it back into Qin Yushi's hand. You have to say, the big sister's hands are really soft. Sister, you should keep this for yourself. As for him. Jiang Yuxian's eyes became serious again, coldly gazing at Xiao Aoran. In his tender voice, he spoke words of unprecedented dominance. He is just a fly. Swat him dead. After saying that, he directly passed Qin Yushi, his small body suddenly charging out. Qin Yushi reached out, wanting to stop him. But that little dice talisman flashed, and he effortlessly dodged. Again this strange movement technique. Xiao Aoran's gaze sharpened. But he then revealed a cold smile. A little brat with big words. Watch how I suppress you. He shouted loudly, directly raising the copper bell in his hand,
fiercely smashing it down towards that small figure. The copper bell silently expanded, like a small mountain, with divine brilliance and mighty aura.
As if in an instant, it could suppress a small world beneath it. Do you think that with a 7th grade treasure, you can do whatever you want?
Jiang Yuxian soared into the air as if a true dragon emerged. Suddenly, he punched out, breaking the might of the huge bell in an instant.
Then, he directly smashed into the copper bell. Bang! A loud noise, more than 10 times scarier than before.
The massive copper bell immediately shot backward, like a small mountain moving through the sky, crashing into a distant peak.
How is this possible? How could you be this strong? Only then did Xiao Aoran finally reveal a panicked look.
He could never imagine that a seemingly still drinking milk little baby was actually this powerful. As a 7th level spirit gathering, even wielding a 7th grade treasure, he was knocked away by a single punch.
This is terrifying. No matter how powerful the treasure is, without enough cultivation to wield it, it's no different from being useless. Jiang Yuxian's voice rang out again. His figure swayed and stood in front of Xiao Aoran.
Once again, a fist was raised, heavily smashing into his chest.
Chapter 118, The Wrath of the Xiao Clan? Unlocking new kitchenware.
Jiang Yuxian was immensely strong, his punch like a dragon.
As the fierce attack approached, Xiao Aoran was terrified beyond belief.
This little brat's movement was too strange, he had no time to react. In a hurry, Xiao Aoran suddenly summoned power from his legs, and the ground beneath him exploded. He poured all his strength into a retreat, trying to dodge that punch like a thunderbolt. However, it was still one step too late.
Boom! Like a god drumming, a heavy sound echoed, shaking the heavens and earth. That tiny fist heavily struck his chest. Bang!
A burst of energy shattered, sweeping in all directions.
In the midst of countless rays of light, Xiao Aoran turned into a shooting star, flying backward. But
while still in midair, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, the crimson aura spreading. At the position of his chest, a terrifying dent appeared, nearly pressing against his back. After exerting great effort, Xiao Aoran finally steadied himself in the distance. But the energy within him plummeted, almost reaching the bottom. That proud and extraordinary face became as pale as paper.
You little brat! Xiao Aoran gritted his teeth, his gaze ruthless.
He never expected to suffer such a huge loss at the hands of such a little thing.
You little brat! I remember you. I hope the power behind you can protect you.
Otherwise, once we leave here, I have plenty of ways to kill you.
Xiao Aoran said with hatred. He flipped his wrist, and the distant bell rang out, soaring from the rocks, quickly flying into his hand. Then he gathered his remaining strength, turned around, and fled into the distance. He didn't even pay attention to his 2 other brothers. But Jiang Yuxian had no intention of letting him go. Did I promise to let you go?
Jiang Yuxian coldly snorted, his figure blasting into the air again. Using the movement technique, he flickered from his original spot. Soon, he caught up to Xiao Aoran's vicinity, appearing above him. Seeing him chase after, Xiao Aoran was filled with terror.
You little brat!
I am a designated disciple of the ancient heaven sect. If you dare to harm me, I will make sure you die without a burial place.
Xiao Aoran shouted. Do you really think the ancient heaven sect will be your shield? Don't say I've harmed you. Even if I kill you, the ancient heaven sect won't lay a finger on me. Jiang Yuxian coldly replied.
As soon as his words fell, one foot stomped down. Again, it landed on Xiao Aoran's chest.
Crack! Boom!
With a sound of shattering bones, the boy's figure crashed straight into the forest, creating a loud noise.
Ah! Xiao Aoran screamed in agony.
The intense pain spread throughout his body, and he felt as if every bone had shattered.
He could no longer muster much strength, unable even to get up.
As Jiang Yuxian stomped down again, appearing above him, Xiao Aoran thought without hesitation, using his last bit of strength to summon the bell, furiously launching it forward. At the same time, a jade token appeared in his hand, which he crushed directly.
Clatter!
A dazzling array of runic light flickered, forming a mysterious array around him.
Jiang Yuxian's steps were slightly hindered.
But soon, he also seized the copper bell into his hand.
At that moment, a powerful spatial force spread around Xiao Aoran. You little brat! I will definitely kill you.
I will wait for you at the exit. Prepare to face the wrath of the ancient heaven sect and my Xiao clan.
Xiao Aoran glared at the sky, snarling.
The dazzling teleportation runes flickered and then vanished. When the light faded, only a pool of blood remained at the spot, no trace of Xiao Aoran was left.
Jiang Yuxian glanced lightly. You run pretty fast,
he said with a cold smile. He didn't care much about Xiao Aoran's escape.
Just a jumping clown.
You don't need to worry too much yourself.
As for the anger of the Xiao clan, he.
Jiang Yuxian curled his lips and headed back to the mountaintop, holding the bronze bell.
In the eyes of the crowd around him, his young figure resembled a mighty god. How could he be so strong?
At this moment, everyone was stunned. Their eyes were wide open like copper bells. Everyone's throat rolled, their hearts raced, filled with disbelief.
What just happened completely shattered their understanding. Xiao Aoran, at the 7th level of the spirit essence realm, wielding a 7th grade treasure, was absolutely powerful.
Yet in that little guy's hands, it felt as fragile as paper, easily crushed and toyed with. In the end, he couldn't even escape and had to use a talisman to leave.
This is too terrifying. He's just a little brother who looks about 2 years old. How could he be this freakishly strong? And it's clear that the little guy only used his physical strength. What kind of monster must he be to possess such divine power? No wonder he dared to rob so many people. He's really terrifyingly strong. His special physique must be related to his physical body. This is truly a monster. It's hard to imagine such a fierce body exists in this world. Every cultivator was filled with horror. Never before had they heard of a physical body this terrifying. This exceeded their imagination. Oh, old. Big bro is too fierce. Hui Shoutao was dumbfounded. He had experienced Jiang Yuxian's physical strength before, but he didn't expect it to be this freakish. If he had been a bit more provocative that day during the robbery, and acted more ruthlessly, it surely wouldn't have ended with him just getting beaten up. Thinking of this, he shivered involuntarily. The most shocked person in the crowd was undoubtedly Qin Yushi. Little baby? Her lips slightly moved, filled with shock. Then she revealed a bitter smile. How foolish she had been to think of that little guy as a baby, playing with him, and wanting to protect him. Little did she know he was so fierce and brutal. Like an ancient savage dragon. With such power, one cannot say he is invincible in these tests, but it's hard to find many who can rival him. No wonder. No wonder he is called the Little Demon King. This title is not given lightly. Let's go. At this moment, Xiao Aochuan and another member of the Xiao clan also activated their talismans to leave. Jiang Yuxian ignored them. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he threw the large bell he had taken from Xiao Aoran onto the mountaintop, making a loud clang. Han Xian, take this thing back. It can be used as an oven for roast duck. Jiang Yuxian said. All right, boss. I'll figure out how to use it later. Han Xian replied happily, overjoyed. Having one more cooking tool meant unlocking a new way to eat. But the people around looked at each other in amazement. A 7th grade treasure, in this little guy's eyes, is just an oven? Of course. It also has a huge cauldron, which isn't of low grade and has become a soup-making artifact, leaning to the side after it was used. Let's go. Not far away, someone whispered. They had originally intended to snatch the precious medicine from the Little Demon King. But seeing the situation, they thought better of it. At this moment, who knows who would snatch from whom if they acted again? In an instant, many people began to leave this place. But soon, a childish voice rang out in their ears. Hey, don't rush to leave. Come. Since you're here, let's chat about life and talk about our dreams. Chapter 119, Sister, why are your nostrils smoking? On the mountaintop, dozens of figures stood surrounding them. All these people came for Jiang Yuxian's precious medicine. But after witnessing the scene of Xiao Aoran being beaten, no one dared to have that thought anymore. However, Jiang Yuxian didn't want them to leave. These people all carry precious medicines. You are all good people. I don't have to search for each of you one by one. Jiang Yuxian was incredibly happy. Now that you are all here, can't you lend me some precious medicines? While speaking, he moved. Run. A group of people changed their expressions drastically, flying in all directions. They had all seen the Little Demon King's speed. If they didn't run fast enough, they would surely be stripped bare. But they still underestimated Jiang Yuxian's speed. Before they knew it, 2 rays of light appeared behind that small body, turning into wings. With a gentle flap, it was like a rock soaring into the sky, rising rapidly. Distance of several dozen miles was covered in an instant. In one go, he blocked a team of 5. Jiang Yuxian said not a word, raised his hand, and struck, breaking through the crowd's defenses. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, he knocked them all to the ground and conveniently placed them under a simple restriction. Then, one by one, he hurled them back to the mountaintop, their wails echoing endlessly. Quick, search their bodies. Han Xian, Yang Xiao, and others were experienced, rushing forward. They caught those 5 and started rummaging. All storage bags were emptied out. Nothing else was taken, only precious medicines. Hui Shaodao stood by, dumbfounded, eyes wide. So this is how robbery can be done, it really opened his eyes. Can it be done like this?
He stood there, stunned for a long while. Then suddenly he burst out laughing and joined in wholeheartedly. At this moment, Jiang Yuxian had already caught up with another group.
Little brother, we just came to watch the fun, no other intentions. Please let us go.
This group of 3 were not weak, all around the 6th level of spirit gathering realm. Seeing the little demon king chasing them, they realized something was wrong, quickly forcing out smiles to plead for mercy.
It's okay. Just bear with it for a moment.
Jiang Yuxian performed a great wilderness capturing heaven finger, directly pressing the 3 back to the mountaintop.
The others in different directions were nearly scared out of their wits.
So this little guy was not only physically strong.
He could actually perform magical powers. Isn't it too terrifying?
One by one, they ran even faster, pushing their speed to the limit, quickly fleeing.
Don't run! Jiang Yuxian shouted. Though his speed was fast, he could not intercept everyone as dozens scattered and fled.
He only managed to block the last group, which had 4 people.
Little brother, I am a disciple of the Bailey family, my name is Bailey Gingyun.
My brother Bailey Jinghong is also here, he has gone to Bailan Lake.
Little brother, could you let us go? We will surely repay you.
A boy about 16 years old said awkwardly.
Jiang Yuxian responded with an O. Bailey family? Bailey Dinghong? Never heard of it. What does he want me to do with this?
Immediately, he delivered a series of heavy punches, knocking down Bailey Jingyun and his 3 companions, personally looting all their precious medicines.
You! Bailey Dingyun was furious. He had already revealed his identity. And his brother was also in the assessment, didn't expect this little guy would dare to rob him. His eyes flickered, unsure of what he was thinking. With the little demon king's fearsome might before him, it was better to endure. Retrieving the remaining precious medicines, Bailey Jingyun took a deep look back before leaving with his companions. Thank you, come again next time. Behind him, Jiang Yuxian waved his little hand, sincerely expressing his gratitude. He returned to the mountaintop and politely sent away the other 2 groups.
Ha ha ha.
I'm rich.
Hui Xiaotao had a pile of precious medicines in front of him, laughing heartily. Beside him, Xin Yushi's beautiful face was filled with strange expressions.
These little things together really know how to rob. Clearly, they came to rob them, yet they ended up completely looted. Their actions were each more skillful than the last. Who are these people? Aren't they just children?
Xin Yushi closed her eyes, helplessly stroking her smooth forehead. But when she opened her eyes again, she met the small devil's intense gaze.
In an instant, Xin Yushi's heart tightened. Baby, you aren't planning to snatch me too, are you? She said angrily. The little one's sneaky gaze was definitely nothing to doubt. Don't be afraid, sister. I never steal from others, I just want to borrow some precious medicine from you. Jiang Yuxian chuckled with a grin.
The veins on Xin Yushi's forehead throbbed, bulging thicker than a green bean.
This little thing. He really planned to steal her precious medicine. I rushed over as soon as I heard about you. Xiao Ao ran to your aid, and I stood in front of you. In the end, you treat me like this? You ungrateful little thing. You make me furious.
At this moment, Xin Yushi was so angry that her teeth itched, her chest rising and falling sharply, making Jiang Yuxian feel a bit dizzy.
Sister, why are there smoke coming out of your nostrils? Jiang Yuxian scratched his head.
He thought for a moment, realizing it seemed a bit inappropriate.
How about this? I'll trade with you.
He nodded, coming up with a compromise. This calmed Xin Yushi's anger considerably. After tidying up, everyone sat at the mountaintop, recounting their gains once more. Aside from the seasonings and dishes taken by Jiang Yuxian, everything else was shared among the few of them. Especially Hui Xiaotao, who hugged a bunch of precious medicine, so happy he could almost lose his teeth.
Finally, we opened shop.
At this moment, Feng Wuchao, sitting with a masked face on the side, suddenly spoke in a low voice.
The last few people you stole from are from the Bailey family.
Bailey Jinghong, the first of the young generation of the Bailey family, possesses a congenital holy vein and has the potential to become a saint.
He is now 18, and his cultivation has already reached the soul fusion realm. This person is not easy to provoke, we should be careful. Feng Wuchao said this to remind Jiang Yuxian. Bailey Dinghong. The others were startled upon hearing this name. They had all heard of Bailey Jinghong's reputation. Congenital holy vein, this is a very powerful special martial vein. Overall, although it is not as powerful as the sunlight body or the heavenly dragon battle body, it is still quite fearsome. As long as there are no accidents, Bailey Jinghong will surely stand among the saints in the future. Furthermore, the Bailey family is also a colossal and thriving force. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to call themselves a family. Their status is only a line away from a true everlasting family.
Once Bailey Jinghong becomes a saint, his family can rise grandly and secure their position.
Little treasure, little guy, you must be careful. Qin Yushi reminded again.
But Jiang Yuxian just replied with an "oh," completely unconcerned. He suddenly began to mumble. I thought this time's assessment would only be at the spirit-linking realm. I didn't expect the soul fusion realm to come along too.
Chapter 120, The Ice Flame Dragon. The Shao clan is furious. Jiang Yuxian was not concerned about Bailey Dinghong.
However, Qin Yushi soon mentioned something else.
The battle for the spirit beasts in the Bailing Lake should have results soon. Jiang Yuxian raised an eyebrow. Battle for spirit beasts? Is there such a thing? Qin Yushi did not hold back and explained everything to him. The first challenge of the ancient Tian sect assessment had the greatest opportunity at Bailing Lake. There resides a level 6 fierce beast, a young ice flame dragon.
Level 6 is comparable to the cultivation of a human in the soul fusion realm. But the ice flame dragon is still young. Given time, it can become a fierce king beast, rivaling humans in the void realm. You must know, even among the various holy places, those in the void realm are core forces. In powers like the Qin clan, Shao clan, and Bailey family, the strong in the void realm hold an unshakable position, even being leaders, powerful and authoritative, with their words standing firm. It is not difficult to imagine how immense the attraction of the ice flame dragon is for everyone. Once captured and carefully nurtured, it will surely become a great force in the future. Of course, the 6th tier ice frost chilled dragon is not easy to subdue. Only a few gifted people with profound cultivation and powerful strength have the chance to tame it. Those below the 8th level of the spirit nurturing realm don't even have a chance to touch it. But Jiang Yuxian still doesn't care about these things. His eyes gradually brightened. The ice frost chilled dragon with the potential of a king beast. It should taste really good, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but drool. Hearing his words, Qin Yushi, Feng Wuchou, and others all froze, shocked. That's the ice frost chilled dragon. A powerful ferocious beast that can be cultivated into high-end combat power. But you. All you think about is eating? Can you think of something serious? At this moment, Han Xian, Yang Xiao, and others also became eager and quickly gathered in front of Jiang Yuxian. Big brother, big brother. How about we go take a look? They looked even more excited. Hui Shatao's little face also unconsciously showed some interest. Big brother, we've eaten everything that flies in the sky and runs on the ground. We must try what swims in the water. You agree, right? Yang Xiao said with a grin. Jiang Yuxian looked at him with appreciation. This kid has potential. He nodded and immediately instructed everyone to put away the big cauldron and other cooking utensils. Then he waved his big hand. Let's go. Jiang Yuxian took the lead and led his cooking team towards the distance. Feng Wuchou followed silently behind. Qin Yushi and her companions stood in place for a while, stunned. Sister, should we go take a look too? The girl named Qin Zihan asked. Qin Yushi smiled bitterly and then nodded. The figures of the 10 quickly disappeared. In the void, only a series of excited, joyous, and mischievous laughter remained. Outside. At the exit of the battlefield of the dragon. A gigantic teleportation array was set up here, brilliant runes continuously glowing, transporting all eliminated individuals to this point. One by one, figures walked out, heads down, dejected, and were picked up by their elders. As a sect where the emperor-level experts dwell, the assessment of the ancient sky sect was extremely difficult, only true geniuses could pass. Everyone had to accept this fact. Moreover, under the watchful eyes of the ancient sky sect, many eliminated individuals did not dare to complain at all. But in such a situation, suddenly a furious shout rang out from somewhere in the field, drowning out the bustling noise. What did you say? A little child who looks about 2 years old has injured you all like this? In an instant, everyone turned toward the voice, their faces filled with shock. Hey! Isn't that Elder Shao? Why is he so angry? The 3 young boys in front of him. Are they the most outstanding geniuses of the Shao clan? Did I see that wrong? They were eliminated in the first round, and they're even seriously injured. Young Master Shao Aoran and the extraordinarily talented Shao Ao are among them. What is going on? A multitude of gazes fell on the Shao clan, all filled with astonishment. In many people's understanding, those 3 Shao clan geniuses could absolutely pass the first round test. And young Master Shao Aoran, who has an exceptionally strong physique, even had the chance to compete for the rare position of Saint Sun after entering the second round. But now, they have escaped the secret realm through the teleportation symbols and been eliminated. Shao Ao's face was smashed, blood and flesh in disarray, his speech was shaky. Shao Aoran was even worse. His chest had a terrifying indentation, almost touching his back, his face was colorless, his breath weak, and he stood there teetering. It's easy to imagine how severely his organs. All the precious medicines were swept clean.
My God! That looks like a 2-year-old child. How is this possible?
The scariest part is that the 2 from the Shao clan were injured by him alone. This news left the crowd dumbfounded. A 2-year-old child has such fierce combat power, injuring Xiao Aoran of the 7th layer of the spirit cultivation realm, taking away half of his life. He only escaped with his life thanks to a teleportation talisman.
This is just too frightening. In the 3,000 domains, when did such a monster appear? Whose descendant is this? It's simply unbelievable. I hope my 2 little guys don't provoke the little demon king. A powerful figure from a great family prayed in their heart, starting to worry. The little demon king is too fierce, causing huge waves that cannot help but make people uneasy. Just then, amidst the crowd's astonishment, the elder of the Shao clan roared again, his voice booming like thunder. That little brat has no talisman on him, not a disciple of the assessment, not under the protection of the ancient heavenly sect. Investigate. We must find out where he came from. Anyone who dares to hurt the Shao clan must be given an explanation. Endless rage surged forth, making many feel terrified. They knew the Shao clan was angry.
Xiao Aoran was a designated disciple of the ancient heavenly sect, which meant that even if he failed the assessment, he would still smoothly enter, becoming a direct disciple.
But that little demon king had no assessment talisman. In this case, even the ancient heavenly sect might not be able to say anything.
It was easy to imagine that if the little demon king came from a humble background, he would definitely face harsh oppression from the Shao clan.
Without a satisfactory explanation, it seemed they wouldn't let it go. In the Dragon Battle Secret Realm. After more than an hour, Jiang Yuxian and his group finally arrived at Bailing Lake.
This was a vast body of water, its blue waves stretching endlessly, peaceful and quiet, with no storms.
Not a single person was even seen. Wasn't it said that there would be a struggle for the Xianbing Qi dragon? Where is everyone? Where is my meat? Jiang Yuxian looked around, confused as he spoke. Bailing Lake was indeed vast.
On the opposite shore of the lake, there stood an incredibly magnificent formation, resembling a wall of divine power. Mysterious runes flickered, appearing and disappearing, exuding a resilient and indestructible aura.
That was a sacred formation.
It was clear that behind the formation was another space, not part of the assessment area. Jiang Yuxian and his group of 10 searched around for a long time, but saw no activity at all.
He even kicked Han Xian into the lake to check, but saw not a single shadow.
After searching for a long time, they finally found traces of battle on the opposite bank of the lake. At the same time, there were also scales from the Xianbing Qi dragon. Under the siege of many, the Xianbing Qi dragon was injured.
But it escaped. No wonder it is a 6th-tier ferocious beast, indeed formidable.
Feng Wuchou said, pinching a palm-sized scale. In addition to the scales, there was a faint bloody smell. Occasionally, some blood could be seen splattered on the ground.
Bai Li Jinghong and those people must have gone after the Xianbing Qi dragon. If we follow the scent, we should encounter them.
Qin Yushi twirled a strand of hair and said softly.
Jiang Yuxian nodded. Everyone set off again, pursuing forward.
And this chase took them winding and turning for quite a long distance, getting closer to the formation's divine wall.
Then, they witnessed an astonishing scene. Why is there a corner of the formation missing here? Jiang Yuxian wondered.
He saw that on the formation's divine wall, there was a gap taller than a person. The breath of the Xianbing Qi dragon had also disappeared from there.
Let's go, we should take a look. Jiang Yuxian said.
Since they were already here, they might as well check the specific situation. He no longer hesitated, leading everyone to continue forward, slipping in through the gap in the formation.
As soon as they entered, a strong, ancient, wild breath washed over them. At the same time, a crowd of people widened their eyes. This is an ancient battlefield.
Before them were mountains, vast and endless, majestic and steep.
Ancient trees and wolf forests spread out in patches. This is an extremely vast space.
But hidden among these thick trees, one can faintly see ruins and broken walls scattered all around.
This is a relic.
Who knows what storms it has weathered in that distant past?
Treasure herbs. They are everywhere.
Hui Shoudao suddenly yelled, excited enough to almost jump up. Between the stone walls and cliffs, many treasure herbs took root, spreading a fragrant aroma. Some treasure herbs even bloomed into brilliant flowers, swaying gracefully, extremely enticing.
4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, the mountains were dotted with them. One could even see many king-grade and emperor-grade treasure herbs. It was simply a treasure herb plantation. However, those high-grade treasure herbs were all surrounded by independent restrictions set by powerful beings and could not be destroyed at all. So many treasure herbs, yet we can't pick any. What a shame. Hui Shadao wailed, wishing he could bang his head on the ground. Entering a treasure mountain but not being able to take a single treasure felt too painful. Look at you, what a disappointment. Zhang Yuxian glared at him and said. He instinctively felt that something was wrong. Not just him, Feng Wuchang felt something abnormal too. This must be the ancient celestial medicine sects herb garden. If we go deeper, there might be even more precious treasure herbs, even sacred herbs. Such a place shouldn't be open during the assessment. Zhang Yuxian agreed with his words. This way, there were two possibilities. One was that the ancient celestial medicine sect intentionally left a flaw, giving the Xianbing Chulong a way out. Even if a few prestigious talents entered here, they wouldn't be able to take anything. The second was that someone had destroyed the formation and entered here. But upon careful consideration, such a holy formation could not be broken by the means of these young talents. So the first possibility was more likely. Let's find some seasonings first. Zhang Yuxian was in good spirits, swiftly moving through the mountains and forests. Not long after, he picked more than a dozen treasure herbs. However, when Feng Wuchang, Hui Shadao, Han Xian, and others prepared to pick some, he stopped them, attracting puzzled and resentful looks from several people. Zhang Yuxian huffed, not explaining. What a joke. This is my family's herb garden, how could I let you loot it at will? Robbing from the outside, bah. The treasure herbs borrowed from the outside have already been shared with you a lot, be content. Go find Bai Li Jinghong and the others. After completing everything, Zhang Yuxian waved his hand and led everyone to move forward again. This time, they didn't walk too far before seeing a group of people, but they didn't see the Xianbing Chulong. At this moment, 6 people were fighting fiercely in the air. Not far from them on the mountainside, a treasure herb was radiating a rich green glow. Thick aromas wafted around, making one feel intoxicated. King-grade treasure herb. Qin Yushi exclaimed softly. That was indeed a king-grade treasure herb. Moreover, the restrictions outside had already been damaged and no longer existed. The soil beneath the treasure herb had been excavated halfway, revealing a bulb the size of half a watermelon, white and tender. No need to say more, those people were fighting over this treasure herb. Zhang Yuxian took a closer look and couldn't help but exclaim. Isn't this ginger? He chuckled in his heart, using his technique, his figure flashed and he landed beside the treasure herb. Zhang Yuxian took a piece and put it in his mouth to taste, it was so spicy that his tongue shot out. It's really ginger. This is too big. Zhang Yuxian was incredibly happy. After searching for so long, he finally found a treasure herb that looked like ginger. Without thinking much, he immediately took out the short knife he had scavenged from Feng Wuchang, dug a few times, and hugged the whole bulb. Wow! The entire bulb was as big as a watermelon. Waves of rich medicinal power spread, entering his nostrils and refreshing his heart and mind. Just a single whiff can invigorate the blood within a person. No wonder it is a king-grade treasure. But this doesn't concern Zhang Yuxian at all. All he wants is ginger. No more worrying about the meaty odor of certain fierce beasts. Zhang Yuxian happily lifted it up. But at that moment, a cold voice suddenly echoed from above. Where did this little thing come from? Put down the treasure. Or I will cut off your hand. Zhang Yuxian turned a deaf ear. Immediately after, loud shouts from Feng Wuchou, Hui Shadao, Qin Yushi, and others rang out. Be careful. Boss, be careful. At the same time, a shocking blade light tore through the sky, cutting down like a vivid rainbow. Before it fully descended, a sharp, unmatched energy descended from above, as if to split this space apart. Zhang Yuxian's gaze sharpened. He didn't need anyone's reminder, he already sensed the danger. With a flash, he disappeared from his spot, appearing 10 zhang away. And that terrifying blade light finally struck down. Slash! The small mountain where Zhang Yuxian stood was directly cleaved in two. The upper half of the mountain slowly slid down, crashing onto the ground with a loud boom, kicking up clouds of dust. Put down the treasure. A cold voice shouted from above. Zhang Yuxian looked up and saw a young man dressed in black attire, coldly staring at him. In his hand, a long knife gleamed with a sharp, cold light, piercing to the eye, exuding a chilling murderous aura. Chapter 122, or would you like to plead with me to try? 1 against 3. Besides the young man in black, the other 5 also stopped fighting. The treasure had been taken, and their gazes all fell on Zhang Yuxian. He is Helian Chang, from the Helian family. Not far away, Feng Wuchou whispered to Zhang Yuxian. The Helian family is not much weaker than the Bailey family. Now in this generation, a peerless talent like Helian Chang has emerged. Though he doesn't have a special constitution, his innate strength can rival Bailey Jinghong. He is truly a formidable figure. Zhang Yuxian let out a light laugh, glancing at Helian Chang, and spoke indifferently.
Once something is in my hands, unless I willingly part with it, no one can take it. He wore a dismissive curve at the corner of his mouth. In this world, there truly is no one he cannot provoke. But at this moment, the six had already closed in around him. Everyone was full of momentum, their murderous intent palpable. One of them, tall and slender, dressed in brocade, spoke softly. "Little guy, that's not something you can take." Jiang Yuxian raised an eyebrow, glancing at the person. With Feng Wucho's warning, he finally realized that this brocade-clad young man was Bailey Jinghong himself. This made Jiang Yuxian unable to help but laugh. These young talents are truly overbearing. At that moment, a few more people emerged not far away. One of them shouted, "Brother! Capture that little thing, he's the one who stole our treasure." It was Bailey Dingyun. He actually arrived here before Jiang Yuxian and the others. Moreover, he had encountered Bailey Jinghong and informed them of everything. "Is this the little demon king you speak of?" "Just a tiny thing." Helian Chang scoffed. While Bailey Jinghong's eyes narrowed, staring intensely at Jiang Yuxian. Powerful energy surged towards him fiercely. "Hand over all the treasures, or I'll kill you," he said coldly. Jiang Yuxian's sneer deepened. "What if I don't hand them over? Why don't you plead with me to try?" His small face was full of mockery and sarcasm. He truly did not want to indulge these people. So what if they are prodigies? Does strong power mean they can do as they please? Those who threaten with violence really think highly of themselves? Little guy, don't provoke them. Not far away, Qin Yuxi and others were in a hurry. They knew Jiang Yuxian was powerful, but they still couldn't believe he could engage with Helian Chang and Bailey Jingyun. These people are all in the soul fusion realm. Even if I want to help, I am powerless. Hearing Jiang Yuxian's answer, Bai Li Jinghong's expression couldn't help but show some anger. A small child dares to be so arrogant. If that's the case, I will get it myself, Bai Li Jinghong said coldly. Suddenly, a brilliant divine light shot out from his forehead. This light penetrated everything, piercing through. From the moment it appeared, it caused unbearable pain to the soul, as if it was about to be torn apart. Soul attack. This is the method of the soul fusion realm. Feng Wucho was defending with all his might while loudly warning Jiang Yuxian. That terrifying divine light transformed into the power to annihilate all things, suddenly attacking Jiang Yuxian. Humph. The treasure medicine belongs to me. At the same moment, Helian Chang also moved. His figure stepped into the air, landing in front of Jiang Yuxian with a single stride dot. The long knife in his hand slashed down sharply. The treasure medicine's ownership cannot be determined by you. As long as I, the ancient cultivator, do not agree, no one can get it. In another direction, another boy dressed in blue sneered, saying. He curled his fingers into claws, directly pouncing at Jiang Yuxian's head. The remaining three stood still, watching the battle in silence. No wonder they are in the soul fusion realm, they indeed have some skills. 1 against 3. Even at this moment, Jiang Yuxian felt an overwhelming pressure like a mountain. He knew the terrifying nature of the soul fusion realm. This realm has already started to nourish the soul, transform the spiritual essence, and capture the mysterious principles of the world. The soul-type supernatural powers unleashed are all-pervasive and nearly impossible to defend. With a single mistake, one might face the extinguishment of consciousness, and the soul could vanish. But Jiang Yuxian was not afraid. He had endured his mother's power before birth and cultivated for a long time in the womb. His physique and soul strength underwent unimaginable transformation. His methods are quite diverse. If he can't handle a few people, he might as well find a tofu block to crash into. Want to steal my things? You aren't qualified. Jiang Yuxian shouted lightly. In the next moment, with a loud boom, a terrifying black will rapidly rose from behind him, occupying the vast void. The surrounding space twisted and deformed in an instant. In the center, it resembled an extremely terrifying black hole, carrying the force of swallowing the heavens and the earth, as if to engulf this world entirely. This scene left everyone present in shock. What is that? Could it be a kind of supernatural ability? Pairs of eyes widened in disbelief, not understanding at all. That black wheel looked very much like a divine wheel. But there has never been any mention of someone cultivating a black divine wheel. This is too strange. Besides, normally, a divine wheel can be hundreds of feet in size, which is already very extraordinary. But that black hole looks to be a full 10,000 feet wide. What exactly is that thing? No one could understand. Before they could think any further, they saw that small figure had already moved. Boom! Jiang Yuxian's figure soared upwards. The unique divine will crushed the void, producing a thunderous roar. Under his urging, the divine will resembled an ancient divine mountain, like a divine grinding wheel, carrying boundless divine might, rushing through the void. In an instant, it collided with Bai Li Jinghong's soul attack. Amidst a painful shriek, that fierce divine light was directly crushed into nothingness, then devoured by the black hole. Hoof. Bai Li Jinghong suddenly grunted, his soul receiving a slight impact, and his face paled a bit.
Jiang Yuxian did not pay attention to him,
because at this time, Helian Chang had rushed to his front. That glimmering long knife ruthlessly slashed toward his throat. The soul fusion realm doesn't seem so amazing. Your kind of strength is no different from a clumsy chicken. Jiang Yuxian sneered, with just a single finger. Seeing his move, Feng Wuchou shrank his neck in fear. Under his gaze, that finger suddenly pointed into the void. Boom! A pitch-black fingerprint instantly took shape, like a godly pillar holding up the sky, and in an instant, it crashed toward Helian City. What kind of divine power is this? Helian City's expression changed slightly, the knife's momentum shifted, and it was now crossed in front of his chest. Boom! Another thunderous sound echoed. That majestic fingerprint seemed to press down like Mount Tai, forcefully pinning Helian City's figure onto a distant peak. The heavens shook and the earth trembled, rocks rolled, and dust filled the sky. Helian City burst out from the debris, his right hand clutching the long knife trembled slightly. His whole body was boiling with blood and chi, vibrating ceaselessly. His face was filled with horror and shock. But Jiang Yuxian had no time to care. The runes under his feet flashed gently, and his figure shifted sideways 10 zhang. The boy named Gu Xiu instantly clawed at the empty air. Before any surprise could appear on his face, he saw that 10,000-foot black hole smash down upon him. Boom! Gu Xiu couldn't dodge in time and was instantly smashed into the mountains. Chapter 123, The Creator of the New Extreme Realm. Blood of the Vermilion Bird. The unique divine will crushed the mountains and then slowly rose, returning to Jiang Yuxian's back, floating uncertainly. Like a black sun, it cast him in a godly and demonic light. This scene left everyone present with astonishment. Bai Li Jinghong and Helian City couldn't help but step back. Every pair of eyes gazed at that small figure as if seeing a monster. Their hearts stirred with waves of shock. He was just a child, yet his strength was so terrifying. Facing the heavens' pride of the soul-merging realm, he actually fought 3 and still held the advantage. Incredible! My boss, he is this strong? Feng Wuchou, Han Xian, and Hui Xiaodao, who were with Jiang Yuxian, were overwhelmed with shock. Their eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets. They certainly knew Jiang Yuxian was strong, but they never dared imagine he could be this powerful. That pitch-black fingerprint was undoubtedly a powerful divine ability they had witnessed. But what about that terrifying black hole? What kind of method was that? At that moment, Gu Xiu's figure exploded from the pile of rubble, standing far away, not daring to approach Jiang Yuxian. He stared blankly at Jiang Yuxian, his expression filled with shock. That's the divine wheel. How can there be such a strange divine wheel? Gu Xiu was directly suppressed by the terrifying black hole, feeling the most genuine aura. That was the divine wheel. However, it was completely different from a normal person's golden divine wheel. Its power was more than 100 times stronger. This is terrifying. Bai Li Jinghong, Helian City, and the other 3 who hadn't made a move exchanged glances, unable to comprehend. But at a certain moment, Gu Xiu seemed to have an awakening. I understand now. Before the assessment, there were signs of great roads manifesting, laws collapsed, and order rewritten. It said someone broke the chains of the Great Road, creating the extreme realm of the Divine Wheel, surpassing Dai Wangyang's eternal 10 divine wheels. Could it be? It's you! As he spoke the last part, Gu Xiu's face revealed extreme horror. The others who heard it all gasped in shock. You're still somewhat clever. Jiang Yuxian chuckled, not denying it. As the huge black divine wheel rumbled into motion, boundless heaven and earth's original energy gathered, transforming into rolling spiritual power. Just now, fully activating the great wilderness prisoning heaven finger and the unique divine will drained him significantly. But in the blink of an eye, he restored to peak condition. Everyone watched the scene, their eyes filled with fear. Every heart raced rapidly. When the new extreme realm of the divine wheel was born, how many old powers had divined the secrets of heaven, seeking to understand its exact origin, but were unable to peer into it? Who could have thought that all of this came from this little child before them? Unbelievable. Inconceivable. Once this news spreads, it will undoubtedly raise waves of shock. With such talent, he's probably not an unknown person. Who exactly are you a disciple of? Bai Li Jinghong suddenly asked in a deep voice. But as he finished speaking, a terrifying tremor suddenly arrived. This world seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible gigantic hand, shaking violently. Booming. The mountains shook, the earth moved, and the air trembled. It was as if the end of the world had come. A dreadful wave swept through, flipping everyone into the void. Eyes filled with panic, everyone looked towards the source of the tremor. In that distant place, beams of divine light broke through the clouds, as if great waves were rising, crashing against the 9 heavens. Countless enormous stones soared into the sky, tearing the air apart, shooting in all directions.
That is? Someone exclaimed in shock.
They saw that amidst the thunderous sound, an extraordinarily magnificent building broke ground in the distance, as if it had grown out of the earth. It was a palace. As soon as it appeared, it radiated an extraordinary aura, desolate and ancient, mysterious and old.
The ancient Grand Hall. In the battlefield of the War Dragon, there is such a presence.
Jiang Yuxian muttered to himself, shaken to the core.
The rest also felt a sense of astonishment.
They all knew that the battlefield of the War Dragon was an ancient and independent space. When the Frost Sky Emperor ascended, he brought it back to the ancient Sky Sect. Under ordinary circumstances, outsiders would never be able to enter. Only during this rare centennial event was it used as an examination ground. It was said that this was an ancient battlefield, still holding the burial place of a person of great significance. The ancient battlefield was already seen, right beneath their feet. If it weren't for a corner of the formation being damaged, they wouldn't have been able to enter at all. They never expected there to be a complete palace here.
Booming. With a great roar, the huge palace finally showed its entire form.
It was a vast and magnificent structure.
On each beam and pillar, ancient runes were carved, shimmering with light. Just standing there, a profound and mighty pressure rolled outwards. Like a true dragon laying down. Like gods and demons standing tall.
The boundless momentum was as deep as a devil's abyss and as vast as a divine sea, creating an immense sense of oppression.
What is that place?
Bailey Dinghong said in astonishment. At this moment, as the palace fully emerged, the tremendous tremor also ceased.
Everyone finally steadied themselves. All eyes fell upon that palace. Caw.
Suddenly, a high-pitched bird call resounded from within the palace, like the clash of golden swords, splitting the clouds and shattering stones, ready to tear their souls apart.
Roar.
Another terrifying roar from a ferocious beast echoed, as if an ancient giant beast had crossed time and space to arrive in the present.
That boundless pressure left Jiang Yuxian and the others gasping for breath.
After a long time, that momentum finally began to recede.
You all quickly look at what that is.
On the other side, Bailey Jingyun suddenly shouted, pointing at the top of the palace.
No need for him to remind them.
Under everyone's gaze, they saw a giant bird's illusory figure circling above the palace, its wings spread wide, soaring through the sky. It was a divine bird, with divine flames surging all over, staining the sky red. Just a shadow of this divine bird, but as it flew, it burned the surrounding void to collapse.
Vermilion bird.
That is the illusory figure of the ancient divine bird, Vermilion bird.
Feng Wuchou rushed to Jiang Yuxian's side, breathless with shock.
The Vermilion bird was an ancient divine species, its blazing flames burning the world, its divine might unfathomable, yet in the present age, it was rarely seen. What was most commonly seen was its bloodline.
Unexpectedly, here they could see the illusory figure of a vermilion bird. It is the true essence of the vermilion bird.
That illusory figure is transformed from the vermilion bird's essence blood.
Helian Chang suddenly spoke in a deep voice.
Immediately, his breath became hurried.
If I guess correctly, that palace has definitely been arranged by the ancient Sky Sect. That drop of vermilion bird's essence blood must have been left for the most outstanding disciple in the sect.
As he spoke, everyone began to understand. With the Frost Sky Emperor in the ancient Sky Sect, the battlefield of the War Dragon had undoubtedly been extensively explored, and there would not be much left. Leaving vermilion bird's essence blood was surely prepared for some extraordinarily gifted genius in the future. Thinking of this, Bai Li Jinghong, He Lianchang, Gu Xiu, and 3 other young masters of the fusion soul realm felt their chests rise and fall, their eyes bursting with brilliant light.
Ha ha ha. I never expected that I, He Lianchang, would have such fortune. Since it is prepared for the talented, I might as well take it in advance. This is the will of heaven.
That vermilion bird's blood, I, Mu Rongsu, shall have it.
Who dares to compete with me? In an instant, figures soared away. Chapter 124, The Mysterious Person. Snake blood, dragon-patterned red copper.
The vermilion bird's blood is a treasure, at least comparable to sacred medicine, with endless uses. It may even contain a trace of the true soul of the vermilion bird, which can nurture the divine will and ultimately transform into the true spirit of the vermilion bird, doubling the combat power of the cultivator. Such a divine object, no one wants to miss out on. In a flash, Gu Xiu, He Lianchang, and the other young masters of the fusion soul realm had already spread their forms and were racing toward that palace. I'll leave the precious medicine in your hands, I will come back for it later. Before Bai Li Jinghong left, he shot a cold glance at Jiang Yuxian and quickly followed. A king-grade precious medicine is far from comparable to the vermilion bird's blood. His words made Jiang Yuxian raise his eyebrows.
Still so arrogant? If that's the case, then don't even think about getting the vermilion bird's blood. It's better to feed it to a dog than leave it for you. Jiang Yuxian muttered, and the only divine will behind him flew across, wrapping Feng Wuchou, Wisho Tao, and the others within. Then he activated the movement technique, turning into a beam of light, rushing toward the distance. In the distance, that enormous palace, like an ancient giant beast, stood quietly, exuding an intimidating aura. The palace is divided into 9 levels, extremely magnificent, with each level guarded by an independent formation. Inside the palace, powerful artifacts and treasures are orderly displayed, also heavily secured with fierce restrictions. Ordinary people cannot break in and take the treasures. But in fact, just as Jiang Yuxian and his group rushed toward here, a group had already arrived earlier. There were 8 of them, 7 men and 1 woman. The leader was an 18-year-old boy, with a nose sharp like an eagle's beak. He wore a black feather robe, as if made from divine bird feathers. Each feather was like a blade forged from divine iron, flashing with a terrifying cold light. They had just arrived at this place. One brawny boy was holding a golden scissor, made from the bones of an unknown creature. With a cut against the restriction, dazzling light burst forth. Sizzle! The restriction on the first level of the palace was destroyed by more than half, a large number of runes flying away, vanishing into thin air. Suddenly, the sounds of bird cries and beast roars erupted from within the restriction. Waves of divine light spread. A jade bottle released a horrifying vermilion bird phantom, charging through the palace, almost shaking the heavens, escaping into the void. Another jade bottle did the same, emitting an extremely terrifying scream, like the roar of a furious dragon. The treasures of the ancient sky sect are really numerous. No wonder it is the legacy of the human race's heavenly emperor. The brawny boy said solemnly. But just then, someone beside him suddenly spoke urgently. Not good. Someone is coming. Everyone's expression changed, and their thoughts spread out, sensing the commotion outside. Over 20 figures were rushing toward this palace, all disciples in the assessment. Damn it! The noise from the palace is too loud, drawing their attention. There are still 6 levels left to check. What should we do? Someone else said, panicked. Among the crowd, a girl heard this, her vibrant tongue extending to lick her alluring red lips. She wore a tight red robe, outlining her delicate curves. Young master, let me go and kill them all. We can continue searching. The girl spoke softly, her bright eyes swirling with endless charm and allure. As her waist gently twisted, it seemed to make everyone around her sink into longing. But the leading boy remained indifferent to it. He shook his head, and his eyes sparkled with an incredibly sharp light. No need to search anymore, the thing we want is not here. Let's check other places. After saying this, he was about to turn and leave. But the tiger-back youth hesitated for a moment, his gaze falling on the treasures within the barrier. Since we are here, with so many treasures in the ancient heaven sect, we should take a few back. Saying this, he raised a golden bone scissor again, ready to cut something off. But in the next moment, he suddenly felt a chill run through him as he met the cold gaze of the leading youth. The main task is important, do not complicate things. If you ruin the plan and attract the attention of the ancient heaven sect, I won't mind killing you. The tiger-back youth was drenched in cold sweat, no longer daring to act recklessly. The leading youth stared at him again, and then his feathered garments suddenly expanded, turning into a pair of enormous wings, gently flapping. Let's go! With a whoosh, a black whirlwind surged in the palace, taking a group of people to vanish into the void. Not long after they left, a series of figures appeared outside the palace. The main gate actually has no barrier. Great! He Lianqing, Bai Li Jinghong, Gu Xiu, and others instantly flashed in, appearing inside the first palace. In the next moment, everyone's expressions exploded with excitement. So many treasures. Phoenix essence blood. The bottle contains the essence blood of the phoenix. That bottle contains snake essence blood. It's definitely snake essence blood. Dragon patterned red copper. Top grade refining material. Some sacred weapons even contain this treasure. So many ultimate treasures. The phoenix and snake were both powerful beings from ancient times. Their essence blood is already extremely rare in the current world. If obtained, it would lead to a transformation unimaginable. A fist-sized piece of metal quietly sat there, engraved with dragon-like patterns, natural and flawless. In addition, there were several other ultimate treasures, divine weapons, and precious armors. Each one shone brightly, emanating terrifying power. This drove Bai Li Jinghong, He Lianqing, and others to an exhilarating peak. Within the 3,000 domains, besides those great sacred sites, who can be so wealthy? No wonder it's the ancient heaven sect. Truly worthy of being the sect where the heavenly emperor resides. He Lianqing exclaimed repeatedly. They all came from big families, but all the ultimate treasures left in their families together might not amount to so many. Seeing this was truly a divine providence.
What was even more unexpected was that the barrier here had also suffered enormous damage, leaving little power. However, with their cultivation, breaking it was not easy. Everyone, let's join forces to break the barrier, and whoever can get the treasure will rely on their own abilities. What do you all think? Bailey Jinghong spoke up. Okay. The others nodded. They hesitated no longer, immediately gathering their strength to blast open the barrier. But at that moment, a childish voice suddenly rang in their ears. There really are a lot of good things. But you all don't need them, I've taken everything. Under the watchful eyes of several people, a small figure quickly appeared beside them. It was the little child they had met earlier. You little brat. You dare to follow us here? He Lianqing spoke coldly. As he spoke, he raised his hand and slashed out a beam of light towards the small figure. But Zhang Yuxian didn't even pay him any mind. Mystical runes flickered under his feet, making his figure become ethereal. With a step, he entered into the barrier. Chapter 125, Sweep Everything. Leave the ultimate treasures, spare your life. He Lianqing's blade slashed against the barrier with a loud bang. But as the runes flowed, the dazzling blade light was crushed to nothingness. Under the gazes of everyone, Zhang Yuxian's figure flickered and walked into the barrier's interior. What kind of movement technique is this? Bailey Jinghong and others were stunned. That little child's movement technique actually allowed him to pass through the barrier. This was hard for them to believe. But immediately, each person's heart turned gloomy again. Little brat, if you dare touch anything inside, I'll kill you. Helian Chang's eyes exploded with endless brutality. The others were equally furious. That little kid actually got ahead of them again. Regarding Helian Chang's verbal threat, Zhang Yuxian simply smiled dismissively. Without a second thought, he picked up a jade vial in front of him. Phoenix blood. That kid took the phoenix blood. Immediately, the others outside shouted out. The 6 of them had red eyes. The divine item they wanted was actually taken by that little brat. Quick, let's join forces and break the barrier. Bailey Jinghong, Gu Xiu, and the others no longer hesitated and immediately took action. One terrifying divine ability after another was unleashed, and spiritual power surged like a flood. The powerful force collided fiercely against the weak point of the barrier. Boom! A deafening roar erupted inside the palace, echoing like thunder. The barrier also shook violently, with runes flickering. Zhang Yuxian ignored their actions and picked up another jade vial. Snake blood is also in his hands. Gu Xiu was furious, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. The others also showed fierce expressions and launched another attack. Zhang Yuxian did not stop his movements. This time, he held the dragon pattern copper in his hand and weighed it. Good guy. This thing is only a little bigger than a fist, yet it's so heavy. He couldn't help but exclaim. Dragon pattern copper was rare, but it weighed hundreds of thousands of pounds. It was truly hard to imagine. No wonder it was a top-tier refining material. Zhang Yuxian put it all into his bag. Bailey Jinghong and the others were about to explode with rage, wishing to tear him apart. Everyone, stop holding back. Hurry! Helian Chang said in a deep voice. The 6 Soul Fusion Realm geniuses joined forces and continued their assault, causing the barrier to emit a grating sound. Large numbers of runes collapsed, scattering everywhere. However, the entire barrier still stubbornly held on, shaking incessantly. This made them anxious and drenched in sweat. That little brat had impressive strength. If he managed to escape with all the treasures, it would be a huge loss. Come again! Bailey Dinghong shouted. The 6 continued their bombardment, and the late arrivals, Bailey Jingyun and others, joined in as well. Endless streams of light rained down, and the sounds of explosions echoed continuously. Everyone, stop. No more wasted efforts. After a long time, Bailey Dinghong suddenly said. Gu Xiu, Helian Chang, and the others also ceased their attacks on the barrier. Because, under their watchful eyes, that little brat inside had already taken all the remaining treasures. A set of armor glowing with a thunderous light, a sword that looked dreamlike, and a small purple gold gourd. Emperor-grade treasures. Those are all imperial items. What a little fellow, he actually took all of them. Helian Chang was filled with murderous intent. Beside him, Gu Xiu was almost grinding his teeth to dust. Emperor-grade items were only second to holy items. In any holy land or major sect, they were considered rare treasures. For Bailey Jinghong and the others, emperor-grade items were absolutely clan treasures. Those were 3 items. They all fell into that little one's hands. And within this barrier, there were only 6 treasures. The other supreme treasures were sealed in other areas, surrounded by an impenetrable barrier's brilliance. Don't worry. I can't believe this little one will stay inside the barrier and not come out. Another youth dressed in purple and blue sneered. Bailey Jinghong and the others also showed fierce gazes, every one of them radiating a fearsome energy.
Terrifying divine abilities were brewing madly, ready to strike at any moment. Jiang Yuxian certainly knew their intentions.
He also chuckled lightly and directly picked up the long sword. With a gentle step, he crossed out of the barrier. Facing him were the ferocious tidal assaults of Bailey Jinghong and the others.
Dare to be arrogant in front of me.
Jiang Yuxian lightly shouted and lifted his sword to slice.
Sizzle.
A colossal light of the sword soared into the air, like a pillar of heaven, striking down on the heads of several people.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
Bailey Jinghong and the others' attacks were instantly crushed. The shattered energy scattered everywhere, turning the palace into a swirling sea of spiritual power.
But
as the brilliant light flickered, someone let out a muffled grunt, clearly affected by a heavy shock. The six-person team quickly stepped back, almost retreating to the edge of the hall before stopping.
Little thing, leave the treasures behind. The group shouted and surrounded them again.
This time, they even took out their strongest treasure. Bailey Jinghong activated a large seal, transforming it into a divine mountain, pressing down on Jiang Yuxian. Helian Chang roared with his long knife, like a dragon soaring and a white tiger leaping, slaughtering everything. Ancient Cultivator took out a bone claw made from dried bones, emitting a crimson glow, and suddenly clawed at Jiang Yuxian.
Come to battle.
Jiang Yuxian shouted again, swinging his long sword. His internal spiritual power roared like the Yangtze River, transforming into torrents that wildly poured into his long sword. Facing 6 soul fusion realm experts, he was undaunted. He held a royal artifact in his hand. Under the thick flow of spiritual energy, it could slay gods and demons, divine might unfathomable. With another swing of the sword aura, it pushed mountains of gold and toppled jade pillars.
Sizzle.
The space inside the palace was directly sliced open, creating a narrow rift. That was a spatial crack, flashing and vanishing. This sword aura directly cleaved Helian Chang's knife light in half. The remaining sword light continued straight to his chest.
But
blood splattered out.
A deep wound appeared on Helian Chang's body.
If he hadn't mobilized all his strength to defend at the last moment, even using his cultivated true spirit to resist. Without that last effort, it would have surely gutted him.
You little brat. I'm going to kill you. Helian Chang's gaze was incredibly fierce.
He couldn't believe that under the combined force of 6 soul fusion realm experts, he had actually been wounded by that little thing.
Leave the treasures behind, and I will let you go. The ancient cultivator shouted, the bone claw seeming to capture the spirit.
Before getting close to Jiang Yuxian, he already felt his soul shiver.
Let me try the power of this thing.
He took out the purple gold gourd he had acquired, uncorked it, and aimed it at the few people in front.
With a whoosh, a terrifyingly strong force spread out from it.
Bailey Jinghong and the others' expressions changed drastically. At this moment, they felt as if their very souls were about to be drawn out.
Chapter 126, Godly Wilderness Lock Heaven Formation.
Jiang Yuxian's killing intent.
Jiang Yuxian held the purple gold gourd and infused it with spiritual power.
A horrifyingly powerful devouring force suddenly erupted. The ancient cultivator, closest to him, immediately let out a dreadful scream. A splendid light appeared at his spiritual core position, resembling a tiny human figure, identical to him.
This was the ancient cultivator's spirit soul.
But at this moment, this tiny spirit soul was exhibiting extreme distortion. Sizzle, a terrifying power surged, tearing that group of spirit soul light in half and transforming it into a ray, swallowed by the purple gold gourd.
Ah! The ancient cultivator let out a heart-wrenching howl.
Bailey Jinghong, Helian Chang, and the others were equally horrified, trembling all over. The purple gold transforming spirit gourd. That's the purple gold transforming spirit gourd. Bailey Jinghong suddenly shouted in shock, his face pale.
The others were equally terrified. They recognized that artifact.
The purple gold transforming spirit gourd. This was a notorious artifact that once stirred a huge uproar in the 3,000 domains. It is said that thousands of years ago, a great clan stood tall in the world, flourishing immensely. Its status was no less than that of today's Bailey clan. They slaughtered a woman, only to provoke a powerful and ruthless killer. That killer, furious for the sake of a beauty,
charging alone into the big clan.
He held the purple gold spirit-seizing gourd, pulling out the spirits of hundreds of thousands, devouring them all. In an instant, a vast clan crumbled to the ground, with very few survivors. Even the strongest elder of the clan, the supreme elder of the cave profound realm, perished in the mouth of the gourd.
And the killing god himself ultimately died due to the exhaustion of his spirit energy.
No one expected that such a fierce object would eventually appear in the ancient heaven sect.
At this moment, it was in the hands of that little child. In just a moment, it severely injured the ancient practitioners.
Bai Li Jinghong, He Lianqing, and others felt their spirits painfully tearing, almost wanting to escape from their bodies. This was a terrifying royal artifact, which directly pinned them down, making it impossible to break free. A strong shadow of death quickly enveloped them. This made them panic and want to die. But just then, they suddenly heard the childish voice of that little guy, shouting out loud.
Damn it! This thing consumes too much. It was indeed the voice of Jiang Yuxian.
He just realized that this thing was called the Purple Gold Spirit Seizing Gourd. At this moment, the spiritual power within him surged, but had already consumed more than half. This speed shocked him greatly. Even the devouring force at the mouth of the gourd weakened significantly.
Don't suck me dry!
Jiang Yuxian cried out and immediately withdrew all his spiritual power.
In an instant, the suffocating aura of death receded like a tide.
Bai Li Jinghong, He Lianqing, and others let out muffled grunts, each clutching their chests and retreating, drenched in cold sweat. Every gaze was filled with deep fear. What they had just encountered truly made them scent the breath of death. Such a royal artifact was indeed too terrifying.
Run!
Taking advantage of Jiang Yuxian putting away the purple gold spirit seizing gourd, two young men rushed out of the palace. Bai Li Jinghong, He Lianqing, and Gu Xiu did not dare to linger for a moment and swiftly left.
Running quite fast. Jiang Yuxian raised his eyes and also immediately flew out.
Feng Wuchou, Hui Xiaodao, and others were still waiting outside, and if they bumped into Bai Li Jinghong and his group, things could get troublesome. Of course, if those few had good sense and left on their own, he wouldn't have to go find trouble with them.
Jiang Yuxian's figure flashed and he darted to the palace entrance, preparing to look for the figures of Feng Wuchou and the others. However, at that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. You little brat!
No one dares to steal from the Bai Li family.
Divine Wilderness Locking Heaven Formation. Activate! With a loud crash, a dazzling divine light suddenly swept down from above.
Countless runes flickered, running wildly, releasing extremely strong waves. A series of mysterious patterns formed instantly, swirling and interweaving in the void, instantly transforming into a huge cage, pressing down toward Jiang Yuxian.
Formation disc. Jiang Yuxian's eyes flickered as he looked up at the sky. A palm-sized disc was releasing an everlasting light. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged in, drawn into it on its own, forming a fierce grand formation. In the blink of an eye, this space was sealed off. Jiang Yuxian knew that this was a powerful formation disc. Only those who were deeply skilled in array techniques could inscribe countless array symbols on that palm-sized disc and carry it with them. Once the disc was activated with external force, it could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to maintain operation. If one did not have sufficient cultivation, it would be hard to break free. While Jiang Yuxian was thinking, he noticed that the surrounding scenery had already changed, isolating here from the outside world, making it impossible to see any other figures. Boom! A series of fierce aura swept in like a mountain torrent, transforming into a countless number of fierce beast apparitions, crazily pouncing toward Jiang Yuxian. Roar!
A white tiger stepped through the void, like a majestic mountain shifting, its mouth wide open, with a foul wind rushing at him, wanting to swallow Jiang Yuxian whole.
A mere formation, do you think it can trap me? Jiang Yuxian's eyes turned cold.
At this moment, he truly felt murderous intent towards Bai Li Jinghong. Kill! Jiang Yuxian shouted lightly, drawing out the long sword obtained from the palace, and fiercely slashed. A massive sword light hung in the air like a divine rainbow, annihilating everything, and brutally struck the charging white tiger.
Puff! The enormous white tiger instantly exploded, turning into shards of light, vanishing into the void.
But right after that, a giant serpent's tail swept from the left, carrying the power to split mountains and shatter stones, violently striking down. Jiang Yuxian did not hesitate at all, raising his sword to kill again. At the same time, he activated the movement technique and quickly moved within the formation. This secret technique, when perfected, could break through any supreme killing formation and bypass countless restrictions, reaching anywhere under heaven and on earth. However, Jiang Yuxian had not yet reached that level, needing more time to break free. Meanwhile, outside the formation, Bai Li Jinghong, Bai Li Jingyun, He Lianqing, Gu Xiu, and others stood together.
Bai Li Jinghong, is it really appropriate to use a killing formation against such a child? One person frowned and asked. Before he could answer, He Lianqing let out a cold laugh. What's inappropriate about it? Every treasure in the palace has fallen into his hands, how can you all tolerate this? Another young man thought for a moment, hesitating to speak. But those are ancient artifacts of the ancient heaven sect, not ours. The formation and restrictions here have been damaged, it definitely wasn't intentional by the ancient heaven sect. I'm afraid after the assessment ends, the ancient heaven sect will take it back. Bai Li Jinghong's gaze gleamed as he lightly glanced at the speaker. So what? As long as we get our hands on it, the ancient heaven sect won't easily ask for it back. Even if they want it back, they will have to trade for it with something else. He then lowered his voice. Don't delay.
The God Desolation Locking Heaven formation I obtained from a relic, although it has 8th tier power, few below the God Concealment realm can break it. But that little brat's movement is strange, even the restrictions can't stop him. We should strike together and capture him. He doesn't even have a test token, even if he dies here, no one will dare to say anything. If you come, there will be a share of the treasure. If you don't come, then I, Bai Li Jinghong, will enjoy it all alone. After he finished speaking, he instantly rushed into the formation.
Chapter 127, 4 people enter the formation. The power of the movement technique.
Bai Li Jinghong's figure was submerged in a sea of runes. He controlled the operation of the formation, able to move freely within it.
That little brat can't unleash the full power of the royal artifact.
With our several people working together, plus the formation's support.
This time, let's see what kind of waves he can make. Helian Chang chuckled coldly, enduring the injury in his chest, and also rushed in with his knife.
Gu Xiu and another young man named Morongsu did not hesitate either and quickly followed, soon disappearing from sight. The remaining 2 stood in place, frowning, not moving. In the absence of deep hatred, they found it hard to accept such a lethal act against such a small child.
Just after Bai Li Jinghong and the others entered the formation, a tender voice came from afar, incredibly urgent. Boss!
It was Hui Xiaotao and Feng Wuchou's group, flying towards here. They had been waiting outside the palace, planning to assist Jiang Yuxian.
Who would have thought that Bai Li Jinghong would actually use an 8th tier killing formation?
Though they had not seen what happened inside the palace, they could roughly guess that the treasures must have fallen into the boss's hands.
These big clan people are too despicable. Yang Xiao gripped his giant halberd, speaking angrily.
The elder brother has treated us well, sharing so many precious herbs, we cannot ignore him.
Han Xian's eyes narrowed, speaking solemnly.
Including Qin Yuxi and Feng Wuchou, many others promptly made their move. One after another, attacks shot out, attempting to shake that massive formation.
At this time, Bai Li Jingyun was still leading the 3. Standing aside. Seeing them rush over, Bai Li Jingyun let out a cold laugh. You dare to show yourselves. This time, without that little brat protecting you, let's see where you can escape to. Kill. Take all the precious medicines from their bodies.
With a wave of his hand, he and the other 3 charged towards Qin Yuxi, Wei Xiaotao, and the others.
Boom. Powerful true spirits emerged behind them, transforming into terrifying beastly shadows, roaring through the air. In an instant, they blocked the attacks from Feng Wuchou and the others. Take them down. Rescue Big Brother.
Yang Xiao gritted his teeth, swinging his polearm to create a terrifying blade of aura, as if it could split heaven and earth.
Behind Bai Li Jingyun, 7 powerful true spirits materialized.
One of the shadows was that of a wild ape, howling at the sky, pounding its chest with its palms, then slapped down heavily, smashing the polearm's blade to pieces.
With you little clowns, you think you can save anyone? Dream on.
Bai Li Jingyun sneered repeatedly. He was at the 7th level of the spirit-gathering realm, with deep cultivation. The 3 beside him were all above the 5th level, not just anyone could deal with them. But the next moment, they saw the person across from them, who had always been masked, suddenly release a powerful aura.
Boom! 8 true spirits emerged. 8th level of the spirit-gathering realm.
Bai Li Jingyun and the others were shocked. They really didn't expect that among these people, there was actually one at the 8th level of the spirit-gathering realm. In an instant, their expressions became much more serious.
Capture Bai Li Jingyun.
If Bai Li Jinghong dares to harm our big brother, we will kill his younger brother.
Han Xian shouted loudly.
As he spoke, the 2 sides began to battle, engaged in a fierce conflict. And at this moment, within the divine wilderness-locking sky formation, a magnificent formation sealed the sky and earth, an unstoppable force rolling forth. Terrifying killing intent appeared and disappeared, rising and falling. The formation operated, turning into fierce birds and violent beasts, becoming blades and sword shadows, crazily slaughtering. Jiang Yuxian stepped on the movement technique, moving like the wind, breaking through attack after attack. With an imperial weapon long sword in hand, combined with the mysterious movement technique, these attacks posed little deadly threat to him. Before long, he had relied on the movement technique to uncover many secrets of this formation, becoming increasingly adept.
With just this formation, you think you can trap me?
Jiang Yuxian's lips curled into a dismissive smirk. The runes beneath his feet flashed, allowing him to calmly evade the pounce of a fierce bird's sharp claws. Then he circled behind it, delivering a sword strike.
Sizzle! The fierce bird transformed into light shadows, scattering and disappearing.
At that moment, a grand voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire formation, as if coming from the heavens above.
This little brat actually has some skills. But that's all there is to it. Stop with the nonsense. Kill him, seize the ultimate treasure. Jiang Yuxian looked up to see 4 towering figures manifesting within the formation. It was Bai Li Jinghong, Gu Xiu, Helian Chang, and Morongsu.
They had entered the formation, hiding in unknown places, revealing themselves with the power of the formation. In the midst of their speech, Helian Chang acted first. Sizzle. Standing in front of Jiang Yuxian, he raised his long knife and suddenly slashed down. But the next moment, that blade of light appeared behind Jiang Yuxian. Fueled by the formation, its power surged 100-fold, like a galaxy plummeting down, cutting through layers of formations, ruthlessly striking. Jiang Yuxian's expression turned serious. He swayed his body, hastily dodging. Then he saw to the left Guxiu raising the bone claw, suddenly clawing down towards his head. But the final attack appeared at Jiang Yuxian's back, seeming to pierce through his torso, aiming for his heart. Boom! Bai Li Jinghong and Morong Su acted simultaneously. A massive net of light descended from the sky, pressing down towards Jiang Yuxian. Morong Su brandished a long spear, piercing forward. Jiang Yuxian's figure flickered erratically, dodging the four's attacks while withstanding the power of the killing formation. If it weren't for the movement technique, he felt he would really be facing significant danger. But reality has no ifs. It seems you are all just this capable. Since that's the case, it's my turn to strike. Jiang Yuxian's lips curled into a cold smile. He stepped with power, soaring in the void. Beneath his feet, strange steps danced out one after another, seemingly leisurely, yet containing endless mysteries, moving freely within the divine wasteland locking heaven array, constantly exploring the weak points of this formation. Until a moment came when his eyes suddenly focused. Found it! Jiang Yuxian chuckled lightly. His figure flickered, leaving behind only a phantom, consumed by the formation as a ferocious beast. But he did not appear again. Where did he go? At a certain point in the divine wasteland locking heaven array, Helian Chang suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, alarm bells ringing in his heart. Be careful behind you. In another place, Bai Li Dinghong shouted, giving a warning. Helian Chang turned abruptly upon hearing, only to see a terrifying sword light slicing toward him. Poof! Before the sword light truly fell, it left a deep, bone-revealing wound on his chest. Fortunately, at that moment, Bai Li Jinghong activated the formation, unleashing unmatched power, instantly transporting Helian Chang to another location. Even so, blood still poured from his chest in torrents, unable to be stopped. In an instant, Helian Chang's face turned even more pale. That was close. Helian Chang hurriedly took out a pill to heal his injuries. If it hadn't been for Bai Li Jinghong acting in time, he would probably have lost his life. That little brat has figured out the formation's ways, be extra careful. Bai Li Jinghong warned the other two. Chapter 128, Breaking Your Arm is just interest. The formation reverses. The way of formations is ever-changing. While Bai Li Jinghong spoke, he manipulated the divine wasteland locking heaven array, constantly in motion, trying to confuse Jiang Yuxian's perception. The four of them remained alert, launching renewed attacks, vowing to take down that little boy once and for all. But they soon found to their shock that whether it was the formation's own attacks or the combined assaults enhanced by the formation, that little thing was evading them all. Even that small figure danced about, dreamlike and elusive, making it impossible to predict where he would appear next. This situation left the four deeply astonished. I don't believe that with our four combined, plus an 8th-tier formation, we can't capture a little thing from the divine will realm. Helian Chang's gaze darkened, nearly grinding his teeth. Bai Li Jinghong's face was also grim. They were all soul-melding realm beings, and yet, facing a child who looked to be only about 2 years old, they felt so helpless. Deep inside, a strong sense of frustration brewed. Moreover, 6 supreme treasures were in that little thing's hands. No matter what, they had to seize them back. Kill! Bai Li Dinghong shouted again. The four of them launched a new round of attacks. Within the formation, as time passed, Jiang Yuxian became even more composed. He had grasped the deeper mysteries. The essence of the word technique lay in the inscription of the most profound symbols. When cultivated to the deepest level, one could almost touch the essence of the great Tao, grasping the threads of time. Even though Jiang Yuxian's current skill was far from reaching that level. But this 8th-tier formation no longer troubled him much. Breaking through from here was merely a matter of time. Instead, being here brought him substantial honing and validation of his word technique. Jiang Yuxian's steps repeatedly led him forth, his figure flickering. At this point, any attack no longer posed a threat, he could easily evade them. I would like to see where else you can hide. Before long, he once again detected Bai Li Jinghong's true location ahead. With one step forward, his figure disappeared from the spot. With a swish, he appeared behind Bai Li Jinghong. The long sword in his hand slashed down without hesitation. In fact, at the moment Jiang Yuxian vanished, Bai Li Jinghong had already heightened his alertness to prevent a sudden attack. Yet, even so, that blade of light still sliced through his defenses and brutally struck his shoulder. But... ah! Blood sprayed, and the scream echoed simultaneously. Bai Li Jinghong lost an arm at the shoulder and it fell within the array. Roar! The divine wilderness-locking sky array conjured a fierce tiger out of thin air, pouncing forward and instantly devouring the arm.
You little brat! I will kill you!
Severe pain surged through Bai Li Jinghong's nerves, causing him to scream loudly, eyes nearly bursting. He was in control of the array, yet he had his arm severed by this small creature.
How could he accept this?
But while speaking, Bai Li Jinghong did not dare to linger for even a moment and instantly vanished within the formation.
Hearing his words before he left, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but laugh. What a coincidence! I want to kill you now too, he said coldly with a sneer.
He truly harbored murderous intent towards Bai Li Jinghong, Helian Chang, and the others.
For the sake of a king-grade treasure, they acted without hesitation, showing no mercy at all.
Having obtained a few precious artifacts and essence blood from the palace made them even more envious, leading them to use such a killing formation. If not for Jiang Yuxian possessing the movement technique and his own impressive strength, any other soul fusion realm cultivator would likely have perished by now. He would not show the slightest mercy towards such people.
Chopping off your arm is just the interest. Next, I'll play with you well.
Jiang Yuxian's words were chilling as he took a step forward, moving once more within the divine wilderness-locking sky array. In no time, he found the location of Gu Xiu. This time, he did not directly lift his sword to kill. Instead, he took out the purple gold transformation god gourd, and without a word, he pulled off the stopper and infused it with spiritual power.
Splash! The terrifying devouring power erupted once again, shaking the entire formation, with countless runes being sucked in. Ah! Gu Xiu screamed in agony on the spot. Not paying attention, he fell into Jiang Yuxian's trap.
In an instant, his already injured soul was pulled out through the crown of his head and, in extreme distortion, was devoured again by the purple gold transformation god gourd. When Bai Li Jinghong urged the formation to stop it, it was already too late.
Gu Xiu's soul was completely obliterated, dying instantly.
His body fell from the void and was then crushed into nothingness by the power of the formation.
Damn it! Elsewhere, Bai Li Jinghong and Helian Chang cursed viciously. The youth named Morong Su was trembling violently.
This kid is too wicked, too strange.
We can't kill him at all. If this continues, we might be killed by him. I don't want the treasure anymore. I'm leaving. He didn't dare to delay any longer, leaping out of the formation. Losing the treasure was better than losing one's life.
Bai Li Jinghong and Helian Chang's gazes were deep, as if they were about to burst into tears.
They couldn't even imagine that such a tiny creature could be this terrifying.
Especially that bizarrely swift movement technique was simply too horrifying. Plus, with several royal artifacts in hand, even the soul fusion realm cultivators found it hard to compete. At this point, they both felt a strong sense of deadly crisis.
No one wanted to end up like Gu Xiu. Think of a way.
Helian Chang urged. Bai Li Jinghong fell into a brief contemplation.
If things were hopeless, they would have to give up.
But soon, Bai Li Jinghong suddenly gritted his teeth.
This little brat severed my arm. If I don't avenge this, how can I, Bai Li Jinghong, hold my head up in the ancient heavenly sect in the future? No matter what, Today, I will kill him. If ordinary methods can't kill him, then let him and this god desolate locking heaven formation be destroyed together.
Bai Li Jinghong nearly popped his eyes out, speaking in a fierce tone. Upon hearing this, Helian Chang gave him a surprised glance, then nodded.
This is indeed a good idea. The god desolate locking heaven formation is an 8th grade formation, and when fully activated, even a powerful being in the divine concealment realm could be killed. And if it self-destructs, the force it would release is even more terrifying, capable of destroying the heavens and earth, annihilating everything. Even if a being in the heavenly transformation realm is trapped inside, one careless move could result in regretful death. That little brat's movement technique, no matter how strong or bizarre, would never allow him to escape alive. Even if he wears that emperor-level armor, without sufficient spiritual power to support him, he will be crushed into ashes. At that time, the treasures on him will naturally remain unharmed and fall into our hands. Let's go.
Bai Li Jinghong immediately made a decision and quickly took Helian Chang out of the formation. At the same time, the two of them poured all their power into the formation disk, urging the god desolate locking heaven formation to start its frantic reverse operation. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying shrill sound tore through the heavens, brewing a terrifying power that seemed capable of destroying everything.
Chapter 129, The Jade Pendant. You want to kill me, right?
When Morong Su rushed out of the formation, Feng Wuchou, Bai Li Jingyun, and the others who were in the middle of battle stopped their actions. Their eyes watched him escape towards the distance, confused about what was happening. Soon after, they saw Bai Li Jinghong and Helian Chang rushing out of the god desolate locking heaven formation, then exerting power to make the massive formation unfold in a terrifying reversal. The state of these two made everyone present astonished. Helian Chang had 2 terrifying wounds on his chest, nearly cutting through his chest and exposing his organs. Bai Li Jinghong had even lost an arm and was severely injured.
This shocking scene left everyone in a daze. The two boys who had not entered the formation looked at each other, both wondering what had happened inside the formation. That little brat was trapped in there, yet he managed to injure several of them like this. And wasn't there supposed to be 4 people in the God-desolate locking heaven formation? Where is Gu Xiu? But at this moment, they had no time to think more. Under the urging of Bailey Jinghong and Helian Chang, the fierce 8th grade formation was already reversing violently. This is bad. Feng Wuchou exclaimed, quickly realizing their intentions. Qin Yushi, Han Xian, and the others also became extremely anxious. They couldn't even begin to imagine that beings in the soul fusion realm had been forced to this point. Insane. They deserve to die. What now? I should have just given my talisman to the boss. At this moment, infinite spiritual energy from the heavens and earth was being wildly absorbed by the formation, causing a shocking power to ripple throughout. But Feng Wuchou and the others were powerless. The reversal of the formation would undoubtedly bring unimaginable consequences. They knew Jiang Yuxian was strong, but how could anyone withstand the reversal of an 8th grade formation? That destructive power would explode in an instant. Ordinary methods could never survive this. And no one could feel this more deeply than Jiang Yuxian, who was trapped in the formation. The formation is reversing. They are truly determined to kill me. Jiang Yuxian's eyes turned ice cold. In an instant, an unmatched killing intent surged in his heart. He had never wanted to kill someone more than now. Jiang Yuxian's heart was boiling with righteous anger. Today, even if the King of Heaven himself came, Bailey Jinghong would undoubtedly die. It was just when his thoughts were turning that the surrounding void emitted a vast, thunderous roar, as if the heavens were enraged, thunder rolling like a mountain collapsing and the earth cracking. Endless power rapidly gathered, turning into raging divine light, blinding to the point where no one could open their eyes, turning the space inside the formation into a white, foggy haze. During this process, a killing intent like that of a celestial being rampaging through the earth poured out. Crushing everything in its path. In the blink of an eye, a vast void silently shattered, collapsing into nothingness. Jiang Yuxian's body began to crack open, and precious blood flowed. Terrifying power filled every inch of space, squeezing his bones so tightly they creaked, about to snap. He was fully aware that it was too late to escape now, even if he used the Xing technique. However, Jiang Yuxian still wore a cold expression, laughing sneeringly. You really think that reversing the formation will kill me? I have to say, you're too naive. He muttered to himself, his voice deep. At this thought, Jiang Yuxian did not attempt to resist, and even stopped all movements, standing still in the void. He even put away the imperial weapon in his hand, offering no resistance, and coldly watched everything unfold. It was as if he was waiting for death. Boom boom boom. The formation was massive, the divine powers vast, shaking the heavens, and the void shattered. Until a certain moment, when the reversed power of the formation reached its peak. Time seemed to stop for a moment. Then, all the power collapsed with a roar, violently pressing inward towards the formation. Like 100,000 mountains, they slammed down on Jiang Yuxian's head. Boom! The tremendous sound spread across the skies, the heavens shook, and the earth cracked apart. Outside, Feng Wuchou, Qin Yushi, Bailey Jinghong, and the others only saw a dazzling light collapsing toward the center of the formation, finally gathering into the brightest divine light. Then, with a whoosh sound, it exploded out wildly. Retreat! Everyone crazily rushed toward the distance. Even so, they were still sent flying dozens of miles away by the overwhelming energy, barely managing to resist. Turning back to look, endless divine light swallowed everything. Boss! Big brother! Little one! Hui Xiaodao, Han Xian, Qin Yushi, Feng Wuchou, and the others felt their eyes redden at once. The 8th tier formation self-destructing, even those at the Tianyan realm wouldn't be able to withstand it. Let alone that tiny little thing. At this moment, a few of them felt hopeless, their hearts sinking to the lowest point. But the others, however, became extremely excited. Ha ha ha. Let's see how that little brat survives now. From afar, Helian Chang laughed wildly. His face was pale, with 2 terrible wounds on his chest still slowly bleeding. But at this moment, Helian didn't even care about his injuries. After the formation self-destructed, he immediately rushed toward that direction. All treasures, we split them evenly. Bailey Jinghong also spoke in a deep voice. He had only one arm left, his injuries were severe, but his speed didn't slow down at all. With spiritual power surging, he rushed forward in an instant. An 8th tier formation couldn't destroy an imperial weapon. However, just as the two were excited and prepared to rush into the formation to grab the spoils of battle, the fierce, boundless power slowly began to erupt. Endless light transformed into a vast ocean-like tide, rolling layer by layer, sweeping out toward all directions. Then, they saw a small figure walking in midair, stepping on endless broken light, slowly approaching. At the collar, a small jade pendant floated, emitting a hazy glow, not bright but carrying an unyielding authority.
All the energy was repelled from the figure, unable to touch it in the slightest. The group was stunned at this sight. Their eyes almost bulged out. Bailey Jinghong and Helian Chang, who had been charging forward, also stopped at once.
He's actually fine. How is this possible? Everyone's throats tightened, speaking hoarsely.
In their eyes, disbelief filled every corner, unsure if they were seeing things correctly.
An 8th tier formation reversed, and it still couldn't kill him? How could that be possible?
At this moment, especially Bailey Jinghong and Helian Chang, it was the hardest for them to accept this result.
The jade pendant. It's the jade pendant around his neck.
Helian Chang suddenly shouted. Others quickly realized this as well. Clearly, it was that jade pendant that played a key role, allowing the little brat to remain unharmed, not a single hair out of place.
What kind of treasure is that? Why is it that when I look at it, the soul trembles, unable to resist the urge to kneel?
Bailey Jingyun said with a trembling voice, shivering uncontrollably. In fact, Bailey Jinghong, Helian Chang, and the others also felt the same way. That small jade pendant seemed to have no great power, but it gave off a chilling aura that made people shudder. While everyone was stunned and horrified, the small figure suddenly flickered and vanished. In the next moment, it appeared right in front of Bailey Jinghong and Helian Chang.
The imperial sword appeared in his hand at the same time. At the same time, the heavy voice of Jiang Yuxian rang out in the void. What are you waiting for? Didn't you want to kill me? Chapter 130, Heavenly Calamity Light. Kill Bailey, exterminate Helian.
As Jiang Yuxian's words fell, the long sword in his hand suddenly swung down. A sword aura that could pierce heaven and earth shot forward, like a rainbow across the sky, instantly killing towards the two. Bailey Jinghong and Helian Chang were still in shock and horror, their faces turning pale. Without a word, they used all their strength, forming a divine wall in front of them, bracing to take the terrifying sword light.
Boom! A massive explosion rang out. The two's defense crumbled in an instant, collapsing like dirt and rubble. The mighty energy storm directly sent them flying away. We can't kill him. Run!
Bailey Jinghong and Helian Chang exchanged a glance, immediately making a decision. At this moment, they were severely wounded, their strength greatly diminished, and they could only exert less than 20% of their cultivation. Facing Jiang Yuxian, who wielded the imperial weapon, they had no strength to continue fighting. As for those treasures, it was impossible to obtain them anymore. If they forced another attack, they might even lose their lives right here. In the blink of an eye, the two quickly fled. However, when they turned back, they saw that the small figure behind them suddenly sprouted a pair of golden wings made of light. With a gentle flap, it carried his figure in a straight line, moving at an unimaginable speed.
This is the golden winged Deepening rune?
Bailey Jinghong's expression changed dramatically, panic rising in his heart.
He recognized the origin of the wings, it was the innate rune of the golden winged Deepening.
That was a powerful ancient creature, possessing the fastest speed in the world, unmatched across the vast land, capable of traveling from the North Sea to Kangwu in a single day. In the blink of an eye, the small figure appeared directly in front of them, with killing intent as overwhelming as the tides.
Kid, you still can't kill me.
Bailey Jinghong roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot. At this moment, he could no longer escape. Without thinking, a jade talisman suddenly appeared in his remaining hand, and he crushed it with a loud bang. Even if the King of Heaven came today, you wouldn't be able to escape death. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yuxian suddenly shouted loudly.
Both the movement technique and the golden winged Deepening rune were pushed to their limits, almost like teleportation, as he appeared in front of Bailey Jinghong.
His sword had already swung down.
Puff! Another dull sound echoed, followed by a spray of bright red blood. Half of Bailey Jinghong's arm was severed.
Bailey Jinghong screamed in agony, and his other arm was also chopped off. Before he could react, his body was kicked, and he was sent flying. At the same time, the severed half of his arm, wrapped in dazzling light, was teleported away.
This scene left everyone around, gaping in disbelief. Big Brother is so ruthless. Bailey Jinghong used the talisman, but it was useless. He's going to die. Everyone was filled with fear and shock. A tiny person, who had cut off both of Bailey Jinghong's arms. Even though Bailey Jinghong used his talisman at the last moment, it did nothing at all. Such a scene made everyone's scalp tingle in horror. That little guy is too ruthless. At this moment, Bailey Jinghong was filled with terror. A thick shadow of death loomed over him. He had already realized that the next thing he would face was likely a dead end. Damn it!
In the distance, Helian Chang cursed angrily.
Without hesitation, he took out his own talisman and immediately activated it. If he delayed any longer, he might end up like Bailey Jinghong. In an instant, a dazzling array of runes lit up. A powerful and mysterious formation appeared around Helian City. A force of space enveloped him. Want to escape? In front of me, you cannot escape. Jian Yuxian also noticed his movement immediately.
Among everyone, Hellion City had the most overwhelming killing intent toward him.
Now, how could they let him leave? Without saying a word, Jian Yuxian turned and temporarily abandoned by Li Jinghong.
At the same time, an unmatched power violently gathered in his chest.
A bone within him exploded with the brilliance of the blazing sun.
A terrifying beam of light shot out, crossing the long sky, and violently struck Hellion City.
Supreme Bone Heaven's divine ability. Heavenly Calamity Light. Boom! The whole world shook as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was caving in. It was like divine punishment from above. Mountains crumbled and vanished without a trace. Where the light beam fell, Hellion City's figure was nowhere to be seen. He was like a presence wiped out silently from this world, no longer existing. What was that divine ability? The onlookers couldn't help but tremble in fear. That divine ability had already surpassed their understanding. A single strike killed a genius like Hellion City in an instant, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. And this terrifying power came from a mere divine will realm. Incredible! One hit and you're done.
Jian Yuxian curled his lips. Using Heavenly Calamity Light to kill Hellion City was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, with no surprises. Jian Yuxian turned his head again to look at Bai Li Jinghong. By this time, Bai Li Jinghong was already heartbroken. His hair was disheveled, and his expression turned frantic. He couldn't believe that he had provoked such a terrifying little monster.
You are not human. You are not human. You can't kill me. I am the number one person of the Bai Li family. If you kill me, the Bai Li family will never let you go.
Bai Li Jinghong's face was twisted, screaming wildly, trying to escape, but he couldn't shake off the pursuit at all.
Jian Yuxian's mouth curled into endless mockery, unmoved. He flipped his wrist and suddenly pressed down onto Bai Li Jinghong's chest. I heard you have a congenital holy vein, that's not bad. Since you're going to die anyway, keeping you would be a waste, why not serve as my nourishment?
Jian Yuxian's 5 fingers, like 5 terrifying suckers, firmly stuck to Bai Li Jinghong. Within him, the swallowing heaven devil art suddenly began to operate.
Ah!
Bai Li Jinghong let out a heartbreaking scream. Within his limbs and bones, brilliant martial veins suddenly emerged, like thick roots of an old tree, crisscrossing. A fierce power spread out, as if it were overwhelming the heavens. This was his congenital holy vein, extraordinary. But at this moment, Bai Li Jinghong's martial veins were being drawn out of his body at a terrifying speed, following Jiang Yuxian's fingers, entering his own body. Then they were refined by the swallowing heaven devil art, returning to their most primal power. Until a certain moment, the screams abruptly stopped.
Jiang Yuxian released his fingers. Bai Li Jinghong softened like a worm and fell into the void. The last breath of life within him was fading away. Bai Li Jinghong is also dead. Those in the distance felt their hearts tremble. Big brother! Bai Li Jingyun let out a mournful cry. The few companions nearby were filled with fear, terrified to the core. Looking at Jiang Yuxian, their eyes were as if they had seen a ghost. He devoured the congenital, holy vein. That is, the means of the demonic way. Demon King! He is truly a demon king. The group nearly lost their minds, panicking uncontrollably. Run! Tell the ancient heavenly sect what happened here. A demonic figure has infiltrated. Quick!
Bai Li Jingyun and the others wasted no more time, each activating their talismans, and quickly transmitted away.
Chapter 131, Big Brother, I am loyal, let me go.
Bai Li Jingyun and the others fled in a panic,
daring not to linger for a moment.
Around him, a crowd's gaze all fell on Jiang Yuxian. Every heart was filled with fear and shock. 2 soul-melding geniuses were actually killed in an instant, dying tragically on the spot.
That little demon king was simply terrifying. His strength had already surpassed countless geniuses. He was just so small. In the entire 3,000 domains, it would be hard to find another monster like him. At that moment, the other 2 soul-melding youths, who hesitated at the last moment, were filled with trembling dread. They could not imagine. If they had acted recklessly and attacked the little demon king for the treasure, would they too have died tragically at his hands? Thinking of this, they were filled with regret. We should go. After a moment of daze, the 2 turned around and fled into the distance. Fearing that if they hesitated for a moment, the little demon king would also turn on them. To this, Jiang Yuxian paid no heed. At this moment, he was radiating with brilliant divine light, like a rare divine treasure, with divine power surging, shining upward to the sky. Within him, immense power surged ceaselessly, washing through every inch of muscle and bone, making popping sounds. The power of the innate holy meridian is not bad. Jiang Yuxian slightly closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his body.
Devouring the innate holy meridian of Bailing Jinghong actually enhanced his already unmatched physique a bit more.
One must admit, this martial meridian is indeed exceptional.
Although it cannot compare to the special physiques like the solar radiant star body or the heavenly dragon battle body, it is still strong and rare enough. Under the operation of the heaven-devouring demonic art, the power of the innate holy meridian was quickly refined and absorbed. Yet all of this appeared to others as though they were facing a demon god, giving them palpitations.
Our boss really is a person from the demonic path. Hui Shatao muttered, unable to accept it. How can this be? Why would my elder brother practice demonic path techniques? I can't believe it.
Yang Xiao, Han Xian, and the others cried out in despair. They had been with Jiang Yuxian for a long time, and although they often faced punches and kicks, they were genuinely filled with admiration and awe in their hearts. Otherwise, they would have found ways to escape already.
But now,
they were shocked to discover that their elder brother, who had led them in looting and roasting meat, had actually devoured the innate holy meridian of Bailing Jinghong.
This was undoubtedly a demonic path method. This left the group unable to accept it.
Including Feng Wuchou and Qin Yushi, all were stirred up with emotions, feeling disordered. As the crowd was filled with melancholy, Hui Shatao suddenly spoke again, delivering a soul-searching question to everyone.
If the boss is a person from the demonic path, the ancient heaven sect will definitely not let him go. Having been with him for so long, will we also be implicated?
He stared wide-eyed, fixedly scanning Qin Yushi, Feng Wuchou, and the others.
The crowd fell into dead silence, standing there as stiff as wooden stakes. Hui Shatao was anxious and restless. What should we do?
No, we need to escape quickly. He suddenly stopped, looked at Jiang Yuxian one last time, then turned and ran.
Feng Wuchou and the others were in chaos.
But soon, they saw a figure flash in the void. A small figure appeared behind Hui Shatao like teleportation, lifting a foot and kicking him hard in the rear.
Ah!
With a cry, Hui Shatao performed a faceplant into the dirt.
And the one who acted, aside from Jiang Yuxian, who else could it be?
He landed beside Hui Shatao and suddenly turned his face serious, laughing sinisterly.
Kekekek, you actually saw through my identity as a person of the demonic path. Since that's the case, you cannot remain.
Your heavenly dragon battle body is much stronger than the innate holy meridian, just right for me to use as nourishment.
Kekekek.
Jiang Yuxian's face twisted in a fierce manner, as if he truly had transformed into a great demon of the demonic path.
His palm summoned spiritual power, grabbing Hui Shatao by the scruff of the neck. Slowly rise into the void. Ah. Spare me, boss.
Hui Shatao immediately screamed like a pig being slaughtered.
Boss, please let me go.
I am loyal to you, the heavens and earth can bear witness, and the sun and moon can affirm. I swear on my grandfather's name, I will never reveal your demonic identity.
Boss, have mercy, just let me go.
Hui Shatao closed his eyes, flailing his limbs, nearly scared out of his wits, his voice turning into a cry. Jiang Yuxian lifted him, unable to help but laugh out loud. They say the celestial dragon battle body is born for battle, growing braver and stronger with each fight.
But how did you get it all wrong? You are getting more cowardly with each fight.
The Gallic rooster could at least hold on for a month, you, on the other hand, kneeled immediately. Hui Shotao's appearance made him burst into laughter. After teasing for a moment, Jiang Yuxian threw him down from the void, landing hard on the ground.
I'm fine?
Hui Shotao was dazed for a while before coming to his senses, checking his entire body, and his eyes widened. Seeing this scene, Feng Wuchou, Qin Yushi, Han Xian, and others behind them could not help but laugh, like a group of newly hatched chicks.
Just as the elder brother said. You are the celestial dragon battle body, shouldn't you at least put up some resistance? Isn't that too cowardly?
The group laughed heartily, the earlier fear brought by Jiang Yuxian had dissipated considerably. But at the same time, a question arose in their hearts.
What the heck did the elder brother mean by Gallic rooster? Jiang Yuxian took one last glance at Hui Shatao and then slowly spoke. Killers, people will always kill them. 3 are dead, but 1 has escaped. He gazed into the distance. Feng Wuchou and the others followed his gaze, knowing it was the direction where Morongsu had fled.
Previously, 4 people had entered the divine wilderness locking heaven's formation, and now only Morongsu was left alive after Baidi Jinghong, Gu Xiu, and Helian Chang had all died. Suddenly, they saw Jiang Yuxian take off, swiftly rushing towards the distance. Before long, he vanished among the towering mountains. In the void, only a faint voice was left. I'll go take a look. You can follow me or go on your own. Feng Wuchou and the others stood in place for a long while before finally realizing he was going to chase Morongsu. Should we go? Han Xian asked uncertainly. But is the elder brother really one of them from the demonic path? Yang Zhao's expression was strange, unable to decide. Feng Wuchou pondered for a moment. If he were from the demonic path, we would have been swallowed clean long ago. Let's go see. After he spoke, he too soared into the air, heading in the direction Jiang Yuxian had disappeared. The others thought for a moment and then followed him. Morongsu had not escaped for long, leaving last. With Jiang Yuxian's speed, it didn't take long in the mountains to find his trail. Without a word, the unique divine will crush down. Boom! A large area of mountains turned to dust. Morongsu was nearly scared out of his mind. That little demon king was actually chasing him. He gritted his teeth, and 2 flashes of light appeared in his hands, revealing 2 talismans. One was a teleportation talisman from the ancient heaven sect. The other was the 10,000 miles divine travel talisman. He stuck it on his leg, causing his speed to surge. Morongsu was unwilling to give up on the assessment, wanting to use this to escape the chase. In a hurry, he dodged the unique divine wheel's devastating blow. Then, he continuously dodged and maneuvered among the mountains, trying to confuse Jiang Yuxian. One figure chased while the other fled. Before long, they had created a vast distance from the palace. Chapter 132, The Great Turmoil. Someone broke into that great tomb. Jiang Yuxian was wholly focused on chasing Morongsu. He didn't know that, due to him, the outside world was undergoing a huge uproar. Inside the radiant teleportation array, a severed arm appeared. Bai Li Jingyun and the other 3 were then teleported out. They brought shocking news. That severed arm belonged to the youngest generation's top person from the Bai Li family, Bai Li Jinghong. In addition, the 2 extraordinary talents, Gu Xiao and He Lianchang, have also died. These 3 were all killed by one person. That person was the little demon king who had previously badly injured 2 young members of the Shao clan. Such news left countless people in shock, their faces filled with horror. 3 young heroes actually died at the hands of the same person. Even the teleportation charm could not save their lives. Only a single arm of Bai Li Jinghong was teleported out. But that little demon king looked like a child of only around 2 years old. How could this be possible? For a moment, the crowd fell into a long silence. No one dared to believe that this was all real. But these words came from Bai Li Jingyan's mouth, leaving no room for others to doubt. Could that little demon king be a monster? How could such a terrifying prodigy exist in this world? Ah! You little brat, I will definitely kill you. In the distance, an old man with white hair held Bai Li Jinghong's severed arm, shouting angrily. His hair danced wildly, his whole body surged with divine power like the great ocean, rushing through the skies, shaking the air, like an angry lion. Bai Li Jinghong possessed a supreme innate holy vein, and his talent was unparalleled. Even in the vast 3,000 Dao domains, few could compare. He was the hope of the Bai Li family's rise. Given time, he would surely achieve the status of a holy ancestor and lead the Bai Li family to rise among the eternal families. But unexpectedly, this kind of person actually died in the first round of the assessment. This was hard for them to accept. Dare to kill the prince of the Guyi dynasty, whoever it is must pay the blood price. We, the He Lian family, will not let this go easily. Gu Xiao and He Lianchang's backing forces were equally furious. Their most outstanding disciples died at the hands of the little demon king, and they could not easily forgive. No matter who that little demon king was, he must bear their wrath. The experts from the 3 major forces unconsciously released a mighty aura like a mountain, making everyone around feel almost suffocated. Among the crowd, only the Shao clan felt an immense sense of fear. Especially Xiao Ao Ran and Xiao Ao Quan. Only then did they realize just how powerful that little demon king was. Even the gifted among the soul fusion realm died tragically at his hands, unable to escape. Thinking about it now, their lives were practically thrown back at them. The force that can cultivate such a little demon king is definitely not ordinary. When the assessment ends, I fear there will be a storm of great proportions. It's coming. Just don't know if that little demon king will enter the second round. Many people discussed in whispers. The united powers of the Bai Li family, He Lian family, and Guyi dynasty, apart from a few major sacred places, had nothing to fear. And the people behind the little demon king would probably appear at that time. When that happens, there may be a terrifying battle ahead. It might not necessarily lead to a fight. This is the ancient heavenly sect, no one dares to act recklessly. Someone shook their head and said this. But soon, someone raised a different opinion. The little demon king entered the Dragon War secret realm without an assessment charm, which itself does not comply with the rules. Even the ancient heavenly sect might not say much. Unless they want to take the little demon king as a disciple. But even so, they will have to give the 3 major forces an explanation. For a moment, the crowd outside the Dragon War secret realm was in an uproar, lasting a long time. Everyone was waiting. Waiting for the assessment to end and the storm to gather when the little demon king emerged from the Dragon War secret realm. During this time, more details about the deaths of Bai Li Jinghong, He Lianchang, and Gu Xiao slowly spread. Hearing the results again shocked countless people. Exclamations echoed everywhere.
What? The new peak of the Divine Will realm, is it created by that little demon king? The unique Divine Will he formed? An ancient palace appeared in the secret realm?
Inside, there was also the blood of a vermilion bird, and the blood of a serpent.
And several imperial artifacts? Bailey Jinghong used an 8th grade formation to deal with the little demon king? 4 people in the soul fusion realm entered the formation, yet he was still counter-killed? An 8th grade formation reversal, and it couldn't even kill him? How is this possible?
He has a jade pendant on him. I don't know what kind of divine treasure it is, but it protected him safely.
One detail after another left everyone utterly astonished.
The unique divine wheel, the ancient treasures in the palace, all of this was incredibly shocking, hard to believe it was real. Moreover, the might of the self-destructing 8th grade formation was such that even experts from the celestial realm had to weigh it carefully.
A 2-year-old toddler, even wearing an imperial armor, with a cultivation realm that is too weak, would almost not be able to withstand it. It's easy to imagine that the jade pendant on the little demon king must be an extremely powerful divine treasure. But they don't know what tier it actually is.
Thinking of this, more people suddenly felt that the origin of the little toddler was probably much more terrifying than they imagined. Thus, many people had to worry for the Bailey family, the Hellion family, and the ancient Knight dynasty.
What if a terrifying colossal being hidden for countless years appears? They might not be able to cope.
But it wasn't long before new situations emerged.
No need to think.
That little demon king is definitely not a child of any top power, he is likely from the demonic path.
That's right.
Bailey Jinghong's innate holy vein was devoured by him. This is solidly a method of the demonic path.
Someone said resolutely.
At the same time, people from the Bailey family, the Hellion family, and the ancient Knight dynasty were cursing while sneering repeatedly.
Damn demonic path people. They actually mixed into the ancient Tian sects assessment, killing several of our young prodigies. It's simply audacious. Humph. The ancient Tian sect is the sect of the Frost Sky Emperor. If he really is from the demonic path and has come here, then he shouldn't think of leaving alive. Unless I flay his skin and strip his muscles, my hatred will never subside. At this moment, the 3 great powers had no reservations left.
Since the little demon king was from the demonic path, they could strike without mercy, demanding blood for blood. In fact, they had already reported this information to the elders stationed here from the ancient Tian sect.
Upon hearing the news, 7 elders changed their expressions simultaneously.
The Battle Dragon secret realm has experienced a tremendous change. The holy formation has been damaged.
Someone has probably broken into that great tomb.
This matter cannot be resolved by us. Quickly report to the sect master and the high elder, asking a few holy ancestors to go check it out. Once the 7 elders learned the specific situation, their expressions were extremely grave, speaking privately through sound transmission. Then, 2 stayed here to keep watch, while the remaining 5 instantly transformed into phantoms and disappeared from the spot.
Chapter 133, Natural Formation, Mysterious Person's Movements.
The ancient Tian sect was in turmoil, brewing a tremendous storm. And within the Battle Dragon secret realm, Morongsu ultimately could not escape Jiang Yuxian's pursuit and had his head severed by a single sword strike.
If you had teleported out earlier, you could have lived a bit longer. You just had to dig into such a place. It seems even heaven wants to take you in.
Looking at Morongsu's corpse, Jiang Yuxian murmured softly to himself. He knew that Morongsu hadn't actually wanted to give up the assessment, he attempted to escape his own pursuit.
The 2 chased and fled, unclear of the direction, arriving at this very place now.
But what was unexpected was that this place actually concealed an inexplicable great terror. Around them, there spread an unparalleled
wanting to leave.
However, that talisman only ignited a strong light, then an invisible force rippled out, crushing the countless runes in the sky into dust.
The space portal failed to open. Morongsu's teleportation failed.
And he lost his life because of it. This place seems a bit unusual.
Jiang Yuxian raised an eyebrow and stopped caring about Morongsu.
He could also feel the oppressive force within this space. It was as if, in the void, there was a supreme presence quietly sitting and observing, its powerful force affecting the entire world. Anyone stepping into this place would inevitably end up like Morongsu, unable to fly in the air, even struggling to walk on the ground.
But Jiang Yuxian was not among them.
The blood of the heavenly emperor from my mother flows in my veins. Ordinary suppressive forces are utterly useless to me.
If I can fully utilize my bloodline power to resist, this place must be extraordinary. Could it be, there is some great treasure here?
Jiang Yuxian suddenly widened his eyes and thought. If what he guessed was true, then what was here was definitely stronger than the things in that previous palace. He stopped thinking too much and immediately summoned the golden-winged rock talisman, soaring back into the sky to observe. However, before he could fly far, he heard shouts below.
Boss! Help us quickly! We're about to die from exhaustion. Looking down, a group of people was waving at him. But weren't they Hu Shaotao, Feng Wuchou, Qin Yushi, and the others? Seeing them, Jiang Yuxian felt a sense of joy. He didn't expect these guys to really follow him. Without hesitation, Jiang Yuxian landed in a valley to meet up with the group. At this moment, each of them was panting, sticking out their tongues. Clearly, under that terrible power, their progress was extremely difficult. Seeing Jiang Yuxian looking as if nothing happened, Hu Shaotao and the others stared wide-eyed, shocked. "Boss, how come you're fine?" Hu Shaotao asked. Jiang Yuxian smiled and replied lightly. "Perhaps it's because my handsomeness is so astounding that even the 3,000 Dao can't suppress it." Upon hearing this, everyone felt like they could spit blood. "How old are you to be this astonishingly handsome? Can you have some decency?" Feng Wuchou also remained silent for a while, then suddenly spoke gloomily. "What exactly is this place?" "It actually formed a natural formation." Next to him, Qin Yushi nodded. "It is well known that natural formations are very different from ordinary formations. Usually, they are either created by the natural evolution of heaven and earth, like the earth's dragon veins. Or, there exists some powerful object or creature whose own inherent force radiates, capable of altering the heavens and changing the earth. But no matter which type, they are all extremely remarkable. After all, to form a natural formation is not something that ordinary power can achieve. And it's obvious that we are just at the outermost edge, just stepping in, and we are already so exhausted. It's unimaginable what kind of terrifying existence is the source of this power." Sweat was rolling down her face like jade, her forehead damp. Jiang Yuxian rolled his eyes. "Since you know, why are you still staying here? Quickly get out." Of course, he knew this place was extraordinary. But he had no intention of just rushing in like this. Even if there was some treasure inside, wouldn't it be much easier to let the ancient heavenly sect take him here next time? However, the next words from Hu Shaotao made Jiang Yuxian freeze for a moment. "Don't, boss. There's a canyon ahead, you should quickly go take a look. There might be some treasures inside. We saw a group of people cross the canyon and disappear from a distance. We were planning to follow, but we ended up stuck here." The other few also nodded. They came together, so they naturally saw that scene. What surprised them the most was those people, surprisingly, like Jiang Yuxian, were completely unaffected by the natural formation. Such words made Jiang Yuxian gradually fall silent. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through his mind. Even I need to fully operate my bloodline to ignore that terrifying suppressive force. I never imagined there would be a group of people who easily entered here. His gaze could not help but sharpen. In a moment, scenes flickered before his eyes. On the opposite side of Biling Lake, a corner of the Holy Array had been destroyed. Earlier, in that palace, many treasures' outer prohibitions had also been damaged. And now, another group of people disregarded the pressure of the natural formation and entered this place. All of this revealed a certain unspeakable secret. Those people must be trying to seize something from the Battle Dragon's secret realm. They snuck in during this assessment. "I just don't know what they want." Feng Wuchang said this. At this point, he and Jiang Yuxian had come to the same conclusion. "Where is that canyon? Take me to see it." Jiang Yuxian raised an eyebrow, his tone becoming deep. The treasures of the ancient Tianzong are not something just anyone can touch. Since he had seen it, he must go and understand clearly. As he spoke, Jiang Yuxian circulated the spiritual power within him, directly injecting it into the jade pendant at his collar. Buzz! Suddenly, a hazy light spread out, forming a three-zhang large light shield that enveloped Feng Wuchang, Hui Shaotao, Han Xian, and others. In an instant, everyone felt their bodies lighten, and their energy flowed smoothly. That terrifying force could no longer have any effect on them. "Boss, this treasure of yours." Looking at the jade pendant, Hui Shaotao almost drooled. He had seen the power of this jade pendant before. It could easily counter the power of the 8th tier formation reversal. Now, it even emanated a vast and boundless energy, dissolving the pressure of the natural formation. This was definitely an extraordinary treasure. Hui Shaotao's eyes went wide. Jiang Yuxian slapped him on the back of the head, then activated the golden-winged Garuda rune, flapped his wings, kicked up a whirlwind, and soared high into the sky. Chapter 134, Mysterious Purity Land, Sacred Medicine Jade Marrow, Demon Clan Conspiracy. Under Jiang Yuxian's leadership, a group of people soared into the sky, carefully observing. Soon, they could roughly see the surrounding environment. In the distance, as far as the eye could see, was a vast and boundless circular mountain range. But the situation in the center of the circle was hazy and hard to discern. Only as they got closer, everyone clearly saw roars of divine power above the mountain range, transforming into surging energy tides, changing into countless magnificent and grand sights. That terrifying energy tide surged into the sky, giving birth to magnificent giant dragons. Each giant dragon had bulging muscles, seemingly like an iron great wall,
spanning across the void and releasing an incredibly fierce sense of power. Meanwhile, in the surrounding air, it seemed as if the sound of great Tao was singing, enchanting and intoxicating, almost making one lose themselves in it.
This natural formation is indeed terrifying, Jiang Yuxian murmured.
At this moment, the light shield formed by the jade pendant seemed to also show some extremely subtle distortions. It was enough to see just how powerful what lay deep within that circular mountain range was.
The canyon that Hui Xiaotao mentioned was not far away. Before long, the group landed in the void.
In front of them, two towering cliffs rose straight up, leaving only a passage about a foot wide.
There used to be prohibitions on this passage. It has actually suffered damage. Feng Wuchang spoke up.
They all saw that the stone walls still retained the power of prohibition. However, it had already been damaged, with a gap wide enough for two people to pass simultaneously appearing.
Jiang Yuxian's gaze was solemn.
All of this confirmed his and Feng Wuchang's suspicions. Someone else had destroyed the prohibitions and barged in here.
I actually want to see who those people are. Even the things of my ancient heaven sect dare to touch.
Jiang Yuxian suddenly laughed coldly, his voice becoming extremely chilling.
A rolling aura of slaughter spread out from his small body. Feng Wuchou and Qin Yushi looked at him in surprise. You are actually a disciple of the ancient heaven sect?
Hui Xiaotao's eyes widened like copper bells as he asked.
Jiang Yuxian did not answer and charged into the canyon first. Be careful, little guy. Those people who can get here must have extraordinary means, you must not be reckless. Qin Yushi quickly reminded from behind. Jiang Yuxian ignored her.
Unless another emperor of heaven comes, in this world, there really is no one worthy of his fear.
He continued to move forward.
But the truth was just as Qin Yushi said. When Jiang Yuxian rushed the 1,000 zhang distance to the other side of the canyon, suddenly, a terrifying roar rushed at him. This was the howl of a fierce tiger, like the roar of an ancient beast, wanting to shatter one's soul. At the same time, a hand reached out, with fingers like claws, directly grabbing toward his throat.
There really is someone. Jiang Yuxian's eyes flickered.
Without thinking, he swept the only divine wheel and collided fiercely with that claw.
Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound that echoed.
On the opposite side, a figure stumbled back a few steps, with a face full of shock.
Only then did Jiang Yuxian see the situation here clearly.
This was a bizarre space, with rolling mountains, bird songs, and fragrant flowers, rich in spiritual energy as if it could drip water. In the nearby forest, divine springs gushed out, spouting golden lotuses, extraordinary and magical. This place felt like a pure land. Even more terrifying was that the surrounding cliffs were like white jade, carrying a hazy luster, as if they were the purest crystal marrow in the world.
Clusters of precious herbs quietly rooted there, radiating brilliant light.
The precious herbs swayed gently, as if able to communicate with the heavenly path, spreading Tao rhythm, flowing with invisible principles.
Holy herbs! So many holy herbs!
Those stone walls are all celestial jade spirit essence.
Feng Wuchou and others arrived and, upon seeing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim. At a glance, there were at least a dozen holy herbs growing. As for royal and king-grade precious herbs, there were countless, just those visible were at least hundreds or thousands. What was most astonishing was that those stone walls were actually transformed from celestial jade spirit essence. That was a mountain of treasures. Absolutely too terrifying. This was definitely a divine land, growing so many ultimate treasures. Without thinking, the divine spring on the ground was also definitely a rare divine object in the world. But at that moment,
6 young boys and girls stood silently before a huge cave entrance in the distance, coldly staring at them.
The one who had just attacked Jiang Yuxian was among them, a stout young boy. You actually followed us here. Since you came, then all of you shall die here.
The stout boy spoke coldly. His figure soared into the air, resembling a fierce tiger leaping into the sky, once again rushing toward Jiang Yuxian.
Roar! A terrifying roar echoed, shaking the soul. At the same time, the boy's head turned directly into a white tiger's head, with a massive blood mouth opening wide, stirring up a storm in the void, ready to swallow Jiang Yuxian whole. Demon race. The demon clan never invaded the human clan again. Normally, there would be almost no entanglements.
But Feng Wuchou, Hui Xiaotao, and the others never expected that today, in the secret realm of the ancient heavenly sect, they would encounter the demon clan. They had infiltrated here. Along the way, they had destroyed many formations and restrictions. Without a doubt, they must have a huge plot. You must know, the ancient heavenly sect is the sect where Emperor Frost Sky resides. Plotting here is no different from dancing on the tip of a knife. With the slightest carelessness, one would die an unnatural death.
I really don't know what they want. The demon clan? No matter who you are, if you dare to target my ancient heavenly sect, be prepared to die. This thought flashed through Jiang Yuxian's mind. Boom!
His entire body's power surged like a tidal wave, and 840 million giant elephant particles roared in unison.
Roar, roar, roar.
That terrifying presence was 100 times more horrifying than the roar of the white tiger boy across from him.
Kill! Jiang Yuxian shouted loudly and delivered a straight punch fiercely. Unmatched power heavily struck the giant tiger head. Bang! Ah! With two sounds echoing. That giant white tiger head shattered, its bones cracking.
The white tiger boy screamed in agony.
Chapter 135, Demon God Bone Cutting, Ancient Emperor's Tomb.
Practicing the divine elephant's prison-breaking fist made Jiang Yuxian's body unparalleled in the world. No one in the same realm could compare. His inner divine power surged like a vast ocean, fiercely churning. When fully unleashed, it poured into the white tiger boy's head.
Bang!
A dazzling light erupted, and the white tiger boy was violently sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground, creating a pit.
Puff!
The white tiger boy spat out a blood arrow, flipping several times before stabilizing his position. His giant tiger head slowly reverted to its original human form.
In an instant, his face turned pale.
What was even more terrifying was that his forehead bone was severely caved in, twisted and misaligned, unnatural.
You!
The white tiger boy braced himself on the ground, half-squatting, glaring at Jiang Yuxian with fierce eyes. In his gaze, there was utter disbelief. Such a scene also shocked the others present. Especially the other 5 demon youths, who were utterly horrified.
How is this possible?
The physical body of the Tiger Mountain is the top among all the demon clan.
But he was injured by a little kid? How can a human have such a powerful physical body?
Their eyes were wide, unable to believe what they saw.
As fellow members of the demon clan, they naturally knew how terrifying the white tiger's physical body was.
Looking across the vast tribe, there were hardly any who could match it in terms of physical strength.
But now, Tiger Mountain was injured by a tiny human boy with a single punch? How could they believe this? His true form is a white tiger?
His physical body is really strong, he didn't even die from one punch. At this moment, Jiang Yuxian suddenly raised an eyebrow and said in surprise. His words left everyone in stunned silence.
This little kid was actually not satisfied? He still wanted to kill Tiger Mountain with one punch? Where did this confidence come from? Jiang Yuxian didn't care about everyone's gaze.
From their earlier exchange, he had roughly figured out Tiger Mountain's background. It seems that these demon youths were all around 17 or 18 years old, each with exceptional talent. Their overall strength was slightly stronger than people like Bai Li Jinghan and Helian Chang.
These demon clan geniuses were specially selected to infiltrate the ancient heavenly sects assessment? Jiang Yuxian knew that the formation at the entrance to the Dragon War secret realm could test bone age. Anyone over the required age could not enter.
Since these demon clan members managed to sneak in, they must have gone through a selection.
He just didn't know what method they had used to hide their demon identity. Jiang Yuxian didn't think much more about it.
The figure once again soared up, charging towards Tiger Mountain to attack.
Tiger Mountain, step aside. I will deal with them.
Suddenly, another young member of the demon race spoke coldly. But before he could act, Tiger Mountain roared and lunged at that small figure. I was just careless before. This time, I will tear him to shreds. Tiger Mountain's eyes were dark, and a terrifying roar escaped his mouth.
Roar!
The void rippled with layers of waves, vast power washed over everything, piercing into the soul, destroying all, as if wanting to erase all human thought. Tiger Mountain leaped into the air, striking fiercely, his body transformed into a ferocious tiger mid-flight.
He revealed his true form.
The gigantic white tiger, like a small mountain, bore a majestic presence, fierce and terrifying. A front paw larger than a door slammed down, glowing with power. In comparison, Jiang Yuxian's figure appeared exceedingly small. But he merely sneered.
Do you think I want to compete with you in physical strength?
Jiang Yuxian's lips curled into a mocking smile. Unbeknownst to Wen, that imperial artifact sword reappeared in his hand. He used his movement technique, slightly shifting his body to dodge the descending tiger paw.
Then, he fiercely swung the sword down at the attacking white tiger. Swish!
Brilliant sword light erupted, sharp and unmatched. With a thud, he cut off a massive tiger paw, blood raining down.
Roar!
Tiger Mountain cried out in pain, hurriedly retreating. His tiger eyes were filled with hatred.
This big tiger paw isn't bad, it can be roasted.
Jiang Yuxian kicked the severed tiger paw backward, which Han Xian caught in his embrace, larger than him by a whole circle. He brandished his sword and continued to soar into the air, wanting to slay Tiger Mountain under his blade. At this moment, the other members of the demon race all showed signs of solemnity.
Tiger Mountain, retreat. You are no match for him. The only girl in the crowd chided.
She wore a red robe, her slender waist swaying as she moved like a water snake.
Wolf Chuan, you take the demon god Boneblade and capture him. And take those others down as well. The young master has been in the imperial tomb for some time now, it won't be long before we can obtain the imperial bloodstone. We cannot afford any accidents now, swift action is crucial, understood? The girl commanded softly. Another young boy with emerald eyes nodded seriously. Hearing these words, Jiang Yuxian, Feng Wuchou, and Qin Yushi could not help but feel their hearts race. What did this girl just mention? Imperial tomb? There is actually an imperial mausoleum here? In an instant, everyone was shocked. They had long heard that within the Battle Dragon secret realm, there lay a figure of immense power. But who could have imagined it would be a fallen heavenly emperor? Here, there is an imperial tomb. No wonder, even far away, they could feel the terrifying natural formation. That is the power released from the heavenly emperor's corpse. Even though he had died countless years ago, he still bore an inviolable power. Yet, it is unknown how the demon race managed to reach this place. In a moment, Feng Wuchou, Hui Xiaodao, and the others could not help but glance toward the direction behind the demon race. There was a pitch-black cave, revealing nothing of what was inside. Without a doubt, this cave is the path to the imperial tomb. Moreover, some members of the demon race had already entered it. Imperial bloodstone? Jiang Yuxian also seized upon this term. He did not know exactly what the imperial bloodstone was, but with imperial added, it was definitely not a common object. The demon race had come precisely for this reason. The demon race indeed has grand ambitions, Feng Wuchou said solemnly. At that moment, the demon youth with flickering eyes stepped forward. Holding a sparkling golden bone blade, a terrifying power radiated from it. This bone blade was one of the demon race's treasures. It is forged from the bones of a half-step demon emperor. Its greatest function lies in breaking through various formations and restrictions. Unless set up personally by a heavenly emperor, there is nothing it cannot break. At the same time, this bone blade is also a powerful holy weapon. A group of ignorant humans. Since you followed me here, then all of you shall die. Wolf Chuan sneered as he spoke. He suddenly threw the bone blade high into the sky. Between heaven and earth, it was as if a blazing sun had risen. Chapter 136, Demon 7 Nights. Imperial Armor Shell. With a sudden roar. It was like a blazing sun suppressing this space. The bone blade released dazzling light, piercing the eyes of Jiang Yuxian, Feng Wuchou, and others, causing them great pain. This was forged from the bones of a half-step demon emperor, an incredibly powerful weapon. Just in terms of offensive power, it was definitely not inferior to ordinary holy artifacts. Under Wolf Chuan's manipulation, the bone blade exuded extremely fierce might, rolling down from the sky. Carrying a divine power akin to an ancient mountain, it pressed down upon Jiang Yuxian. Big brother, be careful. Quick, retreat. Behind, Hui Xiaodao, Feng Wuchou, and others were panicking, urgently reminding him. Jiang Yuxian only had a few imperial artifacts in his hands, and he could not possibly contend with the holy object. If that bone blade pressed down, it would surely lead to a scene of death without life. However, Jiang Yuxian merely smiled disdainfully. On par with a holy artifact? Looks like I still need to rely on Mom. He swiftly took the jade pendant from around his neck and threw it at the bone blade. A massive surge of energy erupted suddenly, transforming into a huge wave, sweeping outward. Boom! The terrifying aura shook the heavens above and the underworld below. It seemed to want to flip this world upside down. Such power surged like a raging sea, sweeping forth. In the blink of an eye, it crushed the divine might of the bone blade to nothingness. Then, the entire bone blade also let out a mournful sound, like a broken eggshell, appearing with cracks one after another. Its divine light instantly dimmed, crashing to the ground like scrap. This. Wolf Chuan's sneer froze on his face. He clearly sensed that the bone blade had lost all its might. This powerful object was ruined. How could this happen? The group of demon clan members were all shocked beyond belief. They had relied on the bone blade to break countless restrictions and formations along the way. But upon touching the jade pendant's power, it was instantly reduced to scrap. How could one accept this? Then, what exactly is that? Wolf Chuan, Tiger Mountain, and other young demons stared blankly at the sky. The jade pendant emitted an incredibly fierce aura. As if it could suppress this entire world. Faced with such an aura, their internal powers could not operate, completely frozen. They couldn't move at all, almost wanting to crawl to the ground. Looks like your skills have run out. Since that's the case, it's my turn to kill. Jiang Yuxian sneered continuously, drawing his long sword and charging forward. In the moment Wolf Chuan was stunned, a sword pierced through his chest. This was a member of the demon clan, sneaking into the ancient Tian sect with ill intentions. Jiang Yuxian would have no mercy at all. Jiang Yuxian pulled out his sword, and with a spray of blood, Wolf Chuan's body transformed into a massive blue wolf, lying on the ground.
Such a scene made the other young demons shiver in fear.
At this moment, they could not make any effective counterattack.
Jiang Yuxian glanced sideways, and a great wilderness prison finger came crashing down on Tiger Mountain.
Boom! Tiger Mountain was directly pressed into a massive pit.
His internal organs were almost. A youth, resembling a wild bull, immediately turned around and was about to charge into the cave behind him.
They encountered a tremendous upheaval here.
This human child possessed an incredibly powerful treasure, which suppressed them. This matter must be reported to the young master as soon as possible to prevent any changes. However, at this moment, a flash of light and shadow appeared at the cave entrance, condensing into two figures. The leading youth had a nose as sharp as an eagle's beak. He wore a feathered costume, seemingly woven from the feathers of some divine bird, glinting with cold light as if forged from divine iron. This youth was indeed the leader of the demon tribe's group.
His real name was Demon Seven Knights. Seeing their appearance, Jiang Yuxian's movement also paused. His gaze fell upon the object in the youth's hand.
At this moment, he was holding a piece of crimson-colored object.
It looked like a clump of dirt, but it radiated a dazzling blood-red glow, as if stained with blood.
A terrifying aura of execution rushed toward them.
Imperial Bloodstone?
Jiang Yuxian easily guessed that this clump of dirt was indeed the Imperial Bloodstone.
The demon tribe risked infiltrating the ancient heavenly sect just for this thing. Young master. Upon seeing the youth's arrival, the remaining 4 members of the demon tribe were instantly overjoyed. What happened?
As soon as Demon Seven Knights appeared, his eyes swept across like a hawk scanning for prey, then he spoke in a deep voice. The girl in the red robe quickly informed him of her recent ordeal. A chilling light flickered in Demon Seven Knights' eyes.
Earlier in that palace, it seems these people followed us.
Now they have surprisingly barged in here. Since you seek death, then I shall fulfill your wish. A cruel smile curved at the corner of Demon Seven Knights' mouth. Suddenly, a turtle shell the size of a palm soared out from him. This turtle shell actually disregarded the suppressive force of the jade pendant and swelled against the wind.
Then it descended like a heavenly realm, bearing down on Jiang Yuxian. The profound energy surged like a tide, infiltrating every corner.
At this moment, even Jiang Yuxian felt an overwhelming pressure, making it hard to breathe, almost suffocating.
The spiritual power within him was firmly suppressed, unable to be mobilized even a little.
This situation was no different from when the demon tribe faced the jade pendant earlier. Behind him, Feng Wuqiu, Hui Xiaotao, and others appeared even more distressed. They trembled all over, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them, their spines bending as if about to break.
Imperial weapon. These demon tribe people actually have an imperial weapon on them. Jiang Yuxian exclaimed in shock.
He stared at the turtle shell in extreme surprise.
It definitely radiated the aura of an imperial weapon.
Its power was comparable to his mother's heavenly frost sword. Hearing his words, Feng Wuqiu, Hui Xiaotao, Qin Yushi, and others were all panic-stricken.
It's over. How can these demon brats possess an imperial weapon? The few of them screamed internally, unable to speak. They simply couldn't fathom it.
These demon tribe members were only a bunch of young boys and girls.
Why did they bring an imperial weapon to the battle dragon's secret realm? Was it just for that imperial bloodstone? What on earth was the immense purpose of that clump of dirt? Boom!
As everyone's thoughts raced, the turtle shell swooped down with divine power overwhelming. Lines of patterns lit up on the turtle shell, resembling the marks of the path, depicting the most mysterious laws and principles, interwoven to express the myriad truths of the world and capable of annihilating all techniques and slaying all beings.
In an instant, Feng Wuqiu and the others all caught a whiff of death's aura.
Under the might of the imperial weapon, they had no chance of escape. And before them, Jiang Yuxian let out a long sigh.
Darn it, these sons of bitches have no honor in combat.
Then, he looked up at the jade pendant above.
Mother, I'm starting to lose control here.
At this moment, the demon tribe members were all sneering. They had infiltrated the battle dragon's secret realm for the imperial bloodstone, and now they had successfully obtained it.
Absolutely do not let the wind slip out. Otherwise, even if you escape now, one day the female emperor of the human race will surely rush into the demon clan and seek revenge herself. Right now, the demon clan has no emperor and absolutely cannot resist. Thus, none of these human beings can be left alive, they must all die here. However, they were unable to hear Jiang Yuxian mumbling a phrase. Mom, I'm having a hard time holding back right now.
As the emperor weapon tortoise shell struck downwards, Jiang Yuxian softly muttered.
In the sky, that piece of jade pendant radiated an indestructible light.
And as Jiang Yuxian's voice fell, it seemed to receive an invisible response. Suddenly, an incredibly bright divine light burst forth.
Boom!
This space was completely submerged.
A dominating aura appeared out of nowhere. Divine energy like the sea. Divine might like a prison.
Brilliant light rippled through every inch of space, blinding everyone present for a moment. When vision was restored, everyone was filled with shock.
In the midst of the battlefield, a woman's figure stood majestically. Blue sky above her head. Feet on the earth.
The woman's long skirt fluttered, her entire body surrounded by ethereal energy, her divinity boiling. Endless laws and principles, true meanings of the great Tao, swirled around her, making her appear like a goddess.
Rumble.
With the appearance of the woman, the emperor weapon tortoise shell crashed down, striking towards her. The terrifying energy could suppress the entire vast world with one blow. The woman remained silent, her delicate eyebrows slightly raised.
Suddenly, she raised a hand and gently pressed down. As if a piece of blue sky had fallen down. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled, the vastness quaking.
That tortoise shell was pressed into her palm, unable to move a single inch. Whether it was the many demons or Feng Wuchang, Hui Xiaodao, Qin Yuxi, and others, they were all shocked beyond measure by this scene. Eyes wide open, staring like copper bells.
Catching an emperor weapon barehanded.
This is. Qin Yushi's face lost its color as she spoke in disbelief. She saw the woman's fingers radiating divine power, transforming into fierce chains, tightly gripping the emperor weapon tortoise shell in her palm. In just an instant, the overwhelming pressure receded like a tide, allowing them to regain their freedom. But at this moment, no one noticed this point. All gazes were fixated on that goddess-like woman, filled with terror.
Dharmakaya. Inside the jade pendant, there's a Dharmakaya. Among the demons, the young boys and girls exclaimed in shock.
They had already realized that the woman was a Dharmakaya left behind by a powerful being, sealed within the jade pendant.
How is this possible? No matter how powerful the Dharmakaya is, how can it catch an emperor weapon?
The red-robed demon girl's eyes trembled as she spoke in disbelief. In this world, emperors are supreme, suppressing all for eternity. Their power is beyond what any creature can contend against. Even the 9th layer of Saint Ancestors is like an ant in front of an emperor. Even if it's just an emperor weapon, once activated, no ordinary Saint Ancestor can shake it. And that tortoise shell was truly an emperor weapon. It was forged many years ago by an ancient demon emperor using his own remnants, possessing the ability to destroy the heavens and earth, suppressing 3,000 Daos.
But now, it was caught by a Dharmakaya. Who exactly is that woman? She is the human race's heavenly emperor.
On the opposite side, Yao Qie swallowed hard for a long time before finally uttering these words. An indescribable fear filled his heart, his voice trembling, his body shaking like a sieve.
What?
She is the Frost Heavenly Emperor. With Yao Qi as reminder, Feng Wuchang, Qin Yuxi, Han Xian, and others could not help but exclaim. The other demons were also filled with dread, almost collapsing to the ground.
That woman is actually the only heavenly emperor of this era, the Frost Heavenly Emperor's Dharmakaya. This truth shocked everyone immensely, rendering them pale with fear. How could the boss have the Frost Heavenly Emperor's Dharmakaya? At this moment, Han Xian, Yang Xiao, Feng Wuchang, and others. A mind full of questions. For their reaction, the tall woman's law body showed no response.
One hand holding the turtle shell, her gaze swept around, obviously stunned.
Dragon Emperor's Tomb. Yu Xian, how did you end up in the Battle Dragon's secret realm?
Su Qingshuang exclaimed in shock, her voice sounded like a fairy's note, as she looked at Jiang Yuxian. Seeing her law body, Jiang Yuxian chuckled.
Of course, I'm here to participate in the ancient Tianzong examination. He said this casually.
Su Qingshuang was stunned again, then revealed a bitter smile.
Weren't you in closed-door training? Why are you here for an exam? When will you little rascal give me some peace of mind? She pressed a hand to her forehead, feeling a bit of a headache.
Jiang Yuxian rubbed his hands together and smiled again. But at that moment, Su Qingshuang's beautiful eyes suddenly focused, scanning the area. Under her gaze, the young leader of the demon tribe suddenly emitted an overwhelming aura.
A dense energy formed a phantom around him.
It was a giant turtle, like an ancient god, coiling between heaven and earth, supreme and unmatched.
On!
A turtle cry echoed, releasing the majesty that could wipe out everything.
Boom! The sky shattered. The earth cracked.
Intense death energy surged, this space filled with birds' chirps and flowers' fragrances seemed to be experiencing the end of days, continuously crumbling apart. Mountains made of celestial jade spirit essence exploded, with rocks rolling everywhere.
Medicinal herbs shook, their life force and potency visibly dissipating. Residual soul of the demon emperor?
Seeing this, Su Qingshuang's brow furrowed again, her gaze shifting. The residual soul of the demon emperor, like the imperial weapon turtle shell, also came from that ancient emperor of the demon tribe. However, that ancient emperor had died countless years ago. Yet even so, a fragment of his soul still held unparalleled power. In an instant, a magnificent light surged forth, wrapping around Yao Qie and several other young boys and girls. The surrounding space experienced intense erosion. At the same time, the giant turtle phantom suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out a beam of light. It was like a celestial being wielding a sword, piercing the void. Shila. The heavenly power emanating from Su Qingxuan's law body was directly pierced by this beam of light, creating an incredibly dark hole in the void, as if it connected to both the heavens and the underworld. With the wrapping of the demon emperor's residual soul, Yao Qie and others were about to plunge into it, escaping through the spatial passage.
An old turtle that died so many years ago still dares to show off in front of me?
Su Qingxuan spoke softly, carrying an unparalleled domineering firmness.
Chapter 138, Returning in Defeat. The demon tribe is truly kind.
As Su Qingxuan spoke, another hand suddenly pressed down. At this moment, the Grand Tao turned, and the gods boiled. A terrifyingly powerful light hand manifested, crossing the heavens, covering half the sky.
It was like a prison, descending upon the demon tribe members.
Before a group of people escaped into the void, it struck down at the position of the spatial passage.
Boom!
Accompanied by a deafening roar, this world seemed ready to turn upside down. Divine light surged throughout the sky, and the Tao broke apart. The huge, dark spatial passage continually collapsed, almost completely erased by that palm. The residual soul of the demon emperor also trembled violently, its light dimming significantly.
Ah!
The demon boys and girls yelled in panic. Amidst the terrifying energy shock, figures flew out, being thrown aside, bones broken, breath dropping. The clash of imperial power injured them instantly. If it weren't for the protection of the demon emperor's residual soul, they would have long been turned to ashes. Only Yao Qie, who was in close contact with the demon emperor's residual soul, remained mostly intact. However, he was also spitting out blood. "Young master, take the imperial bloodstone and run, don't mind us,"
the girl in red shouted. "Young master, hurry and go.
When the emperor ancestor is revived another day, help us take revenge on the human race."
Other young boys also shouted hard, struggling to cry out. In fact, he didn't even need to remind him. Yao Qie didn't even have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth before he once again urged the power of the remnants of the soul. At this moment, he no longer cared about his companions. Roar! The mighty sound of the tortoise shook the heavens, and the skies erupted in fragments. In the blink of an eye, the several demon clan members floating in the void were obliterated by this power, instantly turning to dust, with both body and spirit annihilated. At the same time, Yao Qie's figure became more and more ethereal, about to be engraved into nothingness. "Mom, kill him!" Jian Yuxian was in a panic, waving a flag and shouting from below. Su Qingxuan's eyes sparkled like the blazing sun. "The imperial bloodstone is stained with the blood of my human race's heavenly emperor. Do you demon clan dare to lay a finger on it? You should stay here." As she spoke, a jade-like palm reached out, directly probing into the void channel, striking fiercely at the remnants of the demon emperor's soul. Roar, roar, roar! The tortoise's cry echoed, killing the world. Beams of light shot from the giant tortoise's mouth, all crashing onto Su Qingxuan's palm. The light of her legal body quickly dimmed, power rapidly draining away. She used one hand to suppress the imperial weapon and the other to combat the remnants of the demon emperor's soul, causing immense consumption. But Su Qingxuan did not frown even once. Her delicate hands, like jade, transformed into light, ultimately piercing through the remnants of the demon emperor's soul, her fingertips gently touching Yao Qie. Puff! Yao Qie's body instantly exploded into a mist of blood. The imperial bloodstone slipped from his grasp, and with a gentle flick, Su Qingxuan sent it flying back. Roar! The giant tortoise's remnants roared, spitting out beam after beam of terrifying light. But Su Qingxuan's jade-like palm was shattered by the force. Yet it quickly reformed, continuing to press against the remnants of the demon emperor's soul. The two clashed fiercely again, Su Qingxuan's palm shattering once more. That remnant soul also felt a sharp drop in its energy, but seizing the opportunity, it roared and turned to escape into the void channel, quickly vanishing from sight. That old tortoise ran away. "Mom, kill him!" Jian Yuxian was still shouting. But Su Qingxuan no longer paid any attention. Her legal body transformed, returning to normal size, her figure slender as a fairy descending to the mortal realm. With a flick of her wrist, the imperial bloodstone fell into her hand. With the other hand, she continued to bind the tortoise shell, preventing it from escaping. Su Qingxuan slightly bent forward, standing in front of Jian Yuxian, grabbing the little boy's nose and shaking it vigorously. "You little rascal just know how to cause a scene," she said with a smile. She was just a legal body here, having just suppressed an imperial weapon. And that was the remnants of the demon emperor's soul. Did they really think it was made of paper? Even so, Su Qingxuan managed, all on her own, to keep the imperial bloodstone and the tortoise shell, while also dealing a heavy blow to that remnant soul. "Okay." Jian Yuxian finally nodded.
He was just upset that he didn't completely wipe out that old tortoise. The demon clan definitely knew I went to the Valley of Death, daring to risk bringing the imperial weapon and soul, sneaking into the dragon battle secret realm to steal the imperial bloodstone. I have long heard that old tortoise set numerous traps before his death, intending to live again. Now it seems they have already started their actions. Su Qingshuang said, her eyes flashing like lightning. Then she gently raised her hand, and the imperial bloodstone flew into the air, disappearing into the massive opening.
Jiang Yuxian raised his eyebrows. It was only then that he realized the purpose of the demon clan. They aim to resurrect the ancient demon emperor. People cannot return to life.
This is the principle of the heavenly way, the true meaning of reincarnation, and is hard to change.
It seems the demon clan is indeed up to something big.
But having said that, their mission was a complete failure, which can be considered a great loss. Not only were all their talents exterminated, but they also lost the imperial weapon, and even the imperial soul was heavily injured.
It can definitely be said they returned in defeat.
Even if the demon clan is deep in resources, such a loss would be hard for them to bear.
Mom, give me that tortoise shell.
Jiang Yuxian suddenly reached out his hand.
He had long coveted this imperial weapon.
Su Qingshuang nodded at his words, and the power of her divine form surged forth. One hand held a turtle shell, while the other extended a jade finger, resembling a celestial sword, writing and drawing on the imperial weapon. Incredible and mysterious trajectories took shape, carved upon it, as if inscribed with 3,000 paths and millions of laws.
Jiang Yuxian waited quietly, not interrupting.
This imperial weapon bore the soul mark of a demon emperor. It definitely wouldn't stay in his hands for long.
What his mother was doing now was to erase the mark on it.
Before long, Su Qingshuang withdrew her power. The imperial weapon returned to the size of a palm and was handed over to Jiang Yuxian.
You need to focus on your own cultivation now. Don't use this imperial weapon unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it will create dependence. Do you understand? Su Qingshuang patted the little guy's head, saying affectionately.
Jiang Yuxian nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains.
Of course. I am now at the Divine Will realm, and unless I encounter someone at the Essence Spirit realm, I definitely won't use the imperial weapon. He declared with certainty. Su Qingshuang's face darkened. You are indeed at the Divine Will realm, but do you think you are an ordinary one?
Planning to use the imperial weapon against Essence Spirit opponents is aiming to leave them with nothing but dust. Jiang Yuxian pretended not to see his mother's expression. He cherished the turtle shell with great fondness.
The demon clan is truly kind. I was just worrying about lacking a good weapon. And they sent me an imperial weapon directly. Jiang Yuxian was overjoyed, his smile nearly reaching his ears.
Looking across the vast realm of 3,000 paths, despite countless years of inheritance, the number of imperial weapons remains extremely limited.
Each one is regarded as a national treasure of its clan. Chapter 139, No More Disguises, I'm revealing my identity. I am the Emperor's son.
Jiang Yuxian studied the turtle shell carefully for quite some time. Through his mother's explanations, he roughly understood the three most powerful functions of this turtle shell.
The first is defense. This is the innate divine ability of the Black Turtle clan.
Among the vast demon race, there may be very few beings harder than the turtle shell. An imperial weapon forged from the demon emperor's turtle shell naturally has unmatched defensive power.
Hiding inside, even ordinary imperial weapons might not be able to slice through it in one blow.
Secondly, this turtle shell is black and appears to be made from primordial divine gold, heavy in the hand. When urged by divine power, it is as heavy as a mountain, suppressing all directions.
No matter how strong the opponent, trapped inside, it would be hard to break free.
Thirdly, the surface of the turtle shell has natural patterns. Every trajectory seems hand-carved by the heavens, inscribing the truths of the great paths upon it. Once all these patterns are activated, they will inevitably seal heaven and earth, like an inescapable net, slaughtering all impure beings.
However, with Jiang Yuxian's current ability, he cannot truly activate this imperial weapon yet.
Moreover, there is the ancient imperial law mark of the demon clan on it, which may help him in his future cultivation.
This is truly a great treasure. Jiang Yuxian grew fonder of the turtle shell.
However, his mother concealed most of the shell's divine power fluctuations, so at first glance, it didn't seem to emit any strong aura. But when Jiang Yuxian slightly injected some spiritual power, a terrifying aura suddenly burst forth, as if to destroy heaven and earth. Not far away, Feng Wuchou, Qin Yushi, Hui Shaodao, Han Shen and others once again felt suffocated, nearly crawling on the ground.
Jiang Yuxian quickly withdrew his power. It wouldn't be good if he scared these guys psychologically. Yuxian, you shouldn't enter the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Mother will help you leave the Dragon War secret realm.
At this moment, Su Qingshuang asked again. As soon as Jiang Yuxian heard this, he immediately waved his hand.
I won't. I haven't completed my mission yet. Su Qingshuang was once again taken aback. What mission do you have? she asked in confusion. John Yushian instinctively covered his mouth. How careless. He accidentally let it slip. Mom, you've worked hard, why don't you go back and rest in the jade pendant for now? We will continue with the assessment. John Yushian pretended that nothing had happened and said this. Su Qingxuan was helpless. Forget it, let this little guy do as he pleases. She glanced at Feng Wuchou, Qin Yushi, and the others, then nodded, and her Dharma body vanished from its place. Then the jade pendant automatically fell back onto John Yushian's neck. Only then did Hui Shatao and the others slowly begin to approach. BB big brother, Qingxuan is you? Han Xian stammered as he wanted to ask. The others also stared at John Yushian with wide eyes. Each was careful, wanting to get closer, but they were trembling and didn't dare to act rashly, looking extremely nervous. What are you doing? Why are you all standing so far away? Am I that scary? John Yushian glared and said. BB but you. Hui Shotao was stunned, stammering for a while but couldn't come up with anything to say. Seeing everyone's expressions, John Yushian couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Sigh. I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but unexpectedly, I got pushed away. He looked desolate, extremely lost. But suddenly, he spread his hands wide, gasping and speaking, his expression exaggerated. No more pretending. I'm laying it all out. You guessed it right, my mom is the Heavenly Emperor. I am the prince. Seeing his appearance, Feng Wuchou, Qin Yushi, and the others all had their mouths agape. Although they had known this result for a long time, hearing John Yushian admit it was still hard to believe. In the past 2 days, they had actually been hanging out with a prince. Oh my god. Can it be so magical? This doesn't feel real at all. This little guy in front of them was actually the only son of the Heavenly Emperor. His biological son. If it were before, they wouldn't dare to even imagine it. And you're built like a little bull, not at all like someone half a year old. You've really fooled everyone. The prince actually robs? Feng Wuchou suddenly murmured, and the others fell silent together. This was truly hitting the nail on the head. This is the crux of the matter. In the Battle Dragon's secret realm, what serious things had this little guy done? He has plundered, roasted meat, boiled soup, everything he saw, thinking about whether it was delicious. Is this the demeanor of a prince? Your style is way off. If it weren't for this, given your overwhelmingly strong power, many people should have guessed your identity already. In an instant, Feng Wuchou, Qin Yushi, and the others all had extremely strange expressions. Looking at their expressions, John Yushian's face twitched. What kind of eyes are you all making? He suddenly flashed a rune beneath his feet, jumped behind the group, and kicked each one, sending them sprawling like a group of dogs on the same pile of dung. Even Qin Yushi and Qin Zihan each received a kick. What are you still standing there for? Bring that white tiger and the demon wolf, let's go roast meat. John Yushian yelled. Previously, the Tiger Mountain and Wolf River had all been killed by John Yushian, and now they transformed into their true forms, resembling two small mountains. This is all meat. All who enter the Forbidden Land, the assessment will stop immediately. As soon as the voice fell, a huge hand appeared in the high sky, divine light swirling, intertwining with rules and divine charm. That large hand gently scooped in the void, and this space turned like a vast sea, turbulent waves filling the sky, earth shaking violently. From afar, gasps of surprise rang out one after another, bodies being uncontrollably seized by the large hand. These people were all the assessors who had entered this forbidden area through a broken formation. Strong warriors from the ancient heavenly sect had made their move. They surely noticed something was off and were about to clear the scene. John Yushian and his group were also unable to escape the grip of that great hand's power. In an instant, they felt the world spin and light and shadow shift. Before long, they found themselves outside, standing beneath the sky. And upon seeing them appear, a loud shout suddenly rang out from a distance. Ancestor, it's him. It's that little brat, he's the one who killed my brother. Chapter 140, The Three Families Strike. Please, ancient heavenly sect, seek justice. Dozens of figures were pulled out of the Dragon War secret realm, standing in midair. Just as John Yushian made his appearance, several booming shouts suddenly echoed in the vast sky. Little thief, dare to kill my clan's young master? I demand your life as payment. Demonic path rogue, dare to wreak havoc in the ancient heavenly sect? Your crimes are unforgivable. Today, with no way to escape to the heavens or hide in the earth, I will make you pay with blood. The three voices all carried an unparalleled dominance, seeming like the supreme beings of the world, pressuring everything. These were the strong warriors from the Bailey clan, Hellion clan, and ancient Knight dynasty, two elderly men and an old woman. As they spoke, they had already launched their attacks. A huge hand directly pierced through the void, appearing in front of John Yushian. Above their heads, an ancient ceramic bowl with a chip hovered down like the heavens. In the void, a roaring river appeared, huge waves crashing towards Jiang Yuxian. The actions of these three instantly attracted the attention of countless onlookers. That little boy is the little devil from the Dragon War secret realm. He stole numerous treasures from the prideful talents and severely injured 2 members of the Shao clan. Not only that, he also killed Bailey Jinghong, Helian Chang, and Gu Xiu, claiming many treasures and blood from the ancient heavenly sect. In just a moment, everyone knew that the little boy, who looked only about 2 years old, was indeed the legendary little devil. He really was that small. But his power was fearsome, a rarity in 10,000 years. But next, he would likely face a terrifying slaughter. Because that little devil had provoked 3 immensely powerful families. In fact, at this moment, the 2 great ancestors of the ancient heavenly sect, along with the sect and other deeply skilled elders, had already entered the Dragon War secret realm. There was a great change happening there, they needed to see it for themselves. Currently, only 5 elders remained in the ancient heavenly sect, witnessing all of this. Among them, one elder in a white robe, seemingly in his 40s, furrowed his brow slightly. That little boy seems a bit familiar. This elder's surname was Nian. He stared at Jiang Yuxian, feeling a sense of déjà vu welling up in his heart. Scenes flashed rapidly in his mind. At a certain moment, Elder Nian's pupils suddenly widened. The figure of the little boy in front of him quickly overlapped with the little guy he had seen 6 months ago. In an instant, an urgent shout erupted from his mouth, shaking the universe. Stop! Elder Nian was shocked. As the strikes from the 3 powerful figures from the Bailey clan, Helian clan, and ancient Knight dynasty were about to hit Jiang Yuxian. Without a second thought, he flicked his hand and sent out a radiant bronze pagoda. This was a replica of a sacred artifact, possessing a hint of divine might. As soon as it appeared, it made this world seem to freeze in place. The bronze pagoda soared through the air, its size rapidly expanding. In an instant, it was like a mountain of 100,000 pressing down on the powerful forces of the 3 clans, ready to crush them to pieces. But before he could act, Jiang Yuxian had already moved first. Faced with the fierce offensive from the 3 clans, his brows furrowed, and with a flick of his wrist, a turtle shell flew into the air, rapidly expanding in size. Whoosh! This incredibly powerful imperial weapon instantly unleashed boundless divine power, shaking the sky. In the next moment, it violently collided with the attacks of the 3 powerful clan members and the Elder's bronze pagoda. Boom! The ground shook, and a loud roar filled the air. The clear blue sky shattered into pieces, as if a divine mountain had collapsed, creating dark shards of space that were terrifying to behold. A massive energy storm madly swept away, like towering waves in a storm. Many people close by were instantly filled with panic and retreated, afraid to be touched even a little. Under everyone's gaze, that enormous light palm shattered, dissolving into nothingness. The ancient porcelain bowl instantly cracked, exploding into countless fragments. The vast river of void also transformed into mist, evaporating almost entirely in an instant. The attacks from the 3 powerful members were swiftly extinguished, disappearing without a trace. The bronze pagoda was sent flying back as well. Yet, in its original position, the turtle shell remained completely still, not even stirring the divine energy one bit. Jiang Yuxian, protected beneath it, didn't even have his clothes fluttering. What? How is this possible? Exclamations erupted all around. Everyone stared intently at the turtle shell, their hearts pounding wildly. What kind of weapon is that, to be so powerful? The powerful members of the 3 clans are all beings of the void realm. They combined their forces, yet couldn't even shake that turtle shell. Could it be a holy weapon? Countless people had this thought surge in their hearts, filled with horror. The void realm already comprised the strongest among the 3,000 domains. Without the holy ancestors' presence, only the cave profound realm could suppress them. And that little demon king was still young, definitely not a true powerhouse. Even if he held a royal weapon, the existence of the void realm could still easily subdue him. But now, they actually couldn't even move the turtle shell one bit. This was simply unimaginable. It was likely that even if that turtle shell was not a holy weapon, it was absolutely a top-quality royal weapon. How shocking this was. While countless people were in shock, the elder of the ancient heavenly sect let out another furious shout. What do you want to do? His brows knitted together, flames of anger igniting. He rushed out, landing beside Jiang Yuxian and shielding him. His gaze swept over the 3 powerful members from the Huron family, the Bailey family, and the ancient Knight dynasty, with blazing intensity. Upon seeing the elder's demeanor, the 3 clan members paused their actions, exchanging glances. Their hearts suddenly sank. Could it be that the ancient heavenly sect intends to protect that little brat? This was not without possibility. That little demon king was exceptionally gifted, and perhaps the ancient heavenly sect had developed a fondness for talent.
Even though he wielded methods of the demonic path, the ancient heavenly sect likely wouldn't sit back and watch them kill him before they truly understood his identity. Thinking about this, the elderly man from the Bailey family's gaze turned a bit darker. He bowed deeply to the elder. Elder. Our clan's young master, Bailey Jinghong, was killed by this little demon king, and even the innate holy veins were devoured by him. Originally, if our young master was outperformed and died in the assessment, that would be acceptable.
But this little demon king didn't even have the assessment token, clearly not an ordinary contestant. Since that's the case, our Bailey family must seek an explanation from him. The white-haired elder spoke solemnly. Beside him, the powerful member of the Huron family also nodded. This was a woman who looked to be around 70, with her hair styled in an updo and a silver hairpin inserted. Indeed. The top talent of our Huron family cannot just die for nothing. We request the ancient heavenly sect to deliver justice for us. She glanced at Jiang Yuxian. Eyes filled with hatred. At that moment, a powerful figure from the ancient Knight dynasty stepped forward and clasped his hands towards the elder. If the ancient heaven sect truly wants to protect him, we naturally have nothing to say. But our three families definitely want an explanation. We can spare his life, but he must hand over that turtle shell and the jade pendant. We ask the ancient heaven sect to make a decision. Chapter 141, The Little Demon King Presents Treasures. His eyes are red. The speaker from the ancient Knight dynasty was a middle-aged man, dressed in a five-claw dragon robe, exuding an imposing presence. He was the uncle of Gu Xiu, the younger brother of the dynasty's emperor. Like the Bailey family and the Hellion family, he also insisted that Jiang Yuxian give an explanation to the three families. But at the same time, all three of them felt a little restless, a bit apprehensive. If the ancient heaven sect truly wants to protect the little demon king, there is nothing they can do. Thus, they took a step back to move forward. They didn't have to kill the little demon king, but they must be compensated for their losses. This was originally a mistake made during the assessment of the ancient heaven sect, and they should give a response, no matter how. Yet upon hearing the words of the three, the elder suddenly chuckled coldly. Humph. Is the ancient heaven sect a place where you can negotiate? Do you know that he said coldly. But before he finished speaking, he was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Yuxian. Wait. Don't you just want my treasure? Speaking so grandly. Jiang Yuxian raised an eyebrow, remaining calm. A small hand reached into his collar and pulled down the jade pendant. You want this jade pendant, right? Here, take it. He threw the pendant out directly, and it was caught by the uncle of the ancient Knight dynasty. The surrounding people were astonished. But before they could think more, they heard the little demon king speak again. This turtle shell is also what you want, right? I'll give that to you too. He flipped his small hand, and the imperial weapon turtle shell flew into the air, directly landing before the old woman of the Hellion family. Jiang Yuxian did not stop his actions. I don't have any other good treasures. Everything I obtained from the Battle Dragon secret realm, all of it is yours. With a swish, several imperial weapons, jade bottles, and armor were thrown out, shining brilliantly and emanating immense energy. These treasures fell towards the Bailey family members, and the elder at the front caught them all to his chest. After finishing all this, Jiang Yuxian clapped his hands. That's it. These are all the treasures I have. Looking at his actions, the crowd around fell into a dead silence. Each of them looked dumbfounded, staring blankly at that small figure. This. How does it feel wrong? They want treasures, and he just gives them away? Moreover, those things are clearly not ordinary. They had just roughly seen how strong the turtle shell was. That jade pendant even easily resisted the self-destruction power of an 8th level formation, definitely extremely powerful. And several imperial weapons, blood essences, and armor were rare treasures even among the great holy sects. The little demon king just threw all of them out, not even blinking an eye. This. At this moment, the elder was speechless. But then, he suddenly smiled knowingly. He was about to say the word emperor child, but didn't expect the little guy to preemptively do all of this. Is he planning to fool them? He could already imagine the expression on the faces of the three families when they learned the truth later. In the crowd, countless pairs of eyes turned red. Especially the members of the Xiao family. At first, when Xiao Aoran and Xiao Aochuan were transported out, they intended to take action against the little demon king. But with the subsequent series of events, they felt that the little thing's background was probably not simple. After all, he even dared to offend the Bailey family and the Hellion family. If the Xiao family forcibly intervened, one misstep could lead to disaster. Thus, they could only give up. But now seeing those treasures fall into the hands of the three families, they regretted it endlessly. If they had known this earlier, they should have acted back then. Now it was too late to try to contend for them again. It is simply impossible to divide a piece of the pie from the three families. At this moment, the Bailey family, the Helleran family, and the ancient Knight dynasty were all holding treasures, each one overjoyed beyond expectation. Never would have thought these treasures came to hand so easily.
Originally afraid that the ancient Tian sect would interfere, now that they have already fallen into their own hands, there is absolutely no reason to give them away.
Humph. Since that's the case, then the Bailey family will naturally keep their word and no longer pursue the matter of our young master's death for the time being. The old man of the Bailey family snorted lightly as he spoke. But the joy on his face could not be suppressed. 3 imperial artifacts, 2 drops of ancient fierce beast's blood, and an incredibly precious refining material. These things combined were almost enough to rival the countless years of accumulation of the Bailey family. This time, they made a huge profit. Although they cannot compare to the innate sacred pulse, after all, Bailey Jinghong is dead, and the ancient Tian sect seems to be determined to protect the little demon king. To get so many treasures is truly rare. At the same time, the old woman of the Helleran family also nodded slightly. She pondered for a moment, unleashing her powerful array force, injecting it into the turtle shell, wanting to see the specific grade of this treasure. Then, with a loud boom, the world lost its color, and the mountains and rivers shook. The entire vast world began to tremble. Terrifying divine light transformed into mysterious trajectories, as if the great Tao was unfolding, releasing the power to annihilate everything. Countless people collapsed on the spot, falling from the void like dumplings. Everyone's heart was filled with boundless fear, with not a shred of thought to resist. This is an imperial weapon. The old woman also spoke in shock, the turtle shell slipping from her grasp, terrifying her to the core. She truly felt the overwhelming power radiating from that turtle shell. That was genuine imperial might. In an instant, countless people present had their expressions explode. An imperial weapon. That little demon king actually took out an imperial weapon. How could such a divine object be on a little child? Moreover, he just threw it away to the Helleran family. What on earth is he thinking? The crowd's thoughts spun wildly, and even the people of the Helleran family began to tremble. Is this little child really of ordinary origins? Having an imperial weapon is too terrifying. That is the imperial weapon of the demon tribe. At this moment, someone recognized the origins of the turtle shell and said this. Upon hearing this, the old woman of the Helleran family finally calmed down a bit. If it is an imperial weapon of the demon tribe, then there is nothing to fear. Once in the hands of the human race, it cannot be taken back by the demon tribe. It's just that, who knows what kind of heaven-defying opportunity that little demon king has to acquire this demon tribe's imperial weapon. I'm afraid he doesn't even know how terrifying this turtle shell really is. Thinking of this, the old woman of the Helleran family couldn't help but tremble, carefully retracting the turtle shell. Such a divine object, her Helleran family cannot protect it. So in a very short moment, the old woman made her plans. Later, she would exchange it with the ancient Tian sect, surely obtaining many treasures in return. That is actually an imperial weapon. And it has fallen into the hands of the Helleran family. Meanwhile, on the other side, the eyes of the old man from the Bailey family turned red. Having just acquired several imperial artifacts, he was still quite satisfied. But compared to the imperial weapon, what difference is it from scrap iron? At this moment, the old man regretted deeply. If he had known, he should have fought for that turtle shell. Prince Ning, quickly look at that jade pendant. Soon, someone urged. Pairs of eyes finally all fell on the uncle of the ancient Knight dynasty. The little demon king had already revealed so many supreme treasures, even having an imperial weapon. At this point, everyone was very curious to know how powerful the jade pendant would be. The royal uncle of the ancient Knight dynasty nodded, raising the jade pendant in his hand. At this very moment, countless gazes all fell upon the uncle of the ancient Knight dynasty. In everyone's eyes, there was a burning eagerness. Even the elderly showed great curiosity, stretching their necks to see what kind of treasure the jade pendant truly was. Of course, he wasn't worried at all that the jade pendant would actually fall into the hands of the ancient Knight dynasty. Who would dare take the royal heir's belongings? Even if the royal heir personally handed it over, they would likely end up crying and begging to have it back. Among the crowd, Feng Wuchang, Qin Yushi, and Hui Shoto exchanged glances. In their hearts, they were all sweating bullets for the ancient Knight dynasty. They had seen what was inside the jade pendant. That was a manifestation of the Frost Sky Emperor. You actually treat it as a treasure and want to keep it for yourself? Do you want to die or what? Wait until you start crying. I really want to remind them. But I also want to see their reactions next. It's so confusing, what should I do? Qin Yushi muttered quietly, feeling restless as if a cat was scratching her heart. This kind of thing was too uncomfortable to keep inside. Even Hui Shoutao beside her had a face flushed bright red. Under everyone's gaze, Uncle Guyi did not hesitate and directly infused spiritual power into the jade pendant. Boom! The jade pendant flew out of his hand, soaring into the 9 heavens. Then a powerful force surged forth madly. Accompanied by an extremely dazzling aura, the entire world was engulfed in blinding light. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Up to the 9 heavens. Down to the 9 underworlds. It was as if a supreme deity stepped out from the void, dominating the entire world. In an instant, everyone involuntarily knelt down, their bodies trembling, cold sweat pouring. This is... Beneath the divine brilliance, countless hearts were filled with dread, as if they were carrying an ancient divine mountain. But in their hearts surged a profound shock. Supreme treasure. This is definitely a supreme treasure without a doubt. Uncle Guya's heart screamed, overwhelmed with joy. He knew he had obtained a treasure beyond imagination. It might even be comparable to that imperial divine weapon, the tortoise shell. This made his internal organs shake, excited to the point of wanting to shout. If I can hold such a divine object in my hands, our ancient knight dynasty will surely soar high. It might even have the hope of becoming a divine dynasty. Uncle Guyi thought excitedly. Such a treasure should be put away first, and studied slowly when he gets back. In his thoughts, he was filled with surging spiritual power, ready to take the jade pendant back into his hands. But just as his hand lifted, he suddenly froze. A magnificent divine light quickly converged, forming a towering figure of a woman. The woman wore a pure white dress, her eyes shone like a goddess. Infinite pathways and endless laws materialized into 3,000 worlds around her. She looked as if she were the embodiment of the heavenly path, supremely unmatched and unapproachable. Just a glance made one feel their soul shudder and ache, as if it were about to tear apart. This is a manifestation. That jade pendant carries a manifestation. In an instant, everyone understood this truth. However, the vast majority of them didn't recognize the woman's identity. They only knew that she was undoubtedly an extraordinarily powerful being. But soon, a voice that struggled to speak emerged from the void, trembling with fear. This is the Frost Sky Emperor's manifestation. She is the Frost Sky Emperor. As these words fell, everyone present felt as if they had been struck by 1,000 thunders, all frozen in place. At the exit of the War Dragon's secret realm, it fell into a deathly silence, a pin drop could be heard. An incomparable feeling of dread surged from the depths of everyone's heart. Frost Sky Emperor. That manifestation was the Frost Sky Emperor. When people truly accepted this fact, their spirits exploded in shock, horrified to death. We pay our respects to the Frost Sky Emperor. The old man stared blankly for a long moment, then reacted first. He immediately bowed deeply and showed great respect. His voice startled everyone awake at once. Countless figures simultaneously bent down, facing that figure of the law, filled with awe and reverence. We pay our respects to the Frost Heaven Emperor. Everyone lowered their heads, their voices booming like a tsunami, shaking the heavens. How could this be? How could this be? Why is there the figure of the Frost Heaven Emperor on the little demon king? The people of the Hellion family and the Bailey family trembled with fear, their mouths open like hippos, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Old Uncle Guyi turned pale as a corpse in an instant. I understand. The Emperor's son. He is the Emperor's son. He must be the Emperor's son. Old Uncle Guya's teeth chattered, cold sweat like a stream poured down, instantly soaking his dragon robe. At this point, if he still didn't understand, he would truly be a fool. Even the old woman of the Hellion family and the elder of the Bailey family realized the truth. A few of them looked towards the little demon king's direction. That is the Emperor's son. He actually is the Emperor's son. These people actually tried to threaten the Emperor's son, forcing him to give up his treasures. No wonder. No wonder he possesses an imperial weapon. No wonder he is so young, yet his power is so great. No wonder he is unafraid of the major clans, even daring to kill Hellion Chang, Bailey Jinghong, and Gu Xiao. All of this is because he is the Emperor's son. The only child of the Emperor of this generation. This is a rare genius, a unique freak in the world. And at this moment, that huge figure suddenly spoke. Are you planning to harm my son? The Frost Heaven Emperor's eyes shone like the blazing sun, radiating an unmatched brilliance. His words were filled with coldness and slaughter. When the Emperor is angry, blood spills across the sky, the great road turns, and all things perish. An overwhelming and fierce pressure bore down, making people feel as if they were facing a deep abyss of hell. Frost Heaven Emperor. Old Uncle Guya's body suddenly softened, collapsing like a noodle. The people of the Hellion family and the Bailey family, with a loud thud, all knelt down together. Frost Heaven Emperor, please calm your anger, we dare not. It's a misunderstanding. Yes, it's all a misunderstanding.
If we had known it was the Emperor's son, even if we had 1,000 guts, we wouldn't dare offend even a little.
The two families wailed loudly, constantly bowing and paying their respects.
Their spines felt cold, they had never experienced such fear. Offending the Emperor's son, provoking the Emperor's anger, even if they had 10,000 lives, it wouldn't be enough.
Facing their kind of power, the Frost Heaven Emperor could crush hundreds with just a finger.
At this moment, other than apologizing and begging for mercy, there was no other choice.
Yu Xian?
Hearing their words, Su Qingxuan turned her gaze to the little one.
Jiang Yuxian scratched his head. It's not really a misunderstanding.
The disciples of several families tried to kill me in the dragon-fighting secret realm, and I killed them all.
So they came to me for compensation?
They wanted imperial weapons, I gave them the imperial weapons.
They wanted the jade pendant, I also handed over the jade pendant.
I didn't keep a single treasure for myself, I gave everything to them.
Now they should be satisfied, right?
After Jiang Yuxian finished speaking, he beckoned to Feng Hanxian and Hui Shaodao.
I have nothing to do here, you can chat a bit more.
I'm going back to Wangyue Peak to roast meat, I'm already so hungry.
Jiang Yuxian turned around and left. Chapter 143, The Rules of the Strong. Go kneel at Wangyue Peak.
After Jiang Yuxian finished speaking, he turned his head and left. This completely terrified the people of the Guyi dynasty, Hellion family, and Bailey family.
Your Highness, please wait. Your Highness. Each of them immediately shouted, extremely anxious. What's happening?
The Emperor's son's treasures are still in their hands, how can they let him leave just like that?
Even if the Emperor's son truly didn't want them, they wouldn't dare take them.
After learning about Jiang Yuxian's identity, their greedy desires had long been wiped away, leaving only survival instincts.
If the Emperor's son doesn't reclaim the treasures, that means roasting them over a fire. This is a deadly situation. If not handled well, their families and dynasties will face bloody repercussions.
While shouting urgently, the old man with white hair, the old woman, and Uncle Gaiwang hurriedly rushed in front of Jiang Yuxian, blocking him.
With a thud, they knelt in the void.
Each holding treasures like tortoise shells, jade pendants, and imperial artifacts, they respectfully presented them before him.
Your Highness, we were foolish.
We have offended your Highness, a crime deserving of death. If we had known you were the imperial son, even with 100,000 guts, we would never dare to be disrespectful. Please, your Highness, considering our ignorance, return the treasures. The three powerful individuals lamented with sorrowful faces, crying out to the heavens. Their trembling hands holding the treasures were shaking uncontrollably, having sweated all they could. Yet Jiang Yuxian merely raised an eyebrow, a cold smile rising in his heart.
Didn't you just act very domineering, feeling confident of your control over me? Fine. I've given you the imperial weapons, jade pendants, and royal artifacts. Now you ask me to take them back? Is it that easy? Good dogs don't block the way, get lost.
Jiang Yuxian didn't say another word, leaping up and kicking Uncle Gaiwang in the chest, sending him sprawling aside. Without stopping, he continued towards Moon Viewing Peak, walking decisively. His attitude clearly showed he didn't want to deal with these people anymore.
Boss, wait for us.
Behind, Huido Tao and Han Xian were momentarily stunned before suddenly cheering and following him.
What a scene!
A group of people were trying hard to stifle their laughter, nearly making Schadenfreude written on their faces. Passing by Uncle Gaiwang and the others, Huido Tao even turned his head, winked at him, and flashed a big white toothy grin.
Grinning widely, not even knowing what he was so happy about. Your Highness!
Uncle Gaiwang called out hoarsely, one hand reaching into the air, seemingly wanting to hold on. The white-haired old man and the old woman were equally frantic as they were about to cry. But they didn't dare to step forward and block him again. They could only watch as that small figure grew farther and farther away, soon disappearing from their sight. If they incurred the imperial son's wrath even further, it would probably be hard to resolve. This scene also stirred many people's emotions. Immediately, they felt pity for the three powerful families.
Now they understood what a hot potato felt like, right? Can't hold it, can't throw it away.
Having the imperial weapons and other divine items in hand, they were as thrilled as they were desperate. In fact, the three powerful individuals were close to wanting to die. The imperial son, it seemed they could not please him.
Frost Sky Emperor.
The three turned their gazes and knelt before the elegantly poised woman again. If they couldn't appeal to the imperial son, they could only appeal to the Frost Sky Emperor.
Frost Sky Emperor.
Our younger generations intended to assault the imperial son, truly a self-inflicted punishment, deserving of death.
We three lusted after His Highness's precious treasures, also unforgivable. But we really didn't mean to offend.
Please, Frost Sky Emperor, considering our ignorance, forgive our mistakes and retrieve those treasures for His Highness. The old woman from the Hellion family knelt in the void, bowing repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. The other two also had red, swollen eyes, holding the imperial weapons and jade pendants, filled with fear. Seeing their appearance, Su Qingxuan didn't extend her hand to take them. Her gaze was cold. If it were her nature, these few would deserve 100 deaths for daring to act against Yuxian. But now, she couldn't grasp the little guy's exact intentions. To kill or to spare, she didn't even give a clear answer. For a moment, Su Qingxuan felt a bit helpless.
There is an unwritten rule here.
Conflicts among the younger generation should be resolved by themselves. Life and death or fate, chances are in the hands of heaven, and the elders should not interfere.
But what you did today has broken this understanding,
Su Qingxuan said coldly. The three powerful individuals trembled from head to toe as they heard these words. As the Frost Sky Emperor said, there indeed exists this understanding between major forces. The younger generation needs to grow, they need training.
Let them fight and compete with their peers, even if they lose their lives, they cannot blame anyone. This is the necessary path to become strong.
Of course, this rule only has restraining effects between forces of similar strength. If a disciple of a small sect kills the son of an elder from a holy land, they will still face cruel and bloody revenge.
After all, compared to the two, one is heaven, and the other is earth.
In the great wilderness realm, strength is respected, and power is supreme. The rules are all dictated by the strong. Whoever has the bigger fist, whoever gets to decide. Clearly, the person with the biggest fist in the world is standing right in front of them now.
The Emperor of Heaven could crush them as easily as squashing an ant.
Even if he stands up for the imperial son, no one could find a single fault.
Who called her the only Emperor of Heaven in the world?
Su Qingxuan's words made the three families feel as if they heard the voice of death.
Emperor Frost, spare us.
At this moment, Elder Guy and the others were pale, their fear reaching the extreme, bowing like pounding garlic. Su Qingxuan snorted again, and her tone shifted.
Don't say this Emperor didn't give you a chance.
Before this Emperor returns to the ancient Sky Sect, I hope you can handle this matter well. Otherwise, your three forces will have no reason to exist. After saying this, her law body transformed into a streak of light and returned to the jade pendant. Between heaven and earth, that terrifying pressure retreated like a tide. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But the people from the Bailey family, the Hagwan family, and the Guy dynasty did not feel relaxed at all. Instead, their hearts felt even more tormented.
Emperor Frost's meaning was for them to find a way to satisfy the imperial son.
But looking at the imperial son's expression clearly indicated he would not easily forgive.
And, who knows when Emperor Frost will return to the ancient Sky Sect? There is still time, we still have time.
The white-haired elder of the Bailey family trembled his lips, constantly muttering. He turned around and rushed to the side of the elder and others, forcing out a stiff smile, cupping his hands.
Elders.
But as soon as he began to speak, he was interrupted by Elder Nian waving his hand.
I can't help you with this.
After saying this, he turned around, leaving them with his back.
The other four elders present also sneered one by one. You few families are probably used to being arrogant and overbearing, right?
They just didn't expect, this time, to run into the imperial son.
Not killing you on the spot is already the mercy of Emperor Frost and the imperial son. Want to obtain forgiveness?
Go kneel under Mount Wangyue and see when the imperial son's mood improves.
Chapter 144, Xiaofui opens fire on both sides. Kneel far away. Jiang Yuxian returned to Mount Wangyue.
The strong from the Guy dynasty and the other three families followed closely, arriving here. But they couldn't climb the mountain at all and could only kneel at the foot of the mountain. There were not a few people from the three families, old and young together. There were about 30 to 40 people, kneeling in several rows. However, not even half an hour later, a group of people charged over with a fierce momentum. Before they arrived, their voices came first.
Where are those three trash families? Let me see how big their dog courage is, daring to touch my disciple Xiaofui. I think they are tired of living.
An elderly man in a silk robe rushed to the front, shouting loudly. This elderly man in a silk robe was naturally Jiang Wushu's master, Xiaofui. Behind him was a large crowd of people. Su Qingxuan's master Zhao He, the master of the ancient Sky Sect Jiang Yizong, and more than 20 elders all came.
In addition to them, there were two energetic and profound elders, the holy ancestors of the ancient Sky Sect, named Shen Kuanyang and Tang Wang.
In front of the crowd, they also saw the figure of old Granny Shi. At this moment, everyone wore serious faces, exuding murderous intent. Xiaofui was the first to approach the three families' people and grab the collar of the white-haired elder from the Bailey family.
You want to kill my disciple, huh?
Saying this, she slapped him hard.
Why don't you go ahead and kill one for me to see?
The second slap followed closely behind.
Robbing treasures, huh? Another crisp slap landed. Why are you kneeling here? Smack. Got the guts to rob? Smack. No guts to collect, huh? Smack.
Xiao Fui glared, each sentence accompanied by a heavy slap. His palm carried thick spiritual power, striking the old man's face until it split open and bled, yet he didn't dare make a sound, only gritting his teeth in silence. Watching Xiao Fui act, Granny Shi, Zhao Yi, Jiang Yizong, and others all stood by coldly, their expressions indifferent. Before this, when the battle dragon's secret realm fell into chaos, Granny Shi, Jiang Yizong, and others had entered to investigate and indeed found damage to the holy array, along with signs of someone breaking into the great tomb. But by the time they arrived, the place was already empty. This left them deeply shocked. Only when they returned to the outside world did they learn from Elder Nian and others that the little fellow had somehow slipped into the battle dragon's secret realm. Everyone was initially taken aback. But soon, they understood where the great battle in the imperial tomb originated. It must have been Qing Shuang's true body that acted, resolving those intruders. This relieved the group. As long as the imperial tomb was safe, it was good. But then, Elder Nian told them that the little fellow was surrounded and killed in the secret realm, and after coming out, he was robbed of all his treasures by the Bailey family, the Hulian family, and the Guya dynasty. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in anger. Especially Xiao Fui, who was so furious he felt like he would explode. On the territory of my Gu Tianzong, you dare to touch Qing Shuang's and Wusu's child? This is outrageous? After beating the old man with white hair, Xiao Fui threw him down like a dead dog, then grabbed the elderly woman from the Hulian family. Not caring at all that she was a woman. One slap after another hit her face, alternating sides. Smack, 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 smack. In no time, both sides of the old woman's face were swollen up high, growing 3 whole circles. She cried endlessly, feeling incredibly wronged. Having lived for thousands of years, no one had ever dared to hit her like this. Yet facing Xiao Fui, she had no thought of resistance. This was an elder of Gu Tianzong, the master of Saint Wusu. Even if she were killed here today, the vast Hulian family probably wouldn't dare to breathe a word. Xiao Fui showed no signs of stopping. Just as he let go of the elderly woman, he turned his gaze on Uncle Guya. After a series of slaps, he then started kicking him, again and again. But Uncle Guya felt like his organs were about to shatter, spitting out bright red blood, his body curling up like a boiled shrimp. Xiao Fui held nothing back, not even sparing the group of young boys and girls, giving them all a beating. Not long after, a group lay at the foot of the mountain, but all held back, not daring to make a sound. Granny She glanced at them coldly, saying nothing, and her figure disappeared from the spot. She went up the mountain. You all are something. You dared to lay hands on my disciple. If it weren't for Qing Shuang saying to give you a chance, I would have killed you all right now. Xiao Fui said fiercely. He rubbed his left thumb against his right palm, his hand hurt from the beating. Beside him, hearing the low cries of some young boys and girls, even the usually quiet Zhao Yi coldly spoke up. Stop kneeling here. If you want to kneel, go outside the sect and kneel, don't block the view here. After he spoke, he turned and also soared up to Wangyue Peak. Jiang Yizong, Shen Kuanyang, Tang Wang, and a group of elders all flicked their sleeves, snorted heavily through their noses, and each went up the mountain. As they left, the older generation from the 3 families remained relatively calm, but the young boys and girls couldn't help but burst into loud cries. Stop crying. The elder of the Hulian family covered his face, suddenly shouted in a deep voice, his gaze dark. He said nothing further and was the first to walk out toward Gu Tianzong. The others also didn't dare to delay. The strong from the ancient heaven sect have declared that no one can kneel here. Since this is the case, how dare they stay any longer? Leaving is definitely not an option. The prince's treasures have yet to be retrieved, so they can only kneel outside the gate of the ancient heaven sect. The 3 families, dragging their disheveled figures, quickly changed positions. Their appearance was seen by countless people attending the ancient heaven sect's recruitment ceremony. Many people looked from afar and couldn't help but discuss among themselves. These big families are usually arrogant and domineering, their strength is far inferior to the many great sects and divine families. But when it comes to bullying others, they are even worse. I heard that during the assessment for opportunities, the prince stole a precious herb, and by Li Jinghong and Helian Chang directly tried to kill him. This is the prince. If it were anyone else, they'd have died hundreds of times already. Often walking by the river, how can one avoid getting their shoes wet? This time crashing into such a big iron plate as the prince is completely deserved. Gu Xiu, by Li Jinghong, and the others probably won't even know who they have provoked until they die, bringing tremendous disaster to their own families. This is the price of arrogance. Many people fought with a sense of satisfaction. Among the crowd, a group from the Xiao clan of the Lingxiao domain felt an immense sense of fear. Fortunately, at the last moment, they did not attack the prince. Otherwise, among the people kneeling outside the gate now, there would be them. Even more fortunately, none of their Xiao clan's disciples were harmed during the assessment. Let's go. Leave one person here to wait for the assessment to end, and take the rest back to the clan. The elder of the Xiao clan suddenly said this.
Hearing his words, Xiao Aoran couldn't help but ask. Ancestor, am I not joining the ancient heaven sect?
The elder of the Shao clan exploded with anger, giving him a slap that made him spin 5 times on the spot. Afterwards, with a snort, he didn't explain, and with a wave of his sleeve, he left first.
Chapter 145 The number 1 bandit in the overbearing wind domain boomerang.
The people of the Shao clan left in shame, and they were also noticed by some people.
Oh? Aren't those people from the Shao clan? Didn't they previously say they were going to seek revenge on the little demon king? No, seek revenge on the prince? They are really lucky.
If it weren't for the Bailey family, the Hellion family, and the ancient Knight dynasty standing in front, the ones falling into misfortune would have been the Shao clan.
Hey, are they leaving now? Of course. Do they want to stay in the ancient heaven sect, waiting for the prince to remember them one day? But wasn't Xiao Aoran an appointed disciple of the ancient heaven sect? Has he just left like this? Many people pointed and discussed on the side. The last person's words were actually Xiao Aoran's inner question. He had long been appointed by the ancient heaven sect. Even if he failed the assessment, he could still enter the sect to cultivate smoothly, becoming a direct disciple. But his ancestor insisted on taking him away, making Xiao Aoran feel very unwilling. However, soon an onlooker helped him unravel his confusion. He heard an old man with bright eyes chuckle. He. So what if he's an appointed disciple of the ancient heaven sect? If the ancient heaven sect dares to take him, does he dare to stay? Just based on what he did to the prince during the assessment, even if the elders of the sect don't hold him accountable, countless junior disciples will definitely find ways to make things difficult for him. Emperor Xuantian is not only a pillar of the human race but also the pride of the ancient heaven sect. If the Shao clan bullies her child, they are destined to have no place in the ancient heaven sect. He. This old man looked to be over 60, tall, wearing a coat made of fierce wolf fur, exuding a fierce aura. He stood there like a small mountain, with a robust demeanor. His old eyes always liked to glance deeply at people's storage bags. What this brother says makes a lot of sense. His words immediately drew some people to echo in agreement. They began to forge friendships among themselves, considering it a way to make friends. I am Sun Qian from the Sun clan of the Heavenly Sea Domain. I see that your bearing is extraordinary, certainly not ordinary. May I ask how to address you? An elder cupped his hands and asked. The old man inadvertently glanced at the other party, then pretended to bow his hands in respect. You're too polite. I am Huixian Biao. His answer made the people around him momentarily stunned. Boomerang? What a strange name. Sun Qian touched his nose, then smiled. Brother Hui, you're being polite. With Brother Hui's demeanor, the juniors participating in the assessment must be even more extraordinary. He casually complimented. But Huixian Biao had no intention of being humble at all. He puffed his belly out and held up his thumb. Of course. With my grandson's talent, he will surely become the first holy son of ancient heaven sect, without question. Hearing this, the crowd all froze and internally sneered. You're really not humble at all. Is becoming the first holy son of ancient heaven sect that easy? What kind of physique does your grandson have to dare say such bold words? As if seeing everyone's disdain, the old man raised his brows, filled with pride. My grandson is currently following the divine son. When the time comes, isn't the position of a holy son within reach? The crowd was all shocked. Following the divine son? Previously, the divine son brought a group of people back to roast meat. Among them was your grandson? Suddenly, everyone's attitude changed. Clearly, those who followed the divine son were friends he made during the assessment. What does it mean to befriend the divine son? Even if it's a pile of mud, as long as it gets attention, it can be smeared all over a whole wall. At this moment, everyone looked at Huixian Biao differently. Admiration, envy, jealousy, all of it present. If possible, how they wished their own juniors could follow the divine son too. It would definitely bring many benefits. However, this atmosphere didn't last 2 breaths before a weak voice suddenly came from the side. I remembered. The leader of Bafeng Domain's Ba Xinjai is called Huixian Biao or something? This was a man who seemed to be in his 30s. He cautiously looked at Huixian Biao, wanting to confirm. Huixian Biao burst into laughter. Ha, this kid has sharp eyes. That's right, it's me. No, it's indeed me. He stepped forward and slapped the man's shoulder hard, almost breaking his bones. The crowd was all stunned at once. Sun Qian's eyes suddenly widened like copper bells. You, it's actually you. You're the first big bandit of Bafeng Domain, known as the mountain-eating tiger, the leader of Ba Xinjai. He pointed at Huixian Biao, trembling all over. Hearing this, the crowd sprang up and jumped back 10 feet. Everyone wanted to distance themselves from Huixian Biao. You can't not keep your distance. Many people had heard of Bafeng Domain.
As one of the 3,000 domains, it wasn't prosperous. Comparatively, it seemed quite barren, with not many resources. The nearest holy lands and major sects were dozens of domains away. However, several surrounding domains had decent spirit stone mines, split among many large families and sects, and even a certain holy land was stationed there. Bafeng domain was in the center of a treasure mountain but couldn't compete with those large families and sects, gaining very little benefit.
What could be done? Rob.
Over time, more robbers gathered here, treating Bafeng domain as their stronghold. They swooped in and out like locusts, almost robbing every major family and sect's mines.
Of course, they wouldn't dare touch the Holy Land's mines. Yet those big families and sects found no way to deal with them. They have tried multiple times to flatten Bafeng domain but all failed miserably. What can be done?
Those bandits banded together, they were too strong. And this old man named Huixian Biao before them was the first big bandit of Bafeng domain. His cultivation had already reached a high level of Dongxian realm, and it was said he was not far from Shangzhou. Because Ba Xinjai plundered in all directions, there was hardly anything they dared not to rob. Wherever there are exotic treasures, there are their shadows, like a giant beast that swallows the sky. Therefore, the first bandit also earned the nickname Tiger that swallows mountains. In the past 1,000 years, the entire Bafeng domain has felt a subtle pressure on those great clans and sects because of his presence.
This is definitely a fierce bandit. Who would dare get close to him?
In an instant, many people's eyes around were filled with fear. Especially Sun Xian, who just wanted to make friends, was cursing inwardly.
Damn fierce bandit. This is the ancient Tian sect. It is the sect where Emperor Frost Sky and the Saint Ancestor Wusu are located. You, a big bandit, sending your grandson here, is that really appropriate?
Hui Xuanbiao looked at his expression and chuckled again.
What is Sun brother doing? Once the assessment is over, I'll treat you to a drink. I've heard that the Sun clan in the Tianhai domain has a royal quality treasure blade, you must lend it to me to see. Chapter 146, The Boisterous Wanyue Peak. Must show restraint. Granny Shi, Xiaofui, Zhao Yi, Jiang Yizong, and others quickly ascended Wanyue Peak. They hadn't seen the little guy for more than half a year and missed him very much. Moreover, Yu Xian had sneaked out before and entered the battle dragon's secret realm, not knowing if he had suffered inside. Would he have lost weight?
In addition, everyone was worried about the actions of the Bailey family and others, making the little guy feel bad.
After all, he is still a child.
They had to comfort him well later. A large group of figures gathered in the void. Before Xiaofui could steady himself, he shouted out.
Good apprentice, the Grandmaster is here to see you.
Halfway through, he suddenly paused. The scene before him left him dumbfounded. Granny Shi and others also stared wide-eyed. At this moment on Wanyue Peak, curling smoke rose, and the aroma of meat wafted through the air.
Led by Jiang Yuxian, a group of young boys and girls were busy cooking. Good heavens! It was bustling and very busy.
Among them, a boy in purple was wielding a powerful flame spirit, it was the purple inferno flame. At this moment, he was multitasking, splitting out several flames, standing in the center, surrounded by a crowd. Next to him, a robust boy was holding up a large halberd with a massive tiger's paw on it, spinning it over the fire non-stop, while two others were responsible for sprinkling something on top.
Is that the paw of a white tiger?
Granny Shi, Xiaofui, and others were stunned, all looked a bit foolish.
These people are actually roasting meat? And they are roasting a white tiger's paw? No way.
But what they saw was not only this scene. On the other side, there was a big cauldron standing on the ground, boiling a full pot of meat soup, bubbling and making sounds. A young man in a white robe, elegantly poised, held a long sword, continually stirring the meat soup. He even scooped out a little with a stone bowl to taste, smacked his lips, seeming to feel the flavor was a bit bland, and added some seasoning.
Wolfbone of the green-eyed demon wolf simmering soup?
Zhao Yi's beard trembled fiercely, he stammered. The rest of the people also stared in a daze.
Where on earth did they find such a white tiger and green-eyed demon wolf? Not only that.
They also saw Jiang Yuxian.
At this moment, that little guy was standing on a big rock, beside him were plates of processed precious herbs.
The little guy was now instructing two young girls.
Let me tell you, when frying, you need a hot pan and cold oil, the fire must be strong, understand?
Once the ingredients go into the pan, keep stirring.
Before taking it off the heat, sprinkle just a tiny bit of water to enhance the aroma.
You all watch carefully, I'll demonstrate just once. The little guy held a wooden spoon in his hand, in front of him was a large pot. No, that was clearly a precious shield, and not of low quality. Zhao He and the group were left speechless.
Little guy, what are you doing? Old lady, she couldn't help but ask. Jiang Yuxian finally returned to his senses from his focus. Grandma. And master. You're back.
As he spoke, he greased the pot with oil made from the white tiger. Once the tiger oil started to smoke, he immediately took a plate of sliced precious herbs that looked like shredded potatoes and poured them into the pot. With a sizzling sound, flames shot up over a meter high, startling Qin Yushi and Qin Zihan.
Hey! You can't deny that the power of the zimming burning heaven flame is strong. Jiang Yuxian nodded in satisfaction.
At the same time, he turned to old lady Shi and the others and shouted. You guys came at just the right time, find a place to sit.
Later, you must try my cooking, nobody leaves.
While speaking, he glanced at Zhao Yi's wine gourd on his waist.
Master, do you have wine in your gourd? Let's mix a few drinks later.
He then turned his head and stopped paying attention to them, looking at the two girls standing beside him.
You must watch carefully and learn earnestly, understand? No matter if you are a boy or a girl, being able to cook well is a big plus, you won't starve wherever you go.
Jiang Yuxian wasn't afraid of getting burned, he grabbed the rim of the pot with his left hand and started flipping the spatula. The pot sizzled, and the smoke from the oil rose high. Qin Yushi and Qin Zihan stood by like two obedient children, listening earnestly and watching closely.
Before long, the aroma began to diffuse. Boss, how much longer until we eat?
Hui Shaodao sat on the ground with his legs crossed, digging a bowl with a stone. He was drooling, soaking his front.
Do your thing. Don't make noise. There are many of us, make more bowls, understand? Jiang Yuxian shot him a glare and said.
This scene had old lady Shi, Xiaofui, Jiang Yizong, and others almost wide-eyed. They were worried about whether the little guy had faced any difficulties or grievances these days. But what was presented before their eyes was such a lively scene. From the looks of it, he was clearly experienced, this wasn't his first time. Where did it seem like he had eaten any bitterness or suffered any grievances? Was he living this well in the Dragon Battle Secret Realm too? You slipped in to take the qualification test to form a cooking team? But, it really does smell good. Xiaofui suddenly licked his lips. The remaining elders even gulped.
Cooking with precious herbs and using high-quality fierce beast meat, how can it not smell good?
Zhao Yi picked up the wine gourd, pulled out the stopper, and chugged a mouthful, washing it down with the aroma.
Today, they really opened their eyes. So this is how food can be made.
A group of people didn't disturb him, just stood aside and watched. When Jiang Yuxian's first dish came out of the pot, the task was handed over to Qin Yushi and the others, while he supervised and pointed things out from the side.
And Xiaofui couldn't wait any longer. This smells too good.
He dashed over, grabbed a pair of chopsticks from Hui Shaodao.
Good disciple, let master taste this dish first. He picked up the dish just stir-fried by Jiang Yuxian and stuffed it into his mouth. After carefully experiencing the taste, he couldn't help but squint his eyes. So fragrant. So crispy.
Xiaofui's mouth crunched a delicious bite, continuously nodding in praise.
He then ran over to Yang Xiao, cut a piece of meat from the big tiger's paw and tossed it into his mouth.
His mouth was so hot it felt like it was buzzing, but after chewing a few bites, he felt refreshed.
This is too delicious. The meaty flavor was rich. Mixed with various seasonings, it was crispy, spicy, and numbing, simply marvelous. So tasty. So very tasty. How can there be such delicious food? After finishing one piece, he cut another. Before long, he wolfed it down. Hui Shaodao watched his actions, wiping his mouth again and again. Is it really that delicious? The remaining experts of the ancient sky sect were somewhat doubtful. Looking at those two, was it too exaggerated? Old man Xiao, look at you like that.
The ancient heavenly sect is the supreme great sect, we, as the higher-ups, should have some grace.
There are little kids watching us, can you please show a bit of restraint? An elder suddenly let out a mocking laugh. Chapter 147, is it really that delicious? Xiaofui's wolf-like appetite made everyone from the ancient heavenly sect roll their eyes. Aren't you an elder of the sect and a master of the revered sage of non-existence? You should at least care about your image, right? There are a bunch of little ones watching. You're just giving people a reason to laugh at you. In an instant, many people shot Xiaofui disdainful looks.
Before long, when the roasted meat and soup were done, each one of them presented a dish of stir-fried dishes as well.
Jiang Yuxian cut everyone a big piece of roasted meat and divided a bowl of soup. Are we really going to eat this?
A group of old geezers hesitated. They had deep cultivation, and most hadn't eaten anything from the human world for years, nearly losing their appetite. But under Jiang Yuxian's strong insistence, they all politely tasted it.
And this tasting, oh! It was something else. In an instant, their eyes lit up. Wow! It's really delicious!
One elder exclaimed, lifting the bowl to sip the soup.
Incredible! Absolutely incredible! Is this really so tasty? Another elder also shouted, filled with admiration.
Seeing this, everyone else began to join in.
Soon, the venue erupted with gasps of amazement and praise. How can there be such delicious food in this world? Beast meat and precious herbs combined, and it's this delicious. Stir-frying these herbs makes them so refreshing. In that moment, everyone was shocked. Just one bite made their cravings jump out from their bellies. Especially Zhao He. He held a piece of roasted meat in one hand and a wine gourd in the other. One bite of roasted meat followed by a sip of wine. The blend of wine and meat aroma made every pore of his body pop open. An extreme comfort spread from his abdomen to every part of him, making him feel electrified. My goodness! How can roasted meat be this delicious? He finally understood why Xiao Fui was acting that way. This kind of flavor is something no one could resist. Moreover, Zhao He discovered that roasted meat paired with wine was simply a match made in heaven. So good it has no rivals. Not long after, Zhao He was eating with grease all over his mouth, with wine stains all over his beard. Zhao, old man, do you have no shame? You've eaten almost half the roasted meat by yourself. Xiao Fui suddenly jumped up and scolded, rushing to grab some for himself. Leave me some too. An elder pulled out a half-length big knife and rushed forward to cut the meat himself. Must hurry. There are too many people, and there isn't enough meat to share. Moreover, Zhao He and Xiao Fui were just two gluttons, two mouths were chewing like a whirlwind, completely unbeatable. As the elder spoke, the half-length knife swiftly cut the remaining tiger's paw, leaving only a few bones with a sprinkle of cooked meat. The others around let out a wail. Old Wu, you shameless rascal. Share half with me. Otherwise, I'll battle you for 300 rounds. Let's all rush him. Immediately, over 10 people charged forward to snatch it back. Elder Wu burst with power all over, releasing a fierce spatial force and used a teleportation skill, appearing 3 miles away. In the blink of an eye, he licked around the roasted meat, soaking it with his saliva. Hee, who still wants some? Looking at the pursuers, he handed the roasted meat over, grinning slyly. You! The others were furious, their faces turning pale. This is too shameless. Such a despicable tactic. They all turned cold and ignored him. The tiger bone is mine. Xiao Fui suddenly shouted, swinging out a dragon-catching hand towards the tiger bone. After all, there was still some meat on it, right? But at the same time, several glowing handprints appeared, crashing fiercely into each other. With a loud bang, the tiger bone shattered into pieces. A few people each grabbed a piece. The big spear that was originally holding the roasted meat flew up high into the sky, twisting chaotically. Like a frozen snake, it fell to the ground with a clang, shaking a little. The roasted meat was completely gone. Everyone turned their heads and set their sights on the wolf bone soup and stir-fried dishes. This time, everyone learned to be smart. Strike first. But the eagerness of the crowd couldn't be contained, over a dozen people acted at the same time. What a scramble, the bronze cauldron was sent flying, not knowing who had struck it into a misshapen form, soup splattered everywhere. The bowls for the dishes flew around wildly. Fortunately, these old folks were not ordinary people, with a flick of their fingers in the air, they rolled up the soup and dishes. They didn't bother with bowls, directly opening their mouths to catch. This scene made Jiang Yuxian, Hui Xiaodao, and others twitch at the corners of their mouths, all dumbfounded. Just for some meat, to drink some soup, and they started fighting? Is this really necessary? And we worked hard for so long, yet we didn't even get a bite and it was all snatched away by you? That's one thing. You snatch it fine, but how come even the roasting spear, the boiling bronze cauldron, and the bowls and dishes are all ruined? What on earth is going on here? My 5th grade treasure. Yang Xiao cried out in pain. Feng Wuchou stood beside, his face equally stiff. His 6th grade bronze cauldron was also broken. On the other side, Granny Shi, Tang Wan, Shen Kuanyang, and Jiang Yizong also watched all this unfold. They had been holding their bowls, still hesitating whether to eat or not, when the fighting began over there. The 3 holy ancestors and 1 sect leader were now all filled with black lines on their foreheads. What about the noble demeanor we talked about earlier? What about the restraint we agreed upon? How could it all be thrown out the window in an instant? You guys really have to. Are these things really that tasty? Jiang Yizong asked suspiciously. How about, we also give it a try? Tang Wang hesitantly asked. Then let's give it a try. Shen Kuanyang nodded. The 4 no longer thought too much and started tasting. A door to a new world suddenly swung open with a loud bang. So it really is this delicious. My goodness. The few of them devoured their food, finishing what was in their hands in just a few bites. But there was really too little, not enough to even fill the gaps between their teeth. And those other dishes were already ravaged by Xiao Fui and others. Just when they got a taste, it was all gone. What now? Luckily, these few had quite good self-restraint, maintaining the demeanor of being high-level people. Ha ha, it really is delicious. Tang Wang stroked his beard, highly approving. He suddenly looked at Jiang Yuxian. Yuxian, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Just wait here, the master will go hunt 180 fierce beasts back. While speaking, Tang Wang turned to leave. I'll go with you. Shen Kuanyang coughed and also wanted to follow along. Jiang Yuxian called out to the two. He sighed inwardly. These two are not concerned about me not eating, they just haven't had enough themselves. We still have plenty of meat here, enough to fill you up. A round belly, sprawled on the ground, a pile by the tree and a group leaning against it. Zhao He appeared to be drunken, hiccuping one after another. What high status, what strong demeanor, all thrown to the sky. No way. That little meat is roasted, that little soup is stewed, that little dish is stir-fried. TSK. So delicious. Only she grandma and a few female elders looked much better, at least managing to maintain some image. After eating and drinking enough, everyone finally remembered to care about Jiang Yuxian, asking him about his previous retreat and experiences in the dragon battle secret realm. In fact, it was already widely rumored that Jiang Yuxian had cultivated the unique god wheel. But everyone did not know the specific details. What? You cultivated to 10th god wheel in just half a year? And you even fused into one? Exclamations of shock and horror rang out. This completely exceeded their understanding. So, the Godwheel realm could actually merge into one, evolving into endless changes. So this was the true extreme. In the present day, the first to cultivate the 10th Godwheel was the young master Wang Yang of the Shock Sky Palace, who took a full 5 years, overshadowing countless talents of the ages. But compared to Jiang Yuxian, he seemed instantly dim. Freak. Monster. Not human. Feng Wuchang, Hui Xiaodao, Qin Yushi, and others cursed from the side. Looking at Jiang Yuxian, their gazes were like seeing a ghost. They had long known that the emperor's son was different from ordinary people, but never expected him to be this terrifying. Jiang Yuxian just smiled and said nothing more. That day he fused 10 godwheels into one, heaven knows what he experienced. That kind of process was filled with endless danger, with one careless move leading to death. He risked his life. But for him, this was the necessary path to becoming the strongest. Such an invincible road, how could it be easy? If one's foundation was even slightly weaker, the outcome would definitely be death. Fortunately, he succeeded. I didn't expect the demon tribe to sneak into the dragon battle secret realm. This was indeed our oversight. Luckily, Yuxian snuck in, or else the imperial bloodstone would really have been taken by them. When mentioning the final situation during the assessment, she grandma couldn't help but darken her gaze. Stealing in the Frost Sky Emperor's sect was like reaching into the fire for chestnuts. No one expected the demon tribe to be so bold. And their purpose was actually to revive the long-dead demon emperor. This made the hearts of everyone feel heavy. Many years ago, the demon tribe and the human tribe had deep grievances, constantly in conflict. Although there had not been any disputes for a long time, if the demon emperor were truly revived, everything would be worth guarding against. Our human tribe has Qing Shuang stationed, I believe the demon tribe won't cause too much of a storm. Xiao Fui snorted coldly. Everyone nodded in agreement. After chatting for a while, everyone had digested enough information. Jiang Yizong, Xiaofui, Zhou, Tang Wang, and others all took their leave, no longer interrupting. They still had important matters at hand. The disciple selection ceremony was still ongoing, and the second round would soon begin. After this, the formation conference would arrive. If it weren't for visiting the little guy, they wouldn't have the time to steal this half-day leisure. However, she grandma had nothing much to do next, staying at Wangyue Peak to watch over Jiang Yuxian, afraid that he would sneak off again. I wonder how little Chang Shuang and young Jiang are doing, when will they return? She grandma suddenly murmured with a distant look. Jiang Yuxian also fell into silence. His parents had gone to the Death Fiend land, checking on the situation of the Eternal Lord Shui Honglu, and it had already been over a month. But there had been no news. He was also a bit worried. That was the Death Fiend land. It contained immense dangers, every step was nerve-wracking, and there had been powerful heavenly emperors who had entered and never returned. I hope his parents can be safe and sound. Jiang Yuxian silently prayed in his heart. Besides this, he had already reached the peak of the divine will realm and needed to prepare for the soul-nurturing realm. The so-called soul-nurturing realm was about nurturing one true spirit after another within the divine wheel. These true spirits were either drawn from the powerful spirits of fierce beasts or were innate divine materials. For example, the snake essence blood and the vermilion bird essence blood he obtained might still contain the innate marks of these two fierce beasts. If he could successfully nurture them, he could transform them into true spirits to fight, greatly increasing his combat power. As for the innate divine material, Han Xian's purple nether flame was one of them. However, such divine materials were often hard to find, extremely rare.
In Jiang Yuxian's current situation, he truly didn't know what true spirit to nurture would be best.
I'll wait, let my mom and dad decide. Jiang Yuxian thought.
Feng Wuchou, Han Xian, Qin Yuxi, and others also stayed at Wangyue Peak. However, there was no place to stay, so they had to make do. A group of people chose the simplest method and directly dug out a few caves to settle down. Jiang Yuxian planned to let them decide after the assessment was over, whether to stay or leave. Then, he immersed his mind.
Let's study the basic array general outline first.
Jiang Yuxian suddenly spoke to himself.
Entering the War Dragon Secret Realm assessment was for this reward.
Although unexpected events occurred and he exited early, fortunately, the dog system did not take his rewards away. At this moment, the rewards had already been distributed.
This dog system wouldn't be out of stock and is just using this to brush me off, right?
Seeing the name of the reward, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but mumble.
Basic Array General Outline.
Without looking at the content, he knew it had to be an overview of basic arrays, probably nothing too profound. In the past, the rewards were all incredibly cool and flashy. Suddenly getting something so small, he truly felt a bit unaccustomed.
However, when Jiang Yuxian took a brief look at the system explanation, he couldn't remain calm anymore. What a good thing.
This dog system, you must be my biological one, how filial.
You actually gave me such a good thing.
Jiang Yuxian suddenly jumped 3 feet high, attracting strange looks from Granny Shi and Feng Wuchou. He paid no attention, only focused on grinning widely. Then he didn't think too much and ordered directly.
System, merge the basic array general outline. In an instant, boundless information flooded into his mind, transforming into marks that could never be erased.
In the realm of arrays, it was vast and intricate, obscure and profound. Just merging the basic array general outline took Jiang Yuxian a long time. It was during this time that news finally reached the ancient heavenly sect from the outside world.
About the news of his dad and mom. In an instant, the entire ancient heavenly sect was in an uproar. Chapter 149, Great Battle with Unknown Beings.
Source of Darkness.
Not just the ancient heavenly sect.
On this day, the entire 3000 path domain was in turmoil.
A piece of news spread, shocking everyone greatly.
Some days ago, the only Frost Sky Emperor in the world fought a terrifying battle with an unknown being. What frightened people was that the being fought the Frost Sky Emperor to a standstill.
The two of them traversed through endless lands from the deadly realm.
Terrifying power shattered the heavens, nearly piercing the nether gloom. Under the 9 heavens, clouds hung down.
Water in all 4 seas stood still.
Many people, even at an extremely distant distance, vaguely saw scenes of what transpired. That unknown being was wrapped in dense dark light, its exact form unclear, but the aura it emitted was frightening like an ancient demon god. With one roar, the 9 heavens collapsed and shattered.
Mountains shook and the earth trembled, the great way resonated. The boundless land buckled, exploding into abyss after abyss.
A desolate area comparable to 3 great domains appeared as if it had been plowed, in complete disarray.
Some people witnessed it with their eyes.
The Frost Sky Emperor clashed hard with the unknown being. Time and space twisted, the great path overturned, as if doomsday had arrived. The unknown being surged up, directly breaking through the barrier of the great wilderness realm, flying into the void. Stars fell, descending into the world, bringing destruction to heaven and earth. At the same time, the Frost Sky Emperor also retreated rapidly, her divine power rolling endlessly, turning into a vast expanse of frost, pouring out.
Countless mountains and rivers transformed into a vast icy plain.
Such a scene caused those who witnessed it to be terrified to the core. For powerful beings like the Frost Sky Emperor, their mastery of power had already reached the peak. To generate such intense shockwaves of divine energy that became uncontrollable and poured out, it showed how fearsome her opponent was.
The outcome of this battle was unknown to all. Because the Frost Sky Emperor and that unknown being fought all the way beyond the sky.
Except for the Heavenly Emperor level experts, no one could break the barrier of the great wilderness realm to witness the battle.
Perhaps, they had already determined victory or defeat.
Or perhaps, they had returned to this realm, heading to even more distant territories to fight. Such circumstances caused many in the 3000 realms to feel anxious. The land of death hides many ancient secrets, it is a treacherous life forbidden zone, closely linked to the bygone ancient era. That unknown being might just be a descendant of ancient creatures that survived. With powerful monsters emerging from the land of death, could it be that the bloody, dark era of suffering for all living beings is about to return? Many ancient monsters who had lived for countless years couldn't help but shudder as they spoke. They knew many secret tales and held profound fears about the land of death. There, once served as the source of darkness, terrifying death waves had occurred, causing the entire great wilderness realm to be permeated with a stench of blood. Powerful monsters emerged, killing all living beings in their path. Countless lives perished in that era. Even heavenly emperor-level experts had fallen. Heaven grieved, the great path mourned. although countless years had passed, and all that remained were ancient records. Every time they reminisced, numerous ancient beings couldn't help but feel chills all over. I hope the Frost Sky Emperor can successfully suppress the unknown being. I hope the 3,000 realms remain disaster-free, forever in peace. May our human race thrive, with outstanding talents emerging, and one day, suppress all sources of darkness. Many silently prayed in their hearts. At the ancient heaven sect. When Jiang Yuxian learned of all this news, he wasn't particularly shocked. What filled him was just deep worry. He never thought that with his mother's cultivation, there would still be someone who could fight her to such an extent. "Mom, you must be safe," Jiang Yuxian murmured anxiously. "Yuxian, don't worry, your father and mother will definitely return safely." Grandma she smiled kindly, comforting Jiang Yuxian. But then she turned, standing high in the clouds, gazing into the distance, standing there for most of the day, silent and still. The high-level members of the ancient heaven sect, like her, were also eagerly waiting, hoping to see Su Qingxuang and Jiang Wushu return home soon. Jiang Yuxian spent days forgetting to drink and eat. He had no heart to continue studying the basics of formations, even grilling meat and boiling soup had been paused for several days. Feng Wuchou, Qin Yushi, and others wanted to comfort him, but they didn't know what to say. Only Hui Xiaotao's eyes turned. "Boss, the Bailey family, Hellion family, and ancient Knight dynasty have been kneeling outside the mountain gate for several days. How do you want to deal with them? How about letting my grandpa bring people to rob all their good things, to let off some steam for you?" He moved closer, rubbing his hands, chuckling as he spoke. Jiang Yuxian raised his hand and gave him a light thump on the head. Every day, all he knew was to rob, rob, rob. We are the future pillars of the 3,000 realms, the backbone of the human race. Can you think of something serious for once? Besides, with the background of those three families, what good stuff could there be? Burning paper at the grave, fooling the ghosts? Their most precious items are probably just imperial artifacts and royal medicines. Could I, Jiang Yuxian, possibly look at those? Boss. Hui Xiaotao covered his head, tears in his eyes, feeling extremely wronged. I kindly comfort you, and you hit me instead. You go and make them roll. Then bring my things back. Jiang Yuxian glared at him and said. Hui Xiaotao's eyes lit up immediately. All right, boss. With a whoosh, he ran off without a trace. Jiang Yuxian's eyelids twitched twice, then he reacted and understood. Sure enough. When Hui Xiaotao returned, besides the imperial weapon turtle shell, jade pendant, and some royal artifact essence blood, he also carried several storage bags. Upon opening, a dazzling light of treasures appeared, all kinds of strange items were there. Treasures, weapons, essence blood, formation plates. He even looted a few imperial artifacts from them. Jiang Yuxian's mouth twitched twice. This kid. This is taking advantage of public opportunities to extort the three families heavily. But he didn't pay much attention to it. At this moment, Jiang Yuxian was not concerned about these matters. He just wanted to quietly wait. Before there was no solid news from Dad and Mom, he had no mood for anything. But fortunately, he didn't have to wait too long. On the third day, the very day the ancient heaven sect's disciple enrollment ceremony completely ended. A pair of young man and woman stepped out of the void, landing on Wangyue Peak. They were none other than Jiang Wushu and Su Qingxuang, who had left for over a month. Dad. Mom. Little Qingxuang. Jiang kid. Jiang Yuxian and Granny Shi were overjoyed. Mom, you are finally back. Jiang Yuxian shouted, rushing to hang on his mother's neck. Yuxian. Su Qingxuang tightly embraced him, filled with love. It felt like not seeing each other for over a month was akin to 1,000 years apart. Wow. Stinky kid has grown a lot taller. Come let me hug you. Jiang Wushu exclaimed, taking Jiang Yuxian from Su Qingxuang's arms, carefully examining him. Before long, someone from the ancient heaven sect noticed the commotion here. In an instant, a large crowd of people swarmed over, asking this and that. Seeing Su Qingxuang and her husband safe and sound, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, while Xiao Fui laughed heartily. At this time, Feng Wuchang, Hui Xiaotao, and others also popped their heads out from their respective caves. Each one of them looked at Jiang Wushu and Su Qingxuang, all appearing nervous and in awe. Who are they? Jiang Wushu raised an eyebrow, suddenly asking. Why are there suddenly so many young boys and girls on Wangyue Peak? Where did they come from? Granny Shi smiled and said 3 words. Chef team. The word chef team truly left Jiang Wushu and Su Qingxuang stunned for a long time. Then, Granny Shi explained everything to them, briefly mentioning Jiang Yuxian's recent deeds. The couple immediately widened their eyes. This stinky kid, he actually sneaked into the Battle Dragon's secret realm and earned the title of a little demon king. Others went there for assessments, and he went there for roasting cores. He even formed his own chef team. Where did he learn all this?
No one taught him. How did he become so skilled without a teacher? He. Jiang Yuxian awkwardly smiled.
Meanwhile, Feng Wuchang, Han Xian, Qin Yushi, and the others were all blushing deeply.
After all, they could be considered young prodigies.
Figures renowned in the future across 3,000 realms.
How did they end up as chefs? In front of the Saint Ancestor Wushu and the Emperor of Frost, they were already nervous. Now, they wished they could find a hole to hide in, so embarrassing. Only Hui Shaodao, carefree and laughing. What's wrong with being a chef? I have an emperor's son as my boss, I'm not afraid of robbing the world. This chef, this little brother, I, Hui Shaodao, have indeed made up my mind. Regarding the expressions of these people, Su Qingxuan and Jiang Wushu did not pay much attention. When the two learned that Jiang Yuxian had achieved the unique divine wheel, the couple was left in a daze for a while. They were also shocked. 10 divine wheels have already shaken the ancient world and forged an invincible path. This unique divine wheel, it really might be unprecedented. Jiang Wushu muttered to himself, filled with shock. He could never imagine that the little one had accomplished this step in just half a year. Incredible! After a long while, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! My son Yuxian will surely reach the pinnacle of this world. Not only will he overshadow an era, but he will also cause the river of time to tremble. Jiang Wushu placed one hand on his waist, speaking loudly and happily. Su Qingxuan's eyes also sparkled. From the current situation, Jiang Yuxian has already far surpassed their past brilliance. Perhaps one day, he could truly exceed her completely. In this moment, even Su Qingxuan couldn't help but start to have expectations. After a while, she withdrew her divine body from the jade pendant, learning about the specifics of the demon clan's infiltration into the imperial tomb. The result made her eyebrows raise slightly. Jiang Wushu exclaimed in astonishment. Oh my goodness, this brat has done something great. He said in a daze, looking at the little one with indescribable amazement. Jiang Yuxian raised his head, filled with pride. Look at me. If it weren't for me, the losses this time would have been huge. Then his eyes began to light up as he looked at his mother. Mom, look. I'm about to break through to the spirit accumulating realm. In that imperial tomb, is there some kind of innate divine treasure? He rubbed his hands together, grinning as he spoke. The burial site of a celestial emperor is definitely extraordinary, there must be many unexpected treasures inside. If he could obtain a few innate divine treasures and nurture them into the divine wheel, wouldn't that be wonderful? Seeing his appearance, the group around him laughed. This little guy actually set his sights on the imperial tomb. Su Qingxuan also felt helpless. But soon, her expression suddenly became serious. That imperial tomb is the resting place of the dragon celestial emperor. Many years ago, he sacrificed his entire strength, abandoning his celestial emperor body, to suppress a terrifying great evil there. Without him, the human race could not have survived to this day. Yuxian, you must not go in there, do you understand? That is not a good place. Moreover, let the dragon celestial emperor rest in peace. She solemnly instructed. When Jiang Wushu, Jiang Yuxian, Feng Wuchou, Hui Shaodao, and others heard this, their spirits were all uplifted. They finally learned that the person buried in the imperial tomb was the dragon celestial emperor. An ancient celestial emperor-class powerhouse of the human race. And he actually sacrificed his celestial emperor body to suppress a great evil. For the sake of the human bloodline's continuation. This situation deeply moved the group. They all felt infinite respect for the dragon celestial emperor. At the same time, they were filled with confusion. What kind of great evil would be so significant that a celestial emperor would treat it this way? In an instant, Jiang Yuxian recalled something. His mother went to the land of death and did not find the trace of Xue Honlu. But it provoked a powerful being, leading to a world-destroying battle. Just before, Granny Shi had already inquired in detail. His mother fought against that being for 7 days and nights, and not long ago, finally succeeded in killing it. At this moment, she had safely returned home. One can imagine that the evil being suppressed by the dragon celestial emperor may be even more terrifying than that being. However, Jiang Yuxian still wanted to ask for more details. Such as, what exactly is the evil being in the imperial tomb? Such as, what exactly exists in the land of death? But as soon as his words came out, his father shot him a fierce glare. You little brat, why are you asking these things? Go play by yourself. Jiang Yuxian glared back at him immediately. Dad, if you dare to scold me, I'll let my mom deal with you. Jiang Wushu was about to hit him in response. How dare you threaten your father? But when he caught sight of his wife, he couldn't help but shrink his neck and gave up reluctantly. After this commotion, the matter was closed. Mainly, Su Qingxuan indeed didn't plan to tell the little guy the details. Soon, Jiang Yizong, Tang Wang, and others went back to their own tasks. Wan Yue Peak regained a bit of tranquility.
Su Qingxuang and Jiang Wushu began to look over a group of young boys and girls.
Their talents are quite good. Jiang Wushu nodded in agreement.
These young boys and girls, as long as nothing unexpected happens, likely wouldn't struggle to advance to the Dongshan realm in the future. Finally, his gaze landed on Hui Shatao.
This is the heavenly dragon battle body? Jiang Wushu was slightly surprised.
Su Qingxuang also felt a bit shocked. They saw through Hui Shotao's physique and were moved by it. The heavenly dragon battle body has the bloodline of an ancient heavenly dragon. This kind of physique will undergo 9 transformations, known as the 9 changes of the heavenly dragon, and ultimately possess the true power of the heavenly dragon.
This is a natural warrior.
The two didn't expect that among the people the little guy brought back, there was actually such a talented child.
However,
why were Jiang Yuxian, Feng Wuchang, and the other kids all holding back laughter when talking about the heavenly dragon battle body?
Mom and Dad, I'm going to find something to eat. Jiang Yuxian didn't explain, waving his hand and leading a group away from Wanyue Peak, once again entering the battle dragon's secret realm.
The supplies were all used up, and they had to restock.
As for the battle dragon's secret realm, that was just their backyard, wasn't it?
Looking at the little guys leaving, Jiang Wushu suddenly frowned.
Frost, don't you think that Hui Shatao looks a bit familiar? I always feel like I've seen someone with a very similar appearance. But I just can't remember.
He said this. Jiang Wushu's question made Su Qingxuang ponder for a while. However, neither of them could recall. They had seen too many people over the years.
There were certainly others who looked similar. They soon threw this thought aside. Not long after, Jiang Yuxian returned again. With his parents back safely, his gloomy mood instantly brightened.
So, a group of people took out a lot of fierce beasts and precious herbs from their storage bags.
Prepare to butcher and clean.
On the first day of his parents' return, Jiang Yuxian and the others were roasting meat, simmering soup, and stir-frying dishes behind Wanyue Peak. Jiang Yuxian even kindly invited the spiritual beasts in the back mountain to join, but they were so scared that they ran away, quickly disappearing from sight. The many spiritual monkeys and jade rabbits were now trembling all over.
This little demon king is back. And this time, he actually killed so many fierce beasts. Too terrifying. Is he going to eat us? So scared. Jiang Yuxian didn't chase after them.
Since they unlocked a new way to play, they naturally wouldn't disturb those spiritual beasts again.
The group was having a great feast. This big kidney is really amazing. You all should eat more. Jiang Yuxian held up a piece of lion kidney, looking very happy while eating. Feng Wuchang glanced at it in fear. He wouldn't eat that again.
When in the battle dragon secret realm, he ate the kidney of a red-eyed barbarian bear, and that feeling.
It felt like he was going to explode, it was hard as iron. It was a vivid memory.
Since then, Feng Wuchang would rather die than eat kidney again. In the distance, Jiang Wushu watched the group with twitching eyelids. While Su Qingxuang and Granny Shi both smiled faintly, looking at the little guy without intervening.
On the second day after his parents returned, Jiang Yuxian and the others were behind Wanyue Peak. Barbecue, stews, stir-fried dishes. The smoke rises, the cooking fumes are thick. Stinky boy, are you planning to burn down Wanyue Peak? Jiang Wushu stood in the distance, roaring loudly. Yes, the cooking smoke is indeed a bit much.
Jiang Yuxian thought for a moment and took out a gourd from his storage bag.
A gourd of purple gold that transforms spirits. It was obtained from the palace in the battle dragon's secret realm.
After removing the cork, it required no infusion of spiritual energy to completely suck up all the cooking fumes.
You won't believe it, the effect is amazing.
Seeing this scene, Jiang Wushu's forehead twitched with veins thicker than green beans.
That stinky boy. That's an imperial artifact. Just a bit less than a sacred artifact. You actually used it to suck up smoke?
Jiang Wushu's hands itched, wishing to spank Jiang Yuxian's but into 108 pieces. But thinking of his wife's protective nature.
Forget it. I'll endure. With a flick of his sleeve, he returned to the front peak. What I don't see won't hurt me. Jiang Yuxian was certainly pleased by this. On the third day after Mom and Dad returned, he was still grilling meat, making stews, and stir-frying with Feng Wuchou and others in the back mountain. This time, Jiang Wushu truly couldn't hold back. Stinky boy. Eating every day. Don't you need to cultivate? If this continues, I'll really hit you. He roared angrily from afar. Jiang Yuxian immediately retorted, shouting back. I've fought all my life, can't I enjoy myself?
Everyone froze, gazing at Jiang Yuxian with puzzled eyes. Jiang Wushu's expression stiffened, staring blankly for a long time. Then he erupted with thunderous rage. One hand pulled Su Qingxuang, the other pointed at Jiang Yuxian. Xuanger, listen. Listen. Listen to what this stinky boy is saying. He's barely worth anything, and he dares to say he's fought all his life.
Too infuriating. Schwanger, don't stop me. If I don't spank him today until he flowers, I'm not his father.
After saying that, he rushed to Jiang Yuxian's side and pressed him down. With a stretch of his palm, a bamboo stick flew over from the bamboo forest and landed hard on the little guy's bottom.
Ouch. Mom, save me.
Jiang Yuxian waved his arms and legs, crying out loudly. But he saw Mom and West Granny both cover their eyes at the same time.
They couldn't bear to look.
Feng Wuchou, Hui Xiaodao, and others stood nearby, trembling.
The emperor's son is getting beaten. Will Wushu Xingzu get angry with us too?
They were all extremely worried.
Mom, hurry and save me.
Jiang Yuxian cried out continuously, truly getting a taste of bamboo shoot stir-fried with meat. However, halfway through his cries, the system's voice rang in his mind again.
Ding, new task released.
Please host complete the task objective, participate in the array conference and seize first place.
Task reward, True Dragon Skeleton.
Jiang Yuxian could no longer care about the pain in his bottom, his cries stopped instantly. He opened the system panel, looking at the task content, his whole body fell into shock.
True Dragon Skeleton. This damn system, it even has such good stuff. He was immensely amazed. The true dragon, the strongest creature. In today's great wilderness realm, the true dragon's traces are long gone.
Even in the distant ancient times, only the descendants of the true dragon's bloodline existed. Even in the era of ancients, true dragons were among the most ferocious beings, hardly any could match them. And this time the task reward is actually the true dragon skeleton.
A complete skeleton. Jiang Yuxian examined the reward carefully and said.
According to the system introduction, this true dragon skeleton spans tens of thousands of miles. Among it, contains a trace of indestructible true dragon spirit, which can be nurtured into the divine wheel, with a chance to give birth to true dragon essence.
Such a good thing is beyond his imagination. You must know that the flesh and soul power of a true dragon are the most supreme existence in the world. Its body is like an iron wall, spanning heaven and earth, crushing everything, suppressing all. The power of its soul transforms into dragon roars, blasting through heaven and earth, all creatures prostrate. If Jiang Yuxian successfully nurtures the true dragon spirit, he could obtain the true spirit power to counter. His body like a true dragon, his strength would soar 1,000 or even 10,000 times from now. This is a treasure beyond imagination. And it's not just that. This true dragon skeleton, as long as it is nurtured properly, actually has a chance for flesh and blood to be reborn. To restore its former unmatched power.
Jiang Yuxian's eyes widened like a bull's, truly astonished.
And what does it mean for the true dragon skeleton to recreate flesh and blood? At that time, he could truly possess a real dragon. Just imagine one day, riding the dragon out, soaring through the 3 realms in 6 paths, up to the azure skies and down to the yellow springs, there would be nowhere he couldn't go, and everything would retreat in awe. What a grandeur and dominance that scene would be. Ha ha ha. So wonderful. So wonderful. Suddenly, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but laugh joyfully. But his laughter left everyone around him stunned. Why is the young master still laughing?
Feng Wuchang, Hui Xiaodao, and the others looked on in confusion.
Big brother. The saint ancestor Wushu was still hitting you, how could you still laugh? At the same time, a light shout rang out. Wushu, hurry and stop.
It was Su Qingxuan, snatching the bamboo strip from Jiang Wushu's hands, then hugging Jiang Yuxian, examining him up and down carefully.
Jiang Wushu scratched his head. This little brat, could it be that I knocked him silly? But I didn't hit his head. Chapter 152, The Way of Array.
Jiang Wushu's angry flames soared to the sky. Jiang Yuxian laughed while getting hit, scaring his family quite a bit, not knowing what was wrong with the child. Fortunately, after a while, he returned to normal. Beside him, Hui Xiaodao, Feng Wuchang, and others looked at him with strange expressions.
What are you dawdling for? Continue cooking the soup, keep roasting.
Jiang Yuxian broke free from his mother's arms, glaring at the few people. Jiang Wushu's eyelids twitched a few times, wanting to continue hitting him, but soon met Su Qingxuan's deadly glare, then rolled up his sleeves and hurried to the front peak, wanting to be out of sight, out of mind.
And Jiang Yuxian also calmed his thoughts.
This mission reward was simply too tempting.
The true dragon skeleton. The massive dragon body spanning 10,000 miles. Even if he couldn't nurture its spirit to recreate flesh and blood, using it to simmer a high broth could last for a good 6 months, right? I have already merged the fundamental array rules, participating in the array conference is naturally feasible. Jiang Yuxian thought to himself. The fundamental array rules were not what he initially imagined.
They merely summarized many basic arrays. Furthermore, there was endless knowledge about arrays. The carving and combination of array patterns. The arrangement of array bases.
The rational use of array energy. What was summarized was how to arrange a flawless array. And with this knowledge, even the most advanced arrays, Jiang Yuxian could see through and break down into many basic forms. Like a master chef skillfully dissecting beef. After all, no matter how advanced an array pattern, it was still composed of basic array patterns. In other words, the fundamental array rules left Jiang Yuxian with no knowledge gaps in the way of arrays. Of course, he knew clearly. If it were reversed, and he had to set up a terrifying great array, that would not work. Without sufficient cultivation power, the carved array patterns wouldn't be enough to support such a powerful array to operate smoothly. Moreover, if he really found himself trapped in a terrible great array, merely seeing through the basic structure wouldn't be of much use. Lacking strength, he couldn't shake the array base, couldn't break the array patterns, and could only stare helplessly. If one was destined to perish, then it would still be perishing. However, speaking of which, if he could find the most fatal flaw, breaking even a holy array wouldn't be impossible. Either that, or like his mother, with unparalleled cultivation and celestial means. Although his mother was only a half-baked expert in arrays, with the right strength, she could easily disperse any powerful array. Just charge through headlessly. Simple and brutal. With my command skills, I'm truly not afraid of ordinary arrays. Jiang Yuxian suddenly grew confident again. In a great mood. He finished eating meat with Feng Wuchou and others, and began humming a nonsensical tune. Rain falls, in autumn pants the grass and trees are deep, I heard, the lady in white is alone. He strolled to the front peak, looking for his mother, to ask about the details of the array conference. Previously, he only heard that the ancient heaven sect had such a grand event, but the details were unclear. Not long after, a sharp roar echoed from Wanyue Peak. What? Those coming to the array conference are all old monsters? This roar came from Jiang Yuxian. At this moment, he was sitting at a table, drinking tea brewed by his father to ease his stomach. But upon hearing the details of the array conference, he became utterly disheartened. It could be said that this was a grand gathering. Gathering many profound practitioners in the path of arrays, more than half of the prominent figures in the 3,000 realms had come. Among them, there were also several great array masters. Such existences could set up an overwhelmingly fierce holy array with just a wave of their hand. And according to the task instructions, Jiang Yuxian had to compete against these people and stand out among them. To take first place. On what basis? Did he really think he could rely on the basic array general principles? If it were that easy to surpass those people, it meant the research of those holy array bosses over countless years had gone to the dogs. No way. I need to think of a way. Jiang Yuxian muttered to himself with a serious face. Could it be that I have to use my identity to forcibly take this first place? His eyes changed. No matter what, he had to participate. When Jiang Yuxian expressed this, Zhang Wushu and Su Qingshuan were all very surprised. You haven't even studied arrays, why are you attending this conference? However, Jiang Yuxian soon revealed his skills on the spot, setting up a small array on Wanyue Peak. Although the rank was not high, it truly shocked a group of people. He really knew how to do it. Another case of self-taught? Jiang Wushu's lips twitched violently. He increasingly could not understand his own son. You mean I can't learn on my own when you're not around? Jiang Yuxian retorted. Since Yuxian wants to go, it's good to have some experience. I'll greet Brother Jiang, and tomorrow I'll personally take this little guy to have a look. Su Qingshuang said with a smile. Only then did Jiang Yuxian nod in satisfaction. Just then, Jiang Wushu suddenly began to complain. You little rascal. If you keep staying in the ancient heaven sect, I'm afraid you'll tear this place apart. Those fierce beasts in the battle dragon secret realm will sooner or later be gobbled up by you. He raised his eyebrows, indicating the direction where Feng Wuchou, Hui Xiaodao, and others were. You arrange these people well, and once the array conference is over, we will go home. Hearing what his father said, Jiang Yuxian was stunned. We can go home. It seems the Xianshuang cave heaven, which turned into ruins during the Great Battle, has been repaired. He had not really seen what his home looked like since he was born. That's great. After all, that is his own home. But he couldn't bring his 10-person chef team along. Following behind him, he couldn't guide them anymore. His father and mother couldn't personally teach them either. The best choice for these people was still to stay in the ancient heaven sect as disciples, gaining the most systematic training and ample competition among peers. However, at least a few people still had to stay. Hui Xiaodao, this heavenly dragon battle body, his father and mother should still be willing to personally guide him. And then there was Han Xian. Without his purple Ming burning heaven flame, it would be too troublesome to eat meat in the future. Yang Xiao should also be brought along. He has recently improved rapidly in grilling meat, and among the group, he is the most efficient when it comes to work. Jiang Yuxian was calculating in his heart. But then, his little face suddenly darkened, remembering something.
Mom, help me find someone, he's among this batch of new disciples. His name is Dugujyo, and he has the sun radiant star body.
He spoke like this. Sun radiant star body?
I remember a few years ago, the 7-star hall seemed to have collected a disciple from the outside world.
It is the sunlit star body.
Jiang Wushu said in surprise. The 7 Stars Palace is not far from the Xian Frost Cave sky, he naturally knew the news. Jiang Yuxian soon confirmed his guess and told his parents about encountering Dugujyo in the Battle Dragon's secret realm. Suddenly, an indescribable anger surged up from Jiang Wushu. The Sade ancestor of the 7 Stars Palace fell in battle at the Xian Frost Cave sky. I didn't expect that after just half a year, someone would set their sights on the 7 Stars Palace. I fear the sunlit star body was forced to come to the ancient heaven sect.
Very well. I want to see just who was so bold as to disregard my Xian Frost Cave sky.
He suddenly exuded a murderous aura, rage soaring to the skies.
Chapter 153, The Rebirth of the Saint Ancestor.
Changes in the 7 Stars Palace. In the hearts of Jiang Yuxian's family, the 7 Stars Palace, the Heavenly River Valley, and the Broken Sword Pavilion were all groups they owed gratitude to. The only Saint Ancestor from these factions fell in that great battle, like a towering pillar collapsing with a crash. If someone truly sought harm against these forces, they could not stand by.
At this moment, even Su Qingxuan's gaze became extremely deep.
Jiang Wushu's figure disappeared directly from the spot.
He went personally to find Dugujyo.
Not long after, a small boy about the same size as Hui Xiaotao was brought back by him.
It was Dugujyo. It's actually him. Hui Xiaotao trembled upon seeing him.
He remembered being chased and beaten for 500 miles by this little brat during the assessment.
This kid is definitely a tough one. Greetings, Frost Sky Emperor. Greetings, Imperial Son. Dugujyo was gloomy and spoke little.
But when he saw Su Qingxuan and Jiang Yuxian, he was still shocked. He already knew that the little demon king he encountered was the Imperial Son. But upon meeting him, his heart could not remain calm.
Speak up, has something happened to the 7 Stars Palace?
You need not have any reservations. No matter the difficulties, this emperor will solve them for you. Su Qingxuan asked, her gaze piercing.
Hearing this, Dugujyo's eyes suddenly turned red.
It is the Flame Light Sword sect and the Murong family. They injured the palace master and occupied the transformation dragon pool, wanting to cut off my path to awakening. As Dugujyo recounted, Jiang Yuxian's family quickly understood what had happened. They certainly knew about the Flame Light Sword sect and the Murong family. These were also two powers with considerable backgrounds, each possessing a semi-sane ancestor who had lived for many years. They were not far from the real supreme sects, the Eternal Life families. And these two families belonged to the top powers of the Huajian region, alongside the 7 Stars Palace. For many years, the three parties had lived in peace. Even among the Murong family, there were descendants who joined the 7 Stars Palace and received great support. But everything changed after the only sane ancestor of the 7 Stars Palace, Shui Wulian, fell. The Flame Light Sword sect and the Murong family had their own thoughts. The foundation of a great sect made them salivate with envy. Especially the semi-sane ancestors from both families, who were eyeing it covetously. If they could divide the 7 Stars Palace's resources, they might just get the chance to take that crucial step before their time ran out and become true Sade ancestor-level powerhouses. However, considering the relationship between the 7 Stars Palace and Xian Frost Cave Sky, they did not dare to go too far.
So they chose to target the younger generation first.
The Flame Light Sword sect and the Murong family both proposed to have the younger generation compete with me. They claim they want to test just how strong the sunlit star body truly is. But the stakes they sought were the transformation dragon pool and me.
Dugujyo said this. Jiang Yuxian, Su Qingxuan, Jiang Wushu, and the others remained silent, listening for more. They quickly understood. The reason for choosing the younger generation to compete was to silence the gossip. More importantly, they were afraid the news would leak. Xian Frost Cave will trouble them. But what is puzzling is that, among the stakes, there is Dugujyo? It is said that among the disciples of the Flame Light Sword sect, there is a suspected reincarnation of a sword saint.
He wants my sunshine star body.
Dugujyo said again.
The reincarnation of a sword saint.
Hearing this, everyone was deeply shocked.
Throughout history, many extraordinary powerhouses, when nearing the end of their lifespan, choose to reincarnate to rebuild themselves, hoping to remedy the flaws in their own paths and reach a higher realm.
But this is also an extremely risky choice. If reincarnation is successful, there is a high probability that one cannot remember their past life.
The countless years of accumulation from the last life can turn into fleeting illusions, completely vanish. Even after that, they may forever drift in reincarnation, living life after life as an ordinary person, unable to rise again or advance further.
And once reincarnation fails,
That would lead to the annihilation of body and soul, with no chance of falling into reincarnation.
But according to Dugujio, that flame lightsword sect actually has a suspected reincarnation of a sword saint? If true, he must have remembered his past life, with extraordinary talent and fierce tactics. A reincarnation of a sword saint actually wants to seize your sunshine star body?
Jiang Yuxian's face turned extremely dark. The insight of a sword saint in the way of the sword is undeniably powerful. Jiang Yuxian had witnessed the actions of those from Sword Concealing Mountain. In this situation, that reincarnation actually did not think about using this life to advance further in the way of the sword, but instead aimed at the sunshine star body. He simply didn't know what methods the opponent would use to strip away this physique. Dugujio continued to recount. The Morong family wants to claim the dragon transformation pool as their own, blocking me from awakening my physique there. The palace master argued with them and was directly severely injured. But the Morong family feared the Frost Sky Emperor and the Wusu Saint ancestor, and didn't dare to truly kill the palace master. They only demanded that I compete with the younger generation of the Morong family. The stakes are the ownership of the dragon transformation pool.
Dugujio said again.
As for the dragon transformation pool, Su Chengfrost and Jiang Wusu naturally knew about it. It is a natural treasure, located in the central region of the Huajin domain, hidden beneath a mighty earth dragon vein. The dragon transformation pool belongs to all cultivators of the Huajin domain. Every year, a selection is held to choose a group of exceptionally talented individuals to undergo baptism there. For top forces like the Seven Star Palace, Morong family, and Flame Lightsword sect, they each possess many quotas and can use the dragon transformation pool without selection. For Dugujio, the dragon transformation pool is definitely the best place to awaken the sunshine star body, needing a long time there for baptism and transformation.
But the Morong family would not allow him to step inside.
Because of the above reasons, the Seven Star Palace felt utterly helpless.
They knew they could not keep Dugujio.
Facing a reincarnation of a sword saint and a Morong family genius 15 or 16 years older than him, there was simply no chance of victory. And if he did not compete, it would almost cut off the path to awakening the sunshine star body. In such a vast world, few places could compare to the dragon transformation pool. Therefore, forcing Dugujio to stay would only harm him. The only way was to let him come to the Ancient Heaven sect. Because of the favor they owed to the Xian Frost Cave, the Ancient Heaven sect would not neglect him.
Isn't that Morong so I killed the one from the Morong family?
Jiang Yuxian suddenly asked. In the dragon battlefield, he had killed a total of 4 geniuses.
Besides Bai Li Jinghong, He Lianshang, and Gu Xiu, there was also a Morong Su. Only few knew about this matter. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Dugujio was also greatly surprised. Morong Su is dead?
He was shocked for a while before nodding. He was the eldest son of the Morong family, with very strong talent. However, he could not compare to his younger brother, Morong Shang.
Morong Shang.
Jiang Yuxian secretly memorized this name. I never expected these two families to be so aggressive.
It seems that it's necessary for me to take a trip in person, Jiang Wushu said in a deep voice. Chapter 154, Source of Resentment? Just treat him as if I don't exist as his grandfather. At this moment, an unmatched saintly aura surged from Jiang Wushu. With a loud bang, the entire world trembled, an unparalleled pressure soared into the sky, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color, and the void of moon viewing peak instantly froze. Beside him, Dugujio, Hui Shadao, and others gasped for air, unable to breathe. They knew that Saint Ancestor Wushu was truly angry. Jiang Yuxian also sneered from the side. The Yanguang sword sect and the Morong family tried to limit the conflict to the younger generation to evade the responsibility of the Xianshuang cave heaven? But clearly, they were mistaken. Jiang Wushu had never been someone who followed the rules. Moreover, with his father's nature, what he just said was clearly to directly strike those two families. Don't be fooled by how submissive he is at home, lower than everyone else, having no standing whatsoever. Once he steps outside, he is a peak saint ancestor, a top-tier powerhouse among the 3,000 Dao domains. In a fit of anger, the world spins, and rivers and mountains lose their light. Everyone upon seeing him had to respectfully call out, Saint Ancestor Wushu. Schwanger, you all wait for me at the Ancient Heaven sect. I'll go destroy the Morong family and Yanguang sword sect, then come back to take you home. Jiang Wushu said in a deep voice, his killing intent astonishing. He seemed unable to wait any longer. Dad, how about I go play with them? Jiang Yuxian suddenly said. Since he was born, he had planned to personally visit the Seven Stars Hall, Heavenly River Valley, Broken Sword Pavilion, and other forces. Now was a great opportunity for that. But to Jiang Yuxian's surprise, just as he finished speaking, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Ding! Hidden task triggered. A true man born between heaven and earth must remember his roots and show gratitude. Please, host, complete the task objective, go to the Seven Stars Hall, Heavenly River Valley, and other forces to repay their past kindness. Task reward, related divine items of the ancient 10 fiends.
Task description. This task is divided into several stages and will assess the host's progress and quality to determine specific rewards and distribution quantity. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuxian slammed the table and stood up suddenly.
Goodness!
He had just casually mentioned it but had not expected it to trigger the system's hidden task.
Why had it never happened before? Moreover, this task was different from the past.
Not only was it divided into multiple stages, but it also had multiple rewards that needed to be determined based on his final completion.
The ancient 10 fiends. Jiang Yuxian's eyes sparkled. He certainly knew about the ancient 10 fiends. True Dragon, Heavenly Phoenix, Qilin, Fulu, Heavenly Horn Ant, Nine-Leaf Sword Grass, Thunder Emperor, Nine Nether, Toad, and God-Slaying Stone. Each one was a top beast of the ancient era. As long as he could get one of them, it would be enough for someone to push through an era, difficult to find an opponent. The last reward for participating in the formation conference was the skeleton of the True Dragon, the first among the ancient 10 fiends. Now, he had the chance to obtain even more divine items related to the ancient 10 fiends. Since that was the case, how could he miss it? Jiang Yuxian's thoughts raced, his expression shifting. Seeing his demeanor, Jiang Wushu immediately let out an angry shout. You brat! Why are you so startled? Jiang Yuxian chuckled awkwardly, then his expression turned serious. Dad, Mom, you don't have to worry about this, leave it to me to handle. The Morong family and Yan Guang sword sect want to let the younger generation fight according to the rules of the 3000 Dao domains? If that's the case, then I will go meet them. Jiang Yuxian suddenly said. Yuxian, don't be silly, you're just a little over half a year old and want to go far away? Old Granny Wu said with some concern. Su Qingxuang and Jiang Wushu also exchanged glances. However, Jiang Wushu soon revealed a meaningful smile. Ha ha ha, good. I think this plan is feasible. You, son. Just unleash the power of your ancient sky sect and deal with those two families. Don't worry. Your mother and I are your strongest support. He laughed heartily as he spoke. Alright, Dad. When I get to the Huajian domain, if I don't beat those two families' successors into a pulp, I won't call myself Jiang Yuxian. Jiang Yuxian immediately waved his fists, grinning wickedly. Hui Shaodao's eyes lit up, and he excitedly shouted. Big brother, take me with you. I want to go too. Let's turn those two families inside out and leave them with nothing. Hui Shaodao chuckled, his eyes shining with mischief. Jiang Wushu, Su Qingxuan, and old Granny Shi looked at each other, their eyelids twitching. What's with this little brat? Why is he always shouting about robbing others? At least find a more honorable excuse. After all, you are a heavenly dragon warbody. What kind of behavior is this? Jiang Wushu's face appeared strange. But in an instant, he seemed to have a revelation, remembering something. Wait. His eyes sparkled with boundless excitement as he looked at his wife. Are you talking about the ruthless bandit from the Stormwind domain, the mountain swallowing tiger, Hui Xuanbiao? Su Qingxuang's beautiful eyes widened as she recalled past events. Hui Shaotao was also surprised to hear their conversation. Frost Sky Emperor, Wushu Saint Ancestor, do you know my grandfather? Could it be that you have some connection? Hui Shaotao became even more excited. This is great. If my grandfather has some connection to the Frost Sky Emperor and Wushu Saint Ancestor, then I will truly rise. This is truly the mightiest thigh to hug. Stronger than the Emperor's thigh. If I can tightly hug this thigh, the benefits will be beyond imagination. But why does Wushu Saint Ancestor look like he has some toothache? Connection? However, Jiang Wushu suddenly sneered, grabbing Hui Shaodao by the arm. There is no connection. But the resentment runs deep. He said this with gritted teeth. Hui Shaotao's face turned pale. He immediately realized something. His grandfather must have offended Wushu Saint Ancestor back in the day. Otherwise, why would he be so angry? In an instant, Hui Shaodao felt a desperate urge to survive. Wushu Saint Ancestor, spare me. I have no idea about my grandfather's matters. If he has offended you, I will sever ties with him, as if he has no grandson like me, ugh. Just treat me as if I have no grandfather. Hui Shaotao hurriedly shouted, nearly crying. Jiang Yuxian exclaimed, goodness. This little brat. Truly a scene of filial piety. But at the same time, he exchanged glances with Feng Wuchou and the others, all feeling puzzled. What kind of grievance could there be between Wushu Saint Ancestor and Hui Shaotao's grandfather? Chapter 155, Dad's Dark History. I don't want this grandson anymore. Jiang Yuxian and the others were in shock. But nearby, his mother suddenly covered her mouth and burst into laughter, her eyes crescent-shaped as she doubled over in joy. Jiang Yuxian instinctively felt that there was definitely a story behind this. He immediately grabbed his mother's sleeve, asking her to tell the story.
Su Qingshuang then smiled and began to share everything. More than 1,000 years ago, she and Jiang Wushu were just starting out, wandering through the 3,000 domains. At that time, their cultivation was not deep.
In an accident, they accidentally entered the Stormwind domain and got separated.
Later, Jiang Wushu somehow ran into a group of bandits and then
he got robbed.
However, at that time, Jiang Wushu was young and proud. He was quick with his words and refused to back down, fighting fiercely with the bandits.
But in the end, he was still suppressed.
Even now, Jiang Wushu still remembers the burly bandit leader. Squatting on the ground, counting the treasures stolen from him, while grinning at him in a sly manner.
Hee hee, little brat, you're so young to be out in the world, aren't you a bit too green? Today you've seen how deep the rivers and lakes can be, and how treacherous people's hearts are, right?
I'm truly a great good person, teaching you such profound lessons as a junior.
When you become successful in the future, remember to come back and repay me.
As he was leaving, he mumbled a few words. This little brat has an outrageous talent, and his background mustn't be small.
First, seal his cultivation, and hang him on the tree.
Thus, Jiang Wushu was hung on a tree for a full 3 days and nights. It wasn't until Su Qingshuang arrived that she rescued him. This incident was undoubtedly the greatest shame of his cultivation journey. However, later the couple wandered the world, their cultivation advancing rapidly, and they encountered more important matters. Jiang Wushu never looked back to take revenge for this humiliation. Until a few days ago when he saw Hui Shoutao, he felt an odd familiarity. Then, upon hearing the word rob, it struck a nerve in him, and he suddenly realized.
Ha ha ha.
So my old man has such a dark past.
Hearing this, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Feng Wuching, Han Xian, and others also covered their mouths, their faces turning red. The embarrassing story of the Wushu saint made them giggle uncontrollably.
But they dared not laugh out loud like DZ. Seeing their expressions, Jiang Wushu's face darkened. Back then, his grandfather bullied the weak, now is it too much for me to beat up his grandson?
He suddenly said in a deep voice, causing Hui Shoutao to scream like a pig being slaughtered.
But Jiang Wushu didn't pay him any mind and quickly hung him onto the tree. But he still felt unsatisfied.
He turned to look at Qin Yushi, Qin Zihan, and the others. With a flick of his wrist, a bronze token appeared in his hand.
In a few days, we will leave. You guys take this token to find the sect master, he will arrange for all of you. Also, the swallowing mountain tiger must also be in the ancient heaven sect.
It's just right, you can bring him a message when you go out, telling him to come to Wanyue Peak to claim his grandson. Qin Yushi and others were stunned.
The Wushu saint was still fuming. But thinking about it, Hui Shoutao and his grandfather shouldn't encounter any major issues. Yes. Wushu saint. The group bowed and took the token.
Only Feng Wuching, Hui Shoutao, Han Xian, and Yang Xiao remained.
On Wanyue Peak, Jiang Yuxian was overjoyed.
At this moment, on another peak of the ancient heaven sect, Hui Xuanbia was sitting proudly in a large hall drinking tea, extremely pleased with himself. His grandson had followed the DZ, and even he benefited from it, receiving polite reception. But not long after, news from the Wushu saint reached his ears.
What? My grandson was hung up by the Wushu saint, I have to personally go to Wanyue Peak to fetch him?
Hui Xuanbia leaped to his feet in shock, pale with fright. His face shifted from green to white, almost scared out of his wits.
According to the messenger, all this was because he had robbed the Wushu saint years ago? Did this really happen? He racked his brain but couldn't recall anything at all. What should I do?
Suddenly, Hui Xuanbia was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, pacing back and forth in the hall.
If he faced the Wushu saint, how could he expect to gain the upper hand? But his most beloved grandson was at Wanyue Peak. What to do, what to do?
Hui Xuanbiao kept mumbling, his expression shifting. Until at one moment, he clapped his hands and dashed out of the hall, flying towards the gate of the ancient heaven sect. A wise person knows how to choose their battles, it's better to save my own life.
This grandson. I won't need him anymore. Hui Xuanbiao soon vanished without a trace.
He could always have 10 or 8 more grandchildren, but if he lost his life, he would have nothing left.
On Wanyue Peak. When Jiang Yuxian's family heard this news, they all froze in shock. Nobody expected that Hui Shoutao's grandfather would actually slip away. Especially Hui Shoutao, he cried out loud. Jiang Yuxian laughed with delight, asking Han Xian to let him down from the tree. Feng Wuchou stood nearby, adding insult to injury. Your grandpa doesn't want you anymore, or you can call me grandpa. I will never abandon you.
He chuckled softly as he spoke. Jiang Yuxian instantly jumped forward, grabbing him and splashing him into the spirit spring on the back mountain to wake him up.
Hui Shoutao called me boss, and you want to be his grandpa? I think you have had enough of life. Hui Shoutao cried out loudly.
He became an unwanted child, and he was deeply saddened. However, to everyone's surprise, after a while, a voice even louder than his crying came from below Wanyue Peak.
Saint Ancestor Wushu. It's I who doesn't recognize the great mountain. Please spare my dog life and let go of my grandson. It was Hui Xuanbiao. He actually returned.
With snot and tears, his cries resonated as he climbed up Wanyue Peak.
Many spiritual beasts on the back mountain looked over in confusion. This left Jiang Wushu, Su Qingxuan, and Granny Shi in shock.
But Jiang Wushu did not make things difficult for him.
He simply searched Hui Xuanbia thoroughly for his possessions.
And then he also hung him from a tree.
I'll let you down in 3 days,
Jiang Wushu said with a stern face. At this point, Hui Shatao was not as sad anymore. He sat down on the ground under the tree, alternating between crying and laughing.
Hui Xuanbiao wore a bitter expression.
But this incident seemed to be put behind them.
Time flew quickly, and soon it was the next day.
The Array Formation Conference was held on this day.
Zhang Yuxian got up early, led by his mother, and arrived at the vast square of Gudiangzone.
It was already a sea of people, gathering many figures, all here to attend the Array Formation Conference. When they saw Su Qingxuan and Zhang Yuxian, everyone bowed in greeting.
Ha ha ha, the Frost Emperor has come to the Array Formation Conference? An elder asked with a hearty laugh.
But Su Qingxuan shook her head.
With my understanding of array formation, how can I compare to everyone here?
It is my son who wants to participate. This statement left everyone stunned for a moment. All eyes focused on the mother and son, filled with endless confusion.
Frost Emperor, you mean the prince wants to participate in the Array Formation Conference? No way. He's too young.
We old fellows are here to exchange ideas, the prince can't possibly join us.
Several elders exclaimed one after another. Of course, they didn't look down on Zhang Yuxian. It's just that the path of array formation is ever-changing and much more complicated than ordinary cultivation.
This path requires years of immersion and study to gain results.
Even in a lifetime, one may not reach the end.
The prince's talent is indeed shocking, and they all knew that. But to say he has any expertise in array formation, no one could possibly believe it. He was only more than half a year old. Looking at everyone's expressions, Su Qingxuan held Zhang Yuxian's small hand and smiled softly.
The little guy wants to come on his own, so let him broaden his horizons. She spoke with a light laugh. Hearing this, Zhang Yuxian was not happy.
I really didn't come just to broaden my horizons.
I want to take first place.
But no one knew his thoughts. As soon as they heard the Frost Emperor say it was the prince's own desire to come, many people's minds started to turn. An elder, whose teeth were almost falling out, rushed to Zhang Yuxian with a whoosh, grinning and shouting eagerly.
Your Highness, Your Highness! Do you want to learn about array formation?
I am Zhao Jingyuan, the best in the Holy Array Heaven sect.
If the prince wants to learn the way of array formation, I will teach him everything I know.
The elder patted his chest with a loud bang. But as soon as he finished speaking, another loud shout came from the side.
Zhao Jingyuan, get lost.
With your little skills, don't come and mislead the emperor.
Another old man approached, looking at Zhang Yuxian with a flattering face. Your Highness, come under my tutelage.
I am Su Hanyang of the Xian Formation sect, known as the Saint Formation King.
My killing formations are earth-shattering and ghost-crying.
Even if an immortal descends, I dare to make them shed a layer of skin. The old man spoke with such conviction. The others, seeing this, instantly understood.
Good heavens! They are competing for the emperor.
Seeing the emperor interested in formations, two old fellows immediately had ideas and wanted to take him as their disciple without saying a word.
This is not good. Immediately, dozens of figures moved simultaneously, quickly surrounding them.
Most of them looked like old men and women, mixed with a few seemingly middle-aged men and women. Each person's eyes sparkled with fiery light, eager to the extreme, speaking one after another.
Emperor, come to my Turing sacred land. I have created the 7 directions absolute sky diagram, absolutely the most top-notch formation in the world. Su Hanyang's best killing formation is nothing in front of me.
Your Highness, don't listen to this old man's nonsense. Our Thunderfire Palace is Thunderfire devouring formation, in all 3,000 Dao domains, no one can surpass it.
The emperor only needs to master this formation to dominate the world.
When my Changshengwei family's Yin Yang slaying heaven formation comes out, who in the world dares to claim the first place?
Your Highness, come to my sect, for the rest of my life, I will teach only you. You shameless bunch, only know how to boast. The emperor should come to my Tsangjian mountain, I have the god-slaying sword formation left by the infinite sword emperor.
With your pure sword heart, if you cultivate both formation and sword, you will surely recreate the glory of the sword emperor.
All of you get lost.
The emperor's studies of formations belong to my Duanmu family. Suddenly, impatient voices rushed out.
The entire 3,000 Dao domains knew that both Frost Sky Emperor and Wushu Saint Ancestor were novices in formations and couldn't teach the Emperor at all.
Among the ancient Sky sect, only Tang Wang had deep enough skills, but compared to these people, he still fell a bit short.
Since that's the case, this is an opportunity. If they could take the Emperor as their disciple, they would wake up smiling from their dreams, right? Such a good chance, how could they let it slip by?
In no time, their elderly faces turned crimson, all excitedly crowding around Jiang Yuxian. This scene made Su Qingxuang and her son dumbfounded.
What's going on? I didn't say I wanted to be a disciple. Jiang Yuxian blinked, not understanding. Did I say I wanted to find a master? Why are you all arguing?
I have the basic formation outline in hand, and as my cultivation improves, understanding of formations will come naturally.
I don't need you to teach me, alright?
Jiang Yuxian felt somewhat speechless. Besides those unfamiliar old folks, there was also an acquaintance from Xangjian Mountain, who participated in the Xian Frost Cave battle that day.
Ahem, seniors. Can we discuss this later? I just want to ask, what are the rules of this formation conference? Jiang Yuxian suddenly cleared his throat and asked.
He came here to win first place in the conference and didn't want to dawdle around.
Upon hearing his question, the lively atmosphere among the crowd paused for a moment.
But the pairs of eyes still sparkled with brilliant light. The elderly man named Su Hanyang reached out, pointing to a mountain range at the end of the square. Your Highness, look at that mountain range. The competition site for the formation conference is over there. As he explained, Jiang Yuxian quickly learned the specific rules. This formation conference wasn't about whose rank was higher but was purely about formation mastery. Many formation masters, each would set up a formation in that mountain range, forming a chain of formations. Altogether, there would be several hundred large formations stretching over 1,000 miles.
Trapping formations, killing formations, illusion formations, and more, all kinds were available.
Once you passed through one, you would enter the next, until all were crossed. There were many participants this time, not only the Holy Ancestor, but also many from the Void Realm and the Cave Profound Realm.
So the level of the formation was limited to the royal rank.
Everyone who entered would have their cultivation suppressed to the Void Realm to prevent cheating.
Whoever passes first will be the winner. I see. Jiang Yuxian nodded.
With so many people in differing levels of cultivation, to determine whose formation path was deeper, it had to limit the rank. Everyone would bring out their best skills to obstruct others, buying time for themselves. And with hundreds of large formations connected together, they could test everyone's ability to break formations. Setting up and breaking formations were both considered, making it a good method. But Jiang Yuxian's little face soon turned pained.
Hundreds of royal-level formations. But he was only in the Divine Will realm now. Even with the XING character formula and the basic formation compendium, wanting to compete for first with a group of old monsters was simply a fantasy, alright? Maybe there was a chance to solve them, but there would definitely not be enough time. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuxian's big eyes suddenly became watery. He looked innocently at the many old guys in front of him. Predecessors. I really want to participate, but what should I do if my cultivation is too low? Jiang Yuxian looked pitifully at everyone. No matter what, he had to get first place. There was no choice but to act miserable and sell cute, to see if there was any way to lead these people astray. Chapter 157, It's Not Easy. Finally led you astray.
Jiang Yuxian's pitiful appearance made a group of old guys' hearts twitch twice.
The prince's gaze was too full of pity. He was just such a tiny little person. Those watery big eyes seemed like they were about to cry.
That innocent look was like two knives, touching the softest part of the old guys' hearts.
Who said he was a little demon king? He didn't look like one at all, alright? Could a little demon king have such an expression? The rumors were wrong. They must all be fake. Your Highness, don't cry, don't cry. This old man will take you as a disciple and teach you all I know. By the next formation conference, I will definitely make you crush everyone, so that these old things can't even lift their heads. Su Henian from the Xuanjin sect stepped forward, speaking with concern.
Upon hearing this, the rest were not happy.
What kind of nonsense, you taking the prince as a disciple?
The prince should come to my Turing Holy Land, and when the more profound 7 directions absolute sky diagram comes out, I will suppress the sacred array Heavenly King.
Old man Chang, get out of the way. If the prince comes, he will come to my Duanmu family. Duanmu Qingtian, try pushing me again. With your abilities, you want to teach the prince? I can break your Heavenly Wood reverse soul formation with a single finger. Everyone step aside. The prince's formation path can only be taught by my one formation sacred sect, who else could match me under heaven? My Thunderfire Hall doesn't accept that. Then just hold it in.
Wait, old man, I want to battle you for 300 rounds.
Fight then. Alright. How about we decide the winner today? Whoever wins, the prince will enter their school. Okay. Fight.
As a brawl was about to break out, Jiang Yuxian and Su Qingxuan were left dumbfounded.
How did it come to fighting just like that? I didn't even say I wanted to be a disciple. What are you all thinking?
But that wasn't all. Not only these old guys were about to fight. There were also shadowy figures behind, all from various big forces, and instead of stopping the elders, many were fanning the flames.
Master, go for it. Defeat the Duanmu family and win the prince. Master, go. Suppress them all, let the prince see who is the number one in formation. Our Changsheng family fears no one. The prince must come with us. Duanmu family, how dare you shout at my Thunderfire Hall? What about Thunderfire Hall? Do you believe I will make you cry out right here? What a big mouth.
If I don't make you cry for your parents today, I'm not a disciple of the Thunderfire Hall.
Everyone attack together, let's deal with them. Kill.
The many young disciples shouted, and suddenly the atmosphere changed. The elders on all sides had not yet taken action, but they started fighting first.
This. Jiang Yuxian's small face was stunned. Am I numb all over? What kind of thought process do you all have? He rubbed his forehead, feeling utterly helpless.
I just came to participate in the array conference, not to watch a fight.
I mean, if you really want to fight, can you take it seriously? Hey, you over there with that wooden stick, what are you doing? Where is your precious artifact? Take it out. And you in the yellow clothes, do you see that brick by your feet? Quickly pick it up and throw it at his face. Battle. Seeing the younger generation starting, the elders stopped delaying and moved into action. Good gracious.
Terrifying power roared to the heavens, divine light surged, sweeping in all directions, crashing and erupting into brilliant bursts of light. Jiang Yuxian clapped her little hands, incredibly happy. These little fireworks are way more lively than New Year's.
Everyone, please stop. At that moment, Gu Tian Sect's Tang Wang could not help but shout loudly to stop everyone. We can't just let them fight like this, right?
However, his words fell on deaf ears. He called out a few more times, but still no one responded. At this moment, as a Saint Ancestor powerhouse, Tang Wang's face turned ashen. In desperation, he could only cast a pleading look at Su Qingxuan. Su Qingxuan smiled helplessly, then opened her red lips slightly and slowly uttered two words.
Everyone.
An overwhelming imperial might gradually spread out, as if a stabilizing needle had dropped.
In an instant, all the momentum among everyone present was suppressed. The chaotic fight finally came to a stop. Frost Sky Emperor, has the Crown Prince made up his mind? Is he going to join my Xianjin Tian sect?
Your Highness, you must choose me, the Turing Sacred Land.
Many old monsters spoke up, staring eagerly at Jiang Yuxian.
Su Qingxuan smiled wryly again and transmitted her voice to Jiang Yuxian. Little guy, this mess is caused by you, you should solve it yourself.
She lowered her eyelids, not caring anymore.
Jiang Yuxian shrugged his shoulders, utterly speechless.
No way. It seems I still have to continue tricking these old guys.
He put on a pitiful look again, sighed deeply, and then spoke up brightly. Seniors, it seems you all are quite powerful, it's too difficult to choose right now. He pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up suddenly.
How about this?
If you can let me participate in the array conference, I can truly witness your prowess.
Then, whoever's array intrigues me the most, I will become their disciple. How about it?
As soon as Jiang Yuxian finished speaking, everyone was stunned.
The method is good. But you're only in the Divine Will stage, how can you participate in this conference?
Those arrays are not something at your level can touch.
But just then, they suddenly heard Zhao Jingyuan from the Myriad Array Sacred Sect laugh loudly. Ha ha ha. Isn't this simple?
Old man will just go and modify my array, limited to 7th rank, just 7th rank. I heard the Crown Prince possesses incredibly brilliant body techniques, having broken through a 7th rank array in the Dragon War Secret Realm, this definitely won't be difficult for him. Later, please have Frost Sky Emperor deploy a restriction to suppress all our cultivations to the corresponding 7th rank law realm. We can still compete in skills, and the Crown Prince can participate.
Killing two birds with one stone.
Zhao Jingyuan said excitedly.
Others nodded in agreement, feeling the plan is feasible. Old man will go now.
Soon, an old man flew away, heading to the distant mountains to modify his array.
Looks like I have to bring out all my best tricks.
The array I set up this time will definitely make the Crown Prince deeply impressed.
You all just wait and see. The 7th Order formation, no one is better than me, the Changsheng family. Whomf? Who's afraid of whom?
Amidst the noisy chatter, a group of old fellows quickly vanished from their spot. And many who were slightly weaker in cultivation also moved. In terms of formation skills, they had naturally set up their best formations in the mountains.
If the young emperor notices my formation, then I could be his mentor in the future. Just thinking about it excites me. Let's go. No matter what, we need to show our skills before the palace. A group of people were inexplicably excited. The hundreds of formation makers all rushed over to make their adjustments. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuxian finally let out a sigh of relief. I worked hard to lead these old fellows into the pit. Was it easy for me? Jiang Yuxian let out a light sigh. Chapter 158, Young Emperor, wait for me. I will definitely save you.
A group of old fellows eagerly rushed to modify their formations, completely thrilled.
Meanwhile, Su Qingshuang stared at them in disbelief from a distance. Gu Tianzong and the other spectators were equally amazed. To get the young emperor to take them in, these old monsters were really going all out. What are you thinking, Yuxian? Su Qingshuang asked helplessly. She didn't believe that this little guy really wanted to become a disciple. But she couldn't figure out what he was planning. Just wait and see, Mom.
Jiang Yuxian smiled mysteriously and didn't explain further.
Not long after, the elder figures from various factions rushed back excitedly.
Their understanding of formations was profound, so weakening their formations was a piece of cake.
All right.
Now, please trouble the Frost Sky Emperor to set up restrictions for us.
One elder said with a grin. Su Qingshuang nodded.
In fact, this square had long been arranged with a massive formation. When the competition began, the formation would activate, transporting everyone to the first assessment formation at the same time. This ensured that everyone started from the same point, making it fair and just. As Su Qingshuang emanated a powerful force, the laws around surged, intertwining in order. A portal made of divine light stood proudly in the center of the field.
This was a restriction personally set by a mighty Tiandi.
Only by passing through this portal could one enter the transport formation and then be sent to the assessment formation. Once inside, everyone's cultivation would be suppressed to the first level of the law symbol realm.
Of course, Jiang Yuxian still remained at the divine will realm. Please enter the formation, Your Highness. An elder from the Changsheng Wei family laughed heartily.
He was a bit eager to let the young emperor see the formation he had set up. In a competition, it must be fair and just.
Everyone together. Jiang Yuxian pretended to say solemnly.
Then, he stepped into the transport formation first.
Mom, you wait for me at the exit.
He waved his hand.
Su Qingshuang responded with a light smile.
She didn't worry about her little guy having the jade pendant from her divine body, ensuring he was safe in the formation.
Quickly, start the transport formation. Let's go.
Many participants in the formation conference stepped through the restriction portal and entered the transport formation.
Excitement and anticipation painted their faces.
If the young emperor noticed the formations they set up, they could forge a deep relationship with the Tiandi. This temptation was enormous.
Soon, the transport formation on the square activated.
With a burst of dazzling light, it enveloped the figures of thousands. Aside from those old figures with high skills, many junior disciples also could experience this. In the next moment, all vanished from the spot,
leaving only Su Qingshuang and various spectators behind. Frost Sky Emperor. This gathering will take several days, why not sit here for a while? An elder from Gu Tianzong stepped forward and bowed. Su Qingshuang nodded and went directly to a grand hall at the end of the square, waiting quietly.
At the same time, in the mountains stretching for tens of thousands of miles,
everyone was teleported into the first formation. This is an illusion formation. Layers of mist surrounded them, cutting off divine sense exploration.
Everyone was split apart, as if they were in an independent space, making it hard to gather together.
This illusion formation seems a bit interesting. But that's all it is, it must have been set up by some junior. Let me show you how to break it. Many elder figures walked through the mist, talking to themselves.
Then, they began to search around. With their power at the law manifestation level, forcing their way through the formation was almost impossible. They could only rely on their skills to find an exit or loophole, and then walk out from there to enter the next formation. In fact, at this moment, in another part of the illusion formation, a seemingly middle-aged man's eyes were shining bright. He was the one who set up this first formation. As the formation master, the mist before him could not block him at all. He only needed to follow the path in his mind, and he could move through it as if it were flat ground, with not a single hassle. Let me first find where the imperial sun is, and talk to him about the intricacies of my formation. What if I charm him, and the imperial sun agrees to take me as his master? The middle-aged man felt incredibly excited. He quickly started moving, searching for the location of Jiang Yuxian. The various sounds in the formation were sensed by him one by one. Before long, he saw a small figure. The man immediately burst into loud laughter, ready to greet him.
Haha, imperial sun.
However, before he could finish his words, he saw the little guy's feet flash with an incomprehensible rune, quickly diving into the mist, vanishing completely.
Your Highness, don't run.
The man shouted and continued to chase after. But the more he chased, the more confused he became. After searching for a long time, almost turning his own formation upside down, he still could not find the imperial sun's trace. It was as if he had completely disappeared.
That shouldn't be. Could it be the imperial sun is trapped in some corner?
The man scratched his head, feeling gloomy.
Oh well. Let's keep looking.
He did not know that at this moment, Jiang Yuxian had already entered the second-level formation.
This first formation isn't that great. Jiang Yuxian complained, pouting.
Now he had merged the fundamentals of formations, and his understanding of formation paths was no longer clueless like before. On the contrary, in terms of foundational skills, no one could match him. Moreover, with the walking formula in hand, the first level of the illusion formation could not hinder him at all.
This second level formation seems to be much more powerful. But overall, it's just SOSO.
He observed the second formation again. This was a killing formation. The surrounding space was filled with a ferocious aura, transforming into spears and halberds, fierce beasts, and ghostly flames, all swirling upward. If one wasn't careful, they'd be swallowed by the killing intent and suffer heavy losses.
But for Jiang Yuxian, these were like mere decorations.
He remained calm, using his knowledge of formations to avoid the terrifying killing intent with the walking formula. Before long, he crossed several miles and walked out of this killing formation.
Just as he left, many elder strongmen had also exited the first level and arrived at this killing formation. This is my myriad transformation slaughtering spirit formation, it's not so easy to break. The first test can't stop the imperial sun.
I'll wait for him at this entrance. Then I'll take him along to crush all the later formations.
If I can increase my likability during this process, how can I not become the master of the imperial sun?
The old man gleefully thought, his mind calculating wildly. He hid in a corner, watching as other strongmen entered one after another, then broke through the formation to leave, yet he remained immobile. But as time passed, almost everyone had entered the first level, and the old man began to feel anxious.
Wait a minute. The imperial sun was in the battle dragon's secret realm when even the 7th level divine chaotic locking array can't trap him. Logically, he should be able to get out of the first level by now.
He pondered in his heart.
Could it be that he is still trapped in the first level? No way. I have to find him. Emperor's son, wait for me. I must rescue you. Chapter 159, Crude. Unbearable. Watch me teach you.
At this moment, Jiang Yuxian had already passed through dozens of arrays.
These formations were simply too easy for him. 7th level formations truly could not block his steps. These people are not that great. Even if there are some grandmasters in holy formations, they only set up these shabby things? Jiang Yuxian muttered to himself. With this little skill, you still want to accept me as a disciple? What are you thinking? Jiang Yuxian shook his head as he quickly moved forward. He knew that his current progress must be unmatched by anyone else.
Traversing through so many formations, except for the illusion formation where he seldom saw anyone, the killing formations and trapping formations were hard to completely separate everyone.
But he hadn't seen a single person. Jiang Yuxian shook his head in disbelief. If this keeps going, my first place will be absolutely secure.
Lost in thought, he spent only half a day, and breezed through dozens of large formations.
There's really no challenge at all. So boring. Jiang Yuxian exclaimed in boredom.
He couldn't understand why a group of ancient grandmasters would set up formations that had such little difficulty.
Let me see what your skills are really like.
A sudden thought popped into his head. Right now, he was in a trapping formation, surrounded by a chaotic stone forest, with strange and peculiar rocks standing tall, the surroundings desolate and eerie. If it were an ordinary person, they could probably wander here for a lifetime and still not find their way out.
Every stretch of the road would lead back to the starting point.
But Jiang Yuxian was not in this situation. He stepped on a mystical path and quickly reached the edge of the stone forest.
He slapped a giant rock in front of him. Buzz. The giant rock lit up with dense runes, flashing uncertainly.
Powerful energy flowed within, giving off a profound aura that affected the space around. These runes were incredibly intricate formation patterns. They were one of the fundamental components of formations. The formation patterns corresponded to the laws of heaven and earth, resonating with the grand principles, transforming the world, unleashing the most terrifying powers. But when Jiang Yuxian saw the twisted marks on it, he couldn't help but stare in disbelief.
Is this a formation pattern? This looks like a ghost drawing. Such a thing, created by an old master of formations? Is this it? Too crude. Unbearable. Jiang Yuxian cursed repeatedly. He was genuinely taken aback.
He thought that the formations set by those master-level figures would definitely be extremely profound.
The engraved formation symbols would almost approach perfection.
But seeing it with his own eyes completely shattered his understanding.
What on earth is this?
The formation symbols were all crooked, looking like tadpoles scrambling around, hardly resembling anything proper.
Had they all gone to his grandmother's house? Moreover, many formation symbols were used incorrectly. With this, they still called themselves masters? They still had the nerve to hold a formation convention and compete? And they wanted to take me as a disciple? Pa! How can this formation pattern be used like this? Jiang Yuxian watched, feeling heartbroken. It should be changed like this.
He stretched out his little hand and erased the entire set of formation patterns. Then, he re-engraved a new set of runes. As the formation pattern was completed, he felt the void emit a gentle buzz sound. This stone forest took on a deeper and richer charm.
And this foundation of the formation. Simply too crude. Jiang Yuxian quickly moved to another giant rock.
While cursing, he revised many of the runes on it. Not long later, he had visited the foundations of a dozen or so formations nearby. Of course, this was a 7th level formation, which was beyond his current ability to set up. But many of the combination runes on top could be modified. Although only a small part, it is enough to cause a qualitative change. When everything was finished, the entire stone forest emitted a low rumbling sound. Boulders shifted in extremely minute ways. If you didn't look closely, you would never discover it. Suddenly, this place seemed a bit more natural. But the changes within were even more complex and varied, deeper and harder to understand.
I am such a good person. Teaching you all how to carve these basic runes for free.
After finishing everything, Jiang Yuxian shook his head and left with his hands behind his back.
He continued into the next formation.
After a long time, several Saint Ancestor level powerhouses also arrived in this stone forest. With their skills, their speed was naturally very fast.
This is a trapping formation. It seems to be a bit interesting.
When they entered here, their minds were slightly shocked, feeling an inexplicable aura.
Ha ha! This is the work of my disciple Bai Zhanshi.
This formation is called the 7 Directions Trapping Divine Formation, derived from my 7 Directions Absolute Sky Diagram. It's not too weak.
An elder surnamed Chang from Turing Sacred Land laughed heartily as he spoke. What are you so proud of? I think this formation is just okay. Old man can walk out in the time it takes to drink a mouthful of water. Someone shot him a glance and said.
Then everyone began to walk quickly through the stone forest.
However, not long after, they unexpectedly returned to the original point. Ha! What's going on? Why have we come back again? It can't be. It's just a formation set by a junior.
Everyone was astonished and somewhat puzzled.
With this feeling, they continued to act. But what no one expected was that for a long time afterward, the group actually circled around in the stone forest again. Now, everyone was scared. Only the elder from Turing Sacred Land kept nodding. Not bad. Not bad.
My disciple's skills are profound. I never expected he would progress so quickly in formations. He didn't waste my training.
He was so happy. The more powerful the disciple he taught, the more glory for himself, right?
But he hadn't been happy for too long when he became increasingly restless. They had been wandering here for half a day, cracking the paths again and again, only to soon encounter the next challenge. After spending a long time, they finally found the exit of this stone forest. At this moment, a group of elders' eyes were almost popping out.
Is this truly the formation set by your disciple? Are you sure? Su Hanyang from Xian Formation Sect looked at the elder surnamed Chang and asked in disbelief.
They had put in a tremendous amount of effort just to break free. This level of skill is not something a young disciple should have.
With this kind of level, isn't he just about as good as them? Oh my goodness. When did my disciple secretly get this formation skill to such a profound level?
I must interrogate him properly later. The elder surnamed Chang was deeply surprised. This group of people could be called the pinnacle of formation mastery in the 3000 Dao domains.
But even so, they actually circled in a trapping formation for half a day. This was a formation set by a junior. Who would believe that if it were said out loud? Let's go. We will talk after we finish.
An elder said, continuing to charge toward the next challenge. What they didn't know was that at this moment, in a certain part of the stone forest, a man looking to be in his 30s was howling to the sky, full of anguish, wanting to cry but having no tears.
Isn't this the 7 Directions Trapping Divine Formation I set? But why can't I get out? Who can tell me what is going on? Chapter 160, The Progress of Human Race in Formations must have my contribution.
Jiang Yuxian still did not know that by casually changing some array symbols, he had trapped the real creator of the formation inside. He made great progress, having passed through most of the formation in just half a day's time. And along the way, he shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming how crude many formations were.
So many arrays looked like scribbles. It was simply unbearable to look at. These things were arranged by formation masters, huh? Jiang Yuxian looked down on it.
But at the same time, he also understood. Mainly because he had obtained the fundamental array guideline. The carving of array patterns.
The arrangement of array bases. The rational use of array energy.
And so on. In terms of these basic knowledge, he had already surpassed many old ancestors of the holy arrays. With the Xing character technique in his body, ordinary arrays could almost pose no obstacles to him.
It seems the fundamental array guideline is much more impressive than it sounds. Jiang Yuxian mumbled. The fundamental array guideline, just by its name, was indeed hard to praise.
But the benefits it brought him were obvious. It could only be described as amazing.
3,000 domains, the path of arrays is worrying. Suddenly, Jiang Yuxian could not help but sigh like this.
Since this is the case, I will be a good person and let you old guys learn what it means to arrange an array. He suddenly had such an idea.
Then he began to take action.
At this moment, he was in a phantom array, which he easily cracked open. After taking a few steps, he found an array base.
Then, he began to modify it. I have to say, this array was still very exquisite. Its power should not be underestimated.
No need to guess, it was definitely crafted by some master of holy arrays. Most of the array patterns, Jiang Yuxian could not modify. After all, with his carving skills, he could not set up such profound runes. But as long as it was modifiable, he upgraded everything without missing a single spot. He even slightly moved a few array bases. Compared to the previous stone forest trapping array, this time it was much more thorough.
Look at my kind-heartedness. Just a casual modification is enough for you to study for a long time.
Jiang Yuxian finally clapped his small hands and happily left.
There were still 200 or 300 arrays behind.
But he couldn't modify them all, that would waste too much time. Only a very few exquisite formations, clearly crafted by powerful beings, would arouse his interest, and he would make small modifications. Some were just slightly changed, and some were changed completely. Altogether, there were about 10 or so. Among them, there were 3 killing arrays and 4 trapping arrays. The poor details were all perfected by him. When all this was completed, it took nearly a day's time. In the future, the advancement of the human race's array path will definitely have my contribution.
Jiang Yuxian sauntered, unknowingly arriving at the exit.
He carried his small hands behind his back, happily humming a little tune.
Steel pot, crying tears shouting for a new pot.
Bad broken corners of the pot are randomly placed.
Chasing pots in the wind and rain, stitching chimneys in the fog.
Just at the same time he walked out of the mountain range, the system prompt sound rang in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task.
Rewards have been distributed, please check. Hearing this prompt, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but smile widely. Looking back at the array behind him, he was the first to come out. This task could be considered complete. In this way, the true dragon skeleton could be successfully obtained. This made him extremely happy. At the same time, in the hall of the ancient Tianzone, many figures were seated, all high-level members of the ancient Tianzone in various forces. They were all waiting for a result from the array conference. Later, many array practitioners would also have a discussion. At this time, Su Qingxuang was also sitting in the main position, with tea and spiritual fruit placed on the old desk in front of her. But she suddenly raised her brow and uttered an "oh." Immediately after, she disappeared from her spot. Why did the Frost Emperor leave? The others in the hall were a bit confused. Maybe something came up. Someone said. As for the Emperor's matters, let's not ask. The tests of this array conference, it won't be long before someone steps out. Let's wait here for now. Then an old man said. The others nodded in agreement. I just don't know who will get first place. Moreover, this time the Emperor's son is participating. I wonder if he will fancy any of those old guys' formations. The Emperor's son is unrivaled in his path of cultivation. If he steps into the formation path, perhaps he can bring even more surprises. It's truly exciting. Some old monsters thought to themselves. They said no more and planned to wait a little longer before heading to the exit to check the situation. At this moment, Su Qingxuang had already appeared at the formation's exit. In front of her, that little guy was standing with his hands behind his back, humming a tune, raising his little head high, walking toward Wangyue Peak. Yu Xian, you. Why are you out here alone? Where are the others? Su Qingxuang asked, puzzled. It was too strange for this little guy to appear here alone. Oh, Mom. Jiang Yuxian also sought his mom and greeted her happily. I got first place, so I came out first. They are still being tested. He chuckled and said. Once these words came out, Su Qingxuan was completely stunned. This little guy. You can't be joking, right? Those people are all formation masters, including quite a few holy ancestors. You got first place in their linked formation? It's too unimaginable. But the fact was right in front of her, leaving her no choice but to believe it. At this moment, it was indeed just the little guy here. Not a single old strongman had come out. Yuxian, you have surprised your mother too much. Su Qingxuan couldn't help but say in a daze. She had heard that Yuxian possessed a terrifying movement technique capable of passing through various formation restrictions, but she never expected him to be this formidable. He outshone those old-timers. Mom, let's go home. Jiang Yuxian smiled and took his mother's hand. He was already unable to wait. With the true dragon skeleton obtained, he could nurture it into the divine wheel and enter the spirit-nurturing realm. By then, his strength would grow 100-fold. With such feelings, Jiang Yuxian excitedly pulled his mother and quickly returned to Wangyue Peak. At this time, the linked formation was in complete chaos. A group of old-timers had nearly exhausted all means and finally rushed out of a phantom formation. But it was not long before they suddenly stepped into a terrifying sword formation. One majestic sword dragon after another sword, shaking the heavens. Countless sharp swords fell down, unmatched in brightness, ferociously attacking the crowd. It was like a rain of swords. In no time, many people had their clothes shredded to pieces and their hair in utter disarray. Fortunately, even though their cultivation was sealed, their bodies had been tempered to an extremely strong level, so they were not injured. But at this moment, they were all covering their heads and fleeing, looking dirty and ragged to the extreme. This is indeed the sword formation laid out by me. How come it even cuts me? There's no justice. The old man from Xanjian Mountain shouted loudly, completely puzzled. Chapter 161, Calling to Heaven but no response, Calling to Earth but no answer. While the formation conference was in chaos, Jiang Yuxian and his mother were completely unaware. At this time, they had not only returned to Wangyue Peak, but even Jiang Wushu and Grandma Shi had already packed up, and the family was ready to go back to Xianshuan Cave Heaven. I've already informed Brother Jiang. As soon as the little guy comes out, we will go home directly. Jiang Wushu said with a smile. In fact, he was also quite surprised by the little guy's performance at the formation conference. But Yuxian was always different from ordinary people, giving them too much shock. Jiang Wushu said he had gotten used to it. Let's go. Back home first. Jiang Yuxian had just obtained the true dragon skeleton and had already placed it in the system space. He only needed to include it in the divine wheel to nurture the true dragon spirit. This made him very happy. However, there was no need to hurry within the next couple of days. He planned to return to Xianshuan Cave Heaven first to see what his newly built home looked like. Then, it's time to visit the 7-star palace. Let's go. With Grandma Shi laughing and nodding, the family instantly stepped into the void passage. Along with the 4 of them, Feng Wuchou, Hui Shaodao, Han Xian, and Yang Xiao were also taken along. By now, in the face of Frost Heaven Emperor and Wusu Saint Ancestor, they were no longer that afraid. After all, they were good brothers of the Imperial Sun. But thinking about the fact that they would directly stay in the Xian Frost Cave for some time, the few of them were quite excited. The group moved quite decisively. Yet, they were unaware of how miserable those old fellows in the continuous array were. A group of old masters had been hiding all day inside the sword array of Xanjian Mountain. The terrifying sword lights surged and struck everywhere, sharp beyond comparison. They nearly tore the strong opponents' clothes, leaving them ragged and disheveled. Each one looked worse off than beggars. Several old men, with almost all their hair gone, had even been shaved bald. Can anyone tell me what in the world is going on? My heavens! This is definitely not a 7th level array. An 8th level array might not even be this strong. Many shouted in anger and grievance. This powerful killing array was impossible to escape from, okay? It felt like calling to the heavens went unanswered, and calling to the earth brought no response. At this moment, they wished they could restore their full strength and demolish this sword array. However, inside them, they all bore the restrictions left by the Frost Heaven Emperor. It was impossible to break free. Only by exiting the continuous array and passing through the restrictions at the entrance again could they be released. Damned Xanjian Mountain. After I get out, I will definitely battle you 300 times. Someone cursed fiercely, glaring at the old man of Xanjian Mountain. This array was precisely the sword array he had set up. You promised to change it to a 7th level array. How could you set it so powerful just to impress the Imperial Sun? It's long been said that the Imperial Sun possesses an untainted sword heart but rejected the invitation from Xanjian Mountain, who would have expected you to use such shameless tricks. Bah! Truly shameless. One by one, they spat in fury and swore.
In that moment, in the sight of the crowd, a man around 70 years old was darting about, while also feeling around everywhere. His entire body was in terrible shape, with clothes reduced to rags, hanging down, exposing most of his skin. Only the crucial parts were barely covered. His face and body were covered with scratches from swords, almost breaking the skin. He looked more miserable than anyone else. Hearing everyone's words, the old man was furious. Don't you dare slander me. I, Ren, have dedicated my life to the sword, always just and upright, never engaging in filthy matters. This sword array was indeed set up by me, but it was absolutely tampered with by someone. I just don't know which wicked person did this. As the old man cursed, he suddenly exclaimed ouch. A sword light poked at his behind, causing him to stiffen up. He ignored the rest of the crowd's anger and turned around to continue looking for a way to break the array. I found the base of the array. Ha ha ha. Finally able to break the array. The old man suddenly said. As he laughed 3 times, the whole sword array went buzz and suddenly stopped operating. The countless sword shadows reverted to formlessness. Instantly, everyone's figures also came to a halt. Finally, no more hiding. A group of people were in tears. Looking at each other, they all forced a bitter smile. It was simply too miserable. Ran, I'll settle the score with you after I get out. The old man from the touring Holy Land said resentfully. Then he turned and continued towards the next array. The other people also glared at the old man of Sangjian Mountain and followed closely. But the old man Ren did not follow. He suddenly squatted down, carefully studying everything in this sword array. Why is this base of the array here? It shouldn't be. The array patterns on it. My heavens! How could there be such exquisite array patterns in this world? How is this possible? The old man suddenly opened his eyes wide like a cow's eyes. He began to carefully study this formation. No wonder. No wonder this old man searched for so long and couldn't find this formation base. So it was moved by someone. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. The old man shouted excitedly. The way of formations, a small error leads to a huge mistake. If the formation base moves even a little, when breaking the formation, it will cause endless obstacles. At this moment, the old man felt that this sword formation was elaborately arranged and could be called exquisite. Many formation patterns had been altered, and with the change of the formation base, it unleashed power that surpassed the 7th level formation. However, only those basic formation patterns had been changed. This is the even stranger part. No way. Only altering the basic formation patterns must have some secrets. This old man must thoroughly study this sword formation. The old man murmured to himself, forgetting about time, pouring all his energy into the formation and began to carefully deduce. If he could unravel it clearly, his understanding of formations would definitely reach a higher level in the future. Winning first place in the formation conference was no longer important. Let those old men fight over it. What he didn't know was that after those old men left, not long after, they fell into a trapped formation again. Once again experiencing what it means to call for the sky and not have it answer, to call for the earth and not have it respond. In fact, it wasn't just these people. At the entrance of the linked formation, many powerful members of the Ancient Heaven sect, along with others attending the formation conference, were waiting there. But as time passed, they became increasingly puzzled. Days and nights passed, 3 days went by, and there was still no sign of anyone coming out of the linked formation. This can't be right, it's just a 7th level formation. With the accomplishments of you seniors, it's normal to come out in a day or so, right? How can it drag on for so long? Someone said with confusion. Could they be discussing something inside? A middle-aged man said nearby. Impossible. With those seniors' temperaments, they would definitely go through all the formations and then stop the formation before discussing one by one. Let's wait a bit longer. A powerful member of the Ancient Heaven sect shook his head. The crowd stopped thinking too much. But little did they expect, after waiting, it turned into another 2 days. Surely something must have happened? As soon as those words were spoken, everyone froze. No way, we have to send a few people in to take a look. Chapter 162, This old man wants to take the prince as his teacher. A big event happened in the Ancient Heaven sect. The formation conference had already passed several days, but not a single person came out from it. Not only that. Later, someone realized something was wrong and went in to check. In total, 3 waves of people entered in batches, adding up to about 40 to 50 people. And they too sank like a stone into the sea, with no news coming out. Now, it had been 7 or 8 days. Yet there was still no sight of anyone breaking through the formation. Such a situation caused everyone to feel a bit of panic. You should know, among those participating in the conference were several saint ancestors, who had meticulously studied formations for many years. With their expertise, a 7th level formation should not be able to trap them for so long, they should have come out within a day or two. But even these people had not appeared. This was undoubtedly a huge event. If things go badly, something might have happened inside the linked formation. What's even worse was that the prince was still inside. Jiang Yizong, as the sect leader, although feeling heavy-hearted, still remained calm and issued one command after another. He stopped Xiaofui, Zhao He, and others, preventing them from continuing to enter to check. After all, Su Qingxuan's restriction was still standing there. That was the only entrance. Crossing the restriction would suppress one's cultivation to the Dharma image realm. Many people had already disappeared. If more people went in, it would probably yield no result. Then, Jiang Yizong sent people to Wanyue Peak to find Frost Heaven Emperor, Wushu Saint Ancestor, and Granny Shi. As long as Frost Heaven Emperor could come, lift the restriction, they could use their powerful cultivation. Forcefully break the formation. But what shocked everyone was the powerful ones who went to Mount Wanyue to look for people quickly returned with news. The home of the Frost Heaven Emperor's family was empty. The Frost Heaven Emperor, the Saint Ancestor of no illusions, and the Saint Ancestor of no emotions were all missing. No Illusions came to say goodbye to me a few days ago, saying that he would return to the Xian Frost Cave as soon as the Immortal came out. But the little guy is still inside the formation, how could he just disappear? Xiaofui was anxious, pacing back and forth. What should we do? No. I will send a message to No Illusions right away. With a flip of his wrist, a jade talisman for communication appeared, which he imprinted with his mental mark and crushed with a snap. The people beside him were extremely restless, all hoping that the Saint Ancestor of No Illusions would reply quickly. With every moment's delay, the crisis inside the continuous formation would increase, and their suffering would deepen. But at that moment, a loud laughter suddenly echoed from afar, shaking the heavens. Ha ha ha, I finally came out. Boo-hoo. Hearing such a voice, Jiang Yizong, Xiaofui, and others were all stunned. This voice clearly came from the exit of the formation. Could it be that someone has come out? Let's go. In an instant, everyone flew into the air and quickly arrived at the exit. Then they saw a shocking scene. They saw old figures walking out of the continuous formation. Damn it. Don't let me find out who changed my formation, or I will definitely throw him into the latrine for 300 years. An elder shouted, his whole body filled with terrifying anger. God knows what I went through in there. So hard. So hard. Boo-hoo. Another elder sobbed continuously, just like a child who had been wronged. Meanwhile, the others were cursing as well. One moment they cried, the next they laughed. Most importantly, their clothes were all tattered, with cuts from sword chi and scorch marks from flames, unable to cover their bodies. Besides that, their hair was a mess, looking like a bird's nest. Some of the elders were even completely bald. Isn't that the Grand Elder of our Xuanzong? How did his clothes get destroyed, and why is he covering important parts? What's going on? How come the patriarch of the Duanmu family is alternating between crying and laughing? Look at Elder Rin from Tsangjian Mountain. He's covering the front, but why is he also covering the back? Many people watching this scene quickly recognized the identities of those elders. Weren't they the various saint ancestors who attended the formation conference? But their appearance at this moment. Even beggars wouldn't look so miserable. Right? What in the world happened? Everyone was shocked and frightened. Jiang Yizong rushed forward immediately to ask questions. Then, a group of saint ancestors began to curse loudly. I don't know which scoundrel messed with the formation inside. It was clearly a 7th grade formation, but it's been changed to be stronger than a 9th grade. More than a dozen. More than a dozen. Trapped formation, killing formation, illusion formation. You have no idea what we experienced inside. Make sure no one finds out who did this. Otherwise, I will make him pay. Count me in. If I don't make him cry for his mother, I won't carry the surname Wei. A group of them spat as they spoke, filled with anger. Listening to their words, Jiang Yizong and others finally breathed a sigh of relief. So it turned out that the formation had been tampered with. As long as nothing major happened, that was good. Since it was like that, then the Immortal would not be in any danger inside. After all, he still had the law body left by Su Qingxuang on him. But who would have changed the formation inside? Soon, this doubt arose in everyone's hearts again. But just at this moment, Xiaofui suddenly exclaimed softly, taking out a communication jade talisman. No Illusions replied. He glanced at it, and his whole body froze for a moment. Xiao Shishu, what happened? Jiang Yizong asked. No Illusions and their family have already returned to the Xian Frost Cave.
Xiao Fui said dully. As soon as this was said, everyone present was stunned. Those elder figures who had just come out were also frozen in place. They confirmed they hadn't heard wrong. It was the family of the saint ancestor of Wushu, who had returned to the Xianshuan cave heaven. The emperor's son was definitely among them. But, wasn't the emperor's son still in the linked array? The ancestor of the Thunderfire Temple said in confusion. This was also everyone's question. The emperor's son was clearly participating in the array conference. When did he return home? This was too strange. For a moment, everyone fell into a long daze. Until at one moment, several people suddenly exchanged glances. He couldn't be the first one out, could he? The array inside was also modified by him? How is that possible? Their eyes were nearly popping out, utterly horrified. Only this explanation worked. Absolutely no other possibility. But such a truth was incredibly hard for them to accept. Those arrays were actually modified by the emperor's son. Those intricate array patterns surprisingly came from the hands of a child just over half a year old. How could they believe this? Great talent. The emperor's son is a great talent. His mastery of arrays has already far surpassed that of an old man like me. Unbelievable. This is a natural genius of array paths. Just the basic parts he modified would be enough for me to spend several years studying. If not for the limits of his cultivation, unable to engrave powerful array patterns, he could likely have changed our arrays beyond recognition. No. I must go to the Xianshuan cave heaven to find the emperor's son. I want to seek his guidance. One by one, the old folks became excited like children. Without a word, someone directly vanished into thin air. Wait for me. I want to take the emperor's son as my master. Nobody snatch him from me. The remaining people also shouted, disappearing in the blink of an eye. One by one, they didn't even have time to change their clothes. Seeing the situation, Zhang Yizong and the others were collectively dumbfounded. Chapter 163 New Home, the Purple Gold Divine Dragon's Reverse Scale. Days later, Zhang Yuxian and his family returned to the Xianshuan cave heaven. On the day he was born, due to a great battle, this place turned into a wasteland. For thousands of miles, almost everything was flattened. However, now, the Xianshuan cave heaven had completely changed. Over the past 6 months, many strong figures came here and executed a thorough transformation. The land of thousands of miles was once again scraped down to several dozen zhang deep. Then, some powerful beings acted, bringing rivers to flow in, turning it into a vast lake. A saint-level strong figure performed great powers to move a mountain and placed it in the lake as an island. And where Jiang Yuxian's family's courtyard originally stood, a magnificently grand hall was built, grand and imposing. Layers of powerful arrays were set up, making this place resemble a fairyland. Among the mountains on the island, flowers bloomed brilliantly, vibrant and dripping. Amid the green trees, scattered courtyards were all made from heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Powerful arrays were set up everywhere, making this place spring-like all year round, with spiritual energy flowing like mist. High mountains with cascading waterfalls, clear springs tinkling, spiritual beasts leaping, colorful butterflies dancing. In the pond at the foot of the mountain, lotus blossoms bloomed, as if they were on fire. When Dugujiu, Fengwuzhou, Huishadao, Han Xian, and Yang Xiao stepped out of the spatial passage and saw these scenes, they couldn't help but be greatly amazed. This was truly a land of paradise. Moreover, it was artificially made. This was an absolute grand undertaking. Ordinary families could never be so extravagant. Only the residents of the Frosty Sky Emperor could be so cost-unconscious. There really is an ancient tea tree of enlightenment. The sacred peak stood like a sword, piercing the sky, and the hall stood silently. In front of the hall, a small tree swayed gently, with only 108 leaves, standing taller than a person. But it was incredibly eye-catching. Each leaf had a different color in various shapes, including sacred tripods, bronze bells, real dragons, heavenly phoenixes, and clouds. The lines on them were like roads carved from the Great Way.